Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Martial Spirit. In the Douluo Continent, located in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the Fassinuo province. There exists a village known as Bear Village, reputed for producing soul masters whose martial spirits are predominantly bear-like, hence the name Bear Village. It is anticipated that the martial spirit awakened here will certainly be of the bear variety. However, have you ever encountered a female soul master awakening a bear martial spirit? If such instances do occur, they are undoubtedly exceedingly rare. The thought of truly awakening a bear martial spirit is unfathomable, envisioning a beautiful visage adorned with a robust physique upon the manifestation of the martial spirit evokes a curious imagery perhaps akin to a Barbie of strength or reminiscent of the muscular transformation of Xiao Yu from Jackie Chan Adventures through the use of a cow talisman. While he can accept the reality of being a girl in this life, and the name Bear Meow, he finds it utterly unacceptable to awaken a bear martial spirit. Such a fate would be a tragic squandering of an otherwise lovely appearance, and he resolutely refuses to become a Barbie of strength. This year, 10 children from Bear Village are set to undergo the awakening of their martial spirits. Under the guidance of the venerable village chief, Bear Xiangxiang, Bear Meow, and the other 9 children arrive early at the central hall of the village, where the martial spirit hall stands. Though referred to as a sub-hall of the martial spirit hall, it is merely a larger wooden structure, vastly superior to the other dwellings in the village, with only the chief's abode being comparable in stature. Before long, a striking young man in his 20s emerges, a figure with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an undeniable charm. Clad in a white uniform and draped with a black cloak, he makes a grand entrance before the martial spirit hall. As he stands poised, a soul character the size of a fist adorns his chest, signifying his role as a standard bearer of the martial spirit hall and a soul master overseeing the awakening process. His arrival silences all present as they collectively adopt expressions of reverence. This individual is none other than the infamous blind Douluo, regarded by countless readers as a legendary figure. Su Yuntao. With a level 26 achievement, he rightfully earns the moniker of Blind Douluo beyond dispute. Following a respectful bow from the village chief, Bear Xiangxiang, Su Yuntao leads Bear Meow and the others into the martial spirit hall for their awakening. Outside the hall, the parents of the children hoping to awaken their martial spirits fervently pray for their offspring to attain soul power, aspiring to cultivate a new generation of soul masters in Bear Village, phenomenon unseen for over a decade. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Bear Xiangxiang addresses the villagers. Though only the inheritors of the major sects become soul masters, we, the humble villagers, shall strive to see at least one child emerge as a great soul master within these 10 years. Inside the martial spirit hall, the awakening process commences. As a patrolling official of the martial spirit hall, assisting ordinary folk in their awakening is a duty Su Yuntao has long since grown accustomed to. Despite his pride, he approaches the children with gentleness, regardless of whether they will become soul masters. Your martial spirit is a chopping knife, an equipment martial spirit. Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master. Next, one by one, the children step forward, most awakening agricultural implements, while the anticipated appearance of a bear martial spirit remains elusive, eliciting a sense of disappointment. Bear Meow is the last to approach. Her cuteness stirs within the long single Su Yuntao a desire to find a partner and have a daughter as adorable as she. All right, little sister, it's your turn. Thank you, big brother. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuntao's yearning for a daughter intensifies. Bear Meow steps into the array for her martial spirit awakening. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao instructs, channeling his soul power to activate the formation. A golden light envelopes Bear Meow, revealing her martial spirit. Yet again, a bearer of a beast martial spirit awakens. Your martial spirit is a black and white bear now. We shall test your soul power. Upon discovering that her martial spirit is indeed a bear, Bear Meow nearly chokes in disbelief. Alas, such is fate. Su Yuntao hands her the crystal ball. Go ahead, little sister. Let's see if you can awaken your soul power. Bear Meow places her hand upon the crystal ball, an invigorating warmth surging through her, as if finding an outlet. A faint glow emanates from the crystal ball, indicating her soul power level. Level 1. A flicker of disappointment crosses Su Yuntao's eyes. Such a delightful little sister, awakening a powerful beast martial spirit, should naturally possess at least a level 4 soul power. Level 1 is rather disheartening. With a smile, Su Yuntao announces, "Congratulations, little sister. You could become a soul master. Your innate soul power is level 1. For a rural child to possess soul power, even at half a level, is commendable and worthy of family pride. Upon seeing her level 1 soul power, Bear Meow is incredulous, fearing she might be the weakest among all transmigrators. Such a talent would surely hinder any hopes of befriending Tang San. Noticing Bear Meow's downcast expression, Su Yuntao reassures her, "It's alright, little sister, having a level 1 innate power isn't the end. With diligent effort, you too can become a formidable soul master." Bear Meow regains her composure, determination glimmering in her eyes. "Yes, I will." Su Yuntao calmly instructs, "Now, summon your martial spirit back with your thoughts. You can call upon it again whenever you wish." Bear Meow attempts to retract her martial spirit, yet remains uncontrollably affixed to her, ultimately revealing only her face. This unexpected turn astonishes both Su Yuntao and the nearby children. Could it be that her martial spirit has mutated? The manifestation of a martial spirit should not appear in such a manner. Has her beast martial spirit transformed into a piece of beast skin, an equipment martial spirit? Bear Meow herself is equally bewildered by the transformation of her martial spirit. What in the world is happening? Chapter 2. The Inextricable Special Martial Spirit. In the Douluo Continent, every individual awakens their martial spirit at the age of 6. Due to the inherent variability between a father's and mother's martial spirits, the martial spirit awakened by a child may exhibit unique mutations, resulting in the emergence of a new type of martial spirit. While some mutated martial spirits can be exceedingly powerful, even possessing innate full soul power, the majority tend to dwindle in strength. Yu Xiaojiang, the foremost theorist in the soul master community, is a prime example. Despite the potential to evolve his martial spirit into a golden sacred dragon, his innate soul power was insufficient, leading to a regression into a hybrid of pigs and dogs. Despite this peculiar creature being a distinct entity with its own life, he remains bound to the label of being useless, perpetually stunted at level 29. It is crucial to understand that mutated martial spirits typically undergo changes based on their original form, whether through evolution or regression. Today, however, a novel type of mutated martial spirit and entity martial spirit has presented itself before Su Yuntao. A beast martial spirit has transformed into an equipment martial spirit, which he can only interpret as the metamorphosis of life into lifelessness. In an instant, Bear Meow's awakened martial spirit has been reduced to merely a bare skin draped over her. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Su Yuntao would scarcely have believed such a phenomenon existed in the realm of martial spirits. Who has stolen my flesh? What has happened to my martial spirit? Bear Meow inquires of Su Yuntao, unsure of how to respond. Given his lack of expertise in martial spirit theory, Su Yuntao replies, "This appears to be a form of mutated martial spirit." A mutated martial spirit? Bear Meow glances at her attire, resembling a costume for distributing flyers. Su Yuntao affirms, "Indeed, it is a mutated martial spirit. If there is no record of this on the continent, you will be the first soul master whose martial spirit has transformed from a beast martial spirit to an equipment martial spirit." The other children, unable to grasp the concept of a mutated martial spirit, are envious of Bear Meow for possessing soul power that allows her to become a great soul master. "Come, let's measure your soul power once more." Su Yuntao hands a crystal ball back to Bear Meow. Given the extent of her martial spirit's mutation, it is possible that her innate soul power has also changed. Bear Meow places her hand upon the crystal ball again. Similar to before, it emits a glow, yet this time the soul power displayed is still level 1, albeit exhibiting a different quality seemingly at the threshold of level 1, poised to break through to level 2, indicating a notable improvement compared to the initial test. Su Yuntao remarks, "This time is a full level 1 soul power, nearing level 2. Alas, though the martial spirit has mutated, the soul power remains disappointingly low. Still, the bear skin looks rather adorable. Level 1 has indeed elevated to full level 1. Bear Meow adopts a positive outlook, recognizing that her path diverges from that of other protagonists. Level 1 is sufficient. With level 1, she can still embark on her adventures and level up. Can I give my martial spirit a name? Bear Meow expresses her concern that Su Yuntao might name it something unflattering. Su Yuntao, fond of the little girl before him, readily agrees, "Of course. Name it whatever you like, it is your martial spirit." Donning her martial spirit like a costume from a game, Bear Meow decisively names it. "I shall call it the bear suit." The bear suit, what a delightful name. It suits your martial spirit perfectly. Su Yuntao chuckled, having named the new martial soul for the first time with a touch of cuteness. After all, girls will be girls. A flash of light momentarily blinded Xiong Miao. Su Yuntao swiftly prepared a martial soul certification and handed it to Xiong Miao. Martial soul certification. Name, Xiong Miao. Gender, female. Age, 6. Martial Soul, Bear Costume. Soul Power, Level 1. Origin, Bear Village. The grand entrance of the Martial Soul Hall swung open, signaling the conclusion of this year's Martial Soul Awakenings. The crowd outside eagerly awaited this moment, curious to see which child would emerge as a remarkable soul master this year. The elderly village chief, Xiong Xiangxiang, was the first to step forward, gripping his cane tightly, a look of anxious anticipation on his face. Esteemed Great Soul Master, may I inquire if any child from our bear village has the potential to become a soul master this year? Su Yuntao, shedding his usual expression of resignation, smiled warmly. Congratulations. Among the 10 children from your village, only one has the ability to become a soul master. The old village chief, Xiong Xiangxiang, nearly fainted from excitement. Pray tell, which child is it? Is this little girl named Xiong Miao? Grandpa village chief, it's me. I become a soul master. Had it not been for her bear costume, the elderly chief, with his failing eyesight, would have surely mistaken her for a wandering bear spirit that had strayed into the village. Indeed, not only the village chief, but also the other villagers were astounded by Xiong Miao's transformation, including her own parents, who could hardly recognize their child. What peculiar martial soul had awakened in the daughter of Xiongda, Xiong Er, and Suohua? The old chief adjusted his spectacles and inquired, Xiong Miao, is that truly you? Yes, it's me, Grandpa village chief. As Xiong Miao removed her cap, the chief finally recognized her unmistakably. Child, you have become a soul master, but your awakened martial soul is not a bear, is it? Why have you truly turned into a little bear spirit? Su Yuntao could barely contain his amusement and quickly compose himself, saying, Old Xiong Chong, this child's martial soul has undergone a mutation, evolving into an independent martial soul, the bear costume. She simply needs to practice retrieving her martial soul. If that proves difficult, she can always seek guidance from her teachers once she begins school. It is likely that her martial soul will automatically retract when her soul power is exhausted nonetheless. Further practice remains essential. If she does not wear the hat, she could easily be mistaken for a little bear spirit. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir. Once again, a soul master emerged from the village after over a decade, and with the assistance of great soul master Su Yuntao, the old village chief, Xiong Xiangxiang, could hardly contain his excitement, wishing fervently for Su Yuntao to stay and partake in a grand feast celebrating the emergence of a soul master from Bear Village. There's no need, you may celebrate amongst yourselves. I must continue on to the next village, Su Yuntao replied, understanding the old chief's sentiments, and waved farewell as he departed from the village. Before long, Bear Village was abuzz, akin to a festive celebration. Regardless of which child had become a soul master, the village chief ensured that the entire community rejoiced, letting neighboring villages know that Bear Village had a child who had achieved this esteemed status. Let them feel envy and jealousy. Ha ha ha. Xiong Miao gazed at the lively village, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The emergence of a soul master from the village was akin to a university graduate's prestige. Compared to other villages, the excitement was even more pronounced. In contrast, Xiong Miao was more concerned about her martial soul, the bear costume, which bore a striking resemblance to the protagonist from a certain anime who adventured in another world. After much effort, she still could not retract it, as if it were a genuine garment she wore. No matter how she attempted to perform the action of retrieving her martial soul, if she strayed too far, the bear costume would automatically reappear upon her. Could it be that I must truly present myself to others in this manner? Chapter 3. Is the character from childhood memories an external aid? The thought of her future life filled her with shame and an overwhelming urge to weep. Just how peculiar was her martial soul? No amount of cuteness could shield her from an embarrassing spectacle. Xiong Miao envied other protagonists from fan works. Aside from the systems and external aids, at least they possessed normal martial souls. Why was it that she was burdened with a bear costume? The villagers were unconcerned with the peculiarity of Xiong Miao's martial soul. They were only proud that she was the new soul master of their village, a source of competition against other villages. Well, it doesn't matter, I'm not overly fixated on this outfit. If I have to wear it, so be it, she mused. To her surprise, wearing it was quite comfortable. It didn't feel hot and seemed to have a winter-warm, summer-cool effect. Along with self-cleaning properties, though, she was oblivious to those details. Xiong Miao certainly wouldn't indulge in such childish actions as an outstanding youth reborn as a lovely girl. How could she engage in behaviors befitting a mere child? It's time to begin preparing for school. With 3 months remaining until her enrollment at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, she resolved to diligently train her body and cultivate her skills during this time. Regarding Yu Xiaojiang's claims about the years required to absorb a martial soul, she was entirely unconvinced. the so-called limit of 423 years for the first soul ring absorption. Whose limit was that? And what type of soul beast produced soul rings of such duration? Soul masters were categorized into control, agility, strength, support, and defense types. So, which category's absorption limit of 423 years was it? Surely, not every type was the same. At the very least, defense and support types differed, not to mention the inherent physical differences between genders. Thus, the assertion that the absorption limit for the first soul ring was 423 years was sheer nonsense. Was there truly a specific limit for soul ring absorption? The major factions were undoubtedly aware of what soul ring ages to absorb. How could Yu Xiaojiang dictate such limits? The key to soul ring absorption lay in the quality of one's physique. As long as one's bodily condition kept pace, absorbing higher age soul rings would not pose an issue. To ensure a higher age for her first soul ring in the future, she resolved to do 2 more sets of morning exercises every day. The protagonist Tang San had the advantage of innate full soul power due to his clandestine learning of the Shintian skill from Tang's sect. He was an ordinary person with nothing, relying solely on hard work. How she wished to have an external aid like other protagonists, but alas, she did not, and could only dream. Being cute alone would not suffice. Wielding a sword was vastly different from being unarmed. Innate soul power could not entirely dictate a person's achievements. While it was undeniable that higher innate soul power led to faster cultivation and greater potential, the probability of becoming a powerful being increased. She refused to believe that being at level 1 was insurmountable. Having low initial soul power did not equate to low talent, and rising against the odds was not impossible. The bear cat sat upon the bed, embarking on a quest for meditation, devoid of any specific techniques, akin to a blind cat chasing after a mouse in the dark. Yet, while imagination is splendid, reality can be harsh. As he sought to empty his mind and engage in meditation, he inadvertently succumbed to slumber, his eyes closed and thoughts blank. After all, he was merely a child. Oh, as dawn broke, the roosters from every household in the village heralded the new day, rousing him from his dreams. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he stretched lazily and yawned, reflecting on the fact that he had dozed off during his meditation. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shaking his head, it is indeed a challenge to avoid dozing off when one attempts to think of nothing with closed eyes. Once he attained soul power, he would naturally come to understand the level of his own abilities. Second level. He had ascended to the second level overnight. Xiang Miao reminisced, stating, Blind-Eye Douluo mentioned that after a mutation of the martial soul, innate level 1 soul power transforms into a full innate level 1 soul power, allowing for a straightforward breakthrough to level 2 soul power overnight, which is quite reasonable. Unfortunately, I currently lack a method for meditation and cultivation. So for the next 3 months, I shall have to focus on physical training instead. As Xiang Miao rose to leave her room and prepare for her morning ablutions, she opened the door to find a robust man standing outside, holding a basin of water for washing, still bleary-eyed and unable to discern his identity. She mistakenly assumed he had been summoned by the village elder to attend to her. Paying him little heed, she replied, There is no need to trouble yourself with that. I can manage on my own. Xiang Miao did not quite catch the response from the other party. After completing his morning routine and fully awakening, he turned around to prepare for breakfast, only to find that the individual had once again placed a bowl of meat porridge before him. This time, he discerned the appearance of the person clearly, with a mane of fiery red hair resembling a starfish, adorned with red fur, whiskers, and eyebrows. The figure wore a blue vest and long trousers, complemented by brown wristbands, a belt, and boots. Black Tiger Afu. Goodness. Is this not the character Black Tiger Afu from the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures? How did he find his way into the world of Douluo? Afu. The bear cat stood frozen in place, calling out the name of Afu. Afu bowed in response, saying, Master, what is your command? It was indeed Afu. The timbre of the black tiger's voice was vividly etched in his memory, not to mention the striking impression Afu's presence left on anyone. Let us have breakfast first. Upon reaching the dining table, Afu waited patiently like a devoted servant. The bear father, bear's second father, and mother Tsuwa displayed little reaction to Afu's arrival, suggesting that they were already acquainted. Their reply was that Afu had come over this morning, stating he was your subordinate. Xiang Miao expressed his bewilderment, questioning, What about my subordinates? If it weren't for his culinary prowess, we would have suspected him to be a charlatan and would not have retained him. As he spoke, they eagerly devoured the breakfast laid out on the table, which was exponentially more delectable than on previous occasions. Does Afu still possess this remarkable skill? How come we never witnessed it in the earlier animations? Initially, it was the family from Bear Village, Papa Bear 2, Mama Tsuwa, along with the village elder's son, Bald Shang, whose voices were indistinguishable from those of the characters in Bears Can't Stop. Their martial spirits corresponded to the axe and the bear character. In a moment of both intention and inadvertence, Xiong Miao employed the vocabulary from Bears in the Wild, Bear Ridge, to ascertain whether they had traversed from that animated realm. If it were not mere coincidence, she began to question whether she was ensnared in an interminable dream. The appearance of Afu today has revitalized her perceptions, leading her to ponder whether other animated characters might manifest, such as Fei Yang Yang, Jujutsu, Balala Little Magic Fairy, Tom and Jerry, or Ultraman Tiga. The beloved figures from her childhood now accompany her on her journey through the world of Douluo. Could it be that these cherished characters from her youth serve as her extraordinary aid? Xiong Miao could not help but burst into laughter. What brings you such joy? Xiong Miao? I have envisioned a delightful prospect. What delightful prospect might that be? Well, I shall one day become a formidable soul master. Indeed. Our Xiong Miao will rise to prominence as a powerful soul master, bringing renown to our humble Xiong village. Without a doubt. Our village shall become celebrated far and wide. As Xiong Miao observed their joyful expressions, a genuine sensation enveloped her. Akin to being in the company of the true Bear Big and Bear 2, along with Sui Hua. It would have been even more delightful had Bald Chang been present. Alas, it is unfortunate that Bald Chang's awakened martial spirit is not a chainsaw or a shotgun, but rather an unremarkable axe. She cast a glance at Afu, recalling his characterization as a martial arts master, making him the perfect person to consult regarding her physical training issues. Chapter 4. Training after finishing breakfast. Xiong Miao resolved to commence her first day of cultivation. Afu accompanied her to a modest hill near Bear Village. The curious bear cat inquired, "How did you arrive in this world?" Afu responded, "In answer to your question, my master, I fell into a deep slumber due to an unforeseen accident. And it was only upon the awakening of your martial spirit yesterday that I regained consciousness. This morning, upon receiving your summons, I materialized in your abode." "What is your current state?" she asked. Afu's character is one of unwavering loyalty to each of her masters, thus she harbored no concerns whatsoever. What intrigued her was the nature of her current existence, having also traversed realms. He mentioned that he had awakened only after her martial spirit came to life yesterday, and that his appearance was akin to that of a dark assassin summoned by the Blade Dragon. "As long as you require my presence, my master, I can be summoned at any moment, and likewise, I can return to your dimensional space whenever you wish." Xiong Miao comprehended her role as a guardian spirit. With the dimensional space akin to the dark realm of the Dragon Blade, Afu had now transformed into her protector, and it remained uncertain how much strength he still possessed. In the original narrative, Afu was hailed as the foremost combatant, not merely due to the protagonist's halo or his humorous, flamboyant demeanor, but rather because it was likely that no one could truly defeat him. One could only say that he had been considerably weakened. It is unreservedly stated that the combat prowess within the world of Jackie Chan adventures far surpasses that of the Douluo Continent. With Afu traversing into the fantastical realm of Douluo, his martial prowess must have been diminished. Yet he should still possess at least the strength of an ordinary title Douluo. At present, my capabilities are woefully inadequate, and I require a comprehensive method for physical training, as well as a set of inner strength cultivation techniques. I wonder if you possess such resources? The worldview of Jackie Chan adventures indeed includes the existence of immortals. And while Afu is undoubtedly a martial arts master, even if he is a third-rate expert, the methods he imparts for physical training and inner strength cultivation, though not necessarily the best, would suffice for my current needs, better than having none at all. Afu nodded and replied, "I do have such methods. But the training will be quite arduous. Moreover, you are a girl." For the sake of becoming stronger, Xiong Miao would not shy away from hardship. This was not his world. Physical training is inherently challenging. If it were not, it would not be considered training at all. When equating innate soul power to talent, it is often observed that many individuals with exceptional talent presume that little effort is required, leading to arrogance and eventual downfall. She, with her innate first-level status, is in dire need of compensatory efforts. To possess absolute strength means that, upon achieving success, all innate talents become trivial. The endeavor of physical training involves various methods to enhance one's physique, making feats such as shattering mountains and stones effortlessly achievable. By elevating her physical condition, she could potentially attain several decades of soul rings within the first ring and 1,000 years within the second. Reflecting on Afu from the animation, one can envision him effortlessly felling a massive tree with a single swing of an axe, using his palm as the blade to topple a steel pole with ease, showcasing the remarkable strength of his physique. Throughout the Douluo Continent, few pay heed to physical training. Everyone focuses on cultivating soul power. While soul power can indeed augment the body, it pales in comparison to the strength achieved through rigorous physical training. Regardless of the quality of Afu's training methods, he originates from the realm of martial arts, capable of perfecting aspects such as strength, speed, explosive power, flexibility, and resilience to the utmost. Her current physique, still youthful, is ideally suited for the initiation of physical training. She need not fear developing a robust physique. Martial arts masters typically maintain their bodies in optimal condition. Henceforth, every day, Xiong Miao adhered to Afu's training regimen. On the first day, the focus was to ascertain her physical limits so that Afu could tailor her training within a suitable range. Otherwise, her body might falter. The best training modalities included running and swimming. After a day of rigorous training, Xiong Miao lay in the bathtub, savoring the muscle soreness, reveling in the gradual transformation of her physique. With a face full of enjoyment, she spread her arms wide and exclaimed, "A heaven, I finally understand what true enjoyment is. Afu later remarked, physical training requires a considerable expenditure of energy. If you had some nourishing supplements to assist you, the effects of your cultivation would be greatly enhanced. However, in this small village, the availability of precious nourishing items is scarce. Finding a suitable herb on the mountain would be a fortunate occurrence. The second day marked the commencement of genuine physical training. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, she would run in the morning, noon, and evening, on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. She would swim at the same intervals, complemented by various holistic exercises combined with a unique breathing technique, culminating in evening practices focused on soul power cultivation. Throughout the entire process of physical training, Xiang Miao continually pushed her limits. With each surpassing of her boundaries, she felt new strength emerging from deep within her body, along with the transformations occurring within. This was the latent potential hidden deep inside her physique. In just a month, her form became significantly more impressive. Not only was she enhancing her body, but during her runs in the nearby mountains, Afu would gather herbs along the way to prepare baths for her. Occasionally encountering a fierce tiger-like soul beast, Afu, lacking any soul rings, unleashed a powerful strike, leaving the ferocious creature gravely wounded before it succumbed, releasing a faint yellow soul ring. The flesh and blood of soul beasts hold far greater value than that of ordinary animals, significantly enhancing her physical constitution and effectively resolving her nutritional needs. Upon returning home and dissecting the tiger's carcass, she extracted a soul bone shaped like a torso. The villagers, unaware of the significance of soul bones, mistook them for ordinary bones. However, as a soul master, Xiang Miao understood that this was indeed a soul bone, and the desire to absorb it was unmistakable. In the tales, soul beasts possess an exceedingly low probability of yielding soul bones. Even a titled Douluo may never acquire one. The value of a 100-year soul bone is indeed considerable. To her astonishment, Afu had single-handedly defeated a soul beast and extracted the most valuable torso bone among the 6 types of soul bones. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, she would not hastily absorb it. After attending school, she planned to auction it off instead. Wasn't he earning money a more prudent choice? With half of the proceeds, she could pave a prosperous path for Xiangxiang village, ensuring its affluence would be a matter of time. The energy contained within the flesh of a 100-year soul beast is distinctly different from that of ordinary animal meat. She could palpably sense the explosive power within. Yet as a child, she could not consume much. Although the other children in the village longed for it, Xiang Miao had to look after them, ensuring they did not overindulge, for even a small morsel could prove overwhelming for their physiques, while the broth could be sipped sparingly. Those who wished to partake would need to train alongside her. Once their bodies were sufficiently conditioned, they could eat more, and perhaps during their next martial soul awakening, they might awaken their soul power. This speculation arose after she had consumed the flesh of a 100-year soul beast and attained a level of soul power. She was uncertain of its accuracy, but sought to provide the children with a motivating goal. In pursuit of consuming the meat of a 100-year soul beast and aspiring to become a soul master, the children, lacking many forms of entertainment, diligently followed Xiang Miao in her physical training. Despite the rigors and exhaustion, many persevered. She shared the 5 hearts to heaven cultivation method with them. Yet they were too young to grasp its profundity, settling instead for physical training in diluted soul beast broth. The progress of Bear Miao has been remarkable. After a month of new training, Afu applied acupressure to her joints, rendering her unable to stand for a moment. Afu explained that this technique, known as the weighted acupoint method, was something he had previously utilized in his own training. In reality, it does not increase actual weight, but rather creates an illusion of heaviness in the body. This method, to be candid, is intended to enhance speed and invigorate each cell within the body. However, it requires external weights to achieve its full potential. With great effort, the bear cat managed to rise to its feet, each step resembling a novice learning to walk anew. During this arduous training, various aspects inevitably converged into a singular practice. Thus, 3 months slipped away in the throes of rigorous exercise. Chapter 5. Departure for Nodding Academy. After 3 months of physical conditioning, the bear cat experienced a transformative enhancement in its physique. Its soul power ascended to the 6th level, an astonishing feat for a soul master who initially possessed only the innate soul power of the 1st level. Such rapid advancement within a mere 3 months would be met with disbelief, especially considering the perceived lack of talent. The shackles of gravity, once constricting its meridians, no longer hindered its movements. Strength, speed, explosiveness, flexibility, and resilience had all reached an elevated standard. The combination of the gravity restraints and comprehensive training bore fruit, granting even a pinky finger a surprising measure of strength. Naturally, this was a standard outcome, under nearly devoid conditions of resources. It would be impossible for other children to achieve such feats within 3 months. With the enhancement of its physique, the usual sustenance proved utterly insufficient. The only somewhat adequate food source was the century-old soul beast, while the nearby mountains offered a lamentably scarce supply of soul beasts. Consequently, the bear cat resorted to boiling old bones repeatedly, nearly to the point of selling its own skeletal remains for broth. To transform into light, one must boil the bones into soup. This notion had lingered in its mind while reading. The soul bone affixed to its body could be disassembled by others. However, By consuming the soul bone, it would render itself invulnerable to such intrusions. Never had anyone dared to entertain such thoughts. The bear cat considered the fusion of the soul bone from the outset, bestowing powerful soul skills upon it. Who would ponder the question of edibility? One nourishes oneself with what one consumes. Eating bones would fortify one's own bones. By ingesting the soul bone, could it not transfer its nutrients into its own skeletal structure? Perhaps the soul skills would remain preserved within its bones. However, it deemed it more prudent to retain the soul bone for sale, exchanging it for currency that could be far more beneficial. In the future, upon encountering a suitable soul bone, it would then prepare it as a nourishing broth. Xiang Miao concluded her final day of training, for tomorrow she would embark on her journey to the junior college in Notting City. It was time to make the necessary preparations, and she eagerly anticipated the surprises the academy would unveil. Upon returning home, her fathers, Xiongde and Xiong'er, along with her mother, Cui Hua, began to pack her belongings. Noticing Xiong Miao's return, they inquired, "Xiong Miao, you are set to attend the junior college in Notting City tomorrow. Is there anything else you need to bring?" Glancing at the large bundle her family had prepared for her, Xiong Miao sighed and replied, "When attending school, we generally do not need to prepare much. At most, a pillow, a blanket, and a mat will suffice. There is no need for such an extensive collection." Papa Bear felt a twinge of disappointment, so all our preparations were in vain. Xiong Miao continued to express her grievances. Attending school is not akin to moving. What is unnecessary can simply be left behind, and if something is lacking, I can procure it myself. Mother Cui Hua patted Xiongde. "I have always said that the child has grown up. Many matters she can handle on her own." Father Bear too chimed in, "Indeed. I share the same sentiment." Papa Bear, however, remarked, "You were all so eager before Little Bear returned. Now, you are directing all the blame toward me, especially you. Little Bear, how do you explain giving your long-preserved honey to Little Bear?" Upon hearing this, Papa Bear grew anxious. "Aren't you just the same? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe that I, as your elder brother, would not loosen your bones a bit? Come at me. I fear you not. Brother Bear, Little Bear, please do not act this way. Let us not resort to violence." Xiong Miao is at a loss for words regarding them. Every time she witnesses their quarrels, she becomes utterly engrossed. With Bald Chang absent, the original essence is undeniably diminished. Xiong Miao had grown weary of their antics. It was quite commonplace for them to clash every few days. The following morning, Xiong Miao rose early and, having enjoyed her breakfast, stepped outside to find Grandpa Village Chief clad in a new outfit, awaiting her. Alongside him stood her family, Papa Xiongde, Papa Xiong'er, and Mama Cui Hua. Beside them was a horse-drawn cart, atop which sat the familiar figure of Bald Chang. The old village chief called out to Xiong Miao, "Xiong Miao, let us be off. The cart and luggage are all prepared." In the prosperous Bear Village, the affluence surpasses that of other villages. Each time deliveries are made to the city, they rely on the luxury vehicle of Bald Chang. Upon hearing that Xiong Miao is to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, he willingly relinquishes his delivery for the day to escort her to school. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Bald Chang," she expresses gratefully. Bald Chang, whose real name is not actually Bald Chang, was given this moniker by Xiong Miao, who felt that their little group, consisting of Bear Da, Bear Air, and Cui Hua, was missing a member. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed the name Bald Chang, which resonated deeply with him, leading to his eventual adoption of the name. The village elder remained unfazed by Xiong Miao's renaming of his son, as if the name was fated to suit him perfectly. Bear Da and Bear Air, who had grown up alongside him, also found the name to be quite fitting. "Don't mention it. After all, who else would pick you up if not your Uncle Chang? Do you expect someone else to do it?" Bald Chang inquires with a smile. "Of course not. Uncle Chang treats me the best," Xiong Miao replies. "All right, Bald Chang. Hurry up and drive. We must accompany Xiong Miao, and she mustn't be late on her first day of school," urges the three siblings from the Xiong family, along with the village elder. Bald Chang clenches his teeth. "Oh, you all." The village elder, Xiong Chang, interrupts. "All right, Chang, just drive." Reluctantly, Bald Chang turns and smiles gently at Xiong Miao. "Are you seated comfortably? Uncle Chang is about to drive." On the way, the village elder chatters incessantly. Xiong Miao. The world outside is vast. Once you arrive at the academy, you will meet many new friends and acquire new knowledge. Furthermore, once you attain the title of Soul Master, you can receive a monthly stipend from the Wuhuan Hall. "I will, Grandpa Village Elder. I am already a 6th level soul practitioner. I believe it won't be long before I break through to the 10th level and become a true soul master." Xiong Miao candidly shares her aspirations with the village elder and the others. A 6th level soul practitioner in just 3 months? Bald Chang, who makes daily trips to the city, understands the talent required for a soul master. Incredible. Xiong Miao from Bear Village is truly exceptional. Advancing 5 levels in 3 months is something many nobles in the city cannot achieve. At this rate, you might graduate in under a year. The requirements for graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy are straightforward. One must reach the 10th level with their martial soul and successfully obtain a soul ring under the guidance of the Academy's teachers to advance to the title of Soul Master. They had not anticipated that Xiong Miao would progress so swiftly. Xiong Miao earnestly stated, "Uncle Chang, you are overthinking it. The progression of Soul Master levels begins swiftly. but it only becomes increasingly arduous as one advances. Furthermore, I am aware that the graduation requirements entail the study of fundamental theories regarding martial souls. Bald Chang, however, did not share this sentiment. Is that so? Bear Miao confirmed. Indeed, the graduation requirements for junior, intermediate, and advanced academies are as follows. The junior academy necessitates reaching level 10 to obtain the first spirit ring. The intermediate demands level 20 for the second spirit ring. And the advanced requires level 30 to acquire the third spirit ring. Herein lies the conundrum. Tang San and Xiao Wu graduated as spirit masters at level 29, having fulfilled the prerequisites for intermediate studies. What, then, was the purpose of their 6-year tenure at the academy? Was the foundation of martial spirits and cultural knowledge truly so arduous? Is there anything further to learn? Such academic underachievers. Let us not even entertain the notion that Tang San was willing to repeat a year for Xiao Wu's sake. As they laughed heartily, Xiongde and the others jested. Guati Yu Chang, are you a soul master, or is Xiong Miao the soul master? With a disdainful snort, Guati Yu Chang replied. Do you believe Xiong Miao pales in comparison to the nobles of the city? In my eyes, Xiong Miao surpasses those aristocratic science. While we may engage in banter among ourselves, when it comes to Xiong Miao, we must stand united against outsiders. At this, Xiongde and Xiong Er found themselves unable to counter Guati Yu Chang's assertion. After all, Xiong Miao was one of their own, and it was unthinkable to suggest she was inferior to the children of others. The old village chief remarked, even if she does not measure up, it matters not. With diligent effort, she will surely surpass those noble offspring in the future. Furthermore, let me enlighten you regarding the academy's situation. Our village has an annual quota for a work-study student, yet it has been over a decade since anyone has taken up this opportunity. The benefits for work-study students are numerous, including waivers for tuition and accommodation fees, though one must cover their own meal expenses. You can earn your sustenance by performing simple tasks at the academy, such as cleaning classrooms or washing dishes in the cafeteria. The old village chief, Xiong Chang, continued to speak, his understanding of soul masters remaining rather rudimentary. Nevertheless, Xiong Miao listened attentively, as many details from the original text had long slipped her mind. The carriage journey progressed swiftly. 2 hours later, the distant city walls came into view. Upon seeing the walls of Nodding City, Xiong Miao wondered whether Tang San, the protagonist, had already arrived. Had it not been for the restrictions placed on children leaving the village, she would have ventured to Shahan village to see Tang San herself. As they queued to enter, the old village chief resumed his incessant chatter. Xiong Miao, although you are now a level 6 soul master, do not let pride take hold. You must devote yourself to your studies at the academy. By the end of the term, I hope to witness your transformation into a true soul master. For at that time, Xiong village shall take great pride in you. For the first time, Xiong Miao departed from home, her heart devoid of anxiety as she responded firmly to the village elder. The carriage halted before Nodding Academy, and Xiong Miao was the first to leap down. Due to the uniqueness of her martial spirit, passers-by nearby glanced over, whispering to their companions about her, which caused Xiong Miao, who possessed a boy's soul in a girl's body, to feel a wave of embarrassment, instinctively tugging at her bare hat. It was utterly humiliating. Chapter 6. Tang San had not yet arrived. She wished to remove it, yet it clung to her as if by magic. It was curious how she could stow it away for long durations during her training, yet it remained unremovable in the course of everyday life. Such an attire on the bustling streets guaranteed 100% of heads turning. Being the most striking figure in the vicinity was not necessarily a desired outcome. Her accompanying family members formed a stark contrast beside her. The old village chief, Xiong Qiang, and the others appeared resplendent in the village, yet in Nodding City. They resembled mere country folk, eliciting disdainful glances from the gatekeeper. It was likely that these rural inhabitants had spent a fortune on her attire. All right, dear. This is as far as I can take you, the elders said. It would be inconvenient for us to enter. Once at the academy, make sure to heed your teachers and study diligently. Rest assured, village chief grandpa, Papa Xiongde, Papa Xiong Er, Mama Tsue Hua, and Uncle Chang, I shall study hard. Once I become a soul master, I will surely repay the village. Very well, your determination is commendable. Becoming a soul master is indeed the greatest tribute to our village. After the elder departed, Xiong Miao retrieved her proof from the spirit hall and the enrollment form for working students from Xiong village. Approaching the gatekeeper with a query, "Excuse me, Uncle Gatekeeper, I am a new working student from Xiong village this year. Could you please direct me on how to complete my enrollment procedures?" In addition to the 2 forms, Xiong Miao produced a silver soul coin, embodying the adage that while the king may be easy to please, troublesome spirits abound. In this society of nobility and common folk, this principle was vividly illustrated. Continue straight ahead. Upon reaching the teaching building, a teacher will guide you to complete your registration. Such a lovely young girl, so polite. Her demeanor far superior to that of other country folk. Surely, she could not be one of them. She must be connected to the nobility. Upon entering the teaching building, she arrived at the registration desk. The teacher in charge, with weary eyes, witnessed the petite figure of the little bear child approach. "Little sister, you are here to register, I presume?" The registration teacher scrutinized the child before her. Acknowledging that Xiong Miao was the first to arrive at Nodding Academy adorned in complete soul beast attire, There was likely no other like her throughout the Douluo Continent. Yes, teacher. Here are my spirit hall identification and the working student enrollment form. The registration teacher glanced hastily at both documents before saying, "All right, little sister. You may proceed to collect your school uniform. Such unconventional attire is not permitted within the academy, understood?" Xiong Miao said, "Teacher, my martial soul is rather unique. I cannot wear the school uniform. Would it be possible for me to have just a school badge instead?" "Unique? What makes it so special?" "Do not concoct excuses. Although you possess striking beauty, that is not a valid reason. Moreover, children of nobility are required to wear the uniform. You, as a working student, should not expect any exceptions." Xiong Miao explained, "Teacher, it is true. My martial spirit is this set of attire, the bear suit. It is inscribed on my martial spirit certificate that it cannot be retracted except during restroom breaks, bathing, or prolonged physical training. Is there truly such an unusual martial spirit?" The registration teacher was skeptical. Noticing the teacher's disbelief, Xiong Miao had no choice but to demonstrate, removing the suit to reveal another garment beneath. After counting to 5, the bear suit automatically rewrapped itself around her. This spectacle left both the registration teacher and the other instructors in astonishment. The myriad of martial spirits was indeed astounding. And this child's was peculiarly extraordinary. The registration teacher approached to touch it, feeling its authenticity. There could be no mistake. The Academy's notorious jester, who often indulged in free meals, possessed a similarly unconventional martial spirit, albeit differing in that one was an unyielding bear hide while the other was a living beast. "You should wear something underneath. The Academy has its regulations, and I shall explain your situation to the principal. The work-study students reside in Dormitory 7. You may find your way there." The registration teacher handed her a set of school uniforms. "Yes, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher." Understanding the school's rules and regulations, Xiong Miao accepted the items handed by Director Su and turned to leave the registration office. The dormitory building was easily identifiable, and Dormitory 7 was even more conspicuous. It was the only dormitory accommodating students of mixed ages, where all work-study students resided, regardless of their grade. Upon entering Dormitory 7, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. All the children's eyes turned towards Xiong Miao, whose attire was strikingly conspicuous and adorably charming. The dormitory's occupants, all boys, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a beautiful little girl in such peculiar clothing, each wearing a look of astonishment. Clearing my throat, I greet everyone. "Hello. My name is Xiong Miao, and I am the new work-study student this year." Wang Xing, the head of the 7th dormitory, snapped back to reality. The first work-study student of the year had arrived. According to the traditional customs of the 7th dormitory, every new work-study student must undergo a trial by initiation. This was manageable with boys, but when it came to girls, the question of whether to hold back was a dilemma. A younger companion nudged him, urging, "Boss, why are you hesitating? Show her who's in charge." Other children behind him poked him repeatedly, signaling that he must not disrupt the dormitory's rules. With no other choice, Wang Xing gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He towered over Xiong Miao, looming above her. "I am Wang Xing, with the martial spirit of a battle tiger. I aspire to be a formidable spirit master and the leader here." "Xiong Miao, what is your martial spirit?" "Oh, my martial spirit is this bear-themed outfit I'm wearing." "What on earth? Such a martial spirit exists." Wang Xing continued, "Xiong Miao, I am the boss here. And you must listen to me from now on, understood?" Xiong Miao smiled, set down the package and school uniform in her hands, and said, "Come on, are you ready?" Wang Xing, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Xiong Miao remarked, "The customs of our 7th dormitory dictate that every newcomer must face certain challenges. In the spirit of unity, I too am not exempt in your eyes. So, are you prepared?" Xiong Miao would not emulate the character Tang San from the original work, who unexpectedly launches a surprise attack on an unsuspecting child. If a young one speaks a few words to you, is it not more honorable to confront them directly? After all, it is not as if one cannot prevail. It is rather dishonorable to ambush a child when they are distracted. The 3 months of rigorous physical training were not in vain, and the complete military boxing techniques learned during university training have not been forgotten. Having also practiced with a fu, it is exceedingly simple to handle a mere child. In mere moments, Xiong Miao skillfully executed 3 precise movements, bringing Wang Xing to the ground. The enormous paw of the bear pressed down on Wang Xing's head as it inquired, "Is it done?" "Yes, it is done." "It is done." Wang Xing pleaded for mercy, feeling helpless and immobilized beneath the weight, desperately begging for release. Xiong Miao then released him, picking up her package and locating a relatively clean empty bed. The onlookers gazed at her with a look of bewilderment. How had she so effortlessly taken down Wang Xing? This year's work-study student was indeed formidable. "Sister Xiong Miao, were you using a soul technique just now?" Wang Xing inquired tentatively. "Sister? It seems I am younger than you." She replied, "In truth, I could be your father. Having traversed worlds, I possess the memories, knowledge, and worldview from my previous life. In this new world, with this new life, you appear as a mere child in my eyes." Wang Xing scratched his head and said, "It feels odd to call a girl big sister. Perhaps I should just call you sister instead." "Very well," Xiong Miao agreed. "However, what I employed earlier was not a soul technique, but a simple combat skill. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. No, no, once we acquire our soul rings, such combat skills will become unnecessary. Xiang Miao chuckled. Acknowledging the significance of soul rings, however, relying solely on their abilities in combat is insufficient. The presence or absence of these rings is not a trivial matter. Whenever you wish to learn in the future, you are welcome to seek my guidance. By the way, may I inquire about something? Are you familiar with Tang San? Tang San? Wang Xin shook his head. I do not know him. Who is this Tang San? Xiong Miao Jie. How old are you this year? 11. At 11. You do not know Tang San? He has yet to arrive, if he has not shown up these past few days. He is likely still in Holy Soul Village with his father, Tang De Chue. He will come after the Martial Soul Awakening next year. Tang San is a friend of mine, and if you encounter him, I advise you to avoid provoking him, lest you be met with dire consequences. Chapter 7 Wang Xing. A student only slightly older than Xiong Miao observed, Xiong Miao Jie, did you forget to bring bedding? The work-study students, whose tuition is waived, receive only uniforms for free and must provide everything else themselves. Most of these work-study students come from humble backgrounds and are often more sensible than their noble counterparts. Several resourceful students promptly offered their bedding. Xiong Miao Jie, please use my mattress. I can manage with just half of my quilt. Xiong Miao Jie. You can have my quilt. I can make do with the mattress. Xiong Miao glanced at the bedding of the work-study students. Although it could not be deemed excessively filthy, it was mostly tattered and bore a distinct odor unique to them. After being reborn as a girl, she became particularly attentive to cleanliness and tidiness. Thus, the bedding before her was indeed unsuitable for use. Moreover, she did not require a quilt. A simple mat, akin to a mattress, along with a pillow, sufficed. The inherent characteristics of her martial soul, the bear ensemble, completely supplanted the need for a blanket, rendering its existence superfluous. Xiong Miao waved her hand, saying, No. Thank you. I will find a way myself. The boys glanced at their own blankets, readily aware that their bedding was deemed unsatisfactory. After all, she was a girl, and they ought to provide her with something new. Xiong Miao carefully examined the condition of the dormitory, which was exceptionally poor, including the restroom, likely left unclean during the holiday break. Sister Xiong Miao, what are you looking at? Xiong Miao stood up. So now I am the head of the 7th dormitory? Am I? The former head, Wang Xing, believed that the new head should assign tasks. Yes, Sister Xiong Miao, do you have any instructions for us? Xiong Miao inquired. How long has it been since the dormitory was last cleaned? Upon hearing this, the children immediately recognized the trust placed in their dormitory leader regarding the unsatisfactory state of cleanliness. Without further prompting, they commenced a thorough cleaning of their living quarters, displaying an unusual level of diligence that contrasted with their typical lackadaisical approach. Observing the industriousness of the children, Xiong Miao couldn't help but smile, surprised that she would one day return to a life of deep cleaning. The commotion in the dormitory caught the attention of teacher Mo Hen, who approached to investigate. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the work-study students engaged in their cleaning endeavor. Although the academy did not have a formal practice of deep cleaning, maintaining basic hygiene was imperative. Thus, such an extensive cleaning was quite unprecedented. Wang Xing, what are you all doing? Upon hearing teacher Mo Hen call his name, Wang Xing hurried over. Teacher Mo, we are doing a thorough cleaning. A thorough cleaning? Yes. Then you must be quick. We shouldn't waste too much water. Yes, teacher. We understand. Teacher Mo Hen soon noticed Xiong Miao's presence. Ah, the new work-study student, Xiong Miao, is it? Step forward, please. From the moment Xiong Miao entered the academy, her distinctive bear fur was quickly recognized by all the instructors. Xiong Miao approached, and teacher Mo remarked, Xiong Miao, you are the work-study student for this year's 1st grade. If no other work-study students arrive today, you will be responsible for the cleaning of the garden on the southern side of the playground. You will earn 15 copper soul coins daily. Remember to clean every day, particularly ensuring that all debris is thoroughly removed. Otherwise, your wages will be deducted. Should there be any signs of negligence, the academy reserves the right to expel you. Do you understand? Isn't this what Tang San and Xiao Wu did together in the original story? Here I am alone, and if no other work-study students come today, I am left to handle it all by myself. How frustrating. And you are pocketing an extra 5 copper soul coins, unable to find an alternative. Xiong Miao nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Hen continued. Tomorrow marks the opening ceremony, and classes will commence the day after. First-year students will attend their lessons in classroom 1 on the ground floor of the teaching building. Just ensure you arrive punctually for your classes, and from that day onward, you may resume your regular duties. I will conduct random inspections. Now, you may continue tidying up the dormitory with the others. After Mo Hen departed, Wang Xing turned to Xiong Miao and reassured her. Don't worry, Xiong Miao, we will assist you with the cleaning. The willingness of others to lend a hand brought her considerable relief. Xiong Miao inquired, isn't the dorm leader supposed to do nothing at all? Wang Xing replied with a serious demeanor, that is the rule. The one with the strongest fist is the leader, and the leader naturally does not have to work. However, being the leader entails shouldering responsibilities. As he spoke, he rolled up the sleeves of his uniform, revealing several bruises, 7 or 8 in total, adorned on his arms. Where did these come from? He continued. These were inflicted yesterday when I first arrived at the academy by students from other dormitories. We, the work-study students, hail from impoverished backgrounds, and the students from other dorms often bully those of us from the 7th dormitory. As the dorm leader, I must stand up for my brothers. So, you relinquish the position of leader to me? Xiang Miao questioned. Thus, from now on, will the beatings be my responsibility? Upon hearing this, Wang Xing firmly asserted, No, Xiang Miao, you will not have to endure such beatings. I, Wang Xing, shall take the hits for the leader. Xiang Miao chuckled lightly. There's no need to take it so seriously. I easily took you down, let alone the other members of the dormitory. Rest assured, they are not strong enough to withstand my strength. By the way, as long as you learn a bit of my combat techniques, even a simplified version, I guarantee that those who previously struck you will stand no chance against you. Wang Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? Then why did I let you take me down? This time, Xiang Miao's movements were deliberate and slow. As the world spun around him, Wang Xing had no time to mount a counterattack and found himself on the ground. Do you understand? The strength derived from soul power is not to be underestimated. Xiang Miao helped him to his feet. Wang Xing recalled the movements and techniques from earlier. Gesturing as he said, It seems I have grasped it. Xiang Miao gently patted Wang Xing's shoulder and remarked, With more practice, you'll master it. For now, continue with the cleaning. In Xiang Miao's eyes, Wang Xing was truly a commendable child. Before her arrival, he had managed to unite a group of work-study students, displaying remarkable responsibility by standing up for his peers and enduring injuries on their behalf. It was rare to find such an exceptional individual. Regrettably, in the original narrative, he was merely a trivial supporting character. If circumstances permitted, she would gladly mentor him. The other students gazed at Xiang Miao, their faces illuminated with a glimmer of hope, believing that with Sister Xiang Miao around, the members of other dormitories would dare not bully them. Once the cleaning was completed, Wang Xing and his companions took turns explaining their martial soul conditions and the academy situation. The academy's schedule consisted of classes in the morning and self-training in the afternoon, typically comprising 2 lessons in the morning, one focusing on cultural knowledge and the other on martial soul knowledge. As work-study students, they were required to fulfill assigned tasks in the afternoon to earn money for their meals. In terms of martial souls, the most outstanding among them was the former dorm leader, Wang Xing, whose soul power reached the 8th level, just 2 levels shy of being eligible to participate in soul beast hunts upon graduation, thereby obtaining soul rings to enhance his title. Sister Xiang Miao, how about you? During our match, you took me down in an instant. What is your soul power? 6th level, she replied. Wang Xing remained silent. In a scenario where none possessed soul rings, soul power played a decisive role. Whether Sister Xiang Miao had incapacitated him with a particular combat technique or allowed him to unleash his full strength first was irrelevant. Sometimes, the immense strength derived from soul power proved futile. After elaborating on their conflicts with others, Wang Xing raised his hand and said, Sister Xiang Miao, it's time for lunch. Shall we go together? All right, let's go together. Today, we welcome our new dorm leader, and we should all enjoy a delicious meal. The group, now 10 strong including Xiang Miao, made their way to the dining hall. This journey reminded Xiang Miao of her elementary school days, when she occasionally had to endure the bland, tasteless cafeteria food. As they walked, numerous eyes turned toward Xiang Miao with peculiar gazes. Wang Xing and the others noticed this as well, wearing smiles but remaining silent. The attire of the new dorm leader was indeed eye-catching. Haha, the center of attention. Just then, they encountered the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, famously dubbed the clown by others, known for his expertise in martial soul theory. Chapter 8. A minor fracas in the dining hall. Xiang Miao noticed Yu Xiaojiang, yet remained unaware that the middle-aged man before her was indeed Yu Xiaojiang. Similarly, Yu Xiaojiang took note of the peculiar new student, Xiang Miao, but did not dwell on it. Just another freshman with an unconventional appearance, he thought, and proceeded straight into the cafeteria. Wang Xing inquired of Xiang Miao, Sister Xiang Miao, Do you know the master? Xiang Miao remarked nonchalantly, I do not know him personally. I have merely heard of him. I did not expect to encounter him here. Wang Xing retorted with irritation, A master of his ilk is someone I have never encountered. He has lingered in the academy for many years, scarcely teaching students or engaging in any work. It is said that he remains in the academy solely due to his favorable relationship with the dean. To put it bluntly, he is merely a freeloader. What kind of soul master behaves in such a manner? In the eyes of Wang Sheng and others, as well as the broader academy community, the master was perceived as a shameless soul master, idly indulging in the academy's offerings while neglecting his responsibilities to instruct students, always approaching his duties with a lackadaisical attitude. Xiang Miao nodded, remarking that he truly was a man of considerable audacity. Wang Sheng continued, sharing that he had also heard that the master, nearing 50, had yet to transcend the realm of the great soul master, possessing only a soul power of 29. It seemed unlikely that he would ever achieve further breakthroughs in his lifetime. Provided that no unforeseen issues arose, it appeared that Yu Xiaojiang, lacking the 9-grade spirit herb bestowed upon Tang San by the Eye of Ice and Fire, would remain at level 29 for the duration of his existence. Furthermore, his attainment of the divine examination merely required a basic yellow level assessment. It all hinged on his fortune. As they entered the dining hall, an incongruous voice echoed through the air. Was that not Wang Xing and his band of misers? Xiang Miao turned her gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld a group of upperclassmen standing on the staircase between the first and second floors, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. Among them was a male student, roughly the same age as Wang Sheng, whose eyes gleamed with disdain as he pointed a finger at Wang Sheng, deriding him as a pauper who would likely never ascend to the second floor for meals. As the newly appointed head of Dormitory 7, Xiang Miao felt compelled to defend the working students. Such words are unkind, she interjected. Wang Sheng possesses a soul power of level 8. With just 2 more levels, he can acquire a soul ring and become a soul master. Once he attains that status, he will be eligible for the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, and then he too shall ascend to the second floor. The exchanges among children can often be so straightforward. Initially, he had presumed Xiang Miao was merely an ordinary newcomer, but upon witnessing her advocacy for Wang Xing and his peers, it became evident that she too was a working student. Xiang Miao confessed, "Indeed, I am the new intern, and I am also their new leader." Upon closer inspection, she appeared to be an exceptionally beautiful young girl, and the bear costume she wore did not resemble that of a mere intern at all. Ha ha ha, Wang Sheng. How could you all resort to having a newcomer little girl take on the role of your leader to shield you from punishment? Not only are you miserly, but you're also a cowardly, ineffectual bunch. While it is true they are impoverished, how can a boy tolerate being labeled a coward and a useless person? Wang Xing promptly retorted, "Xiaoqinyu, we are neither cowards nor useless. If Sister Xiang Miao can defeat me, it is only natural for her to be our leader. If she truly cannot prevail against you, we will gladly take the punishment on her behalf." The other boys from the 7th dormitory echoed in agreement. Yes, we will take the punishment for Sister Xiang Miao. A boy must protect a girl, while they may not be able to best her in combat. They are resolute in their duty to safeguard her. Xiang Miao was deeply touched by their actions. It became evident that being a girl often invites the protective instincts of boys. Alas, she found herself in no need of such protection. How about this? You can be my little girlfriend, and each month, I shall treat you and your fellow work-study students to a sumptuous meal on the second floor. It is often said that children in Douluo Continent mature at a tender age, desiring companionship so early in life. You, Wang Sheng, and the others were seething with anger. How dare you wish for our Xiang Miao to be your girlfriend? You must be joking. Xiao Qinyu and his group were even more enraged. How dare you insult us? It appears you are truly seeking a confrontation. Come on, let us step outside for a rematch. This time, I shall not be defeated. Xiang Miao chuckled and shook her head. Perhaps they were unaware of the concept of provocation. Children, by nature, are prone to impulsiveness. Within the hallowed halls of Nodding Academy, in the absence of teachers, the contests among students are not merely competitions. They are referred to as duels. Xiang Miao suggested pausing their competition. There is no rush for the contest. Let us first have a meal. We can resume the match afterward. Xiao Qinyu chuckled. What is the matter, new intern leader? Are you afraid to compete? Xiang Miao chuckled. How could that be? We're quite famished at the moment, without any energy. How can we possibly compete? Xiao Qinyu replied, I haven't eaten either. How about this? If you can defeat me, I shall treat you and your fellow work-study students to a meal on the second floor. What do you say? Xiang Miao maintained a smile and retorted, what if I lose? If you lose, you must become my girlfriend, and your little brother can still enjoy a meal on the second floor, Xiao Qinyu replied, exuding confidence as he looked at Xiang Miao, as if he were certain of victory. After all, a newly appointed leader, not much more formidable than Wang Sheng, was unlikely to pose a significant challenge. All right, I accept the challenge. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the others grew anxious, hastily advising their new leader, Sister Xiang Miao. Perhaps you should reconsider. You cannot defeat him, and we will not go to the second floor for meals. What? Are you afraid I might not win? It's not that. Xiao Qinyu is already a level 9.5 soul master, just half a level away from becoming a true soul master. The bear cat gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right, there's no need to be afraid. Do not forget how effortlessly I brought you down. Xiao Qinyu is only slightly stronger than you. Not enough to pose a challenge for me. However, Wang Sheng and the others remained unconvinced, but Xiang Miao turned to Xiao Qinyu for confirmation. Are you certain you won't deceive me and then be unable to bear the loss? Xiao Qinyu burst into laughter, unable to bear the loss. As the leader, how could I ever be in such a position? Having attained the status of the top student, Xiao Qinyu was not rash. On the contrary, he was quite astute, believing that a 6-year-old girl could hardly compete with him at 11. Although she might have some skill against Wang Sheng, her prowess could only extend so far. The rivalry between Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu had been ongoing for some time, with minor skirmishes occurring every few days. Today, a dispute had arisen in the cafeteria, and it seemed inevitable that a contest would ensue. Here was the newly appointed leader of the work-study students facing the son of the Lord of Nodding City, one a mere 6-year-old in the 1st grade. The other an 11-year-old in the 5th grade, referred to as Xiao Laodao by all the students. The disparity in their strengths was glaring. The onlookers in the cafeteria made no move to intervene, and Yu Xiaojiang was also aware of the impending match. How could a 6-year-old possibly compete against an 11-year-old? Yu Xiaojiang knew of Xiao Qinyu's aspirations to advance as a soul master. To defeat him, The 6-year-old girl would need to possess innate full soul power. Consider this. A girl who can ascertain the soul power of her peers and still exudes confidence in her ability to win. Could she not be endowed with innate full soul power? Her martial spirit must indeed be extraordinarily formidable. Could it be that I, Yu Xiaojing, have finally encountered a genius to validate my theories? With her presence, my theories shall be substantiated. It appeared they were about to engage in a contest. As her teacher, and the one who seeks to validate my theories, I must assist her. I cannot allow my student to be bullied. She cannot simply become someone else's girlfriend without cause. She is destined to be a powerful figure of the future. I must protect her. Child, wait for me. Your teacher is coming to your rescue. Master Yu Xiaojing abruptly rose from his seat. Stop this. Chapter 9. The master treats school bullying exists in every world, and more often than not. Schools take little notice unless matters spiral out of control. Nodding Academy is akin to an elementary school from a past life. The circumstances in a middle-level Soul Master Academy are yet to be imagined. Additionally, one wonders just how severe the bickering between children can become. Previously, before Xiong Miao's arrival, such conflicts would typically escalate. Today being the first day of school, many students were inclined to show the academy some respect, yet contests between students remained unavoidable. With the Master's commanding shout, the aura of the 29th level Great Soul Master enveloped the cafeteria, instantly suppressing the students. The absence of rank pressure was eclipsed by the presence of rank pressure. To the children, the difference between a 29th level Great Soul Master and themselves was as vast as that between a child and an adult. Master, the students respectfully called out. Astonished that he would intervene, such an occurrence was unprecedented. While adults might regard the master as a joke, to the children, he represented a formidable Great Soul Master. Except for a few students, including Xiong Miao and Xiao Qinyu, the others were in awe. Xiao Qinyu, are you causing trouble again? It is only the first day of school, and already you bully the new students. Xiao Qinyu cast a dismissive glance at the master. As the son of the city lord, he was well aware of Yu Xiaojing's reputation as a figure of ridicule, yet this joke held significant sway within the academy. Master, I am not bullying the new student. I am merely offering them assistance. A brief sparring session is all, regardless of the outcome. They will be allowed to dine on the second floor. How can this be seen as bullying? Indeed, regardless of the outcome, Xiao Qinyu would invite the work-study students to dine on the second floor. Furthermore, Xiong Miao was merely a work-study student. Becoming the young girlfriend of the city lord's son was hardly a disadvantage, was it? Master Yu Xiaojing scoffed. A sparring match should only occur under conditions of equal strength. How embarrassing for a 5th grader to challenge a new student. Xiao Qinyu retorted. Xiong Miao's rise to become the new leader of their dormitory indicates her strength is comparable to mine. Why should we not spar? Today marked the first day of school. I do not wish for such matters to transpire. If you wish to spar, it can wait for a while, otherwise, the dean will have to speak with the city lord. Xiao Qinyu fell silent, for within Nodding City and Nodding Academy, he could act with impunity, only restrained by his father and the dean, who had ties to this so-called joke. We're going to the second floor to eat. With that, Xiao Qinyu led his entourage upstairs. Yu Xiaojing turned to admonish Wang Sheng and his peers. Wang Sheng, you boys are utterly disgraceful, allowing a girl to stand up for you. I am genuinely embarrassed for you. Wang Sheng and his companions lowered their heads in silence. To some extent, the master was correct, and even if he were wrong, he would still be right. As the master was about to speak to Xiong Miao, she preemptively interjected, Master, how can you assume I cannot defeat Xiao Qinyu? If I win, we can enjoy a complimentary meal on the second floor. As the leader of the work-study students, this is my duty. Uncertain of why Yu Xiaojing chose to assist her, Wang Sheng and the others had mentioned that he typically refrained from intervening. Why was he doing so today? The master smiled, remarking, the children of the impoverished often mature quickly. A girl can also hold her own. Child, you are correct. But you must also consider your opponent's strength. Thank you, Master, but I can defeat him. I have already bested Wang Sheng. The master replied. Even if you can best Wang Sheng, there remains a significant gap between you and Xiao Qinyu. I believe your fellow work-study students will hold back. Wang Sheng will accommodate you, but Xiao Qinyu will not. Xiong Miao continued. Whether I have fought or not, I am uncertain, yet I firmly believe I can defeat him. Even if I were to lose, it would not matter. The master gently replied to Xiong Miao. I can comprehend your desire for them to experience the delights of the second floor. But one must not wager one's own future as a stake. Xiong Miao grew increasingly resolute. How could I sacrifice my future? I am certain I can defeat him and treat Wang Sheng and the others to a meal from the second floor. The master chuckled. For a child is indeed a child, steadfast in their convictions despite repeated reassurances. Very well, if that is the case. Allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal from the second floor. Would that be agreeable? But wouldn't tea that require a considerable expense? Not at all. A single meal one tea cost much, and besides, my words hold some weight within the academy. The master grasped Xiong Miao's paw, his smile somewhat disingenuous, and said, Let us ascend, and you all shall join us. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the others were overjoyed. For for they had thought that dining on the second floor would only become a reality the day they truly became soul masters. Little did they expect that today, without needing to fight, the master would take them to enjoy a meal their due to Xiong Miao's forthcoming victory over Xiao Qinyu. Long live Sister Bear Cat. Long live the master. If Xiong Miao were aware of the master's intentions, then her earlier rhetoric was merely a means to coax him into willingly escorting them upstairs for a meal. With Xiao Qinyu being dismissed by you, it falls upon you to take his place. Xiong Miao recalled that in the original work, the only person who could be so kind to a child was Tang San. Tang San possessed extraordinary innate soul power and dual martial souls, making him exceptionally gifted and intelligent. It was only natural that he would receive such attention. But what about her? What was it about her that caught Yu Xiaozhang's eye? Xiong Miao was perplexed, but ultimately resigned, as their objective had been achieved. Yu Xiaozhang led them to the second floor, capturing the attention of all once more. How could this master bring along Wang Sheng and his impoverished companions? Did he not consider the exclusivity of the second floor? Could they truly afford to dine here? It was likely that the master was treating them. Or perhaps the woman he accompanied was his illegitimate daughter, which would explain Wang Sheng's presence at the meal. It seemed that this master, accustomed to free meals, had no qualms about bringing a group of destitute individuals along today. He truly had no sense of shame. I had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Though their voices were not loud, Xiong Miao and the others did not entirely miss the conversation as they followed the master directly to the food counter. They could request whatever they wished to eat. The cafeteria lady replied, "That's fine, but it will cost extra. I will explain to the dean. You may serve them." Despite her reluctance, the cafeteria lady knew better than to offend a great soul master, especially since the dean was his friend. "Order whatever you like. Do not hold back." The master said kindly to Xiong Miao, "I might eat a bit more than usual." "That's perfectly fine. Eat as much as you desire." How much could a small girl's appetite truly be? Perhaps just a couple of bowls more than a typical girl. Then I shall not hold back. Since she began her training with a fu, her appetite had increased significantly to offset the immense energy expenditure from her daily workouts. Even if she paused her training, her appetite would remain unchanged. Thus, she commenced her performance. Chapter 10. The Master Made a Mistake. Xiong Miao prepared an abundant platter of food, nearly enough to feed 3 adults, yet it was presented before a 6-year-old little girl, resulting in a striking contrast. Almost everyone exclaimed in unison, "What a glutton!" With a quantity meant for 3 adults consumed by a mere 6-year-old, how could she be anything but a glutton? The gazes of those around her were entirely disregarded by Xiong Miao, as the initial serving was hardly sufficient for her appetite. She swiftly polished off the first helping with remarkable speed. The bear cat gazed at the master, apologetically expressing, "I'm sorry, but I am still hungry. May I please have another serving?" Her sparkling eyes, coupled with an utterly adorable lowly voice, rendered it impossible for anyone to refuse her request. The master cleared his throat forcefully. "If you can still eat, then of course you may." Consequently, the bear cat ordered the same portion once more, eliciting exasperated glances from those around her, who deemed her an insatiable glutton. Wang Sheng observed and mused that a single serving for the bear cat was sufficient for him, considering she was merely a child from the countryside, where hearty appetites were commonplace. The rate at which she devoured the second serving was no less rapid than the first, and she still yearned for more. The master, incredulous yet accommodating, permitted her to indulge in a third helping. Upon finishing the third, she requested yet another. The master sighed. "Go ahead." The 4th serving followed suit, then the 5th. The master fell into contemplation, pondering how someone could consume so much. It must be a consequence of her martial spirit. A 6-year-old child, no matter how voracious, could not possibly consume 5 servings without repercussions. Her martial spirit, belonging to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, was of the dragon type, yet her appetite seemed insatiable. Could it be that her martial spirit was the legendary gluttonous beast? If that were the case, it would be a tremendous boon for him, for that would signify a superlative martial spirit of lore. Not only the master, but the others too ceased their meals, their attention fixated upon her. Was she truly human? From what he understood, her martial spirit was likely some formidable beast type, greatly influencing her. As soul masters, consuming more than the average person was entirely normal. Yet, her 5 colossal servings and still wanting more suggested an extraordinary martial spirit. What kind of martial spirit could it be? Perhaps it was an anomalous variant. Could a variant martial spirit possess such an insatiable appetite? More gazes were directed towards her bear-like belly, scrutinizing whether it appeared distended. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if there was little discernible difference, regardless of her consumption. Xiao Qinyu suddenly felt a pang of relief, pondering whether he could sustain a girlfriend with such an immense appetite if she turned out to be a super glutton. Would he be able to maintain his dignity while she strutted through Nodding City, a veritable giant of a girlfriend? The prospect of the upcoming competition daunted him, as his funds scarcely sufficed for her voracious appetite. Most of the food consisted of ordinary animals, with only a smattering sourced from soul beasts. The energy contained in the meat from soul beasts was substantial, perhaps solely consuming that could satiate the demands of her martial spirit. However, due to restrictions on hunting soul beasts, The meat served was exceedingly scarce, particularly in a rudimentary institution like Notting Academy. After consuming her 9th portion, the bear cat finally ceased her indulgence, patting her belly in satisfaction and murmuring that she was full. One might wonder where all that food has disappeared to. After all, it was a terrifying quantity meant for 3 people. Despite her hearty feast, her belly did not seem significantly enlarged, which was indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, the master was certain that the bear cat's martial soul was likely that of a glutton, and speculated that the spirit hall, which aided her in awakening her martial soul, must have misjudged her potential, allowing her to be discovered by chance. Gazing at the bear cat with a smile, she remarked, "You have finally had your fill." The bear cat expressed her gratitude for the master's hospitality. When someone is willing to treat, most will unapologetically eat to their heart's content. As a gesture of profound appreciation for the host, Wang Sheng and the others had finished their meals early, eagerly awaiting the bear cat. Grateful for the opportunity to savor the delectable dishes from the 2nd floor, all thanks to their sister bear cat. Although she had consumed a great deal, it seemed she would not have to pay a dime. After finishing, they decided to take a stroll to aid digestion. Indeed, it is said that 100 steps after a meal can lead to a long life. In the Douluo Continent, reaching the age of 99 is a feat reserved for spirit masters, while the lifespan of an ordinary person typically ranges from 60 to 80 years. Upon exiting the dining hall, the master instructed Wang Sheng and the others to return, as he had matters to discuss with the bear cat. Wang Sheng, observing the master, suddenly felt he did not appear to be a benevolent figure. Thus, he resolved to follow the bear cat discreetly, believing that a boy should protect a girl. His elders had often said that no one shows concern without reason. He had been oblivious to this truth before, but now he understood. After walking for a while, the master spoke. "Your name is Bear Cat, am I correct?" Xiong Miao nodded and said, "Master, my name is Xiong Miao." "So, master, what questions do you wish to inquire about and discuss with me? I have just arrived and know nothing." The master smiled gently and replied, "It matters not. I have sought you out merely to pose a few questions. Is your martial soul not an exceptionally unique one? A beast martial soul that transforms into a weapon martial soul and cannot be retracted under ordinary circumstances. Could that not be deemed remarkable? The master, indeed worthy of the title, is perceptive enough to discern such nuances, indicating that he possesses considerable skill." Xiong Miao suppressed his nausea, exclaiming, "Indeed, master, how did you know? You are truly remarkable." The compliment from the recognized student filled his long lonely heart with immense satisfaction. Who was he? He was the esteemed master Yu Shaojiang, the foremost authority on martial soul theory. Could he not discern the uniqueness of martial souls? It seemed my guess was not amiss. Yu Shaojiang remarked, "From the moment you asserted that you could defeat Xiao Qinyu, I am convinced that your martial soul is undoubtedly an extraordinary one. Is that all? What does that even mean?" Xiong Miao thought, "If you knew that my martial soul is the fiery bear suit I wear, wouldn't that be a slap in the face?" The master gazed into Xiong Miao's astonished eyes, a smile returning to his face. "Regardless, I believe your martial soul belongs to a variant category. All right, I concede. You were correct this time. Moreover, it is of an exceptionally powerful nature, even if it is not an innate full soul power. The inherent soul power bestowed by such a martial soul must be at least at level 8. Soul power and strength are proportional. Thus, your ability to triumph over Wang Sheng is telling. The fact that Xiao Qinyu, possessing a soul power of 9.5, still believes he can defeat him suggests that your innate soul power begins at level 9, and it is quite possible that it is indeed a full innate soul power. Wow, you are incredible. You can deduce all of this. Now, tell me, what is your martial soul? Release it so I can see." Xiong Miao exhaled deeply and smiled, saying, "Master, I fear I may disappoint you. My martial soul is this bear suit I wear, and my innate soul power is merely rank 1. "What?" The master was taken aback, exclaiming, "This cannot be. How could your martial soul be this outfit?" The master was utterly incredulous. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if the martial soul were this bear hide, innate soul power cannot be rank 1. A martial soul consistently manifests without consuming soul power. It is fully evident in ordinary individuals devoid of soul power, and even among a few soul masters. It is apparent that their innate soul power is at least higher than that. You cannot possibly possess rank 1. "But my innate soul power is indeed rank 1. Xiong Miao insisted. "The certificate from the Martial Soul Hall states so. If you doubt it, you may verify it yourself." "Then how did you become the new leader of the work-study students? How can you be so confident that you can defeat Xiao Qinyu? Rank 1 and rank 8 are not on the same level." The master's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Is it truly so difficult to defeat them?" Chapter 11. The master's theory who has deceived you? Believe it or not, I am now the new leader of the work-study students, with a martial soul that is this bear suit and innate soul power of rank 1. Xiong Miao exhibited an unmistakable dissatisfaction. "Had you not intervened before the meal, you would have witnessed that scoundrel, Xiao Qinyu, brought to his knees by me, and you would no longer doubt my veracity." The master found himself at a loss for words. Had he not intervened, he would have been able to witness the true prowess of Xiong Miao. Yet, he was concerned for her well-being. After all, how could a 6-year-old girl possibly contend with a boy of 11 or 12? The innate soul power she possessed was that of a frail little girl, making it utterly implausible for her to wield strength so vastly different from that of her male counterparts. Is your martial soul truly this ensemble you adorn? The master remained skeptical, for children rarely lie. He had perused records of clothing-type martial souls, and without exception, they were all deemed worthless, lacking any substantial power. In contrast, the martial souls of Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu belonged to formidable beast categories, not to mention the disparity in soul power. Could this attire-type martial soul truly rival a beast martial soul? Xiong Miao expressed her frustration. My martial soul is this bear-themed ensemble I am wearing. Master, you can verify this with the teacher at the enrollment office. Upon hearing this, the master proceeded to seek out the teacher at the new student registration office, where he indeed confirmed Xiong Miao's martial soul information. Once the master departed, Wang Sheng and the others followed closely behind. Xiong Miao, what did the master say to you? They inquired, having been too far away to overhear their conversation. Nothing of significance, she replied. He presumed my martial soul to be a formidable one and thought I possessed innate full spirit power, insisting that I become his student. I clarified that my martial soul is merely this attire, with only level 1 innate spirit power. He refused to believe me and has gone to seek proof of my martial soul from the teacher. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the others felt a sense of disdain towards the master. They knew Xiong Miao would never deceive them. And given that this master was reputed to be quite impressive, it was no wonder many teachers had labeled him a joke. They had doubted the truth of it. But it turned out to be indeed accurate. Wang Sheng and the others remarked with irritation, this master truly has issues. No wonder he mooches off others at the academy. Xiong Miao chuckled softly. One cannot speak in such a manner. You ought to express gratitude towards him. If it were not for his intervention, you would not have been able to ascend to the second floor for your meal. Not at all, someone retorted. It is clearly his meddling that caused the inconvenience. Without him, we could have easily gone up to eat ourselves. They had resolutely decided that if Xiong Miao could not contend with Xiao Qinyu, they would not ascend to dine, and they felt compelled to stand up for her. For that Xiao Qinyu was far from a commendable character. All right. Once your meal is finished, let us refrain from speaking ill of others. By the way, do you know where one might procure bedding in Notting City? Xiong Miao did not forget about the necessity of purchasing bedding. I know where it is, one of the third-year work-study students said, raising his hand. Very well, lead me there. Xiong Miao accompanied the work-study students to purchase new bedding, while Master Yu Xiaojing arrived at the new student registration office. Upon seeing the master, Director Su, with a beaming smile, greeted him. Master, what brings you here? It's a rare visit. Please, have a seat. He turned to a teacher assisting him and instructed. Fetch a cup of water for the master. The master shook his head and replied, no need. I came to find a new work-study student. I wish to see her Wuhuan certificate. Director Su, puzzled, asked, is there a work-study student this year? Are you sure? It was the master's turn to be confused. Their ISNT? How can that be? Is she deceiving me? They must have conspired to invite a glutton to embarrass me, to inflict reputational harm and drive me out of the academy. How could a 6-year-old girl possibly become the work-study leader, claiming she can defeat Xiao Qinyu? It must be a ruse. The mastermind behind this, he suspected, might be Xiao Qinyu or perhaps the dean, who had long wished for him to leave but felt too embarrassed to say so outright, resorting instead to such underhanded tactics. How cunning. Another assisting teacher reminded Director Su. There is one, the little girl in the bearskin Wuhuan from this morning. Director Su smacked his forehead, exclaiming, oh, I remember now. The one whose Wuhuan doesn't consume soul power. I thought she was just an ordinary new student. Turns out she is a work-study student. May I ask what you need her Wuhuan certificate for? She wouldn't happen to be your illegitimate daughter, would she? The master's expression darkened as he replied, no. I merely wish to see her Wuhuan certificate, may I? Director Su responded, Master, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Although you are a friend of the academy, you are not a faculty member. The master grew slightly agitated. The Wuhuan Hall certificate is a standard for admission, surely. It's not unreasonable for me to take a look. Director Su chuckled. Do not be so anxious, Master. I was merely jesting. Of course, you can see her Wuhuan certificate. However, I am curious. Why do you need it? It has been many years since you have inquired about a student in such a manner. The master slowly explained. Her Wuhuan appears rather unique. I need to see her certificate to ascertain its specifics. Very well, Director Su said, retrieving the certificate of Xiong Miao from this year's batch. The master accepted it with gratitude. Upon inspecting Xiong Miao's Wuhuan certificate, he confirmed that it was accurate. Her Wuhuan was indeed the bear set. With innate soul power at level 1. He realized he had been mistaken. How about that, Master? Does it meet your expectations? The director inquired as the master turned to leave. As he departed, mocking comments erupted from the new student registration office. Surely the master doesn't intend to take on a disciple? To validate his absurd theory? A waste Wuhuan with only level 1 soul power, what could it possibly prove? While no one had proven his theory correct, neither had anyone disproven it. He needed a student to assist in his validation. Indeed, He was a renowned figure in the realm of soul masters. However, there were murmurs that he was more akin to a notorious jester, merely a laughingstock. Many theories are recorded, yet they are mere compilations of commonly accepted knowledge. Aside from a few insights of his own, how many are truly original? The major forces of the continent are well aware. They simply choose to ignore him, allowing him to bask in the title of master. As Yu Xiaojiang made his way back, he pondered the peculiarity of the situation. If this were not a scheme against him, how could she defeat Wang Sheng and others without a formidable Wuhuan? A level 1 equipment Wuhuan could not possibly account for such prowess. Moreover, her appetite was far beyond that of a normal child. It was utterly unreasonable. No ordinary little girl could consume such quantities. Her Wuhuan, the bear said. Being an equipment Wuhuan should not significantly impact her strength. Could it be that she possesses twin Wuhuans? Yes, that must be it. The second Wuhuan could be extraordinarily powerful, perhaps still in the process of awakening, influencing her abilities to a certain extent. Such reasoning is not unfounded. History has shown instances where a second awakening leads to the full realization of a powerful Wuhuan. Xiong Miao's situation could very well mirror this. Her first Wuhuan may seem weak, yet once the second fully awakens, her strength could be immense, with innate full soul power presenting no issue. This theory holds merit. Those with twin Wuhuans often awaken the weaker one first due to the disparity in quality, while the second remains dormant due to its overwhelming strength, thus affecting the capabilities of the weaker Wuhuan. Xiong Miao is an exemplary case. Undoubtedly, according to my research on the 10 core competencies of Wuhuan, innate soul power is proportional to Wuhuan quality. Clearly, a mere equipment Wuhuan cannot suffice to harbor such formidable strength. One must remember, after all, she is a girl. Chapter 12. Encountering the most polite little rascals. The more Yu Xiaojiang analyzed, the more convinced he became of his theory. A level 1 equipment Wuhuan could not possibly possess the power to defeat the former work-study leader, Wang Sheng. It must be the result of her twin Wuhuans at play. That second Wuhuan must be immensely powerful, strong enough to remain unawakened while still providing her with extraordinary strength and appetite, yet not much soul power. How absurd. How could a mere piece of clothing account for such strength? She likely remains unaware of her second Wuhuan, mistakenly attributing her abilities to the clothing. If I engage her in conversation, I believe she will understand and agree to become my student. I could assist her in awakening her second Wuhuan, ultimately guiding her to the pinnacle of the continent, a formidable force to be reckoned with. At that point, who would dare mock me as a fool? With his thoughts solidified, Yu Xiaojiang eagerly sought out Xiong Miao, contemplating how to rectify any displeasure caused during their earlier conversation. Perhaps gifts would suffice. Girls adore beautiful dresses and trinkets. I could buy her some. If that fails, I still possess a soul-guiding device to present to her. Young girls are easily appeased. Meanwhile, Xiong Miao and Wang Sheng's group proceeded to purchase bedding. Along the way, Xiong Miao remained subject to curious glances, including some from dubious individuals. Upon entering a bedding shop run by a female proprietor, the owner was instantly charmed by Xiong Miao's appearance. Her heart melting as she grasped one of Xiong Miao's bare paws. How adorable! The fur on your outfit feels so lovely. The shop owner's demeanor enveloped Xiong Miao in a sense of comfort and warmth. The bear cat straightforwardly expressed, "Sister, I desire a complete set of bedding." The shopkeeper replied, "What a charming and polite little soul master you are. Allow me to fetch a fine set for you. It need not be overly luxurious. A reasonable price will suffice." Uncertain whether the shopkeeper heard her, the bear cat was taken aback when the shopkeeper returned, carrying a set of bedding even more exquisite than those displayed outside the shop. Xiong Miao said, "Sister shopkeeper, there is truly no need for such fine quality. Ordinary bedding will suffice." The shop owner replied, "How can that be? For such a beautiful young lady, the bedding must be of the finest quality." Xiong Miao identified herself. "I am a work-study student." The shopkeeper, pausing with the bedding in her hands, gazed at the adorably marked little bear girl, incredulous that she could be a work-study student. "Are you truly a work-study student?" she inquired. "Indeed, I am," came the reply. The shopkeeper could discern from Xiong Miao's eyes that the quality of the bedding was of little consequence. Her fellow work-study students could hardly afford such luxury. "Very well, then. Sister will fetch you another set." There was no need for Wang Sheng and the others to insist on covering the cost. After Xiong Miao paid herself, she asked them to carry it back to the academy. On their way back, Wang Sheng pondered why Xiong Miao chose not to take the exquisite bedding. After all, the shopkeeper would significantly reduce the price for her. Why opt for something so ordinary? "It's because it's too slippery. I do not like it," she explained. Xiong Miao concocted a flimsy excuse to deflect the situation, expressing concern that her overly flattering words might adversely affect them. The crux of the matter lay in how her classmates perceived her, and consequently, how they viewed the others. While she might remain indifferent, it was uncertain whether they could afford the same luxury. Discrimination between the aristocracy and the commoners inherently existed. As a leader among the working students, her actions could have repercussions. Perhaps at first, the other working students did not mind, but as time passed, issues were likely to surface. Therefore, it was best to adopt a more ordinary approach. On their way back to the academy, they encountered a trio of young men who formed a small team. standing with their legs apart and hands on their hips, gazing down at others with disdain. They blocked the path, demanding, "Halt." Faced with this group of imposing youths, Wang Xing and his companions were left bewildered by their posturing. Upon seeing them, fear flickered in their eyes, and their bodies trembled slightly. Xiang Miao cast a glance and immediately deduced the identities of the three young men before her. They were nothing more than a trio of petty thugs who had a previous acquaintance with Wang Xing, having bullied him and his companions and extorted protection fees from them. The leader of the group spoke, "Wang Xing, we finally caught up with you. It's time to pay the new protection fee for this semester." Indeed. Such characters seem to exist in every world, rendering the narrative rather unremarkable. "Kongshan Ge, here is our protection fee," Wang Sheng said as he produced the fee he had prepared in advance. Just as he was about to hand it over to Kongshan Ge, Xiong Miao intervened with a hand. Upon seeing the protection fee obstructed by a petite girl clad in bear fur, the man named Kongshan was not enraged. Instead, he seemed intrigued by Xiong Miao. "Oh my, I hadn't noticed such a lovely young lady accompanying you. Wang Sheng, it appears you've made some progress. Which young lady have you enlisted as your subordinate? I thought you all despised these sorts of people." Xiong Miao stood resolutely before Wang Sheng and his companions, calmly stating, "Since you are aware that Wang Sheng is under my protection, do you still intend to extort a protection fee from them?" The trio of Kongshan burst into laughter. "Ah, lovely lady, although they have sought your support, we would rather not press them further. However, we kindly request you to pay a few more golden soul coins for their future protection." "Golden soul coins? Why don't you go and seize them?" Upon hearing Kongshan's demand for golden soul coins, Wang Sheng and his group grew anxious. They possess none. Is this truly extortion? It is merely a transaction, a mutual agreement. Hand them over willingly, or perhaps we shall compel your master to part with their garments, which appear quite valuable. Bah, you scoundrels! Wang Sheng growled through gritted teeth, yet they knew they could not overpower the three ruffians before them. Sister Panda was not a genuine noble. How could she possibly have golden soul coins? What was their strength? Xiang Miao turned slightly and whispered, "What is their level?" "A first-ring white soul master, level 17. Wang Sheng instinctively replied. Upon learning this, he cast a scornful glance at them. "Oh, merely a first-ring white soul ring at level 17? Are your two companions of the same caliber?" Imagine the expression of someone adorable looking down upon others with disdain. Wang Xing and his group were taken aback. Was their new leader getting a bit carried away? After all, they were facing a soul master with a soul ring, while he possessed only level 6 soul power. Did he truly believe he could provoke them? Was he, perhaps, a noble lady simply experiencing life as a work-study student among them? Kongshan maintained his smile and replied, "I am indeed, while they are not, yet it suffices to deal with you. Are you not afraid of my family's retaliation? If I were afraid, I would not be engaging in such lengthy discourse with you. I do not require much, just 3 gold coins will suffice. What say you, beautiful lady? Surely this amount is trivial for you." With a light chuckle, Xiong Miao remarked, "Among the little rascals I know, you are the most courteous one. So, if you surrender all your soul coins, I shall spare you." Kongshan and his companions could not contain their laughter. Finding the noble young lady to be utterly naive, Wang Xing and the others were baffled by Xiong Miao's audacity to speak so boldly. "Dear lady, are you jesting with me? What do you think? Never mind, words are futile. Reveal your martial spirit, and let us engage in combat." Wang Xing and his companions were in a frenzy at Xiong Miao's audacious maneuver. "Sister, that is a soul master with soul rings. How dare you? Are you truly just a work-study student like us? And your soul power is merely at level 6. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my martial spirit." The young man planted his feet firmly, spreading them apart. With his left hand on his hip and his right hand pointed skyward, he shouted, "Come forth, alpaca." To their astonishment, a diminutive illusion of an alpaca materialized behind Kongshan, followed by a ring of white soul rings ascending from beneath his feet. Chapter 13. Who would believe a soul warrior could defeat a soul master? The revelation that his martial spirit was an alpaca made Xiong Miao burst into laughter uncontrollably. "What is so amusing?" Kongshan questioned, unable to comprehend what was humorous about his martial spirit. "It is your turn to unveil your martial spirit," Xiong Miao remarked. "You have already witnessed my martial soul. The attire you just mentioned is indeed my martial soul. Is there another such martial soul in existence?" Kongshan, with his limited exposure, might not comprehend that martial souls can be as diverse as the imagination allows. Even to the extent of embodying something as absurd as a pile of refuse, which could very well serve as a martial soul. Your experience is simply too narrow. Xiong Miao continued, "Unleash your soul skill. I am eager to ascertain the extent of your prowess." At that moment, Wang Xing and the others hurriedly intervened in front of Xiong Miao, saying, "Sister Xiong Miao, we acknowledge your formidable abilities. However, Brother Kongshan is a first-ring soul master, possessing potent soul skills. You stand no chance against him. We shall offer all our money to him instead. It would be unwise for you to sustain injuries. Step aside. Do not forget who the true leader is." With a forceful shove, Xiong Miao pushed Wang Xing and his companions aside, their feeble resistance yielding them several meters back. Kongshan summoned his martial spirit, enveloped in a shimmering white light that burst forth from his being. Amidst the flickering brilliance, tufts of alpaca fur sprouted from his head. arms, and legs, while his feet danced restlessly back and forth. Are you not going to reveal your soul rings? I am about to strike. Kang Shun mused, estimating that the petite girl before him was a prodigious talent, as children of nobility often matured at an accelerated pace. My soul power is at level 6. And I possess no soul rings. Against a mere first-ring waste who has lingered for a decade, it is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Kang Shun exclaimed in disbelief. Are the children of nobility so arrogantly self-assured nowadays? Allow me to enlighten you on the true nature of humility. Very well, behold my first soul skill, Alpaca's Rapid Kick. Pfft, what a ludicrous name for a soul skill, came the retort. Isn't the alpaca known for spitting? You can't possibly wield it. With that, Kang Shun unleashed his first soul skill, his feet rhythmically pounding the ground, sending up a cloud of white dust, infused with a fiery intensity that bore down on them. Pandora, Wang Xing and his companions gasped, their expressions suddenly tinged with panic, for Kang Shun's first soul skill was, without question, a devastating technique designed to trample opponents, inflicting considerable pain. How could a level 6 soul master, especially a young girl, withstand the initial assault from a level 17 soul master? It seemed that Pandora was destined to face injury. Xiong Miao observed as Kang Shun approached, utilizing his first soul skill with significantly increased speed. Yet, there was an unmistakable lack of formidable power emanating from him. Was this truly it? The ghost dance steps? The dance of the celestial maiden? She had anticipated a display of tremendous strength from his soul skills, only to be met with profound disappointment. Was he truly this feeble? Although the disparity between soul rings was indeed substantial, this seemed excessive. Could it be that the decade-old soul ring endowed him with such lackluster abilities, leading her to this erroneous impression? Perhaps she should seek out an individual with a century-old soul ring for comparison. For now, she resolved to deal with the current adversary. As Kang Shun prepared to unleash his first soul skill, the rapid hoof kicks, Xiong Miao leapt, delivering a swift kick from right to left that struck Kang Shun squarely in the face, propelling him through the air in a graceful parabola. The sight of Kang Shun being effortlessly sent flying altered the expressions of all present. A petite girl had effortlessly dispatched their leader? Their new leader, a level 6 soul master, had been so easily bested by a girl who had merely reached level 17? How could this be? The impossible unfolded before their eyes. And the simplicity of that kick was unmistakable. Once more, Kang Shun roared, springing up from the ground and barreling towards Xiong Miao, activating his first soul skill once again. That was merely a courtesy. Now I shall unleash my full power. With a resounding thud, he traced a second elegant arc through the air. The bear-themed attire adorning Xiong Miao did not hinder her movements in the slightest. Wang Xing mused that should Xiong Miao truly strike him during their sparring, he would likely find himself bedridden for the better part of the day. Kang Shun's two companions rushed to his side, aiding him in rising after he had fallen for the second time. Meanwhile, Wang Xing and the others erupted in cheers, astonished that their new leader had decisively overpowered a level 1 soul master, and without sustaining a single injury, thoroughly overturning their understanding of martial souls. They nearly rushed to procure a bottle of medicinal wine. How could this be possible? Equally astounded were Kang Shun and his companions. How could a soul master be bested by a mere soul practitioner? The disparity in soul power was untenable. The difference of a single soul ring represented a chasm of strength. When factoring in age and the inherent differences between genders, the notion of defeat was unfathomable. It felt as though the roles had been reversed. He was the one who should be the soul practitioner. Is your power truly only at level 6? Kang Shun could not restrain his incredulity, gazing at Xiong Miao as though she were a creature of myth. He refused to believe that the petite girl before him possessed merely level 6 soul power. She must be a prodigy who had already acquired a soul ring. The distinction between possessing a soul ring and not possessing one was a matter of profound significance, akin to the difference between a person wielding a knife and one without. Xiong Miao gently nodded and remarked, "It is not that I am particularly formidable, but rather that your soul ring is rather inadequate. Your decade-old soul ring's abilities may suffice to intimidate lesser soul masters, yet it is evident that you do not possess the same caliber as individuals like Wang Xing. I concede defeat. Since I have lost, I shall adhere to my word and return the protection fees you collected from Wang Xing and his associates." They are profoundly touched. It is not the first time that Kang Shun has levied protection fees, and the academy's instructors are generally disinclined to intervene, while the principal is seldom accessible due to their status as work-study students, forcing them to endure in silence. They had intended to reclaim their protection fees upon reaching the 10th rank and acquiring a soul ring, but unexpectedly, their new leader assisted in recovering it on the very first day. Such a touching gesture. I will indeed return the protection fees, but I currently lack the means. Could we perhaps arrange for another time? Certainly. A small rogue who understands the importance of courtesy is inherently trustworthy. Wang Xing and his companions are not in a hurry to reclaim that substantial sum, for with Sister Xiong Miao by their side, they're assured that they will not be deterred. With Sister Xiong Miao's presence, who would dare to bully us work-study students? Indeed, our Sister Xiong Miao has already defeated a soul master with a soul ring at the 6th rank. It seems that a decade-old soul ring is not particularly impressive, henceforth. My first soul ring shall be of a century's worth. The sentiment may be blunt, yet it holds truth. Such an attainment is typically reserved for the offspring of nobility. For us work-study students, possessing a decade-old soul ring as our first is already commendable. The Academy would never risk life and limb to procure one for us. Although we may lack such means, Sister Xiong Miao is certain to possess one, given her strength. The Academy will undoubtedly intervene on her behalf to secure a century-old soul ring. Indeed, Sister Xiong Miao's first soul ring will surely exceed 100 years. My own first soul ring will naturally commence at a century, yet you all must also strive diligently. I believe you will undoubtedly acquire a 100-year soul ring as your first. Yes, Sister Panda. We shall exert ourselves and strive to attain a 100-year soul ring as our first, aspiring to become formidable soul masters. Witnessing the frailty of the decade-old soul ring has caused us to reconsider its allure when we first awakened our martial souls. The dignitaries from the Spirit Hall possess decade-old soul rings, believing it to be the standard for a first soul ring. However, upon entering the Academy, we learned that the first soul ring could indeed begin at a century. Yet, as work-study students, acquiring merely a decade-old soul ring is quite an achievement. Countless individuals on the continent possess decade-old first soul rings, while only the scions of prestigious families can claim a century-old first soul ring. We have no choice in the matter, and a decade's martial soul still wields considerable potency. Today, Sister Xiong Miao declared that they must strive for their goals, emphasizing that the first spirit ring is a century-old. What merit is there in a decade-old spirit ring? The tale of a child vanquishing an adult soul master adorned with spirit rings cannot be concealed. The skirmishes along the path of a soul master inevitably attract the attention of bystanders, most of whom are commoners. Their faces painted with excitement and envy upon encountering the esteemed soul masters. Particularly striking was the petite girl from Notting Academy clad in bare fur, who, without even unleashing her spirit, defeated an adult soul master, a feat so remarkable that it might be met with disbelief were it to be recounted. The only individual who would wholeheartedly believe it is one person. Chapter 14. The challenge of elevating soul power. Upon returning to the Academy dormitory, the excitement lingered, ensnaring everyone in its fervor. A 6th-level little soul master twice sent soul masters flying, a historic feat in Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Especially considering her spirit could be deemed a discarded one. Such events ignite one's passion, urging swift personal growth. Soon, each individual rushed off to diligently practice, all sensing a breakthrough to the next level imminent. Among them, Wang Xing, possessing the highest soul power, resolved to transcend to the 10th level of soul power this semester, aspiring to become a true soul master. Given the influence of this event, it is entirely possible that Wang Xing might indeed attain the status of a genuine soul master this year, potentially becoming the first among the work-study students. This may well alter the narrative. When Tang San arrives next year, should Wang Xing acquire a century-old spirit ring, it is likely that Tang San will bear the brunt of the consequences, though this is not guaranteed, as the Tang sect's martial arts are relatively humane. Bored in the dormitory, Xiong Miao stepped outside to commence her body-tempering exercises. As she began, her spirit, the bare ensemble, could be retracted, revealing her true form, one that is delicate and easily toppled. The Academy lacks facilities for physical training, and wandering outside is not permissible. So Xiong Miao engaged in exercises on the spot, employing the same breathing technique regardless of the exercise. Throughout the afternoon, several passing students observed a petite figure repeatedly performing a singular motion, perplexed by her actions. It appeared as though she was subjecting herself to arduous physical strain, drenched in sweat. To them, Xiong Miao was merely a figure in an eye-catching outfit. They were unaware that she was the very same strikingly attired Xiong Miao. Mistaking her for an odd new student, the bear cat remains utterly indifferent to the gazes of others. They are merely a group of children. When a teacher from the academy passes by, they might cast a fleeting glance but will not pay heed to a student engaged in their own afternoon training. This afternoon's physical cultivation has once again pushed the limits of various attributes, rendering the body slightly more robust. However, the progress made this time is rather insignificant. When will one reach the pinnacle of martial prowess? It is naive to contemplate such lofty aspirations so early in the journey of physical training, especially when others possess wealth and resources that enhance their cultivation results. For someone starting out in a humble village without resources, patience is essential. At least one has the advantage of a living external aid. Many meridians have already been opened. The process of unblocking the body's meridians is not overly challenging due to youth and the body's inherent plasticity. The earlier one begins, the better it is for the body. In the unique realm of Douluo Continent, the higher the grade of the inherited and powerful martial spirit, the more various methods are employed from the moment of conception to enhance the fetus's constitution. After birth, the child is capable of running and jumping, complemented by appropriate physical training. What is lacking, however, are the medicinal herbs that fortify the foundation and enhance vitality. Does such a small town as Notting possess these? There are a few herbs on the mountain near the village, but their effectiveness is woefully inadequate. They yield only slight benefits for a child, and subsequent doses prove to be of little effect. If only one could discover superior herbs for fortifying the foundation and enhancing vitality, it would be splendid. If not, one must await the opportunity presented by the larger city of Soto. A big city is simply indispensable. This afternoon's training comes to an end here. Others, seeing this, cannot guarantee they could keep pace with such rigorous training. The teacher shakes their head in disapproval, suggesting that rather than wasting time on trivial pursuits, it would be wiser to focus on diligently cultivating soul power. which can fundamentally transform the body. It is perplexing who might have imparted such irresponsibility to her. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiong Miao observed that Wang Xing and the others had yet to conclude their training, seemingly poised for a breakthrough at any moment. Opting not to disturb them further, he turned and made his way to the bathroom, eagerly cleansing his body, which even he found enticing. Subsequently, the bear spirit armor materialized automatically, enveloping him. Truly, even a moment's delay was intolerable. With a sense of resignation, the bear exclaimed, aside from bathing, exercising, and attending to nature's call, there is no moment when I can be free from this bear costume. I am utterly helpless. If there were any further confusion, one might as well be taken out and shot. What is the use of being conspicuously adorable if one is not desired in a more intimate manner? I sincerely wish that the martial spirit could be as flexible as others, allowing for its summoning and retraction at will. Stepping out of the bathroom, Wang Xing and the others were still immersed in their training, oblivious to when their session would conclude. The training had persisted throughout the entire afternoon. Surely, a breakthrough must be imminent. Xiong Miao sat upon the bed, awaiting the unfolding of events. Before long, a surge of soul power emanated from Wang Xing. Indicating a breakthrough, he had attained level 9 soul power, just one step away from the coveted level 10. Upon achieving this milestone, Wang Xing contained his overwhelming joy. Choosing not to disturb his comrades, the timing of this breakthrough, occurring on the eve of the 5th grade school year, was unexpected, given his current prowess. It seemed likely he would achieve further advancement by the conclusion of the term, ultimately realizing his aspiration of becoming a genuine soul master. This success was largely attributable to Sister Xiong Miao, had it not been for her triumph over the persistent bully Kong Shun. He might have had to wait until the end of the 5th grade term to reach level 9. It was high time to express gratitude to Sister Xiong Miao. Shortly after Wang Xing's breakthrough, 3 other students also succeeded in ascending to their respective next levels of soul power. Although some among them did not reach the next level, they nonetheless made significant progress, and it was anticipated that they would soon achieve breakthroughs of their own. Once their training concluded, they gathered before Sister Panda, bowing deeply in unison. Thank you, Sister Xiong Miao. Xiong Miao remarked, from now on, strive diligently, especially you, Wang Xing. Aim to break through to the 10th level this semester and become a true soul master. It is often said that girls mature faster than boys. Yet this girl before us is merely 6 years old, seemingly possessing more understanding than those who have attended school. Wang Xing stood resolutely, making a gesture of promise. Trust me, I will surely reach the 10th level this semester and become a genuine soul master. Indeed, this child is teachable. At the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a semester equates to a year's duration, and it is certainly feasible to advance one level of soul power within a year. Xiong Miao currently possesses a soul power of level 6. Having ascended from the innate level 1 to level 6 through nothing less than rigorous physical training and the 5 hearts toward heaven cultivation method, along with the nourishment provided by the flesh of a century-old soul beast. Unfortunately, the Notting Academy does not offer the meat of century-old soul beasts for her consumption, making future advancements in her soul power uncertain and protracted. Should she consider taking a leave of absence to venture into the soul-hunting forest for the hunt? Lacking a Soul Master S token, entry into the privately managed soul-hunting forest is not granted to just anyone. Only those with a token issued by the Spirit Hall are permitted to hunt soul beasts. As a mere level 6 soul master, it is improbable that the Spirit Hall would issue her a token, and finding a group to accompany her is equally futile, who would be foolish enough to assist her, especially since her looks would not influence such decisions. The only recourse seems to be to sneak in, but those who attempt such clandestine entries often meet dire fates, as the Spirit Hall maintains a dedicated enforcement team within, ready to inspect tokens at any moment. They are known for their lack of leniency. And for a little girl who inadvertently wanders into the soul-hunting forest, one can only trust they would ensure her safe exit without further inquiry. Thus, this course of action appears to be her only option. Advancement from innate level 1 is inherently slow, and without the extreme training necessitated by the flesh of soul beasts, leveling up becomes quite a challenge. A hunt in the soul-hunting forest is imperative. Chapter 15. The Master returns having only just begun her studies at the Academy. Taking leave seems rather ill-advised. Perhaps it is better to postpone such thoughts for a few days. One can only hope that the opportunity for Tang San and Xiaowu to obtain their soul rings early might pique his interest, as they still have 6 years of knowledge to acquire before graduation. Following the opening ceremony, due to the unique nature of her martial spirit, she became the first student exempt from wearing the school uniform. The first lesson upon entry involved learning to recognize characters, an endeavor that posed no challenge given her intellectual prowess. She could broadly discern the meaning of the new characters, perceiving them as merely a different script, largely akin to Chinese in essence. The nuances of multiple sounds for a single character and varied meanings for a single word remained unchanged. Given a few days for self-study, she was confident she could master all the written forms in this world. It is baffling to ponder which genius devised this script. It seems unnecessarily complex when simpler alternatives would suffice for ease of writing. Having grown accustomed to simplified characters, the transition to this new script felt akin to being transported back to ancient times. Alas, is it not a form of time travel? Not to the past, but rather to a fictional realm. Whether she wishes to learn or not, mastering these new characters is an obligation, and how difficult could it truly be? Under the painfully slow pace of the instructor, Xiang Miao found herself growing weary, setting aside her previous experience with recognizing characters in her village. The variance in each student's progress was apparent. The teacher's pace was excruciatingly slow, and she wondered when they would catch up to her level. She wished for a dictionary to expedite her understanding of all the written forms in this world. To her astonishment, such a dictionary indeed existed. This so-called dictionary turned out to be a resource for swiftly recognizing characters. Although it lacked pinyin to facilitate quick comprehension, it was certainly better than nothing and quite acceptable. The academy was notably lenient towards self-studying students, particularly those from educated families, as foundational knowledge did not require formal instruction. Many succeeded in self-education. The institution itself had modest expectations regarding students' cultural knowledge. A basic understanding sufficed, as obtaining the first soul ring was the primary criterion for graduation. However, when a newly enrolled working student proposed self-study, it was difficult not to arouse suspicion. Could she possibly be a fallen noble or a member of a secluded sect? As she was one of the students with a particularly unique martial spirit, the onus was placed upon her. The dean set down his teacup and remarked with a hint of seriousness, "In that case, I shall hold certain expectations of you." It appeared that the academy indeed had specific requirements regarding cultural knowledge. Xiang Miao acquiesced to the academy's demands. The breadth of knowledge imparted by a junior soul master academy is hardly vast, and mastering it is but a fleeting endeavor. Rest assured, esteemed principal, this knowledge shall pose no challenge for me. Such audacity! I shall eagerly await to witness the extent of your learning. Your results will undoubtedly surpass your expectations, dear principal. How boastful! Such arrogance suggests a blatant disregard for the academy. Devoid of a mentor, I am curious to see how far you can truly go. Throughout the annals of Douluo's history, there have certainly been prodigies, one of whom resides in the Nodding Academy, the theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang. One a congenital level 1. The other a congenital half. They seem a splendid match, a perfect master-apprentice duo. The principal of Nodding Academy pondered whether to introduce Xiang Miao to Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps she could validate his theories, thus ensuring a legacy. Yet, why does it feel as though one is pushing another into the flames? Ah, Xiaojiang, as a friend, I truly hope you find a worthy disciple. However, Xiang Miao harbored different thoughts, while Yu Xiaojiang might be a suitable teacher. The notion of being his apprentice was utterly preposterous. Having learned so much on her own, why would she need a teacher? Consequently, her physical training and daily studies proceeded separately throughout the day. Yu Xiaojiang, while in Nodding City, caught wind of rumors regarding Xiang Miao. Learning that she had defeated an adult soul master with her own skills, further confirming his suspicions of her possessing dual martial souls. Although her martial soul, the Bear ensemble, had a tangible connection to bears, a flawed martial soul is still a flawed martial soul. The existence of a second martial soul of comparable quality does not empower her to vanquish a soul master adorned with soul rings. The only plausible explanation is that her second martial soul is extraordinarily potent, bestowing upon her immense strength, possibly rendering her first-level innate soul power inconspicuous due to the overwhelming might of her second martial soul. This must be the case. Upon learning from his friend, the principal, that Xiang Miao had begun to pursue self-study, his admiration for this astute child grew. Perhaps she is aware of her second martial soul, thus exhibiting her intelligence by opting to seek solutions independently instead of relying on a teacher. No matter how gifted a child may be, it is improbable for her to resolve the issue of her second martial soul's invisibility. There exists no other individual in the world capable of assisting her. Perhaps to her, I am merely an ordinary person, hesitant to divulge the existence of her unmanifested second martial soul. With this thought, he nodded approvingly at Xiang Miao. You are correct. Yet, under the reasoning of the foremost theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang, your second martial soul cannot remain concealed. Engrossed in her self-study, Xiang Miao had nearly forgotten the existence of the master. It was unfathomable to her that he would seek her out. Did you not already ascertain the nature of my martial soul? Why come to me again? Xiang Miao feigned dissatisfaction, diligently focusing on her literacy, while the master sat before her, observing intently, rendering her quite uncomfortable. She mused, could it be that Yu Xiaojiang harbors some peculiar inclinations? The master cleared his throat twice, producing a pot of brewed tea and pouring a cup for her. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Miao was almost provoked to the point of fury. Indeed, those scoundrels are not to be trusted. How dare they administer a drug to her? The master remarked, this tea possesses the ability to calm the mind and enhance focus, thus proving beneficial for your studies. Xiang Miao forced a smile and said, no need, I won't drink. I don't require it. The master, seeing that she was unwilling to drink, did not press her further. In response to Xiang Miao's inquiry, he stated, I am aware of the condition of your martial soul. I sought you out to address the deficiencies in your martial soul. Xiang Miao exhibited a serene demeanor. Is it a matter of my martial soul? Can I truly resolve this? She pondered. In this world, there exists no problem that cannot be solved, only martial souls that present challenges. Similarly, there are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters. Is it truly feasible to find a solution? She inquired, tugging at her bear-themed attire. I believe the only way to address my martial soul dilemma is to elevate my strength to a certain level. Master, do you concur? The master replied, indeed. The sole method currently available to resolve your martial soul issue is this, yet I am convinced there exists another approach. Oh, and what might that be? She questioned, puzzled as to why the prospect of a solution did not bring her joy. I have yet to conceive it, he admitted. TCH. Xiang Miao glanced at the master. What difference does that make if you have nothing to say? Indeed, there is a difference, the master asserted, rising to his feet. At the very least, the problem is now laid bare before us, and we can endeavor to tackle it together. With a light-hearted chuckle, Xiang Miao remarked, there's no need for that. I've grown accustomed to this attire over time, and it looks quite appealing. It feels as though it is my innate true form. The master replied, your martial spirit's true form. Indeed, my martial spirit is of a natural essence, my true martial spirit. Chapter 16, the master's analysis, the true form of a martial spirit. Beast martial spirits transform into their own spirit, while weapon martial spirits manifest their essence. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the serpent spear Douluo, who possesses dual forms. To claim that your martial spirit is of the natural true form seems rather fanciful. Only the seventh soul skill of a martial spirit can be considered as such. You, my dear, do not possess this. Wearing clothing does not equate to a true martial spirit. At most, it constitutes a mere embodiment of the martial spirit. Indeed, the thoughts of a child can be quite naive. Child, this is not a true martial spirit. The true form arises after achieving the rank of soul sage at level 70. When one possesses the seventh soul skill, that is what defines a true martial spirit. Garments associated with martial spirits, when donned, may easily be mistaken for a true martial spirit, yet they are not. The notion of embodiment is rather tenuous. The master patiently and gently elucidated this to Xiang Miao, emphasizing the importance of rectifying misconceptions. Is there truly no difference? Xiang Miao inquired, feigning ignorance. The master asked. Then tell me, what abilities does your martial spirit, the bear said, possess? For instance, does it enhance your strength? It seems it does not. Then how is it that your strength appears so formidable? A first-level innate soul power cannot sustain such might. I am unsure, even when I retract it. My strength remains unchanged. Prior to your martial spirit awakening, was your strength comparable to what it is now? The master sought to ascertain whether innate divine strength was indeed present, as such phenomena were not unheard of. Not quite. After awakening my martial spirit, my strength has indeed increased. And what of your appetite? That too has expanded post-awakening. With this, the master further confirmed that Xiang Miao undoubtedly possessed a powerful second martial spirit that had yet to reveal itself. Xiang Miao remarked, Master, why do your questions become increasingly peculiar? The master chuckled awkwardly and replied, isn't this a better way to help you with your inability to retract your martial spirit? Xiang Miao gazed at her with an expression brimming with anticipation. Master, have you devised any solutions? She recalled your words about the circumstances under which your martial soul can be retracted. If we could prolong those special conditions, perhaps your martial soul could be summoned or concealed at your discretion. Alternatively, if we consistently practice the action of retracting the martial soul, it might yield results. Need you even mention it? Before I arrived at the academy, I performed those two actions daily, yet my martial soul did not respond to my will. She continued. Despite my efforts prior to joining the academy, there was no discernible change. I can only wait until I obtain my first soul ring to see if I can freely summon or retract it. Have you already attempted this? The master's eyes sparkled with approval. To think of employing the same method to resolve your dilemma, you truly are an exceptionally clever child. The bear cat nodded and said, I have tried, and the only option is to see if obtaining the first spirit ring can bring about a change. Elevating innate spirit power from level 1 to level 10 requires a considerable amount of time. Xiang Miao proclaimed, I shall strive diligently. It won't be long before I become a true soul master. Upon hearing this, the master pondered for a moment and inquired, oh, so does that imply your soul power has already ascended several levels? Xiang Miao instinctively reacted, exclaiming in disbelief, damn. I got carried away and forgot that Yu Xiaojiang's abilities are not particularly impressive, though his intellect is certainly noteworthy. At her current soul power level, she felt no need for concealment. Did it matter? Not in the slightest. Why be afraid? Indeed, she had significantly increased her level. The master's smile grew increasingly radiant, as he recalled that the spirit hall had awakened the village's martial spirits 3 months prior. To have elevated her level several ranks within 3 months without any formal soul power cultivation method suggested that her advancement was not merely by 1 or 2 levels, but at least 3. If she were to take me as her mentor, what harm would there be in imparting the cultivation methods of the blue lightning tyrant dragon to her? In due course, her soul power would soar at an astonishing pace, ultimately positioning her among the pinnacle of the continent, surpassing the mightiest of an era. Who would dare to speak against her then, given Xiang Miao's exceptional conditions? Achieving such heights would be unprecedented. Her talent was likely comparable to that of the prodigy, known for possessing innate soul power at level 7. Even if a divine being were to inform him that Xiang Miao did not possess a dual martial spirit, he would remain steadfast in his belief, refusing to accept any assertion that contradicted the remarkable speed of her advancement, as only a second martial spirit could account for such rapid growth. The bear spirit, on the other hand, was of a lesser quality. The master, now seated properly, stated with solemnity, "Several levels indeed, if I am not mistaken. You must possess a second martial spirit." Xiong Miao was taken aback. A second martial soul? How was I unaware of the existence of a second martial soul? How did you discern this? The master smiled and continued, "Are you astonished by my knowledge of your second martial soul? The answer lies in your martial soul's testament." Xiong Miao inquired, "My martial soul proves nothing, and I do not possess a second martial soul. Considering my performance over the past few days, perhaps others may not discern the differences you mentioned regarding the awakening and retraction of the martial soul, but I cannot perceive it. If that is the case, then I am unworthy of the title master." Xiong Miao was utterly perplexed. "Based on my recent performance and the words I just spoke, you have concluded that I possess a dual martial soul? What should I say to you?" "Master, I truly possess only one martial soul. There is no second one." The master regarded Xiong Miao with an approving glance and remarked, "Are you attempting to conceal your talents? Concealing one's strengths is indeed a commendable endeavor. If you remain unconvinced, allow me to elucidate briefly." With that, the master commenced his demonstration. "Firstly, Xiong Miao, you are a 6-year-old student worker. Secondly, the awakening of your martial soul significantly enhances your power, akin to innate divine strength, while the manifestation of your martial soul does not alter the nature of that power. Thirdly, with the raw strength of a soul master, you have effortlessly defeated an adult soul master equipped with soul rings, despite their considerable soul power. Fourthly, possessing innate soul power at the first level, you have ascended several ranks within 3 months, all without any prior cultivation of soul power. Fifthly, your appetite is prodigious, capable of consuming the equivalent of what 30 individuals would typically eat in one sitting." These 5 points, based on one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls he had studied, indicate that the magnitude of innate soul power correlates directly with the quality of the martial soul. This is ample evidence that, beyond the superficial allure of your bear-themed attire, you possess a second, extraordinarily powerful martial soul, endowing you with formidable strength, while your soul power gradually increases. Do you not find my analysis compelling enough to suggest that you possess another martial soul, albeit one of a unique nature that cannot fully manifest? Yet, I truly possess this singular peculiar martial soul. Shouldn't I also be endowed with the strength of a bear? If we are to pursue this line of reasoning, does my subordinate, a Fu, not count as my second martial soul? The master, exhibiting remarkable patience, responded, "Only through the manifestation of a martial soul can one wield immense power. What you experience is a form of embodiment. You acknowledge that your condition remains unchanged regardless of your attire. Do not forget how much you consume in a single meal. By the heavens, if this analysis were not the result of physical training, Xiong Miao might almost be convinced that she indeed harbored a second martial soul, and then be led astray by Yu Shaojing into becoming his disciple. Truly, Master Yu Shaojing, you are quite remarkable. No wonder you are hailed as the foremost authority on martial soul theory. Your prowess is nothing short of awe-inspiring. You have triumphed." Chapter 17. We are not suitable, yet I genuinely, truly, absolutely, unequivocally possess only one martial soul. Observing that Xiong Miao still refused to acknowledge the reality of her dual martial soul, the master felt no irritation. After all, she was merely a young girl, unworthy of anger. "Very well, if you wish to conceal your talents, then do so. You may reveal it whenever you choose." The master remained resolute, confident that she would eventually disclose the existence of her second martial soul to him. The panda girl spoke, "Could you please leave now? I need to continue studying, so kindly refrain from disturbing me." Having been dismissed so bluntly, the master had no choice but to take his leave, lest he provoke her displeasure and jeopardize his hopes of taking her as his disciple. Once he departed, the panda girl resumed her studies in literacy. For her, this posed little difficulty. In a single day, she mastered far more characters than her fellow first-year students could in the same span. Within 3 days, she could fluently read short stories. By the 5th day, entire books. And by the 7th, she had familiarized herself with nearly all written characters. Next came the art of elegant penmanship, a skill requiring patience and repetition. Though initially awkward due to her recent rebirth, her muscle memory gradually returned after days of practice. Drawing upon her past life's experience, she developed a unique and aesthetically pleasing handwriting style. As for other subjects, she skimmed through the curriculum in half a day before carelessly tossing the materials aside. The academic content spanning 6 grades was child's play to her. She could teach it effortlessly, even surpassing the instructors at the academy. The true core of her studies, however, lay in the knowledge of martial souls and spirit beasts. Yet amid her diligent pursuits, one nuisance persisted. The master, Yu Shaojing, visited her daily, disrupting her focus with gifts of food, drink, and study notes. His excessive doting led to whispers among the students, who speculated wildly about their relationship. "Did you hear? That new working student, the one called Panda Girl. They say she's the master's daughter. Old news. I heard she's his illegitimate child, and now he's trying to make up for lost time by showering her with attention." "Nonsense. He's just a lecherous old man preying on a young girl." "Oh no, does that mean I'm in danger too?" "You're all wrong. He just wants someone to take care of him in his old age. He's over 50, after all." He targeting the poor working students because no one else would bother with him. But why go straight for their leader? Simple. More followers mean more people to support him later. Clever. Isn't it? Ridiculous. He definitely after her. Just look at the way he sneaks around to see her. These rumors spread like wildfire among the students. Though the faculty knew the truth, Yu Xiaojing merely sought a worthy disciple. The notion of him seeking a caretaker was baseless, and the idea of him pursuing a child was absurd. Yu Xiaojing paid no heed to the gossip. Decades of mockery had long inured him to slander, yet he remained determined. This panda girl would be his student, no matter the cost. He wouldn't allow her to suffer unjust rumors without cause. Xiong Miao completely disregarded the situation, as she had no intention of engaging with a group of children. Her primary concern lay with Wang Sheng and the other work-study students, who would not tolerate any unfounded rumors about their beloved panda sister. Within a mere 2 days, certain individuals had faced repercussions for their slanderous actions. Subsequently, the dean intervened, and unexpectedly, the notorious school bully, Xiao Qinyu, also took action, leading to a cessation of discussions regarding the incident within the academy. However, it was still evident that the master visited the sole female work-study student daily. At the master's request, the dean, with great reluctance for the sake of his friend's apprentice, exempted Xiong Miao from her duties at the school, including her expenses in the cafeteria. Heartbroken, the master finally went to the spirit hall to collect a substantial subsidy to cover Xiong Miao's living expenses. Xiong Miao is oblivious to this matter. Why would she decline the opportunity for complimentary food and drink? Given the intense physical training she endures during the afternoon and evening, her body demands a substantial amount of sustenance, which the school conveniently provides. The master cannot fathom why a mere child would subject herself to such rigorous training. Is she aspiring to absorb a soul ring of a higher age for her first spirit ring? Xiong Miao? The maximum limit for the first spirit ring a soul master can withstand is 423 years. No matter how much you train, you cannot enhance your body's capacity to endure the ages of higher-level spirit rings. If you continue on this path, you risk becoming akin to the brawny men in a blacksmith shop. It would be rather unappealing to become unattractive. He certainly does not wish to have a female disciple with a physique brimming with muscles. Xiong Miao could no longer tolerate him. He possessed no understanding of body refinement, a concept entirely distinct from physical exercise. What audacity did he have to instruct her? For heaven's sake, are you not the least bit annoying? Just because you occasionally present me with trinkets does not mean I will refrain from striking you. When her tightly clenched fist made contact with his body, even with his formidable physique as a grand soul master, he inexplicably felt overwhelmed. I shall allow you one punch. If I can withstand it, you must cease your training, lest you ruin your potential. Wow. Indeed, there exists someone with such a peculiar request. Miao Miao fist. With a swift motion, Xiong Miao delivered a punch to his abdomen, cautious not to exert excessive force for fear of invoking Bibi Dong's wrath. She was uncertain whether that woman might covertly assign someone to protect him. If she were to inadvertently strike Yu Xiaojing dead, her life would undergo yet another transformation. The master bent over, his pupils constricting, saliva spewing forth as he was sent flying several meters away by the force of the blow. Aware of Xiong Miao's formidable strength, he had preemptively summoned his soul power for protection. Little did he anticipate that the punch would possess such extraordinary might. Had he not utilized his soul power, he would likely have been rendered utterly incapacitated. This was far beyond what one would expect from a 6-year-old girl. The power equated to that of an ordinary 100-year spirit technique. It was no wonder she effortlessly triumphed over soul masters. It would indeed be astonishing if an ordinary soul master could withstand such force. One could only speculate about the nature of her second martial soul. The likelihood of it being the devouring beast was substantial, given that among the super martial souls, there are those renowned for their voracious appetites. Meow? Master, are you all right? You asked me to hit you. I did not intend for it to be so severe, she exclaimed. Wang Sheng, Huang Ren, please assist the master. The master continued to rub his abdomen, managing a semblance of relief, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's unnecessary. I am fine. Very well. I shall not disturb your training any further. However, I must express that you are still too young for such intense training. It may be detrimental to your health. Your physique is already sufficiently robust, and excessive training is unwarranted. If you focus on cultivating your soul power, I dare say you will become the first-year student in the history of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to reach the Soul Master level within a year. At that time, the Dean and I will personally assist you in hunting for your first soul ring. Let us discuss this later. It is rather late, and you should return to rest. All right, I shall take my leave. After the master departed, Wang Sheng remarked, This master is rather fragile. How can he lecture Sister Panda? Truly believing she is his pupil? Huang Ren chimed in. Why not seek someone else? Must it always be Sister Panda catering to you? Our Sister Panda is a pride of our work-study students, a self-taught talent, and she possesses exquisite calligraphy skills. She does not require guidance from a soul master who has never surpassed level 29. Xiong Miao smiled and remarked, There is no need to elevate my status. Let us not forget that the master has compiled a wealth of knowledge concerning martial souls. This is a feat that no one has accomplished before, and his efforts are indeed remarkable. However, he cannot come here daily to be a nuisance. If not for him, Sister Panda, how would you endure those rumors alongside him? Indeed, it is all his fault. Enough of this idle gossip. It is far more prudent to focus on our training. To absorb a century-old spirit ring, one must possess a robust physique. For the sake of the century-old spirit ring, Wang Sheng, Huang Ren, and the other diligent students must persist in their rigorous training. Xiong Miao chuckled and shook her head. She was not speaking on behalf of the master. One must consider matters from both perspectives. Despite being a source of amusement, the knowledge of martial souls he compiled was at least unmatched by any other. He had invested considerable effort in persuading her to become his student, leading her to speculate whether he had similarly captivated the young Bibi Dong. Fortunately, she was no naive little girl. How could one hope to win a man's heart? Even if I were to transform into a girl, I would still resonate with the essence of femininity. If he wishes for her to be his pupil, let Tang Xin take on that role after a year. We are simply not meant to be. Chapter 18. Xiong Miao goes to buy mosquito repellent. Time swiftly passed, and after more than half a year, Xiong Miao had thoroughly absorbed the knowledge provided by the nodding academy of junior soul masters, capable of offering insightful annotations based on her understanding. One of her annotated notes was deemed excessively verbose. Ordinary teachers and students gazed at her as if she were a peculiar being. Only the master and the dean comprehended the marvel of her innate brilliance. In just over 2 months, she had self-studied 6 years' worth of knowledge, a feat unparalleled in the annals of the continent's history. The dean regarded Xiong Miao as an extraordinary talent and questioned whether the master still wished to mislead the youth. For 6 months, the master had been engulfed in self-doubt. Could he truly teach such a prodigy? In less than a year or two, she would surely master all his knowledge, even resolving the issues surrounding her second martial soul. Yet what would become of his theories? Who could bring his ideas to fruition? During their time together, he considered himself a partial mentor. Many of the books and notes she studied were meticulously organized by him for her benefit. The reason why Xiong Miao spent over half a year is that she wished to avoid appearing too outrageous. Thus, she deliberately slowed her pace. In reality, 2 months would have sufficed. Most of her study time was devoted to soul power cultivation, which ultimately led to a modest increase of 1 level, reaching the rank of a level 7 soul master. Indeed, without high-ranked soul beasts serving as sustenance, her advancement in soul power was only marginally superior to that of Wang Sheng and his companions. It seems imperative to visit the nearby soul hunting forest, as this matter has lingered far too long. This period appears to coincide with the annual awakening of martial souls. Tang Xin should be awakening his twin martial souls around this time. Should she pay a visit? According to the map, the distance between Holy Soul Village and the soul hunting forest is considerable, requiring her to traverse a fair distance. She is keen to see what the young sea god Tang Xin was like, as well as his despondent father, the Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao. Especially intriguing is the legendary god King Old Jack, the most formidable human in Holy Soul Village. Meeting him should pose no issue. After all, he is the destined child. Perhaps a brief acquaintance might yield some benefits, perhaps even a gift of a hidden blade, considering that his 2 lifetimes of soul power are equivalent to hers. Despite the clear distinctions between genders, he has spent 6 years sharing a bed with the lecherous rabbit, Xiao Wu, without separation. Observant readers would certainly note his proclivity for younger companions. However, it appears that the crafting of the hidden blade is completed only after a lengthy period of learning blacksmithing post-martial soul awakening. What could she gain from such a visit? What a futile endeavor. Could she truly expect him to impart the Xiantian Gong to her? There is no doubt. Unless she and Tang Xin were to engage in a betrothal, there is little hope of acquiring Tang Sec's Xiantian Gong. Otherwise, such aspirations are mere fantasies. Bah. Xiong Miao could hardly refrain from striking her own face in frustration. What was she thinking? Wasn't it enticing enough to desire herself? Why must she transform into a girl only to marry a man? Beautiful girls were her utmost affection. If Tang Xin could forge favorable connections, then let him enhance his pristine persona. Consequently, Xiong Miao abandoned her intention of visiting the Tang family in Saint Soul Village and instead headed directly towards the soul hunting forest. Food was her primary concern and affirmation. After concocting a casual excuse to take leave, she departed the academy alone. The master and the dean need not worry. In the small town of Notting, there were likely only a handful of soul masters. With Xiong Miao's strength, she could easily handle a first ring and evade a second ring if necessary. Notting City lay 400 miles from the soul hunting forest, necessitating preparation for her hunt. She gathered ample water bags and provisions, which she then stored in her dimensional space. Indeed, having a system meant her dimensional space functioned akin to an inventory in a game. A distance of 400 miles was no trivial matter. It would take until the next day to reach by horse-drawn carriage. To avoid drawing attention, she intentionally released a Fu as her guardian companion. She sat in the carriage, meditating to cultivate her soul power, despite the bumps along the way. She managed to maintain her focus and calmness. Who could have imagined that a 6-year-old little girl would venture alone into the soul hunting forest for hunting? To facilitate her entry into the forest, she had obtained the master's hand order the day before. She recognized the impropriety of her actions, but what of it? It was challenging enough to turn her fate around, let alone in this aristocratic society where she, a commoner from the countryside, needed some exceptional means to grow. She would return it once used. The only time she had employed it was to assist Tang San in obtaining his first soul ring. Otherwise, it lay idle in his possession, gathering dust. The following midday, outside the soul-hunting forest, a vast marketplace had sprung up, vibrant with the sounds of vendors calling out. Simple, man-made paths crisscrossed throughout. A group was seeking one more member to hunt speed-type soul beasts, while another team required 7 individuals to hunt agile-type soul beasts, offering a commission of 10 gold soul coins. Similar calls echoed amidst the myriad of shops, most of which sold weapons, armor, and various food supplies. In this enchanting moment, Xiong Miao found herself transported to a fantastical realm, reminiscent of a gaming universe. The soul-hunting forest resembled a quest hub, while the bustling marketplace outside served as a convergence point for wandering merchants. As she alighted from the carriage, all eyes were drawn to her. Her peculiar attire rendered her the most striking figure on the street. Approaching a vendor, she inadvertently startled the onlookers once more. A bear. Hey. Is such an exaggerated reaction truly necessary? I certainly did not intend to dress this way. Once the vendor discerned that Xiong Miao was, in fact, human and not a bear, he exhaled with relief and inquired, "May I assist you, miss? Would you be interested in our soul-beckoning incense? It is particularly effective for capturing the first soul ring, and the price is quite reasonable." Insect-repellent incense. Xiong Miao exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. "Isn't that meant for warding off mosquitoes?" "Ah, no. Where did you hear such a thing? This incense is well known. Capable of incapacitating 7 or 8 soul beasts without issue," the vendor asserted confidently. "Is it truly that miraculous?" Xiong Miao remained skeptical, doubting the incense's ability to beguile soul beasts. "I assure you, dear lady, this incense can render most soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest unconscious, allowing for an effortless absorption of soul rings without any strain. It is a simple process," the vendor ardently promoted his wares. Underestimating the understanding of the oddly dressed young girl before him, he speculated that the burly man accompanying her was likely her guardian, who had remained silent, perhaps equally unaware of the wonders being discussed. Xiong Miao possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding salesmanship, often exaggerating to promote her wares. "How much for a piece?" she inquired. 12 gold coins per piece," came the reply. "What is this made of? Why is it so expensive?" The vendor explained, "Miss, I possess the sole exclusive recipe in the entire soul-hunting town. Selling it to you for 12 gold coins is already a discounted price. If you think it's pricey, I feel I'm at a loss. Can it truly daze soul beasts?" Xiong Miao remained skeptical. The vendor insisted, "I have been in this business for many years. Would I deceive you? Trick a young lady like yourself?" The bear cat continued to inquire, "Does this mosquito coil truly possess the ability to incapacitate soul beasts?" The vendor, sensing something amiss, adopted a stoic expression and replied, "Miss, are you deliberately seeking trouble? Would you like to purchase it or not?" Chapter 19. The soul-hunting forest 1. If this mosquito coil is indeed effective, I would certainly require it. But what shall we do if it fails to incapacitate the soul beasts? The bear cat wore an expression of innocent naivety. The vendor had begun to show signs of irritation, clearly perceiving this as a provocation. "Alas, if it comes to that, I shall simply consume it myself and find satisfaction therein." The little bear cat queried, "If it doesn't work out, can I return?" "Sir, are you deceiving this child?" She found it hard to believe that there truly existed incense capable of incapacitating soul beasts, especially in a modest town like Hunting Soul Forest. The vendor was utterly exasperated, repeatedly challenging her limits. "Little girl, are you intentionally seeking trouble? Do you want to go? Just a child, what was there to fear?" The vendor forcefully slammed a large piece of incense before her. A crowd of onlookers gathered, many of whom were aware that this vendor often swindled newcomers to Hunting Soul Forest. The so-called incense that incapacitated soul beasts primarily affected mosquito soul beasts. It was utterly ineffective against others. Indeed, his martial soul was that of incense. To engage in such blatant coercion against a child was truly outrageous. Several bystanders, ready to assist the charming young girl, contemplated confronting the vendor. Her protector, Ah Fu, had already stepped forward, a towering man at 2 meters tall, with fiery red hair. His mere presence exuded a terrifying aura that compelled everyone to take a step back. Among them were several possessing 3 or 4 rings. Yet the overwhelming presence of this 5-ringed soul king was unmistakable. Why bother deceiving a child, dressed so conspicuously? It's evident to anyone that she shouldn't be trifled with. You dare to engage in such coercion, and now no one can save you. The vendor, confronted by the imposing figure nearly 2 meters tall, felt his legs tremble involuntarily, his martial soul summoned against his will. Incense. Xiong Miao eagerly anticipated Ah Fu's grand opening line. "I am Black Tiger Ah Fu. Prepare to meet your doom." The mosquito incense soul was deemed useless by all. When granted a soul ring, the resulting soul skill was pitifully weak, capable only of dealing with mosquitoes. The true might lay with his brother, a watermelon vendor whose martial spirit was the watermelon knife. Even summoning him proved futile, as he had previously suffered a stab in a similar fashion. "Esteemed sir, I shall consume the mosquito incense now," declared the vendor. A forced smile plastered across his face as he grabbed the incense and began to devour it bite by bite. Confident that consuming his own martial spirit would pose no issue, Xiang Miao inquired, "What exactly is the purpose of your mosquito repellent?" The vendor, nearly on the verge of tears, replied, "My mosquito repellent is specifically designed to target the mosquitoes of the soul hunting forest. There are quite a number of them, and many soul masters entering the forest purchase my repellent to ensure a peaceful night's sleep, free from those pesky insects." "Why didn't you mention that earlier?" "There was no need to deceive me," Xiang Miao remarked with a playful smile. "My dear lady, I assure you, I did not deceive you. It will undoubtedly repel the soul beasts, but it is ineffective against other types of soul beasts," the vendor insisted. "How crafty of you to engage in a play on words. I'll take a few. They may indeed come in handy." In the mind of the bear cat, a bold notion took shape. The incense spirit, when paired with soul abilities, could potentially target not only mosquito-like soul beasts, but also certain insect-type spirits. The vendor, hesitant to elaborate further, swiftly summoned forth the incense spirit. A white and yellow spirit manifested upon him, as he chanted the incantation to produce approximately 8 pieces of incense. What distinct effects do the 2 soul abilities confer upon the spirits created? Naturally, the efficacy of the second soul ability surpasses that of the first. Upon hearing this, Xiang Miao reflected for a moment and realized that the ability of the stall owner's martial soul bore a striking resemblance to that of the 9-star begonia. The 9-star begonia excels in a singular ability. Regardless of the number of soul rings it possesses, it has only one soul skill: healing. Similarly, the owner of the mosquito incense martial soul has a soul function as well. Irrespective of the quantity of soul rings, it serves only to exterminate pests. Both abilities share a commonality in their area effect, either healing or pest control, controlled by the will of the soul master, with the effectiveness increasing with the soul master's level and the number of soul rings. Unfortunately, the 2 abilities do not operate on the same tier. As the incident in the soul hunting forest came to a close, Xiang Miao observed several soul master teams fixating on her and the burly man accompanying her. They were members of a soul hunting group. Some among them sought to hunt soul beasts for new soul rings, including several young nobles. Lacking the requisite strength in their team, they required a formidable soul master to join their ranks for the hunt. "Excuse me, beautiful young lady. Are you planning to hunt soul beasts for soul rings?" Suddenly, a swift nobleman stepped in front of her, speaking with gentlemanly warmth. "Yes, what can I do for you?" "That's splendid. I am Qin Hai, and I too am headed to the soul hunting forest to acquire my first soul ring. My hunting team is currently 1 member short, and I would like to invite you and your protector to join us in our quest for our first soul ring. While that is not entirely out of the question, you must provide us with a commission." "What?" "We are to assist each other in hunting soul beasts for our first soul rings." "And you wish to charge me a commission? Is there a problem with that?" A smile curved at the corners of Xiang Miao's mouth. "You desire us to join your hunting team. It is only fair that you compensate us. If you are unwilling to pay, then what is the point of forming a team with us? Should you refuse, there will certainly be others willing to offer us compensation." With that, someone immediately placed a commission in her hand. "This is 40 gold soul coins. I hope you can assist us in acquiring our second soul ring." A generous offer indeed. 40 gold soul coins would be more than sufficient to enlist 2 or 3 teams to hunt for a second soul ring. Clearly, this second soul ring must require a significant investment of time and effort. The nobleman Qin Hai found himself overshadowed by the offer. He could not possibly part with 40 gold soul coins, as that amount could instead secure the services of several soul masters. "Very well, esteemed sir. It is my pleasure to serve you." The female soul master happily accepted the coins offered by her generous benefactor. Appearing no older than 15, she was accompanied by 2 fellow soul masters, each in need of a second soul ring, yet no one was inclined to team up with them, considering them burdensome. Forming a team is no simple task. Hunting soul beasts is fraught with challenges. Some inherently powerful soul beasts, even those with a short training period, possess formidable attack capabilities. Their strategy for hunting soul beasts involves collaboration, with individuals targeting the specific soul beasts they need to obtain their soul rings. With the assistance of others, one need only deliver the final blow to the soul beast, making it the most common and secure method of hunting soul beasts on the continent. Currently, no one was willing to team up with them, and lacking a hand, they were unable to enter the soul hunting forest. As they contemplated dispersing to find separate teams, Xiang Miao's unexpected performance, along with her protector's undeniable strength, inspired them to take a chance, recognizing the possibility of forming a team and the necessity of a commission. And given that all 3 sought soul rings, 40 gold soul coins seemed a modest price. Once the team was formed, they made their way to the entrance of the soul hunting forest. Afu produced the hand, and upon inspecting the 3 distinct marks on the captain of the soldiers exhibited a look of respect, promptly commanding his soldiers to clear a path. A team accompanied by a conspicuously dressed child, likely a prodigy discovered within the spirit hall of Nodding City, was on the verge of acquiring her first soul ring. Chapter 20. The Soul Hunting Forest. The trio of female soul masters closely followed Xiong Miao, aware that the captain's respectful demeanor indicated the presence of someone significant. They had indeed struck luck. Yet, 40 gold soul coins seemed somewhat insufficient. The air within the Soul Hunting Forest was refreshingly invigorating, bringing a sense of tranquility to all who entered. As the bear-cat ambled ahead, it turned to address the trio behind. Esteemed sirs, what type of spirit beast do you require? The trio felt a sense of discomfort being addressed so formally by such a prominent figure. Miss, there is no need for such formalities. You may call me Xiao Wu. I am Xiao Lu. And I am Xiao Qi. The youthful ones, in their innocence, were not fully aware of the implications of their actions. Very well, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi. What specific kind of spirit beast do you seek? The female spirit master Xiao Wu replied, my martial soul is the thorn vine. I require a ghost vine plant-type spirit beast. Xiao Lu added, my martial soul is a long blade. I desire a spirit beast known for its agility. Xiao Qi stated, my martial soul is the wind wolf, ideally. I wish for a wolf-type spirit beast that shares the same attribute. Each of Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi elucidated their desired spirit beasts. The maximum age limit for their second martial soul is 747 years, and based on the age of their first spirit ring, they conservatively estimated it to be around 500 years. Very well, there shall be no issue. We shall now seek the spirit beast you require, said Xiao Wu. Miss, why not first hunt for the spirit beast you need? We are not in a hurry. However, prioritizing the hunt for their desired spirit beasts could potentially place this young lady in peril. Should any danger arise, her nearby protector might unleash their wrath upon them. Thus, it would be prudent to first assist her in acquiring her first spirit ring. The bear-cat remarked, there is no need. Simply hunt the soul beast you require. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi replied, perhaps it would be wiser to pursue the soul beast that you need, Mississippi. Should anything happen to you, we would be unable to bear the consequences. At that moment, Afu stepped forward and asserted, your master has instructed you to hunt your own soul beasts. Thus, you shall do so. The safety of our master is not a concern for you. Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi nearly forgot the presence of this formidable guardian, whose aura exuded a palpable sense of pressure despite the absence of soul power fluctuations. Indeed, her safety was not a matter for them to fret over. Even if the three of them were to perish, it would bear no significance. Then let us forge ahead, they declared, hastening their steps, while her guardian remained steadfastly by her side, alleviating any worries they might have. Xiong Miao felt that they had grown somewhat complacent, despite the fact that they were indeed the ones in charge. After a considerable journey, they finally entered the soul beast activity zone of the hunting soul forest. The trio of Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi noticeably tensed up. Previously, they had the support of numerous companions, but today they were accompanied only by their relatively weaker team of soul masters. Even with the presence of a formidable ally, they still found it difficult to overcome their apprehension. By mere chance, they encountered several vibrant tiger cats lying in wait, their watchful eyes fixed on Xiong Miao and the others. Judging by their age, one of them was nearing 100 years old. The bear cat did not disturb them. They were barely managing with the food available, yet the flesh of a soul beast over a century old would undoubtedly be superior. The trio observed that the bear cat had no interest in the tiger cats, indicating that it deemed them unworthy. The soul rings they required must possess a minimum age of 400 years, a rarity not typically found among ordinary nobility. It raised questions about the strength of her family background, suggesting that merely sending a guardian to procure the first soul ring was a trivial matter. Should they encounter the soul beast she desired, they would need to perform admirably. As they continued their journey, they encountered numerous decade-old soul beasts, most of which lacked any aggressive intent. Perhaps it was due to the daylight, as the more formidable soul beasts were likely concealed, waiting for nightfall to emerge. However, as fate would have it, two fire attribute soul lions, each 500 years old, appeared before them. These two 500-year-old fire lions were perfectly suited for the two of you, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi. Is that acceptable? My martial spirit is a wind attribute wolf. Xiao Qi doubted that a wind attribute wolf could absorb the essence of fire attribute lions. Of course, it is possible. Wind can harness the power of fire, and fire can be propelled by the wind. The synergy between these two attributes is impeccable, the bear cat confidently asserted. While absorbing a single attribute soul ring is often the optimal choice, in certain circumstances, complementary attributes could prove to be an excellent alternative. Xiao Qi, who had not received formal education, nodded in agreement. Children from influential backgrounds possess a wealth of knowledge. However, it is advisable not to absorb attributes that clash. Should you absorb another water or ice attribute, it would directly conflict with the second fire attribute soul ring, rendering the conflicting soul ring utterly useless. Yes, they were aware of this. With no further ado, these two fire lions were indeed meant for the two of you. They are the ones. All right, Afu, go forth and vanquish them. Afu charged fiercely toward the two fire lions, initiating his flamboyant martial arts. Evil Wolf Advance, Earthquake Punch, Dragon Claw Hand, Mountain Splitting Palm, Mighty Diamond Fist, Furious Dragon Piercing Heart. Afu's performance left the trio, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi, utterly astounded, nearly dislocating their jaws. Each move accompanied by a spirited shout evoked an indescribable sensation. He has always behaved this way. With time, it may become second nature, and who knows? He might even become your idol. Xiong Miao took note of the two new techniques unleashed by Afu, the Mighty Vajra Fist and the Wrathful Dragon Piercing the Heart. Undoubtedly, these were formidable skills. The trio suddenly realized that this guardian appeared to lack a martial soul. Yet he was capable of wielding powers comparable to those of soul techniques, and perhaps even more than that. Miss, why doesn't your guardian release his martial soul? One inquired, only to hastily cover their mouth, recognizing that some questions were better left unasked. Xiong Miao was already prepared for this inquiry. Afu's martial soul is none other than himself. The trio was taken aback, unable to fathom that a human could embody their own martial soul. Xiong Miao remarked, "This is known as the intrinsic martial spirit. The martial spirit can originate from any part of the body or even encompass the entire being." It was the first time the trio had heard of the existence of an intrinsic martial spirit. Many individuals who had failed to awaken their martial spirits likely possessed an intrinsic martial spirit from a specific part of their bodies. With remarkable ease, Afu dispatched the two fire lions, leaving them on the brink of collapse, causing the surrounding vegetation to shatter and ignite. "It is your turn now." Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi comprehended this and approached a fire lion each, swiftly ending their lives. Two circles of yellow soul rings, each representing 500 years of existence, emerged. Xiao Qi felt a stronger resonance with a matching attribute than Xiao Lu had. Indeed, what my lady had said was not incorrect. The three bears stood not far away, guarding them vigilantly. The bear cat simultaneously observed them absorbing their soul rings, serving as a valuable reference for future absorptions. Throughout the entire process, their expressions revealed considerable discomfort, their bodies radiating a searing heat. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in their absorption, transcending the rank of Soul Master to enter the realm of Great Soul Masters. The second soul ring abilities were exceptionally suited to them. One wielded a flame slash, while the other commanded a fire-wind circle. Their power was self-evident. Once the two completed their absorption, the bear cat turned her gaze toward the corpses of the two fire lions, eagerly rubbing her hands together at the prospect of feasting on their flesh. The energy of a 500-year-old soul beast would sufficiently satiate her long-standing hunger. "Miss, are you intending to consume the flesh of these soul beasts?" "Indeed, what of it? Do you wish to contest me for it?" No. I merely meant to suggest that starting a fire might attract other soul beasts. In the forest, it's best to avoid igniting flames, as most soul beasts are fearful of firelight, though there are a few exceptionally powerful ones that are drawn to it. "Well, that would be splendid. I hope more come." The trio fell silent, their mouths agape, accustomed as they were to the privileges of noble protection. The flesh and blood of soul beasts are indeed quite valuable, yet not everyone is fit to partake of them. Afu searched for a suitable spot, and with a swift motion, burrowed into the ground like a gopher. He then retrieved a pot and some seasonings from their living space, while the trio gathered nearby dry branches and leaves to assist him in creating a smokeless stove. The miraculous scene prompted exclamations of wonder from the trio. How was this even possible? Hardly any smoke was produced. After carving a portion of meat from the fire lion's carcass, they began chopping it up to simmer a broth. Once the broth was ready, the bear cat took a sip, and a long-lost surge of immense energy coursed through her limbs. Not only did her cellular vitality awaken, but her soul power surged as well, bringing her profound satisfaction. "Would you three care for a taste?" she inquired as she drank. No, it's quite all right. We brought our own provisions." They truly could not consume the flesh of soul beasts, as it would likely incite a tumult within their soul powers. Xiong Miao remarked, "A little drinking is harmless." In the next moment, the trio indulged in a modest amount, seemingly unaffected. Rather, they felt invigorated. Chapter 21. The Soul Hunting Forest 3. After consuming the flesh of a soul beast, Xiong Miao noticed a significant enhancement in her soul power, elevating it to the 8th level. She concluded that the advancement in her soul power was contingent upon the consumption of soul beast meat. In the early stages, the quantity required appeared minimal, yet as one ascended to higher levels, the necessity for the flesh of more formidable soul beasts would arise. Given the current circumstances, a fire lion could sustain her ascent to the rank of soul master. She pondered whether the ice and fire yagais harbored any celestial herbs that could assist her in overcoming this challenge. The notion of enhancing soul power through the ingestion of soul beast flesh seemed quite conventional, with future demands escalating. 1,000-year, 10,000-year, even 100,000-year soul beasts were not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps, when Xiao Wu arrived in 3 months, she could slay her and feast upon the meat of a 100,000-year soul beast, which would undoubtedly be quite delectable. After a night of rest, she set out to hunt the soul beast, Ghost Vine, required for Xiao Wu's second soul ring. During her self-study, She had taken the time to familiarize herself with the typical habitats of ghost vines in the soul-hunting forest. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wu was the terror of the ghost vine. She only recognized its parasitic abilities as immensely beneficial for plant-type soul masters. Thus she chose the soul beast without hesitation. The bear cat has come to understand that the ghost vine possesses an exceptionally potent neurotoxin. Upon being pierced by its sharp spines, the toxin is immediately released, ultimately transforming into pus, which serves as nourishment for the ghost vine. The parasitic nature of the ghost vine is what instills the greatest dread in soul masters. During its assault, it disperses countless minuscule seeds that directly embed themselves into the enemy, provided the ghost vine can supply sufficient energy, or if these seeds absorb ample nutrients. They will thrive upon the host. Once the neurotoxin spreads, its effects become equally devastating. It is recalled that the esteemed president of the Nodding Academy, possessing a spirit power of level 42 and leveraging a martial soul that counters the ghost vine, managed with great difficulty to subdue this 6th-century-old entity, allowing Tang San to deliver the final blow. Xiong Miao finds it perplexing that the headmaster of Nodding Academy is in a predicament with an adversary, one being at level 42 and the other having existed for 6 centuries. The disparity in their strengths is indeed significant, regardless of who holds the advantage. It is surmised that the headmaster's martial soul possesses earth attributes, as what is known to counteract earth. Otherwise, the situation would not have proven so arduous. Presently, she is accompanied by 2 companions whose second soul rings grant them fire attributes. Xiaoqi carries a martial soul imbued with wind attributes, rendering her untroubled by the parasitic seeds, though caution is warranted regarding the thorns on the ghost vine. Upon locating the ghost vine, it emanates the skill for parasitic seeds. Xiao Lu and Xiaoqi promptly unleash their second soul skills, incinerating the parasitic seeds before they can pose a threat. Xiong Miao cast a glance and remarked, "A ghost vine with nearly 600 years of cultivation. I wonder if it is the one belonging to Tang San." Upon realizing that it was confronted by 2 fire-wielding soul masters, who were particularly adept at countering its kind, the ghost vine hastily turned to flee. Afu, employing his serpentine agility, pursued closely, seizing the snake's tail with determination. "You shall not escape." He tore through the bark and utilized his wood nails. The ghost vine was shredded into several layers, pinned to the ground. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi coordinated their efforts, using their second soul skill to ignite the ghost vine. As it lay on the brink of defeat, Xiao Wu delivered the final blow, successfully acquiring her second soul ring, which bestowed upon her the precious soul skill of parasitism. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Xiong Miao, he suddenly appeared beside the ghost vine, excavating a soul bone from its right arm. Upon witnessing the soul bone, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi were wide-eyed with astonishment, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Soul bones possess an exceedingly low probability of emergence. The lower the level, the less likely they are to materialize. Even a mere 600 years holds considerable value, akin to a treasure beyond measure. And even a tidal Douluo might not possess a single soul bone. The ghost vine, being a complete plant, raises an intriguing question. Can plants truly yield soul bones? This conundrum left Xiong Miao perplexed. Can a plant possess bones? While the notion of a plant transforming into a humanoid form after 100,000 years might be conceivable, this mere 600 years seems utterly absurd. The world of Douluo Continent is indeed wondrous. Xiong Miao tossed the soul bone to Xiao Wu, explaining that the maximum effect can only be achieved when the martial soul and the soul bone derived from the same soul beast are absorbed by the same individual. Although the trio of Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi were immensely tempted by the soul bone, they resolutely returned it to Xiong Miao. It was clear to everyone that the emergence of a soul bone rendered the surrounding team utterly insignificant. What was the matter? The value of any soul bone, no matter how ordinary, was astronomically high. Yet, the 3 siblings demonstrated remarkable restraint. Xiao Wu remarked, "Miss, you are well aware of the allure that soul bones possess for an individual. Unlike you, who belongs to a powerful faction, we, as mere soul masters, would face dire consequences if discovered possessing a soul bone. Others would go to great lengths to seize it from us, even if we were to join any faction. The higher-ups would not spare us." Xiong Miao remarked, "I understand the principle that virtue must correspond with rank. In truth, it is also a fear of me taking your lives. The soul bone is offered to you as a supplement to your commission, for without you, we would find it exceedingly challenging to procure suitable soul rings." While the words may sound pleasant, the underlying truth is one of fear. Xiong Miao might not slay them for the soul bone, yet it is uncertain whether her guardian beside her would refrain from doing so. Very well then. Xiong Miao accepted the soul bone and cast it into the dimensional space. Judging from the ghostly vine that erupted with the soul bone, it was not Tang San's. "Well, you have all obtained your soul rings. We should depart from the soul-hunting forest now." "Huh?" The trio of Xiao Wu was filled with confusion. "Miss, do you not need to acquire your first soul ring?" "The first soul ring?" Xiong Miao replied. "When did I ever claim that I intended to obtain a first soul ring? If you did not come to the soul-hunting forest for your first soul ring, then what is your purpose?" "Oh, I am here for hunting, to procure some meat from soul beasts." The trio gasped in astonishment, recalling how Xiong Miao single-handedly consumed a significant portion of soul beast meat the previous night. The immense energy replenishment was far beyond what a mere girl could endure. They increasingly suspected that this young lady might either belong to the upper echelons of the spirit hall or hail from a hidden aristocratic family. Particularly striking was her guard, who seemed to employ no soul skills at all, operating entirely in a state of unarmed combat to incapacitate the soul beast they required. The sheer might of her innate martial spirit was truly terrifying. They felt utterly insignificant, as if they were merely basking in the glow of their association with her. Xiang Miao gazed upon the lifeless ghost vine, adhering to her gluttonous principles, resolutely refusing to let it slip away. Merely consuming meat would not suffice. She aspired to achieve a harmonious balance between meat and vegetables, intending to toss them both into the dimensional space, to be savored together on a future occasion. This expedition to the soul-hunting forest concluded abruptly on the second day. On their return journey, they encountered the enforcement team of the Spirit Hall, who, upon spotting a child in their midst, harbored suspicions of human trafficking. After a thorough inspection of their orders, they respectfully escorted Xiang Miao and her companions on their way. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck Xiang Miao. After Tang San acquired his first spirit ring, she envisioned a clever ruse where she would exchange Tang San's hammer with the Master S spirit token, resulting in an amusing twist of fate. By then, she would have graduated from Nodding Academy. Upon her return, Xiang Miao opted against taking a carriage, choosing instead to run back. For 100 miles, approximately 200 kilometers. Running 10 kilometers each morning, afternoon, and evening, with her extraordinary stamina, she could easily return to the academy within a week. With an abundance of energy-rich food, her soul power was steadily escalating, and within a few days, she would attain the next level, completing her final ascent before the semester's end. Chapter 22. Level 9. A week later, Xiang Miao arrived back at the academy. After completing the arduous 400-mile journey, she was astonished to discover her soul power had reached level 9, leading her to regret her decision to return. How foolish she had been. If she had practiced for a month or two in the soul-hunting forest, she could have become a soul master. What was the purpose of returning? Nevertheless, she resigned herself to the fact that she was back. There was no way she would run back again. She aimed to strive for a breakthrough into the soul master realm by the end of this month. With the combination of the fire lion and ghost vine forming a delectable feast, she believed her soul power would accelerate even more swiftly. Upon the return of Xiang Miao, it garnered little attention, with only the work-study students and the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang taking notice. After nearly 10 days apart, they expressed a profound longing for her presence. Wang Sheng, brimming with pride, declared, "Sister Panda, I have a premonition that by the end of this month, I shall transcend to the 10th level and become a true soul master." "Is that so?" "Congratulations are in order," she responded. The other work-study students shared a similar sentiment, having dedicated themselves to rigorous training and sparring with their comrades in her absence. Wang Ren remarked, "This is all thanks to the master." "The master?" Xiang Miao inquired, puzzled. The master pointed out that our training was utterly inadequate, and that our daily sustenance lacked nutritional value. He then commenced to assist us in our training, providing a far more abundant diet than before. Xiang Miao felt increasingly perplexed. What on earth did Yu Xiaojiang intend to do? Was he trying to encroach upon her territory? How did the master train you all? Surely it was simply by instructing you to run every day? Indeed, indeed. How did you know, Sister Xiang Miao? We have also learned the principle of never abandoning or giving up. Xiang Miao sighed, pondering whether this was merely a futile endeavor. The principle of perseverance is indeed valid. Yet in the hands of the master, it seems to devolve into a senseless struggle, unlike the methods employed by Tang San and his companions, which could easily lead one to exhaustion. The master's approach is solely focused on physical endurance, pushing one to the limits of their bodily capabilities, while she encompasses a more holistic perspective, demanding transcendence beyond human limits, two fundamentally distinct philosophies. The master remarked that the method you propose is nothing short of self-torment, asserting that his regimen is most suited for you. Xiang Miao remarked, "So, you all have decided to follow him." Indeed, the master may be somewhat lacking, yet his training is remarkably effective. Upon speaking, she suddenly realized that their sister Xiang Miao wore a facade of a smile that belied her annoyance. "Ah, I apologize. Sister Xiang Miao, we shall not dare to do so again." Xiang Miao waved his hand and said, "It's fine. The master is partially correct, but not entirely. My training is solely tailored to me. You all practiced haphazardly alongside me before. His belief that I was merely practicing aimlessly is not unfounded. Since he is willing to teach you, you should learn from him diligently. However, Wang Xing, you must strive to reach soul power level 10 within this month." Xiang Miao was truly taken aback. She never anticipated that the master would willingly impart knowledge to a group of work-study students. Perhaps it was not entirely unrelated to her, as he might be taking the opportunity to demonstrate that her methods were flawed, encouraging her to join him in earnest study. Wang Xing nodded solemnly, standing firm. With the semester nearing its conclusion, he knew that if he did not exert himself now, he would have to wait until the next term. "Rest assured, Sister Panda. By the end of this month, I will undoubtedly reach the 10th level of soul power. We will too." She had indeed contemplated crafting a specialized training regimen for them. However, doing so would significantly increase their expenditure at the dining hall, which is why she refrained from doing so. After all, their casual practice yielded commendable results. Not long after Xiong Miao's return, the master soon came knocking. Upon seeing Xiaojiang again, Xiong Miao felt quite exasperated. To encounter this bothersome individual immediately upon her arrival made her realize that she must hasten her graduation and depart. She intended for Tang San to leave Wang Sheng to deal with him. Xiong Miao, I heard you have returned, so I came to see you. I've heard that during my absence of over 10 days, you have been training my younger disciples. What is your intention? The master chuckled awkwardly and replied. I noticed that Wang Xing and the others were practicing haphazardly, so I took the liberty of training them a little. Then why didn't you train them before? Why wait until I had left to start? Well, you were here. If you were present, they certainly wouldn't heed my instruction. Indeed. A group of young children cannot possibly contend with a master, Xiong Miao remarked, considering the effectiveness of their training over the past few days. Let us put this matter aside. Look, Wang Xing and his companions have indeed made some progress in their training. Your method is commendable. Yet the intensity of your training regimen is rather detrimental to your current physical condition. Ultimately, do you not wish for me to learn from you? The master, with unwavering patience, responded, Indeed, I have demonstrated to you that my training methods yield tangible results, whereas your approach, after half a year, has not borne any fruit. What if I told you that I have now ascended to level 9? Level 9, quite ordinary. Wait, how much did you say? Upon realizing that Xiong Miao was referring to level 9, disbelief washed over his face. Wang Xing and his group were utterly astonished. To ascend from level 1 to level 9 in just half a year, who could possibly believe such a feat? The master's voice took on a slightly altered tone. Your soul power has genuinely reached level 9. Upon reflection, Xiong Miao possessed a formidable second martial soul. Thus, rapid advancement was to be expected, compensating for the absence of innate full soul power typical of twin martial souls. Indeed, I have attained level 9. Shall we measure it with a soul power orb? No need. I have faith in you. However, upon further consideration, the rapid enhancement of soul power through such rigorous training raised concerns. Was it not a means of exhausting future potential? It must be so. She could not continue to squander her potential in this manner. The second martial soul had yet to manifest and could not withstand the strain of such intense training. Yet again, upon reflection, her training, while rigorous, appeared invigorating each morning, a stark contrast to the notion of stifling potential. Thus, the reasoning returned to the initial conclusion. The powerful second martial soul compensated for the innate deficiency of high soul power. It was indeed the second martial soul at play. Without depleting future potential, if all were well, she could acquire her first soul ring within this month or the next. How envious I am of her possessing a second formidable martial soul to offset her shortcomings. If only I could have one too, what might become of my Luo Sanpao martial soul? Isn't it quite surprising? Xiong Miao inquired. I must admit, it is indeed surprising. Exceeding my expectations. It is not merely because you possess a second martial soul that one might easily suspect you of practicing some nefarious technique. Yu Xiaojiang recalled the existence of a sinister training method within the Soul Master realm, which sacrifices one's vitality for accelerated strength enhancement. He harbored no desire for the individuals he admired to engage in such practices. Goodness, without a second martial soul, you suspect I have delved into malevolent techniques? Your imagination knows no bounds. Xiong Miao no longer denies the existence of a second martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang is willing to let him believe what he wishes. If one truly wishes to believe, then does the existence of a Fu count as such, rather than labeling a Fu as a martial soul or guardian spirit? It would be more accurate to refer to him as a summoning beast. Xiong Miao, you must never delve into those wicked techniques, lest your life be irrevocably ruined. Chapter 23. The discussion between Xiong Miao and the master. Is there any need for you to mention that? Moreover, I do not require it at all. Xiong Miao said with irritation. What evil techniques are there for me to practice? If anyone should be training, it should be you. Approaching 50. I find myself unable to surpass the 29th level. If one is truly willing to pay any price, including the cultivation of malevolent powers, breaking through the 29th level could be achieved in the blink of an eye. Why has the master never considered the path of dark arts? However, as the son of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect's leader, it is absolutely unacceptable for me to pursue such methods. I cannot even allow myself to contemplate this route to advancement. The master replied solemnly, no soul master, regardless of the circumstances, should ever resort to malevolent techniques in order to elevate their soul power. One must consistently uphold a steadfast belief in justice. Xiong Miao inquired. But why do many still choose to cultivate malevolent techniques? Children speak of justice and evil, he continued, while adults often discuss positions and interests. There is no true dichotomy of black and white. Rather, there exists a vast expanse of gray. Xiaogang replied. It is their fervent desire for immense power and status that drives them to embrace these sinister practices. Xiong Miao inquires once more. What if that individual is coerced? For instance, in scenarios where one's family is slaughtered, ancestral graves desecrated, and wives and daughters subjected to unspeakable horrors, extreme oppression, and incomprehensible circumstances, what then? When that person's strength appears utterly insignificant, they may seek out formidable power, indifferent to the dichotomy of good and evil. In such a case, can one determine whether they are right or wrong, just or malevolent? Regardless of the circumstances, an individual ought to steadfastly uphold the justice within their heart, remaining impervious to external influences. If a child's childhood is fraught with tragedy and they subsequently acquire malevolent power, such as a wicked martial spirit, should they be eradicated? Indeed, they must be eradicated. A malevolent martial spirit breeds sinister soul masters, and any semblance of evil must be extinguished at its source. Xiang Miao let out a sigh, astonished by the master's simplistic understanding of justice and evil, which was profoundly disheartening. It was understandable to hold such views in childhood, but upon maturing, one comes to recognize the harsh realities of society. There is no absolute justice, only what can be deemed relative justice. Bear Meow inquired once more. The tiger preys upon the rabbit, while the rabbit grazes on grass. So, is the rabbit virtuous or is the tiger malevolent? And what of the grass? The master found himself at a loss for words. He could respond to Bear Meow's earlier queries, but this final question regarding justice and malevolence left him speechless. This predicament pertains to the natural laws governing survival among living beings, where various creatures form a food chain essential for their existence. Should any tier within this chain collapse, seemingly innocuous beings may unleash catastrophic consequences upon those below them. This scenario is distinctly different from the previous inquiries, one rooted in the natural order and the other in human constructs of virtue and vice, which bear no intrinsic connection. For a child, the distinction is clear. With my intellect, how could I fail to comprehend, or you for that matter? Upon hearing Bear Meow's assertion, the master experienced a moment of clarity. After a prolonged silence, he regained his composure and declared with conviction, justice is justice, and evil is evil. How can one invoke the survival laws of nature to refute this? Xiong Miao remarked. Yet the reality remains, if one must put it that way. Is the human slaying of spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings truly an act of justice or malevolence? The master responded, humans and spirit beasts are inherently adversarial. The act of humans hunting spirit beasts for spirit rings serves to better equip ourselves against formidable spirit beasts. Should humanity cease this pursuit, we would regress to a time of weakness, becoming mere prey to the spirit beasts. The master, reveling in his psychological triumph, chuckled inwardly. You find yourself unable to counter this argument, do you? Before the foremost theorist, you, a mere child with only a short period of study, cannot hope to rival me. Perhaps after a few more years of study, you may stand a chance. The relationship between humans and spirit beasts indeed holds true. Yet if a faction were to slay a spirit beast, and the spirit beast can transformed into a human, integrating into human society, forging an unbreakable bond with a human, then seeking vengeance against the faction that harmed their kin, how would the spirit beast discern the morality of that human's loyalty? Xiong Miao employed the tale of Tang San and Xiao Wu as an example, inviting the master to make a judgment, curious to see how he would respond. The master scoffed. A human intertwined with a spirit beast would be akin to betraying all of humanity. To commit such an egregious act for the sake of a spirit beast is utterly disgraceful. Such a human would undoubtedly be scorned by all. Xiong Miao was delighted, imagining the moment when the master would discover that Tang San and Xiao Wu were, indeed, the protagonists of her example. What will you think then? As both a mentor and a father figure? I can hardly wait to see. Can spirit beasts truly become human? The master questioned incredulously. It is an absurd notion, one that borders on the ridiculous. If they were to mingle among humans, it would spell danger for humanity. Yet, such a transformation is impossible. How could a spirit beast ever become human? What if such a day were to come? Xiong Miao pressed. If that day were to manifest, the actions of that human would surpass the malevolence of a soul master practicing dark arts. Regardless, humanity would never tolerate one of their own betraying them for the sake of a spirit beast. What if that spirit beast were exceptionally benevolent? Came the counter. Is it conceivable for a spirit beast, residing among humans, to possess goodness? Absolutely not. They must be eradicated swiftly. Having addressed this tenuous inquiry into justice and malevolence, the master grew weary. Justice is justice, and malevolence is malevolence. There is no room for conjecture. The dialogue between Xiong Miao and the master is comprehensible from the perspective of the soul beasts. However, for others, it seems to be understood yet not fully grasped. Concepts of justice and evil? Who cares about that? Strength is what truly matters, and as for those malevolent techniques, they are beyond their reach. Xiong Miao cleared her throat and remarked, let us return to the discourse on justice and evil. I do not believe that absolute justice or absolute evil exist in this world. Justice and evil are distinct yet intertwined. Justice emerges from evil, and evil arises from justice. Should evil cease to exist, justice would manifest in two forms, one being the malevolent justice, and the other the virtuous justice. The ability to transition from the malevolent arts to the realms of justice and evil is remarkable. Justice and evil are akin to light and darkness. Even under the brilliance of light, shadows persist, much like our own shadows, which belong to the realm of the unseen, and we cannot deny their existence. No force in this world is entirely pure. When interests are deeply intertwined, it becomes challenging to consider absolute justice. All is a delicate balance among competing powers. Otherwise, the division between nobility and commoners would not exist. Chapter 24. The results of experimental materials. In this instance, the master was rendered speechless. As if seated before him was not a girl nearing her 7th year, but rather a theoretical scholar. Upon closer observation, an overwhelming sensation enveloped him. reminiscent of conversing with someone of great authority. She resembled a sovereign, destined for an extraordinary life. The master could not help but swallow hard and take several sips of water. This simple debate, which had escalated from the use of malevolent arts to the concepts of justice and evil, had resulted in his defeat. Should the discourse continue and revert to the malevolent arts, Xiang Miao could assert another absolute viewpoint, that 99% of humanity lacks the soul power to become soul masters. If a certain malevolent technique required the sacrifice of one's vitality to attain soul power and thus become a soul master, how would this malevolent technique be classified, evil or just? Should the master attempt to refute this notion, his statement that there are no worthless spirits, only worthless soul masters, would offend all those ordinary individuals who cannot become soul masters. Fortunately, he refrained from continuing the argument with Xiang Miao. To quarrel with a mere child would only lead to his own humiliation, though the master had lost. He gained what he desired. Xiang Miao would not pursue the practice of any malevolent arts. As for this minor debate, losing was inconsequential, once it spread. Who would believe that a master could be bested by a little girl? The victory of Xiang Miao over the master was regarded as a remarkable feat by Wang Xing and the other work-study students, despite the master's shortcomings. His theoretical knowledge remained commendable, yet it was unexpected that one day he would be bested by their younger sister, the panda sister. Ultimately, it was a reflection of their inadequate knowledge reserves. Xiang Miao was a genuine prodigy, and they could scarcely fathom the extent of time required to catch up. Presently, her soul power level had equaled theirs, urging them to exert greater effort. Consequently, this month, the work-study students began to immerse themselves in their studies with renewed vigor. Mornings were dedicated to diligent learning, seeking Xiang Miao's assistance whenever confusion arose. Afternoons were spent rigorously adhering to the master's training regimen, their progress becoming increasingly evident. Surprisingly, the typically arrogant Xiaoqinyu approached them for guidance, leaving Wang Xing, who had always been at odds with him, utterly bewildered. Had the son of the city lord truly lost his senses? Whether you allow me to join your group is up to you. If you permit me to come aboard, I will ensure that all of your work-study students at school are provided for, Wang Xing remarked. However, you ought to direct that inquiry towards our panda sister, as I hold no authority in this matter. The bear cat spread its paws, indicating, it's up to you. Xiaoqinyu turned back to Wang Sheng and asked, will it work or not? If not, I will pay the tuition myself. In truth, he felt a sense of indignation as he observed that Wang Xing and the other work-study students were rapidly surpassing him. He was determined to practice alongside them and hasten his ascent to becoming a soul master. The thought of Wang Xing achieving that status before him was utterly unacceptable, especially considering Wang Xing's declaration of absorbing the first-century soul ring, which had once seemed a jest. Now, it appeared that if he did not act quickly, he would indeed become a laughingstock. Ha ha ha, I never expected the day would come when you would seek our assistance. Their sworn rivals were now pleading to join the work-study group, greatly satisfying Wang Xing's vanity. Xiaoqinyu clenched his teeth in anger. He could train on his own, but had sought Wang Sheng's help only after realizing his efforts yielded little result. In the past, he would have already confronted them. Are you going to let us join or not? Wang Xing, having spent over half a year with the bear cat, had calmed considerably. If you wish to join, then come along. I only fear that you may not be able to endure. Humph. Let us see who becomes a true soul master first. Who's afraid of whom? You haven't even made a breakthrough in these 6 months. I've nearly caught up to you. I will definitely be the first to become a soul master. At that moment, it seemed there was no longer a clear distinction among them. They had all become rivals in this pursuit. Xiang Miao, your laughter is delightful. These children are indeed charming. And I hope that as they grow, they will retain this bond. At first, Xiaoqinyu wished to train alongside Xiang Miao, but the intensity of her regimen was beyond their limits, forcing him to practice with his rival, Wang Xing. After several days of training, the results were quite remarkable. Even the meals they consumed felt different, imbued with far greater energy than before. Undoubtedly, it was Xiang Miao's influence. She had infused the meat of the fire line to enhance their sustenance, using them as subjects to ascertain the limits of an ordinary soul master. The previous trio of Wu, Lu, and Qi yielded no significant insights, as Wang Xing and Xiaoqinyu had yet to transcend the realm of soul masters. Thus, they served as perfect subjects for observation. Additionally, upon returning home, the village awaited another sample for her experimentation. With a mindset of cautious curiosity, she contemplated whether the combination of soul beast meat and the 5 hearts towards heaven cultivation method could indeed yield soul power. Recalling that the emergence of soul masters began with the cultivation of the Xiantian technique during the Dosi era, Xiang Miao cannot ascertain whether anyone has conducted experiments akin to hers. Over the years, the development of Douluo has been considerable, and it is only natural that there may be others who have embarked upon similar explorations. However, she yearns to undertake the endeavor herself. The dilapidated Nanning Academy, a mere novice soul master institution, possesses scant relevant materials. Moreover, she has no inclination to consult the master. It is far more prudent to engage in personal experimentation to acquire knowledge. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. By taking matters into her own hands, she ensures her sustenance. After prolonged observation and training, supplemented by the inclusion of fresh soul beast meat, Xiang Miao noted substantial improvements in the physical condition of each individual. The most notable enhancement was in their bodily strength, which had significantly increased in firmness. While those with lower soul power exhibited a less pronounced but evident acceleration in their growth, it appears that a judicious intake of soul beast meat, alongside rigorous training, proves far more effective than ordinary sustenance, resulting in a markedly swifter enhancement of soul power. But why is this knowledge shrouded in obscurity? Could it be that the methods are closely guarded by the major factions? It is indeed plausible, for soul beast meat is not inedible. The energy it encompasses far surpasses that of self-cultivated food by several dozen or even 100-fold, necessitating considerable release. Perhaps the scarcity of soul beast meat stems from stringent regulations against indiscriminate hunting, regardless of the reasons. The results are undeniable. Soul beast meat is indeed superior to regular meat, yielding impressive metrics upon its impact on the body. She eagerly anticipates the surprises that the children from the village will bring her. As the final month drew to a close, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu experienced breakthroughs almost simultaneously. Xiong Miao, being a genius, is self-aware enough to recognize that she cannot compete with them. Yet, the fact that a later arriving work-study student achieved the same milestone as Xiao Qinyu at the 10th level is profoundly irksome to him. A veritable humiliation. I must surpass you in the duration of my first soul ring, he claims. Just be careful not to end up exploding your body in the process. An explosion would surely take you down with me. For the first time, Bear Meow witnessed the essence of deep friendship, wishing for their eternal companionship. Ideally with the ability to achieve a soul fusion technique. Unbeknownst to her, Bear Meow was on the verge of forgetting her past identity as a man in this life. As a girl, she found herself, like other girls, enchanted by the sight of handsome boys in romantic relationships. As graduation approached, with these two characters serving as the principal protagonists of Notting Academy, embark on their journey to the same intermediate Soul Master Academy? This remains to be explored. Chapter 25. Once again in the Soul Hunting Forest this year, Notting Junior Soul Master Academy witnessed the emergence of 3 individuals who attained the Soul Master realm. With one of them achieving this status in their first year, a feat unprecedented in the Academy's history, possessing innate level 1 soul power. The Academy's principal was overjoyed, almost at a loss for words. Rather than waiting for students to request assistance in obtaining their first soul ring, he eagerly took it upon himself to accompany Bear Meow, Wang Xing, and Xiao Qinyu in their quest for their inaugural soul rings. Originally, Xiao Qinyu's first soul ring was merely intended to be one with a lifespan of several decades. Even his father, the city lord, planned to procure a soul ring of similar duration. However, spurred by Wang Xing's encouragement, he insisted on pursuing a 400-year soul ring, which greatly impressed his father. To provide his son with a favorable beginning, the city lord immediately resolved to assist him and his 2 classmates in acquiring their soul rings. Aside from the principal and the city lord, Yu Xiaojing also volunteered to join the expedition. Aware of his intentions, the principal welcomed him, confident that the combined strength of himself and the city lord would mitigate any potential issues. Before setting off, they first determined the type of soul beast they required. Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu possessed martial spirits of the battle tiger and wolf, respectively, making it ideal for them to seek soul rings of the same category. Nevertheless, should they encounter other similar types of soul beasts first, it would not pose a problem. However, Bear Meow faced a more challenging predicament regarding her required soul ring. What kind of soul ring would suit a set of clothes? Xiong Miao boldly declared, "There's no need to ponder. My martial spirit is the bear ensemble, and I shall hunt a bear." The academy director harbored concerns regarding Xiong Miao's intentions. While her soul power was indeed advancing rapidly, her martial spirit could be simplistically described as merely a bear pelt she frequently donned. Among spirit beasts, bears were not the most formidable of entities. Are you certain you wish to hunt for its soul ring? Do you truly believe your small frame can withstand such a powerful spirit beast? The city lord shared similar apprehensions, reasoning that if Xiong Miao were a boy, it might be more plausible. The physical constitution of boys and girls differ significantly, and the selection of an appropriate soul beast for the soul ring is of utmost importance. Not necessary, even if they all teamed up. They wouldn't be able to defeat me. It's just a bear. What does that signify? Tang San had absorbed his first soul ring from a spirit beast known as the mandala snake, which possessed toxins. If he could accomplish such a feat, she was determined to obtain something even superior. The bear ensemble is destined to hunt for the bear's soul ring, an inevitability in the eyes of Bear Meow. The master, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of expertise. The primary choice for acquiring a bear's soul ring is undoubtedly the most suitable for attire-based martial souls, which are more inclined towards defense. Your martial soul not only possesses defensive capabilities but also embodies a formidable offensive strength. Securing a bear's soul ring will undoubtedly address the shortcomings of your martial soul in terms of both offense and defense. Neither the dean nor the city lord could present any objections. No one here possessed a deeper understanding of martial soul matters than he did. The attire system aligns perfectly with the defensive category, and he could recommend the most appropriate spirit beast for the soul ring. The city lord remarked with a hint of solemnity, hunting a bear-type martial soul is no trivial task. A century-old bear-type martial soul is exponentially more challenging to capture than other beast martial souls. The dean responded, Bear Meow is the first prodigy in the history of our academy to achieve self-taught success within a year. A bear-type martial soul over 400 years old can still be hunted by me. In fact, both the dean and the master had long since devised a plan for Bear Meow's first soul ring, aiming to procure a relatively commendable soul ring suitable for a martial soul of such a clothing-based nature. They had not anticipated her choice of a bear. Unaware of her dedication to physical training, they would allow Bear Meow to absorb the soul ring corresponding to her selected spirit beast. The city lord turned to the master, expressing his unease regarding his son's soul ring acquisition, inquiring, "Master, aside from the netherwolf, is there a better option for my son's spirit beast hunt?" The master replied, "Beyond the netherwolf, the spirit beast and the hunting soul forest are indeed more compatible. The sky-rending wolf is a prime example. However, the sky-rending wolf is exceedingly rare. Scouring the entire hunting soul forest may not yield one. You might also consider the lightning leopard or fire lion, which are relatively formidable, yet their effectiveness pales in comparison to that of the netherwolf." "Very well, then we shall opt for the netherwolf," declared Wang Xing, who saw no need to deliberate further. The diamond tiger was exceptionally fitting, requiring no additional selection of spirit beasts. Preparing for the hunt necessitates certain provisions. The master intended to gather some food for his martial soul, Rosan Pao, including carrots and other essentials. The only source of concern remained Bear Meow. As the dean and the master were acutely aware of her prodigious appetite, how would they manage that? Xiang Miao informed them, "I have discovered a superior source of energy replenishment." This piqued everyone's curiosity. What ingredient could possibly satisfy such an insatiable appetite? "Soul beast meat, of course," she replied. "Only the flesh of aged soul beasts could truly counterbalance my consumption. Soul beast meat is not unfamiliar to anyone. However, few can afford it. The Lord of Notting City can purchase it at any time he desires. Soul beasts possess soul power akin to that of human soul masters, and upon death, they can produce soul rings and even soul bones. Thus, consuming soul beast meat is immensely beneficial for humans, as it not only gradually enhances the physique of soul masters, but also significantly aids in their cultivation." "Are you saying those three individuals in the soul hunting forest were meant for me? I have been mistaken all along." Suddenly realizing her error, Xiang Miao felt an urge to slap herself. Such a simplistic truth had been misconstrued. She had thought the soul beast meat was solely because of its high energy content, which could be consumed only in moderation. It was indeed a narrow perspective. Upon reflection, in any world, the tables of the affluent are invariably laden with exquisite ingredients. A commonplace affair, let alone the soul beast meat of the Douluo world. The primary pursuit in the soul hunting forest is to procure soul beast meat. For soul masters, consuming this meat gradually improves their physical condition and greatly assists in their training. Thus, most soul hunting teams are engaged in this very endeavor. No wonder there has been such a drastic fluctuation in my recent appetite. It turns out you were out seeking soul beast meat. Wait, what did you say? Soul beast meat. The dean's face was a portrait of horror. The city lord cast a sidelong glance. What's the fuss? It's merely soul beast meat. Your academy has some, just a bit less. Why such an overreaction? The master and the dean, well aware of Xiang Miao's true identity, began to suspect she might hail from a hidden sect, as acquiring soul beast meat is not an easy feat for a mere girl. The dean recalled that she had once defeated a soul master with a 10-year soul ring. Perhaps her soul beast meat came from soul beasts of 10 or even several decades of cultivation. She was undoubtedly capable of slaying them. Yet, where had she procured it recently? The master harbored no doubts about Xiang Miao's strength. The formidable power of her second martial soul was not to be trifled with. Slaying soul beasts of 10 or several decades of age was well within her capabilities. "Where did you acquire your soul beast meat?" the dean inquired, eager to learn how a work-study student managed to obtain such a delicacy. Miao, I'm at a loss." Xiang Miao feigned innocence. "If I said I found it on the road, would you believe me?" As Xiang Miao smiled, it became evident that this individual was either lying or concealing the truth. Surprisingly, they believed him without inquiring further about where he had found it. Xiao Qinyu gasped, exclaiming, "To think you could find something like this. You truly are fortunate." For Wang Xing and the others, merely discovering a copper soul coin on the street is already quite an achievement. Wang Xing scoffed, "Humph. They should consider who Panda's sister is." Once the question subsided, the master, the academy dean, and the city lord guided the trio, Xiang Miao, Wang Xing, and Xiao Qinyu, towards the soul hunting forest to procure their first soul ring. The vehicle arranged by the city lord was significantly more comfortable than the one Xiang Miao had taken previously. On the 26th chapter, they arrived at midday once more, greeted by the lively atmosphere of the soul hunting market, where the familiar calls to form teams resonated. The hand orders obtained from the master were returned that very day, unbeknownst to him that they had been missing for a while. Upon returning, it was uncertain how many would still remember him. A distinctive appearance, after a month or so, would likely fade from memory. The reactions of the three children upon their first arrival varied remarkably. Xiang Miao remained the most composed, while Xiao Qinyu, having seen a bit of the world, was somewhat less affected. As for Wang Xing, the novelty of the environment sparked his enthusiasm. He had long yearned for the outside world. After acquiring a soul ring, he believed his life would truly ascend to its zenith. Humph. A pauper is still a pauper. Humph. Once I obtain my soul ring, I shall become a magnificent soul master. As Xiang Miao observed the two engaging in their ceaseless banter, she remarked on the evident camaraderie between them. Meanwhile, the master regarded the soul-hunting teams with disdain, for they were oblivious to the fact that a true soul-hunting team must consist of at least 5 components. The formation of such a team and the synergy among its members could not be achieved overnight. It was a gradual process that required years of collaboration. More importantly, the members of the same group must possess unwavering trust in one another. Otherwise, when faced with peril, they could easily collapse in an instant. The master said little, for Xiang Miao, with her keen intellect, surely understood this. Upon reaching the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu were awestruck by the towering trees. Not doubting for a moment that these ancient giants possessed an age of millennia, they observed soldiers clad in refined iron armor, brandishing long spears, their military demeanor exuding an air of solemnity. Wang Xing contemplated whether he might one day join their ranks. The master produced his hand, which was evidently of a higher grade than the hand held by the Academy's chancellor, while their hand was merely of a lower tier. The master's was of the 3rd tier. It was astonishing that the master possessed such a prestigious hand. Perhaps my eyes had deceived me. Having long navigated the corridors of power, the chancellor understood the significance of a 3rd-tier hand, which was a rarity in the realm of officials, typically only held by eminent families. It was known that the master had studied at the Spirit Hall and excelled in theory, making his possession of a 3rd tier wholly justifiable. Yet, was he not always regarded as a mere jest? This 3rd tier must have originated from his family. The master merely smiled, a hint of melancholy in his gaze, and remarked, "It is nothing, nothing at all. Your hand is of the 3rd tier from the Spirit Hall. With it, one can gain access to most areas of the Tiando Empire's soul-hunting forest, unlike our lowly 2nd-tier hand, which must be returned to the Spirit Hall upon completing a soul beast hunt. The masters can be held for a lifetime." The chancellor knew all too well that this hand bore the insignia of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, a top-tier existence among beast spirits. Although its owner was not a member of the Spirit Hall, the family it represented commanded great respect within the hall. The jester, Yu Xiaojiang, turned out to be a scion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. To attain the position of chancellor, one must possess considerable intelligence, otherwise maintaining such a position would be unthinkable. Upon hearing the chancellor's words, Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu began to grasp the true nature of the master within the academy. Xiong Miao, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, drew even more attention from the chancellor. Could it be that she, too, hailed from an illustrious family? When faced with the 3rd-tier hand again, the soldiers respectfully ushered them through without hesitation. "Very well, we shall prepare to enter the forest. From this moment forth, do not stray from my side," commanded the chancellor. "Yes, chancellor." Even though the soul beasts within the National Reserve were accustomed to captivity and tended to be more docile, the chancellor remained vigilant. Most were merely juveniles, with the exception of one particularly small one. As before, they encountered numerous 10- and 100-year-old soul beasts along the way. Those that did not initiate an attack were unlikely to strike first. Now, the knowledge of soul beasts was manifesting in the students' learning outcomes. And Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu could not claim to know everything, yet their understanding of 1/10 was already commendable. For a scholar of the master's caliber, the soul-hunting forest harbored no secrets. As dusk descended, the master, chancellor, and their party chose a campsite in a low-lying area, surrounded by towering trees, a rare safe haven. After a night without disturbances from soul beasts or wild animals, they arose, had a simple breakfast, and continued their journey. The century-old soul beasts were deeper within the forest, and they were unlikely to encounter the fortunate sighting of the 2 500-year-old fire lion soul beasts again. At that moment, 6 or 7 figures approached them. "It is the netherwolf," the master recognized, identifying the soul beast as a wolf. "It is essential to find a suitable soul ring," he affirmed. The netherwolves were merely 10 years old, not yet reaching the 100-level threshold. "Are you certain you wish to absorb them?" Xiang Miao cautioned. "Only 10 years? I would never consider absorbing them. True prodigies begin at 100 years, the chancellor scoffed. "A mere pack of 10-year-old netherwolves dares to disturb us." Without the need to summon his spirit, the mere aura of his soul power was sufficient to intimidate them into retreat. With the appearance of the 10-year-old netherwolves, it was likely that older ones, over 100 years, were lurking nearby. Wolves are social creatures, and the 6 or 7 present were just a fraction of the actual number. Upon discovering the netherwolf's lair, they counted a total of 22, including 2 that had just crossed the 100-year mark, with the strongest among them being over 300 years old. A 300-year-old netherwolf will suffice. It may prove challenging to find another of 300 or 400 years, the chancellor mused. Confronting a pack of 25 wolves, the combined strength of the chancellor and the master, both at the 40th level, made the encounter trivial. They swiftly subdued the wolf king, causing the other netherwolves to flee in haste. "You come and slay it to obtain its soul ring," the chancellor instructed. Xiao Qinyu nodded and unsheathed a knife, swiftly dispatching the 300-year-old netherwolf. The yellow soul ring soon materialized, and he sat down to absorb his first soul ring. Absorbing a first soul ring of over 300 years was no simple task. Xiang Miao sensed the tremendous force of the soul ring impacting Xiao Qinyu's body, who gritted his teeth to remain conscious. His father watched anxiously as his son absorbed the soul ring. After all, the limit for a first soul ring was 400 years, and 300 was perilously close. Wang Xing, as Xiao Qinyu's long-standing rival, had developed a bond through years of interaction, and despite their rivalry, he hoped for his success. As nearly half an hour passed, Xiao Qinyu successfully absorbed the soul ring, and a yellow ring ascended from beneath his feet, signifying his emergence as a true soul master. Chapter 27. Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu, 11 level. One ring soul master Xiao Qinyu. The chancellor erupted with laughter. Indeed, my son surpasses you by leaps and bounds. His first soul ring begins at 100 years. Xiao Qinyu's success in acquiring a 100-year first soul ring filled him with elation, promising achievements that would undoubtedly eclipse those of his father in the future. Xiang Miao remarked, "Come and show everyone your first soul skill." With a nod of affirmation, Xiao Qinyu unleashed his inaugural soul technique. My first soul skill is the Phantom Strike. As his martial spirit manifested, his hands transformed into wolf claws, and in a swift motion, he lunged towards a tree, leaving behind 5 profound gashes. The onlookers gazed at the deep marks on the tree. The potency of a century-old soul ring's first soul skill was self-evident. This also validated the master's assertion that the Phantom Wolf was the most suitable choice for the first soul ring. Surely, the power of my first soul skill will surpass yours, Wang Xing exclaimed with palpable excitement. If Xiao Qinyu's first soul skill was already this formidable, his own must be equally impressive. I eagerly await to see what kind of first soul skill this cat will acquire. It will undoubtedly be superior. The academy head, City Lord Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu reveled in their joy, yet Xiang Miao and the master held a different perspective. For an 11-year-old soul master, this was quite typical. Many at this age would not even attain the status of a soul master. The master sought absolute genius, for instance, a soul master like Xiang Miao, who achieved his first soul ring at the tender age of 6 or 7. Was not out of the question to become a great soul master or even a soul sovereign at the same age. The thoughts of Bearcat differ from those of various masters. Each individual's starting point and destination are unique, and one should not impose their own standards of judgment upon others. Unlike those exceptionally gifted individuals with innate high soul power, they are at least exemplary among ordinary soul masters, deserving of respect rather than disdain. At times, they may prove to be remarkably reliable allies. Well, splendid. Now, let us proceed to hunt the next soul beast, the diamond tiger. In the soul hunting forest, the distribution of most soul beasts' habitats is relatively fixed. Bearcat's familiarity with the map of this world pales in comparison to that of the master, often relying on mere fortune. Upon locating a habitat of a diamond tiger, they found it absent. The master knew that the diamond tiger typically roams nearby in search of food, only returning swiftly upon sensing an intrusion into its domain. The bearcat unflinchingly proceeded to correct. In truth, any creature would respond similarly. If one's home is invaded, it is only natural to return and seek retribution. In comparison to humans, the stronger the soul beast, the more pronounced its territorial instinct. When juxtaposed, individuals tend to favor the bearcat's further interpretation. No sooner had the words left the air than a chilling howl echoed from a distance. The mighty diamond tiger of this habitat had returned. The diamond tiger is an exceptionally formidable martial soul. Unlike the social nature of wolf packs, despite its modest height, its combat prowess is not to be underestimated. You three, quickly conceal yourselves. Having just acquired his soul ring, Xiao Qinyu was not yet prepared for actual combat, and the other 2 children lacked soul rings as well. The sound indicated there was more than one. Should this diamond tiger discover them, it would certainly spell trouble. This time, the principal took on the role of protector for the 3 children, leaving Yu Xiaojiang feeling quite uneasy. When the diamond tiger turned back, it soon became evident that this was not its habitat, but rather that of another tiger-type soul beast, the Iron Fist Tiger. The Iron Fist Tiger? Wang Xing stared wide-eyed at the irate creature, with its massive upper body and normal-sized lower half, as it pounded the ground, creating a crater. Fear not. This Iron Fist Tiger is equally suitable for you. The master observed the Iron Fist Tiger, noting that its cultivation level was also over 300 years. What remarkable fortune to encounter 2 appropriate soul beasts for harvesting soul rings within a single day. The Iron Fist Tiger? Xiang Miao's eyes scanned the surroundings, recalling her birthplace, Bear Village, where the protagonists of Bears on the Loose reside. Today, she was reminded of the character Iron Fist Tiger from the Pig Hero series, transformed into one of the 5 spirit guardians using the 5 spirit lock. This Iron Fist Tiger bears a striking resemblance to its animated counterpart, featuring a large upper body and a smaller lower body, adorned in vibrant orange with golden fists. The likeness is uncanny, leaving one to ponder whether the other 4 guardians truly exist. If Iron Fist Tiger is indeed real, could it be that other animated characters exist as well? The bear and cat speculate that there must be others, especially since the Iron Fist Tiger has made an appearance. It stands to reason that others would not be absent. The hunt for the Iron Fist Tiger swiftly concluded with a chilling cry, as half of its body became ensnared in the rocks, rendering it immobile. At that moment, another Iron Fist Tiger arrived, having learned from its companion as fate. It refrained from launching any attacks, instead choosing to observe quietly from a distance before making a decision. The city lord exchanged glances with it, instilling a sense of caution that deterred any aggressive intentions. Having someone to lead is advantageous. One need only wait for the expert to eliminate the monsters, passively awaiting the rewards of experience. The second Iron Fist Tiger, recognizing the lack of opportunity, gradually retreated from the scene. After the departure of the second Iron Fist Tiger, Wang Sheng claimed victory over the first. sitting cross-legged on the ground to absorb the soul ring produced upon its demise. Enduring a harrowing ordeal, Wang Sheng, fueled by his indomitable will, successfully absorbed the first soul ring, which spanned over 3 centuries, thus becoming a true soul master. Overcome with exhilaration, he could not help but roar towards the heavens, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain. What is your soul skill, Wang Sheng? Given that you've encountered the Iron Fist Tiger, could your soul skill be the Iron Tiger's Heavy Smash? My first soul skill is indeed Heavy Smash. With that, he directed all his might towards a massive boulder, his fists gleaming with a golden hue as they struck the stone. While it did not shatter completely, the imprint left by his blows sank deeply into the surface. It was indeed a formidable soul skill. How powerful is that? Wang Xing exclaimed with pride. Xiao Qinyu, however, regarded it with disdain. With such meager attacking power, I could have easily bested you before, and I could do so now. Who has to say who will be defeated? Let us have a match now. Come. The dean, sensing the tension, intervened, his face etched with irritation. What are you two thinking? Save it for the academy. You can fight to your heart's content there. Not only the dean, but the city lord was also visibly upset. While he could overlook Wang Xing's behavior, Xiao Qinyu was his son. Surely, he understood the gravity of their surroundings. With a firm slap to the back of his head, he admonished, do you even realize where you are? If you wish to show off, I'll have you face a century-old soul beast and see just how capable you truly are. All right, I was wrong, Dad. Wang Xing sought to seize the moment for some light-hearted mockery when the bear and cat swiftly brought down a paw, asserting, you two wish to challenge a century-old soul beast, don't you? Freshly gained soul rings have you floating high. To challenge a century-old soul beast right after acquiring a soul ring is perilous. Even if victorious, injuries are inevitable. They still require time to train before confronting soul beasts. Next comes the hunt for your first soul ring, Bear and Cat. Finally, it was Bear and Cat's turn, filled with anticipation for her first soul skill. The bear suit, while conspicuous, possessed only a slight offensive capability in its claws. Fortunately, over the past year, she had nearly maxed out her embarrassment level, no longer feeling ashamed to wear the bear suit. Within the soul-hunting forest, finding bear-type soul beasts is no easy feat due to their formidable strength. Many possess substantial cultivation. To hunt a suitable bear-type soul beast, it may take several days of searching. The master produced a manual detailing the soul beasts raised by the state, which was meticulously recorded. It was unclear how the master acquired such a resource. Are you all listening? The bear and cat creatures paid no heed to the master's words. Their attention was entirely fixated on Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu. You suggest their energies are strikingly similar? The city lord was utterly perplexed by this notion. Could it be that Wang Xing is his illegitimate son? While he had indeed encountered numerous women in his past, such a coincidence seemed implausible. My bear suit appears capable of discerning this connection. The bear creature removed its hood, and through the 2 bear eyes above, it observed the striking similarity in the energies of the 2 individuals. Wang Xing remarked, the closer we get, the more we feel a complementary bond. Xiao Qinyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, after we obtained our soul rings, this inexplicable sensation emerged. Father, could it be that Wang Sheng is your illegitimate child? Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng was indignant. Who is your brother? The sensation of complementarity manifested after both had acquired their soul rings. This concept is known as the martial soul fusion technique. The academy head and the city lord were momentarily taken aback. They were certainly familiar with the martial soul fusion technique. In the realm of martial souls, encountering a complementary martial soul is exceedingly rare. Once such a pairing occurs, their combined strength multiplies exponentially. This is the essence of the martial soul fusion technique. How could the academy head have known that 2 individuals possessing this technique would appear in his academy, especially when he had personally ventured to assist them in hunting for their soul rings just days prior? Are you certain? The city lord remained skeptical. How could a tiger and a wolf possibly combine to form a martial soul fusion technique? It seems they would need to test this theory to ascertain the truth. Xiong Miao, uncertain whether it was due to an excessive consumption of soul beast meat, surprisingly possessed the ability to discern the closeness of 2 individuals' auras. The bear eyes on her hat were merely a whimsical fabrication she concocted herself. Indeed, how could a tiger and a wolf possibly unite? What idioms refer to the tiger and the wolf? There are phrases such as the roar of the tiger and the howl of the wolf. The might of the tiger and wolf, as fierce as a wolf and tiger. The wolf devours the tiger, the den of the tiger and wolf, and the heart of a tiger and wolf. It seems there is indeed a sinister and perilous essence to them. But how to test this? I have no idea. I only recall that the introduction to the soul fusion technique states that 2 individuals must embrace and hold hands to accomplish it. Hold hands, embrace. What? To engage in such an act with him? Never. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu simultaneously expressed their reluctance. They might be willing to engage in combat, but the thought of holding hands and embracing was utterly unthinkable. What a frivolous notion of soul fusion technique. They would have none of it. In truth, holding hands and embracing were not strictly necessary. Some physical contact was essential, though mutual embrace would yield even better results. The master explained that for the initial attempt, Greater bodily contact would significantly enhance the effectiveness of the soul fusion technique. A mere dual soul fusion technique. Yu Xiaojing have successfully orchestrated a trinity soul fusion technique, serving as the guiding intellect. Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu remained adamant in their refusal, but Xiong Miao exchanged a glance with the city lord, and together they cried out, "Wang, you are." Under the coercive influence of their guardians, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu reluctantly embraced, their expressions a mixture of defiance and embarrassment. As their bodies made full contact, their soul powers began to inexplicably intertwine, ushering forth an indescribable sensation within them. Release your soul powers. The two unleashed their respective souls, one a tiger, the other a wolf, and soon their soul powers merged into a nebulous silhouette. Chapter 28. Master, what is your perspective? The tiger, incredibly fierce, the king of beasts. The wolf pack, disciplined, cold, and ruthless. Together, they embody the most tenacious will, the strongest physique, and the coldest nerves, regardless of the might or resilience of their adversaries. They can effortlessly rend them asunder, reducing them to mere dust. The soul fusion technique, the heart of the tiger and wolf. This is the soul fusion technique of Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu. Xiong Miao speculated whether Wang Shengxiao and Qinyu would possess a martial soul fusion technique. And to his astonishment, it came to fruition. What could be the fusion technique of a tiger combined with a wolf? It is beyond imagination to conceive the nature of such a fusion beast. Both individuals possess martial souls that are classified as beast-type combat souls. And it is universally acknowledged that martial soul fusion results in a fusion beast. However, the outcome was unexpectedly a domain skill. What? This is impossible. The master was the first to exclaim this. Given that both their martial souls are beast-type, it stands to reason that the fusion technique should yield a fusion beast. Not a domain skill. This greatly transcends his theoretical understanding. To discover that it is a domain skill within martial soul fusion techniques is unprecedented. There are countless martial soul fusion techniques, yet this particular occurrence is not found in any text. It is the first time he has encountered a domain skill arising from the fusion of two beast-type martial souls. Such a phenomenon would be inconceivable in any world, and Xiong Miao feels enlightened. Furthermore, it is an amplification-type domain skill. Once Wang Shengxiao and Qinyu's fusion technique manifested, it elevated the attributes of their team to an unparalleled zenith within this domain, unleashing explosive damage, ensuring sustained output, eradicating negative effects, and enhancing team cohesion, thereby propelling their morale to unprecedented heights, an embodiment of military might that instills dread in their adversaries. Conversely, enemies within this domain experience a comprehensive debilitation, particularly on a psychological level. In simpler terms, it amplifies their own power while diminishing that of their foes. Nonetheless, the fact that this amplification domain skill is executed by two combat soul masters seems somewhat perplexing. It would naturally be more fitting if two support-type soul masters were to perform such a feat. Master, what is your perspective? This is Xiong Miao's inaugural inquiry to the master. The dean and the city lord share a curiosity about how the master will respond to this assertion. Faced with a domain skill wielded by two combat soul masters, the master finds himself at a loss for explanation. He has encountered many martial soul fusion techniques, all of which conform to the norm. Beast martial souls merging into a more powerful fusion beast, or the fusion of beast and weapon martial souls resulting in a fusion beast. The only exceptions are the fusion techniques of Juhua Guan and Gui Mei, which possess the unique function of locking onto enemies and immobilizing their movements. Given the peculiarity of Gui Mei's martial soul, he can comprehend their fusion technique. But the one before him eludes all understanding. The master shakes his head in resignation. This is indeed my first encounter with such a phenomenon. I will require considerable time to grasp it fully. If even the master cannot elucidate this, then the martial soul fusion technique of Wang Shengxiao and Qinyu must be regarded as a unique anomaly, unless their fusion technique remains incomplete. Xiong Miao speculated that the explanation might lie in the incompleteness of the martial soul fusion technique. However, how could a technique of such magnitude truly be incomplete? The notion of an incomplete martial soul fusion technique? Suddenly, the master reacted. Could it be that this also pertains to a triune existence? His own triune martial soul fusion technique necessitates the integration of the other two components, the killing horn and the flying horn, to form the golden sacred dragon. The martial spirit of the bear cat manifests as an article of clothing, which might indeed be a possibility. Are there any additional requirements? The fact that his own son possesses a martial soul fusion technique alongside another child has already brought him immense joy. If there are any shortcomings at this level, he is determined to rectify them at all costs. Xiong Miao pondered aloud, suggesting that perhaps they were simply too weak. He proposed that the two should attempt to add another soul ring. If the situation remained unchanged thereafter, it might indicate they possessed a unique nature. Nevertheless, possessing a martial soul fusion technique was already a significant achievement, and one should not be overly demanding. The dean was quite content with the current situation. The emergence of a martial soul fusion technique from his academy would greatly enhance their enrollment rates, and the state would allocate more resources to the institution. Truly a win-win scenario. The city lord remarked calmly, stating that as long as there remained an opportunity, he would not relent. As long as he understood what was needed, he was determined to provide a solution. The master, having solidified his thoughts, spoke reflectively. I believe what is lacking is unity. Unity? The group was perplexed by the master's words. Xiaogang, have you had any revelations? If there exists a feasible solution, the dean would wholeheartedly endorse it. Xiong Miao is more eager to discover what the master's solution entails. I believe one person among them is missing. What does it mean to be missing a person? The city lord inquires. Missing a person? Surely you do not mean to suggest the Trinity? Xiong Miao suddenly recalled the concept of the Trinity as described by the master. Indeed, it is the Trinity. It is no wonder that this child, whom I hold in high regard, possesses such knowledge. The Trinity refers to a soul fusion technique formed by 3 individuals. I have previously participated in such a fusion with 2 others. The city lord must be reminded of the illustrious Golden Triangle renowned across the continent, which employs the Trinity soul fusion technique. It is surprising that one of its members has remained unaware for so many years in his nodding city. Age has certainly dulled the senses. If the Trinity soul fusion technique is indeed the case, then who might the 3rd member be? As I speak, my gaze shifts towards Xiong Miao. She was the first to detect the similar auras of Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu upon realizing their soul abilities, making it difficult to suspect anyone other than Xiong Miao. Me? Xiong Miao pointed to herself, indicating she was one of the Trinity soul fusion techniques. Indeed, that could be the case, but first, I must acquire my soul rings. If she is part of the Trinity soul fusion techniques, she is unconcerned about the inadequacies of the other 2. Even Yu Xiaojiang, despite his shortcomings, has 2 companions willing to form the Trinity with him. What are her 2 companions to her? She can just bring them along. The master shared this sentiment, despite Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu being weak. They could still serve as her support. Individuals capable of forming a soul fusion technique are exceedingly rare. And he recognized the need to seize this opportunity for someone he holds in high regard. So, what are we waiting for? We must hasten to procure her soul rings. The city lord was quite eager. The notion of a Trinity soul fusion technique was beyond his wildest dreams. Xiong Miao, this young girl, is destined for great achievements in the future, perhaps even to become a titled Douluo. While his son may not measure up, if the Trinity were to succeed, even if she merely had a subordinate, that individual would be of considerable stature, promising prosperity for the family. No, this is merely my speculation. Whether or not she is truly part of the Trinity remains uncertain, as it could very well involve others. A trial must be undertaken, without attempting. How can one ascertain their potential? The Academy's director would undoubtedly prefer to witness the success of the Trinity soul fusion skill. What do we call this? An explosive display of character. First, the soul rings of Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu were effortlessly obtained, followed by the soul fusion technique, and then the Trinity. This can only be described as an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The Nordian Primary Soul Master Academy exists because of you. Chapter 29. The time limit is too low. I shall not have it. Upon hearing that their soul fusion technique might be lacking one participant, potentially Xiong Miao, Wang Xing, and Xiao Qinyu could not feign indifference. Who could resist the charm of an adorable girl? Regardless, strength is what truly matters. Initially, the plan was to escort Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu away from the soul-hunting forest, as they were to hunt formidable bear-type soul beasts. Their habitat was surrounded by powerful soul beasts, and even in the soul-hunting forest, remnants of soul beasts from millennia past still lingered. One could not predict what might be encountered in the next moment, should they confront a formidable foe, even the Academy's director and city lord, with their first soul rings being mere white rings, might not prevail. Thus, it was fortuitous that Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu's soul fusion technique could bolster their combat capabilities. A resource to be utilized, while also allowing them to refine their synergy. Bears, as spirit beasts, typically reside in caves or tree hollows, with a preference for caves, making them relatively easy to locate. Perhaps fortune smiled upon us, for we chanced upon a black bear that had cultivated its powers for over 4 centuries. The one who engaged it was the city lord. Despite the bear's agility and formidable strength, it fell effortlessly to the prowess of the city lord. Xiang Miao ruthlessly dispatched her first spirit beast. Blood stained the ground as a yellow spirit ring slowly ascended. Xiang Miao sat cross-legged, drawing the soul ring toward herself, commencing the process of absorption. This endeavor proved considerably less arduous than it was for Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu, devoid of any discomfort, as effortless as the acts of drinking water and dining. Indeed, following her body refinement, her physical constitution had become distinctly superior to that of others, enabling her to absorb soul rings that exceeded the typical limits. Realizing that a soul ring aged over 400 years was rather trivial for her, she decisively chose to relinquish it just as she was on the verge of fully absorbing it as her first soul ring. Typically, soul masters find it impossible to interrupt their own absorption, especially when nearing completion. However, Xiang Miao accomplished this feat independently, a task usually reliant on external intervention to disrupt the process. Xiang Miao abruptly interrupted the final step, unleashing a wave of force that led onlookers to believe success had been achieved. The absorption concluded so swiftly, truly a prodigy. It is no wonder I chose this child. What is it? What soul skill has been acquired? The attire-related soul skill piqued their curiosity, especially that of the master, who was even more intrigued. Xiong Miao slowly spoke. You may find it hard to believe what I am about to say. A sense of inexplicable unease welled up within the master, prompting him to inquire. Is there a problem? The others joined in with their questions. Is there an issue with the soul technique? The bear cat continued. This soul ring is far too low. It is unsuitable for me. Thus I forcibly ceased the absorption. A profound silence ensued. After a considerable pause, the dean gently inquired. When you say you stopped, do you mean you interrupted the absorption of the soul ring? Xiong Miao nodded, affirming, indeed, a 400-year soul ring is far too low. Its absorption is exceedingly facile. And I forcibly interrupted the process. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could one possibly interrupt the absorption of a soul ring? This revelation utterly shattered their understanding of soul rings. Under normal circumstances, if one could absorb it, why would they halt the process? Once a soul ring is absorbed, it is nigh impossible to stop unless one is overwhelmed by the soul ring's age, leading to bodily explosion, which someone might intervene to prevent, thus rescuing the individual from the brink of death. The first to express disbelief was the master, who could not fathom the possibility of one interrupting their own soul ring absorption. He contended that even halting the process would lead to a backlash from the soul ring's power. Is it truly so simple to interrupt? Xiong Miao retorted. How did you achieve this, and without suffering from the repercussions of the soul ring's power? The city lord inquired, eager for the answer. Yes, how did you manage it? The master appeared increasingly anxious, his breath quickening. This knowledge was of paramount importance. It's quite simple, really. Just forcibly cease the absorption and contend with it using your body. Xiong Miao replied leisurely. As for the backlash, perhaps it is due to my daily physical training. My body's strength is such that the backlash is merely a trivial inconvenience. The city lord remained skeptical, exclaiming, this is impossible. No matter how much you train, you cannot achieve such a feat. Even the dean shared his disbelief. Perhaps my consumption of soul beast meat has altered my physique, Xiong Miao mused. I have ingested more than others on numerous occasions. This is not entirely implausible. However, if this were true, a new question arose. Wouldn't the age of your first soul ring absorption need to be considerably higher? The ability to forcibly interrupt the absorption indicates that his body could accommodate a higher age for the first soul ring. This revelation would contradict the master's theoretical assertion that the maximum age for a first soul ring is 423 years. It could potentially double the absorption age. Doubling the age would imply an 800-year first soul ring. Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu were left in shock, their jaws nearly dislocated. An 800-year first soul ring? This was the stuff of legends, a veritable monster among them. Master Yu Shaojing staunchly upheld his theoretical stance, insisting that 423 years represented the utmost limit for a first soul ring, asserting that even if surpassed, it would not exceed 500 years. Ultimately, this could only be attributed to her second martial soul. If she possessed such power, her physical constitution must be exceptional. Thus, everything fell into place. It is undoubtedly true that Xiong Miao possesses a second martial soul. Otherwise, how could her soul power have escalated so rapidly, allowing her to absorb soul rings of greater age? Indeed, this must be the case. However, the city lord remains unconvinced. If one were to diligently train their body and regularly consume the flesh of soul beasts, it would certainly enhance the absorption age of soul rings. Such a secret would have long been known to the prominent families and factions, and given my status, I would have been privy to it as well. If this were indeed the reality, then the younger generation of those esteemed families would have already attained soul rings of significantly higher age. Yet, I have never heard of such a case. Even the youngest Haoyan Douluo possesses a first soul ring with an age of merely around 400 years, a limit that no one can withstand. Yet, the evidence lies before us. She can effortlessly discard a soul ring of over 400 years. It is certain that she surpasses the theoretical limits of soul ring absorption. Perhaps, it is due to her innate physique transcending that of ordinary individuals. The master offers an explanation to rationalize Xiong Miao's prowess, attempting to obscure the existence of her second martial soul. It is akin to the notion that some individuals are born with divine strength, and Xiong Miao possesses a naturally formidable constitution. Otherwise, how could she so effortlessly vanquish a first-ring soul master? This explanation convinces both the dean and the city lord entirely. Truly, some individuals are endowed with innate strength, some are born with abundant soul power, some occupy high positions by birth, while others fade into obscurity. Some can become soul masters, while others cannot. The reasoning remains consistent. What does it matter if one possesses a naturally robust physique? With a higher age for her first soul ring, her future achievements as a title de law are assured. An 800-year-old soul beast, you say? Very well. Allow me to assist you. Chapter 30. A trial in search of a suitable bear-type soul beast for Xiong Miao. The group discovered a terrifying 800-year-old battle bear the following day. Comparatively, the battle bear is significantly more formidable than the previous black bear of the same age. This 800-year-old creature is capable of contending with 1,000-year soul beasts, able to challenge any soul beast within the hunting soul forest that does not exceed 1,000 years. In their quest to obtain the soul ring from this 800-year-old battle bear, even the dean and the city lord, despite their relative weaknesses, exerted tremendous effort to secure it. This time, the absorption of the soul ring by Xiong Miao is entirely dissimilar to the previous occasion. The disparity between the two soul rings, separated by a decade, is not merely a matter of a slight increase in difficulty. The experience is undoubtedly fraught with pain and discomfort. The bear embodies immense strength. She currently feels as though she is grappling with every cell within her invigorated. The process of absorption takes approximately the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, culminating in the emergence of a deep yellow soul ring that rises from beneath her, signifying her ascension to the status of a true soul master. She stands as a formidable soul master, surpassing all others of her rank, owing to the remarkable age of her first soul ring, which has reached 800 years. It is exceedingly rare for anyone of the same rank to triumph over such a soul master. The bear cat felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its body, each movement imbued with a delightful sense of strength and agility. The various functions of its physique experienced a significant enhancement, while the overall form remained largely unchanged. Most notably, the martial spirit bear suit could not be retracted, evoking a deep desire to don it. This was far from a mere whim. It felt as though there was still the capacity to absorb the essence of soul beasts aged several hundred years, yet alas, there was no time to pause. A few more centuries would elevate its potential to the threshold of millennia, but such aspirations were now out of reach. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Bear-type soul beasts had always been unmatched in their prowess. An 800-year-old beast was akin to one a millennium old, was it not? However, a thought lingered. After nearly a year of physical refinement, had my training become somewhat lacking? The bear cat rose to its feet, and the masters approached, inquiring about the first soul skill of Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu. As for the entire type martial soul, the first soul ring absorbed was of 800 years, suggesting that the obtained soul skill must be of considerable caliber. Xiong Miao proclaimed, "My first soul skill is called Bear Charge. When activated, I charge forward, entering a state of invulnerability akin to being immune to control effects, and it cannot be interrupted. The power of my normal attacks is significantly enhanced. This is indeed a formidable soul skill. The invulnerability alone renders it exceptionally powerful, and the increase in normal attack potency further adds to its significance." Everyone marveled at Xiong Miao's first soul skill, noting the impressive age of her first soul ring, which was 800 years. Truly, such talent is destined to surpass even the legendary Houtian Douluo Tang Hao in achieving the title of Douluo at an earlier stage. The master remarked, "Whether in individual contests or team battles, the application of this first soul skill is immensely impactful. It can almost be characterized as devoid of weaknesses. Is it truly that remarkable?" The city lord expressed a desire to test it, addressing Xiong Miao. "Come, feel free to strike at me. I shall defend myself." "Are you certain, city lord?" Xiong Miao inquired, scratching her bare paw. "What if I accidentally injure you?" "Ridiculous. I, the city lord, am a soul master. How could I possibly falter against your first soul skill?" The city lord exhibited unwavering confidence in his abilities, dismissing her 800-year first soul skill as merely equivalent to another second or third soul skill. "Then may I proceed?" Xiong Miao asked eagerly. "Here I come." Bear Charge. She was unperturbed, knowing that their power levels differed by several tiers, and she could not harm him. Bear Charge. If there is a sandbag, why not strike it? With her soul ring aglow, she charged at the city lord, a golden aura enveloping her, her state of invulnerability. Just before reaching the city lord, she unleashed a powerful punch. The city lord had already prepared to defend, yet he underestimated the force of her strike. He was sent flying, crashing against the mountainside, with stones cascading around him. "Ah, my apologies, city lord." Not to worry, he replied, emerging from the rubble while clutching his abdomen. Despite his fortification with soul power, his mere level 40 physical strength was insufficient to withstand the impact of a little girl's first soul skill. Truly, great strength yields miraculous results. It seems she possesses not only innate physical prowess but perhaps divine strength as well. Xiao Qinyu clenched his fists tightly as he witnessed his father being knocked down by a classmate. It was evident that his father's soul ring configuration was subpar: white, yellow, purple. How could it be anything but inadequate? He resolved to grow stronger, determined to surpass his father. Xiong Miao may never surpass his father, nor withstand even a single punch. The master remarked, "The power of this punch is entirely on par with the second soul skill derived from a standard soul ring configuration." While others commence their journey as soul masters, Xiong Miao begins as a grand soul master. The dean added, "Indeed, the first soul ring's age is 800 years, a rarity in the annals of Douluo, rendering him a veritable anomaly. Moreover, it is the first soul ring of a spirit of the clothing category. Typically, only beast spirits possess such formidable soul skills." The master continued, "This likely stems from the intrinsic synergy of her spirit. According to my theory of spirit mimicry, being a bear provides a distinct advantage, allowing for a higher degree of compatibility and absorption, thus bestowing her with a soul skill comparable to that of a beast spirit." The dean, having previously dismissed the notion of the top 10 spirit cores as mere folly, now considered the possibility that the master's theoretical framework might hold truth. There may indeed come a day when his theory is thoroughly validated. At that moment, the city lord began to recover from excruciating pain. His soul ring configuration was subpar, leaving him vulnerable to a devastating breach of his soul power barrier, a sensation almost unbearable. It is no wonder that soul warriors could triumph over soul masters. Should he acquire a soul ring now, particularly a second ring with a millennium configuration, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. His son is destined to follow in her footsteps. Classmate, he continued, we previously contemplated the Trinity fusion technique. Without a soul ring, it was challenging to recognize. Now that you have acquired a soul ring, do you believe you can engage in a Trinity fusion with the two of them? Xiang Miao pondered for a moment and shook her head, stating that she felt no complementary aura between the two of them and herself. No? She mused. Perhaps that individual is not me, but someone else entirely. It is also possible that there is no third person. Their martial soul fusion technique is indeed quite ordinary. Xiang Miao felt a tinge of disappointment. Everyone had ventured into the soul-hunting forest and enjoyed remarkable fortune, effortlessly acquiring soul rings. The emergence of a martial soul fusion technique led her to suspect that the domain enhancement abilities of the two beast martial souls were flawed. While she could be considered one part of a trinity, it turned out she was not. Did it matter? Not at all. Their martial soul fusion technique remained intact, wielding considerable influence within their team. Martial soul fusion is not merely a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Even two identical martial souls may not yield a fusion technique, as it requires complementarity and a flawless pairing. The combination of a tiger and a wolf resulting in a martial soul fusion technique is indeed a rare and exceptional phenomenon. I believe you should give it a try. As long as there is harmonious cooperation between you, theoretically, it is feasible. The master had not given up. Wang Sheng, Xiao Chun, and Yu Xiaojiang's talents might be somewhat lacking, but as long as they could provide Xiong Miao with substantial support, it would be acceptable. Even if it did not work out, it could offer valuable experience for someone more suitable in the future, achieving two objectives at once. Are you sure? The gap between me and them is so vast. Are you certain it will work? Did you not mention that after acquiring a soul ring, trying it out would pose no issue? Then let us give it a shot. Although Yu Xiaojiang might not be exceptional in every regard, he still had his merits in certain aspects. The Trinity could indeed materialize. Attempting it would be worthwhile. The martial souls of the Golden Triad were of varying quality, particularly Luo Sanpao, yet they managed to form a Trinity martial soul fusion technique. Perhaps the same could be true for them. Chapter 31. The Master You Cannot Grasp Thus. Xiang Miao, Wang Xing, and Xiaochen positioned themselves according to the Master's guidance, each taking up their respective positions. As the concept of the Trinity was articulated, the Master had already envisioned the triad of Xiong Miao, Wang Sheng, and Xiao Chun in his mind. Xiong Miao would take the lead at the forefront, with Wang Sheng and Xiao Chun supporting her from behind. This arrangement was akin to his role within the Golden Triad, albeit with the primary position reversed. Ultimately, their martial soul fusion technique culminated in the Golden Sacred Dragon. Xiang Miao's martial soul is akin to that of Luo Sanpao, both sharing the same attribute. One is a beast martial soul that has been reduced to mere skin, while the other has transformed from a dragon into a pig, with two additional horns serving as support to achieve its ultimate form. Luo Sanpao has ascended to the status of a sacred dragon. One cannot help but wonder what transformation awaits Xiang Miao's ensemble. The Master is filled with anticipation, as this marks the second Trinity martial soul fusion technique he has taught on the continent, one that does not require compatibility among soul beasts. A martial soul resembling animal hide is inherently more suited for the transformation of beast martial souls, with the infusion and circulation of soul power. The anticipated Trinity martial soul fusion technique did not materialize as the Master had envisioned. The combined soul power of Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu was unable to harmonize with Xiang Miao's, resulting in their expulsion, indicating the impossibility of achieving the Trinity fusion technique. Ultimately, the lack of compatibility between Xiang Miao and Wang Xing, as well as Xiao Qinyu, is glaring. The possibility of even a 1% compatibility is non-existent. Regardless of how well Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu may harmonize, without compatibility with Xiang Miao's martial soul, the Trinity fusion technique remains unattainable. The Master's aspirations can only be deemed shattered. The trio ventured into the soul-hunting forest to acquire soul rings, with the first two successfully obtaining 100-year soul rings that suit them remarkably well. They even discovered their ability to form a martial soul fusion technique, a stroke of incredible fortune. Yet, no matter how fortunate, it is implausible for them to also achieve a Trinity martial soul fusion with the last member. Invariably, those capable of forming martial soul fusion techniques are couples or siblings, with few exceptions. The bear cat chuckled softly, recalling the Trinity martial soul fusion technique, which boasts an astonishing compatibility of 99%. Such a formidable state is rare, as even compatibility levels exceeding 70% among others are considered exceptionally uncommon. Ultimately, is it not due to the nature of their love triangle? Xiang Miao firmly believes that the technique of martial soul fusion relies significantly on the exchange of emotions, especially in a complex love triangle such as the Golden Triangle, which includes a pair of cousins. The degree of compatibility is surprisingly low. The bond between Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu is akin to brotherhood, characterized by a unique camaraderie, rendering the need for additional collaboration moot. She finds herself entirely excluded from this dynamic. Currently, she has conceived an intriguing thesis topic, the influence of romantic relationships on the effectiveness of martial soul fusion techniques. There exists an undeniable connection between them. The fervent camaraderie between the two generals of the martial soul hall, Zhu Gui and Hong Ha, manifest in their execution of the martial soul fusion technique known as the polar stillness domain, an almost insurmountable and perverse martial soul fusion technique. It encapsulates the space, immobilizing all actions and leaving no room for advancement or retreat. The Trinity martial soul fusion technique necessitates a love triangle, which does not pertain to Xiang Miao, Wang Xing, and Xiao Qinyu. Children possess a rudimentary understanding of love, often enamored solely by attractive appearances. Has failure befallen them? The city lord sighed, expressing a deep-seated hope for success. Yet, such achievements are not easily attained. Martial soul fusion techniques are inherently rare and require serendipitous circumstances, along with a significant degree of complementarity between the martial souls involved. To succeed, the fact that Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu have achieved this is commendable enough, and to yearn for a trinity seems excessive. Enough, old Xiao. Having 2 out of 3 children capable of executing martial soul fusion techniques is already a remarkable accomplishment, our greatest achievement in many years. Forget about the trinity, the city lord declared, momentarily relinquishing the notion of a trinity martial soul fusion technique. Could the master truly forge a golden triangle? Or would he shamelessly linger at Notting Academy for sustenance? Ultimately, my son and his classmates, having formed a martial soul fusion technique, will fare well in the realm of soul masters. As for Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu, despite their mutual disdain, they will come to recognize the formidable potential of martial soul fusion techniques. In the future, they must join a powerful faction for survival. The master, disappointed by Xiang Miao's failure to realize the Trinity martial soul fusion technique, mused that perhaps there was a modicum of compatibility. As the initiator of the Trinity martial soul fusion technique, he had successfully completed it, pioneering its inception. In the hands of others, however, signs of success remain elusive. Only a profound degree of complementarity between martial souls can yield successful outcomes. Xiang Miao cast a glance at the master's expression and shook her head. She now possessed a commendable idea regarding the concept of the Trinity soul spirit fusion technique. If the 3 individuals practice together daily, dedicating time to harmonize their soul powers and achieve a state of spiritual connection, it might indeed come to fruition. The children had all completed the absorption of their first soul ring. This expedition to the soul hunting forest marked the most significant achievement during my tenure as principal over the years. Let us return. The trio of young spirit masters had attained the fusion technique with a first soul ring of 800 years, resulting in universal joy among them. Upon our return, we shall raise a toast to celebrate our academy's 3 prodigies. The principal has already planned to reserve the largest banquet at the finest hotel in Notting City. That is unacceptable. At that moment, the master interjected, opposing the idea. The others looked at him in confusion, questioning why it was not permissible. The master explained. It is feasible, but it should not be done with great fanfare, especially considering the existence of the soul-spirit fusion technique and the first soul ring of 800 years. The principal chuckled heartily. You need not worry about that. I understand the necessity for the children's growth, but they can join powerful factions. I do not care where Wang Xing, Xiao Qinyu goes. But if Xiang Miao were to join the spirit hall, she would undoubtedly receive the utmost nurturing from them. With their unique soul-spirit fusion technique, Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu might also gain entry to the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, the master became agitated. This is absolutely out of the question. Xiang Miao must not join the spirit hall. She is a child he holds dear, destined to cleanse his past humiliation and become a formidable force of an era. How could he allow her to be sent to the spirit hall for training? Why not? The spirit hall is a revered sanctuary for all spirit masters. Such an exceptional child would surely shine and receive careful cultivation there. What grounds do you have to oppose this? While the principal might not care where other students go, he recognized that a prodigy like Xiang Miao must grow within the spirit hall, which is far superior to any other esteemed academy. Is it because you were expelled from the spirit hall that you harbor resentment? Or do you wish for her to fulfill your ludicrous theories? With her intelligence and talent, is it you who needs her, or she who needs you? What can you possibly offer her? I advise you to find another child. You will never be able to grasp this one. The master was indifferent to such concerns. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such an unparalleled genius. When would he find another? He was unable to fulfill the principal's expectations. What could he provide for her cultivation? Her first soul ring was already 800 years old. Could he help her acquire a second spirit? Moreover, she was born with innate knowledge, requiring no instruction from him. Regardless, she could not go to the spirit hall. The city lord chuckled and remarked, "She will go wherever she wishes. There is no need for you two to bicker about it. Who do you think you are?" The city lord placed the decision in Xiang Miao's hands. Had he foreseen such complications, he would not have mentioned reaching level 10. Nor would he have suggested hunting in the soul-hunting forest. If she were to go, the spirit hall would undoubtedly be her first choice. It is the premier academy for spirit cultivation, providing the best resources for learning and training. As for other options, they seemed far less appealing. The principal shrugged. Listen. Her preferred academy is the spirit hall, and you are not even a fraction of her mentor. You cannot interfere with her choice. The master was exasperated, feeling that this child was slipping away from him. Why must she possess such innate knowledge? If she were merely a little smarter, she could have been his student, and his theories would have been realized through her success. At present, he felt utterly devoid of options. The principal approached the master, patting him on the shoulder, initially. I too believe she could be your student, but as you have seen, this child is beyond your grasp. It would be wise to seek another. Chapter 32. The blind Douluo is blind again. With the soul ring acquisition task completed in the soul hunting forest, Xiong Miao and her companions returned to the academy. All three obtained a century-old soul ring, causing a stir throughout the academy. The beginning of the first soul ring at a century signifies a prodigious talent, greatly inspiring all students, particularly the working students. Regarding the duration of Xiong Miao's soul ring, Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu meticulously kept their lips sealed, stating that her soul ring age was comparable to their own. The following day after their return to the academy, they headed to the location of the Spirit Hall in Notting City for Soul Master registration. The three children arrived at the Spirit Hall in Notting City for registration, smoothly entering the reception hall. Xiong Miao exists entirely as a child, and everyone regards her as the younger sister of Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu. They come to witness the registration of the two brothers as soul masters, never anticipating that this young girl is also here to register as a soul master. Within the Hall of Martial Spirits, there are not many people present. Only a few servants are tidying up the surroundings. At a glance, Xiong Miao spotted a familiar face, none other than the blind Douluo, Su Yutao, who had once assisted her in awakening her martial soul. Brother Su Yutao, she called out, a hint of disdain coloring her tone. Beside Su Yutao stood a female soul master named CC, their close bond exuding an unmistakable aroma of romance. Su Yutao instantly recognized the little girl who had awakened her special martial soul. He had previously heard of a first-ring soul master being bested by a girl clad in a bear costume. The details of that incident were vividly etched in his mind. Who would have thought she possessed the strength to defeat a soul master? CC's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, what an adorable little sister. Which noble family does she hail from for the martial soul awakening? Xiong Miao remarked, no, we are here for the soul master advancement assessment. Su Yutao, aware that children rarely lie, still felt a twinge of doubt. You have already reached level 10 and acquired a soul ring? Aren't you accompanied by these two older brothers? Wang Xing and Xiao Qinyu interjected, it is not just the two of us. Sister Xiong Miao is also here for the soul master advancement assessment. As they spoke, Xiong Miao and Wang Xing unleashed their soul rings, revealing 3 century-old soul rings, one of which was notably deeper in hue. What? Su Yutao was astounded. How have you achieved this in less than a year? To ascend from innate level 1 with full soul power to level 10 and gain a century-old soul ring within such a brief span utterly shattered his worldview. His innate soul power was 2 or 3 levels above hers, and it had taken him several years to advance as a soul master. Yet, this little girl had accomplished it in under a year. How could that possibly be? CC seemed somewhat displeased at being overlooked. Xiao Dao, observing his girlfriend's discontent, Su Yutao quickly sought to appease her. CC, this is the adorable girl I mentioned who awakened the bear spirit suit. At that time, her innate soul power was level 1, and look how quickly she has become a soul master and obtained a soul ring. Her future is boundless. CC's eyes mirrored his astonishment. Can one truly advance so swiftly from innate level 1? Su Yutao replied, please wait for me here. I will escort her to Master Masayuno in the reception hall. Go ahead, I will wait for you here, she responded. Su Yutao hurriedly led Xiong Miao and the others to Master Masayuno's quarters. Upon reaching a door, he did not knock, but forcefully pushed it open. How many times have I said this? Do not act recklessly. The cultivation of a soul master requires utmost concentration. A calm demeanor is essential. Otherwise, you will find yourself, like me, unable to cross the threshold of level 30. Master Masayuno felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon seeing Su Yutao. Under normal circumstances, he would have complained. But this occasion was different. He spoke directly. Master Masayuno, this is unlike any other. This child possesses innate level 1 soul power and has already acquired a soul ring. What? Master Masayuno sputtered, spitting out his tea as he stood up. What did you say? This is no jest. How can one level up so swiftly from level 1? Su Yutao affirmed, I assure you, this child is the one I awakened. She just released her soul ring. There can be no mistake. Are you certain she does not possess innate full soul power at level 7 or above? Could it be that you made an error during the initial assessment? It is inconceivable for one at innate level 1 to advance so rapidly. Master Masayuno was skeptical. To truly become a soul master from innate level 1 would typically require several years. Wang Sheng, who had been listening nearby, chimed in. I remember Sister Panda mentioning that when she first arrived, her soul power was at level 6. Xiong Miao cast a glance at Wang Xing, pondering the child's intentions. Master Matthew chuckled softly. Look, a level 6 innate soul power. It is quite improbable for a first-level soul master to ascend so swiftly. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Surely, you must be mistaken. Su Yutao, filled with self-doubt, recalled that his innate soul power had indeed awakened at level 1. And even with its mutation, it remained at level 1. Could it be that he had genuinely misjudged? His vision was not impaired. The soul power verification crystal ball from the previous year had malfunctioned. Perhaps it was then that her innate soul power was revealed to be level 1. It could be. Perhaps. Su Yuntao remembered that after the crystal ball was retrieved last year, it had already broken, and he had not given it much thought at the time. Master Matthew took another sip of tea. Consider the implications of your actions. Reflecting back, how many children have assumed they possessed no soul power due to a faulty crystal ball, believing themselves to be mere ordinary individuals? Su Yuntao appeared remorseful. I shall revisit the nearby villages tomorrow. Perhaps I have indeed overlooked some children in previous years. Oversights can be rectified. But if the higher authorities were to discover this issue, he feared the consequences of negligence would not be trivial. With level 6 innate soul power, it is feasible to reach maximum capacity within a year, thus becoming a soul master is quite attainable. Then, I shall entrust these 3 children to you. I must take my leave. With that, Su Yuntao departed. Watching his retreating figure, Master Matthew shook his head. The remaining trio, Xiong Miao, Wang Xing, and Xiao Qinyu, politely greeted him. Greetings, Master Matthew. Matthew smiled warmly at the 3 children. There is no need to address me as master. Simply call me Grandpa Matthew. Now, allow me to guide you to your certification and assessment. He led Xiong Miao, Wang Sheng, and Xiao Qinyu into a room designated for the advanced assessment of martial souls. Upon entering, the trio felt an unusual sensation as their soul power began to resonate. Now, release your martial souls and soul rings, he instructed. Xiong Miao, Wang Sheng, and Xiao Qinyu each summoned their respective martial souls and soul rings. Observing that Xiong Miao had merely released her soul rings without manifesting her martial soul, Matthew inquired, Child, why do you not unleash your martial soul? Grandpa Matthew, my martial soul is embodied in this bear-like ensemble I wear, she replied. Matthew nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his features. Ah, so this is your martial soul. Indeed, it is quite a unique manifestation. Let us begin with you. He then picked up a yellow crystal orb from a nearby table and approached Xiong Miao, saying, Infuse your soul power into this orb, and allow me to ascertain the level you have attained. Xiong Miao infused her soul power into the crystal ball, which promptly revealed her soul power level, level 14. An ominous number indeed. Level 10? Level 14? Matthew regarded Xiong Miao as if she were a peculiar little creature, no matter how high the age of her spirit rings. It should not result in such a sudden leap of 3 or 4 levels. My dear child, could you enlighten me as to which soul beast you vanquished to obtain these spirit rings? Xiong Miao did not conceal the truth, stating, It is a battle bear. Matthew was taken aback, realizing that it was the most formidable battle bear among the advanced soul beasts. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Xiong Miao found the situation quite perplexing. Tang San's first spirit ring, which he absorbed from a mandala snake with a cultivation of 400 years, elevated him to the 13th rank. In contrast, her first spirit ring, derived from a battle bear with an 800-year cultivation, only allowed her to reach the 14th rank. Is this truly reasonable? One is of a lower tier, while the other is of a higher tier. They are incomparable. The absorption of spirit rings follows a similar pattern. Despite the remarkable prowess in body refinement, her first spirit ring was limited to 800 years. Could it be that Fu's body refinement techniques were inadequate? Or perhaps her training over the past year was intermittently disrupted by academic pursuits? Or maybe there simply were not suitable medicinal materials available for her bathing rituals. Ultimately, it all circles back to the lack of resources and appropriate body refinement methodologies. At that moment, Matthew took hold of Xiong Miao's paw and donned a serious expression. Child, would you be willing to join the spirit hall? With a faint smile, Xiong Miao expressed his willingness. Yet he reminded that he was still a student at Nodding Academy and had other matters to attend to. Once all his obligations were fulfilled, he would naturally report to the Spirit Hall Academy. Matthew nodded appreciatively, remarking, Indeed, a clever child, you understand my intentions. The Spirit Hall Academy awaits your presence. From this moment forth, you shall be a distinguished soul master of the Tiando Empire. Welcome to the ranks of soul masters. Henceforth, you may collect your monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall using the badge I will provide you shortly. The stipend amounts to 1 gold soul coin each month. Thank you, Grandpa Matthew, he replied gratefully. When it was Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu's turn, they appeared rather unremarkable. Matthew regarded them with a discerning eye, noting that ordinary soul masters could achieve similar levels, and their future accomplishments would surely not be trivial. Upon departing from the Spirit Hall, Wang Sheng, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched his soul master badge, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Qinyu scoffed, Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Becoming a true soul master is a dream for many. In our village, you are the only hope. It is no small feat to produce a genuine soul master. Enough of this weeping. I cannot fathom how someone like you could form a spirit fusion technique. I have no desire to embrace you. With a resigned smile, Xiong Miao realized that these 2 individuals were likely inseparable for life. Chapter 33, Graduation and Departure. After the registration for the Soul Master identity concluded, Xiong Miao's association with the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy came to an end. Upon returning to the academy, she sought the principal's approval for early graduation. The principal, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, had already prepared her diploma and even recognized her as an exemplary student who diligently pursued her studies and training. Most students at Junior Soul Master Academies do not exceed level 10. They either concern themselves with preparations for further education or serve as lackeys for noble offspring, engaging in brawls rather than dedicating themselves to serious study and cultivation. With the presence of an exceptionally gifted student like Xiong Miao, the Academy anticipated a surge of motivation among its scholars to strive for academic and martial excellence. Graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy in just 1 year sparked some intrigue in the community, yet Xiong Miao paid little heed to the gossip. The emergence of a small prodigy from a modest institution like Nodding Academy would draw some fleeting attention, though most would remain indifferent. Beyond the remarkable feat of achieving Soul Master status in under a year, there was little else to captivate the public's interest. The bear cat is about to depart, and what it cherishes the most are the fellow work-study students of Dormitory 7. Well, it is best for everyone to part amicably. In the future, if fate permits, we shall meet again. I hope that after my departure, each of you will diligently study and strive for self-improvement, as every individual should aspire to attain the first soul ring, which takes a century to achieve. Yes, I will. We too shall certainly dedicate ourselves to rigorous training. Xiong Miao turned to Wang Sheng and remarked, especially you, Wang Sheng. Your situation with Xiao Qinyu is unique. It would be most beneficial for you both to practice together daily, as it will enhance your mastery of fusion techniques. Wang Sheng raised his hand to his chest, standing firm as he proclaimed, rest assured, Sister Panda, I shall diligently engage in practice with Xiao Qinyu. There is one more matter, Xiong Miao continued, uncertain of her return. There is something that must be done. If new work-study students arrive next semester, we cannot forsake our traditions. Yes, Sister Panda, they responded in unison. The tradition of work-study students entails a rite of passage that every newcomer must face, regardless of gender. However, the method of this initiation can be adapted. Upon grasping the essence of what Sister Panda meant, Wang Xing and the others assured her they would fulfill it, preferring the sweat-inducing, gentle initiation to a physical confrontation. Moreover, Xiong Miao added, you are not to touch my bed. If the new work-study student is a girl, she may have it. If a boy dares to claim it, do not hesitate to confront him. She could not allow Xiao to casually share a bed with Tang San, becoming vulnerable to his advances. Tang San, possessing the memories of 2 lifetimes, held a mature worldview. How could he possibly share a quilt with a little girl? Surely, he should buy her a new one instead. It was evident he wished to take advantage of her, fostering a sense of dependency. Pure and untainted? Nonsense. If Tang San truly were a 6-year-old child, such behavior might be excusable. Even so, one should not casually share a bed with the opposite sex, as it sets a poor example for the young ones. Once these matters were settled and no details overlooked, Xiong Miao had just stepped out the door when the bothersome Yu Xiaojing reappeared. The bear cat did not rush to flee, observing him with curiosity, pondering what tricks he might still have up his sleeve. The master, panting heavily, dashed before the bear cat, clutching a beautifully crafted belt in his hand. This belt is a gift for you, he declared. Xiong Miao exclaimed. Could it be that the storage soul guide originally intended for Tang San is now being gifted to him? The night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges. How unexpected. Meanwhile, the work-study student gazed in astonishment at the exquisite belt the master was presenting to Sister Panda, realizing its considerable value. Xiong Miao firmly declined, stating, one must not receive rewards without merit. Master, please take it back. She undoubtedly coveted the resources of Tang San, particularly the ice and fire eyes, which she already possessed in the form of a soul guide for storage, seemingly limitless in capacity. It was high time she appropriated that belt. The master remarked, this belt has accompanied me for many years and has been overlooked for many more. I hope it will shine with its due brilliance in your hands in the future. Master, she replied, you are well aware of the peculiar nature of my martial soul. It may remain unresolved for a lifetime. What use is there for this? I believe you will surely succeed in the future, he reassured her. At that time, this storage device will aid you greatly in many endeavors. And it is something you currently require, for you can store much beast meat within. Xiong Miao once again declined, stating, there is truly no need for it. Save it for your future students. If necessary, I could acquire a kangaroo martial soul for my second spirit ring, which not only possesses exceptional combat skills but also has a pouch. Perhaps, after capturing its spirit ring, I might gain the ability to store items within that pouch. If the master cannot part with the belt, it will become increasingly difficult to establish a connection with her. Will there truly be a gifted disciple in the future? I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, master, but I genuinely do not require your spirit guidance device. Perhaps next semester, you will encounter that esteemed disciple you envision. Xiong Miao gently tapped the master's shoulder and remarked, if you insist on giving it to me, I would not mind passing it along to my confident work-study friend. 2 pieces would suffice for each of us. Such a precious soul guide device, and of the highest quality, it was surprising that Xiong Miao would consider sharing it. The master, confident in her resolve, reluctantly stored the belt soul guide away, unwilling to let her dismantle it, and casually gift it to another. Their relationship could only be described as one of fate intertwined yet ultimately unfulfilled. As Xiong Miao departed from the academy, she cast a fleeting glance at the troublesome little ghost by the guardroom, contemplating whether to advise him against causing trouble for Tang San. How long would it take for Master Tangsan to encounter her? Upon reflection, such a person would likely forget her as soon as he turned away. It was unnecessary to concern herself. After walking a considerable distance, Xiong Miao waved her hand nonchalantly, summoning a system-like interface before her. Like all system bearers, only she could perceive it. Alas, although she had awakened to a system, she lamented its apparent ineffectiveness. The interface displayed a character information sheet, an inventory, and a map. Strictly speaking, it was not a true system but rather an evolution from some dimensional space, merely serving to facilitate her access to character details and items. Devoid of any further capabilities, it was enough to bring one to tears. The previous possessor of a similar ability had been Luo, the protagonist of the animated series Luo's Adventures, and now it was her turn. Could she gain an advantage? Perhaps. It included information scanning, storage capabilities, and a map of the Douluo world. 3 primary functions. Could this not be deemed a system? It would be better to include a storyline progress tracker, as she had forgotten many plot points. While it could be begrudgingly considered a means to gain an edge, ultimately, she still had to rely on her own efforts. She envied other system protagonists who possessed formidable enhancements. Timing mattered little, provided their power was sufficient. Nonetheless, it was certainly preferable to having nothing at all, as it did offer considerable convenience. In the character information section, it read, name, Xiong Miao, gender, female, age, 7 years, martial soul, bear set. Soul power, level 14 soul master, soul skill, first soul skill, bear charge, affiliation, none, summoned warrior, a fu. What was this? Skills, enhancement. Increasing attack speed and defense by 10% and improving based on her rank. Wow, this skill is astonishing. In Chapter 34, encountering the blind Douluo, aside from soul skills, there were additional abilities. It was akin to the heroes in the game Honor of Kings, where soul skills represented personal capabilities, while the others were auxiliary skills chosen at the onset. This felt somewhat absurd. It was utterly incomprehensible. Upon closer inspection, this enhancement skill appeared to also bolster the destructive power of external objects. The bear cat picked up a stone from the ground, activating the enhancement ability of its bear suit. The enhanced stone was thrown, and under normal circumstances, it would bounce off upon impact. However, this time it embedded itself within a tree. The enhancement skill appears to yield impressive results when augmenting external objects. The awakening of the system occurred after the acquisition of the first spirit ring, signaling the activation of the system. One might ponder whether the system will undergo further upgrades upon obtaining the second spirit ring. It is a common notion that spirit rings serve as installation packages for system upgrades. Without such packages, an upgrade remains unattainable. Prior to becoming a spirit master, in the otherworldly dimension where Afu resided, the bear cat regarded this space as a storage realm, referred to by the dragon blade as the dark energy space, or simply the energy space. The bear cat struggled to comprehend the essence of the black energy and righteous spirit. Upon acquiring the first soul ring, this otherworldly space unveiled its initial soul ring, activating an interface that she could perceive. It presented 3 primary functions: information scanning, inventory, and map. One could only ponder what new features might emerge upon obtaining the second soul ring. Currently, my soul power level stands at 14, with a mere 6 levels remaining to meet the conditions for absorbing the second soul ring. It seems that only by absorbing the second soul ring could this flawed system possess any potential for enhancement. Contemplating this left the bear cat in a state of profound despondency. After all, it was a system, and at the very least, it should resemble others by offering a beginner's gift pack, instead of appearing as if it stemmed from futuristic technology. Yet, there is no point in lamenting what cannot be changed. Having something is undoubtedly preferable to having nothing. The 3 main functions are indeed formidable, particularly the ability to click and view the information of others, even being able to scan the basic details of stones on the ground and wildflowers by the roadside. When the time comes to venture to the ice and fire eyes, she need not fear misidentifying celestial herbs. In this age of information and technology, even if subsequent system upgrades do not materialize, the mere existence of these 3 functions is sufficiently advantageous. It can be regarded as a powerful and indispensable accessory. Now, let us explore whether there are additional features. The ability to sell items seems plausible, considering the capacity to scan information about objects. The bear cat clicked on the century-old skeletal essence, prompting a dialog box asking whether to extract it. It was truly absurd. This was not a gaming system. Could one genuinely sell such things at will? What a farce. As for the other soul beast meat, it goes without saying that one could hardly expect this flawed system to assist in processing it. Unable to do so, she traded half of the soul beast meat with the city lord, who, rather generously, purchased it at a premium price. Naturally, she could not present herself, as her earlier pretensions had been excessive. Having raised her innate soul power from a mere first level to 10th within a year caused quite a stir in the martial soul hall of Notting City. However, with a clever remark from Wang Xing about a 6th level soul skill, and Matthew claiming the soul power tester was malfunctioning, she managed to evade the scrutiny of her extraordinary talents. Xiong Miao harbors a sense of anticipation. pondering how the master will unveil her story amidst a tapestry woven with deceit and whimsical coincidences. Will he still regard her as possessing a twin martial soul? Will her heart once again endure the pangs of emotional turmoil? I almost forgot to inquire, why did Wang Sheng mention her possessing a 6th-level soul power during their initial encounter? As Xiong Miao contemplated returning to inquire further, he ultimately decided against it, perhaps attributing the situation to mere coincidence. The matter of selling soul beast meat was entrusted to a Fu, given the disparity in their strengths. The city lord would have no choice but to offer a substantial price. With newfound wealth, he planned to bring back some local specialties upon his return to the village. Regarding the road construction, Xiong Miao estimated that the gold soul coins in his possession would suffice to build a lengthy pathway, significantly improving access to and from the village. Just as he was nearing the village, a figure, all too familiar, appeared before his eyes. Was it the blind Douluo, Su Yuntao? Hadn't the annual soul awakening ceremony concluded merely a month ago? Xiong Miao hurriedly caught up, eager to ascertain the situation. Brother Su Yuntao. Upon hearing someone call his name, Su Yuntao turned to see the familiar silhouette of the child. It was not for her that he would retrace his steps through the village. Brother Su Yuntao, didn't the soul awakening ceremony conclude a month ago? It is still due to you, he replied with a hint of exasperation. For he held a deep fondness for the child Xiong Miao and bore no anger towards her. It is not merely because you visited the spirit hall yesterday for your soul master advancement registration, nor is it merely associated with the broken crystal ball from last year's soul power test. I truly believed you possessed an extraordinary talent. Xiong Miao smiled brightly, expressing her admiration. You truly went through a great deal of trouble for this. What a responsible and dedicated soul master you are. I wonder what the future holds. She inquired, how many villages did you visit? How many children from last year exhibited soul power? Su Yuntao replied, becoming a soul master is no easy feat. I visited 3 villages, and not a single person possessed soul power. Only those endowed with soul power can become soul masters. Without it, one remains an ordinary person. The common folk are numerous, yet their quantity cannot compensate for the lack of quality. The boy who awakened in Holy Soul Village bore the martial spirit of blue silvergrass, and was said to possess innate full soul power. It seems implausible. A re-examination is warranted for their sake. Blue silvergrass, innate full soul power. Xiong Miao feigned astonishment, recognizing that the boy from Holy Soul Village was undoubtedly Tang San. Is it truly possible for such a feeble martial spirit to awaken with innate full soul power? Su Yuntao remarked, you share my sentiment. Awakening the commonly found blue silvergrass martial spirit, the highest possible soul power would likely be only 1 or 2 levels. At most 3. Yet, his innate soul power is full. Unless, of course, his blue silvergrass is not ordinary. Xiong Miao resolved not to disclose the matter of twin martial spirits to Su Yuntao, fearing that Tang Decue might retaliate. To confirm his twin martial spirits a second time would undoubtedly raise suspicion. It sufficed to inform him that it was not an ordinary blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao pondered the implication of the phrase not an ordinary blue silvergrass. Could there be something even more exceptional than blue silvergrass? Perhaps it could be the king of blue silvergrass. While it may appear to be ordinary at first glance, closer inspection might reveal unique characteristics that set it apart. You make an excellent point. I never expected Nodding Academy to produce a student as talented as yourself. Indeed, I am a self-taught prodigy from Nodding Academy. I completed the curriculum in just a few months. Haha, you truly are a little genius. I have yet to visit Holy Soul Village. Would you accompany me to see that boy's blue silvergrass? Securing the first spirit ring in the first semester is certainly no small feat. And given that you claim to be self-taught, I have no reason to doubt you. Of course, she never anticipated that this would be her first encounter with the protagonist. Tang San. She was undoubtedly eager to see him, along with his despondent father, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Decue. Xiong Village soon came into view before the 2 travelers, prompting Xiong Miao to hasten her pace. Su Yuntao understood the fervent yearning for home that children experience. A year without returning surely invokes a deep sense of longing, compelling one to move swiftly. Chapter 35. A surplus of half-level soul power. 2 figures, one large and one small, alighted before the spirit hall in Xiong Village. Su Yuntao was somewhat surprised to find that Xiong Miao's speed was lagging behind. After all, he was a soul master of the second ring, while she was merely at the first, where a century's worth of experience is indeed valuable. Xiong Miao paid no heed to Su Yuntao, and promptly greeted the villagers of Xiong Village, exclaiming, I have returned. Xiong Miao is back. The villagers inquired with genuine curiosity, how did your studies at the academy go? Were they taxing? Have you become a soul master? They excitedly shared that this year, 3 new young souls from their village had the potential to become soul masters. In 2 months, when they head to school, you must take good care of them, they urged. The villagers gathered around the square, their enthusiasm palpable, completely overlooking Su Yuntao who trailed behind. Xiong Miao reported her academic achievements with the innocence of a child, bringing immense joy to the villagers. In less than a year's time, their Xiong Miao had excelled so remarkably in her studies. The elderly village chief, Xiong Qiang, approached with a proud demeanor and stated, Xiong Miao is undoubtedly the most gifted child our village has ever seen. To earn the first soul ring in the very first semester is a source of pride for our Xiong village. This year's children awakening their soul power should learn from your sister, Xiong Miao. Xiong Miao, could you please show us your soul ring? Yes, little Xiong Miao. Do let us see how many years your soul ring embodies. The bear cat could not withstand the curiosity of the villagers. After one villager exited a space, it unleashed its first soul ring. A deep, rich yellow 100-year soul ring rose, emanating an intangible aura of pressure that caused the villagers to take a few steps back. The bear cat, fully aware of this effect, retracted the soul ring after 3 seconds. Indeed, the 100-year soul ring signifies a future of boundless potential. I recall that many soul masters had white soul rings as their first. Will the village eventually be renamed? Perhaps it will be called Douluo Village? This year, the children who become soul masters will also possess a 100-year soul ring as their first. Xiong Miao interrupted their conversation, saying, upon returning this time, there is another matter. The villagers then remembered the grand soul master Su Yuntao, who had been left aside. This esteemed figure visited annually to assist their children in awakening their martial souls and soul power, and they had inadvertently neglected him. We sincerely apologize. Respected Grand Master of Battle Souls, for having overlooked you, they expressed. Su Yuntao, unfazed by their apologies, replied, it is quite all right, my friends. I understand your feelings. I have come for a singular purpose on this second visit this year. The original soul power crystal ball was damaged, resulting in complications with the soul power assessments of the children from this year and last. I am here to conduct a re-evaluation of these children's soul powers. Please gather last year's and this year's children, as well as the 3 who have already been tested, for the reassessment. Upon realizing that there was still a possibility for some of the children from the previous and current years to awaken their soul powers and become soul masters, the villagers hurriedly ran to summon them. Within a mere 10 minutes, the villagers from Xiong village had gathered in the square. The children who had awakened their abilities last year and this year quickly followed Su Yuntao into the martial soul hall, with Xiong Miao accompanying them. As Su Yuntao produced the soul power crystal ball, Xiong Miao playfully inquired, Brother Su Yuntao, I trust this crystal ball is not defective like the last one. And you are certain you haven't brought the wrong one? Surely you have not made another error in judgment? Su Yuntao managed a faint smile, responding, is that how you address your elder brother? This time, the soul power crystal ball has been meticulously recrafted. You are well aware of your own soul power. Why don't you give it a try first? With a hearty laugh, Xiong Miao took the crystal orb, channeling his soul power into it, revealing a level of 14. The orb remained intact, confirming that his soul power was indeed at level 14. This revelation nearly incited a fit of jealousy in Su Yuntao, since the orb was unharmed. It was time to retest the soul power. You there, the first child on the left, please step forward. The children obediently formed a queue, eager to ascertain their soul power. The first child possessed a soul power of half a level, qualifying to become a soul master. The second also measured half a level, as did the third and the fourth. Most were uniformly at half a level. Particularly notable was a bear spirit martial soul that had been overlooked last year, which registered a soul power of level 3. Children who initially possessed soul power at levels 1 or 2 had now ascended to a higher level. What was the mystery behind Xiong Village? Children from both last year and this year boasted soul power exceeding half a level. Although their levels were quite modest, they still held the potential to become soul masters. Xiong Miao remarked, it seems rather surprising that everyone can become a soul master. Initially, I had envisioned that it would be commendable for a few children in the village to possess soul power, yet unexpectedly, each child has demonstrated a soul power of at least half a level. Su Yuntao was at a loss for an appropriate expression. Were it not for Xiong Miao's intervention, many children would have been disheartened by the notion that they could not become soul masters due to their lack of soul power. Indeed, it is quite unexpected, however. Most of your younger siblings only possess half a level of soul power. To attain the rank of soul master may require a decade of dedication. I understand that the journey from half a level to becoming a soul master is exceedingly lengthy. Take Yu Xiaojiang, for instance. He was born with half a level of innate soul power, being the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan leader. And he leveraged resources to reach the 29th level, whereas Xiong Village has no resources to offer. Nonetheless, as long as they can become soul masters, the common folk will not mind possessing only half a level of innate soul power. Indeed, Su Yuntao swiftly finalized the martial soul certificates for the children. Half a level of soul power is still soul power, and whether they can become soul masters in the future depends solely on their efforts. As the door opened, the villagers of Xiong Village eagerly anticipated the outcome. Su Yuntao cleared his throat and announced, congratulations. This year's children, like those from last year, all possess soul power above half a level, and they are all capable of becoming soul masters. The villagers of Bear Village erupted in joyous cheers, utterly unconcerned with the extent of the children's soul power as long as they possess some. Esteemed Master of Battle Spirits, we are profoundly grateful for your tireless efforts in testing the soul power of the children of Bear Village. We hope you might linger for just a moment longer to share a meal with us, as a modest gesture of hospitality. Su Yuntao inclined his body slightly. There is no need, for I must continue on to the next village to assess the children there, and therefore cannot stay. The old village chief wished to persuade him to remain, but recalling that the Master of Battle Spirits would head directly to the next village following the awakening of the martial spirits, he refrained from further insistence. They still had Xiong Miao, a child who had already become a soul master, to celebrate with tonight. Moreover, I require her assistance with a task that necessitates my departure to 3 villages, with a swift return anticipated. That is not a problem. A soul master must engage in extensive practice. I sincerely hope that the master of battle spirits will take good care of Xiong Miao. That is, of course, assured. As Xiong Miao activated the soul ring, the first soul ring imparted upon him a dual sense of pressure, leaving him uncertain as to who would care for whom. The village elder, Papa Xiongda, Papa Xiong'er, and Mama Tsuwa. Well, I shall take my leave now. I will return by tomorrow at the latest. You are leaving so soon. Do take care. Understood. Following the sequence provided by Su Yuntao, Xiong village is the 4th, while Shanghan village is the 7th. Due to the absence of the need to awaken their martial souls, the original time frame has been reduced by more than half. The children from the 5th and 6th villages underwent a re-evaluation of their soul power, revealing 1 child in each village with a half level of soul power. It is difficult to fathom how many more children in the subsequent villages may have been overlooked. Xiong Miao gazed towards the Sacred Soul village, contemplating the scene of the protagonist's first encounter. A sense of anticipation began to blossom. In chapter 36, Tang Sen obediently opened the door. Elder Jack, the village chief of Sacred Soul village, was exceedingly delighted. If only a few more soul masters could emerge, he would gladly conduct numerous tests. When he summoned the children of Sacred Soul village to gather in front of the spirit hall, 1 child was notably absent. Casting a glance around, Su Yutao inquired, Elder Jack, has the child with the blue-silver grass martial spirit and innate full soul power arrived? No, Elder Jack replied. The child's father stated that even if he does not possess innate full soul power, blue-silver grass is regarded as a worthless martial spirit. Thus he will not be attending. He expressed his frustration, lamenting the irresponsibility of such a father. This cannot stand. If there is an error in the soul power assessment, it is my responsibility. I must be accountable for every child. Master Zhanhuan, you are absolutely correct. Please proceed to reassess these children. I will make a visit. Elder Jack declared, eager to fetch Tang San for a re-evaluation, wishing to avoid offending a battle soul master. However, Xiong Miao halted him, saying, Grandpa Jack, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. I will go call him. Upon hearing such a dutiful tone, Elder Jack initially believed it was the village child running an errand for him. No need, child. You should accompany Master Zhanhuan for the soul power reassessment. It was only upon seeing the child who spoke that he nearly lost his breath in shock. Xiong has spoken. Xiong Miao swiftly lowered the hood of her cloak, revealing her human visage, allowing old Jack to gradually regain his composure. Child, you are not a bear. You nearly gave me a fright. I thought you were merely a pet of the Master of War Souls, chuckled old Jack. Ha ha ha, Grandpa Jack. This is merely my martial spirit. It is somewhat unique. I apologize for startling you, she replied. No offense taken, old Jack reassured, as he was assisted into a seated position. You should rest here comfortably. I shall summon Tang San for you. There is no need for you to exert yourself further. I truly appreciate your kindness, dear child. The Tang residence is not far. Simply proceed along this road, past the village entrance, cross a small stream, and you shall find the only house in sight. However, exercise caution. His father is not particularly amiable. Understood, Xiong Miao acknowledged as she set off in search of Tang San's home, quickly locating it. One must admit, while the house itself was rather modest, the surrounding environment was truly delightful, adorned with trees and a flowing stream. It stood alone, disconnected from other homes, resembling a private villa. She couldn't help but feel envious, for her own dwelling lacked such splendid arrangements. As she approached, the sound of hammering reached her ears. It was uncertain whether it was Tang Dechue forging iron or his son, Tang Xiaochue, crafting his concealed weaponry. She knocked on the door. Tang San, are you there? At that moment, Xiong Miao felt an inexplicable urge to sing the tune of Little Rabbit, Little Tang San, be good. Inside, Tang San, who was practicing the technique of wielding a hammer for forging, paused upon hearing a girl call his name. The village children had never played with him, let alone sought him out. A child was looking for him, and a girl whose voice was particularly melodious at that. He couldn't simply leave her outside unattended. He opened the door, only to slam it shut with a resounding thud. A bear. There's a bear at the door. Dad, there's a little bear outside. Just a little bear. It will leave shortly. As the door slammed shut, Xiong Miao realized that her appearance had startled the disciple of the Tang sect. Little Tang San, please open the door. I am a human, not some bear. Tang San, armed with a forging hammer, prepared to confront the creature. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Could there truly be monsters in this world? How else could a bear speak at his doorstep? What manner of creature are you? That you possess the ability to speak? In a past life, he had encountered many strange tales in the Tang sect, including stories of animals transforming into beautiful women to lure humans into opening their doors, only to devour them, and tales of mountain spirits preying on children. I am no monster. This is my martial soul. It's merely a bit peculiar. A martial soul? Such oddities exist? Martial souls come in countless forms, each more bizarre than the last. Once you begin your studies, you shall encounter a plethora of both commonplace and extraordinary martial souls. After a considerable pause, Tang San slowly opened the door, concealing the hammer behind him, ready for a confrontation with the little bear. Upon realizing that it was not a bear but rather an oddly dressed little girl, he lowered his weapon. With fair skin, soft and beautiful long hair, and eyes tinged with a hint of green, her delicate, slightly upturned lips added to her charm. Tang San felt his heartstrings stirred by Xiong Miao. Had she not been clad in oversized, thick garments of stark black and white, the effect would have been even more profound. Little Tang San, you finally opened the door. Are you from another village? I haven't seen you before. Tang San could not recall any memory of this girl. I indeed hail from another village. What brings you to seek me? Tang San had no friends of his own age, let alone a girl visiting him. Could it be that old man Jack had found him a future bride? Grandpa Jack sent me to find you. Uncle Su Yuntao is going to conduct a re-evaluation of everyone's soul power. How can you not attend? My father says my martial soul is blue silvergrass. A useless martial soul. Regardless of the re-evaluation, it will remain the same, a worthless martial soul. Your father simply does not understand. If there is a significant difference in your soul power from the previous evaluation, it could greatly affect your future enrollment. Enrollment? Tang San shook his head. Even if I wished to enroll, my father would never permit me to go. Attending a re-evaluation of soul power is merely a waste of time. Xiong Miao, visibly agitated, raised her voice in defense of Tang San. It is said that no matter how difficult the circumstances, parents should never let their children suffer. How could your father treat you this way? Tang San discerned that Xiong Miao genuinely cared for him. Her words resonating deeply within him and also reaching Tang Hao's heart within the confines of the room. That is not the case. My father is only acting in my best interests. With my blue silvergrass martial soul, there is little hope for advancement. Rather than attending the academy, it is more prudent for me to remain in the village and learn the craft of blacksmithing alongside my father. However, the absence of knowledge is a significant impediment. How many children from humble backgrounds yearn for an education but find it unattainable, especially those from rural areas? You possess this opportunity, yet your father denies you this chance, showing no consideration for your future. Becoming a blacksmith seems acceptable to me. If attending school is truly impossible, Tang San could still master the art of crafting hidden weapons, thereby allowing the Tang sect to flourish in this world. Parents should not obstruct their children's path to a promising future. You are capable of pursuing a far better path. Yet your father refuses to grant you that opportunity. In that moment, a disheveled figure, who appeared to be Tang San's grandfather, emerged from the room. Xiong Miao cast a glance at the legendary Haoyan Douluo, Tang Dachui, and the first impression he left was rather acceptable. Tang San, you should go and have a thorough reassessment, he suggested, aware that Tang San was destined to tread down this path. Father, I shall go. He replied with a playful tone. It appears that you do care for me after all. Let us proceed. Xiong Miao took Tang San's hand and led him away. Tang Hao felt uneasy about the soul power reassessment, harboring doubts that the spirit hall had discerned Tang San's innate full soul power from his blue silver grass and thus hesitated to permit him to undergo the evaluation anew. The words of a young girl, aimed at the well-being of his son, somewhat alleviated his concerns. The spirit hall could not be so foolish as to expend such effort merely to ascertain their identities, especially with a young girl delivering disparaging remarks. It was evident that old Jack had orchestrated this. If he could not manage directly, he would employ a child of Tang San's age to provoke him. Tang San allowed Xiong Miao to lead him, her height towering over him, which inadvertently instilled a sense of trust and a protective feeling akin to that of an elder sibling, if circumstances permitted. It seemed as though he could truly grasp her hand. Tang San's heart brimmed with an insatiable thirst for knowledge about spirit abilities, particularly regarding the attire that constituted Xiong Miao's spirit. Sister, is this garment truly your spirit? He inquired eagerly. Hee, impressive, isn't it? Chapter 37. Inducing Tang San's spirit abilities are categorized into two primary types, tool spirits and beast spirits. As the names imply, those whose spirits are based on tools are classified as tool spirits, while those whose spirits are derived from animals are known as beast spirits. In relative terms, tool spirits encompass a broader range, with the majority of individuals possessing tool spirits. My spirit is a full-body suit, a tool spirit quite ordinary. Wouldn't you agree? Tang San comprehended this, nodding his small head. He then queried, but why do you wear your spirit continuously? I can sense that you also possess soul power. Wouldn't this prolonged usage deplete your soul power? Furthermore, it could easily startle others. This delves into some intriguing knowledge about spirits, she replied. Xiong Miao continued. The release of one's martial soul relies on the consumption of soul power. When one is devoid of soul power, it draws upon an individual's energy, which often entails minimal expenditure, although certain instances may demand considerable effort. My martial soul, the blue silvergrass, falls into the latter category, as its continuous release is relatively rare. Tang San then summoned his blue silvergrass martial soul, which appeared identical to the ordinary grass growing by the roadside. Although the blue silvergrass is seemingly feeble, its consumption of soul power is minimal compared to some formidable martial souls that, while they may initially expend considerable soul power, reveal the toll it takes on the body over prolonged periods. Tang San listened intently and inquired, but your martial soul is always with you. Doesn't that lead to soul power depletion? This question delved into a nuanced aspect of martial soul lore, known as special martial souls. Special martial souls? Tang San's curiosity was piqued, as he found this elder sister remarkably insightful, unlike the future bride the village chief had suggested. Could she be the offspring of a noble family, akin to those scholarly households from his previous life, which had access to greater knowledge? Yet, he pondered why she would seek him out in the humble Saint Soul village, reminiscent of protagonists in tales of destiny. But your martial soul resembles a tool martial soul. To clarify, Xiang Miao explained, my martial soul was originally a standard beast martial soul, but due to a mutation, it transformed into a clothing-type martial soul, which is termed a mutated martial soul. The reason my martial soul remains constantly manifested is that it cannot be retracted, hence soul power is not expended. The concept of special martial souls intrigued Tang San, as he gained newfound knowledge and opened a door to a broader understanding. A mutated martial soul could evolve negatively, but it could also develop positively. Indeed, the transformation of a sparrow into a phoenix signifies a beneficial mutation. However, it is crucial to note that not all mutated martial souls evolve positively. They may also carry inherent flaws, such as the evil fire phoenix, which often requires the release of its malevolent energy. Why do martial souls undergo mutations? Tang San pondered, recognizing that a girl well-versed in martial soul knowledge could shed light on his inquiries. His youthful curiosity was entirely natural. The mutations may stem from the inherent variability of a parent's martial soul, leading to the potential emergence of an entirely new martial soul. While some mutated martial souls can become immensely powerful, many end up being rather weak. My martial soul's mutation is a curious case. It is neither particularly strong nor weak, only capable of being retracted under special circumstances. Quite impressive, isn't it? Special circumstances? Tang San surmised what those conditions might entail. My blue silvergrass martial soul possesses innate full soul power, and since blue silvergrass is ubiquitous across the continent, if it were a mutated martial soul, one would expect some discernible change. May I examine it closely? Tang San presented his released blue silvergrass martial soul to Xiang Miao, unperturbed by the possibility of deceit. As a common child, what could she possibly gain from him? What significance did innate full soul power hold when his martial soul was merely an inconsequential blue silvergrass? Unless she were privy to the existence of another martial soul within him, seeking to draw him into her circle. Xiang Miao, without the need for system information scanning, is aware that Tang San's blue silvergrass martial soul possesses the lineage of the blue silver emperor. How could blue silvergrass imbued with the bloodline of the blue silver emperor be mere ordinary grass? At first glance, it appears indistinguishable from the commonplace variety. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern intricate patterns upon its surface, and its hue is far more captivating than that of the blue silvergrass found by the roadside, emanating a radiance that is distinctly botanical in nature. The bearcat nudged closer, inhaling deeply, an action that caused Tang San's face to flush a deep crimson. He casually plucked a sprig of blue silvergrass from the roadside, taking a moment to smell it before making a careful comparison. The conclusion he reached was intriguing. Through my observations and comparisons, your blue silvergrass martial soul is not merely an ordinary variant. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a twinge of disbelief. My blue silvergrass martial soul is not an ordinary one. Xiong Miao nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, your blue silvergrass martial spirit possesses innate full soul power, does it not? Such a feeble martial spirit as blue silvergrass could not possibly awaken such a high level of innate soul power unless it underwent a mutation, which is utterly improbable. Even in the case of twin martial spirits, this remains impossible. Tang San was taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty glimmering in his eyes. For she had inadvertently unveiled the secret of his twin martial spirits. The power of knowledge was indeed formidable. The girl before him appeared to be merely a year or two older than he, yet she possessed such profound understanding. Upon returning home, he resolved to persuade his father to prioritize education, ensuring a better future for them both. If the blue silvergrass martial spirit has not mutated, then could it not be that there exists another martial spirit, one endowed with innate full soul power? Xiong Miao continued, that is implausible. The very premise for the emergence of twin martial spirits is that both must be exceptionally powerful and of closely related quality. The closer the quality, the greater the likelihood of twin martial spirits manifesting. Conversely, if there is a disparity in the quality of the martial spirits, the emergence of twin martial spirits is entirely out of the question. Do you truly believe your blue silvergrass martial spirit is an ordinary specimen? Oh dear. Having overshadowed Master and Dugubo, will you still seek to learn from Master after the commencement of Nodding Academy, Tang San? Or will you become your own teacher? Just the thought brings me joy. He mused, if my soul power test reveals innate full soul power, then my blue silvergrass martial spirit must indeed be a mutation. In truth, I can be entirely certain that your soul power is undoubtedly innate full soul power, rendering any test unnecessary. Xiong Miao smiled gently, cautioning him not to be misled despite knowing that his soul power stemmed from the cultivation of the Xiantian Gong. Tang San was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of martial souls, confused by the concepts of mutated and dual martial souls. Even with the full soul power acquired through Xiantian Gong, he remained perplexed. The stark contrast between a hammer martial soul and a blue-silver grass martial soul left him in a state of bewilderment. Regardless of any potential connection to the innate full soul power from Xian Gong, it was evident that the blue-silver grass had indeed mutated, becoming as formidable as the hammer. The equality in their martial soul quality was what led to his awakening of the dual martial soul. Tang Xin clenched his fists and exclaimed, "I understand now. My blue-silver grass martial soul is not a useless one. It has transformed into a powerful variant that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the hammer. How could such a blue-silver grass be ordinary? When I return, I must tell my father about this revelation. I will certainly persuade him to allow me to attend school, for knowledge is power." In Chapter 38, titled Martial Soul named Blue-Silver King, Tang San remained blissfully unaware that he had been subtly misled by Xiong Miao. Strictly speaking, it was not deception but merely the imparting of knowledge, with the judgment of right and wrong left to his future understanding. When Tang San was once again brought to the village's martial soul hall, other children had gradually completed their re-examinations. How did it go? Were there any children with soul power? He inquired. Only one, but their martial soul is blue-silver grass, with a first-level soul power. Previously, Tang Sen had been tested and found to possess innate full soul power. Now, a blue-silver grass, deemed a useless martial soul, had managed to show innate full soul power. This time, particular attention was given to the young girl who had awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul. And to everyone's surprise, she indeed exhibited soul power. "You are the child who awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul with innate full soul power, aren't you?" "Yes, Uncle Su Yuntao," she replied. "Come, let us retest your soul power." Tang Sen placed his hand upon the crystal ball once more, and the brilliance of innate full soul power radiated forth, leaving no doubt that his soul power was indeed innate full soul power. It was truly innate full soul power, indicating that the blue-silver grass, often dismissed as a useless martial soul, could indeed possess such potential. Yet, the disparity was striking. One blue-silver grass martial soul was at first level, while another was innate full soul power, a contradiction that seemed illogical. So you now questioned, "Are you truly just an ordinary blue-silver grass?" Tang San responded, "This sister told me that my blue-silver grass is a mutated martial soul, one that has transformed positively, hence the innate full soul power." Upon hearing this, Su Yutao found it quite reasonable. A mutated blue-silver grass martial soul could indeed meet the conditions for innate full soul power. He then said, "Release your blue-silver grass martial soul so I may see it." When Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul, Su Yutao found no discernible difference. It appeared entirely like any common blue-silver grass martial soul. He cast a glance toward Xiong Miao, the gifted young girl, who might have already discerned something extraordinary. Xiong Miao remarked that his martial soul appeared to be an ordinary blue-silver grass. However, upon closer inspection, the intricate patterns on his blue-silver grass martial soul were difficult to discern, and the radiance emanating from it was more vibrant and luminous than usual. Thus, I surmised that his blue-silver grass martial soul was either mutated or had undergone evolution. What kind of martial soul could that be? According to the hierarchy of nature, his blue-silver grass martial soul could be classified as the king among blue-silver grass, hence it was termed the blue-silver king. So you now nodded, finally comprehending that how could a supposedly useless martial soul possess innate full soul power? It turned out that the awakened martial soul was indeed the blue-silver king. Tang San, upon receiving the new designation for his martial soul, pondered, the blue-silver king? How distinct could it be from the ordinary blue-silver grass? According to the current explanation, the blue-silver king martial soul was of a quality comparable to that of a hammer martial soul, undeniably a powerful martial soul. Su Yutao then provided Tang San with a revised martial soul certificate, changing the designation from blue-silver grass to blue-silver king. Since it was not merely an ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul, but rather the king among them, perhaps it could be reported upward. If it garnered attention, his life could undergo significant improvements, and winning the affection of his beloved, CC, would no longer be a distant dream. "Thank you, Uncle Su Yutao. You should express your gratitude to this young lady instead. Were it not for her, I would not have traversed the village again for your retesting." It was not Xiong Miao's oversight. She had simply failed to recognize the existence of the blue-silver king. Tang San turned to express his gratitude to Xiong Miao. "Not at all. I too was curious about how innate full soul power could manifest in a supposedly useless blue-silver grass martial soul. I merely followed to see. And I never anticipated that your blue-silver grass martial soul would be of royal lineage. Well then, I must take my leave. I still have to proceed to the next village." After the last child in Shenghan village was retested, Su Yuntao continued on to the next village. Old Jack, unable to keep pace with Su Yuntao, approached Xiong Miao and Tang San with inquiries. Tang San informed Old Jack, "Grandpa Jack, my martial soul is not an ordinary blue-silver grass. It is the blue-silver king." Old Jack understood the significance of the title king. A martial soul bearing such a designation was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary blue-silver grass. And perhaps it might even lead to becoming a soul sage in the future. Old Jack squatted down to meet Tang San's gaze. "Ha ha ha. I had thought your blue-silver grass was merely ordinary. To become a soul master would have sufficed for me. But now that your martial soul is the blue-silver king, my expectations for you have soared." Tang San patted his chest, assuring, Grandpa Jack, rest assured. I will not disappoint your hopes. Even if your father attempts to hinder your education, it will no longer be feasible. You possess the Blue Silver King martial soul. No longer a useless martial soul. Old Jack made a decision. Since no one would cook for that scoundrel Tang Hao, he would ensure a meal was delivered daily, so as not to impede young San's progress. Grandpa Jack, what about me? Inquired another girl, Hua Xiaoduo, gripping her clothing. There was only one spot for a work-study student in Shahan village, yet two children with soul power had emerged. Tang San, blessed with innate full soul power, and she herself, possessing only first-level capabilities. Old Jack, without a moment's hesitation, stood before Hua Xiaoduo. Do not worry, I will not abandon either of you. I will ensure you can attend school alongside Tang San. You need not be concerned. A genius like Tang San, with innate full soul power, does not occupy a work-study spot. In fact, he will be specially admitted without any financial burden. Preposterous. To have a child with innate full soul power serve as a work-study student? The Academy's leadership must have lost their minds to consider such a thing. What does innate full soul power signify? They are not ignorant of its implications, especially in a small-town academy like Notting Academy. A child with such talent would be welcomed without any fees, treated like a revered ancestor. Upon hearing this, Old Jack was somewhat incredulous. Is it truly so? Tang San can directly enroll in the Soul Master Academy without occupying a work-study spot? Xiang Miao nodded in agreement, remarking, Indeed. There are but a handful of children with innate full soul power in the Douluo Continent. One can count them on a single hand. Such children are undoubtedly sought after for special recruitment. Tang San responded, If that is truly the case, it is indeed splendid. There will be no need for Grandpa Jack to seek out student quotas from other villages. Tang San was well aware of the intricacies of human relationships. Since he could be specially admitted to the academy, it alleviated the burden on Grandpa Jack, sparing him the trouble of borrowing a quota from another village. Especially considering the possibility of another village discovering a child with soul power, which would place Grandpa Jack in a difficult position. Upon hearing that she could attend Notting Academy alongside them, Hua Xiaoduo felt an immense joy in her heart. Old Jack expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you so much for informing us. You are truly a wonderful child who has greatly assisted our village. Xiong Miao replied with a cheerful smile, You're welcome. Everything I do is for the sake of our common children, so they may receive a better education. Just as the Spirit Hall offers free spirit awakenings to our children. The nobles would never extend such assistance. If they do, it comes at a price. Tang San concurred with Xiong Miao's sentiments, recognizing that the oppression of the common folk by the nobility was a frequent occurrence. In contrast, the Spirit Hall truly stands as an organization advocating for the rights of the common people. Come, Tang San. This time, no matter what, Grandpa will persuade your father to allow you to attend the Notting Academy. We cannot let him hinder your future. Old Jack led Tang San back to his home, with Xiong Miao following closely, as certain matters concerning spirit transformation would inevitably require her attention. Sister Xiong Miao, are you also a commoner? How is it that you possess such extensive knowledge about spirit abilities? On their way, Tang San found himself puzzled, wondering why a child of humble origins would have such profound understanding of spirit knowledge. Xiong Miao hummed, I am indeed a prodigy, having finally seized the opportunity to study. I must ardently absorb knowledge, for such chances are rare. I see. Old Jack remarked, Little San, upon arriving at the academy, you must dedicate yourself to your studies. Do you understand? Tang San nodded. I understand. I will certainly study diligently. If a child only slightly older than he could achieve such prowess. He was determined to surpass her. The Tang household was typically quiet. When not working, they spent their days either sleeping or drinking. Upon entering, Old Jack shouted, Tang Hao. Tang Hao. Chapter 39. A Good Father. Tang Hao. Tang Hao emerged slowly, his demeanor tinged with irritation. Old Jack, what do you want this time? Old Jack retorted in exasperation. What do I want? Little San's soul power re-evaluation has been completed. He possesses innate full soul power. A mere blue silvergrass could not manifest innate full soul power. His martial spirit has been reclassified, no longer ordinary blue silvergrass, but blue silver king. Blue silver king? Tang Hao remained unimpressed. What a blue silver king? Is it not still blue silvergrass? What difference does it make? Where could it possibly cultivate? It remains a worthless martial spirit. Old Jack exclaimed in anger. Tang Hao, do you not comprehend? How could ordinary blue silvergrass possess innate full soul power? Another child in the village with blue silvergrass martial spirit has only level 1 soul power. Only a formidable martial spirit can possess innate full soul power. Little San's blue silvergrass martial spirit must be blue silver king. Tang Hao coolly replied, Blue silvergrass is blue silvergrass. Why create a distinction with the title of king? It is still an inferior martial spirit. Old Jack, undeterred in his fury, asserted, Are you not merely seeking someone to cook for you? Do not worry. There will be someone in the village to assist you. As long as Little San diligently attends school and returns as a soul master, all will be well. Xiao Miao timely stepped forward to speak. Indeed, uncle. Based on the knowledge I have acquired about martial souls, Tang San's martial soul, blue silvergrass, does not meet the criteria for possessing innate full soul power. Only those with exceptionally powerful martial souls can possibly achieve such a state. I have closely observed Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, and it is distinctly different from the ordinary variety, thus confirming that Tang San's martial soul is indeed the sovereign among blue-silver grass. Old Jack continued. Did you hear that? She possesses a wealth of knowledge about martial souls. Do you understand? Even if you do not wish for Xiao San to become a soul master, he should at least grow into a well-educated child. Tang Hao seemed to let the words go in one ear and out the other. If it is not possible, then it is not possible. There is only one work-study position in Shahan village. Let that be given to the child who also awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul. For you. It suffices that the village has one soul master. Dad, please let me go. This sister said that I can become a special student at Notting Academy due to my innate full soul power, which means I would be exempt from all fees. Tang San pleaded with his father. No matter how I fare in my studies, I will return to take care of you afterward. Seeing the fervent desire in his son Tang San's eyes to become a soul master, Tang Hao had already made a decision in his heart. Very well. Since you can be a special student, then you may go. Upon hearing his father's words, an indescribable excitement surged within Tang San. The inability to break through in his Xiantian skill had long been his greatest concern, perhaps after the school commenced. The soul rings of a soul master could resolve his dilemma. Old Jack's expression improved significantly. This scruffy individual had finally acquiesced. Had Old Jack not agreed, it was uncertain whether he would have done so once Notting Academy opened. Now that is what a responsible father should be like. With just over a month until the enrollment period for Notting Academy, Old Jack cautioned, do not change your mind then. After Old Jack departed, Tang San hurriedly saw him off. Tang Hao glanced at Xiong Miao, who returned his gaze with a childlike smile of victorious delight, exuding an air of intelligence beyond her years. Impatiently waving his hand, Tang Hao remarked, it is getting late. You should head home now. There is not much food for you here. Ah? Oh. Then goodbye, Uncle Tang Hao. Surprised by Tang Hao's abrupt dismissal, Xiong Miao could not fathom why a man who seemed unkind to young girls would win the affection of Ayin. After bidding farewell to Old Jack, Tang San turned around and noticed Xiong Miao heading for the exit, her expression clearly one of discontent. Sister Xiong Miao, are you leaving too? Why not stay for a meal before you go? As children from humble beginnings, they were not picky about food. No, I must return home first. Then allow me to escort you. I can go back by myself. You should return to take care of your father. He appears somewhat unhappy. With no choice but to watch Xiong Miao depart, Tang San turned back to his home, observing his aged father seated in a chair. He speculated that the earlier conversation with Old Jack and sister Xiong Miao must have influenced his father's decision, leaving him in a troubled state. Approaching his father, he obediently apologized. Father, I am sorry. Tang Hao replied, this is your choice. There is no need for apologies. Now, continue with your forging task. Before Notting Academy commences, you must forge that piece of pig iron into the size of a fist. Otherwise, I will not permit you to attend school. Regarding his father's conditions, Tang San estimated he would complete the task well within a month. Having practiced the forging hammer technique his father taught him, he had made significant progress, with the frequency of his strikes steadily increasing. Occasionally, his father would cast a look of satisfaction. Once he completed the forging of the pig iron, he would agree to whatever conditions his father imposed, for he understood that his father only sought what was best for him. Reflecting on Sister Xiong Miao's situation, he surmised she must be a student at Notting Academy. Today, she had made the effort to come and help him reassess his martial soul and persuade his father to allow him to attend the academy. With his Xiantian skill breakthrough now seeming attainable, she had rendered him significant assistance, and as a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San felt compelled to express his gratitude in kind. Focus. Do not let your mind wander. The stern voice of his father snapped him back to reality, prompting Tang San to resume his practice of the forging hammer technique. After being expelled by Tang Hao, Xiong Miao exited the Holy Soul Village and opened the system map, selecting the shortest route home. The powerful navigation feature, tailored to the strength of the system's master, left Xiong Miao in awe. In modern society, travel is facilitated by vehicles, with navigation routes designed according to pre-planned routes. In contrast, the mystical realm's navigation is entirely contingent upon an individual's strength or abilities. A flying soul master can traverse the skies in a direct line, while a land-based soul master, given sufficient power, can navigate even the most arduous paths with ease. How splendid it would be to soar through the air. Beyond becoming a soul master, flight remains the cherished dream of countless mortals. To achieve flight, one must either be a skyward soul master, possess flight-related soul skills, or utilize supportive soul techniques. Xiong Miao recalled that Tang San's mother possessed a soul bone skill that allowed her to fly, and he resolved to acquire it. This narrative lingered in Xiong Miao's memory, and even if forgotten, she could surmise its location. Tang Hao had brought the infant Tang San to Holy Soul Village, where a yin's life seed lay within a cave behind a waterfall in the nearby mountains. Without the system map, searching for it would likely take several days. However, with the map, Xiong Miao could access a three-dimensional terrain map of the area, facilitating her search. Were it not for Tang Hao's presence in Holy Soul Village allowing for a swift journey to a yin's side, she would have already retrieved a yin soul bone, perhaps even taking Ayin along. The rebirth of the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor and the acquisition of its soul bone were imperative. She would not relinquish her claim simply because he was the child of fortune. She was determined to obtain it. After Tang San began school, she would visit, particularly at the optimal time for harvesting the first soul ring in the soul-hunting forest. Chapter 40. The expulsion of Xiong Miao from the village. Little Xiong Miao, you have returned so swiftly. Have you completed your tasks? Being a soul master certainly has its advantages. Come quickly, we have been awaiting your arrival. Upon her return to Bear Village, a grand feast was already in preparation, celebrating the emergence of several children capable of becoming soul masters, and particularly honoring Xiong Miao for her newfound status as a true soul master. Consequently, this banquet was even more jubilant than the one held a year prior to Xiong Miao's ascension as a soul master. The expenses for the feast were undoubtedly considerable. Fortunately, Bear Village enjoyed relative prosperity, allowing for such festive gatherings to occur 2 or 3 times a year, akin to a New Year celebration. It was evident that amidst this joyous occasion, they had overlooked one significant issue. In the village of Bear, there is but one slot for an intern each year, shared with the Sacred Soul Village. Among the multitude of children, only a select few possesses soul power of the first or second level, presenting a dilemma as to who shall be chosen. For those who do not attend as interns, the tuition is certainly no trifling sum. Noticing that Bear Meow appeared somewhat distracted, Papa Bear took a seat beside him with a bottle of juice and offered it to him, inquiring, "What are you pondering?" Xiong Miao took the juice and expressed her concern. "I am pondering the fact that with so many younger siblings wishing to attend Nottingham Academy, and with only one work-study position available each year, can our Xiong village truly support all of my younger siblings in their pursuit of education?" Upon hearing this, Papa Xiong burst into laughter and said, "So this is what has been troubling you. There is no need for concern. As long as the children can become soul masters, our Xiong village will spare no effort in supporting their education at the Soul Master Academy. This is no trifling sum, for each child requires a substantial amount of gold soul coins each month. With all the gold soul coins she possesses, she can cover the expenses for all the children for 6 years. Consequently, the plan to repair the roads may need to be postponed for an extended period, as she would have to sell the soul bones in Swoto City to gather the necessary funds. Should she hasten to Swoto City in a couple of days to sell the soul bones?" Wald Chong, seated beside Xiong Miao, reassured her, "There is no need for worry. Your Uncle Chong has saved quite a bit over the years. The village would never abandon so many children. You are the very hope of our village's future." Indeed, the children are the promise of the village's tomorrow. Parents would go to great lengths to ensure their children receive an education, especially in the world of Douluo Continent, where soul masters are revered. As long as there exists a possibility of becoming a soul master, enduring temporary hardship is undoubtedly worthwhile. Xiong Miao decided to postpone the matter of road construction for a while. Given her relationship with the principal of Nottingham Academy, she would certainly take care of the village's younger siblings. If necessary, she would pay for it herself. The intricacies of interpersonal relationships and social etiquette dictate that as long as one possesses absolute strength, flattery will inevitably follow. Without strength, one is inconsequential. Her future accomplishments are bound to be remarkable, with her first soul ring being 800 years old. The principal of Nottingham Academy is well aware of this and will undoubtedly extend his assistance. I shall engage in a dialogue with the principal of Nottingham Academy. As a student with such limitless potential, he will certainly look after my younger siblings, Xiong Miao proclaimed with pride. Xiong suddenly grasped the key point. If this were truly feasible, it would be absolutely wonderful. I nearly forgot that our village's Xiong Miao is a prodigy. Having become a soul master at the tender age of 7, it is certain that he will eventually attain the rank of title Douluo. The headmaster of Nottingham Academy will undoubtedly take good care of the future title Douluo siblings. Bald Chang chimed in. Indeed, many soul masters only achieve this status in their teenage years, yet our Xiong Miao has accomplished it at just 7, with his first soul ring being a century old. The headmaster of Nottingham Academy must accept all the children from our Xiong village, regardless of their potential. Who wouldn't want to care for the siblings of a future title Douluo? The Bear Village harbors great expectations for Bear Meow. Even if she cannot attain the esteemed title of a title Douluo, the least she could achieve is to emerge as a soul sage, akin to those who departed from the Holy Spirit Village a century ago. Unlike Holy Spirit Village, where Tang San possessed innate full spirit power allowing him to become a special recruit and secure an additional work-study position for that young girl, Bear Village faces a different predicament. With a sudden influx of children and only one work-study slot available, Bear Meow is resourceful. Her future achievements and finances are not conducive to the Nottingham Academy, while the 5 hearts toward heaven cannot cultivate. They must resort to imparting a uniform meditation practice across the continent. Their aspirations are modest, they merely wish to become soul masters. Overall, the issue has become relatively manageable. This represents the most basic feasible solution, teaching them the meditation technique for self-cultivation, thus relieving her of any further concerns regarding the acquisition of their first soul ring. The Bear Meow called out to the younger siblings, "Come here for a moment." A group of children, endowed with soul power, gathered before the Bear Meow. The Bear Meow began to instruct them on how to cultivate their soul power through meditation. The training methods taught at the Nottingham Primary Soul Master Academy were merely rudimentary, lacking any systematic approach. Only families of considerable influence possessed structured training methods. To address this issue, The bear Meow and a Fu devised a relatively simple operational route at the Nodding Academy, which would undoubtedly enhance the future training speed of these children beyond that of most soul masters. Today was the perfect opportunity to apply this knowledge to the children. Do you understand? Yes. The children who had acquired the cultivation techniques could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed home to begin their training. However, Sui Hua expressed some concern. Will the school teachers approve of what you are doing? Xiang Miao remarked, rest assured, Mother Sui Hua, although this is a cultivation method provided by the school. I have merely refined it based on the original foundation. Moreover, many external soul masters are acquainted with the techniques taught by the academy. So publicizing it wouldn't pose any issues. My new method vastly surpasses the original and should not be casually disclosed to others. Bald-headed Chong chuckled as he took a sip of his drink. Haha, it seems our little Xiong Miao is indeed a rare genius, capable of devising a novel soul power cultivation method. With a playful grin, Xiong Er boldly speculated. If Xiong Miao could formulate a method for ordinary people without soul power to cultivate it, that would be even more remarkable. Xiong Er, your imagination is quite extraordinary. No matter how intelligent Xiong Miao is, how could she possibly create a technique that enables ordinary individuals devoid of soul power to cultivate it? If such a thing existed, it would surely be divine. Only a deity could grant soul power to those without it. We humans cannot accomplish such feats. Is it truly impossible? Indeed. How splendid it would be if deities existed in this world. Of course, there are methods for ordinary individuals to cultivate soul power. The 5 hearts toward the heavens in Xiong Miao's possession and the Xiantian Gong held by Tang San can both achieve this. However, for an ordinary person, mastering the most challenging initial step of sensing can take a year and a half, or even several years with 5 hearts toward the heavens. While Xiantian Gong may not be particularly swift for ordinary people, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for universal cultivation. How could one possibly obtain the cultivation method for Xiantian Gong from Tang San? It is nearly impossible, for his father, Tang Dachui, constantly watches over him. Any attempt to intervene would likely result in a hammer flying your way. Perhaps a mental-type soul master could achieve it. Firstly, Tang Dachui would not be beside Tang San. Secondly, incapacitating Tang San would facilitate control. Finally, one could employ mental manipulation to compel Tang San to transcribe it. Such an idea is simple, yet the reality is harsh. To actualize this plan, Xiong Miao would need to invest considerable effort to achieve it step by step. Finding a mental-type soul master to nurture is the greatest challenge. As for the spirit hall, there is no need to consider that. Given her current status, they would never take her seriously. The young bear, filled with youthful fervor, declared, I am certain that I will achieve it in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, saying, we're merely jesting, little bear. There is no need to take it too seriously. What even the gods cannot accomplish, we mere mortals would only toil in vain. Xiang Miao continued to feign unwavering confidence, declaring, I am certain I can achieve this. Very well, then, we shall await the day when our little Xiong Miao enacts a transformation across the continent. And when we too may become soul masters, a day when everyone can attain the status of a soul master. Amidst the joyful laughter, the evening banquet gradually drew to a close. Upon returning to her long-lost chamber, Xiong Miao remained engrossed in contemplation, pondering the various feasible methods to acquire the Xiantian skill from Tang San. She was not merely speaking. She genuinely harbored thoughts of seizing this path to immortality. This included, but was not limited to, the ruse of impersonating a disciple of the Tang sect. There existed a fellow disciple, also traversing through time, who belonged to the Tang sect. Surely, Tang San would share the Xiantian skill with her. The only flaw in her plan lay in her inability to wield hidden weapons and poisons, making it difficult for him to believe she was indeed a disciple of the Tang sect. After simulating scenarios throughout the night, regardless of the various strategies employed, each one presented insurmountable challenges, rendering it near impossible for Xiong Miao to prevail. Was it truly necessary to align herself with Tang San's faction? Xiong Miao has long abandoned the notion of joining the protagonist group, and she has no inclination to affiliate herself with any faction within the Spirit Hall. Instead, she harbors a slight desire for independence. Aligning herself with Tang San's faction presents a viable strategy for gradually seizing the Xiantian skill, a prospect in which she possesses considerable confidence. However, she is truly reluctant to join, as it would mean siding with the aristocracy against the common people. Other paths prove to be arduous, with the route of being a disciple of the Tang sect appearing to be the most feasible. Alas, how challenging it is. After several days of bewilderment, Bear Meow was unexpectedly urged to leave by Papa Bear and the others. This left her utterly perplexed, although they were not her biological family. They had shared 6 years of companionship. Moreover, she was merely 7 years old, yet they were sending her away from the village. However, her protest proved futile as she was unceremoniously cast out. Little Bear Meow, with your current abilities, you no longer require our guardianship. It is time for you to venture out and broaden your horizons, they said. Indeed, go explore the vast world beyond. Life is expansive, and we may never escape it. But you are different. You have become a soul master and cannot remain in this place, as it offers no aid to your cultivation. Just make sure to visit us often. Take care of yourself out there, they advised. What about me looking after your sister? I've only just returned home after a few days. It seems they simply want to rid themselves of this divine creature. In other families, such a thing would only happen after reaching adulthood. Yet here I am, sending a mere 7-year-old girl to navigate the world alone. My dear relatives of the Bear clan, what were you thinking? Could it be that my behavior on the night of my return was too extravagant, too ostentatious? It should not be a problem to express oneself in a small town. I assure you, it will not happen again. Tearful Bear meow, Daddy Bear too. Mama Tsue Hua, and Uncle Bald Chan, please, I am still so young. If I am to venture out into the world, let me at least grow a few more years first. No, the matter of becoming a soul master cannot be delayed. Though we may not fully comprehend the intricacies of being a soul master, we understand that remaining in the village will not benefit your cultivation or growth. Venturing out is an essential step for you as a soul master. My dear Daddy Bear, I am only a one-ring soul master at present. I should at least obtain another soul ring before embarking on such a journey. Let me become a 2-ring great soul master first. Little Bear meow. Remember this, you are a prodigy, and a prodigy must not be confined. What of a single soul ring? A single soul ring can still conquer the world without rivals. A true genius cannot be restrained by just one soul ring. You must persevere, and Uncle Chan believes in you. Mama Tsuehua. Xiong Miao turned her gaze towards Mother Tsuehua, who remained unmoved. The decision to expel Xiong Miao from the village was a collective agreement, one that could not be swayed by emotional ties to the community, for it was essential for her growth. This resolution was unanimous, and Mother Tsuehua believed that embarking on an adventure was crucial for Xiong Miao's rapid development. Do you understand? But I am only 7 years old. 7 is not a trivial age, just look at how many 7-year-olds have already become soul masters. The hope of renaming Xiong village rests upon your shoulders, do you comprehend? It seemed that no matter the circumstances, she must leave the village to explore the world beyond. This reminded her of rural children who, upon being accepted into university, hesitated to leave their ailing parents behind, only to be compelled by their parents' desperation to pursue their education. In this fast world, what protagonist ventures forth alone at the age of 7? If there are any, they are at least 12, often accompanied by guardians. Fortunately, she had a summoned warrior, a Fu, and a commendable system equipped with 3 significant functions. Otherwise, she would truly need to activate survival mode. Having traversed the soul-hunting forest alone, she knew that as long as she avoided perilous places, she would be just fine. Xiong Miao resolved to spend over a month attending to her soul bone in a nearby city. Her city of choice was Soto City. Upon consulting the map, she noted that the city of Notting, situated in the Fasno province, shared a border with Soto City in the Balak Kingdom. The distance between the two cities was not too great. A carriage could make the journey in approximately 3 days. Carriages were only available within the city. And after walking a considerable distance, Xiong Miao chose not to summon Afu for assistance this time. The coachman, upon seeing a mere child, refused to transport her to another city. However, once Xiong Miao revealed her identity as a soul master, the ordinary coachman felt compelled to take her to Soto City. This situation was indeed troublesome, once Tang Hao accompanied Tang San to school. I would ensure to win over his wife and concoct a broth from the soul bone to acquire the skill of flight. A soul bone that grants the power of flight was something I must obtain. Chapter 41, the Soto City Auction House. Soto City, one of the 2 most significant cities within the Balak Kingdom, is situated in the heart of the fertile Lima Plain, renowned as the Granary of Balak. It is of utmost importance to the entire kingdom, heavily guarded by troops. Upon her arrival, Xiong Miao's appearance aroused suspicion and curiosity, yet after a friendly exchange, she was granted entry. After all, everyone has their own unique style, and it is unreasonable to impose strict standards on a child, especially one who is a soul master. Upon entering Soto City, her novel attire drew considerable attention, for never before had anyone adorned themselves in the likeness of a soul beast. Today, they beheld their very first. The level of embarrassment experienced by Xiong Miao has significantly increased in the city of Soto, yet she still harbors a degree of shyness and shame, particularly as she finds herself in a new city and unfamiliar surroundings, which are incomparable to the novice atmosphere of Notting City. Venturing into Soto City at her current level would typically be deemed inadequate. However, the mere existence of her first spirit ring, which spans 800 years, bestows upon her the courage to proceed. Upon arriving in Soto City, there are inevitably 2 landmark destinations to visit, the Soto City Soul Arena and the Slime Academy. The Rose Hotel could also be considered a noteworthy stop. One wonders if that sinister-eyed lustful tiger has made its way to Soto City yet. At this juncture, it seems unlikely that it has. The age gap between Tang San and Dai Mubai is estimated to be merely 2 or 3 years, with Dai Mubai being 15. Tang San would only be 9 years old at this point, an age at which he has yet to acquire his second spirit ring, which would not occur for at least another 2 years before he arrives at Shrek Academy. Additionally, the principal characters Oscar and Ma Hongjun have also likely not yet joined Shrek. If they have not yet become part of Shrek, it would be improbable for a solitary orphan or a common villager to possess a first spirit ring with a mere 100-year limit, especially in the case of Ma Hongjun, who awakened the phoenix as his martial soul. Xiong Miao speculated that they likely joined Shrek shortly after their martial souls awakened. Otherwise, considering the numerous inconsistencies in the original narrative, their journey would have ended long ago, particularly regarding the issue of Ma Hongjun. Indeed, The original text clarifies that Dai Mubai introduced Ma Hongjun not as a fellow student, but rather as someone discovered by Flinder in their village 3 years prior and subsequently brought to Shrek. Being of a similar age to Tang San, the first soul ring could be seen as Flinder's assistance in its acquisition, yet who aided him prior to that? The inconsistencies are abundant, and one cannot always apply modern reasoning to such matters. In summary, Xiang Miao's conjecture revolves around the challenge for commoners to obtain a century-old first soul ring, especially for an orphan. At present, they are not students of Shrek. And Xiang Miao remains skeptical. Of course, this is merely speculation, rife with possibilities. The truth can only be ascertained through first-hand observation. Perhaps it would be prudent to confirm this now? It seems rather unreasonable to enter the city and leave without exploring at least a little. Experiencing the grandeur and clamor of a foreign metropolis is paramount, especially attending a few matches at the soul fighting arena, which is far more engaging than the rudimentary martial arts competitions of her hometown, characterized by their lack of skill and tedious regulations. After walking for a while, Xiang Miao discovered the location of the Soto City auction house. The guard stationed outside looked on in astonishment as Xiang Miao approached, clearly unaccustomed to such a visitor. One guard stepped forward to block her path, saying, "Little bear, this is not a place for you to wander freely. You should head home." Xiang Miao glanced down at herself, nearly forgetting her identity. She turned to change her attire, and when she returned, she was adorned with an additional robe. A Fu also donned a robe as they approached the auction house in Soto City once more. The guards, noticing their direct approach, stepped forward and bowed slightly, inquiring, "How may we assist you, esteemed guests?" Xiang Miao remained silent, while a Fu spoke up, "We have come to auction 2 items." The guard then inquired, "Might I ask what the esteemed guests wish to auction?" "Soul bones." The mere mention of the word struck the guard with astonishment. They knew well what soul bones represented. Auctions of such items were exceedingly rare. The guard quickly gestured for them to follow, displaying no doubt regarding the authenticity of the soul bones. Who would dare jest about such matters? The imposing figure beneath the black cloak was evidently no ordinary person. The guard escorted Xiang Miao and a Fu to the VIP room, where he brewed the finest tea. "Please wait a moment. Our supervisor will arrive shortly." Upon hearing the news that someone intended to auction soul bones, the supervisor of the auction house hurried to the VIP room. His expression bore no hint of welcome. "Esteemed guests, I am Jason, one of the supervisors of the Soto City auction house. According to the guard's report, you wish to auction soul bones. May I inquire what type of soul bones you possess?" He was skeptical, as not just anyone could present soul bones. Such items were typically found only in the auctions of the Heaven-Do Empire. Soto City had never seen their like. A Fu then produced a modest box and opened it, revealing 2 soul bones lying within, emanating an aura so potent it seemed to solidify the surrounding air. These were undeniably soul bones derived from soul beasts. Jason and his companions stood frozen, their gazes riveted on the 2 soul bones. They were, without doubt, genuine. Among them was even a torso bone. Soul bones were coveted treasures for all soul masters. In a sense, as long as one possessed sufficient soul power, any soul master could acquire a soul ring, albeit with varying qualities. However, soul bones were an entirely different matter. Their rarity rendered them the prized possessions of a select few soul masters. Anyone in possession of a soul bone would go to great lengths to conceal it, lest others discover their secret, given the countless bloody incidents that had arisen over soul bones. Even the most ordinary soul bone could fetch an exorbitant price. After a considerable pause, Jason and his associates finally emerged from their astonishment regarding the soul bones. He made a concerted effort to mask his inner shock and excitement, asking, "Esteemed guests, are you truly intending to auction these 2 soul bones at my auction house?" Xiang Miao chuckled softly and remarked, "The 100-year-old red tiger torso bone and the 600-year-old ghost vine right arm bone hold no value for me. They are far less tangible than gold. I wonder if your auction house is able to conduct such a sale?" "Indeed, we can accommodate that," Jason replied, his previously stern demeanor replaced by a more affable and ingratiating expression. While these 2 soul bones may be rather ordinary, they are still soul bones nonetheless. Many high-ranking soul masters possess not even a single soul bone, and the emergence of these 2 would undoubtedly stir a tempest in Soto City. Jason refrained from inquiring about their identities or the origins of the soul bones. Those bold enough to present soul bones for auction might lack prowess. Yet one could never dismiss the possibility that they were merely concealing their true strength. Take, for instance, the imposing figure of the man in the black cloak before him. Despite the absence of any discernible soul power fluctuations, he emanated an aura that suggested he could easily dispatch anyone with a single blow. Only someone of considerably higher rank could evoke such a sensation. Moreover, the man seemed to possess a diminutive subordinate by his side, hinting at a certain level of influential backing. The 2 were evidently concealing their true identities, suggesting they were likely signs of a reclusive family venturing out for experience. As Jason pondered the potential background of Xiang Miao, he understood the importance of not underestimating such individuals. The Soto City auction house would not dare to offend any hidden aristocracy by failing to recognize their worth. "Esteemed guest, your soul bones are exceedingly precious to soul masters. Given that your red tiger torso bone is only 100 years old, I propose starting the auction at 30,000 gold soul coins, while the 600-year-old ghost vine right arm bone shall commence at 60,000 gold coins. What say you?" Xiang Miao nodded in agreement. She was not apprehensive about being deceived. Given the price level in relation to the age of the soul bone, it seemed reasonable. The final auction price would likely be higher than expected. In a prosperous region, wealthy capitalists would hardly be concerned about a mere sum of gold soul coins. So, when could the auction take place? Once the information about the impending auction of the soul bone spread, soul masters eager for it would surely flock in, vying for it with fervor. Tonight would suffice. Such a significant soul bone surely deserves some publicity, does it not? The esteemed guest chuckled. Jason explained the auction house rules to Xiang Miao on the first day. Inquiries into the seller's background were prohibited, as was disclosing any details about the items up for auction. The esteemed guest's soul bone was of utmost importance. If the word got out, it could prove detrimental to both you and your soul bone. Even though the soul bone is placed in our auction house and you are a newcomer, for safety's sake, it would be best to auction your soul bone on the same day. Rest assured, given the value of the soul bone, the final auction price will surely meet your expectations. Xiang Miao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. To some extent, there was a fear that she might abandon the endeavor midway, rendering the auction of the soul bones a mere rumor or falsehood. In response to this concern, it has been established that items submitted by newcomers for auction must be offered on the same day. Furthermore, it is a regulation of our auction house to retain 10% of the auction proceeds as a service fee. I wonder if you would find this arrangement acceptable. Xiang Miao naturally comprehended the underlying principles, to understand and act in accordance with your regulations. After Jason took possession of the soul bone encased in a box, he continued. Please follow me. I shall assist you in acquiring your golden soul currency storage cards. The process of obtaining the cards was not overly complicated. And given that she was bringing a soul bone for auction, the procedure was expedited. Simultaneously, Jason's supervisor was preparing for the grand finale of tonight's soul bone auction and assigned 2 receptionists to succinctly explain all the rules to Xiang Miao and her companion. The auction operates on a 24-hour cycle with staff rotations. Each night from 8 to 10 o'clock is the prime time for exquisite auctions, where only buyers with a deposit exceeding 700,000 golden soul coins may participate. At other times, any bidder is welcome. In terms of workload, Xiang Miao would dare to claim that this establishment surpasses the humanity of the renowned 007 company. The continuous auctions undoubtedly generate substantial revenue for the venue, as a commission of 10% is deducted from each precious item sold. While this may seem modest from one perspective, it accumulates into a staggering fortune. This appears to mirror the auction model of the capital of the Tiando Empire. Oh, the avaricious capitalists. The underlying reason lies in the fact that the southern border of the Baloch Kingdom directly adjoins the Xinglua Empire, boasting formidable military strength, thus serving as the gateway to the Tiando Empire. The prosperous city of Suatua is undoubtedly affluent, and it is said that the king of the Baloch Kingdom is a cousin of the Snowy Night Emperor, which naturally implies a degree of power. After all, a cousin learns from his elder. Please lead us to the auction house. Xiang Miao has no intention of venturing outside only to return, as there are provisions available within the auction house, rendering an excursion rather unwise. Prior to entering the auction venue, the reception girl typically provides guests with a mask, informing them that it is necessary to wear the mask when participating in the auction. This measure is implemented with the safety of the clients in mind. Xiang Miao and Fu were entirely enveloped in their black robes, rendering masks unnecessary. The reception girl accompanied them to the entrance of the auction center before turning away. The attendants at the auction center were all female, exuding an aura of refinement compared to the reception girl outside. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, Xiang Miao had transformed into a girl. Otherwise, she could have attempted the unparalleled sword technique known as the blade drawn from a heart devoid of women. After guiding Xiang Miao to her designated area, the attendant departed in a mechanical manner. Xiang Miao harbored profound sympathy for such individuals. They had lost their essence, their very souls. Even if remnants of their souls remained, they were eternally imprisoned within this auction house. In this world of stark social stratification, there exists an overwhelming sense of helplessness, where the affluent wield absolute control, leaving no avenue for salvation for these lost souls. This was my inaugural lesson. Having arrived in the Douluo world without prior exposure to its darker facets, she was confronted for the first time with the sordid realities that transcended mere theoretical discourse. When the stakes are high enough, all semblance of humanity dissipates. Within a private chamber, a refined middle-aged man clad in white noticed Xiang Miao's gaze. Beside him, a young girl observed her father fixating on 2 peculiar figures clad in black robes below. Daddy, are those 2 bad people? She inquired. The man gently ruffled the girl's hair and replied, They are not bad people, dear. But if they aren't bad, why do they dress like that? The girl pressed further. They are concealing their identities, just as I have taught you. One should never reveal themselves indiscriminately when venturing outside. Are they powerful? She asked. Each person possesses their own strengths, akin to the supportive abilities of our 7 treasures glazed tile school. Oh, I understand now. The genteel man then turned to another middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Gu, what is your perspective on these 2 individuals? Chapter 42. My soul bone does not make a grand entrance. These 3 were not ordinary visitors. They hailed from the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Ning Fingxi, the sect leader, his daughter Ning Rongrong, and the elder Gu Douluo Gu Rong. Gu Douluo cast his gaze towards Xiang Miao's position and remarked, That individual is no simpleton. Their strength is formidable. Ning Fengji shared a similar sentiment, pondering whether they were a product of some reclusive sex training. Douluo's tone was somewhat monotonous as he commented, I truly wonder what these hidden sect practitioners are thinking. They should be more discreet in their attire when venturing out. Each person has their own perspective. We cannot impose our standards upon others, he continued. However, their garb is indeed too conspicuous, drawing unwanted attention. Since individuals from hidden sects had appeared before them, they might as well extend a greeting. Uniting various factions to balance the influence of the spirit hall had always been his endeavor. Practitioners from hidden sects rarely revealed themselves to the public eye, and now, not only had they appeared before him, but their strength was also not to be underestimated. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Even if future conflicts might arise without their involvement, establishing a friendship could prove advantageous. Meanwhile, Xiang Miao had yet to reach the level of perceiving her enemy's strengths, and her system lacked any reconnaissance or alert functions. If someone was deliberately observing her, she would remain oblivious to it. Conversely, Ah Fu, a martial arts master, had long attained such awareness. Master, someone is watching us from the pavilion at 3 o'clock. Who? Xiang Miao instinctively turned her gaze towards the second floor at 3 o'clock, activating the system for character identification. It swiftly recognized the identities of 3 individuals, Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Bone Douluo. How could they be here? What a stroke of luck to encounter them at this moment. Their meeting should ideally occur during the upcoming Soul Master competition. And only in the capital of the Heaven Do Empire would such an encounter be plausible. This timing might easily mislead readers into thinking it a narrative flaw. Upon reflection, she realized that her soul bone had been purchased by the affluent Ning Fengji, which was fortuitous, as no one present could rival the wealth of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if they were to buy out the entire auction house. It would hardly pose a problem. Have they also noticed us? Ning Fengji smiled nonchalantly. Bone Douluo confirmed, stating, It appears that the other party indeed demonstrates the presence of a formidable power, at least one nearing the rank of title Douluo. They must have discerned my strength as well. It could be confirmed that the other party belonged to a hidden sect. Once they departed, we shall pay them a visit. No matter how secluded the hidden sect may be, their connections to the outside world remain substantial. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, being one of the top 3 sects, would undoubtedly be aware of this. Given our respective strengths, they would not refuse the courtesy of sharing a meal. Ning Fengji promptly decided that if they were unable to secure the desired auction item, he would intervene on their behalf to ensure its acquisition, subsequently transferring it to them post-auction to foster goodwill. The auction continued relentlessly. Regardless of the fervor displayed by the bidders, Xiang Miao remained unmoved. Nothing on display piqued her interest, and even if it had, she lacked the funds to bid. Her gold soul coins barely exceeded 1,000. What could she possibly bid on? When her soul bone finally made its grand appearance later that evening, they should brace themselves for a costly endeavor, vying for it with fervor and perhaps even bloodshed. After several auction items had passed, the host on the stage, microphone in hand, smiled broadly at the bidders and announced, Next, we shall present for auction a rare and exceptional treasure. I urge all interested parties to take note, particularly our esteemed male guests. Xiang Miao shook her head repeatedly, and it was not difficult to guess what the auction item was this time. Catwoman? Cheetah woman? Tigress? Or perhaps insect woman? Xiang Miao sat quietly in her chair, observing the unfolding events before her, recognizing that the circumstances were beyond her control. This place was undeniably filthy. To speak candidly, Xiang Miao found her situation akin to theirs. They too bore the marks of martial soul mutation, with animalistic traits adorning their forms, while her own martial soul mutation seemed to manifest almost entirely upon her physique. The sole individual capable of rescuing the tiger girl before her was Ning Fengji. As for the others, they were seasoned veterans, unlikely to let slip the opportunity to possess such an extraordinary companion. Xiang Miao was filled with curiosity regarding how Ning Fengji handled the tiger girl after capturing her, as the original text did not elucidate her subsequent fate. Instead, the manga offers a glimpse into the storyline, which may be a singular occurrence. One wonders what the rationale might be in other scenarios. It can only be surmised that after rescuing them, Ning Fengji brought the girls back to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School for further cultivation. To purchase and then abandon, only for them to be captured again, creates a futile cycle of expenditure devoid of any meaningful purpose. Ultimately, it was no surprise that Ning Fengji successfully bid for the tiger girl. Ning Rongrong, upon witnessing her father secure the tiger girl, appeared somewhat discontented, and it took considerable coaxing for Ning Fengji to placate her. Additionally, it was noted that Xiang Miao exhibited a reaction, leading Ning Fengji to mistakenly assume that they harbored intentions towards the tiger girl. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School possesses knowledge concerning the mutation of martial spirits, and it cannot be ruled out that the reclusive sects are equally informed. If either parent displays a propensity for martial spirit mutation, the likelihood of their child awakening a mutated martial spirit significantly increases. Typically, mutated martial spirits tend to awaken in unfavorable directions, rendering this experiment feasible only through external disciples. Should a child's martial spirit mutate favorably, gaining entry into the inner sect would pose no obstacle. Indeed, the tiger girl is among the gifts that must be presented. Xiong Miao, oblivious to Ning Fengji's thoughts, perused the various auction items on display. The much-anticipated premium auction night had arrived, with affluent patrons eagerly anticipating the exquisite treasures to be unveiled. The first item was a storage soul guide, typically deemed of little worth, yet the host proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, this is no ordinary storage soul guide." While most merely contain inanimate objects, this one can house living beings. The prospect of a soul guide capable of storing life sparked the interest of the wealthy attendees, affirming that any item featured on premium auction night would never be mundane. Bids quickly escalated, with Ning Fengji determined not to let this exceptional storage soul guide slip away. Ultimately, it fell into his possession, a splendid gift for future encounters. As Xiong Miao grew impatient for her soul bone to be presented, she wondered what astronomical figure it might fetch. To her surprise, her prized red tiger torso soul bone was up next. Ladies and gentlemen, the value of a soul bone is immeasurable, the host continued. Even this one, merely a century old, begins at 30,000 gold soul coins. The soul bone instantly became the focal point of the auction, with bidders reluctant to relent. 100,000, exclaimed a patron, raising the price sevenfold. The bid surged. 200,000. Wow, this esteemed guest just bid 200,000. 500,000. Each increment surpassed the last, with some auction staff deliberately inflating the bids to secure a higher selling price. As the bidding approached 1 million gold soul coins, it began to slow. Yet there remained a steady upward trend. Such a sum was rare even in the continent's premier auction houses. Ning Fengji noted that neither he nor Xiong Miao had placed a bid, suggesting the soul bone was likely theirs to auction. 1 million gold soul coins, declared the host. The esteemed guest in box number 7 bids 2 million, the highest bid thus far. Is there anyone willing to outbid? The price reached 1 million, almost sealing the deal. As bidders hesitated to raise it further, the century-old soul bone had surpassed expectations, and the crowd anticipated even more extraordinary items to follow. Soon, the third item was introduced, the 600-year-old right-arm ghost vine soul bone. With this, the auction reached a new crescendos, leading attendees to speculate that the remainder of the night might be dominated by soul bones. I bid 500,000. With the intensity palpable, bids soared. 700,000. 850,000. 1,100,000. Wealthy patrons, recognizing the potential for further soul bone auctions, hastily pooled their gold soul coins to secure the second soul bone. As the wealthiest bidder present, Ning Fengji opted to refrain from bidding this round, aiming for a more prestigious soul bone in subsequent offerings. The final sale price for the third soul bone came to 2,700,000 gold soul coins, an impressive figure for a century-old relic. As anticipation mounted for the fourth item, attendees were surprised to see it was not another soul bone, but an enigmatic treasure that enveloped the viewer in a mesmerizing starry expanse. What a ridiculous item! How could it possibly rival a soul bone in value? Murmured the crowd. Papa, this is so beautiful. I want it. Please buy it for me. The little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, enamored by pretty things, was captivated by the starry box, though others dismissed it as trivial. The immense appraisal abilities of a soul master with the 7 treasure glazed tile spirit suggested this treasure held far greater worth than the previous century-old soul bones. While most attendees showed little interest, a few contemplated acquiring it, perhaps recognizing its rarity. Xiong Miao, too, found the starry box appealing, likening it to an expensive holographic projector, technology absent in Douluo Continent, yet conceivable from the yet-to-collide Sun-Moon continent. This artifact's true nature remained a mystery in this era. Xiong Miao decided to utilize the system's scanning feature to ascertain the true nature of the enigmatic object. As the progress bar concluded, the system revealed that it could not glean any information from the 8-faced box. What? This cannot be. The inability of the system to scan this object suggests that the 8-faced box is not merely a holographic projection device, but rather a unique treasure in its own right. The celestial display of stars may not solely serve as a visual spectacle. It could potentially harbor other unknown functionalities that warrant further investigation. Alas, I find myself devoid of the necessary funds and can only observe. Otherwise, this captivating holographic artifact would undoubtedly find its way into my possession. Ultimately, the fourth auction item, the 8-faced box, was acquired by Ning Fengji. The 2 soul bones belonging to Xiong Miao have been auctioned off, and despite the exceptional quality of the subsequent items, her interest has waned. Her finances take precedence. Even the most ordinary soul bones can fetch astronomical prices. As she made her way down the corridor, Ning Fengji and his companions concluded their participation in the auction on the second floor. Upon exiting the auction center, a server promptly approached her. Unlike the previous attendants, this one was modestly attired in elegant white garments, her beauty more pronounced. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Xiong Miao, under the guidance of the young lady in the white dress, entered a room adjacent to the auction center. Esteemed guests, please take a moment to rest. The gold soul coins you have acquired at the auction will be delivered shortly. Xiong Miao sat gracefully on the genuine leather sofa, indulging in fruits while patiently awaiting the arrival of her funds. Shortly thereafter, Jason, having anticipated that the 2 enigmatic bidders for the soul bones would not linger in Soto City for long, reasoned that their mysterious identities must possess sufficiently spacious storage soul guides. Thus, he brought with him a storage soul guide containing the gold soul coins, reflecting a 10% extraction of the auction proceeds. Esteemed guests, he announced, within this soul guide lies the fruits of your soul bone auction. Please verify your receipt. Xiang Miao swiftly absorbed all the gold spirit coins from Jason T's soul guide into her system space. Jason T was taken aback. In a mere few seconds, the storage conversion within the soul guide occurred, an impossibility for a soul guide lacking sufficient space. Furthermore, he had not witnessed the opponent utilizing the soul guide, as it vanished from his grasp in her hands. Such storage soul guides, if auctioned, would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. The amount is satisfactory. The soul guide is returned to you. After receiving her gold spirit coins, she departed from the auction venue. Not long after, she encountered Ning Fingji and his companions from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fingji exuded a unique aura that naturally instilled a sense of warmth and familiarity. Greetings. Sect Master Ning. Xiong Miao addressed him before he could utter a word. Recognizing her, Ning Fingji felt no need for self-introduction. Listening to her voice, he discerned she was a young girl, likely of similar age to his own Rongrong, with an inherent strength reminiscent of a grand soul master. He marveled at the extraordinary talents cultivated by this hidden sect, certain that she would carve out a significant place for herself in the future. Establishing connections with influential sects was an inevitable course. Hello, Ning Rongrong chimed in, having noticed her father greeting the girl, tempering her mischievous demeanor to add, hello, sister. Xiong Miao smiled and replied to Ning Rongrong, hello, little sister. Upon closer acquaintance with the childhood Ning Rongrong, he found her quite endearing. Ning Fengji smiled faintly. Since the other party was already aware of his identity, he saw no need for pretense and spoke candidly, young friend, we are about to dine. Why not join us? It is worth noting that not everyone receives an invitation to his dining gatherings. Given his status, he was a figure of considerable influence throughout the Douluo Continent, commanding respect even from imperial princes like Xuesheng, who would not dare to offend him. With dual title Douluo strength, his financial prowess remained unparalleled among the 7 great sections. Who in their right mind would decline such an invitation? Upon hearing of a meal invitation, Xiong suddenly remembered that he had been sitting for quite a while without eating, and his stomach let out a loud growl. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, I apologize for the disturbance. No matter, came the reply. They arrived at the largest hotel in Suodo City. In such grand establishments, only nobles from various backgrounds could gain entry. Given Ning Fengji's status, his treatment was undoubtedly that of a top-tier member, a privilege beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. As they walked through the opulent surroundings, Xiang Miao felt as if he were in a dream, somewhat unaccustomed to the lavishness. Upon entering the room, he was astounded by the sheer luxury. A lifestyle of the wealthy that was unimaginable, where even the simplest item was beyond the reach of an average person. Xiang Miao speaks of a certain animosity towards the affluent, a sentiment that is not uncommon among those who come from humble beginnings. Such feelings are intrinsic to human nature. The stratification of society, the disparity between wealth and poverty, along with an individual's environment, can lead to a profound psychological disconnect, particularly after one has endured certain experiences where this dissonance becomes even more pronounced. Ultimately, Xiong Miao's demeanor is anything but constrained as he occupies a guest seat. Please, kind sir, take a seat as well, Ning Fengji remarked. After Bear Miao nodded, a Fu, who was standing beside, took a seat in the adjacent position. It is unknown what dietary restrictions the two may have. Ning Fengji was aware that certain reclusive families held strong aversions towards specific foods, for instance, pork, which is a common fare for the common folk, is regarded as sacred by some clans. Moreover, there are peculiar individuals who shamelessly consider even the excrement of cattle as a divine remedy. Xiang Miao remarked, we have no particular dietary restrictions, Master Ning, please feel free. Ning Fengji signaled the waiter to bring forth the dishes, and while doing so, he candidly inquired, are you two from a reclusive sect? Xiang Miao sighed and decided to concede. These sects are often willing to spare no expense to recruit talented and powerful individuals, persuading them to join their ranks. The consequences of refusal are all too predictable. While they may not overtly threaten you, they possess a myriad of covert tactics at their disposal. Indeed, we hail from a reclusive sect. Even within such an enigmatic order, there is little to conceal when confronted by the powerful forces of the outside world. Ning Fengji adeptly capitalized on this characteristic. Xiong Miao casually withdrew a name, Xuanji Gate. Ning Fengji had explored many reclusive sects, yet he had never heard of Xuanji Gate. It seemed that there were still numerous unknown hidden sects in existence, and today he encountered one. I am Yu Fan. Among the myriad protagonists in online literature, the name Yu Fan is quite common, even though Yu Fan is a female elder of the sect, Fu Hongfa. Very few know his true name. They simply refer to him as a Fu. Having said this, Xiong Miao and a Fu removed their hats. There was no need to conceal their identities. Prior to donning the black robes, the two had slightly altered their appearances. This was a unique circumstance, and the signature bear ensemble was once again tucked away. Young friendy, brother Fu, Xiong Miao greeted. As Ning Fengji had anticipated, Xiong Miao appeared to be only slightly older than his daughter, with a comparable age difference. In terms of personality, she exhibited a maturity that belied her youthful appearance, suggesting the sophistication of a hidden lineage. Daughter, you ought to learn from her. Chapter 44. I come from a hidden sect during this visit to the auction house. Did young Friendy find anything of interest aside from selling her own items? Regardless of her true or false name, Ning Fingji was indifferent. Given the opportunity in the future, he would undoubtedly learn her true name. Yi Fan, this name clearly belongs to a boy. The bear cat swallowed a piece of meat and remarked, I simply lack the funds. Otherwise, I would have purchased the items I fancy long ago. For instance, I find the toy in Rongrong's hands quite appealing. If I had the means, I would certainly bid for it, and Master Ning would surely concede it to me. Upon hearing Sister Yefan express interest in her toy, Ning Rongrong hurriedly tucked it into her small bag, clutching it tightly, fearful that it might be taken from her. Ning Fingji chuckled heartily and said, in fact, after your items are auctioned, the proceeds will be deposited into the account linked to your stored value card. Thus, when another auction item that piques your interest arises, you will be able to place a bid. With a sudden realization, Xiong Miao slapped his forehead. I surprisingly forgot that the waiter had mentioned this matter to me. I appreciate the reminder from Sect Master Ning. Ning Fingji would have preferred to hear Xiong Miao address him as Uncle Ning. But considering that this was merely their initial interaction, he decided against being overly direct, fearing it might provoke a negative reaction. As for Yi Xiaoyou's recent venture, it seems to transcend the mere act of auctioning items. Should there be any needs, feel free to seek us out. We shall be residing in Suwa Tua City for the time being. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Ning. My excursion is simply for leisure, accompanied by the intention to auction off a few superfluous soul bones. So, are the 2-century-old soul bones at the auction yours? Indeed, my luck proved fortuitous. They were obtained from a century-old soul beast, though regrettably, they are merely century-old soul bones and lack significant utility, compelling me to sell them for some coin. Lacking utility? Nonetheless, they are still 2 soul bones. Even if they are only a millennium in age, they hold considerable value. The probability of producing soul bones is exceedingly low. It is worth noting that even a titled Douluo may not possess a single soul bone. The same applies to century-old soul bones. While one may lack the aptitude to absorb them, they can serve as rewards for ordinary disciples who have made substantial contributions. Indeed, the value of century-old soul bones is somewhat diminished. However, they still offer considerable benefits to certain ordinary disciples within the sect, though regrettably, there are only 2. From this, Ning Fingji inferred that the other party likely snuck out, for otherwise, they would not be attempting to exchange century-old soul bones for currency. Xiong Miao calmly remarked, I find nothing to lament. In my perspective, a millennium-old soul bone is still worthwhile, but a century-old one is tasteless, and its discarding would be a pity. For ordinary disciples, it merely prompts them to work a bit harder, rendering it nearly useless. Her assertion held considerable merit. Ning Fingji conceded to her statement. Recognizing that investing in an ordinary century-old soul bone, regardless of which disciple it was bestowed upon, would yield returns far inferior to the initial investment. Acquiring it yet having no use for it, while being reluctant to discard it, truly exemplifies the notion of something being tasteless and regrettable to forsake. Had it not been for the purpose of cultivating relationships with others, Ning Fingji would not have committed such a rudimentary mistake. To us, a century-old soul bone indeed bears little utility, yet to an ordinary soul master, it is priceless. Thus, I brought it forth for auction, and to my surprise, both pieces fetched a staggering price of 1 million. Initially, I only anticipated a budget of several hundred thousand, considering they were merely century-old soul bones. Ning Fingji chuckled. Most of those individuals care little for the intrinsic value. They only regard whether something is deemed expensive. With a gentle smile, Xiong Miao inquired, might I ask, Master Ning, what was your purpose in acquiring the first soul bone? Ning Fingji, perceiving the question posed by the child, deemed it unnecessary to engage in circular discourse. For her ignorance did not imply that her guardian shared the same lack of understanding. Naturally, it is to cultivate a favorable relationship with the sect's influence behind you. To Ning Fingji, wealth held little significance. Establishing rapport with a reclusive sect was, in her view, immensely worthwhile. To foster goodwill with the sect's power behind me? Indeed, reclusive sects have traditionally shunned outsiders, yet when confronted with formidable external forces, they may extend the courtesy of a meeting for dialogue. Given the wealth represented by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the reclusive sect would surely not overlook the opportunity for exchange. Their connections to the outside world primarily suffer from a lack of financial resources, while internal resources are merely for consumption. With external funding, when they eventually emerge from seclusion, it would be far easier for them to establish a foothold on the continent. The bearcat did not decline, stating, that is certainly possible, however. Whether those old fellows in the sect would be willing to meet you is an entirely different matter. A bunch of antiquated individuals are not as easy to converse with as I am. Ning Fengji nodded, understanding the actions of the higher-ups of the hidden sect. Otherwise, they would not have sealed their mountain gate. If one truly wished to visit their domain, it would be unthinkable to do so without presenting valuable gifts. I believe that. Given my status, a personal visit would not be rejected. As the foremost auxiliary soul master, with the illustrious 7 Treasure Glazed Tile as my martial spirit, I am confident that no one would turn me away. Xiang Miao shook her head repeatedly, expressing her disapproval. No, no. If the old fellows discover that it is due to me, they will be furious. A glance at the guard beside Xiang Miao led Ning Fengji to discern the underlying reason. This guard was not merely a protector but also one of the elders, akin to the Bone Douluo who served as an elder in their sect. Given this, it seemed that a future visit would have to be arranged. If visiting the reclusive sect were indeed such a simple endeavor, it would hardly deserve the title of reclusive. One might as well emerge from seclusion. Nevertheless, I believe that the opportunity will soon present itself. Xiang Miao displayed a simple smile. Ning Fengji remarked, to cultivate someone as remarkable as you, your sect must be extraordinarily powerful. Thank you. But unlike those old fellows who insist I am the weakest, I am indeed quite strong, she retorted playfully. Haha. That is merely your family's way of keeping you humble. I understand, yet I do not appreciate it. After a light-hearted exchange, even Xiang Miao nearly convinced herself of the existence of such a sect. Creating one with the knowledge from her past life was rather effortless. It is a pleasure to meet you today. If you are interested, you are welcome to visit my sect. As they departed from the Sato City Grand Hotel, Ning Fengji extended this invitation to Xiang Miao. Xiang Miao did not refuse. Sure, if there's an opportunity, I will definitely go and take a look. I hope that Sect Master Ning won't forget by then. I want tea. Someone as remarkable as young friend, you will surely be remembered by me, Ning Fengji replied. He was convinced that this little girl before him was destined to become a formidable force in the new era of the continent. One whose potential could not be stifled by her sect, and she would undoubtedly emerge one day. Chapter 45, The Soul Fighting Arena, Soul Fighting District 13. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda possesses an innate ability to appraise treasures and can, to a certain extent, discern the levels of soul masters beneath its own rank. After careful verification, it was confirmed that Xiang Miao's soul power was merely at the 14th level, though her actual strength far surpassed this rank. It was unfathomable to consider the might behind her, and how such power had been cultivated. The level of the guards beside him was indiscernible, indicating their soul power far exceeded his own. Bone Uncle, can you discern the soul power level of that individual? Bone Douluo shook his head. I cannot perceive any soul power from him. However, the aura he exudes is immensely powerful, as if he does not belong to the cultivation system of soul masters at all. Not belonging to the cultivation system of soul masters? From a distance at the auction, one could only glean a vague impression, but during their meal at the hotel, it was unmistakable, a formidable being outside the realm of soul masters. And the perception of a title de law could not be wrong. That aura was distinctly unlike that of any soul master. Within the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, numerous documents chronicled the once glorious era of soul guides, which regrettably faced a discontinuity, resulting in the destruction of all related crafting techniques. There were scant references to different human cultivation systems, but they were few and far between. Ning Fengji remarked, it appears that this hidden sect possesses a novel cultivation system, one that seemingly does not conflict with the soul master system. The young girl named Yifan appears to be an embodiment of dual cultivation from both systems. Ning Fengji had long harbored the ambition to transcend the limitations of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, evolving into the 8-treasure or even the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. However, the ancient texts of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect were exceedingly vague, rendering the prospect of breakthrough bleak. A different cultivation system offered another avenue, even if he could not breach the existing limits. Wielding the power of an alternative system would be quite advantageous. Yet, uncertainties lingered regarding other restrictions, akin to the conflict seen in twin martial souls. Perhaps we can uncover solutions to the limitations of our 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda through these hidden sects, Bone Douluo suggested. The materials available on the continent do not provide detailed guidance on overcoming these limitations. It is highly probable that the hidden sects possess such knowledge. Fengji, ensure you seize the opportunity next time, he advised. Today's encounter with a cultivation system distinct from that of soul masters instilled great expectations regarding this enigmatic sect. When they next meet, one must inquire about the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. It is possible that they possess relevant information. On another note, Xiang Miao hastily made her way to a secluded corner, ensuring she was unobserved before removing her black cloak and allowing a Fu to return to the spatial realm. Upon emerging, she donned her martial soul bear ensemble once more. I hope the 7-treasure glazed tile sect hasn't realized it's me, she pondered. Would they send someone to follow me? Sect Master Ning Fengji is unlikely to resort to such measures. Xiang Miao seamlessly blended into the throng. And although the night had fallen, the city appeared as if it had just awakened, bustling even more vibrantly than during the day. The streets were lined with shops, all aglow with lights, while a number of vendors, who only operated in the evening, found their favored spots to peddle snacks and trinkets. The meals at hotels were often insufficient to satiate one's hunger. Thus, Xiang Miao indulged in various delicacies along the way, delighting in the tastes and alleviating her hunger amidst the curious gazes of passers-by. As she wandered, her eyes fell upon the Soul Arena, a venue only found in major cities, and she pondered whether children could participate. According to regulations, anyone possessing the strength of a soul master was permitted to compete in the arena's contests. Without hesitation, Xiang Miao made her way to the soul fighting arena, the true battleground for soul masters. Given her current prowess, the arena would not pit her against the most formidable opponents. In this venue, battles are categorized into 3 types, the first being sparring, where practitioners engage in friendly duels, strictly prohibiting lethal force. The second type is a life-and-death struggle, intended to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The third category comprises gambling matches, overseen by the Grand Arena, where both parties send forth an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the victor claiming all that was wagered. As for the format of the contests, Xiong Miao could only participate in one-on-one matches. However, akin to her previous experience at the auction house, she was promptly halted by the guards at the entrance. "Little one, this is not a place for you. If you wish to enter, you must be accompanied by a parent." There was no recourse. Her tender age barred her from many places, and she needed a fu to escort her inside. The registration process for soul fighting was exceedingly straightforward. One merely needed to fill out a form detailing their name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit to receive the initial Iron Soul badge, along with a fee of 10 gold coins. Upon reviewing the registration form, the staff member's gaze fell upon the age listed, 7 years. They then looked back at Xiong Miao, questioning, "Are you sure it is you who is registering, and not this uncle beside you?" The bear cat retorted, "Indeed, it is I. Is there a problem?" The staff member replied earnestly, "At the age of 7, one has yet to possess a soul ring. At the very least, one must have acquired the first soul ring to engage in soul battles. Moreover, it is prohibited for children to participate in soul duels. The minimum age requirement is 10 years or older." The bear cat remarked, "You need not worry about this. Simply adjust my age." The staff member nearly choked, responding with unwavering firmness, "Altering one's age is absolutely out of the question." Xiong Miao's expression suddenly changed, and a fu reached out to seize the staff member. With a smile imbued with profound meaning, Xiong Miao remarked, "Now I must fill out a new application form. I would appreciate your assistance in re-entering the information." Xiong Miao diligently completed the registration form, having altered all the information from the previous chapter. After all, it was merely a battle arena. There was no need to provide one's authentic details. The staff, intimidated by the imposing figures before them, refrained from engaging in any disputes, fearful that the larger individual might retaliate. Once the information was filled out, the staff handed Xiong Miao an iron battle token. Subsequently, a soul power test was conducted to ascertain their respective levels, as each participant must undergo this test to establish their opponents in the arena. Following registration, the ranking process commenced, and Xiong Miao proceeded to the gambling-themed battle area to arrange her standing. After the sorting was complete, she was assigned to the 13th district. Upon her arrival, she immediately attracted the attention of other soul masters, as her youth was strikingly apparent, eliciting a range of astonished expressions. Some even mocked her for daring to participate at such a tender age, cautioning her not to weep if she were to lose. The one-on-one battles in this arena were determined by a draw, which held little significance for Xiong Miao. Regardless of her opponent, she confidently asserted her invincibility among first-ring participants, claiming that her soul ring skills were unnecessary as she would easily dominate all first-ring soul masters. Given the lack of spectacle in first-ring abilities, the 13th District S Arena hosted a personal defense match specifically for first-ring soul masters, attracting a multitude of spectators, with ticket prices surpassing those for matches featuring higher-ranked soul masters. Chapter 46. Xiong Miao is the first challenger in the one-on-one first-ring soul master arena. One individual serves as the defender, while 7 challengers take turns competing. Should a challenger emerge victorious, they assume the title of defender, continuing until all challengers have competed, with the final defender being declared the winner. Naturally, one might question whether it is fair for the last challenger to triumph, while others have failed against the defender. The response is simple. Participating in the arena inherently implies fairness. The defender may choose to relinquish their title mid-match, forfeiting half of the points earned that day. And if they decide to abandon their title the next day, they similarly forfeit all points accrued. A defender must win at least 3 matches consecutively before they can forfeit points earned that day. Each match yields 1 point. And if the defender wins 4 consecutive matches but loses 1, they will lose half of their points from that day. Achieving a sweep of 7 challengers results in a doubling of points. The registration fee is 2 gold soul coins, with a prize of 10 gold coins awarded for each victory, while a loss yields no reward. If a participant manages to sweep all 7 challengers, their prize is doubled. Thus, the one-on-one arena matches are far more captivating than others, undoubtedly showcasing greater excitement. Whether a participant wishes to assume the role of defender or step up to the arena is entirely at their discretion. The Grand Battle Arena is no place for the faint of heart, where nothing is deemed impossible. Xiong Miao was randomly grouped with 6 others to challenge the reigning champion of the previous day. They took turns to compete according to the order drawn by lot. Xiong Miao was fortunate enough to draw number 1, becoming the first soul master to challenge the reigning champion. "Ha ha ha, little sister. Who would have thought you would draw number 1? How about you swap with me? I am number 7. Perhaps you might become today's champion after all. Little sister, why not concede? Even if you manage to win 1 match, how will you prevail in the second? Wouldn't you agree? We certainly do not wish to bully a child like you, but on the competition stage, we will not show you any mercy. This elder sister is willing to change positions with you, so go ahead and make the swap. We have no objection to granting you the title of today's champion. But do not return tomorrow. This is not a place suited for you. The school is more appropriate for children like you. Surely, you haven't consumed garlic. For your breath is rather imposing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Xiong Miao hails from a certain academy, likely not even 10 years old. No matter how gifted, how could she possibly be their match? They have been entrenched in the realm of soul masters for many years and are on the verge of breaking through to the second ring of great soul master rank, while you have only just begun your journey in soul power. With a gentle smile, Xiong Miao expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear brothers and sisters, for your concern. I haven't consumed any garlic, and I still aspire to become the champion through my own strength, without needing your assistance. I kindly ask you not to go easy on me. My abilities are quite formidable." One individual chuckled, "Oh, little sister, you possess quite the audacity. While we are all at the first ring, strength is often a matter of age. You have just arrived. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat us all? Besting one opponent would be commendable enough. Aspiring to conquer 7 is quite ambitious. Most of us can only hope to surpass 4. Achieving 2 would be remarkable. Indeed. Perhaps you are impressive within the academy, but here, the journey is far more challenging. No one would underestimate a child. And the guise of the underdog is seldom convincingly portrayed by one so young. They are all nearing the threshold of level 20. Not to mention they are unlikely to be bested by a girl under 10, who probably just acquired her soul ring and is now entering the arena. What level is she? 11? 12? 13? In response to this, the older competitors thought to themselves, well, just wait and see. It was a perfectly natural sentiment, after all. Who could have anticipated that a child under 10 would participate in such a grueling competition? The arena was soon to commence, and as Xiong Miao was the first to take the stage, the others naturally opted to observe. It was a rare occurrence to witness a girl so young engaging in a battle arena, and they were eager to ascertain the extent of her prowess. In the center of the fighting arena stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat, who cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Now, we shall commence the first match of the new one-on-one arena battle at the 13th District's Soul Fighting Arena. First, let us welcome one of yesterday's champions. The one with the beast martial soul, the mighty rat, Yuan Bao." As his name echoed, champion Yuan Bao appeared on the arena stage, basking in the cheers of the audience. Our champion Yuan Bao, possessing a soul power level exceeding 20, faced his final match of the evening. It remained to be seen how many battles he could win and whether he could achieve the remarkable feat of conquering 7 opponents before ascending to the rank of Grand Soul Master. Next, let us welcome the first challenger, Xiong Miao, who wields the equipment Martial Soul, the Bear set. As soon as the little girl, resembling a soul beast, took the stage, nearly all the spectators were left speechless, captivated by her presence. Not only the audience but even the champion, Yuan Bao, was taken aback by the sight of this tiny figure, who appeared to be no more than 10 years old. Some members of the crowd began to question the integrity of the Soul Arena, bewildered as to why a child was permitted to participate in such a competition. Others directed their skepticism towards Yuan Bao, suggesting that this little girl might be a mere distraction. If they were to invite someone, why not a proper Soul Master? The audience murmured in disbelief, while the host chose to remain silent. Yuan Bao urged gently, "Little one, you have just recently acquired your first soul ring. Haven to you? This place is not suitable for you. It would be wise to return home and come back when you are a few years older." With a subtle smile gracing the corners of Xiong Miao's mouth, her inherently innocuous appearance becomes even more endearing. "Surely, you cannot be frightened? I, as a mere girl, harbor no fear, so what is there for a grown man like you to dread? Little one, it would be wise for you to retreat. It would be unfortunate if you were to sustain an injury." Yuan Bao finds himself in a predicament. No one wishes to engage in a confrontation with a young girl whose beauty is tantamount to righteousness, for victory would bring no honor. With a voice transformed into authority, the bear cat declared, "Please dispense with the superfluous chatter and reveal your martial spirit and soul rings." A distinct sense of pressure compelled Yuan Bao to take a step back, making him acutely aware that he was not merely facing a young girl. Thus, he showcased his martial spirit and soul ring. His martial spirit, the sloth rat, was accompanied by a soul ring that had just reached the century mark. "It is now your turn," Yuan Bao stated. "My martial spirit is embodied in this ensemble of bear attire." Concurrently, a soul ring of the same hue manifested around the bear cat, although its color was slightly darker than Yuan Bao's. Observing closely, it became evident that the bear cat's soul ring had significantly faded, attaining the standard 400-year mark. Xiong Miao was acutely aware that her soul ring configuration was rather preposterous. While she diligently explored the seemingly superficial functions of her portable system, she discovered that there were indeed other hidden features designed to obscure the alterations in her soul rings, thus evading potential inquiries directed at her in the future. At this stage in her development, she could hardly maintain such an air of sophistication. Hence, it was imperative for her to conceal her true nature, avoiding any indiscriminate exposure. Although Yu Shaojiang and his companions had become privy to this information, who could truly verify it? Alas, it was a source of great sorrow. The most agonizing predicament in the world was none other than this. Chapter 47. 1 against 7. Yuan Bao observed Xiong Miao's soul ring configuration. which was evidently superior to his own. Despite her youth, the question of whether he could triumph over her lingered in his mind. The age of her soul ring suggested she hailed from a prominent family. At this juncture, the situation had escalated to a point where action was inevitable. Yuan Bao remained vigilant, intent on besting the diminutive opponent before him while ensuring no harm befell her. Allow you to strike first. Yuan Bao graciously permitted the child to initiate the confrontation, thus safeguarding himself against accusations of bullying the weak. With the host's declaration, the arena battle commenced. Xiang Miao surged forward with astonishing speed, leading the onlookers to believe that he had invoked a soul skill, one that enhanced his velocity. Yuan Bao instinctively prepared to unleash his first soul skill, but just as he was about to do so, Xiang Miao had already positioned himself directly in front of him. The activation of a soul skill necessitates the opening of a soul ring, a process that requires time, rendering any attempt futile. Furthermore, being engaged at such close quarters made it exceedingly difficult for the soul master to employ their soul skills. The bear's paw struck the opponent's abdomen, causing Yuan Bao to clutch his stomach and spit out water, temporarily incapacitating him. You have lost. Without any suspense, the first arena battle concluded swiftly and simply, with Bear Meow emerging as the new champion. No one anticipated that such a spirited contest would end so rapidly, nor that the victor would be a girl who appeared to be no older than 10. The entire process was not only expeditious, but also nearly thwarted by Yuan Bao's soul skill, marking the swift conclusion of the inaugural soul battle on the stage. It was only then that everyone realized Bear Meow's strength exceeded their expectations, a stark contrast to the students within the academy. As if she was genuinely aiming for the title of champion. In the spectators' area for Soul Masters, the 6 upcoming opponents of Bear Meow engaged in discussion. Did you see that? It seems the child didn't even employ her soul skills to defeat Yuan Bao. Could it be related to her martial soul? After all, her martial soul is that bear pelt on her body. It must be akin to a martial soul embodiment state. Moreover, I am aware of the bear's power and speed. So it appears she resembles a small soul beast. How adorable. Adorable, my foot. The real question is whether we can contend with her. If we are defeated by a child, it would be utterly humiliating. Winning would invite ridicule, and losing would be far worse. Yet, this was an arena competition. Nobody wished to suffer disgrace. Shall we redraw lots? Who will be the first to face that child? Redraw? Not a chance. If you want to draw lots, take your time. I will go up first. The first soul master in line after Bear Meow hurriedly ascended the soul battle stage. Reasoning that losing second would not be too shameful. My first soul ring is less than 100 years old. I hope you can go easy on me, little one. Can your words be trusted? How do I know you aren't trying to lower my guard just to defeat me? This left him speechless. Indeed, he entertained such thoughts. Children are not so complex in their nature. Rather, they are often more innocent. As the opponent remained unfold, he had no choice but to brace himself. This time, it was his turn to strike, wielding a martial soul in the form of a black iron rod, with a soul ring of white and yellow rising. He initiated his first soul skill. Behold, Monkey 3 strikes. He swung the rod down towards Bear Meow. Monkey 3 strikes? Huh. The bear cat effortlessly seized the opponent's long staff, and in an instant, a flash of light occurred. One end of the staff abruptly vanished, followed by a swift thrust. As the figure pivoted to deliver a powerful horizontal strike. Once again, the bear cat grasped the staff with ease, only for it to disappear once more. Finally, the third blow descended, its force amplified by the preceding strikes, reminiscent of the might bestowed by a century-old spirit ring. Behold my ultimate strike. What? Initially believing that this final blow would inflict considerable damage upon the child, and not fearing the prospect of causing severe harm, the monkey's third strike proved ineffective. It was effortlessly caught with a simple outstretched hand. What kind of martial spirit is this? Could the disparity of a century-old spirit ring truly be so vast? The host exclaimed, incredible! This is undoubtedly the most thrilling battle I have ever witnessed, bar none. If Sir Daming, wielding the black iron staff, did not hold back, it would attest to the unparalleled strength of this child. Of course, we trust that Sir Daming fought earnestly, showcasing the principle that with length comes strength. Yet he remains unable to contend with the bear cat, who has not even unleashed her soul abilities. The keen-eyed host had already discerned the true state of affairs. The participant, the bear cat, could no longer be regarded as merely a child. In the audience, gasps were heard. How easily their attack was thwarted. This individual appears utterly insubstantial. Having blocked the opponent's soul skill, the monkey's 3 strikes, they seem to have rendered the opponent powerless. I thought this child was merely brought in to fill numbers. Perhaps this is all a performance. A performance? It hardly seems so. Who would willingly concede to a child? You, however, are a man of little wisdom if you believe that. If you insist it's a ruse, why not step forward and test it? But be wary. You might find yourself begging for mercy. The bear cat gazed quietly at the other party and said gently, will you choose to descend on your own? Or shall I cast you down? Sure Daming sighed and replied, indeed, I am not your match, but to simply walk down like this would be rather humiliating. Once more, bring forth the monkey's 3 staffs. Xiong Miao shook her head, drawing closer, and delivered a powerful punch to Sir Daming's abdomen, sending him off the Duhan platform and securing victory in the second round of the competition. Next, the remaining 5 participants rearranged their order for the next match. with the second contestant requesting to swap positions with her sister. 13-year-old Lin Wei, a level 20 control soul master, possessed the martial spirit of a vine. 13 years old? Xiang Miao paused momentarily. This was indeed a child rumored to have grown rapidly due to hormones. Without checking her identification, who could ascertain her true age? Is my sister planning to counter me? Control-type soul masters are formidable in one-on-one battles until they encounter a martial spirit that counters theirs, regardless of the category. Little sister. It seems you are not only skilled, but also aware of the intricacies of the soul master hierarchy. However, you are merely a weapon martial spirit soul master, and your martial spirit does not possess an advantage over my sister's. Do you truly believe you can prevail? We shall see, came the retort. Facing two formidable assault-type spirit masters, Xiong Miao found that there was little suspense in the encounter, as the clash of strength was inevitable. However, when confronted with the third opponent, a plant-type spirit master skilled in control, the situation became less predictable. Unless, of course, the elder sister possessed a primary spirit skill akin to entanglement. Lin Wei remarked, my primary spirit skill is the whip of vines. Although it is not an entangling skill, it can indeed achieve a binding effect. So little sister, you must exercise caution. Upon realizing that her opponent's abilities did not primarily revolve around genuine control, Xiang Miao felt a sense of relief as the task of countering them appeared considerably simpler. As the match commenced, Lin Wei unleashed her first spirit skill, the whip of vines. 3 lengthy tendrils erupted from the ground, striking towards Xiang Miao with unrelenting force, showing no regard for her youth. Xiang Miao appeared notably passive this time, as dealing with a control-type soul master is no simple task. The whips of vines that lashed out had a vastly different effect compared to the previous encounter with the one wielding the black iron staff. One operated from a distance while the other engaged in close combat, embodying 2 distinct approaches. In this round, she found herself continuously evading Lin Wei's encroaching vines. Little sister, if you do not utilize your soul skills soon, you may find yourself on the losing end, Lin Wei cautioned. And remember, do not come too close to me. No matter how powerful your soul skills may be, you are still just a child, and controlling you is quite effortless. Even the mightiest of soul skills will prove meaningless. The audience eagerly anticipated how Xiang Miao would navigate the challenge posed by her opponent for a control-type soul master. When not countered by opposing attributes, holds a considerably high chance of victory at this stage of the first soul ring. Xiang Miao understood. There is no rush. No rush? If you are not hasty, you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Lin Wei remarked with a smile. Below level 60. An exceptional control-type soul master can easily dominate an opponent whose level is within 10 levels of their own, and she just happened to be an outstanding control-type soul master. Xiang Miao understood that the most effective approach against control-type soul masters was to deny them any opportunity for control. As a powerful assault-type soul master, control-type soul masters were indeed his natural nemesis. In such circumstances, one must maintain a distance from the control-type soul master. Yet, contrary to this strategy, Xiang Miao opted to confront the control-type soul master head-on, believing that the only viable course of action was to engage him closely. Those who advocated for maintaining distance, in his view, were simply misguided. If one kept their distance, it was akin to merely striking a watermelon. As Xiang Miao drew nearer, Lin Wei was resolute in denying him the chance to close the gap. She unleashed her self-created soul skill, Entangle, the moment this skill manifested. Xiang Miao instinctively retreated as tendrils of vines erupted from beneath her feet to ensnare him. Little sister, your reaction speed is quite impressive. Do you truly believe you can approach me in the face of my self-created soul skill? With the emergence of her unique technique, the audience erupted in excitement. They had never witnessed the unveiling of a self-created soul skill, particularly one that originated from merely the first soul ring. The host rallied the crowd in her favor, momentarily forgetting that Xiang Miao was but a child. I now possess 2 soul skills. How about you? You haven't even utilized your first soul skill yet. How disappointing for your elder sister. Lin Wei, with a hint of playful condescension, remarked, I believe this is not merely a soul skill but rather a simple application technique. Isn't it? Xiang Miao discerned that Lin Wei's entangling soul skill could be more accurately described as a methodical technique. The vines themselves could serve to bind an opponent, and with a bit of practice, one could master it. In contrast to Tang San, who must acquire soul rings, Lin Wei possessed a far superior capability, adeptly wielding her skills. Were it not for Tang San's status as the protagonist, one might readily assume that Lin Wei was the central figure instead. This further solidified Xiang Miao's belief that soul rings and skills significantly constrain an individual's development and growth. However, they allow for the direct acquisition of abilities without the need for a profound understanding. Such comprehension is only feasible at the level of a title Douluo, serving as a potential for advancement. One can only lament that this world is rather primitive. P.S. Halfway through writing, I unexpectedly fell asleep, only to awaken and discover that Digga has been banned across the internet. A true tragedy. Chapter 48. Do you wish to challenge me 1 against 7? I did not anticipate that you would perceive this. You have genuinely surprised me. Lin Wei openly acknowledged Xiang Miao's observation regarding the control technique, admitting that it is indeed a skill, simple and practical. Her martial soul is comprised of vines, so commanding them to ensnare and restrain an opponent is hardly a daunting task. To refer to it as a soul skill is merely a ruse. Possessing one additional soul skill at the soul master level enhances the likelihood of victory. Once more. This time, Lin Wei refrained from announcing her soul skill, directly commanding the vines to entwine around Xiong Miao. After evading several attempts, she inevitably found herself ensnared. Her feet tightly bound. Little sister, it appears you can no longer hop about. I have already instructed you to utilize your first soul skill. Let me see you persist in your reluctance. The panda cub struggled slightly, only to discover that the vine-like martial soul was not so easily broken. Not necessarily. Oh, is that so? Lin Wei tightened the vine's grip around her. Don't forget, we're both first-ring soul masters. The vine's resilience can still be easily overcome. Others might not break free. But for her, it was effortless. If brute force alone couldn't shatter the vines, she could use the razor-sharp claws of her bare form to tear through them, or simply unleash her first soul skill to escape. Sister Lin Wei, your vine martial soul is indeed powerful, but in the end, it still can't hold me. Xiong Miao broke free from the constraints of her martial soul. Lin Wei was not surprised. Their strengths were at the spirit master level, and their soul skills were relatively weak for the time being. It was quite easy to escape such restraints when encountering a slightly stronger spirit master. Clearly, the little girl before her possessed a power that Lin Wei could not contend with. Since Sister Lin Wei had expressed a desire to witness her first soul skill multiple times, she decided to grant that request. As the first soul skill, Bear Charge, was unleashed by Xiong Miao, a faint golden light enveloped his body as he surged towards Lin Wei. In response, Lin Wei activated her first soul skill, Whip of Vines, which proved utterly ineffective. Even her entangling technique could not prevent the inevitable outcome of being approached in combat, once an opponent closed the distance. The conclusion seemed all but assured, unless one possessed sufficient strength to disregard the proximity of others. In the third round, Xiong Miao emerged victorious without a hint of uncertainty. However, the onlookers remained oblivious to the true potency of Xiong Miao's initial soul skill, having only witnessed him effortlessly topple his adversary after charging. The remaining four were left in a state of bewilderment. They had assumed that a control-type soul master could easily counter a power-type soul master. But they were met with an unexpected defeat. Strikingly, they had yet to witness the full extent of the first soul skill's power, leaving them questioning how they would proceed in subsequent battles. Having already faced one elimination, the question lingered. Which unfortunate soul would be next to face the humiliation? You? Me? How could it possibly be me? They were reminded that the draw had been redone. If it's to be me, so be it. Losing sooner might spare me from greater embarrassment. The fourth challenger to the champion of the Bearcat Arena has taken the stage, wielding a formidable weapon soul resembling a stone hammer. As a fellow battle soul master, he was quickly overwhelmed by Bearcat's powerful paw strikes, sending him crashing off the stage. Achieving the remarkable feat of defeating four opponents single-handedly, the host could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, for defeated by one. This extraordinary accomplishment has once again graced our first-ring soul battle arena, and astonishingly, it is achieved by a girl yet to reach the tender age of 10, a truly rare spectacle. Moreover, she displayed minimal consumption of soul power and employed her soul skills sparingly, decisively vanquishing her adversaries with astonishing ease. One can only wonder if she could indeed take on the remaining three soul masters, should she manage to achieve the incredible feat of overcoming 7 opponents. She would etch her name into the annals of the arena's history. The audience erupted in cheers, yet a small faction remained skeptical, dismissing the performance as mere theatrics and a publicity stunt, insisting that such prowess could not possibly belong to a child facing opponents all in their teenage years. They steadfastly believed it to be impossible, utterly inconceivable. Only those who faced her firsthand could comprehend her overwhelming strength, which utterly crushed their spirits. The last 3 challengers, having learned from their predecessors, wasted no time in launching their assaults, realizing that underestimating her due to her youth would be utterly humiliating. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. As one by one, they were dispatched by Bearcat, culminating in the astounding achievement of overcoming 7 opponents. The sole damage she sustained was from the final challenger, who, in a desperate attempt, landed a futile punch that had no effect whatsoever. Protected by her formidable ensemble, she remained unscathed. The accomplishment of defeating 7 opponents left the spectators of the 13th district of the Soul Battle Arena in utter astonishment. A girl under the age of 10, a newcomer, had made her debut by achieving the remarkable feat of defeating 7 opponents with sheer force, a performance not witnessed in ages. Subsequently, the Soul Battle Arena declared the achievement valid, firmly stating that any attempts at match fixing would be met with severe consequences. Xiong Miao emerged from the Soul Master Passage and, after completing a brief registration for points, found herself awaited by the 7 individuals she had previously encountered. Hello, esteemed brothers and sisters, what brings you here? Surely, you do not wish to confront me all at once, do you? Xiong Miao donned an innocent expression. Although it would be rather humiliating to be defeated by a mere child, resorting to such disgraceful tactics would be even worse. Losing in a one-on-one duel was already a source of embarrassment. Banding together against a little girl would render them unfit to remain in the soul arena. So, what is it that you desire? Are you truly not yet 10 years old? Indeed, is there a problem with that? The 7 were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Xiong Miao spoke plainly. If you are here merely to inquire about my age, it is entirely unnecessary. One among the 7 chuckled, ha ha. Having been outmatched by a little one who has achieved the feat of overcoming 7, one must indeed ascertain the opponent's true age. It is perplexing. What does age matter? If I have not yet surpassed 10 years, having bested all 7 of you already attests to my prowess, rendering your inquiry superfluous. Xiang Miao smiled radiantly. Moreover, do you not find it somewhat suspicious that you all have gathered here, as if you have been colluded with by me? The 7 exchanged glances and realized that indeed there was an implication of conspiracy in allowing a young girl to accomplish such a remarkable feat. You likely have no significant matters to discuss with me. And considering our unfamiliarity, it would be best for each of us to return to our own homes. They collectively acknowledged that their convergence upon Xiang Miao was mere coincidence, as they had all been bested by her and had come together simply to observe her. Lin Wei stepped forward, asserting, I am different from them. I had intended to secure a 1 versus 7 achievement before acquiring my second soul ring, but I did not anticipate encountering such a little prodigy as yourself. Yuan Bao similarly remarked. So do I. I too aspired to achieve a 1 versus 7 on the final day. Without you, I might have accomplished it. The bear cat expressed an encouraging gesture, saying, Keep it up. You shall have another opportunity tomorrow. Lin Wei remarked, Tomorrow we shall embark on the quest for the second soul ring. We shall not squander time on this matter, though I must admit some reluctance, as this affair has lingered for several days. Xiang Miao has begun to grasp their meaning. The previous host had also mentioned that the final battle of the 20-level arena would only permit 1 match. After reaching the 20th level, one is no longer allowed to engage in further arena contests, as this level signifies the rank of a great soul master. At this stage, one possesses the capabilities of a great soul master, thus participation in soul master tournaments is restricted, allowing only for this ultimate confrontation. Xiang Miao apologized, saying, What a pity. I'm truly sorry for having encountered you. Lin Wei smiled and replied, It is quite normal to be defeated by a genius. Losing to a prodigy is not shameful. However, being bested by a mere child is indeed rather embarrassing. If you truly feel humiliated, in time, that sentiment will fade. Are you planning to participate in the arena matches for a while? The 7 individuals realized that this little one intended to continue competing in the arena. And given her prowess, she could easily dominate the matches before reaching level 20. To dethrone her, it would require the soul arena to deploy 7 control-type soul masters to deplete her soul power. Otherwise, no one could challenge her supremacy. The 7, having been bested, envisioned a scene of a young girl reigning supreme in the soul master level arena. Indeed, I am aware that many spectators may perceive this as mere hype regarding her abilities. To silence them, she must firmly secure her position as the champion. Achieving the status of arena champion has never been seen before. Managing a 1 versus 7 victory is already an extraordinary feat. No one has consistently maintained an unblemished record of such victories. In the past, it was unheard of. Now, it has become a reality. The defeated 7 had no choice but to believe in her capabilities. The fact that she, at merely level 14, could overpower those at levels 18, 19, and 20 speaks volumes. The power of her attire as a martial spirit is astonishing, akin to facing a genuine soul beast. When did martial spirits of clothing become this formidable? It is likely that upon challenging her, opponents would be momentarily stunned, failing to regard her as just a child, which would lead to their defeat. Indeed, I have resolved to claim the title of arena champion. Now, it remains to be seen who possesses the strength to defeat me. To vanquish her, one must be of equivalent caliber as a soul master, possessing greater physical prowess or being a mental power soul master, which is evidently a rare occurrence in the arena. Xiang Miao departed from the soul arena, opting not to linger and observe others engage in battle. Instead, she sought refuge in an inn to rest. The substantial amount of gold soul coins she acquired from her remarkable performance, along with the modest wager she placed on herself prior to the competition, culminated in her triumph as the final champion. The odds had been exceptionally favorable, resulting in a total accumulation of over 200 gold soul coins. Xiang Miao calculated that challengers facing different title holders would find that a title holder, undefeated, could easily surpass the challenger's earnings significantly. Even if one only engaged for 30 days in a month without placing any bets, the returns could amount to nearly 4,000. Goodness, that figure rivals my previous month's salary. It is simply incomparable. One must concede that the soul arena is indeed a lucrative haven for wandering soul masters, provided one possesses absolute strength to seize the opportunity. Xiang Miao certainly possesses that prowess and aims to dominate the first ring soul ring arena, if possible. She wouldn't mind challenging a second ring grand soul master. But what if she were to take on 7 at once? P.S. To think I dozed off and overslept. Chapter 49. Flander deceives Xiang Miao. Taking on 7 at once seems rather exaggerated. Should she attempt such a feat, it is likely that those factions would come seeking her out. The following morning, Xiang Miao departed from her inn, with her destination set for Shrek Academy to check in. Following the optimal route indicated by the system map, as she passed a modest storefront, she noticed that its sign was distinct from other shops. As it pertained to soul masters, a brief inquiry revealed that this establishment was owned by the dean of Shrek Academy. With a smirk, she stepped inside. The door was ajar, and the interior appeared somewhat dim, yet a peculiar energy fluctuation immediately captured her attention. A soul guide device? Such devices are imbued with soul power fluctuations. If not bound to an individual's soul power through usage, they would exhibit an outward release of soul energy. Xiang Miao understands that most soul-guiding devices lack offensive capabilities and can only perform simple auxiliary functions. The soul-guiding devices that have been passed down can be considered antiques, as their methods of production have been lost to time. If there existed an integrated soul-guiding device capable of cooking and cleaning automatically, one would no longer need to labor over meal preparation. Spending an hour cooking for a mere 5 minutes of eating seems a tremendous waste of time. The notion of preparing meals with antiques is indeed intriguing. However, Xiang Miao does not believe in such fortuitous outcomes. Wishing does not necessarily manifest reality. Meanwhile, Flandre reclines in a wooden chair, eyes closed as he sways gently with the rocking motion of the chair. Xiang Miao cast a glance at him. His face resembled the sole of a shoe. Adorned with a pair of crystal-framed glasses, his eyes closed, exuding an air of cunning. Boss, stop pretending to be asleep. It's time to attend to the customers. It was quite unreasonable to still be sleeping at this hour. Yet, Flandre remained undisturbed by Xiang Miao's voice, breathing steadily as he swayed gently in the lounge chair. Xiang Miao surveyed the array of items within the shop, most of which were trivial and lacking in value. The system displayed the detailed information of each soul-guiding apparatus, revealing their unremarkable nature. There was a comb soul-guiding device that could smoothen hair effortlessly, a razor soul-guiding device designed for shaving, and a soul-guiding lantern intended for outdoor camping. Essentially, these were all rather practical everyday items. Xiang Miao has taken a fancy to his soul-guiding device akin to those used for camera recording. Uncertain whether the system upgrade will include this feature after acquiring the second soul ring, he expresses his desire to acquire all the soul-guiding devices that do not require soul power to operate. Flandre, initially thinking that a mere soul master would not have many items to purchase, immediately rose from his reclining chair upon hearing the request for all the soul-guiding devices that do not necessitate soul power. He could already sense the scent of money in the air. With a sly grin typical of a shrewd merchant, he chuckled. So we have a young patron here. These soul-guiding devices are quite expensive when totaled. Do you possess sufficient funds for such a purchase? Xiang Miao displayed an expression of innocent curiosity, pondering, surely. It cannot require much, and I desire items that do not necessitate soul power. There are only 13 in total, which should fall within my capacity. Flandre, taken aback, remarked. I did not expect one of your stature to discern soul guides that do not require soul power. That's quite expensive. Is there any possibility of a discount? Xiang Miao's tone was adorably plaintive. Here, haggling is not customary. I shall offer you a price of 125 gold soul coins, Flandre replied. Even with a reduction of 5 coins, it still seems excessive, Xiang Miao protested. It is already a fair price. You must understand how steep the cost of living is in Soto City. Xiang Miao asserted, 60 trades are simply unacceptable. 60? As a matter of fact, Flandre has indeed profited from these 60 gold soul coins. Such trifling soul-guided devices are hardly worth a pittance. Yet, as a consummate merchant, he aims to sell them for the highest possible price. Even if you wish to haggle, it need not be to such an extreme. While these dozen or so soul-guided devices do not require soul power to operate, they are still considered antique collectibles. Offering you a discount of 5 gold soul coins is already quite generous, and I could perhaps lower it by another 5. Bringing the total to 120 gold soul coins, that is my final offer. Then, if I were to purchase some additional trinkets, could you possibly grant me an even greater discount? Xiang Miao inquired. Flandre, unfazed in his mercantile demeanor, replied, of course, as long as you can afford it. Very well. Xiang Miao turned and continued to select some rather practical goods, among which were items merely serving as decoration, all placed upon a single table, including an unassuming crystal. This is all I need. Flandre adjusted his glasses and remarked, the total for all these comes to 300 gold soul coins. Are you certain you wish to purchase them? Is it really that expensive? Exclaimed Xiang Miao, suddenly confronted with an additional 200 gold soul coins. The primary expense lies in this soul guide device for capturing images. The others are not worth much in gold soul coins. If you find it too costly, you may exchange it for this complete bear skin coat you possess. Exchange my bear suit for it? That is my martial spirit. How could I give it to you? Is that truly your martial spirit? Flandre asked, somewhat astonished. Your martial spirit is indeed unique, as it can be summoned for an extended period. It must belong to the category of mutated martial spirits, which is why it can exist for so long without significant consumption of soul power. As a close friend of Yu Xiaojiang, she was familiar with the knowledge of mutated martial spirits. For weapon martial spirits, maintaining their existence requires continuous consumption of soul power. The stronger the weapon, the greater the soul power needed. Recently, she had written to him, expressing interest in a child of considerable talent whom she wished to take as a disciple, but the child, having taught themselves, had caused him some distress. The martial spirit referred to as likely the unmanageable garment before her now. Flandre observed that the child before him had already become a soul master, and their strength appeared to be close to that of a great soul master, making them an exceptional fit for his academy. He mused. The individual I had my eye on has come to Soto City. Is it perhaps too soon? I thought you had given up on me. No. I cannot allow her to fall into the hands of other academies. Such a remarkable talent, when participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, Might very well secure excellent rankings for my academy, perhaps even the championship. The bear cat, resembling a child, remarked, without expending even a shred of soul power. Isn't that enviable? If you admire it, perhaps you could offer me a discount. Flander recalled a phrase from the letter that mentioned the absence of soul power consumption. Such a formidable martial soul could hardly be deemed anything less than a formidable creature. The previous students paled in comparison to him. Is it a bear suit? Since it pertains to bears, there is no one more suitable than Zhao Wuji, whose martial spirit is the formidable mighty golden bear. Very well. I shall offer you a discount. It shall be 251 gold soul coins, and it cannot be reduced further. Here are 250 gold soul coins. Xiang Miao displayed the golden soul coins, and the items she had purchased were swiftly absorbed into the system's space. There are 251 coins. You are short by one, she remarked. Whether it is one more or one less, it remains the same. I prefer whole numbers. Flander was momentarily speechless. If he were to truly quibble with her over 205, he would indeed be a fool. Had he known better, he would have offered her a discount. Perhaps if he merely mentioned 200 and something, she might have accepted 205. What a cunning little girl, she had him ensnared. Very well. 250 it is, he conceded. Regardless, I still make a profit. To insinuate that Flander was a fool was a whimsical thought of Xiang Miao's. Why would she scold him when he was already a fool for running a subpar academy while attracting exceptionally talented students? Had it not been for Tang San, the protagonist. This mediocre institution, which squandered its students' innate talents, would have perished long ago, leaving no mark on future generations. Thank you, esteemed boss, she said. Just as she intended to leave, Flander called out to her. Is there anything else? She inquired. Flander cleared his throat and said, I believe your soul power level indicates you have graduated from the primary Soul Master Academy, correct? Indeed, Xiang Miao replied, fully aware of Flander's intentions. Having graduated from the primary academy, you will soon be eligible to apply for the intermediate Soul Master Academy in a month. I happen to know of an excellent institution. One that exclusively admits monsters. A monster academy? She questioned. Yes, the Monster Academy, known as Shrek Academy. Flander began to weave his tale. Shrek refers to a peculiar creature. Even among soul beasts. The essence of Shrek Academy is that we only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Given that you have already acquired your first soul ring at such a young age, I can assure you that upon joining Shrek, by the time you reach 12, you will at least attain the rank of Soul Sovereign, something other academies cannot promise. Is that true? Xiang Miao feigned curiosity. Flander chuckled inwardly. After all, children are inherently naive, and no matter how knowledgeable they may be, their understanding of soul master cultivation is shallow. He continued, indeed. Shrek Academy is discerning and never accepts the mediocre. Even if the academy were to close its doors, it would refuse to admit the inept. Shrek only desires monsters. Furthermore, the graduation requirements at Shrek Academy differ from those of other institutions. It is neither an intermediate nor an advanced Soul Master Academy. Shrek Academy exclusively accepts students under the age of 13, and they must exhibit extraordinary talent. The graduation criteria demand that students exceed level 40 before the age of 20, reaching the rank of Soul Ancestor. In total, Shrek Academy has admitted 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. Each of these 14 has emerged as a remarkable figure in the world. Among them, one outstanding individual is now the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second in authority only to the Pope. As Flander spoke, his enthusiasm became palpable, almost convincing Xiang Miao. Fortunately, she was well versed in the original narrative. The tale of the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall was merely a fabrication to deceive others, and she was not easily swayed. Xiang Miao showcased her remarkable acting skills, exclaiming, the Shrek Academy certainly sounds like a prestigious institution. Fran, equally committed to the performance, added, indeed, I dare assert that throughout the entire continent, aside from Shrek Academy, the other institutions are utterly inferior. You will certainly not regret your decision in the future. So, where is the Shrek Academy located? Chapter 50, a blend of praise and critique. Xiang Miao inquired, where is the Shrek Academy? It is not Shrek, but rather Shrek, Flander corrected. Having reiterated the name several times to reinforce its memory, in an instant, you have likened it to a weak and insignificant soul beast, akin to a slime. Then, where exactly is this Shrek Academy? Flandra, somewhat perplexed, responded, it is indeed Shrek Academy. Without delving into further explanations, he directly informed Xiang Miao of the academy's location, stating that upon exiting the southern gate of Soto City, one would soon encounter Shrek Academy. After bidding farewell to the shrewd merchant, Xiang Miao continued on the path toward Shrek Academy. Upon leaving Soto City, he followed the road southward, flanked on either side by vast expanses of farmland. The title of the granary capital of the Barak Kingdom was certainly not bestowed without merit. However, as far as the eye could see, aside from the extensive fields, there appeared to be no structures resembling that of an academy. The bear meow let out a soft chuckle. Indeed, a cunning merchant. They claim that it is not far from Soto City, but the distance marked on the map is only trivial for a soul master. With the speed of the bear meow, it wasn't long before the village of Shrek came into view, which appeared to comprise around 100 households. Upon entering the village, the bear meow made an effort to lower its hood, as the villagers in the countryside often mistook it for a soul beast. As it stood before the entrance of Shrek Academy, one could hardly fathom the true ugliness of the Academy's emblem without witnessing it firsthand. It was certainly far from charming. This institution, which could hardly be referred to as a Soul Master Academy, featured a wooden entrance and was smaller than a typical beginner's academy. One might mistake it for a test, believing that the Real Academy lay elsewhere. Since it was not yet time for enrollment, the entire academy was remarkably quiet. After all, there were very few students at Shrek Academy at this hour. Having 3 would be considered fortunate. Otherwise, aside from Tang San and his companions in 6 years, one would not encounter any of the earlier students. According to Dai Mubai's words to Tang San, over these 6 years, apart from him, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were the only other students, with the possibility of there being no more than 3. Or perhaps even just 1. Maybe she would be the very first to arrive. However, that seemed improbable. Child, which village do you hail from? Xiong Miao stepped inside. Arriving at the so-called Academy's grand playground, where an elderly gentleman with graying hair stood before her. This individual was none other than Li Yusong, one of the esteemed teachers of Shrek Academy. Hello, old man. I am here to find Shrek Academy. Could you kindly direct me to its location? Li Yusong was taken aback. It was quite unprecedented for such a young child to seek admission to Shrek Academy. Observing her soul power fluctuations, he realized she was indeed a soul master, a prodigy at such a tender age, undoubtedly gifted. He pondered where she had learned about Shrek Academy. You are here to apply for Shrek Academy, correct? This is indeed Shrek Academy. Ah, really? Xiang Miao continued her performance, infused with genuine emotion. This village is Shrek Academy? It seems improbable. It hardly resembles a soul master institution. If it were a school established to educate impoverished children, I might believe it. But, dear sir, you claim this is the legendary Shrek Academy. Who would believe that a school reputed for only admitting geniuses and monsters would be situated in a small village? Who could possibly accept such a notion? Her words were both flattering and derisive, contrasting a school for impoverished children with Shrek Academy. Li Yusong found himself at a loss for words, for he was inclined to sympathize with the plight of underprivileged children. After a lengthy pause, he replied, Child, I regret to inform you that this is indeed the Shrek Academy you seek. Ah, is that true? You wouldn't be deceiving a child, would you? Certainly not. I swear by my title as a soul master. Li Yusong sighed and continued. The transformation of Shrek Academy into its current state resulted from the royal family of the Ballot Kingdom's intention to sponsor the academy, albeit with the condition that graduates must pledge their loyalty to the crown. The esteemed director outright rejected this proposal, and as a result, Shrek Academy became increasingly isolated and marginalized, leading to its present condition. So, this small village is home to the one who has produced the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second in authority only to the Pope. And he is one of your students? Indeed. Despite knowing that this was a narrative crafted by that old rascal, Flanders, for the sake of recruitment, Li Yusong recognized the extraordinary talent that had seemingly arrived today. Strictly speaking, Flanders' claims were half-truths. Yu Xiaojiang was indeed a student he referred to, albeit presented in a more embellished manner for recruitment purposes. As for other notable figures, aside from Qin Ming, who could barely be considered one, he had neither seen nor heard of anyone else, suspecting they too were fabrications designed for allure. Xiang Miao remarked, the Dean of Shrek is indeed a remarkable soul master, having persistently dedicated himself to establishing such an academy in this small village for so many years. Li Yusong added, indeed, many have advised him to abandon his endeavors, suggesting that he cannot continue, yet he steadfastly adheres to his principles. For the sake of Shrek's graduates, he remains resolute, even if the academy were to close its doors. He would never compromise with the Ballot Kingdom. For this reason, Xiang Miao concedes that Flanders is commendable. Unlike nearly all Soul Master graduates from other academies in the Ballot Kingdom, who must pledge allegiance to the kingdom, he stands as an exception. Otherwise, given his notoriously avaricious and unscrupulous nature, he would have long since sold off all the academy students. Xiang Miao remarked, very well, I hereby acknowledge Shrek Academy. It is indeed quite amusing for an institution to receive validation from a mere child. Traditionally, it is we who assess whether the applicants possess the potential to become students of Shrek. Today, an individual has arrived, distinctly adorned in a manner reminiscent of a little spirit beast. So, does this imply that you wish to apply to our esteemed academy? Xiang Miao nodded and remarked, that seems about right. Furthermore, I believe it is not solely your prerogative to select students. We must also consider whether we choose to attend Shrek Academy. Thus, I hope for a mutual selection process, as this would lead to a win-win situation. Li Yusong understood, albeit with some ambiguity. He comprehended the essence of her words. He mused to himself, have children these days become so astute? Li Yusong then stated, let me outline the simplest admission requirement for our Shrek Academy. Candidates must not exceed the age of 12, and their soul power must be at least level 20. Xiang Miao remarked, but I am only 7 years old, with a soul power level of 14. Who can say what my soul power will be by the age of 12? 7 years old? 14? Li Yusong was somewhat incredulous. He retrieved a crystal ball to test the soul power, and by this standard, it was certain that by the age of 12, the soul power would surpass 20. Perhaps even reaching greater heights. Xiang Miao placed her hand upon the crystal ball, and the radiance of her soul force manifested, confirming her level to be indeed 14. Remove your gloves. I wish to ascertain your bone age. Teacher, is it so rare for you to doubt me? Xiang Miao expressed her displeasure. I have no doubt in you, yet I must uphold my responsibility towards every student applying, Li Yusong asserted with a tone of righteous conviction, leaving no room for refusal. Xiang Miao gracefully retracted her bare paw from her right hand, revealing her delicate, fair arm. Li Yusong merely squeezed it twice, confirming without a doubt that the bone age belonged to a 7-year-old. The spectacle he had witnessed earlier left him pondering whether this glove was indeed her soul spirit. What is your soul spirit? She replied, it is this entire bear ensemble. Observing the little girl as soul beast attire, he mused that no one on the continent would adorn themselves in such a manner. Perhaps only those with a unique soul spirit would dress this way, making it an eccentricity among soul spirits, perfectly aligning with the ethos of their Shrek Academy. Please, release your soul ring for me to see. The bear spirit released a century-old soul ring, concealed beneath its original age, revealing its true nature as a formidable 400-year-old soul ring. Li Yusong, upon witnessing this extraordinary soul ring, could distinctly sense it emanated from a remarkably powerful beast spirit. Might you divulge the origin of your soul ring? The war bear. At the mention of the war bear, Li Yusong gasped in astonishment. To absorb such a soul ring as one as first was indicative of a prodigious talent. The war bear was already recognized as a high-ranking soul master, and typically, those who dare to absorb a 400-year-old soul ring as their initial one often meet a grim fate, succumbing to the overwhelming power of the soul ring. Li Yusong was rendered speechless in his shock. You have undoubtedly passed the first 2 assessments. Given your qualifications, your age and soul power for the first test are beyond question. You will surely surpass the established standard. The second assessment involves soul power evaluation and spirit identification. Mere possession of formidable soul power is insufficient to ascertain future potential. This stage primarily examines the spirit itself. Only those whose spirits exhibit ample developmental potential and have pursued the correct path in their training may advance to the third assessment. Of course, if the spirit is exceptionally unique or peculiar, it may also qualify. Clearly, you meet both criteria. Xiang Miao nodded slightly and inquired, what about the third challenge? Li Yusong replied, the third challenge assesses the examinee's proficiency in utilizing their own martial spirit. Merely possessing soul power and potential for growth is insufficient. One must also demonstrate a degree of control over their martial spirit. The higher the rank of the martial spirit, the more challenging it becomes to manage, often leading to complications. Should the control over the martial spirit fail to meet a certain standard, it indicates a lack of diligence on the part of the soul master. And we do not admit such candidates. The bearcat displayed a look of disappointment, sighed, and said, it seems I do not meet the requirements for the third round. My martial soul can only be controlled to retract its soul rings under special circumstances. At all other times, it remains uncontrollable. Li Yusong laughed heartily, responding, no. You are quite fitting. It is merely that your martial soul is somewhat unique. The first soul ring of a garment is derived from a battle bear, absorbed by a frail 7-year-old girl whose future is boundless. If that is the case, I have effortlessly passed the first, second, and third rounds. May I now proceed to the next stage? P.S. Haha, Digga has returned, though not in his former completeness. PS2, this book does not delve into Shrek or idolize Tank San, at most serving as a means of training. Chapter 51, answer my questions. The fourth round is the final challenge, testing practical experience. Some students possess commendable martial souls and demonstrate good control over them. However, having grown up in noble families, sheltered in a honeyed sanctuary, they possess little knowledge of the outside world, let alone combat. Thus, such pampered individuals are to be dismissed. Furthermore, I believe you need not pass this final test. Xiang Miao inquired, why? Is not practical experience a possession of every battle-capable soul master? Li Yusong gazed at Xiang Miao with a gentle demeanor. Indeed, that is correct. But by examining the configuration of your soul rings, I can discern your level of strength. Moreover, considering your age, your practical combat skills may not impress us. However, among your peers, I believe few could rival your prowess. After all, she would not have triumphed over 7 opponents in a single match at the Soul Arena otherwise. All these factors combined certainly qualify you for admission to our academy as a student. Additionally, there is a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins. Li Yusong, as the admissions officer, nearly overlooked this detail. Xiang Miao inquired, registration fee? What registration fee? Li Yusong responded, naturally, it is the fee for applying to Shrek Academy. Were you not intending to apply to Shrek Academy? I forgot to ask you earlier, and now you must pay the registration fee. With that, he extended his hand towards Xiang Miao, requesting the payment. Xiang Miao remarked, teacher, setting aside the registration fee for the moment. I have already stated that I wish to engage in a mutual selection process with Shrek Academy. It is not solely about whether the academy chooses me, but also about whether I choose your esteemed institution. Li Yusong's expression turned peculiar as he responded. So, are you implying that you do not wish to pay the tuition? Had he not suspected that she was backed by a significant power, he would have acted long ago. Xiang Miao, maintaining an air of composure, responded, if it is meant to be, it shall come to pass, but I must genuinely choose Shrek Academy. Otherwise, the investment would be in vain, wouldn't it? For a moment, Li Yusong was led to believe he was conversing with his dear friend, Flender. What are your thoughts on our Shrek Academy? He inquired. Since your institution enrolls and nurtures exceptional talents, I have several questions. Please proceed. Regarding the simulated training environment, I presume Shrek Academy lacks such facilities. A simulated training environment accelerates the cultivation of a student's soul power, which a school situated in a village is unlikely to possess. Furthermore, I observe a scarcity of nurturing resources for students, even if there is but one student. It does not necessarily imply a greater abundance than that found in other academies with similarly gifted individuals. Additionally, concerning the qualifications of the faculty, I have yet to assess this. If they possess adequate knowledge, that is acceptable, but how many texts related to martial soul knowledge are included in your collection? Let us approach it this way. I will pose a question, and if you provide a flawless answer, I shall concede the level of educational quality at Shrek Academy. In this discourse, Xiong Miao pinpointed the very deficiencies of Shrek Academy, a lack of training facilities, resources, and literature, essentially, a dearth of everything, save for the faculty, which appeared passable. Are you truly only 7 years old? Such rhetoric is evidently not befitting a child of that age. Age is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is whether you can respond to my ensuing inquiries. Please, go ahead. Xiong Miao inquired. My question is, if the absorption limit for the first spirit ring is over 400 years, may I ask from which type of spirit beast this limit originates? Is it from lower, intermediate, or higher grade spirit beasts? Each spirit ring possesses distinct energies, classified by their respective levels. Is the 400-plus year limit for the first spirit ring universally applicable to all grades of spirit beasts, or is it not? If it is universally applicable, could the spirit ring derived from the seemingly inferior blue-silver grass have the potential to absorb a greater age limit? Please elucidate this for me. Upon hearing this question, Li Yusong found himself utterly perplexed. Even the likes of Flandre would struggle to provide a satisfactory answer. The individual capable of posing such a question could not merely be termed a monster. Rather, they would be more aptly described as a prodigy. The discourse of Bear Meow has become more detailed. The limitation on soul ring absorption is not an inherent, absolute time frame. This is due to the varying strengths of soul rings produced by soul beasts of different ranks within the same time frame. For instance, when contrasting the lowest tier grass-type soul beast, blue-silver grass, with the highest tier dragon-type soul beast, it is evident that, given a fixed physical constitution, the soul ring produced by blue-silver grass will surpass the limits. While the dragon type will yield a slightly lower lifespan for its soul rings, albeit with significantly greater soul skill potency. Today, Shrek has encountered an individual seemingly seeking trouble. Oldly, what are you and that peculiar child up to? Surely that child isn't your illegitimate daughter? The gruff voice of Zhao Wujie echoed from a distance. Li Yusong retorted, I think she is more likely your illegitimate child. Enough of that, come here quickly. This child is exceptionally suited for our Shrek Academy. Yet the questions she poses elude my answers. As the Vice Dean of Shrek, with the Dean currently absent, it falls upon you to address this matter. Zhao Wujie cast a glance and inquired, How can you be certain that this young child is fit for our Shrek Academy? Li Yusong briefly recounted the events, and Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in astonishment. The little bear, surpassing her peers in strength, also possessed knowledge that seemed to eclipse the collective wisdom of all the instructors in their academy. A soul master with a bear-like martial spirit would be an ideal candidate for his tutelage. It appeared that he must take the time to train her properly. After all, a jade must be carved to become a gem. With this thought, a hint of a mischievous smile spread across Zhao Wujie's face. Convinced that Bear Meow would inevitably join Shrek Academy, he inquired, Do you wish to become a part of Shrek Academy? Xiong Miao remarked, however, You must first address my inquiry. If you're unable to provide an answer, then what reason do I have to join? What inquiry? Xiong Miao reiterated all the queries she wished to pose, questions that clearly eluded the comprehension of these brawny soul masters who communicated solely through sheer force. They grasped each keyword with clarity, yet when woven together, they faltered in their response. This was particularly vexing for Zhao Wujie. A brute of a soul master who shunned intellectual pursuits, these inquiries were a source of acute frustration for him, a glaring reminder of his lack of knowledge. It was evident that she had come to the academy to provoke him, despite his inclination not to resort to aggression against a child. Zhao Wujie recognized the rarity of finding a suitable disciple among the students. Thus, he exerted every effort to subtly persuade Xiong Miao, while the number of students was scant. The abundance of teachers meant that one could seek guidance on cultivation matters at any time. The notion of simulated training paled in comparison to direct combat practice. Only the weak resorted to such simulated methods. Xiong Miao remarked, What you propose seems to be executed more proficiently by other academies. According to your own words, you only recruit aberrations. Such entities would thrive in other institutions, benefiting from the finest cultivation resources, while they may lack in practical combat experience. It appears that your academy encounters far more issues. Zhao Wujie scoffed dismissively. The bear and cat continued to pose questions. How can you develop different types of martial souls to their utmost potential, even if the practical combat abilities are formidable? If the soul power levels do not keep pace and the development of the martial soul stagnates, what significance does such combat hold? Can you achieve this? Even when I pose questions, can you provide answers regarding soul masters of different attributes? If it pertains to wind or poison attributes, How would you respond? After a barrage of inquiries, Zhao Wuzhe and Li Yusong felt a throbbing pain in their heads. Hence, if educational resources are lacking, no matter how extraordinary a talent may be, it would likely be squandered in your hands. Those students who failed to graduate possessed remarkable potential, yet upon attending your academy, they found their talents wasted due to insufficient teaching resources and inadequate daily support. Ultimately, their gifts were squandered, with the blame unjustly placed upon the students themselves. This lack of accountability towards students and the failure of education cannot be excused. Would you dare to send them to a prestigious academy? To rescue Tang San, who was captured by Douluo. If he were merely an ordinary child from humble beginnings, despite your assertions, if you could transform an average, even talentless soul master into a prodigy under your educational conditions, then Shrek Academy would indeed be worthy of its title as the Academy of Monsters. No matter how unpalatable the preceding remarks, if the final statement is fulfilled, it would be akin to delivering a slap to the opponent only for them to thank you in return. Zhao Wujie struggled to comprehend these convoluted arguments, his frustration almost leading him to violence. However, the clarity and genuine emotion in the bear and cat's words stirred a sense of fervor within him. Transforming a talentless soul master into a prodigy would surely elevate Shrek to new heights. Yet, they were acutely aware of their limitations in nurturing a talentless individual into a monster. Otherwise, they would not exclusively recruit exceptionally gifted soul masters. Such gifted children often require minimal guidance, as their inherent potential leads them to success. When they fail, Shrek's education shifts the blame onto the students themselves, leaving the academy unscathed while continuing to bolster its own reputation as a place for prodigies. Witnessing the sincerity in the bear and cat's eyes, Zhao Wujie was at a loss for words. Deceit would certainly not be an option here. Perhaps it would be best to summon Flander back, as it seemed their capabilities were insufficient to sway her. Li Yusong remarked to Zhao Wujie that the idea of transforming a talentless individual into a prodigy was likely something only naive children would utter, if it were truly feasible. He would not still be a mere six-ring soul emperor. All right, I'll tread carefully. This little one is not as easily deceived as those before. You should be cautious. This child is quite extraordinary, as you have seen. Just a little brat. After all, strength lies in the fist, and she is merely sharp-tongued. After Li Yusong departed, Zhao Wujie turned to the bear and cat and said, "Little one, I sense a strong connection between us. My martial soul is a bear, while yours is a bear skin." "Indeed, it is a curious fate," she replied. "One is a bear, and the other a bear skin. What a remarkable coincidence. Would you care to become my disciple?" Upon hearing this, the bear and cat was momentarily taken aback, finding the proposition rather absurd. "Look, our martial souls are both bears. Does that not make us a perfect match?" Zhao Wujie argued with apparent logic. "I am already a soul sage, a rarity among soul masters, particularly those with bear-type martial souls. It would be difficult to find another capable of teaching you." Zhao Wujie brimmed with absolute confidence, asserting that there was no other soul master of his caliber on the continent with a bear martial soul, especially one who had earned the title of a movable king. "It's simply isn't suitable," Xiang Miao countered. "Although both of our martial souls are bears, they are fundamentally distinct. Your martial soul, the great strength King Kong bear, is a beast martial soul, while mine, the bear set, is a weapon martial soul. On the surface, they may appear similar, yet they are inherently different." Zhao Wujie grinned with immense pride. "What difference does it make? If this cannot teach you, then our Shrek Academy should not be dubbed the Monster Academy. Moreover, no matter how much theoretical knowledge you possess, when it comes to the practical experience of cultivating bear martial souls, who can rival my status as a soul sage? While experience and cultivation is undoubtedly significant, theoretical knowledge cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, what distinguishes it from brawling with thugs? More crucially, the issue of resources arises. Only superior resources can facilitate the growth of soul masters. This principle is timeless." Zhao Wujie could not help but concede the importance of the resources that his counterpart incessantly emphasized, particularly since their academy was impoverished, with only a barely acceptable level of faculty support. Continually recruiting exceptionally talented individuals would undoubtedly yield great results upon their graduation, thereby enhancing Shrek's reputation and expanding its influence. In the future, whatever was lacking would surely be available. Even disregarding what Shrek Academy might lack, even if I were to join, you would still be unable to support me. Unable to support you? Upon hearing Xiong Miao's words, Zhao Wujie inferred that Xiong Miao was indeed considering joining Shrek Academy. The crux of the matter lay in the term support, which was primarily associated with sustenance. After all, Shrek is an academy, as long as one enrolls. It will certainly take responsibility. I, Zhao Wujie, am exceedingly protective of my own. Xiong Miao revealed a faint smile and said, "That's wonderful. I'm rather hungry. Could you kindly allow me to have a bite to eat in your school cafeteria? After I have finished, we can discuss the matter of my enrollment." Zhao Wujie slapped his chest confidently and replied, "No problem. Let me see if I can afford to feed you." He mused that no matter how much a child could eat, it wouldn't amount to much, and since the academy currently had no students but him, it certainly could not be so impoverished as to be unable to sustain one. However, upon arriving at the cafeteria with Xiang Miao, Zhao Wujie was soon taken aback. His brother, Xiao Xian, prepared a dish, only for it to vanish in an instant, devoured by Xiang Miao. After consuming a quantity nearly equivalent to Xiao Xian's own portion, Xiang Miao continued to eat with apparent ease, leaving Zhao Wuji enlightened regarding Xiang Miao's earlier words. Xiao Xian prepared another serving, placing it before Xiang Miao, and remarked, I never would have guessed that someone so small could eat so much. Xiang Miao accepted the food with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, uncle. Your cooking is exquisite. Ever since I awakened my martial soul, my appetite has grown tremendously. Oh, I see. Your martial soul must be a powerful beast martial soul, he replied. My martial soul is not of the beast variety. It is this bear-themed attire I wear. A weapon martial soul, she clarified. Can an attire martial soul really produce such effects? Xiao Xian pondered, wondering if the bear skin she donned was the source of her insatiable hunger. Without further contemplation, he continued to prepare more dishes, convinced she would be satisfied with a few extra servings. In truth, when she reached her limit, he could hardly contain himself, urgently pulling Zhao Wuji aside to inquire. Where did you find this child? She can eat astonishingly well, rivaling my own capacity, and it appears she could consume even more without issue. Zhao Wuji replied. She found her way to us. She meets all the criteria we seek in our academy without any difficulty. A larger appetite is not a problem. Perhaps it is due to the peculiarity of her martial soul, which she wears constantly, akin to being possessed. I can see that, but old Zhao, is this truly an appropriate appetite for a child? Xiao Xian questioned. Indeed, it is an extraordinary appetite for one so young. As another dish was prepared, Xiang Miao swiftly finished it. Zhao Wuji could not help but remark, if you find it insufficient, our academy's culinary expert, Xiao Xian, can continue to provide for you. Really? Xiang Miao turned to Xiao Xian, her eyes alight with hope. Do not worry, little sister. Today's meal is on me, and I assure you, you will be full. Xiao Xian promised, patting his chest confidently. How wonderful. As Xiang Miao devoured more and more, she resembled a bottomless pit, as though no amount could satiate her. Was this a flaw of her martial soul? Should a martial soul exhibit such a defect? Could she have transformed from a soul beast? Upon returning, Flandre witnessed the spectacle of the little glutton and felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. This small child possessed an insatiable appetite, surpassing even that of the portly Xiao Xian. He feared that within a year, she might consume all the 250 gold soul coins he had spent on her. And if she did not spend her own money before graduation, she might very well starve in his academy. While his institution welcomed talented individuals, it also catered to those with prodigious appetites. The notion of such an extraordinary talent with an excessive appetite was daunting. He harbored serious doubts about her family's ability to support her. After providing a few hundred gold soul coins, he had no choice but to send her away. Xiao Gang. This child is indeed, as you described in your letter, a true super glutton. As a businessman, he vowed never to engage in a losing venture. Xiang Miao perfectly embodies the essence of his Shrek Academy, yet he is beyond their means to support. Currently, he can be maintained, but as he matures, that will no longer be feasible. Zhao Wuji sensed Flandre was outside and promptly stepped out. Flandre, this child is indeed exceptional, albeit a bit gluttonous. I believe he could be a valuable addition to our academy. However, Flandre shook his head and explained, Old Zhao, this child is simply too costly to raise. How can that be? True, his appetite is considerable, but our academy should be able to sustain him, Zhao Wuji countered. Right now we can manage. But as he grows and his abilities increase, will his consumption not surpass what we can provide? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji gasped in realization. Contemplating the daunting prospect of his future appetite, this is utterly terrifying. He resembles a monster more than a mere creature. I had intended to teach him once he enrolled, but it seems admitting him into the academy is out of the question. Indeed, considering such a voracious child, only the top-tier academies could afford to support him. Our rather deceptive academy cannot possibly sustain him. We cannot have him subsisting on gruel every day. A soul master relegated to a diet of porridge would surely be rendered useless. Sighing, he lamented, we wish to recruit, yet lack the means to sustain. In the future, we should only consider monsters with a more reasonable appetite. To maintain such an insatiable void would drain us entirely, even if I were to be completely drained of vitality. And left bereft of resources, I could not support such a glutton, let alone provide for all of you. If you are willing, I could dedicate all your salaries to his upkeep, but raising a monster demands a hefty price. Flandre chuckled wryly as he patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder. Who understood it was a jest? How could that be? Even if we sold ourselves, we could not sustain him. Would you truly part with us? It was a pity. For such a child, more monstrous than any beast, would be a treasure if only his appetite were more akin to that of an ordinary child. Li Yusong glanced at Xiong Miao, who had devoured several servings of food. Flandre sighed. If only the kingdom of Balak did not impose the condition that students must pledge loyalty upon graduation, I would do everything in my power to retain Xiong Miao. With the backing of Balak, supporting a super glutton would pose no issue. Alas, there are no ifs in life, and every benefit comes at a cost. In the dining hall, Xiao Xian had prepared nearly 30 portions of food, all of which Xiong Miao consumed without exception. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Xian remarked, you truly have an extraordinary appetite. You have consumed the equivalent of what our 5 instructors would eat over 2 or 3 days combined. Xiong Miao licked the grains of rice from the corner of her mouth and cheerfully said, I apologize, but my constitution differs from others. Moreover, The culinary creations of a food-type soul master are simply exquisite, surpassing even the meals I had at Notting Academy. The greatest joy for any food-type soul master lies in having their dishes completely devoured and receiving praise for their cooking skills. Indeed, the culinary prowess of any food-type soul master is exceptional. How much more would you like to eat? I, the chef, shall continue to prepare for you, ensuring your satisfaction until you are fully content. Xiao Xian chuckled merrily, resembling the Buddha of abundance, observing Xiong Miao consume such a copious amount of food. A glimmer of cunning danced in Flandra's eyes. Charging her a dozen gold soul coins for such a feast was hardly a problem. After all, having devoured so much, she could not escape without payment. As Zhao Wujie had stated, the dean had yet to voice his opinion. What authority did the vice-dean hold? After some time, amidst the astonished gazes of the 5 teachers from Shrek Academy, Xiong Miao finally finished her last bite, patted her unchanged belly, and let out a long, satisfying burp. Xiao Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, exactly 40 servings. I cannot fathom how much you will consume when you grow up. We'll see when that time comes, she replied. Just then, Flandra entered, accompanied by Zhao Wujue and others. Xiong Miao immediately exclaimed, "Ah, it is you, the proprietor of the Soul Master General Store." To which Flandra responded with a smile, "I am not merely the owner of the Soul Master General Store. I am also the dean of Shrek Academy. Thus, you intended to deceive me into joining your academy?" The other instructors at Shrek would soon learn that Flandra had indeed lured him in, although Flandra remained oblivious to the fact that Xiong Miao was not easily swayed. He had realized this when Li Yusong came to seek him out. This cannot be termed as deception. How could matters pertaining to recruitment be classified as such? It is merely an embellishment of the truth. Your interpretation is certainly valid. Xiong Miao paused momentarily before continuing, I trust you are already aware of my circumstances, as well as the state of the academy. Aside from the faculty, which is barely acceptable, it lacks in virtually every other aspect. Flander, with his characteristic bluntness, responded, ha ha ha. You are absolutely right. Given your intelligence, there is no need for me to beat around the bush. Just cover the meal. A mere 10 gold spirit coins will suffice. The Bearcat exclaimed, you truly are a consummate swindler. For merely 40 meals, with each boxed meal valued at 2 copper soul coins in the market, the total does not even reach a single gold soul coin. Yet, you audaciously charge me 10 gold soul coins. This place is not only a dilapidated academy, but also a veritable den of iniquity. Xiaoxin promptly inquired, Director, what on earth are you doing? Is this not a new student enrolling in our academy? Fran quietly remarked to Xiaoxin about the burden of sustaining such a gluttonous individual. Xiaoxin cast a discreet glance at the nearly empty cafeteria, indeed realizing the unsustainable nature of the situation. When a soul sage prepares 40 meals for you, can you truly assert that 10 gold soul coins is excessive? Charging you 10 gold soul coins is a concession. I was contemplating 2 gold soul coins per meal. Fran chuckled to himself, pondering whether you could withstand the onslaught of this martial technique. A soul sage, indeed? The Bearcat gazed in astonishment at Xiao Xian, tugging off his hat and pretending to see through the eyes of a bear. I never expected that a small Shrek Academy could conceal such 5 extraordinary talents. Flander, engaging in mutual flattery, remarked, I too am astonished. Your attire's martial soul can discern a person's soul power level, far exceeding the admission standards of my academy. Alas, it is regrettably unsuitable for us. Since the performance was to be enacted, the Bearcat naturally intended to see it through. Indeed, it is a great pity. You all disdain my voracious appetite, fearing I might consume the entire academy within a few years. Zhao Wujie interjected, if you were to consume 7 or 8 portions, that would be acceptable. However, you devour 40 portions at once. Presently, you are merely 7 years old. Who can predict how much you will eat by the time you turn 12? Our academy admits prodigies, but we cannot accommodate a bottomless pit like you. Kindly seek admission at another academy, perhaps the Imperial Capital Academy, where those elite institutions can provide the resources you seek. The expression of disappointment on Bear Meow's face was palpable. Alas, the Monster Academy is unable to sustain its monsters. Flandra and his companions fell into a contemplative silence. The statement, albeit blunt, bore an undeniable truth. The academy had lured students under false pretenses, capable of nurturing ordinary monsters, yet utterly incapable of accommodating an extraordinary creature like Bear Meow. Flandra quietly criticized Yu Xiaojiang, reflecting that even if one were to take him as a disciple, the outrageous appetite would render effective training impossible. Well then, 10 gold soul coins shall suffice. The culinary skills of a soul sage are indeed worth that price. With a gentle grip and release of the bear's paw, 10 golden soul coins materialized upon it, which were promptly handed over to Flander. Flander's eyes sparkled with avarice as he hastily tucked them away. You wouldn't happen to be in the habit of defaulting on the salaries of the academy's esteemed faculty, would you? I have invested quite a sum of golden soul coins with you. Surely, you can settle the amount in full at once. When Xiong Miao made such a statement, Zhao Wujie's favorability significantly increased. Flander, that fellow, often delays salary payments, and now he still manages to maintain some semblance of dignity in front of others. As it turns out, Flander can indeed humble himself. Chapter 53, the title of Proud Bear Child? It is not yet the payday, so there is no rush. Surely, when the time comes, they will be compensated. Upon hearing Flander's words, Xiong Miao merely chuckled. Whether or not he pays is his own affair. In this shabby village academy, the teachers' salaries might amount to 3 or 4 gold soul coins. Given Flanders' miserly nature, receiving anything at all would be quite commendable. Xiang Miao then remarked, "Please take me back to Soto City. How about 1 silver soul coin?" The distance from Soto City to Shrek was quite considerable, and with Flander, who possessed a flying-type martial soul, present, it would be reasonable to pay him for the journey. Flander, however, responded without much elaboration. "I can take you back to Soto City, but it will cost at least 1 gold soul coin. 4 silver soul coins is the maximum I can accept." Xiang Miao replied, "4 silver soul coins is sufficient." Flander, unhurriedly, countered, "After all, I am the head of the academy, with a cultivation level of soul saint. Is it not worth at least 1 gold soul coin for a soul master to be escorted back to Soto City by a soul saint? Ah. Considering we are somewhat familiar, having spent so many gold soul coins with you, you should offer me this last journey complimentary." Xiang Miao remained unfazed, insisting, "4 silver soul coins will do. Who said we were familiar? We are conducting business. A deal is a deal. You are quite astute, so you should understand this principle. Others may treat you like a child, but I will not. It is 1 gold soul coin, and no less. How about this? A flat rate of 6 silver soul coins." Agreed. Clearly, Flander was also someone who knew when to accept a favorable deal, especially considering that his counterpart was not of a low rank and certainly not a child with an abundance of wealth and nowhere to spend it. Not everyone could sway his judgment in transactions. In response, Xiang Miao simply smiled. A pair of enormous wings unfurled from his back, enveloped in a layer of feathers, while his orange-yellow eyes transformed, with pupils becoming vertical. Flander had entered the martial soul manifestation state of the cat eagle. Without hesitation, Xiang Miao seated herself directly behind him. Flanders merely remarked, "Sit tight, and don't fall off." Soaring through the skies is a feat attainable only by soul masters possessing flight-type soul abilities and techniques. For the first time, Xiang Miao experienced the sensation of flight, although she was not the one flying. She anticipated that once she acquired the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor soul bone, she would achieve true freedom in the skies. With Flanders being a soul sage of over 70 levels, their speed through the air was remarkable. Considering Xiang Miao's safety, he quickly returned to Soto City. As he had mentioned, "This is where I shall leave you. You are always welcome to visit me at Shrek Academy again," he added. "And do refrain from exploiting us common soul masters. If you wish to cultivate your academy's reputation as a breeding ground for prodigies, at the very least, improve our meals and rectify the unreasonable pedagogical errors." Xiang Miao chose not to elaborate further. Her intentions were not solely for the possible arrival of Tang San and his companions, but rather for the future development of her children. Other academies treat their exceptional students as treasures, yet Shrek Academy seems to regard them as mere weeds, recklessly endangering their lives. If a student does not survive, it is attributed to their inadequacy. One must be cautious when painting grand visions, if there are no substantial prospects to uphold. One risks starvation. Not everyone is a masochist endowed with extraordinary luck. How I choose to educate my students is my prerogative, and your input is unnecessary. Flanders remained unperturbed, knowing that few could see through his facade, except for her. After a brief moment, Xiang Miao recalled something she had neglected to ask. She turned back and inquired, "Director Flanders, how many students does your academy currently have?" Flanders displayed an expression of difficulty, and upon glancing around, Xiang Miao deduced the answer. During her few minutes at Shrek, not a single student had made an appearance. It was evident that the academy was devoid of students. "Then I wish Shrek Academy a successful recruitment this year." Shrek claims to enroll an average of 1 prodigy each year, yet who knows if that figure holds true. After parting ways with Flanders, her visit to Shrek Academy came to an end. Regrettably, there were no rewards. Only a deduction of 10 gold soul coins and 6 silver soul coins. Her system was not merely a check-in mechanism. It resembled a blend of a gaming system and a practical mobile application, serving as a useful tool. She eagerly anticipated the upgrades that would accompany her second soul ring acquisition. Xiang Miao returned to the inn where she had stayed the previous day. She would not leave Soto City until the commencement of classes at Notting Academy. During this period, she engaged in battles at the Soul Arena, not limiting herself to the arena competitions in District 13, as she also participated in one-on-one challenges that offered a higher point reward for defeating opponents of greater rank. Such challenges were seldom undertaken, as victories were scarce and the competitors few. Each soul master was permitted to partake in only 1 game of chance per day. Yet they could simultaneously engage in different types, such as arena contests and one-on-one challenges, provided their soul power was sufficient to facilitate both contests in a single day. Upon arriving at the Soul Arena, Xiang Miao first registered for a one-on-one battle, facing an opponent with 2 soul rings while she possessed only 1. She was assigned to the 14th Soul Arena and aimed to participate in the arena competition as well, requiring her to make her way there. As before, astonishment spread among the onlookers, given her tender age and her participation in such fierce contests. By chance, she drew the first match of the day, which she disregarded, adhering to her philosophy of early engagement leading to an early conclusion. In stark contrast to the audience present at the arena competitions, only about 1/5 of the seats at the 14th Soul Arena were filled. On the combat stage, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center. He cleared his throat and announced in a resounding voice, We shall now commence the first one-on-one soul battle at the 14th Soul Arena. This match features a rank-up challenge between Xiong Miao, a first-ring soul master with the Bear Spirit Martial Soul, who has achieved 3 consecutive victories, and Gao Dashan, a second-ring battle soul master wielding the Kangaroo Beast Martial Soul. Will the esteemed Master Gao continue his streak of brilliance with a 4th consecutive win, or will Xiong Miao, who triumphed over 7 opponents yesterday, emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. With that, the 2 soul masters were invited to the stage. A nondescript man, utterly unremarkable in appearance, leaped onto the platform, releasing his martial soul and reveling in the cheers that were rightfully his. Shortly thereafter, Xiong Miao ascended the battle platform, her distinctive attire once again capturing the attention of the entire audience. Was this child truly attempting a rank-up challenge? Could it be a jest? Doubts echoed throughout the stands, as spectators typically empathized with the underdog, particularly when that underdog was a child, garnering the support of the majority present. No one believed she could succeed in a rank-up challenge, overshadowing the impressive achievement mentioned by the host. Gao Dashan, momentarily taken aback, advised her, "Little one, have you come to the wrong place? This is not where you belong. You should return home. It would be unfortunate if you were to get injured." As the familiar words reached his ears, Xiong Miao smiled at the host and said, "If possible, let the battle commence." Understanding Xiong Miao's intent, the host proclaimed the beginning of the competition. No sooner had the last word left the host's lips than Xiong Miao unleashed his first soul skill. With a fierce charge, the young bear charged forward. Gao Dashan, towering and unyielding, underestimated the strength of a mere child, believing that a soul skill at such a tender age would be relatively feeble. However, opting for caution, he quietly activated his second soul skill, the Kangaroo Shield. In the next instant, Gao Dashan was sent sprawling outside the arena, landing with a dull thud. The familiar scene unfolded once more. The entire 14-minute duel arena fell into an eerie silence, jaws agape in astonishment. It was time to announce the result. The host, regaining composure, declared the outcome. The battle was deemed a loss due to an overleveled challenge, with Gao Dashan mistakenly perceiving his opponent as merely a child. No one could have anticipated that such a duel would conclude so swiftly, and surprisingly, the victor was the child who appeared to be not yet 10 years old. Gao Dashan was equally astonished by the ease of his defeat. Where did this child find such immense power? Surely, a soul skill could not bestow such outrageous strength? After securing victory in this one-on-one, overleveled duel, Xiong Miao calculated her points, preparing for the evening's arena competition. Competing as the champion, she achieved an impressive feat of defeating 7 opponents in succession. In every match, she refrained from utilizing her soul skills whenever possible, opting instead to dispatch her foes with a single punch. Following several battles, none of her adversaries could regard her as merely a child. Each encounter transformed into a genuine contest of soul masters. Yet, despite her prowess, she occasionally faced defeat due to her limited practical experience. When confronted by a serious second-ring soul master, especially one specializing in control techniques, she found herself struggling, occasionally succumbing in 1 or 2 matches. Over the course of a month, as Xiong Miao continued to triumph in the arena, she gradually carved out a reputation, earning the moniker Bear Child. This moniker irked her greatly. Why must she be called Bear Child instead of Xiong Aotian? Xiong Miao rejects the moniker of Xiong Kid, asserting that it is a pejorative term. There exists a far more commendable title, Xiong Aotian, yet she is persistently referred to as Xiong Kid. How frustrating. The appellation bestowed upon her is not something that can be altered in an instant. Thus, Xiong Miao's only recourse is to abandon her given name, Duhan, and adopt the title of Xiong Aotian for her battles. Over time, this will naturally liberate her from the label of Xiong Kid. However, with only a few days remaining before the enrollment at Notting Academy, she must return, rendering a name change futile at this juncture. After tallying her points and receiving the silver Duhan badge, she was preparing to depart from Swoto City when someone approached her. Without the need for system scanning, one could discern from their attire that they were members of the Spirit Hall. The arrival of Spirit Hall could signify either fortuitous or ominous tidings. Chapter 54. I still have matters to attend to. The reason for Spirit Hall's visit is quite straightforward. Xiong Miao's recent one-on-one victories against higher-ranked opponents and her consecutive triumphs in the first-ring arena have propelled her into the spotlight as Xiong Kid. It would be difficult for Spirit Hall to overlook such an achievement. Children of her age do not typically attain such feats. It is believed only those nurtured within the esteemed Spirit Hall could accomplish this. Such a gifted child must be recruited into Spirit Hall. While Spirit Hall may not coerce those with talent who are reluctant to join the ranks of soul masters, other factions might not be so lenient. Those entities will not hesitate to exploit a talented individual who lacks a robust protective background. Xiong Miao was invited to the third main hall of the Soul Hall in Soto City, overseen by the bishop, Taisidia. Xiong Miao felt utterly compelled to accept the invitation from such a formidable organization and thus accompanied them to the Spirit Hall located in Soto City. Upon her first glance at Xiong Miao, Taisidia was struck by her adorableness. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern an extraordinary aura surrounding her, unmistakably beyond that of a mere child, and certainly not typical of someone hailing from a small village. Those who were not vigilant might easily be misled by her outward appearance. "Hello, dear child. Greetings, elder sister." Xiang Miao noticed that the head of the third main hall of the Spirit Hall in Soto City was also a woman, a rarity for such a position. Although it was not uncommon to encounter a female pope, Dia was instantly touched by the term sister, her lips curling into a gentle smile. It had been a long time since anyone had addressed her with such warmth. Your words are indeed sweet. If I were to regard you as a mere child, perhaps I too would be deceived by your outward appearance. Xiang Miao remarked, hee. Whether or not you like it, dear sister, I shall continue to call you that. Furthermore, I am well aware of the reason you summoned me. Dia chuckled. It seems you possess not only innate combat prowess but also an intellect surpassing my expectations. Given this, we need not engage in superfluous conversation. Would you be inclined to join the Spirit Hall and enroll in our academy? The prerequisites for graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy require one to possess a first soul ring, a criterion this child has already met. Moreover, they have achieved remarkable feats in the soul arena that their peers cannot match. There is no need for them to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy, nor even the intermediate one. They can be directly enrolled in the Advanced Soul Master Academy. It appears that recent scenes have been frequently reenacted. Of course, I am willing. But the enrollment period has yet to commence. Previously, in the city of Notting, I reiterated what I had conveyed to Matthew. However, I still have certain matters to attend to. Once I have concluded my affairs, I will naturally report to the Academy of the Spirit Hall. Dia responded. Should you have any tasks, the Spirit Hall can assist you. You may entrust them to us without hesitation. This indicated that regardless of the nature of the task, the Spirit Hall would manage it beyond your expectations. What reason could you possibly have to decline the assistance of such a formidable entity? Xiang Miao declined, stating, I believe it is best for me to handle my own affairs without troubling the Spirit Hall. Dia tilted her head, her immediate reaction being, an adversary, perhaps? Xiang Miao chuckled softly. That is simply not the case. It is merely an ordinary matter. The task of road construction can be entrusted to you. But as for excavating the blue-silver Empress of Tang Retian and Tang Dach, you need not concern yourselves with that. If you venture forth, will you even return alive? If you go, how can I acquire the skill of flight from the blue-silver soul bone? I yearn to soar. Dia continued, since this does not pertain to enmity. Whatever the matter may be, the Spirit Hall will handle it for you. There is no need for a child like you to take it upon yourself. Children often encounter numerous complications in their endeavors. Xiang Miao waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, it is not the same. Dia comprehended Xiang Miao's intent and responded, Understood. Whatever amount of golden soul coins you require shall be considered a future subsidy from the Spirit Hall. Xiang Miao once again declined, stating, No. I have sufficient golden soul coins in my possession. I do not require any further assistance from the Spirit Hall. Observing Xiang Miao's steadfast refusal, Dia refrained from pressing the matter. This extraordinary child, if taken directly to the Spirit Hall, would undoubtedly harbor resentment, and as she matures, retaliation may become inevitable. If she chooses to join the Spirit Hall, she would not reject this revered sanctuary of soul masters. Should she encounter any difficulties, she is welcome to seek aid from the Spirit Hall, where no one would dare to trouble its members. A child, no matter how intelligent or capable, remains but an individual. When it comes to matters of interest, even as a soul master, she could easily become the target of manipulation by others. In such times, she would require a formidable backing, and there is no stronger ally in this world than the Spirit Hall. I understand. Thank you, she concluded. Xiang Miao speculated that she might indeed require assistance from the Spirit Hall, for road construction could sometimes result in shoddy workmanship. Should she encounter such a situation, her expenditures would be in vain, and it may ultimately necessitate the aid of the Spirit Hall. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Xiang Miao reported the situation to Dia. The talent revealed during the awakening of her martial soul was submitted to higher authorities, who sought to recruit her and register her due to the uniqueness of her martial soul. Regardless of her willingness to join the Spirit Hall, her case was reported, which further heightened the Hall's attention towards this formidable representative of the new generation of Spirit Masters. Upon departing from the Spirit Hall, Xiang Miao made her way home from Soto City, only to recall midway that there was a matter for which she might need the Spirit Hall's assistance, the educational needs of the many children in her village who had awakened their spirit power. To her surprise, she had forgotten about this issue. Nevertheless, she reassured herself with the thought that she had ample funds. Providing each child with 1,000 gold spirit coins would be sufficient for a decade. Much of her gold spirit coins were earmarked for the development of the beautiful Xiongxiong village, so allocating a portion for the children's education and training was entirely feasible. Their advancement would ultimately depend on their own efforts. Upon returning to Notting City, Xiang Miao found that the Notting Academy was set to commence classes in 2 days, providing her with the perfect opportunity to discuss the enrollment of about 10 new students from Xiongxiong village with the principal. The principal was astounded when Xiang Miao mentioned that her village had produced 10 potential spirit masters. Typically, a village might only produce 1 spirit master every few years, making the sudden emergence of 10 remarkable. I will cover their tuition fees entirely. I've calculated that at 1 gold spirit coin per person per month for a 6-year term, the total for 10 children comes close to 1,000 gold spirit coins. I will give you 2,000 gold spirit coins. Please take good care of them. Even if you refuse, I will ensure their well-being regardless. The principal had initially intended to offer free education for Xiang Miao's siblings. But since she had preemptively made the payment, he reluctantly accepted it. Very well, then I shall not charge you. As Xiang Miao began to withdraw the funds, the principal's smile faltered. Aha, I was merely jesting. P.S. Happy National Day. It has been a hectic day. And I have a headache. Chapter 55, the beginning of classes at Nodding Academy, farewell to Tang San in the blink of an eye. The day of the Nodding Academy's opening arrived, marking the commencement of a new chapter in the story. In recent days, Xiang Miao has remained at the Nodding Academy primarily for Tang San. Under her guidance, Tang San's martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, has transformed into Blue Silver King. It remains uncertain whether Yu Xiaojiang will discern that Tang San possesses twin martial souls, or if Tang San will be deceived by Yu Xiaojiang, which could lead to considerable amusement. This plot will unfold today. To clarify, the distance from Holy Spirit Village to Nodding Academy is not considerable. Having cultivated the Xian Tian Gong since childhood, Tang San can swiftly reach the academy alone. However, his grandfather, Old Jack, is aged and requires considerable time to traverse the journey with the aid of a cane. Unlike their village, Xiangxiang Village benefits from Uncle Guangtuqiang's dedicated transportation, arriving at Nodding Academy well ahead of schedule. With Xiang Miao present, the doorman dares not act mischievously. Little Panda, are you still at the academy? Inquired the village chief. Upon spotting Xiang Miao, yes, I am waiting for my younger siblings. Tomorrow, I will register at the intermediate academy. Good, 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 the village chief responded thrice. Turning to the children, he brought along. Children, you must learn diligently from your sister Xiang Miao. She graduated in just a year. I do not expect you to be as formidable as her, but at the very least, you should strive to surpass the others. Do you understand? Understood. I will certainly do my best. We shall become great soul masters. Wait and see, village chief. Our village, Xiangxiang Village, has produced the most soul masters this year. Who can compare with us? Seeing the children's enthusiasm, the village chief smiled, appearing almost youthful again. Little Panda, I entrust these younger siblings to your care. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the registration process and the campus environment. Very well, I shall be at ease then. Farewell, village chief, and farewell, Uncle Guangtuqiang. There will be a surprise in a few days. A surprise? Guangtuqiang's eyes immediately gleamed. The surprise naturally pertains to road construction, a matter she has already solicited the mayor's assistance with. Initially, he intended to refuse, as road work entails significant expenses. However, upon Xiang Miao presenting a sum of 100,000 gold soul coins before him, he promptly capitulated. Within a mere 1 or 2 months, even with her prowess, it would be impossible to amass such an amount. It implies that she is allied with a formidable force, compelling him to assist. In addition to the road construction, the mayor also agreed to support the economic development of Xiangxiang Village. Had her university studies aligned with her interests, she would have undertaken the task herself, sparing the need for financial expenditure to hire others. Now that it has been mentioned, it can hardly be termed a surprise. Guangtuqiang, seeing this, had no choice but to relinquish the matter. He pondered what sort of surprise Xiang Miao would bring to the village. Perhaps a new carriage? If so, that would be splendid, as he had long wished to replace the 2 old vehicles. After Guangtuqiang returned home with the village chief, Xiang Miao proceeded to register her younger siblings, and with her influence, the registration process was remarkably smooth. The reason why Xiang Miao paid their tuition fees was simple. Although they were supposed to reside in a different dormitory, they moved into dormitory 7 at Xiang Miao's request. The rationale behind this decision was that they were all students from rural backgrounds, and it would be more conducive for them to communicate and bond together. Upon entering dormitory 7, the work-study students stood up to greet them. Wang Xing inquired, Sister Xiang Miao, I recall that you were supposed to report to the Wuhu and Temple Academy. Are you not in a hurry? Xiang Miao remarked, these are my younger siblings. I kindly ask you to take care of them. Rest assured, Sister Xiang Miao, your siblings are as dear to me as my own. We shall ensure they are well looked after, responded Wang Xing. Upon encountering the newly arrived younger siblings of Sister Xiang Miao, Wang Xing couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of future soul masters emerging from Sister Xiang Miao's village. Furthermore, the idea of sparring was cast aside, to be left for the next work-study student. After speaking, Xiang Miao, with her faltering memory, recalled that her request was not for sparring, but rather for the peculiar task of cleaning the streetlights and the fact that Tang San was no longer a work-study student, with his innate full soul power. He could qualify as a special recruit. Would he still be able to reside in the 7th dormitory? Find your own beds. I have already prepared them for you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After addressing her siblings, Xiang Miao turned and departed from the 7th dormitory. Unaware if Tang San and company would arrive earlier than expected, she would not let this new chapter of the narrative slip by unnoticed. Ultimately, after a lengthy wait, Xiang Miao finally spotted Old Jack arriving with Tang San, albeit a bit late, accompanied by a girl named Hua Xiaoduo. Witnessing the scene stirred a tempest within Xiang Miao's heart. I truly wonder what you are thinking, Tang San. Do you not feel a twinge of concern for the elderly? Your village chief has accompanied you since morning and now must return. Could you not have rented a carriage for him? The plot thickened. The confrontation between Tang San and the doorkeeper soon unfolded. Soul Master Blue Silver King? Innate full soul power? How absurd. This is truly a farce of epic proportions. I have served as a doorkeeper for 4 years at the academy, and I have never heard of a student with innate full soul power, let alone one claiming their martial soul is the Blue Silver King. Ha ha ha, you amuse me. Blue silvergrass is merely blue silvergrass. To suggest there exists a Blue Silver King is laughable. If you were to bring this young lady, I might believe it, but you with your innate full soul power? I dare say that certificate from the Spirit Hall must surely be a forgery. Young sir, it is certainly not a forgery. We would never dare to counterfeit the Spirit Hall certificate, protested the doorkeeper. Who would believe you? There are plenty of country bumpkins attempting to use fake Spirit Hall certificates to enter Notting Academy. To your eyes, it all appears fraudulent. In truth, there is no such thing as a Blue Silver King. If one existed, Blue Silvergrass would no longer be deemed a useless martial soul. Be gone. Notting Academy is no charity and will not accept individuals from your impoverished village. Following this, the doorkeeper attempted to shove old Jack and Tang San aside, only to be sent flying by Tang San's swift response. Enraged, the doorkeeper scrambled to his feet to retaliate against Tang San. However, Tang San recalled the third clause from the Tang sect's manual. Identify if your opponent is an enemy. If there exists a path to their demise, do not hold back. For mercy will only invite further troubles. Stand down. Just as Tang San was about to unleash his sleeve sword upon the doorkeeper, Yu Xiaojiang made a timely entrance, indirectly rescuing the doorkeeper. Observing this, Xiang Miao set aside the stone she had intended to hurl, still unaware of how Yu Xiaojiang had appeared. She had been attentively watching the unfolding situation, pondering how Yu Xiaojiang had managed to arrive. If he had not shown up, she would have had to intervene and face Tang San directly herself. For now, she could only silently observe the progression of events. Yu Xiaojiang took the certificate from old Jack's hands, and upon reading the inscription that identified the martial soul as the Blue Silver King, the dimness in his eyes gradually brightened, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of his own potential. Once he confirmed the authenticity of the Spirit Hall certificate, the doorkeeper retreated to the sidelines. After entrusting Tang San and Hua Xiaoduo to Yu Xiaojiang, old Jack returned to Holy Soul Village with a sense of relief. As Xiong Miao observed Tang San being led by Yu Xiaojiang into Notting Academy, an unsettling sensation churned within her, almost provoking nausea. This feeling intensified as she caught sight of Tang San's downward glance towards him, accompanied by a strained smile that twisted his facial muscles into an expression that was rather unflattering. Chapter 56, utterly disappointing just as she intended to follow. An instinctive hesitation gripped her feet, for Tang San's father, Tang Ritian, might be nearby, watching. She feared that her approach could lead to misunderstandings. Reluctantly, she decided to wait at the new student registration area to glean whether he would seek to apprentice under the master. Indeed, Xiang Miao chose a different path. And Tang Ritian, observing from the shadows, lowered his guard against her, no longer perceiving her as an adversary but merely as a passerby who happened to linger there, preparing to reprimand the inattentive doorkeeper on behalf of his son. Thus, Xiong Miao remained oblivious to the forthcoming antics of Yu Xiaojiang as he endeavored to persuade Tang San. After a prolonged wait at the reporting station, Yu Xiaojiang entrusted Tang San and his companion, Hua Xiaoduo, to Director Su before departing. Just outside, he overheard the news of Tang San's apprenticeship under Yu Xiaojiang. Astonished, she pondered how Yu Xiaojiang managed to convince Tang San, whose martial soul had evolved into the formidable Blue-Silver Emperor, to become his disciple. She secretly aimed to bolster Tang San's strength to ascertain whether he would still fall for Yu Xiaojiang's persuasion. Given that he must have realized the potency of his Blue-Silver Emperor, she thought he would no longer choose to study under Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, to her dismay, he had indeed been swayed by him. Tang San, oh Tang San, your choices are profoundly disappointing. How could Yu Xiaojiang have persuaded you so? She began to question the very existence of narrative correction forces in this world. It appeared that Tang San's decision to apprentice under Yu Xiaojiang was fated. Inside the room, the teacher urged Tang San, saying previously, the master sought to take on a disciple. Can you guess who it was? Tang San quickly deduced that the student in question was indeed the one mentioned by Director Su. The master had informed him that she, like him, possessed a twin martial soul, and her second soul was exceedingly powerful. Regrettably, she had not chosen him as her mentor. That child had swiftly surpassed him, completing all the curriculum of Notting Academy within just a few months, while also diligently honing her own cultivation. Tang San inquired, is she truly that remarkable? Indeed, replied Director Su. You can ask any senior student for their perspective. Ah, Tang San, as a teacher of the academy, I must advise you that a mentor is not chosen lightly. Any soul master, regardless of whether they graduated from the academy, can only recognize one mentor. Otherwise, they will be ostracized by society. Do you genuinely believe the master is suitable for you? An innate full spirit power with the Blue-Silver Emperor? Should we be astonished or lament? The Emperor is still merely the Blue-Silver grass. How powerful can it truly be? It is only marginally more resilient than the ordinary Blue-Silver grass, without any remarkable prowess. Resolutely, Tang San replied, I have faith in my choice. Director Su sighed, conceding. Very well, this is your decision. However, you remain a student of the academy, and you must adhere to its regulations. Here are your belongings, provided by the academy at no charge. Although you are a special recruit, you are required to reside in Dormitory 7, alongside your sister. The supervising teacher will arrange for your work-study responsibilities there. Off you go. Thank you, Tang San replied, accepting the items from Director Su. He and Hua Xiaoduo bowed and turned to exit the administrative office. As he heard the chatter within, his steps briefly faltered before he continued onward. A faint hint of disdain gracing his lips. Merely by comparing two simple documents, it was evident he was a twin martial soul, yet he firmly believed his blue-silver emperor was merely an ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul, and his innate full spirit power was attributable to the strength of another martial soul. Such profound knowledge, could it truly be dismissed as a mere jest? The blue-silver emperor, after all, remained a fragile blue-silver grass, not remarkably powerful. How could the understanding of a mere child rival that of the illustrious theoretical master? He suspected that the child referenced by the teacher was the young girl who had recently retested him in Holy Soul Village. Surely, her knowledge could not surpass that of the master, whose explanations of martial soul theory were far more rigorous than hers. Her failure to apprentice under the master was undoubtedly her greatest misstep in life. Tang San, you have chosen to apprentice under the master? Emerged the voice of Xiong Miao. Tang San was taken aback to encounter her there. The master had mentioned her acquisition of her first spirit ring and her completion of Nodding Academy's curriculum, suggesting she should have graduated and moved on to intermediate or advanced institutions. Why was she still here? Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement and replied, yes. I have recognized the master as my mentor. Xiong Miao feigned a shake of the head, expressing surprise that you had indeed acknowledged him as your master. Tang San replied. The master's vast knowledge equips him to impart superior teachings on the essence of martial souls and the art of cultivation. He then inquired about the young lady. Has she also taken the master as her mentor? Though she shares the same blue-silver grass martial soul, her innate soul power is merely 1/10 of his own. It is evident which child the master would choose. No, Hua Xiaoduo interjected. It is implausible for Yu Xiaojiang to accept a child with a worthless martial soul and full innate soul power. His theories can only be realized by those of exceptional talent. Hua Xiaoduo, who shares the same village and martial soul but possesses only first-level soul power, is simply not suitable. Unless her cultivation speed is extraordinarily swift, she would not capture Yu Xiaojiang's sacred attention. She does not meet any of the criteria and is unworthy even to serve him. Xiong Miao offered words of encouragement, stating, it matters not, even without a master. One can acquire knowledge through self-study. If Sister Hua Xiaoduo requires assistance, I shall gladly impart what I have learned. It is difficult to fathom such sentiments emanating from Tang San, perhaps motivated by his kinship with the villagers or perhaps for the sake of Yu Xiaojiang. More likely, it stems from a desire to care for his younger compatriots from the same village, lacking childhood companions. He feels a responsibility to look after the children who emerged alongside him, particularly as they share the same martial spirit of blue-silver grass. Old Jack had entrusted him with her well-being, and he felt this was for the best. Xiong Miao mused. It is said that the blue-silver emperor protects its subjects. Thus, a blue-silver grass possessing the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor is akin to a blue-silver prince, accompanied by an ordinary blue-silver grass martial spirit. It would undoubtedly provide some measure of assistance. However, this remains merely Xiong Miao's conjecture, for once Tang San's martial spirit transformed into the blue-silver emperor, he seemingly neglected to reciprocate towards the blue-silver subjects. Soon after, Xiong Miao led them to the 7th dormitory. Upon entering, the anticipated cheerful atmosphere was conspicuously absent. He resolved to forego any jest regarding Tang San's vulnerabilities, understanding that with Tang San's penchant for vengeance, it would be prudent to act in the best interests of Wang Xing and the others. From now on, you shall all dwell together in this dormitory. You are all children from the countryside, and must look out for one another, without casting aspersions on the perceived weaknesses of others' martial spirits. Now, please introduce yourselves. When they revealed their martial spirits as blue-silver grass, the children were taken aback, astonished that blue-silver grass could indeed be cultivated, and even more so to find one among them possess the blue-silver king. Who could refrain from feeling a pang of envy? A child promptly raised their hand and inquired, did you come from Blue-Silver Village? To which Tang San replied candidly, no. We previously mentioned that we hail from Saint Soul Village. Xiong Miao remarked, all right, choose your respective beds. Additionally, you will need to procure your own bedding from outside the school. I cannot prevent you from apprenticing under Yu Xiaojiang. Nor can I stop you from sharing a bed with Xiaowil. I refuse to believe that they will end up sharing a bed together. In Chapter 57, will blue-silver grass transition to the food system? Tang San observed the entire 7th dormitory and could not help but inquire softly. Is it permissible for males and females to reside together here? Xiong Miao gently tapped Tang San's shoulder and remarked, we are all still children. In the Junior Soul Master Academy, the dormitories are unisex. You need not worry, it is only upon entering the Intermediate Soul Master Academy that distinctions will be made. With your slight build, who would even notice you? It is often said that girls mature faster than boys, yet the girl before them was merely 7 years old. Tang San was rendered speechless, and the other students erupted in laughter, the reason for which was all too evident. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from outside. Is this the 7th dormitory? Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, their eyes widening in astonishment. The protagonist's beloved, the mischievous rabbit of 10,000 years, made her grand entrance. As described in the original narrative, her charming little face was a lovely blend of white and rosy hues, reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her modest attire, she appeared impeccably neat. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, and her large, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity. In her hands, she cradled a brand new school uniform, since she had arrived the previous year as the sole girl. The dormitory, filled entirely with boys, was now captivated by the appearance of such a beautiful young girl, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. Perhaps it was her striking beauty that compelled them to steal glances, but when Tang San laid eyes on Xiao Wu, he felt an overwhelming sense of destiny, as though they were fated lovers from a past life. The next moment, Xiong Miao hastily cast aside these chaotic thoughts, determined not to let such distractions affect her intellect. Indeed, this is the 7th dormitory, she affirmed, glancing at the sign hanging by the door. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, then lifted her gaze to the plaque that reads 7th dormitory, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Ah, I've come to the right place. Hello. My name is Xiao Wu, as in dance. In the normal course of events, Tang San would engage in a playful bout with Xiao Wu here, but that was not to be. As Xiao Wu passed by him, she paused, her little nose seemingly detecting a delightful aroma. As she sniffed around Tang San, he was taken aback. What are you doing? He inquired. You smell wonderful. Are you hiding something delicious? Xiao Wu asked. Tang San took a step back, honestly replying, I don't have anything tasty. Just some provisions from home. Provisions? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is it carrots? Tang San produced his rations, stating, it's merely some rice and flour. That's not the scent, Xiao Wu insisted, her focus intensifying as she sniffed with determination. Witnessing this exchange, Xiong Miao nearly stumbled, finding it all rather far-fetched. Clearly, she was the most striking presence in the room, yet Xiao Wu seemed oblivious, her attention solely fixed on Tang San. Oh, how perplexing. Xiong Miao interjected. Xiao Wu, I believe I know what aroma you seek. Xiao Wu promptly leaped in front of Xiong Miao, inquiring, Sister, do you know what scent I'm looking for? She appeared utterly unfazed by Xiong Miao's appearance. Xiong Miao remarked, I believe this must be the attraction of your soul spirits. If I am not mistaken, your soul spirit should be a grand rabbit. How impressive. My soul spirit is indeed a rabbit, a rather adorable little one. Xiao Wu, with her large eyes twinkling, smiled, revealing 2 enchanting dimples. Tang San replied, does that mean you are perfectly suited to counter me? My soul spirit is the food of your spirit, blue silver grass. Xiao Wu chuckled softly, saying, you are quite amusing. So it is like that. Xiong Miao continued, Tang San is far from an ordinary blue silver grass. He embodies the essence of the blue silver king. Just as a rabbit is drawn to grass, so too does his presence attract you. Xiao Wu, taken aback, responded. The blue silver king's martial soul, the sovereign among blue silver grasses? I had heard whispers of the blue silver emperor's existence long ago in the Stardow forest. Could it be that this Tang San is the new incarnation of the blue silver emperor? Yet, he appears to be merely a normal human. How could he possibly allure me as if he were sustenance? Indeed, my martial soul is the blue silver king. Would you like to see it? Perhaps destiny truly exists. For as Tang San unleashed his blue silver king martial soul, Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming desire to consume his blue silver king. Alarmed, Tang San hastily retracted his martial soul. Xiong Miao smiled briefly, and Xiao Wu's desire to indulge in a culinary endeavor sparked a peculiar notion within her. Tang San, why not allow your martial spirit to evolve in the direction of gastronomy? It seems rather fitting. In that instant, Tang San grasped the crux of the matter. Evolving towards gastronomy? Are there other avenues for development besides food? In his eyes, Xiong Miao possessed a certain depth of knowledge. Although she did not rival his teacher, her perspective warranted consideration. The performance of Xiong Miao commenced. The blue silver grass is better suited for the paths of control and healing, as these 2 aspects are relatively advantageous. However, blue silver grass remains merely blue silver grass. At the same level, it cannot compete with other soul masters who possess similar martial spirits. Yet, your blue silver emperor is a different matter altogether, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with these soul masters. Aside from the realms of strong attack, defense, and agility, control, healing, and food are the most promising paths to pursue. It is up to you to choose among control, healing, and food. The notion that blue silver grass can take on the food path was not something she had considered until witnessing Xiao Wu's actions towards Tang San. Many animals consume grasses, especially in times of famine, where the starving roam, trees are stripped bare, let alone the grass. Thus, it is entirely plausible for blue silver grass to embrace the food path. Who says grazing is impossible? However, a pressing question arises. What soul rings must blue silver grass absorb to embark upon the path of food? Perhaps leeks? Leek spirit beasts? Bean sprouts? Green beans? Kelp? Are there spirit beasts of such kinds? If blue silver grass were to pursue the food path, none would be more delighted than Xiao Wu, who exclaimed to Tang San, wow, if blue silver grass can also pursue the food path, can you do the same? Indeed, rabbits are not averse to grass. Yet, can blue silver grass truly tread the path of food? Wang Xing interjected, who would willingly graze? I would. Xiao Wu leaped forth, eager to dispel any impending silence. Truly, She is a 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit, bold enough to say such things, having only recently entered the human realm. Blue silvergrass is not merely a weed, furthermore. Who says weeds cannot be consumed? Even if a martial spirit is deemed a weed, it can transition to the food path provided the appropriate soul rings are selected. Each soul ring possesses distinct forms, a trait unique to food-type martial spirits, and the first soul ring may indeed be the consumption of blue silvergrass itself. Is there disdain for grazing? There exists an uncle with a food-type martial spirit, and to alter the nature of this food spirit, one must employ various soul spells, possessing ambiguous and peculiar incantations to create sustenance. Which one would you prefer? The knowledge of the various forms of food-type martial spirits at different stages remains uncharted territory for everyone. There are few soul masters who possess food-type martial spirits, rendering instruction unnecessary. However, having now encountered the unique knowledge of food-type spirits, a new world of possibilities unfolds. It turns out that food-type martial spirits are indeed wondrous, capable of manifesting numerous forms. What delectable transformations might the other forms of blue silvergrass assume on the food path? That remains unknown. It depends on the choices made, whether to pursue food or to opt for control and support. The merits of blue silvergrass include low soul power consumption, strong perplexity, and minimal rejection. While its shortcomings are glaringly evident, it is, in a word, frail. The direction of development is thus unmistakably clear. Xiang Miao eagerly anticipated Tang San's selection of the food system, yet he was unfortunately misled by the master. It was evident that he would not fully trust her, viewing her merely as a source of reference data. Had he known, he would have eschewed the storyline mode altogether, opting instead to alter the narrative and take Tang San as his disciple, guiding him down the path of the culinary arts. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Tang San, is it possible for you to pursue the food system? I believe you would excel in that realm, after all. The Blue Silver King is still rooted in blue silvergrass. Xiaowu tirelessly implored Tang San, a hint of drool escaping the corner of her mouth. Faced with the newly acquainted Xiaowu, Tang San felt a reluctance to reject her. Well, I must first consult my teacher. I shall follow whatever system my teacher advises. Chapter 58. Obeying instructions. Must her teacher decide this as well? Xiaowu pouted slightly, concerned that if Tang San did not choose the food system, she would miss out on the delectable dishes crafted from his blue silvergrass martial soul. The aroma of his blue silvergrass surely promised deliciousness, and the food produced might even aid her growth. After all, his blue silvergrass martial soul was unique, unlike the ordinary variety. Only by consulting my teacher can I discern the appropriate direction for my development. Tang San was utterly uninformed regarding martial soul knowledge. Rather than pursuing the food or healing systems, he preferred the path of a formidable soul master. He harbored no inclination towards the culinary or healing arts. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found it difficult to decline the request of this newly met girl, Xiaowu, regarding the food system. Do as you wish. You may pursue any direction you desire. Given the strength of the Blue Silver King, all three paths are viable. However, I sincerely hope you will consider the healing and food systems, as blue silvergrass is not particularly suited for combat. Xiang Miao remained indifferent to whether Tang San would ultimately pursue the path of control. He believed that if she desired to follow that route, then so be it. Yu Xiaojiang misunderstood her as possessing a twin martial soul, with her first soul ring being one that transcended limits for absorption. Perhaps Yu Xiaojiang would even encourage him to push beyond those limits. One wonders if Tang San might meet a tragic fate. Who can tell? Her physique differs from Tang San's. Xiaowu blinked, murmuring something softly to herself. At that moment, the dormitory administrator, Teacher Mo Hen, entered. Is Tang San here? Step forward. Tang San promptly complied. Mo Hen handed him a blanket, stating, Tang San, this is the blanket master prepared for you. He then outlined a series of tasks for work-study students, along with some matters pertaining to the academy. A blanket? This appeared to pose a dilemma. Gazing blankly at the blanket in Tang San's hands, Xiaowu realized that she needed to provide her own bedding, which she had not brought, and furthermore, she lacked the soul coins required for such human transactions. Soon, a solution dawned on her. Tang San, how about we discuss this? Xiang Miao understood that Xiaowu was interested in the bedding held by Tang San. What are we discussing? Xiaowu remarked, your bedding seems quite ample. It wouldn't be an issue for two to share. How about this? Let's put our beds together and use it jointly. Tang San was not a stingy individual. Yet this bedding had been recently gifted to him by his master, leaving him with a twinge of reluctance. However, as Xiaowu was a girl, he felt it inappropriate for them to share so intimately. With a huff, Xiaowu was on the verge of expressing her bold intentions when Xiang Miao interjected. It's merely a set of bedding. It costs next to nothing. There are several extra sets in the dormitory. You can certainly use those. Her gesture was not one of generosity. Having purchased a few additional sets for them, she was not in want of that little sum of money. Her true aim was to prevent the two from sharing a bed. Upon noticing that there were indeed several empty beds adorned with pristine bedding, neatly arranged like blocks of tofu, Xiaowu and her companions relinquished the idea of sharing with Tang San. A sense of inexplicable disappointment welled up within Tang San, as the bedding in his grasp seemed to lose its intended significance. Xiang Miao smiled mischievously, her lips curling with a playful intent. Sharing a bed with the little lowly is nothing but a whimsical fantasy. Rest assured, I shall thwart your attempts, unless, of course, Xiaowu finds herself irresistibly drawn to the scent of blue-silver grass that clings to you. Perhaps, in the stillness of the night, she might succumb to an unexpected nocturnal ambush, which could change the game entirely. Thus, the sparring sessions between Tang San and Xiaowu came to an abrupt end, along with their shared bedding and the position of dormitory leader. In the end, Xiaowu cast a lingering glance at Tang San before choosing a bed, fortuitously selecting one adjacent to his own. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiong Miao was nearly overwhelmed with exasperation. Is this intentional? Despite the change in sleeping arrangements, they found themselves in adjacent quarters. Resigned, Xiong Miao decided to refrain from further interference, allowing events to unfold as they would. Allow me to clarify for the newly arrived work-study students. Wang Xing is the head of this dormitory, 7 House, and also your representative among the work-study students. 7 House is distinct from other dormitories. It is imperative that you heed his directives. While you may voice your opinions, do not seek trouble without cause. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiaowu's eyes, her astonishment quickly overshadowed by excitement. The leader? That sounds quite enjoyable. I too wish to be the leader. In the context of spirit beasts, leadership is often earned through strength and prowess. According to the original rules of 7 House, the strongest warrior assumes the role of leader, thus becoming the figurehead of this group. Xiong Miao intended to prevent the selection of a leader through force, aiming to temper Xiaowu's boisterous nature, ensuring she would diligently fulfill her duties as a work-study student for the next 6 years, a sentiment echoed by Tang San. At this moment, Xiaowu was evidently intrigued by the prospect of becoming the head of 7 House, eager to take action. Do you wish to become the head of 7 House? Is there a problem with that? Very well. If you aspire to lead 7 House, you must adhere to the following criteria. Xiong Miao gazed at Xiaowu and articulated the responsibilities of the dormitory head. Upon hearing how troublesome these duties were, Xiaowu immediately lost interest. She muttered softly. When did being human become so complicated? Even children have so many rules, it's utterly bothersome, and I'm expected to adhere to them. Only Tang San concurred with Xiong Miao regarding the duties and obligations of the dormitory head, reflecting that if he were to assume the position of the 7th dormitory head, he would excel. Classrooms have their own regulations, and dormitories, too, possess their unique guidelines. Wang Xing, please enlighten these new work-study students about the academy's circumstances. I must take my leave. With that, Xiaowu departed from her long-standing companionship with Tang San, leaving behind the narrative of their shared childhood and the financial means that had yet to procure bedding. Though her absence might not yield immediate repercussions, it was sufficient. Understood. Sister Xiong Miao. After the departure of Xiong Miao, Wang Xing elucidated the circumstances of the academy to the newly arrived work-study student. Tang San inquired, Brother Wang Xing, is Sister Xiong Miao not studying with us anymore? Wang Xing replied, Sister Xiong Miao has already graduated. She has completed her studies at the academy and is moving on to pursue further knowledge at a more prestigious institution. Does that mean she has already acquired her first spirit ring? Xiaowu interjected. Wang Xing beamed with pride, absolutely. Sister Xiong Miao is not only the foremost combatant among the students of our nodding academy, but her academic achievements are also commendable. You all should aspire to learn from her, do you understand? Tang San cast a glance in the direction of Xiong Miao's departure, contemplating. To have obtained her first spirit ring at such a young age, I cannot be far behind. I possess innate full spirit power and could seek assistance from her teacher to acquire my own first spirit ring. Once I obtain it, my Xiantian skill will progress to a higher level. As for the knowledge of martial souls, I am receiving direct guidance from a teacher, and the knowledge I accumulate over the year will certainly rival hers. Moreover, in terms of combat prowess, can I not compete with the martial arts and hidden weapon techniques of the Tang sect? The blue-silver grass, being a food-type spirit, is hardly fitting for me. I must have been struck in the head by a donkey to think of grazing. Conversely, the control system sounds more suitable for my abilities and for the support system. I shall consult with the teacher. As long as it is appropriate, I can pursue any path as a soul master. Chapter 59. This bear is a ruthless bear. Xiong Miao departed from Nodding Academy, yet she did not leave Nodding City. In the original storyline, Yu Xiaojiang would have taken Tang San to the soul-hunting forest the very next day to procure a soul ring. However, due to her intervention, she is now uncertain whether Yu Xiaojiang will first ascertain Tang San's constitution before deciding to seek out the soul ring. Not to mention the presence of the blue-silver emperor. Xiong Miao chose a location at the entrance of the city gate leading to the soul-hunting forest, specifically a residence along the frequently traveled path. Until the following morning, he remained vigilant, closely observing the foot traffic on the road, with particular attention directed towards each passing carriage. Upon confirming the departure of the carriage carrying Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, Xiong Miao realized it was time to venture forth and unearth the blue-silver emperor. It seemed that Yu Xiaojiang had already assessed Tang San's constitution. Having cultivated the Xiantian skill from a young age, it was not difficult to surmise the strength of his physique. The only question remaining was how many centuries of soul rings he would dare to absorb. Xiong Miao chuckled at this. Whether one lives or dies is of little consequence. It would be preferable to absorb a blue-silver grass martial spirit that has existed for 8 centuries, even to the point of bursting. Of course, if you were to call upon other teachers, it is possible that an ancient serpent of 8 centuries could be hunted down. Yet here you are, Yu Xiaojiang, alone with Tang San. What are you contemplating? What the bear cat is unaware of is that Tang San has already been beguiled by Yu Xiaojiang's extensive knowledge of martial spirits. The blue-silver king martial spirit has been misrepresented as being almost indistinguishable from ordinary blue-silver grass, merely enhanced by the presence of the Haoyan hammer martial spirit. The theory previously posited by her and Tang San regarding the quality of twin martial spirits has been swiftly dismantled by Yu Xiaojiang, who asserted that the blue-silver king bears little difference from regular blue-silver grass, save for its superior growth. The reason her bear suit's first spirit ring spans 800 years is likely due to another formidable martial spirit, perhaps the Taodai, endowing her with exceptional physical prowess. As for Tang San, he possesses the Haotian hammer, and it is worth noting that the bear suit can indeed overpower blue-silver grass. Yu Xiaojiang is hesitant to allow Tang San to absorb a spirit ring that exceeds the limits of what is deemed possible. The blue-silver grass king should suffice in absorbing a spirit ring approaching the maximum limit of the first spirit ring. And it is believed that Tang San's physique would certainly enable him to do so, given the largely unchanged narrative of the original work. The bear cat has chosen to disregard this, recognizing that Yu Xiaojiang struggled to flee from an injured mandala snake that had lived for over 400 years. Encountering an 800-year-old snake, such as the ghost vine, would be a death sentence. Furthermore, with Tang Hao lurking in the shadows to protect him. Should Tang San attempt to absorb beyond the limits, Tang Hao would undoubtedly intervene without delay. Yu Xiaojiang leads Tang San towards the soul-hunting forest, trailed by Tang Hao, while the bear cat hastens towards the direction of Holy Soul Village. The two paths diverge almost completely, leaving one to wonder if Tang Hao, upon realizing his wife is missing, will return to Holy Soul Village to seek her out or continue to protect Tang San. Haha. This bear truly embodies the essence of a heartless and ruthless creature. Xiang Miao was also certain about this matter. Tang Hao would never leave Tang San and that useless Yu Xiaojiang in the soul-hunting forest. He would frantically rush back to find his wife. For Tang San was his future, possessing the potential to overturn the spirit hall alongside him. If anything were to happen to Tang San, he would truly be lost. Oh dear, how cruel I am, but I am no longer a child. In my youth, I was moved by the fantastical tales of love between humans and spirits. Yet my mind has long matured. I no longer find myself touched by such ethically abandoned existences. Even with foreknowledge of the plot, I understand that within human society, such love between species is utterly intolerable, especially given the irreconcilable hatred between humans and soul beasts. What, pray tell, does a transformed soul beast seek in the human world? And what does a human intend when willing to turn against all humanity for the sake of a soul beast? Some foolish humans assert that a soul beast transformed into human form becomes human. I can only deem such individuals truly ignorant. A soul beast remains a soul beast, regardless of its shape. You cannot comprehend why these age-old foes would take human form and approach us. Seeking capture is the rightful duty of any rational human being. Furthermore, if a transformed soul beast were to appear by your side, would you truly betray all of humanity for it? To put it differently, if you were raised as a biological son by your enemy, who would you truly be? Frankly speaking, it must be acknowledged that each world possesses its own consciousness. In this realm, where the enmity between humans and beasts cannot be softened, it is only natural to view matters through a reasonable lens. The union of human and beast defies common sense, and only those who are both foolish and powerful dare to pursue it. Moreover, Xiang Miao does not fear the day when she may hold double standards. If that day comes, so be it. She does not foresee forming any peculiar relationships with an aberration. Upon arriving at the mountains near Holy Soul Village, Xiang Miao promptly opened the system map, setting it to a three-dimensional view to confirm the positions of all the waterfalls within the mountain range. With the locations identified, she dashed toward the nearest valley waterfall. The mountain path was rugged. If she were to disregard speed, Xiang Miao could traverse the terrain as if walking on flat ground, moving through the forest with the grace of flight. After some time, she arrived at the magnificent waterfall that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Surrounded by towering mountains and lush greenery, resembling a sapphire rippling with waves. The scenery was breathtaking, yet, she wondered if this was the place. If the blue-silver emperor was not interred here, this would indeed be an excellent location for cultivation. However, it was not the only option. The ice and fire yin-yang eye, that grand cauldron, would serve as the best place for physical refinement. Wasting no time, she immediately employed the system's three-dimensional map to analyze the structure of the waterfall's mountain. Soon, she discovered the presence of a cave behind the waterfall, with its entrance obstructed by a stone door. She was uncertain of the mechanism to open it. Having located the position, Xiang Miao refrained from acting hastily, waiting until the following afternoon to summon a fu. A fu? What commands does my master have? The bear cat remarked. Do you see that spot by the waterfall? There is a stone chamber behind it. Find the switch for the entrance. Yes, master, came the reply. Behold my prowess, the furious crow takes flight. With that, A Fu leaped into the air, moving with astonishing speed towards the designated waterfall. He arrived beneath the rocky ledge, where the torrent cascaded down, its force having no effect on him whatsoever. Like a blind man grasping an elephant, he explored the stone wall behind the waterfall for a moment. And upon confirming the presence of a mechanism, he pressed it. To his surprise, the seemingly seamless rock face receded, revealing the entrance to the hidden chamber. A Fu swiftly returned to the bear cat's side, shielding him as they ventured into the stone chamber. The bear cat shook off the water from its body. And perhaps due to its martial spirit, the bear suit remained untouched by a single drop. The cave entrance extended inward, shrouded in darkness, prompting the bear cat to retrieve a soul-guiding lamp for illumination. As it ventured deeper, the surroundings began to brighten, revealing a stone chamber of approximately 10 square meters. Knowing that Tang Hao was a master blacksmith, the construction around suggested that he might indeed be a master builder, capable of operating intricate mechanisms. The chamber was devoid of any furnishings, stark and empty. However, directly beneath the stone aperture above, there lay a small mound of earth, upon which a slender blue-silver grass swayed gently in the breeze. This blue-silver grass appeared longer than ordinary blades, and most intriguingly, it bore delicate golden veins upon its leaves. P.S. Concerning the protagonist, transformation into a female is implausible. The most probable scenario remains uncertain as to which individual it pertains to. Chapter 60, Blue-Silver Salad. Is this the Blue-Silver Emperor? It is perplexing why Tang Hao would plant you in such a nutrient-deficient location. The growth of plants fundamentally relies on sunlight and soil. Observing this dismal place, sunlight barely penetrates, and the soil appears to have been transplanted. If you were a shade-loving plant spirit beast, it might be understandable. Yet for a plant-type spirit beast capable of cultivation, this environment is utterly inhospitable. With a tone of sarcasm, Xiang Miao remarked that Tang Hao had planted his wife here, seemingly with the intent of ensuring her eternal demise by gradually depleting her source of life until she ceased to exist. It is no wonder that some claim the sacrifice of the Blue-Silver Emperor was orchestrated by Tang Hao. The timing was rather uncanny, with Tang San being pursued by the Spirit Hall right after his birth, coinciding perfectly with Tang Hao's breakthrough to the 90th level. Such coincidences are indeed striking. Observing the environment in which the Blue-Silver Emperor flourishes, Xiang Miao is convinced of Tang Hao's culpability. Otherwise, he would not have placed her in such a dismal and lightless location, which severely hampers her ability to cultivate anew. The youngest title Douluo on the continent, boasting a spirit ring of 100,000 years, the mere thought ignites a flicker of excitement. If Tang Hao truly loved you, it would not be merely for the sake of the 100,000-year spirit ring. He failed to protect you prior to the sacrifice and post-sacrifice. He did not return you to the blue-silver forest. At the very least, he would have nurtured you in a pot, tending to you with utmost care, rather than imprisoning you in this cage-like existence, ultimately extinguishing your spirit. I am uncertain whether you comprehend my words. However, I have expressed my grievances. Now, it is my turn to take action. Gazing upon the seed of Ain's life, Xiang Miao's face broke into what could only be described as a sinister smile. To him, Ain appeared no different from the aged spiritual ginseng found in his homeland, even knowing she once took human form. She now resembled merely a sentient blade of grass, akin to those immortal herbs nestled within the eye of ice and fire. Xiang Miao retrieved a flower pot from the system space and immediately began to excavate the Blue-Silver Emperor. If there was a time to indulge, it was certainly not now. And besides, how could one consume it in its raw state? Afu, please venture outside and fetch a strand of blue-silver grass. Xiang Miao's actions are driven by a penchant for mischief. Will Tang Hao mistake the mindless blue-silver grass for his beloved, believing that the Blue-Silver Emperor has entirely lost its divine essence and has become a thoughtless entity? Soon, Afu returned with a remarkably exquisite specimen of blue-silver grass to plant. With this, the task was accomplished. All that remained was to witness Tang Hao's performance in due course. If only my system possessed the capability to install surveillance devices. The sole guiding device in my possession is rendered useless without any operator. Otherwise, I could have witnessed a captivating scene. Subsequently, Xiang Miao searched the stone chamber for blue-silver soul bones, maintaining a hopeful disposition. After a thorough search, not a single strand was found. It is indeed naive to expect that Tang Hao would leave the soul bones in this forsaken location after planting the Blue-Silver Emperor here. Xiang Miao was engulfed in a wave of melancholy and despondency. She could forego the Blue-Silver Emperor, but the ability to soar, bestowed by the Blue-Silver Spirit Bone, was what she truly desired. It seemed that the only way to acquire an external spirit bone with flying capabilities would be through spirit beasts of the flying variety. And she suspected that the Blue-Silver Spirit Bone was likely in Tang Hao's possession. The thought that the chances of obtaining an external spirit bone were even lower than that of ordinary spirit bones deepened her gloom. She pondered how many flying spirit beasts she would need to defeat to procure one. Having secured the Blue-Silver Emperor, Xiang Miao felt an overwhelming urge to leave immediately, ensuring she erased any traces of her presence. Tang Hao might be unpredictable, but with Tang San around, there was a risk that he could uncover her involvement through the smallest clues. 400 miles away in the soul-hunting forest, Tang Hao, who was covertly guarding his son, suddenly felt an unsettling anxiety. This disquiet did not stem from his son Tang San, but rather from the direction of the Holy Soul Village. Alarmed, he sensed that something had happened to Ain. As the 9th red spirit ring on his Haotian hammer trembled slightly, solidifying his suspicions that Yin's life essence was in jeopardy. Just as he prepared to leave to check on Ain, he realized that Tang San was still in the soul-hunting forest. While the forest was relatively safe, it posed significant dangers for a soul master who had yet to absorb a spirit ring, especially with that incompetent Yu Xiaojiang accompanying him. He could not abandon Tang San's protective perimeter. Curse it. Who could it be? Who has harmed my Ain? He thought. incredulous that anyone could have discovered her hiding place, which he believed to be impenetrable. Spirit beasts were certainly incapable of such feats. Could it be the clansmen of the Blue-Silver Forest? Tang Hao speculated. With the fall of the Blue-Silver Emperor, only the denizens of the Blue-Silver Forest could locate a yin's life essence. Yet, this seemed implausible. No spirit beast could transform into human form without at least 100,000 years of cultivation, and the Blue-Silver Forest harbored no such creatures. If not them, then who else could it be? Tang Hao was on the brink of madness. Were it not for the imperative to protect his son Tang San, he would have already returned to the Holy Soul Village to find his wife. He glared at the useless Yu Xiaojiang. Knowing that if his theories led to any misfortune befalling his son, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be rendered obsolete. A sudden thought struck him. It must be the Spirit Hall. They're the only ones who bear a grudge against me. The fact that his son Tang San's Blue-Silver Grass Spirit was being referred to as the Blue-Silver King should have alerted him. The higher-ups of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly have taken notice. The resemblance between the Blue-Silver King and the Blue-Silver Emperor was too striking. They must have deduced the connection and come to the Holy Soul Village to abduct his wife. Years had passed, and yet they still refused to let his wife go. Damn the Spirit Hall. Just wait. One day, the harm you have caused me and Haotian sect will be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. One day. Meanwhile, Xiang Miao sneezed twice in quick succession and grumbled, "It must be Yin cursing me for losing her. How dare you, a mere spirit beast, blame me? Have you lost your wits and forgotten who did what?" Tang Hao, unable to leave Tang San's side, sensed that something had indeed happened to Yin shortly after Tang San began to feel dizzy. Yu Xiaojiang quickly supported Tang San, his concern evident. "Little San, what's wrong? Don't scare me like this. If something happens to you, who will carry on my theories?" Tang San soon regained his composure. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, teacher." Upon seeing Tang San return to normal, Yu Xiaojiang sighed in relief. "Little San, the reason you felt dizzy earlier may be due to a lack of nutrition. I shall ensure you receive more nourishment from now on. Even the strongest body cannot thrive without proper sustenance." Xiang Miao, observing that Tang San was unharmed, felt a wave of certainty wash over him that something dreadful had indeed happened to his wife Yin. If it was not the clansmen of the Blue-Silver Forest, then it was undoubtedly the Spirit Hall. Only they would have the means to locate his wife, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Having taken the Blue-Silver Emperor, Xiang Miao distanced herself from the Holy Soul Village in the troublesome city of Nanning, seeking a place to continue her physical training. She aimed to find a location akin to the soul-hunting forest, ideally somewhere abundant in spirit beasts, as the energy contained within their flesh far surpassed that of ordinary food. Relying solely on quantity would be excessively time-consuming. After a 10-day journey, Xiang Miao arrived at a place known as Muwatch Gorge. This desolate area within the nearby soul-hunting forest was teeming with spirit beasts, and as long as one did not recklessly intrude, the risks were minimal, making it an excellent training ground. Utilizing a system map, she opted for a waterfall cave, grateful to find no monkeys or signs of spirit beasts within. Thus, she decided to make it her home for the upcoming years of physical training. Naturally, she did not want to live in a haphazard manner. She carefully arranged the modest space to evoke a sense of home. After completing her arrangements, she gazed upon her transformed abode with a smile. On the table sat a flower pot containing the Blue-Silver Emperor. To eat or not to eat? Xiang Miao had already made up her mind. The life essence of the Blue-Silver Emperor, once a spirit beast of 100,000 years, now devoid of all cultivation yet still retaining a trace of divine essence, was too tempting to resist, especially given the golden markings upon it. Why not consume it? Of course, she would not eat it raw. Who would be foolish enough to do so when better conditions were available? Raw consumption was out of the question. Given its length, she could prepare a small portion of green salad. In truth, Xiang Miao had no reservations and directly transformed the Blue-Silver Emperor into a salad, which she then devoured. To be honest, the taste was surprisingly pleasant, resembling that of the vegetables she often consumed rather than the grassy flavor she had anticipated. Few protagonists had ever consumed the Blue-Silver Emperor, and I surmised that those who did likely possessed the Blue-Silver Grass spirit. Eating the Blue-Silver Emperor would evolve their Blue-Silver Grass into the Blue-Silver Emperor. I, however, was different, although I lacked the Blue-Silver Grass spirit. I required the spirit beast's flesh to replenish the energy expended during my physical training. The Blue-Silver Emperor was no ordinary spirit beast. After digesting the Blue-Silver Emperor, Xiang Miao felt a surge of spirit power, as if her rate of spirit power accumulation had significantly accelerated. Truly, the energy contained within the Blue-Silver Emperor was remarkable, akin to obtaining a double experience card. If only my spirit bones were still intact. I longed for a soup made from spirit bones of 100,000 years. One could easily suspect that this was a world akin to a game, reminiscent of the realm of Xiang Miao. Xiang Miao, without overthinking trivial matters, now primarily focuses on the cultivation of her physical body, striving to push her form to the limits of humanity, surpassing those boundaries, and ultimately transcending the divine constraints of Douluo, with the intention of returning to her rightful world. In contrast to the mere 3 months of physical training a year prior, the regimen in Wangwei Gorge is set to be far more rigorous, complemented by significantly improved conditions and additional factors. The gorge is abundant in soul beast meat. While aged herbs are readily discovered by a Fu, who prepares superior medicinal baths for her, offering treatments such as muscle and bone enhancement, alongside an aromatic herbal soak that remains a staple of her routine. Thus, it can be said that Xiong Miao lacks for nothing in Wang Wei Gorge. She also occasionally finds a soul beast to serve as a training partner. Chapter 61. The Blue-Silver Emperor, harvesting in cycles as the sun rises and sets. In the season's transition from spring to autumn, 3 years have swiftly elapsed. The triad of extreme physical training, medicinal baths, and soul beast meat has enabled Xiong Miao to break through to the mid-stage of her physical cultivation. It remains uncertain whether the disparity in cultivation technique stems from the differences between worlds. Had she been within a true realm of cultivation, it is conceivable that she would have achieved completion of her physical training and established her foundation in just 3 years. A Fu diligently examined the inner power flowing through Xiong Miao's pulse, remarking, "My master, despite your brief period of practice, the inner strength within your dantian and meridians has far surpassed what your current age and physique could typically accommodate. You are a martial prodigy unlike any I have encountered in my lifetime." The bear cat lamented, "If I were truly a martial arts prodigy, I wouldn't have spent 3 arduous years merely accumulating materials to barely reach the mid-stage of body refinement. Master, do not belittle yourself. Had you been in our realm, you would undoubtedly be recognized as a martial genius. However, that is your world, and each realm possesses its unique cultivation system, which results in the techniques from one world being either enhanced or diminished in another. Let us not forget that my progress was solely reliant on the materials I gathered. The cultivation method of the Xiantian technique from the Douluo world is the most absurd example, transforming into a technique that absorbs the bloodlines of others. If one truly managed to attain the mid-stage of body refinement within 3 years without relying on wild materials, they would indeed be an unparalleled martial genius. Given your current prowess, it would pose no challenge for you to confront the Soul King of this world unarmed. Moreover, after consuming the flesh of millennium-old spirit beasts and gnawing on their bones for 3 years, your resilience has grown remarkably." The bear cat nodded, a realization dawning upon her. The flexibility of her physique, the swiftness of her movements, her explosive power, and her resilience against blows were attributes not commonly possessed by her peers. Rather, they resembled the characteristics of a soul beast, an amalgamation of various soul beast traits. The strength of the bear, the defense of the bear. In recent years of training alongside soul beasts, beginning from the millennium mark and progressing to the 10,000-year level, the combat prowess of Bear Meow has experienced a remarkable transformation. Within the same realm, it is exceedingly difficult for soul masters to confront soul beasts in single combat. Yet, she alone, having cultivated through a distinct system from the soul masters, dares to engage in such duels. A Fu offers an objective assessment, noting that the soul beasts of this world are inferior to the animals of his own realm, and even more so compared to the demonic dragons raised in captivity. Furthermore, with Xiaoyu's extraordinary abilities, she has turned the Douluo world upside down, no exaggeration intended. After concluding today's training and returning to her cave, Bear Meow glanced at the flower pot where the Blue-Silver Emperor had once again flourished, unable to resist licking her lips. When she first tasted the Blue-Silver Emperor, she did not damage its roots, often harvesting it in cycles, and with each harvest, the surrounding blue-silver grass withered and dissipated, as an unseen energy flowed into the Blue-Silver Emperor, enabling it to grow anew at an accelerated pace. Every time Xiong Miao engaged in such actions, Tang Hao and Tang San, far away in Nodding City, would react. As a result, Tang San often found himself lost in thought. And on one occasion while working at the blacksmith shop, he nearly singed his hair. Such occurrences were frequent, prompting Yu Xiaojiang to deeply question his theory of martial soul manifestation. It seemed implausible that a plant-type martial soul could absorb a beast-type soul beast, particularly one as toxic as the 400-year-old mandragora snake, which clashed with the blue-silver grass. The astute Tang San, witnessing the recurring episodes of faintness and distraction befalling him, began to doubt his master's theory of martial soul manifestation. Could the fragile blue-silver grass truly absorb the formidable mandragora snake soul beast? Yu Xiaojiang, with his vast knowledge, once again persuaded Tang San to maintain his faith in him. Furthermore, Tang San was preparing to procure his second spirit ring, while others were obliged to hunt alone. The master had personally enlisted the help of the dean to aid him in acquiring his second spirit ring. By that time, Xiong Miao had already obtained hers. The formidable power of the bear restores 30% of one's soul and physical strength, grants immunity to abnormal conditions, and enhances other abilities. The formidable soul power of Xiong Miao is exceptionally potent, restoring 30% of her soul power and physical strength. For her, the soul skill is nothing short of extraordinary. Upon acquiring the second soul ring, the system indeed underwent an upgrade. The original 3 functions were enhanced with the radar satellite early warning and reconnaissance capabilities that Xiong Miao desired, alongside an improved music function, especially the ability to mask the soul ring configuration. The music function was an unexpected delight for Xiong Miao, as she could now play her exclusive background music during her dazzling appearances. However, one question lingered in her mind, with the awakening of her martial soul bringing forth a Fu. She pondered whether other animated characters might also emerge with the first soul ring system. Yet, no additional animated characters appeared with the second soul ring, leading her to wonder if perhaps there could be only one character per world. The absence of any character akin to a Fu with the second soul ring further fueled her contemplation. possibly indicating that a Fu alone could traverse the entirety of the Douluo world, thus negating the need for any supplementary summoned characters. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Indeed, after obtaining the second soul ring, a Fu acquired the compelling ability of captivating eyes, rendering any other animated characters unnecessary. With the second soul ring endowing her with this striking ability, she speculated on the potential of future acquisitions, such as the Shiva Temple bracelet, the Dark Assassin, the Shadow Eating Mask, and possibly even some abilities linked to certain charms. Perhaps the first soul ring's inability to manifest was the reason the second soul ring emerged, necessitating a gap of 1 or 2 soul rings between them. However, that was a matter for the future. And this particular ability did not belong to her as of now. Currently, her primary focus lay in physical refinement, relentlessly honing her body to the human limits and continually surpassing those boundaries. She was acutely aware of the myriad unknown dangers lurking in this still unfamiliar world. Previously, in Soto City, she had encountered the formidable Ningfengxi, and the Spirit Hall had not compelled her to remain. Thus, relying solely on a Fu was insufficient. Despite possessing the combat prowess of an ordinary titled Douluo, he was, after all, merely a standard martial artist. In her previous life, she was an ordinary office worker, but now, in this world brimming with potential for cultivation, Xiang Miao cherished this ability deeply. Each morning, she diligently rose to train her body, pushing herself to a level that was both astonishing and daunting to those around her. Whether human or spirit beast, coupled with appropriate training methods, as a 20-year-old, she felt it imperative to outshine those lesser beings through sheer diligence. Presently, she had achieved notable progress, advancing to the mid-level of physical refinement. However, the resources available in the Wangwei Gorge were becoming insufficient. The reason lay in the physical refinement methods a Fu possessed, which simply could not support her journey toward complete mastery. Xiang Miao is aware that a Fu does not hail from a prestigious lineage, yet achieving the mid-stage of body refinement is already quite commendable. Moreover, her resilience has notably strengthened. By the way, it seems that tonight marks another full moon. Xiang Miao recalled the enchanting center lake within the moonlit gorge. On nights of the full moon, this lake would gather the essence of the moon, serving not only as a sanctuary for soul beasts to cultivate, but also as a haven for human practitioners. During such times, it became one of the rare locations where soul beasts paused their incessant conflicts. On this particular night, beneath the luminous expanse of the moon, the lake mirrored its brilliance, with shimmering moonlight collecting upon its surface. The richness of the moon's essence this time was unparalleled, surpassing the experience of a mere 10-soul beast cultivation. It felt as though one could absorb this essence with each breath, signifying a rare banquet of celestial energy that appeared once in a millennium. Within the confines of the moonlit gorge, nearly all formidable soul beasts congregated nearby, each either millennia old or approaching such age. The weaker ones were strictly forbidden from approaching this sacred feast, relegated to the periphery of the center lake, awaiting the remnants of the bounty that would inevitably be left behind. The bear cat arrived early at the central lake, camouflaged by the bear suit, seamlessly blending into the surroundings. With the newly released scent simulation feature of System 2.0, no soul beast would discern her true identity as a human. She had even obscured her face, presenting herself as a genuine little bear, occupying a space for cultivation. The method of cultivation was remarkably straightforward. The bear suit would autonomously inhale and exhale like other soul beasts, transforming the energy into her own strength, which would then resonate within her. Nearby, the nearly bald blue-silver emperor sensed that the essence of the moon in this place was more potent than ever, presenting an immense temptation for its growth and cultivation, compelling it to absorb the energy fervently. Xiang Miao cast a glance at the blue-silver emperor beside him. Reflecting inwardly, the absorption of the moon essence this time far surpasses the meager 6 years spent in that barren stone chamber devoid of nutrients. Were one to be situated in the sacred eye of ice and fire, it is conceivable that, in a brief span, a child wielding the blue-silver grass martial soul could be transformed into the blue-silver emperor. The blue-silver emperor possesses a degree of consciousness, filled with trepidation towards Xiang Miao. Even though it was brought to this concentrated realm of moon essence for cultivation, the harm inflicted upon it cannot be easily undone, as it is periodically drawn forth for consumption. When did bears begin to consume grass? The bear cat remains indifferent to the thoughts of the blue-silver emperor. Her feelings towards soul beasts are confined to the food chain, devoid of any notions of cruelty. The entire process of absorbing the essence of the moon unfolded without any unforeseen incidents, proceeding as effortlessly as it always has. Perhaps it is due to her human nature, or perhaps her excessive appetite, but each time the moon's essence influences her, the effect is minimal, including during this feast of lunar essence, where only a small fraction truly impacts her. In contrast, the blue-silver emperor, drawing vitality from the earth while simultaneously absorbing a greater share of the moon's essence, incites feelings of envy and resentment within the bear cat. Perhaps this is the advantage of being a plant, particularly one as formidable as the blue-silver emperor. The nourishment of heaven and earth envelopes all living beings, with plants being the primary beneficiaries. Humans may require formidable techniques to enhance their capacity for absorption. Xiang Miao once again contemplated the existence of the Xiantian skill. She resolved to devise a method to swiftly extricate it from Tang San on another day. In the entire Douluo realm, he alone possessed this supreme internal cultivation technique, with no other methods available. As the absorption of the moon essence concluded, the soul beasts encircling the central lake did not disperse. Instead, they remained in place, digesting the essence they had absorbed. The bear cat refrained from disturbing them, reveling in the exquisite scene of absorbing the essence of the moon alongside the spirit beasts, capturing the moment early on with a photograph. However, what the bear cat failed to comprehend was that the essence of the moon primarily enhances the cultivation of spirit beasts, while for humans, it serves to nourish the mind and cultivate mental strength. Her focus was solely on power, neglecting the significance of spiritual energy. Suddenly, an idea struck her. It was improbable that such a rich concentration of moon essence could be gathered in this instance. It was not as if a volcano had erupted. Perhaps it was akin to the dual eyes of ice and fire, or the lake of life in the Stardew forest. What lay beneath? Let me see. Chapter 62. You have finally departed. Descending into the water was out of the question. With a different system in play, it was simple to investigate what lay within the lake. Through the system's terrain map, the bear cat easily discerned the secrets hidden beneath the central lake. The lake was shallow, merely 7 meters deep. There was no presence of silt. Instead, fine sand adorned the bottom, and the scenery, enhanced with a filter, appeared quite lovely. Let us not forget the purpose of her visit. After inspecting the lake thoroughly, she found no suspicious treasures capable of guiding the gathering of moon essence. It seemed to be merely a site for the accumulation of moon essence. This shouldn't be the case. The recent explosion of moon essence clearly indicated the presence of a treasure. It was unreasonable for there to be nothing. Could it be the existence of a formation? Ridiculous. There are no formations in Douluo. Perhaps it was the geographical location, as the Taoists might say, formed by the forces of mountains and rivers. Never mind. I do not understand. The mysteries of mountain spirits and ley lines are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. The bear cat sought to resolve her doubts through the system, which, upon scanning, yielded findings quite similar to her own thoughts. Beneath the heart of the lake lay a ley line, resonating with the mountain spirits of the entire falling moon gorge, effectively converging the moon essence, providing a tranquil space conducive to meditation. Oh, so that is how it is. Fortunately, it is not a realm of extreme, and the transformation of zombies will not occur within this worldview. This place seems particularly suitable for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, as most gem-type martial souls harmonize beautifully with moonlight. If the 7 treasure glazed tile school were to occupy this location and absorb the limited moon essence during each full moon night, perhaps within a few decades, they could enhance their martial soul's quality, potentially elevating the glazed pagoda by a level, especially with today's rare concentration. Absorbing it all at once would undoubtedly raise it to the 8 treasures. Whether Xiong Miao will disclose to Qibao Liuli sect is another matter entirely. This is one of the few exceptional places for the soul beasts to cultivate. She cannot and will not allow others to use it at will. Their relationship is not close enough for such privileges. It can only be utilized by her own kind. The bear cat, undeterred by the prospect of future competitors, anticipated that by then, she would have evolved into a formidable force herself, having trained in this locale. It was not inconceivable for her to declare this place as an indissoluble part of her domain. Gradually, the bear cat succumbed to an inexplicable fervor. As dawn broke, golden rays shimmered upon the lake's surface, the morning sun imparting a gentle warmth. A cool breeze wafted across the water, causing the fur of the spirit beast to appear exceptionally soft and lustrous, a result of absorbing the moonlight. Even the fur of her bear costume exhibited a similar effect. Reflected in the lake was a visage that, at 10 years of age, bore a distinct difference from her 7-year-old self. Her eyes now sparkled with greater vivacity, imbued with a touch of youthful charm. Yet the enchanting image remained. Fair skin, long, flowing hair, and eyes tinged with a subtle crimson hue, complemented by delicate, rosy lips that curled slightly. This delicate, graceful figure evoked an irresistible allure, akin to a charming little sprite, though adorned in a bear costume, which imparted an indescribable sensation. She carefully returned the blue-silver emperor to its pod, preparing to depart from the moonlit gorge, where she had cultivated her skills for 3 years. Having reached a plateau in her physical training, it was time to seek the materials for the dual forces of ice and fire. Once she absorbed the necessary celestial herbs and acquired 2 dragon bones, she was confident that her physical training would reach its apex. Before embarking on her new journey, she must bid farewell to an old friend. Few would believe that her life had intertwined with a bear for the past 3 years. She had trained alongside a 10,000-year-old spirit beast, the stone-armored bear. This bear posed no threat to her, having assisted in the hunting that provided her second spirit ring. Its gaze suggested that it regarded her as a reincarnated kin, thus offering its aid. After absorbing the essence of the moon, the stone-armored bear returned to its territory. As she traversed the mountain path, the bear cat moved with an effortless grace to the abode of the stone-armored bear. Hello, dear brother stone-armored bear. I must take my leave. The bear, seemingly attuned to her words, appeared to understand her without displaying the expected sorrow, as if it had anticipated her departure all along. At least try to persuade me to stay a little longer. Xiong Miao sighed, lamenting that the system 2.0 had not upgraded to include a translation feature, and hoped that such an enhancement would materialize in 3.0. The reaction of the stone-armored bear left Xiong Miao utterly astonished, as it merely lay in its den and continued to slumber. No amount of pushing from Xiong Miao could rouse it, leaving no choice but to relent. Well then, farewell. And may you not become someone else's soul ring. The amicable bond forged over 3 years was not to be taken lightly. One would not hunt down a friend of 3 years, nor did Xiang Miao wish for it to casually become a soul ring for another. The bear cat gently patted the armored bear's head before turning away, its seemingly kindred silhouette reflected in the armored bear's tear-filled gaze. Glancing back at the water-curtained cave, which had been its home for the past 3 years, it wondered whether a monkey would be the next resident. Before departing, the bear cat made sure to hunt down 1 or 2 appropriately aged spirit beasts to serve as sustenance. The departure of Xiang Miao has undoubtedly brought tears to many soul beasts for humans, who were even more akin to soul beasts than the soul beasts themselves, have seldom witnessed such sorrow. The hunting of soul beasts is not merely for the acquisition of soul rings, rather, it is for consumption. Once devoured, it is as if the act were inconsequential, especially when the fare is prepared so delectably that not even the bones remain. Beyond the confines of Luowei Gorge lies the local soul-hunting forest. I recall that within the depths of the soul-hunting forest, there exists a specialized enforcement team from the Spirit Hall, notorious for their unyielding inspections of the hand orders. Fear not, for I am but a child. This time, lacking a hand order, if I were to fail in escaping without encountering the local hunting team and instead encountered the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, I would have to rely on my tender age and acting skills to navigate the situation. Alas, what one fears often materializes. Just as I was on the verge of slipping away, I fortuitously encountered the Spirit Hall's enforcement team. Little one, where's your team? Instead of inquiring about the hand order as anticipated, the enforcement team asked about her accompanying group. This was likely due to her petite stature and charming appearance. Had it been anyone else, they might have been subdued on the spot. Well, no need for excuses, Xiang Miao continued. My team was devoured by a soul beast. Had I not been clad in this bear skin, I fear I would have met the same fate as my teachers, wailing, "Oh, uncle, could you take me home? I am so frightened." With tears in her eyes, she feigned the demeanor of a helpless little girl, lamenting the loss of her companions. Witnessing the pitiable and helpless visage of this young girl, many soul masters, having experienced similar encounters, were taken aback at such a tender age of suffering. She must have been utterly terrified. The Spirit Hall's enforcement team comforted her, saying, "Do not cry. We shall escort you out. The Spirit Hall will avenge your team." Is that true? Thank you, uncles. Alas, how vexing it is to portray such a frail, pitiful, and helpless little girl, not at all desirable. With the assistance of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, Xiang Miao safely exited the soul-hunting forest, where they kindly arranged a place for her to rest. Moved by emotions, Xiang Miao felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving them. Chapter 63, Returning to Nodding Academy. 3 years, a span that is neither excessively long nor too short. Yet, in the relentless pursuit of physical cultivation, only those with true resolve endure. Reflecting on the day 3 years ago when he was expelled from the village, returning now to a newly established community filled him with profound nostalgia, as if he had traversed through time. A dazzling new star has risen in the realm of soul masters, and the changes have been astoundingly rapid. Although his cultivation level has not significantly advanced, he has taken considerable strides on the path of the soul master, possessing a configuration of spirit rings that others can only dream of. Joining a powerful faction has already paved the way for a bright future. It seems that within the village, the notion of returning in glory holds little significance. Xiang Miao stood on the hillside, gazing from afar, unable to move despite the longing in his heart. He had long understood their sentiments, drawing parallels to the dichotomy between immortals and mortals in the realm of cultivation, yet this was not a realm of cultivation, as soul masters merely enjoyed a few additional years compared to ordinary people. Now, the village had transformed. Papa Xiongda and Papa Xiong along with Mama Tsue Hua, had welcomed new children, and even Uncle Guangtou Chang had become a father, with his child appearing quite grown. Wait, children? Xiang Miao rubbed her eyes and employed the system to gain a more precise perspective. Goodness. In a fleeting moment, Xiang Miao found herself devoid of any desire to return. Though aware that the future would be fraught with regrets, and knowing that they would meet many more times in their lifetimes, she was at a loss for words in this poignant scene. To the villagers, the presence of Soul Master seemed superfluous. They did not perceive the need for such beings. The title of Soul Master appeared to hold little significance in their eyes, as if it were a mere enhancement rather than an essential existence. What they truly yearned for was a life of simplicity and natural tranquility, a life that was uniquely vibrant in its own right. In contrast, she felt increasingly out of place, grappling with the profound sensation of abandonment. Perhaps they were indeed the ones who were correct. Enlightened, Xiang Miao allowed a smile to grace her face. She could now venture forth into the world with confidence. For the ties that bound her to Xiong village were severed more decisively than any divine intervention could achieve. Perhaps, in due time, she could return to visit once more. As Xiong Miao turned towards Nodding City, she pondered whether Tang San truly intended to accompany Yu Xiaojiang at Nodding Academy for 6 years. She couldn't help but wonder if the mischievous Xiao Wu had become the formidable leader of the academy. It is likely that Tang San and Xiao Wu have now attained the strength of the second ring. The presence of these two innate full spirit power individuals remaining at Nodding Academy serves as an excellent recruitment asset. Xiang Miao discovered Tang San's blacksmith shop, where Tang San was vigorously wielding the forging hammer, employing the chaotic cloak hammering technique. The rhythmic clangs echoed as he meticulously purified the pig iron. while also crafting concealed weapons for his own use. Observing Tang San's hands, which had become as luminous as jade, Xiang Miao recognized them as the renowned Xuanyu hands of the Tang sect. It was quite perplexing to witness such exquisite hands engaged in the labor of blacksmithing. Xiang Miao dared not linger in one place for too long, as the system's radar function indicated that Tang Hao was vigilantly safeguarding her son nearby. Ever since the addition of a new soul ring, the unique concealment mechanism of the Xiong ensemble had evolved, akin to the current act of covert observation, reminiscent of their return to Nodding Academy. In simpler terms, when circumstances necessitate the concealment of one's identity, this becomes one of the methods for the spirit's retraction. It would be wise to visit those little ones in Bear Village. Xiang Miao turned and made her way to Nodding Academy, where the doorman was still the same familiar face. To facilitate her tasks, she was fortunate not to have discarded her uniform, and this marked her first appearance clad in the academy's attire. The doorman failed to recognize her. Nodding Academy remained unchanged. The surroundings were as they had always been. As she walked towards Dormitory 7, it was eerily silent, in stark contrast to the lively commotion emanating from the wooded hills at the back of the academy. Upon the arrival of Xiang Miao, he discovered that Xiaowu was also present. It appeared that she had assumed the role of a leader. Yet there was an air of uncertainty about it. They were engaged in a one-on-one combat, and Xiaowu, reveling in the excitement, was enthusiastically urging them on. Strike him. Hit him. You are truly embarrassing me, Sister Xiaowu. Are you capable of this? Use your left fist. Kick with your right foot. If it were me, I would have already landed a kick on him. Did you skip lunch? Why are you performing so poorly? The entire scene was dominated by Xiaowu's voice, outshining all others. Xiang Miao could not help but chuckle. What a lively and spirited rabbit, or rather, as swift as a darting hare. Look at the children of our Xiong village. They are quite impressive, with most reaching levels 5 or 6, and some even attaining level 7. Indeed. The initial stages of soul power cultivation progress swiftly. Those who cannot reach level 10 within a 6-year period might need to extend their studies by a year or 2. It is remarkable for a child with only half a level of innate soul power to advance to level 5 in 3 years. Not every child can achieve that. The competition concluded quickly, with the contest among the children lasting no more than 3 minutes, which is the usual time allotted. Xiao was fuming, clearly upset that her little subordinate had lost, as she stomped her feet in frustration. Now a second ring soul master. She could not possibly bully these children who lacked any soul rings. When Wang Xing, Xiao Chen, and you were still around, she could spar with them. But after their graduation, her only opponent would be Tang San. However, Tang San was occupied with classes in the morning, blacksmithing in the afternoon, and cultivating in the evening, leaving him little time to engage with her. Suddenly, her little nose twitched as it caught a whiff of something peculiar. She turned around, and her big, watery eye spotted someone, leaping in front of her and exclaiming, "You seem very powerful," emanating the aura of a Grand Soul Master. Xiang Miao was taken aback. "What? Are you a dog? You can smell that." Xiaowu continued, "Are there still students of the Grand Soul Master at Nodding Academy?" Xiang Miao, adopting a new identity, remarked, "I am a graduate who has been out for several years, returning to take a look." Xiaowu then chimed in, "At your age, the only one who could meet the criteria is Sister Xiang Miao, who graduated in just 3 years." I was taken aback. When did Xiaowu become so astute? Xiang Miao would not concede, her acting skills flowing effortlessly. Who is Sister Xiang Miao? Moreover, is it not unreasonable for me to possess such a youthful visage? Xiaowu was convinced. Ah, is that so? I sincerely apologize for my mistake. As the dialogue continued, Bear Miao remarked, "It is not uncommon for my sister to be mistaken for a child. If you confuse me with her, it only attests to her exceptional talent. Perhaps she will enroll in the Advanced Soul Master Academy next year." Indeed, Xiaowu nodded in agreement. With such aptitude, one could achieve the status of a Soul Master within a year and a Grand Soul Master in 3 years. What about you? Bear Miao inquired. With your qualifications as a Grand Soul Master, you could already apply to the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Why do you still attend the Primary Soul Master Academy? This question had finally found its way to the surface. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaowu divulged her reasoning. I am waiting for Tang San. Tang San? Realizing the misunderstanding, Xiaowu quickly clarified. Not that kind of Tang San. He is my brother. He has taken Master, who resides within the academy, as his teacher. Master possesses extensive knowledge of martial souls and soul beasts, and my brother is learning from him. That is your brother, but you are not him. It seemed they had indeed confirmed their relationship. My brother is also a Grand Soul Master, and with Master-S knowledge. He does not require the curriculum of the Intermediate or even Advanced Soul Master Academy. Chapter 64, The Earth Destroyer. While this assertion held true, given Yu Xiaozhang's expertise, he could indeed impart knowledge that would satisfy Tang San's studies in the Intermediate and Advanced Academies. However, when it came to cultivation, the matter was rather different. At best, one would reach a level akin to his but would not surpass it. In the original narrative, Tang San and Xiaowu graduated from Nodding Academy at the 29th level before being summoned by Master to Shrek Academy in Soto City. What about cultivation? Bear Miao mused. I am familiar with Master. His knowledge is commendable, but when it comes to matters of cultivation, it is best left aside. Furthermore, if you have Master, why can't you apply for early graduation and together pursue a Superior Soul Master Academy for your training? You have clearly surpassed the graduation criteria. Yet you remain to complete the entire curriculum of Notting Academy over 6 years. Is this truly significant? Moreover, the disparity in talent between you and these children is staggering. Remaining here will only hinder your growth. Xiaowu, being a rabbit who was not particularly inclined towards study, had her own reasons despite Bear Meow's sound arguments. With her protective brother and, more importantly, the need to conceal her identity as a 10,000-year metamorphosed soul beast, she recognized that choosing the Intermediate and Advanced Soul Master Academy necessitated understanding the location of the academy and whether it housed powerful beings of the Soul Douluo level or above. Another crucial factor was that Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul was incredibly appealing. Wherever Tang San went, she would follow. Had she not met Tang San, she might have considered advancing to the next academy sooner, but the chosen location was relatively backward, until she matured and reached the rank of title Douluo. You are right. Xiaowu conceded. However, we prefer to complete our studies at Notting Academy before graduating, and I believe this does not impede our cultivation and growth. Before Bear Meow could respond, Xiaowu continued, how about we engage in a friendly match to demonstrate? She relished the idea of using her small fists to communicate. You are a Grand Soul Master, and so am I. Let us compare our strengths. Though Xiaowu had not established herself as the leader at Notting Academy, her prowess was evident, and having a few followers was hardly excessive. Are you certain you wish to battle me? Currently, she appeared no different from an ordinary girl. Yet her resilience was formidable. Enough of the chatter. Let us begin. Xiaowu leaped into the open space, and the surrounding students, witnessing her challenge an unfamiliar student, erupted in excitement, for only those who had attained the level of Soul Master could contend with her. Very well then, let us engage in a simple spar. The bearcat leaped down, landing heavily upon the ground, as if the earth itself had suffered a critical blow, sending sand and soil flying to a height nearly half its stature. What a true earth devastator. A flawless landing. The impact nearly destabilized those nearby. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaowu and her companions were left in awe. Could a Soul Master truly achieve such a feat? Perhaps she had invoked a soul skill? Did you employ a soul skill? Xiaowu inquired. Sort of, came the reply. It is not particularly difficult to accomplish. What do you mean by sort of? This is clearly your soul skill. Since you've discerned it, I shall not feign ignorance. This soul skill is called Earth Destruction. Without sufficient power, such devastation would be unattainable. The name Earth Destruction is indeed well-deserved. Xiaowu was well aware of this fact and was astonished to find such prowess in a senior who appeared to possess little strength. This individual was an exceptionally powerful soul master, far exceeding her peers in the same realm. At last, a worthy adversary had emerged, and she might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Her soul skill was particularly vulnerable to power-type soul masters, should her opponent's strength vastly surpass hers. A soul master of equal rank would find themselves easily overthrown. Without adhering to the principles of combat, Xiaowu launched herself into action. Her speed was astonishing. Covering several meters in the blink of an eye, her long legs striking swiftly towards the bearcat's head. The bearcat raised her hand to defend, while Xiaowu swiftly altered her kicking motion, landing gracefully upon her. Subsequently, her scorpion tail coiled around the opponent's neck, and both legs propelled outward, striking precisely at the bearcat's abdomen. The first soul skill, bow of the waist, with a fierce arch of her upper body backward. The scorpion braid in her hands exerted a powerful pull, unbeknownst to the others, who were entirely unprepared for such a maneuver. They would feel an overwhelming force striking simultaneously at their chest and the back of their neck, causing them to flip sideways and be hurled into the air, culminating in a relay fall that signaled the end of the match. However, the scene that Xiaowu envisioned of sending her opponent flying did not materialize. Her strength seemed to vanish as if swallowed by the depths of the sea. The soul skill, unmovable as a mountain. This skill defends against the majority of soul techniques. You will not succeed in throwing me out. Little rabbit, you cannot win. Xiaowu smiled faintly, her eyes suddenly transforming into a crimson hue, fixating intently on the bearcat. The second soul skill, enchantment. If the bow of the waist cannot dislodge you, then I shall first employ the skill of allure. Unprepared for the alluring soul skill of Xiaowu, Xiang Miao initially believed she had fallen victim to its charm. However, she felt no discernible effect. Was it possible that this enchanting ability held no sway over her own gender? Xiaowu, convinced she had ensnared Xiang Miao, attempted to employ her primary soul skill once more, only to find herself captured instead. How can my charm have no effect on you? Xiaowu questioned, incredulous. Her enchanting soul skill had always proven irresistible, particularly within the same realm, as evidenced by her third brother. The failure of her charm to take hold left her at a loss. Perhaps it was due to their shared femininity. Could it be that employing charm among girls was akin to a yearning for a romantic connection? Or perhaps it was simply a matter of youth. This was the only explanation Xiang Miao could conjure, unable to fathom any other rationale. Releasing Xiaowu, the latter chose to cease her attacks, recognizing their futility. With her two soul skills effectively neutralized, any further attempts would merely serve as an inconsequential massage. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Even though I may not triumph over you, if my third brother were here, he would surely defeat you. Xiang Miao chuckled. All right then, let your third brother come. It makes no difference who arrives. It will simply serve as a lesson for the younger students. First, I'll have a match with Xiaowu, followed by a duel with Tang San. This day has arrived so swiftly. Just wait, I shall summon my third brother back at once. Xiaowu's temperament was such that whenever she found herself at a disadvantage, she would call upon her beloved Tang San, and Xiang Miao held no reservations about delivering a preemptive strike. You must be quick. My time here is limited, she reminded. Suddenly entertained by the notion of absconding with Xiaowu. It would indeed be a pity if she were to end up as braised rabbit. Her return to Notting Academy was primarily to assist the child from Tang San's hometown, Hua Xiaoduo, with the blue silvergrass spirit. And she had little inclination to seek out a third possessor of the blue silvergrass. Tang San and Xiaowu were merely incidental, allowing the narrative surrounding them to unfold at Notting Academy. Chapter 65. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. Hua Xiaoduo is right here. Before arriving, she had contemplated numerous methods to coax Hua Xiaoduo into consuming a few leaves of the blue silver emperor, to see if she could inherit the bloodline of the blue silver queen. Tang San was of no concern to her. Directly feeding her was out of the question. After much deliberation, it seemed the only option was to adopt the role of a campus villain and abduct Hua Xiaoduo, subsequently feeding her the blue silver emperor. Hiki. Let us play the part of a villain, a fool. Prior to entering Notting City, Xiang Miao had prepared a Fu for this task. A Fu was unwaveringly obedient to her commands, whether they were just or wicked, allowing her to engage as she pleased. Once the target was determined, Xiang Miao was eager to act before Tang San's arrival, for the presence of the protagonist could jeopardize the success of her plan. Concealed within the woods. Upon receiving Xiang Miao's directive, a Fu donned a frightful mask with fearsome fangs and a black cloak, emerging from the forest as if descending from the heavens. His entrance startled many of the children present. Oh my, there's a monster. The legendary creature from behind the school truly appeared. Run. An exemplary child villain is incomplete without a terrifying voice. A Fu mimicked the deep, ominous tones of a dark overlord. Ha ha ha, with so many little cuties. Which one should I devour? The little ones at Notting Academy, upon hearing such an unfamiliar and frightening voice, were rendered immobile with fear. Don't eat me. My flesh is unappetizing. I still wet the bed. Please don't eat me. I have soiled myself and don't wipe. I'm very dirty. The bear cat found itself at a loss for words. As if descending from the heavens, the earth shattered, and the sands were once again sent swirling into the air. It was time to showcase their talents anew. Hark! What manner of beast dares to wreak havoc at my Notting Academy? Fear not, my junior colleagues. I shall protect you. So quickly take refuge behind me. The adorable little ones of Notting Academy scurried away, rolling and crawling to hide behind the bear cat. In their eyes, this diminutive figure appeared remarkably grand. Could this be the master of battle souls? How audacious of a mere great soul master to attempt to thwart me. The mighty Lagulaga King. As Afu entered the fray, the bear cat was determined not to lag behind. This live performance would be executed flawlessly. Knowing I am a great soul master, why does this monster not hasten its departure? Dare to threaten my juniors, and I shall ensure you face dire consequences. I, Lagulaga King, am a formidable entity. Why bother with appearances? Step aside at once, lest I consume you whole. The bear cat turned to the adorable little ones behind and said, Hurry and leave. Allow me to confront this monster. With that, the bear cat charged forward, engaging in a performance alongside a Fu, in consideration of the physical and mental well-being of the youth, and to instill a spirit of courage and perseverance in the face of adversity. This live-action show proved to be a daunting challenge, akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. Xiang Miao and a Fu were truly engaged in a fierce battle, as the sand beneath their feet was sent flying, creating a spectacle akin to an epic showdown, reminiscent of dazzling ultra skills. They possess remarkable abilities, yet you are no match for me, are you? When the adorable students of Notting Academy witnessed their senior sister hurling the green-faced, fanged opponent away, cheers erupted in the air. Our sister is the best. Go, sister. My lifelong devotion shall be for my sister. My fervor shall be for her. Should I crash into the wall for her? Xiang Miao turned back with a smile. Yes. But the reality show must continue. Cursed soul master, behold my prowess. Whoa. Xiang Miao struggled to maintain composure, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming urge to break character. Is this another facet of your comedic nature, a Fu? For the sake of Hua Xiaoduo, he managed to suppress his instincts and feigned a move, darting towards her and seizing her in his grasp. Big-headed monster, release my junior immediately, or I shall remove your head and use it as a ball for kicking, cried Hua Xiaoduo, who had been encircled at the waist. She began to wail, Sister, save me. Sister, save me. Rest assured, I shall rescue you in no time. He reassured her. Big-headed monster, if you do not let my junior go, I will certainly take your head and use it as a ball for kicking. Then come at me. After all, I have a hostage. If you possess the skill, then do so. The reality show dictated that the scene had to conclude according to the script, without prolonging the tension. With a mighty leap, he plunged into the depths of the woods. How infuriating. The final performance of Xiang Miao as she departed was filled with urgency. Quickly find the teacher, don't linger here. I will pursue them first. Senior. Please be cautious. You must bring our classmate back. I certainly will, she exclaimed, dashing into the woods, vanishing from sight. Observe how effortlessly a child can be abducted. With a slight alteration to the script and a touch of finesse in performance, even the adults present could be deceived. By the time the academy's instructors arrived, Xiang Miao and Fu had already taken Hua Xiaoduo out of Nanning City, heading towards a safer direction. Disappointingly, the academy showed little concern for the abducted child, focusing solely on ensuring the safety of affluent families. When Tang San heard that a child from his village had been taken, he remained remarkably composed, stating, "This is something we are too young to confront. Even if she is from the same village as I, we should simply report it to the dean or the city lord and let them handle it." Yu Xiaojiang shared a similar sentiment, believing it unreasonable to expend effort over a frail blue-silver grass soul master. If she was lost, so be it. Tang Hao, who secretly protected his son Tang San, certainly would not endeavor to retrieve an abducted child. Xiang Miao brought Hua Xiaoduo to a place where the blue-silver grass flourished abundantly, gently laying the slumbering Hua Xiaoduo upon it. Subsequently, the blue-silver emperor was retrieved. Now, it was time to witness the unfolding effects. Xiang Miao plucked 2 leaves from the blue-silver emperor and fed them to Hua Xiaoduo, patiently awaiting the transformation of her martial soul, the blue-silver grass. It was inconceivable for her to directly transform into the blue-silver emperor. Awakening the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor was her ultimate goal. After waiting for quite some time, Hua Xiaoduo exhibited no signs of change, and the system provided no different information either. Could it be that the dosage was insufficient? Perhaps a little more should be added. Xiang Miao fed a small segment of the blue-silver emperor, patiently awaiting a transformation. After a considerable amount of time, there remained no discernible change. I refuse to believe that there would be no alteration. Surely, there must be some variation in the bloodline. I am indifferent to whether it originates from an acquired lineage or not. The bear cat continues to feed a segment, yet there is no change. Continuing to feed another segment, still, there is no variation, even when reduced to a mere fragment. The blue-silver grass martial soul of Hua Xiaoduo remains devoid of any transformation. Xiang Miao harbored grave doubts that he had inadvertently consumed the majority of the blue-silver emperor's bloodline from the very outset. This could not be right. Surely it could not be stored solely in the roots. With a resolute spirit of final experimentation, he uprooted the remaining roots of the blue-silver emperor, ensuring that not a trace was left behind, and fed it all to the child, Hua Xiaoduo. Surely, this would bring about a transformation. After feeding an entire blue-silver emperor, if no change occurred, I would begin to suspect that you had long been ousted from the imperial throne by the blue-silver family. Choosing not to protect your subjects, but rather to sacrifice them to a bitter enemy, you deserve to be deposed. This position should rightfully be assumed by a new blue-silver emperor. P.S. Anti-Abduction Skills 1. Chapter 66. The Evolution of Martial Spirits, yet incomplete. After completely nourishing Hua Xiaoduo with the blue-silver emperor, her martial spirit finally began to undergo a transformation. Xiang Miao silently commented, "Is it truly necessary to possess an entire blue-silver emperor? Or could one not cultivate several blue-silver emperors instead?" Surrounding Hua Xiaoduo, the blue-silver grass is illuminated with a cerulean glow, gently swaying in the breeze, prompting Xiang Miao to instinctively distance herself. The luminous blue streams converged, flowing into Hua Xiaoduo's heart. Was this the revival of Diga, or the emergence of a new blue-silver ultra? Despite the musings, the process of the blue-silver grass evolving into the blue-silver emperor persisted. More blue-silver grasses encircled her, cradling her like an infant. In this moment, the martial spirit of the blue-silver grass began to undergo a transformation, progressing towards a remarkable evolution. Xiang Miao felt the gentle power enveloping her, as if bathing in it would lead one to a delightful dream. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and soon, a soft azure-silver glow began to emanate from Hua Xiaoduo. Her martial soul, the blue-silver grass, manifested itself, revealing a distinction from the ordinary variety. Compared to Tang San's blue-silver grass, the golden patterns on Hua Xiaoduo's were more pronounced, appearing even more exquisite, a testament to her blue-silver emperor lineage. When the two were placed side by side, it was evident that Tang San would be subdued by Hua Xiaoduo's bloodline. Simultaneously, Hua Xiaoduo underwent a subtle transformation. Typically, children from rural backgrounds do not possess striking beauty, often falling within the bounds of mediocrity. However, whether due to the inherent charm of the blue-silver emperor, Hua Xiaoduo now bore a visage that was a stark contrast to her previous undernourished appearance. She resembled a piece of exquisite cold jade, pure and unblemished. Even the hue of her hair took on a bluish-silver tint, exuding a dreamy blue that felt entirely harmonious. She appeared unmistakably as a young lady of noble birth, leaving one to ponder how she had once been a child from the humble Saint Spirit village. Though her soul power level was merely 3, it had now ascended to a remarkable level 10. Xiang Miao watched with envy as another, who also consumed the blue-silver emperor, merely doubled her cultivation speed. A young girl, possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul, ascended to level 10 in an instant. Truly, the blue-silver grass has overturned its own emperor and crowned itself. While some herald the return of kings, this is akin to a commoner ascending to the throne. What followed was astonishing. Hua Xiaoduo's blue-silver grass martial soul did not evolve into the blue-silver emperor as Xiang Miao had envisioned. Instead, it merely bore the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. A postnatal bloodline, indeed. It was, as expected, quite predictable. Xiang Miao contemplated that the most favorable outcome would be to evolve into the blue-silver emperor, while the least favorable scenario would involve merely possessing the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Nonetheless, Possessing this acquired bloodline would still be vastly superior to the innate bloodline inherited by Tang San. At worst, she could take her to the blue-silver forest for a second awakening to truly manifest the blue-silver emperor. Should Hua Xiaoduo attain the position of blue-silver emperor before Tang San, the title, being singular, would relegate Tang San to a mere blue-silver king for the rest of his life, unless, of course, the Tang father and son dared to challenge the current emperor. This remains uncertain, for the Tang family holds animosity towards the spirit hall. To maximize the potential of the twin spirits, Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit will inevitably need to evolve into the blue-silver emperor. To avert such a scenario, Xiang Miao devised a plan. After Hua Xiaoduo ascends to the throne of the blue-silver emperor, she could strip Tang San of his blue-silver emperor bloodline, ensuring that his blue-silver grass spirit could never attain the status of blue-silver emperor. However, it must be noted that Xiantian's skill possesses the capability to absorb bloodlines. Xiang Miao inhaled sharply, sensing a hint of trouble. Even if his blue-silver emperor bloodline were to be stripped away, he could still reclaim it. What a mysterious and formidable Xiantian skill this is. One can only hope that he does not uncover this secret. The ability to absorb bloodlines through the Xiantian skill emerged during the fifth battle, while the Xiantian skill itself was originally a means of cultivating internal energy. Xiang Miao found it incomprehensible how a profound internal martial art could transform into a vampiric technique. He could only hope that such a revision would not be implemented for several millennia, as he had yet to master the current iteration. Dismissing these thoughts, he reassured himself that there was nothing to fret about. When soldiers come, they shall be met with warriors, and when water rises, the earth shall provide shelter. If one dared to provoke the current blue-silver emperor, the Tang family would undoubtedly retaliate. Having already taken action against two previous emperors, and thereby sealing their enmity with the blue-silver clan. When Hua Xiaoduo awoke, it was already the third day. With bleary eyes, she beheld a magnificent soul beast preparing breakfast. A bear. In an instant, it startled her awake, almost causing Hua Xiaoduo to faint once more. Xiang Miao was aware of Hua Xiaoduo's reaction. She did not wish to instill fear. After successfully completing the task of abducting Hua Xiaoduo, she donned her bear costume once again. She prepared a bowl of meat porridge for Hua Xiaoduo. Here, eat up. Upon realizing that it was not a soul beast but a person, Hua Xiaoduo recalled the senior she had encountered 3 years prior upon her arrival at Nodding Academy, which eased her trepidation. She accepted the offered porridge and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Taking a sip, she found it to be the most delicious porridge she had ever tasted. After quickly finishing a bowl, she desired more, prompting Xiang Miao to serve her another. Once she had finished, Hua Xiaoduo inquired, "Did you save me?" Naturally, Hua Xiaoduo could not recognize Xiang Miao, as the senior was merely her disguise. Xiang Miao remarked, "Rescue you? I am uncertain. When I discovered you, you were lying here all along." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoduo felt a pang of concern for the senior who had come to her aid. "Sister, have you seen a girl dressed like me, pursuing a large-headed creature?" Xiang Miao shook her head, knowingly asserting, "No, you have been lying here all along. There is no one, no giant-headed monster. What are you talking about?" Hua Xiaoduo's imagination ran wild, contemplating that her senior must have caught up with the giant-headed creature, forcing it to abandon its escape and continue fleeing while her senior pursued it relentlessly. It had to be that way. Hua Xiaoduo conveyed her thoughts to the director. "Xiang Miao, your senior is a remarkable soul master, and even more so, a magnificent director. Indeed, I shall become a soul master as great as my senior," she declared. "You will, and all you need now is to acquire a soul ring to become a true soul master," Xiang Miao replied. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoduo was taken aback. "Me? A soul master? But I only possess third-level soul power." Xiang Miao rested her chin on her hand and smiled, saying, "Take a moment to reflect. Has your soul power level not already reached the 10th rank?" Hua Xiaoduo, filled with curiosity, paused to sense her own energy and realized she had indeed hit a plateau. Precisely at the 10th level. With the acquisition of a soul ring, she could ascend to the status of a true and formidable soul master. Am I not telling the truth? Once you obtain a soul ring, you will be a genuine soul master, Xiang Miao assured her. Overjoyed, Hua Xiaoduo exclaimed, "Can you take me back to the Nodding Academy? The teachers there will surely be delighted to hear this. They will assist me in acquiring my first soul ring, which I hope will be as splendid as the first soul skill of my dear friend, Sango. There is no need to return to the academy. You may entrust your first soul ring to me," Xiang Miao replied. "Can you truly help me obtain a soul ring?" Hua Xiaoduo gazed earnestly at Xiang Miao, doubting her ability to assist in this endeavor, but she also noted that Xiang Miao appeared only a year or two older than herself. "I can make such a claim because I possess the strength to hunt soul beasts for you." As she spoke, she produced 2 radiant yellow soul rings, each 100 years old, which in Hua Xiaoduo's understanding was sufficient to secure her first soul ring. The genuine configuration of soul rings was a secret Xiang Miao would never divulge to anyone, even if Hua Xiaoduo was considered akin to kin. In truth, she regarded her as merely a completed experimental subject, one that was on the brink of fully awakening her blue-silver emperor martial soul in the blue-silver forest. "Do you doubt my ability to help you obtain your first soul ring?" Hua Xiaoduo now believed in Xiang Miao's capacity to aid her in hunting for her first soul ring. "May I seek the mandala snake as my first soul ring?" she inquired. "Certainly, but I advise against absorbing an animal-type soul ring with a plant-type martial soul." Hua Xiaoduo was momentarily puzzled and asked, why not? Sanji's blue-silver grass martial soul acquired its first soul ring from the mandala snake, and it produced a rather powerful first soul skill. Sangu enlightened me about the master's theory of martial soul mimicry, Xiong Miao explained. According to the theory of martial soul mimicry, a plant-type martial soul is not necessarily required to absorb a soul ring from a plant-type soul beast. And a beast-type martial soul can also absorb a plant-type soul ring under certain conditions. The blue-silver grass possesses a significant advantage due to its non-exclusivity, being inherently weak. It does not reject any attributes added by soul rings but rather passively assimilates them. The bearcat chuckled softly. Initially, this matter was intended to be discussed with Tang San, but now, with the presence of Xiaoduo, one of the heirs of the blue-silver emperor, it is paramount to nurture her personally, ensuring she is not sent back to be misled by that rascal, Yu Xiaojiang. While the theory of martial soul mimicry is not entirely erroneous, as plants and animals indeed can absorb from one another, you have all been misled by the master. If one were strictly limited to absorbing only soul rings of the same kind, then what of weapon martial souls? Take the hammer martial soul, for instance. Would it require the soul rings from hammer soul beasts? Where could one possibly find such beasts? Would a gemstone martial soul seek out gemstone soul beasts? Or would an unfortunate brazier martial soul go in search of brazier soul beasts? In a succinct manner, Bear Miao remarked that Hua Xiaoduo had glimpsed the gateway to a new world. Indeed, it appears that the existence of the hammer spirit beast is nothing but a myth. There can be no such entity, unless the Douluo world were to give rise to mechanical life forms that transform into mechanical spirit beasts, which is evidently an impossibility. Thus, the notion of martial soul manifestation theories has always existed. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Ju Douluo, along with the entire faculty and students of the Plant Academy, have attained a remarkable strength? So it implies that the master's theories are somewhat deceptive. It would be more accurate to say they are designed to mislead the common folk. The theoretical knowledge he possesses is merely remnants from the nobility's pursuits, which he cherishes, while a portion of it remains basic common knowledge. Hua Xiaoduo nodded, her understanding tentative yet perceptive. Xiong Miao gently patted her head and remarked, once you grow a bit older and gain a deeper understanding of martial spirits, you will discern the intricacies involved. As an exceptional soul master, it is imperative to cultivate your own judgment and not merely adhere to the wisdom imparted by your teachers, as doing so may confine your knowledge. I understand, she replied. But can blue-silver grass truly absorb animal martial spirits? Hua Xiaoduo was relentless in her inquiry. I have already mentioned that plants and animals can mutually absorb each other. Otherwise, how would the weapon martial spirits acquire their corresponding soul beasts? Is it not possible for me to obtain the mandala snake as my first soul ring? Xiong Miao chuckled with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, animal soul rings can bestow formidable soul skills upon plant-based martial souls, yet this notion may render their essence less pure. A concept you might find challenging to grasp. Permit me to elucidate further. It is preferable for plant martial souls to absorb soul rings generated by plant soul beasts, as this aligns with the principle of martial soul evolution. Should a plant martial soul assimilate an animal soul ring, its intrinsic nature becomes muddled, rendering any powerful soul skills acquired ineffective. While the soul skills derived from animal soul rings may be impressive, the reverse scenario, animals absorbing plant soul rings, would likely be considered farcical. Thus, it is imperative for plant martial souls to absorb soul rings produced by plant soul beasts. Once the martial soul undergoes evolution, even the weakest soul skills can transform into something remarkably potent. Martial soul evolution, you ask? Hua Xiaoduo silently summoned her blue-silver grass martial soul, soon discovering that it appeared subtly altered. Xiong Miao exclaimed, it is evident that this is no ordinary blue-silver grass. It seems to have evolved, perhaps even surpassing the blue-silver king martial soul that I first encountered with Tang San. She pondered, if my martial soul has indeed evolved, does that mean I can freely absorb the mandala snake as my first spirit ring? Hua Xiaoduo gazed at Xiong Miao with joy, her face brimming with anticipation as she hoped for assistance in capturing her inaugural spirit ring. Sister, do you truly have such an affection for the mandala snake? Have you been led astray by the words of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang? Xiong Miao mused to herself, I can assist you in obtaining a superior first spirit ring, and the abilities it grants will not pale in comparison to those bestowed by the mandala snake. Are you willing? A spark of excitement illuminated Hua Xiaoduo's eyes. Is there truly a spirit skill that surpasses that of the mandala snake? Indeed, but are you certain of the direction you wish to pursue as a spirit master? Xiong Miao inquired, confirming her intentions. Hua Xiaoduo had long since determined the path she desired for her blue-silver grass. She aimed to follow in the footsteps of her third brother, aspiring to become a control-type battle spirit master. Another control type? Could I not pursue a healing or food type instead? This was Hua Xiaoduo's choice, and Xiong Miao could not interfere with another's decisions, despite her own inclination towards those two paths. Very well, let us proceed with the control-type direction. Follow me. I shall lead you to acquire your first spirit ring. As Hua Xiaoduo trailed behind Xiong Miao in pursuit of her first spirit ring, she envisioned the jubilant cheers of her peers upon her return to the academy, to Holy Spirit Village, and to her home. Are we heading to the soul hunting forest? There is no need to venture to the soul hunting forest. I will take you to a location far superior. What could possibly surpass the soul hunting forest? It cannot be the Stardo forest, can it? The mere thought of the Douluo forest sent a wave of apprehension through Douluo. Has Nodding Academy, akin to an elementary school, begun teaching geography? The Douluo forest is not our destination just yet. So where are we going to procure my first spirit ring, sister? Huaxiao's curiosity piqued at the prospect of an alternative location, one that was neither the soul-hunting forest nor the Douluo forest. Where could it possibly be? Xiang Miao turned around and said, Blue-Silver Forest. Chapter 67, The Awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor 7 or 8 days later. Following the optimal route provided by the system, Xiang Miao arrived at the Blue-Silver Forest with Huaxiaoduo. As soon as she stepped into the realm of the Blue-Silver Forest, Huaxiaoduo sensed a profoundly familiar aura, becoming acutely aware of everything around her. The surrounding blue-silver grasses seemed to beckon her return, compelling her to involuntarily release the incomplete awakened form of her martial soul, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Upon unleashing her martial soul, the sensation became even more pronounced. Despite her diminished mental energy, she could now perceive the emotions of every blade of blue-silver grass in this vicinity. Being here enveloped her in a comforting embrace, as if this place were her true home, a realm where she truly belonged. Huaxiaoduo opened her arms and closed her eyes. Absorbing the emotions of the blue-silver grasses within the forest, she began to relish the immersion in this feeling. As if the surrounding blue-silver grasses were akin to her own children, Xiang Miao stood quietly to the side, refraining from disturbing her. Deep within the blue-silver forest, the colossal blue-silver king tree sensed a familiar presence returning to its realm, and in an instant, it was overwhelmed with emotion. Shedding tears like a forlorn child awaiting the return of its mother, Huaxiaoduo soon heard the call of the blue-silver king. King, my great king. Is it truly you? You have finally come to me. Thank the heavens. King? Huaxiaoduo opened her eyes, filled with astonishment. She was merely an ordinary child from the humble village of Saint Soul, yet someone dared to address her as a king. The bear cat softly remarked, This is what I told you, follow the guidance of the voice. Wang, could you come to me, please? Upon hearing this, Huaxiaoduo sensed that the voice seemed to grow increasingly urgent, infused with a profound yearning. Yet, a hint of fear lingered within her, for she was but a child. And it is natural to harbor trepidation towards the unknown. Never mind, I shall accompany you inside. As Xiang Miao accompanied Huaxiaoduo into the forest, the system radar indicated that all soul beasts were avoiding the path they were to tread. Wherever they passed, the blue-silver grass on the ground eagerly called out, swaying gently in rhythmic delight, celebrating Huaxiaoduo's arrival with a joyful dance. There was no trace of malice directed towards Xiang Miao. The deeper they ventured, the more ancient plants, having endured the passage of time, came into view. As they walked, the blue-silver king, situated deep within the blue-silver expanse, appeared somewhat anxious and communicated through mental energy with Xiang Miao, hoping she could hasten the arrival of their king to their side. For it sensed that their monarch had become exceedingly weakened, no longer even a soul master. Bear Miao did not refuse. He swiftly picked up Huaxiaoduo and dashed away. Within an hour, he arrived at the source of the sound. The blue-silver king marveled at this young human girl, who, despite not being a soul master of the sensitive attack type, could bring their king here in such a short time. Truly a prodigious talent. She was destined to reach the realm of the divine. King, I am here. The mental call echoed once more, infused with excitement and a hint of tension. The blue glow coalesced, forming the visage of an elderly human. Grandfather, is it you who called me? Huaxiaoduo, upon seeing the manifestation, felt a flicker of fear and hurried to hide behind Bear Miao. Yes, great king, it is indeed I who summoned you, spoke the blue-silver king, addressing Bear Miao. He expressed gratitude. Esteemed soul master, thank you for bringing our king back. Not at all. I leave the rest to you, Bear Miao replied, stepping aside. Exposed. Huaxiaoduo felt quite uncomfortable facing the blue-silver king, and unable to seek Bear Miao's assistance, she bravely inquired, Why do you refer to me as king? The blue-silver king smiled and said, Because within you flows a bloodline more noble than mine. If I am the king of blue-silver grass, then you are the emperor among the blue-silver. Me? You claim that my martial spirit, blue-silver grass, is the emperor among them? Huaxiaoduo released her blue-silver grass martial spirit, but my martial spirit is just an ordinary blue-silver grass. It merely underwent some changes due to a recent incident. The blue-silver king glanced at her partially awakened blue-silver emperor martial spirit and reiterated, I assure you, I cannot be mistaken. The self-aware evolution of your martial spirit signifies your rebirth. To witness you, to sense the essence of your bloodline. I feel I have discovered a path to a more noble lineage. Thank you, my king. Huaxiaoduo protested, but I am merely an ordinary human soul master. Not your king. No. The blue-silver king responded with urgency, Great king, I cannot be mistaken. The aura surrounding you is that of the blue-silver empress. It cannot be wrong. If you were merely an ordinary human possessing the blue-silver grass martial spirit, do you think such a martial spirit could evolve before you acquired your first soul ring? What you possess is indeed the bloodline of the blue-silver royalty. My great king. Bear Miao, the original instigator, remained expressionless, internally amused. Fortunately, my digestive ability is strong. The blue-silver emperor I consumed has been entirely transformed into my energy. Otherwise, would you not wonder how the aura of your blue-silver emperor could manifest within a human? In terms of existence, only Tang San and his father remained, one with 100,000-year soul ring, the other with inherited blood. The former blue-silver emperor was consumed root and branch by Hua Xiaoduo, granting her the blue-silver royal bloodline. Postnatal bloodline. Hua Xiaoduo was taken aback. Are you saying my blue-silver grass is no longer just ordinary blue-silver grass? The blue-silver king affirmed, indeed. Your rebirth still possesses the purest bloodline of the blue-silver royalty. If I must characterize your martial spirit, I would say it is better described as the blue-silver emperor, rather than merely ordinary blue-silver grass. All of the blue-silver lineage are your subjects. After your martial spirit's first evolution and awakening, have you not felt their call? Hua Xiaoduo softly replied, it seems I only felt it after arriving in this forest. The blue-silver king clarified, there is no doubt, your martial spirit's awakening and evolution has not yet fully manifested. Only upon arriving at the homeland of the blue-silver clan did you begin to sense the call of the blue-silver citizens. Before Hua Xiaoduo could respond, the blue-silver king continued, welcome back, our king. We have awaited you for so long, ever since your sacrifice and demise. Our blue-silver clan has been longing for your return, for our one and only king. Will you not have a new blue-silver emperor to continue leading you? Beary interjected. The blue-silver king, undeterred by doubts about the human who had returned their king, explained, the blue-silver emperor lineage is eternal. A new blue-silver emperor only arises upon the passing of the previous one. Even though our king has truly become human, she is still the only one in this world bearing the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Haha, you know not of another, Beary chuckled. The son of the last blue-silver emperor, Tang San. The blue-silver king continued, your return allows me to awaken the true blue-silver emperor martial spirit within you. As your eternal subordinates, we shall forever protect you. Will you grant everlasting protection to your subjects? Experiencing such an event for the first time, Hua Xiaoduo was taken aback by the question of protecting her subjects. Beary sensed her confusion and, with a sigh, prepared to answer for her. But she unexpectedly responded herself, startling herself in the process. I am willing. Hua Xiaoduo's emphatic declaration nearly sent Beary reeling, causing him to question whether the remaining consciousness of the blue-silver emperor had overtaken her. Her resolute words, I am willing, left him astonished. If she were truly possessed, had he inadvertently harmed an innocent girl for a mere notion? With the response he sought, 2 tears of blue flowed from the blue-silver king's eyes. It has been nearly 10 years since we felt the presence of our sovereign. Today, we are no longer children without a mother. Your Majesty, welcome back. Please feel the reverence of your subjects. As the words fell, Beary sensed an immense aura rising, not from the blue-silver king before him, but from the entire blue-silver forest. Countless blue-silver grasses emitted a delicate blue glow, forming an ocean of light. As before, Hua Xiaoduo found herself enveloped in this ocean, with myriad blue rays flooding into her heart. Behind her, a colossal figure of an exquisite woman emerged, casting a magnificent silhouette. Xiang Miao could not help but once again express her thoughts. The azure tears of the blue-silver king cascaded down his cheeks. He could not be mistaken. He would never be mistaken. The young girl before him was indeed the reincarnation of the blue-silver empress from years gone by, reborn as a human. In the span of 7 days, the martial soul of the blue-silver emperor underwent a complete awakening. The blue luminescence gradually fading as 2 soul rings of the same age merged into Hua Xiaoduo's blue-silver emperor martial soul. Hua Xiaoduo awakened, adorned with a crown of blue-silver, undeniably the sovereign of the blue-silver clan. Compared to her initial awakening, her hair now shimmered with a faint radiance. Alongside this transformation was her physique, embodying the true essence of a great soul master. The aura of the blue-silver emperor emanated forth, and under its influence, all blue-silver grasses experienced a qualitative leap. Thank you, she expressed, no longer the girl burdened by inadequate talent and a feeble martial soul, but a prodigious young lady fully aware of her bodily metamorphosis. The blue-silver king replied respectfully, it is we who owe you our gratitude. It is your return that has awakened our latent vigor. The 2 soul rings you now possess are the culmination of the limits your enhanced physique can bear. In human terms, these soul rings are derived from soul beasts approximately 600 years old. They do not originate from the external world but stem from within you. They will evolve alongside the enhancement of your own capabilities, adapting to your form whenever you are within the realm of your people. Upon hearing the words spoken by the blue-silver king, Xiang Miao could not help but indulge in another round of sarcastic commentary. To straightforwardly ascend to the rank of a grand soul master was one thing, but to simultaneously possess 2 martial souls, both boasting an astonishing 600 years of age, was quite another. Moreover, it appeared that these souls would evolve and enhance in accordance with the body's capacity to bear them. This was a method of extending the lifespan of soul rings that was even more outrageous than anything encountered in the divine trials. It was an egregious advantage. A blatant bug. With circumstances having unfolded in this manner, Xiang Miao found herself powerless to enact any change. Perhaps this was merely the world's way of compensating for the perceived feebleness of the blue-silver grass martial soul. Hua Xiaoduo, whom she had brought along, could only silently accept this reality. If she were to heed Tang San's words, what joy could she possibly derive from this situation? As Hua Xiaoduo summoned her blue-silver emperor martial soul, it appeared merely a tad more robust than the ordinary blue-silver grass. Yet, the leaves, reminiscent of sapphires, were strikingly beautiful, with their golden veins clearly visible. Was this truly the blue-silver emperor martial soul? An unequivocal top-tier plant-based martial soul? Hua Xiaoduo, Xiang Miao called tentatively. Hua Xiaoduo joyfully dashed over and embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister." It seemed that Hua Xiaoduo remained unchanged. While the reign of the previous blue-silver emperor had indeed come to a close, at that moment, the blue-silver king approached Xiang Miao with deep respect, proclaiming, "Your Excellency, in gratitude for your role in bringing our king back, our blue-silver clan possesses a treasure that can aid in elevating your current soul power level, propelling you toward the next realm. Rest assured, this will not deplete your future potential. Should it inadvertently do so, I can procure compensation from the ice and fire duality." The bearcat chuckled. "Are you certain? The elevation of my soul power requires an immense amount of energy." The blue-silver king dismissed the concern. "It matters not. Any quantity of soul power is worthwhile. Nothing is more paramount than our sovereign. Even if I must serve as your soul ring, that will not be necessary. Although my martial spirit may not be regarded as a formidable beast spirit, I possess superior options concerning soul beasts." She pondered, unable to fathom the purpose of a plant soul ring and how it would bolster her strength. Thus, with the aid of the treasures belonging to the blue-silver king and the blue-silver clan, over the course of 5 or 6 days, the bearcat successfully ascended to the rank of soul master. According to her original plan, she intended to reach this level by the age of 12. Yet the path with the blue-silver king had taken an unexpected turn. The blue-silver king was astounded to encounter such an extraordinary human. The energy expenditure for each level of soul power enhancement was astonishingly high, with all the treasures depleted. It was no wonder that her gaze conveyed a message of no regrets. Of course, there would be no regrets in comparison to the return of their blue-silver sovereign. The energy expenditure was inconsequential, especially with their king assisting them, which minimized the energy consumption. The blue-silver king inquired, "Might I ask what type of animal soul beast you seek? Within the blue-silver forest, I shall endeavor to find a suitable soul beast for you." The bearcat unequivocally expressed its preference. "A bear. Any bear would suffice. With the more powerful the better, ideally one that has existed for millennia. There is no issue with that. However, I can discern that your physical strength has reached a level sufficient to absorb a soul ring of 10,000 years. 10,000 years? That would also require a formidable mental fortitude on my part. Otherwise, how could I withstand the soul's resonance after the demise of a 10,000-year soul beast? Yet, your mental prowess is already formidable enough to resist the soul's perturbations of such a creature." The blue-silver king, upon recognizing the extraordinary physique and mental strength of the bearcat, harbored suspicions that it might be the reincarnation of a legendary and powerful beast, reborn as a true human to cultivate anew. Otherwise, such exceptional attributes would be utterly unfathomable. With their king by her side, the ascension to divinity in the future is assured. It is hoped that the reborn monarch will not repeat the mistakes made a decade prior, for they cannot bear to lose their king once more. Is that so? It seems the absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring is indeed imminent. The blue-silver clan, swift in their endeavors, has procured for the bearcat a black-gold thundercloud bear of 15,000 years in age. Xiang Miao effortlessly confronted the formidable black-gold thundercloud bear, defeating it in merely 5 exchanges as a powerful paw sent the beast crashing to the ground. Before Xiang Miao could deliver the final blow, the bear unexpectedly chose to sacrifice itself. The bewildering actions of the black-gold thundercloud bear left Xiang Miao in a state of confusion, akin to a monk unable to fathom the depths of a riddle. With the successful integration of her third soul ring, she radiated with the power of thunder, shattering the darkness that enveloped the scene. In a short span, Xiang Miao absorbed the energy of her third soul ring. However, the soul skill bestowed upon her by this ring was rather perplexing. Third soul skill, Bear Encounter. Chapter 69, Xiang Miao, the best friend of the blue-silver clan. Third soul skill, Bear Encounter. Xiang Miao never anticipated that the third soul skill would not be a conventional assault-type skill, but rather a summoning-type technique. The bear-themed ensemble he wore disintegrated, transforming into an adorably clumsy panda. However, do not be deceived by its seemingly innocent exterior. It is, in essence, a truly formidable and fearsome creature, the Iron Eater. This colossal beast stands an impressive 3 meters tall, capable of independent combat, seamlessly integrating offense and defense. Each strike it delivers is capable of unleashing devastating damage, shattering stone and splitting metal, while the lightning attribute of its soul ring endows it with a degree of thunderous power. Presenting the most endearing facade while engaging in the fiercest of battles, Xiang Miao found herself in a state of bewilderment. She was neither Annie nor the former version of Angela. Her role was unequivocally that of a tank warrior. So why did her third soul skill manifest as a transformation into a ferocious iron beast? Fortunately, she was clad in appropriate attire beneath her armor. Had she been in mere undergarments, utilizing her third soul skill would have left her in an embarrassing predicament. This peculiar ability became, apart from her daily life, the sole means of retracting her martial soul. In no time, Xiang Miao embraced the sheer power of this summoning soul skill. Engaging in the soul arena thereafter felt akin to a 2-on-1, 3-on-2, or even 8-on-7 battle. Indeed, it was an exceptionally formidable skill. If only all my soul skills were of the summoning variety, she mused. Being a warrior was not a role one wished to assume at all times. That year, Xiang Miao reflected upon this notion. Every individual yearns for improvement, and with the emergence of a summoning soul skill, Xiang Miao began to dream of becoming a summoning soul master. A summoning battle soul master held its own allure. Presently, she could be considered a summoning battle soul master, albeit one that was purely summoning would resemble a mage. Were this to apply to myself, I would undoubtedly be an absolute summoning warrior. By the way, Xiaoduo, what are the two soul skills you possess? Xiang Miao inquired. Hua Xiaoduo replied, Blue Silver Bind and Blue Silver Parasite. Blue Silver Bind is a single target control soul skill that ensnares and immobilizes the enemy, rendering them incapable of action or utilizing soul skills. Blue Silver Parasite is also a single target control soul skill. This technique involves launching blue silver seeds that entwine and restrain the opponent as they grow, incapacitating them unexpectedly. It can also be activated after leaving seeds on the enemy by employing the first soul skill. It can be said that Hua Xiaoduo's two soul skills were akin to Tang San's, yet possessed their own distinct characteristics. Xiang Miao tucked away the bear-themed outfit and said, Could you showcase your two soul abilities for me? To truly understand the might of the Blue Silver Emperor, one must experience it firsthand. It was certain that Hua Xiaoduo would be reluctant to take action against Sister Xiang Miao. The bear cat waved her hand and said, It's quite all right. Your two soul skills are merely control-type abilities, and my strength far surpasses yours. Even with the additional effects of your soul skills, they pose little threat to me. Hearing the reassurance from Sister Bear Cat, Hua Xiaoduo began her performance without hesitation. First soul skill, Blue Silver Binding. Suddenly, more than a dozen Blue Silver Emperors erupted from the grass, spiraling forth rapidly to ensnare Bear Cat in a swift embrace. The area covered spanned several square meters, leaving no possibility of evasion within its confines. Xiang Miao attempted to move, but the tenacity of the Blue Silver Emperor exceeded her expectations. Nevertheless, with her own formidable strength, she effortlessly tore it apart. The Blue Silver Emperor seemingly possessed an innate hypnotic ability, gradually sapping one's fighting spirit. With her second soul skill, Blue Silver Parasite, Hua Xiaoduo invoked the power, and the blue silver seeds on Xiang Miao's body were scattered, causing the blue silver grass to instantaneously grow and ensnare her completely. Beyond its hypnotic prowess, the Blue Silver Emperor appeared to possess the capability to absorb her soul power. Though it lacked the physical manifestation of Tang San's martial soul thorns piercing the skin, it could still directly siphon a small amount of her soul energy. Hypnosis? Remote soul energy absorption? Such is the formidable nature of the Blue Silver Emperor. If the sovereigns of the blue silver grass are thus, what might be said of the likes of the Gua Tian Emperor, Han Gao Ancestor, and Qin Shi Huang? With a sudden burst of energy, Xiang Miao freed herself from the grasp of the Blue Silver Emperor, remarking, The two soul skills of your Blue Silver Emperor, while unexpectedly powerful against others, are utterly incapable of restraining me. Indeed, Sister Panda, you are truly formidable. Although Xiang Miao had easily extricated herself, Hua Xiaoduo felt no discomfort or displeasure. After all, Xiang Miao was an entity far mightier than the Blue Silver Emperor, so her effortless escape was entirely to be expected. Once your strength has increased, your Blue Silver Emperor will undoubtedly become even more formidable. Let us not forget that Hua Xiaoduo, who has completely awakened the Blue Silver Emperor spirit, possesses a skill known as the Blue Silver Domain, which includes a capability akin to Xiang Miao's system of disguised soul rings. This is merely the first evolutionary ability, with 3 more evolutions awaiting. To have acquired a domain skill at such a young age is truly a source of envy and admiration for Xiang Miao. She silently resolved, Once I have mastered the Eye of Ice and Fire, achieving an invulnerable state, I shall venture into the City of Slaughter to obtain the domain of the God of Killing. In the absence of soul skills, I could easily overpower everyone. To ensure greater safety, she planned to undergo body tempering at the Eye of Ice and Fire, consuming dragon bones to enhance her physique. Upon returning to the Blue Silver King, he expressed astonishment at Xiang Miao's accomplishment of having a third soul ring that was a 10,000-year soul ring. Surely, she is the only one on the continent capable of such a feat. Even the most talented of humans can only manage a purple soul ring at most for their second soul ring. Before me stands a creature that appears to be a ferocious beast reborn as a human, having achieved both. The Blue Silver King offered his congratulations. Thank you. Before taking her leave, Xiang Miao recalled a question. I wish to inquire about the Blue Silver Emperor. The Blue Silver King, unperturbed, replied, Please, speak. We of the Blue Silver clan cherish our best allies. Why is it that the first soul skill you help the Blue Silver Emperor to condense is Entangling Bind? Is there an issue with that? The Blue Silver King saw no problem, considering it entirely normal for a control-type soul skill, characterized by vines, to ensnare enemies. What could possibly be the issue? With a smile, Xiang Miao continued, I once observed a soul master in the soul arena whose martial spirit was a vine. She mastered the technique of entanglement through relentless practice, learning to extend her martial spirit to ensnare and bind her foes. If one can develop such control techniques independently, why rely on a soul ring skill to achieve it? Do not tell me that this technique is weak in comparison to a soul skill. Even if that were the case, so what? Upon the emergence of Xiang Miao's inquiry, the Blue Silver King stood frozen in place. Such a predicament truly left it at a loss for words. As a control-type soul master of the Blue Silver Emperor, it was indeed perplexing that such a simple entangling and binding soul technique necessitated the use of a soul ring. The figure of the Blue Silver King knelt down, weeping profusely. Oh, my king, I have wronged you. allowing you to squander a soul ring position in vain. The surrounding blue-silver grasses joined in a silent lament. Xiang Miao truly embodies the finest qualities of a companion for the blue-silver clan. Had they known earlier that she possessed the ability to wield the entangling soul skill through her own mastery, they would undoubtedly have consulted her first, thereby preventing their king from needlessly sacrificing a valuable soul ring position. Observing this, Hua Xiaoduo felt a pang of compassion, her tone softening with maternal affection. It's perfectly all right. Merely a soul ring position. There is no need for your apologies. A mother would never blame her own child. Indeed, a mother would never cast blame upon her offspring. With a gentle voice, Xiong Miao expressed that although every soul ring is irreplaceable, there may yet be a way to change them in the future. So there is no need for excessive remorse. From Xiong Miao's words, Lan Yin perceived an unapproachable existence. Did she imply divine intervention? Perhaps only a deity could facilitate such a transformation. Ultimately, the citizens of the Lan Yin clan ceased their self-reproach regarding the errors in their soul rings and skills. Or at least, their feelings of guilt were considerably alleviated. After spending several days in the Lan Yin forest, Hua Xiaoduo departed alongside Xiong Miao. The Lan Yin king was firmly convinced that Xiong Miao was a bear-like beast that had successfully transformed into a human. Such a remarkable transformation would account for her extraordinary soul ring configuration. Moreover, her martial spirit adorned her in a manner reminiscent of a soul beast. And the fact that a 10,000-year soul beast willingly offered itself as a sacrifice to her was quite telling. It would have been preferable if she were male. The citizens of the Lan Yin clan looked towards their king, some having anticipated his words, while others remained bewildered. Our king is still quite vulnerable and must return to the human realm to continue his training. However, this time is different. Our king has entirely transformed into a human and stands beside a beast of unparalleled strength that has also become human. I believe that with her presence, our king will no longer be deceived by other humans. The Lan Yin clan members collectively turned their gazes towards Xiong Miao and Hua Xiaoduo. Uncertain of their next destination after leaving the Lan Yin forest, Hua Xiaoduo inquired, "Sister Xiong Miao, where shall we go next? Are we returning to the Nodding Academy?" Xiong Miao gently patted Hua Xiaoduo's head and remarked, "You must learn to look ahead. One cannot fixate their gaze on a single point. A person's life should be a continuous journey forward, never lingering indefinitely in the comfort zone. Returning to Nodding Academy is an option." Xiong Miao intends to undertake two pivotal endeavors. The first involves the Pope's decree bestowed upon him by Tang Hao. The second is to ascertain whether the Blue-Silver Emperor awakened within Hua Xiaoduo can extract the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline from Tang San. However, Tang Hao has been secretly safeguarding Tang San, rendering this crimson task unattainable. Hua Xiaoduo seems to grasp the situation. Are we heading to apply for the Advanced Soul Master Academy? I recall that the graduation requirement for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is a soul power level of 20. I currently possess precisely that, along with 2 formidable soul rings, thus fulfilling the criteria to enroll in the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Indeed, let us proceed to register at the Advanced Soul Master Academy, she affirms, directing their course towards the Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy in the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire. Although the Tiando Royal Academy is reputed as the foremost institution within the Tiando Empire, it has produced few powerful soul masters in recent years, causing its status to decline. The Academy's leaders are eagerly seeking exceptionally talented students. This is Xiong Miao's primary choice, yet the Tiando Royal Academy exclusively admits children of noble lineage, rejecting commoners. Hua Xiaoduo, as the sovereign of the Blue-Silver clan, is akin to nobility within the spirit beast realm. However, in the human world, she remains a commoner. Despite her noble appearance and demeanor, regardless of her outstanding abilities and potential, the Tiando Royal Academy's acceptance hinges on the willingness of noble offspring to embrace her, which is unlikely, especially considering the prevalent disdain for commoners, particularly those with exceptional talents. Xiong Miao is unperturbed, yet she knows that Hua Xiaoduo will undoubtedly face exclusion. Other academies have not been disregarded, yet they are largely similar in their exclusivity. Placing Hua Xiaoduo in the Blue Ba Academy appears to be the most prudent choice, as it exclusively admits commoner students while rejecting all nobility. Chapter 70, the strategy to save the cannon fodder. Choosing the Blue Ba Academy naturally precludes the possibility of Shrek Academy establishing a foothold there. One must ponder whether it constitutes treason for a prince of the Douluo Empire to compete in the Continental Soul Master competition on behalf of the Tiando Empire. Should Dai Mubai encounter his brother from the Douluo Royal Academy during the competition, even if he were to triumph, he would represent the Tiando Empire. How could he return to the Douluo Empire to inherit the throne? While it may seem that Dai Mubai secures his claim to the throne, the underlying reality could be quite the opposite, raising concerns about Davis potentially inciting discord. Such developments would amuse Xiong Miao. Beyond this matter, there lies the imperative to prevent Shrek Academy from usurping Blue Ba Academy's position. Although Blue Ba Academy is not a noble institution, commoner students therein find themselves at a disadvantage compared to those in other ordinary academies. The principal, Lu Erlong, is infatuated and does not prioritize the academy, rendering it somewhat unreliable. Once Blue Ba Academy is renamed Shrek, it has exhibited blatant favoritism. To illustrate, during the Soul Master competition, despite Jing Ling and others pouring their blood and sweat into the contest, their efforts were overshadowed by Shrek's elite team. Although their contributions were significant, they were ultimately disregarded, receiving neither inquiry nor compensation, thus relegating them to mere cannon fodder. Lu Erlong, the former principal, failed to utter even a few comforting words on their behalf. Xiang Miao plans to take Hua Xiaoduo and the 4 cannon fodders to compete as true commoners, securing their rightful standings, unlike Shrek, which includes 4 nobles. However, the realization of this ambition hinges upon dealing with Douluo. He is the crux of the matter. Should Douluo prove unmanageable, it will be impossible to outmaneuver Lu Erlong and Flinder, the 2 biased soul saints. The Shrek 7 cannot accommodate outsiders, and ultimately, they would still serve as cannon fodder. One of the tasks at hand is titled, The Strategy to Save the Cannon Fodder. Should this endeavor falter, a reassessment of the chosen academy will be imperative. 5 days later, Xiang Miao and Hua Xiaoduo boarded a swift carriage, arriving at the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire. Is this truly the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire? Standing before the grand gates of Tiando City, the magnificent sight overwhelms Hua Xiaoduo, who has never encountered such splendor, leaving her momentarily disoriented and struggling to recover from the shock. Xiang Miao gently tapped the girl's head, a smile gracing her lips. In the future, I shall show you even more astonishing sights. Hua Xiaoduo, puzzled, inquired, isn't this the imperial capital? Can there truly be a city more magnificent than the imperial capital? Indeed, there is, Xiang Miao replied. It is a realm beyond your wildest imagination, a divine realm you would scarcely dare to envision. For now, let us proceed to the Douluo Academy. As they entered the bustling city of Tiando, the guards, intrigued by Xiang Miao's peculiar attire, cast a few curious glances. After confirming there was no cause for concern, they allowed the 2 to pass. The city of Tiando was resplendent, with all streets laid with green bricks, each avenue remarkably broad and almost indistinguishable from the others. The grandeur of the entire city could only be described as magnificent. Following the guidance of the system map, they soon arrived before the imposing gate of the Douluo Academy. The majestic entrance, crafted from white marble, bore the inscription of 8 gilded characters, Douluo Advanced Soul Master Academy. Xiang Miao cast a glance, contemplating the unfortunate transformation of a once formidable name into the mundane Shrek Academy. Akin to a prestigious university abruptly rebranding itself as a vocational institute like New Oriental or Lanxiang. This would undoubtedly leave the original students in a state of perpetual disappointment and dissatisfaction, fostering an accumulation of negative sentiments, ultimately culminating in the imposition of a most distasteful, squalid green uniform. Since she had arrived, she would strive to prevent such an occurrence. The gatekeeper, a formidable soul master, observed the 2 girls, one adorned in eccentric attire and the other exuding an air of nobility, approaching the Blue Tyrant Academy. In his capacity as the guardian of Blue Tyrant Academy, adhering to the institution's ethos, he barred their entry. Which academy do you hail from? This place does not welcome noble students like you. We? Noble students? Hua Xiaoduo replied with a look of bewilderment. We are not the noble students you speak of, uncle. We are merely children of common folk. The gatekeeper snorted dismissively. Even if you don ordinary clothing, you cannot disguise the essence of nobility that clings to you. Xiang Miao cast a glance at Hua Xiaoduo. Indeed, the blue silvergrass had fully evolved into the blue silver empress. Her appearance was extraordinarily exquisite. If she were to be placed among the nobility, she would undoubtedly stand out as the most exceptional one. Xiang Miao remarked, Teacher, we are truly not scions of nobility. My sister's appearance and demeanor only began to exhibit the aristocratic qualities you speak of due to the mutation and evolution of her martial soul. Furthermore, my own martial soul manifests through the attire I wear. Thus, we, as sisters, cannot possibly be the noble progeny you envision. Do you genuinely expect me to believe your words? The gatekeeper, for one, is entirely skeptical. The notion that a martial soul can evolve, thereby altering one's appearance and temperament, is beyond reason. I might concede the possibility of a tidal Douluo's martial soul undergoing evolution, but you are merely a child, still at the level of a soul master. It appears that many individuals possess a disdainful outlook, yet upon encountering the gatekeeper of Douluo Academy, their arrogance is met with his indifference. Xiang Miao let out a long sigh. In our current state, it is indeed quite challenging for others to believe us. However, there is one thing we can do to demonstrate our humble origins. The doorman cast a glance at them and scoffed. Humph. Then show me what you've got. He certainly did not place any trust in the words of this little girl clad in bare fur before him. Xiang Miao stepped onto the adjacent patch of grass, scooping up the earth with abandon and smearing it across her face, a whimsical act that was soon mirrored by Hua Xiaoduo. Witnessing this spectacle, the guard uncle was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of such a noble figure, who, disregarding her status, playfully adorned herself with dirt without the slightest hint of discomfort. The bear cat gazed at him and said, This is our proof. You should wash your faces first. The gatekeeper, without a hint of doubt, believed that they were capable of even greater mischief. In a whimsical display, the little bear transformed into existence a basin of water and a towel, casting a veil of profound suspicion over the gatekeeper. After cleansing her face, the bear remarked, We have come to enroll at Lamba Academy. However, the gatekeeper retorted, You have come to the wrong place for enrollment. This is not an intermediate Soul Master Academy. Surely you are aware of the admission requirements for the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Of course we are aware. It simply requires a soul power level of at least 20. She replied. Then why do you seek to enroll? The gatekeeper questioned, noting their insufficient soul power levels. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from the little girl, instilling a palpable sense of fear within him. He involuntarily swallowed, the sound echoing in the tense air, understanding the course of his next actions. You claim to be here for enrollment, yet you appear to be merely 10 years old, having just obtained your first soul ring. The reception teacher in the academy harbored doubts about the capabilities of the little bear and her companion, as they seemed little more than children, devoid of any substantial soul master rank. However, before the teacher could finish her thoughts, her eyes widened in astonishment. Before her, the bear, clad in a bearskin, revealed 3 ascending soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, a most auspicious combination. The other blue-haired child followed suit, summoning her own martial spirit soul rings, manifesting 2 golden rings simultaneously. In an instant, the atmosphere in the reception room thickened with tension, and the teacher's face betrayed her shock. Is it acceptable now, esteemed teacher? The bear inquired politely, retracting her soul rings. Of course, it is acceptable. The reception teacher's demeanor shifted to one of deference. Let us proceed with the enrollment process. May I inquire about your ages? A soul master boasting a perfect 3-ring combination would likely be preparing for the next Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. The teacher pondered which illustrious family had nurtured such talent. 12 years old. 9 years old. What? The reception teacher nearly faltered, her disbelief causing her to question if her ears were deceiving her. Could you repeat that? How old did you say you are? Xiang Miao stated clearly. I am 12 years old, she is 9, and your hearing is not impaired. A 12-year-old soul master and a 9-year-old grand soul master. The reception teacher pondered. Such a level of talent, could it be that they possess innate full soul power? Xiang Miao. Were it not for the fear of it being too outrageous, I would not reveal my true age to you, lest I frighten you. The reception teacher promptly completed the enrollment procedures for Xiang Miao and Hua Xiaoduo. Additionally, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. My sister's knowledge in both academics and martial spirits is rather limited. I kindly request that you assign a teacher to provide her with individual tutoring, as she is currently only at a 3rd grade level in her studies. Xiang Miao is capable of self-teaching, yet her current primary objective revolves around the Eye of Ice and Fire. She cannot afford to delay in various matters and must expedite her endeavors. Upon acquiring the 3rd soul ring and experiencing an upgrade to System 3.0, she embarked towards the city of Tiando, only to be beset by an ominous premonition for the very first time in her 2 lifetimes. Welcome to our esteemed institution, the reception teacher said, displaying remarkable insight. With innate soul power fully developed at the tender age of 9, such prodigious talent warrants substantial support, compelling the Academy to allocate more resources. Their presence at the Blue Tyrant Academy is undeniably geared towards the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. While it is understandable that other academies may choose not to participate, their decision to attend Blue Tyrant Academy is a clear demonstration of their formidable capabilities. Although the Academy may not secure a prominent position in this tournament, the next one could tell a different tale. With a 12-year-old Soul Master, the potential to reach the realm of Soul Sect in 5 years is promising, paving the way for an overwhelming advantage in the subsequent competition. Allow me to escort you both to meet our esteemed principal. I am certain the principal will take a liking to both of you. With a gentle smile, Xiang Miao remarked, then let us proceed. I am eager to meet you, esteemed dean. The reception teacher led Xiang Miao and Hua Xiaoduo towards the rear of the academy, venturing into the forest that adorns the outskirts of the main campus. As they walked, the dean commented, I am seldom present at the academy. I prefer the tranquility of solitude. I reside alone in the forest, while the daily affairs of the academy are managed by the faculty. Only the significant matters require my counsel. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing the refreshing woodland, a faint yet poignant melody floated through the air, drawing closer. The song, tender and haunting, resonated with a sorrowful beauty, evoking deep emotions in those who heard it. Its melody, both intricate and enchanting, captivated the trio. They remained silent, not wishing to intrude, until Lu Erlong concluded her rendition of the song. This song was composed for you, Xiao Gang. Are you aware of my turmoil? Where could you possibly be? The system's music recognition identified the song, noting that in her previous world, it was penned and composed by 3 individuals from various fields. Yet here, copyright did not extend across realms. Chapter 71. I wish to compete alongside the commoners. The reception teacher hastened forward, stopping respectfully at the fence before the dean, stating, esteemed dean, we have 2 exceptionally gifted students who have recently joined the academy. I believe you would wish to meet them. Lu Erlong stood amidst the floral arrangements, watering the blossoms with a watering can. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the approaching trio, her tranquility interrupted, and her brow furrowed in annoyance. Exceptionally gifted? You dare disturb me for such trivialities. Do you wish to forfeit your position? The reception teacher, eager to retain her job, quickly clarified, no, esteemed dean. Their talents are extraordinary. One is a soul master at 12, and the other at 9. Who else could achieve such prowess at their age? Lu Erlong's previously vacant eyes sparked with intrigue. Whether a 12-year-old soul master or a 9-year-old great soul master, both were astonishing feats, rare on the continent for their age. In an instant, Lu Erlong appeared outside the fence, her swift movement rendering her emergence almost imperceptible. The reception teacher gasped at the sudden presence of the formidable dean, acknowledging her immense power. Where are they? Lu Erlong inquired, casting a sidelong glance and spotting the girl dressed as a bear, who waved enthusiastically, alongside another girl exuding an air of nobility despite her humble attire. With a tone of utmost respect, Xiong Miao addressed, "Greetings, Dean. My sister and I possess exceptional talents and wish to enroll at Lamba Academy, while also aspiring to participate in the upcoming Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. I kindly request your consideration. Have you truly attained the rank of Soul Sovereign and Grand Soul Master?" Lu Erlong emerged from the confines of the fence, approaching Xiong Miao. In the presence of others, she concealed all traces of her longing for her beloved, adopting an expression of profound responsibility, clad in a simple azure dress. Her elegance remained unmasked, her hair, tied up in a delicate bun, framed her pale visage, accentuating her exquisitely captivating features, akin to a beautifully painted portrait. Xiong Miao glanced at it, feeling rather indifferent. She couldn't comprehend why numerous fanfiction protagonists would be attracted to her. They would rather invite her to play poker. Yet she believed that Hua Xiaoduo's current appearance was far more appealing. Once Hua Xiaoduo matures into a young maiden, she will undoubtedly become the new goddess of the continent. Indeed, without further ado, Xiong Miao and Hua Xiaoduo once again unleashed their martial soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, accompanied by an additional 2 yellow. Lu Erlong cast a glance, unable to fully comprehend the astonishment before him, particularly regarding Xiong Miao's extraordinary bearskin martial soul. Lu Erlong then inquired once more for confirmation, "Are you truly only 12 and 9 years old?" Xiong Miao remarked, "If you do not believe us, you may feel our bone age. I trust you possess that skill." "No need," came the reply. "I have faith in you." Lu Erlong is indeed adept at assessing bone age, and should she lack the ability, there are other instructors at the academy who can assist. Rather than merely determining age through bone examination, she is far more intrigued by the question of why, given your exceptional talents, you would opt for the rather ordinary Blue Tyrant Academy over more prestigious institutions such as the Royal Academy of Tiando or even the Spirit Hall Academy. Xiong Miao cleared her throat and remarked, "Although the Heavenly Royal Academy enjoys the prestigious title of the foremost institution within the Heavenly Empire, it remains an elite school for the aristocracy. Despite their fervent desire for talented students like us, they have overlooked our humble origins as commoners to grant us admission. However, we cannot evade the encounters with those noble students. As commoners, we cannot afford to provoke them." Regarding the Spirit Hall Academy, I aspire to assemble a competent team of commoner spirit masters to compete and secure victory in the upcoming Continental Advanced Spirit Master Tournament. Among the commoner academies, the Blue Ba Academy stands out as a comparatively superior choice. It would be disingenuous to say that my intentions are solely for the sake of those 4 cannon fodder individuals. It is not that Wang Xing, Xiaoqinyu, and the others lack talent. Even the finest celestial herbs would be wasted on them. Otherwise, I would have no qualms about inviting them to participate in the competition. I intend to lead the charge and elevate the entire event. The words of Xiong Miao greatly pleased Lu Erlong. Excellent. From this moment on, both of you shall be students of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Should anyone dare to harm you, and if you find yourselves unable to retaliate, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall resolve the matter on your behalf." As he spoke, a fierce aura erupted from Lu Erlong's eyes. He mused to himself, at merely 12 and 9 years of age, they have already reached the realms of soul respect and Grand Soul Master. In 5 years, it is a certainty that they will attain the rank of Soul Sect, and perhaps even Soul King. Securing the championship will not pose a challenge. More importantly, it will allow us to vanquish the Spirit Hall Academy's team, ensuring that woman, Bibi Dong, is left humiliated. Haha. Even if we do not succeed this time, there will always be the next opportunity. In a decade, this child in bear attire will emerge with unparalleled strength. I am entirely willing to undertake any endeavor that brings shame upon that woman, no matter how trivial it may seem. Xiong Miao and Hua Xiaoduo expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Dean. We are determined to secure the championship in the next competition." The reception teacher nearby wore an expression of envy and jealousy, as these 2 newly admitted students had, over the next 5 to 10 years, navigated the academy with remarkable ease. At long last, the championship title of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition was poised to belong to their Blue Tyrant Academy. Although Blue Tyrant Academy may not boast many students with talents akin to theirs, we can certainly identify 5 commendable candidates to serve as their teammates. The special training must also be tailored to enhance their abilities. As Lu Erlong was keen to ensure that the lesser skills of the other 5 would not hinder the progress of these 2 exceptional students, Xiong Miao chuckled. "I am confident that their strength is not significantly inferior. In comparison to you, they still have a considerable distance to cover." Lu Erlong gazed at the panda, asserting, "To secure the championship of the continent, it is insufficient to rely solely on the 2 of you. We require a greater number of formidable Soul Master students to serve as your companions, thereby enhancing our chances of victory in the upcoming tournament." Indeed, 5 years of intensive training is more than ample to elevate their capabilities significantly. Perhaps it could even yield an additional soul sect. In the realm of imagination, one might envision at least one possibility. Take, for instance, Talon, With proper guidance and training, ascending to the status of a soul master is certainly within reach. The pivotal question remains whether this individual will ultimately stand by her side or align with Tang San. After all, this towering figure harbors a profound fear of his grandfather. Titan. Titan remains the most loyal hound to Tang Hao, willing to drag the entire family into servitude. Even after being forsaken by the Houghton and sect due to matters concerning Tang Hao, yet he still finds joy in playing the role of a faithful dog. The Bearcat cannot save the dog Titan, but his grandson Talon might lend a hand. The matter concerning the Blue Tyrant Academy has been settled. The Bearcat took Hua Xiaoduo to the Spirit Hall in Heavendoe City for their advancement assessment. Chapter 72. This task is unusually exhausting. The staff member responsible for the advancement assessment at the Spirit Hall was utterly astonished by the results of the Bearcat and Hua Xiaoduo. They promptly escorted them to the VIP lounge for a moment of respite, while they fetched the Platinum Bishop of Heavendoe City, Salas. Upon learning about the results of these two exceptionally gifted children, Salas could not help but abandon his newly acquired trinket and hurry back. After confirming beyond doubt the extraordinary talents of the Bearcat and Hua Xiaoduo, he personally extended an invitation for them to join the Spirit Hall. Xiang Miao replied succinctly, "I have already declined 2 previous invitations from the Spirit Hall with appropriate justifications. This is the 3rd invitation. And as the saying goes, things do not happen in threes, a principle I hold dear, especially considering that you, Lord Salas, are the 3rd to extend this invitation. It appears you are quite knowledgeable about the Spirit Hall." Salas, being an astute individual, discerned discrepancies within their records. The documents indicated that you all hailed from different villages, which was clearly implausible. A small village could hardly nurture talents as exceptional as you, particularly your own presence. Which family do you truly belong to? Surely, someone of Salas's elevated status should comprehend this logic. Otherwise, he would not occupy the esteemed position of the Platinum Bishop. He has been observing every move of the Bearcat, while the role of the other sister requires little scrutiny. The aura exuded by Xiang Miao bears a striking resemblance to that of individuals occupying positions of authority. Such a demeanor cannot be feigned and is not casually encountered in the city of Tiandou. It is evident that she holds a leadership role within certain reclusive sections. The notion of inviting her to join the Spirit Hall is utterly implausible. She is likely merely a participant sent forth to hone her skills. The shifting dynamics across the continent are of little concern to these secluded sects, which often remain silent spectators. Is this of any significance? Xiang Miao smiles, her expression unassuming. With a calm gaze and an equally tranquil tone, Salas is convinced of his hypothesis. They are but 2 young individuals venturing out to gain experience, preparing to compete in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Thus, they seek admission to an ordinary Soul Master Academy to enhance their performance in the tournament. The Spirit Hall harbors no fear of any faction on the continent, not even the hidden sections. The Bearcat continued, a mere ordinary child of the common folk, invited to join the Spirit Hall solely based on innate talent. Within the ranks of the Spirit Hall, where everyone's abilities are quite comparable, who among them shall truly stand out? It is akin to a heap of sand laid before us. Lord Salas, might I inquire if you can discern which grain is the most extraordinary? Lord Salas was taken aback that this remarkable child would impart such wisdom, a truth so simple yet profound. I believe Lord Salas understands this principle as well. Without exceptional achievements, how could one possibly gain entry into the Spirit Hall? With a tranquil smile, Xiang Miao remarked, "To be honest, with my abilities, joining the Spirit Hall and effortlessly claiming the championship of the Soul Master competition for a year would render it rather mundane. Winning the championship holds little significance. It is far more meaningful to compete for the title as a representative of an ordinary academy." "You certainly possess a great deal of confidence," Salas replied, his gaze suddenly sharp as he acknowledged his status as a Platinum Bishop. "You are remarkable, and I am certain that you will become even more exceptional as you mature." "Thank you, Lord Salas, for your faith in me." Xiang Miao maintained her serene smile. "I believe I am aware that the Spirit Hall is already privy to all my comprehensive information. My decision to proceed in this manner is undoubtedly the only correct choice. After all, she has indulged excessively, striving for the ice and fire duality. Her purpose for coming to the Spirit Hall is precisely this matter. Given her talent and strength, it is assumed that the Spirit Hall would perceive her as excessively confident and arrogant, ultimately waiting to see how she would fare in the Soul Master competition. The Continental Advanced Soul Master competition is not solely an individual contest. There are also team competitions. We shall see how you secure your qualification. That need not concern you, Lord Salas. Since I have dared to make such a declaration, I shall undoubtedly reach the finals." Thus, she resolved the matter that could potentially jeopardize her due to her previous missteps. Xiang Miao suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. Engaging in conversations with prominent figures while maintaining a calm demeanor was no ordinary strain. After traversing into the world of Douluo and acquiring formidable strength, their personality has indeed become increasingly inflated. Xiang Miao closed her eyes, gently smoothing her hair on her forehead, engaging in quiet self-reflection. Beside her, Hua Xiaoduo appeared somewhat naive and carefree, maintaining an air of tranquility in the presence of a formidable figure like Salas. The blue-silver emperor was subtly transforming one's mindset. Holding the emblem that symbolized a Grand Soul Master, Hua Xiaoduo curiously gazed at it in the light. This was her first time possessing an emblem representing a Soul Master. And a Grand Soul Master at that. She had never dared to dream of such an achievement when her martial spirit was merely a common blue-silver grass. Xiong Miao exclaimed, "No matter how much I look, you are still more beautiful than I am now." My appearance? Hua Xiaoduo turned around and pointed at herself. Under the illumination of the light, it was a scene that was utterly captivating. Xiong Miao confessed that her heart fluttered, yet that sentiment was lost in this lifetime. Once the blue-silver emperor fully awakened, did you not glance in the mirror? Hua Xiaoduo shook her head. No, it seems that throughout the journey, Hua Xiaoduo had not once looked into a mirror. Xiong Miao uncovered a mirror and placed it before Hua Xiaoduo, having never used a mirror before. She typically gazed upon her reflection in the water. This marked her inaugural experience of observing her visage clearly in a mirror, revealing a striking transformation that made her feel as though she were two distinct individuals. Is this truly me? Hua Xiaoduo contemplated reaching out to touch her face, yet hesitated in her uncertainty. The bear cat approached her and said, "This transformation you experience, as your blue-silver grass has completely evolved into the blue-silver queen, is a testament to the changes it brings. The blue-silver emperor is the sovereign among the blue-silver grass, and a touch of beauty enhancement is only to be expected. Compared to before, your countenance is indeed much more pleasing. But now that I have become this way, will my parents still recognize me?" Upon uttering these words, Hua Xiaoduo's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Xiong Miao gently patted her small head and said, "Silly one. Is there any parent in the world who would fail to recognize their own child? No matter how you change, as long as you stand before your mother and father, they will undoubtedly recognize you." "Really?" "Indeed." Xiong Miao nodded. "When the time permits, I shall take you home to see if your parents would recognize you. Until then, your primary focus should be on diligent study and cultivation. Furthermore, I will be occupied with certain matters for a while. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach the teachers or the principal, who will aid you." Hua Xiaoduo reacted to this. "Where are you going?" "I will miss you." Xiong Miao gently patted her head. "It is time for you to learn independence, to adapt to unfamiliar surroundings, and to embrace solitude. If fortune smiles upon us, I shall return in about 10 to 15 days. Chapter 73. The solitary goose. Having made the necessary arrangements, Xiong Miao departed from Lamba Academy. Lu Erlong, though uncertain about Xiong Miao's decisions, tacitly allowed her to leave. Xiong Miao was uncertain whether Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall would take offense at her somewhat daring behavior. Hoping that they would not hold it against her, she resolved to proceed cautiously, not regretting the path she had taken thus far, which merely activated her reckless mode. If only her system were a self-destructive one. Alas, her system was merely a tool. In her endeavor to deal with Douluo, Xiong Miao devised numerous strategies, only to reject them one by one. Approaching Douluo directly was out of the question. The most prudent method was to target Du Guyan instead. Otherwise, she would continue to act recklessly, embodying the spirit of an adventurer, attempting to glide past the poisonous formations outside the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and enter the eye itself to acquire the celestial herbs. This, of course, depended on Douluo's absence. The most effective approach remained to deal with Du Guyan, as subduing her would effectively mean subduing Douluo. Xiong Miao wished to avoid spending excessive time in pursuit of cultivating a friendship with Du Guyan. Thus, reminiscent of her previous experience at Notting Academy, she resolved to embody a fitting persona to engage with Du Guyan. This time, Xiong Miao chose to portray a disciple of a reclusive sect. She arrived at the vicinity of the Royal Academy of Tiando, nestled just outside Tiando City. The scenery here was indeed breathtaking, whether it was the serene lake at the foot of the mountains or the towering peaks adorned with a myriad of flora. It evoked a sense of an idyllic paradise, far removed from the mundane world. Xiong Miao chose not to enter directly but decided to meander towards the small grove behind the Royal Academy of Tiando. In any institution, the grove situated at the back is a favored haunt for students. Perhaps even Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng could be found in this very spot. As she was about to proceed, she caught sight of a striking young girl with deep purple hair, exuding an aura of confidence, and possessing a pair of green eyes that conveyed a hint of enigma. While not conventionally beautiful, there was an alluring, almost otherworldly charm about her. The system identified her as Du Guyan, accompanied by a tall youth with long black hair, whose looks were unremarkable but whose presence was unmistakable, Yu Tianheng. Who else but Yu Tianheng could stand by Du Guyan's side? "Yin Yin, whatever you desire on this outing, I can procure for you. Shall we visit the auction house to bid on some delightful trinkets?" It appeared that Yu Tianheng was vying for Du Guyan's affection, but she seemed rather exasperated and reluctantly tolerating his advances. Xiong Miao smirked and stepped forward to intervene. "Excuse me, are you Du Guyan?" Du Guyan glanced at Xiong Miao, visibly irritated, and coldly retorted, "Get lost." Yu Tianheng reached out to push Xiong Miao aside, but she deftly countered, pulling him back and addressing Du Guyan once more. "May I speak with you privately?" Yu Tianheng was taken aback that a girl several years his junior could push him away. Du Guyan was slightly surprised by the strength of this little sister before her. After all, Yu Tianheng hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, possessing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit, yet he found himself bested by a seemingly frail girl. His temper flared. Being physically outmaneuvered by such a delicate-looking child was quite humiliating. "Hey, little sister," Yu Tianheng placed his hand on Xiong Miao's shoulder, but before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly spun around and thrown to the ground with a resounding thud, causing the earth to crack beneath him. At that moment, Duguyen had yet to define her relationship with Yu Tianheng, and witnessing a little girl toss him aside stirred no concern within her. Instead, she found it utterly amusing. Little sister, are you a soul master as well? Indeed. Can you spare a moment to chat, Duguyen? What would you like to discuss? A faint smile danced in Duguyen's verdant eyes. Xiong Miao remarked, what I have to discuss with you is of great significance. So please ask your attendant to refrain from following us. Duguyen could not help but chuckle as the very person she had been pursuing, Yu Tianheng, now appeared to her as merely an attendant. Turning to Yu Tianheng, who had just risen from the ground, she said, Attendant, you may return home for now. I wish to have a chat with my new sister. However, Yin, Yu Tianheng protested anxiously, don't leave me behind. Are you really going to follow me to the restroom and while I bathe? Xiong Miao interjected playfully, which only further amused Duguyen. Yu Tianheng found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he had a thorn lodged in his throat. Who was this mischievous child who dared to disrupt him? Oh, my waist, he exclaimed. Let us postpone our matters for another time. My sister and I have things to discuss. Just then, a young girl appeared, providing her a chance to escape. Regardless of what she intended to convey, she quickly grasped Xiong Miao's hand and hurriedly left Yu Tianheng's sight, prioritizing her departure from him. After walking some distance and confirming that Yu Tianheng had not followed, Duguyen expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for coming to my aid. Now, please hasten to tell me what you wish to say. The bear cat remarked, I have been summoned to cure your ailments. Duguyen chuckled heartily. What jest are you making, little sister? Do I appear to be ill? Moreover, at your tender age, do you truly comprehend the art of healing? Xiong Miao spoke leisurely. Every time it rains on a gloomy day, do you not experience an unbearable sensation of pain and itchiness in various parts of your body, including your sides, the crown of your head, and the soles of your feet? This discomfort intensifies over time and persists for a considerable duration. This symptom did not manifest before you turned 6, it began after your martial soul awakened. Duguyen's expression shifted as she realized that the little girl was not mistaken. During those moments, the pain felt like ants gnawing at her. And her grandfather would fret anxiously on the sidelines, yet he was powerless to alleviate her suffering. You claim you can remedy my affliction? Duguyen grasped Xiong Miao tightly, her breath coming in heavy bursts, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. I can indeed provide a solution, but I have my conditions. Xiong Miao replied. As long as you can resolve my issue, my grandfather is a titled Douluo. Whatever your conditions may be, he will undoubtedly fulfill them. Duguyen paused, reconsidering. Wait, how old are you? Even if you are a healing-type soul master, it is improbable that you can accomplish what even a 9-star begonia cannot. The 9-star begonia may be unable to do so, but that does not imply I cannot. I need not be a healing-type soul master to resolve the issues afflicting you. If you doubt my abilities, take me to your grandfather and let us see if he will believe in me. With an air of confidence, Xiong Miao left Duguyen in a state of half-belief. Perhaps it was not she who would heal her ailments, but rather someone else entirely. I can introduce you to my grandfather. I doubt you would dare deceive me. It is essential to recognize that misleading a titled Douluo is undoubtedly a fatal endeavor. This young girl, whom I have only just met, surely understands this principle. Her sudden claim to remedy her illness must be a means to curry favor with her grandfather. Chapter 74. Duguyen led Xiong Miao towards her family estate, fortunate that her grandfather was home today. Upon entering, Duguyen rushed into the embrace of her grandfather, Dugubo. The gentle expression on Dugubo's face as he enveloped his granddaughter in his arms was accompanied by a hearty laugh. Yin has returned. Excellent. Your strength has improved significantly. He then turned his attention to the other small child behind her. You've even brought a friend back with you. This is quite rare. I have never seen Yin bring a friend home before. Duguyen replied, She is not my friend. I encountered her at the school gates, and she helped me fend off that bothersome Yu Tianheng. That alone does not warrant bringing her home. Allow me to guess the reason you've brought her back. Do you wish for a sister? Dugubo teased playfully. Xiong Miao stood to the side, observing this grandfatherly obsession with granddaughters. As if every grandfather in Douluo was a devoted granddaughter enthusiast, Swordbone Douluo, Angel Qian Douluo. How vexing. Even if I wished for a younger sister. My grandfather insists on first producing an aunt for me, which means I would have to wait over a decade for a sister to arrive. Ha ha, dear grandfather. You already have me, and even if you wanted more children, given your status as a titled Douluo, it is rather challenging to have descendants. It would be better for Yin to grow up quickly, so that grandfather can soon hold a great-grandchild. How annoying, grandfather. I don't want to grow up. I wish to be cherished by you forever. Very well, my dear Yin, grandfather will pamper you for a lifetime. The Duogu family completely overlooked Xiong Miao's presence, treating her as if she were mere. After a lengthy period of indulgence, Duogu Yin finally remembered Xiong Miao, grandfather. This sister claims she knows about my ailments on rainy days and says she can remedy them. Duogubo's expression shifted as he turned to Xiong Miao, questioning whether this little child could truly resolve the issues that had plagued his family for generations. Little one, do you comprehend the consequences of jesting with the titled Douluo? The bear cat greeted with a smile, innocently entering a repetitive mode. Whenever it rains on a gloomy day, a sensation of itchiness emerges from the sides, gradually intensifying. It manifests once at noon and again at midnight, each episode lasting over an hour given your current condition. Furthermore, Around the witching hour, a sharp, needle-like pain strikes the crown of your head and your heart, accompanied by spasms throughout the body, persisting for at least half an hour. I need not elaborate on the agonizing experience, do I? How do you know this? Douluo instinctively rose to his feet. This secret was his most profound, one that even his closest granddaughter was unaware of. The description offered by the young child was as vivid as if witnessed firsthand. Perhaps her charming visage and youthful age spared her from his wrath. I read it in an ancient text, she replied. It detailed how soul masters with the phosphorescent serpent martial spirit are doomed to suffer from its venom for generations. Even upon reaching the rank of title Douluo and evolving their martial spirit into the phosphorescent serpent king, they can only extend their life by a few decades through the suppression of the toxins. The bear cat performed with remarkable skill, convincing Douluo of her words. Do you possess a solution? Douluo could not help but inquire, pondering whether a powerful figure stood behind her. There was no doubt that such a small child could not achieve this alone. Clearly, someone supported her. Grandfather, is what she says true? Douluo gazed at Douluo, unable to believe that her beloved grandfather endured suffering even more profound than her own. Yin, Douluo embraced her tightly, filled with heartache. What she said is accurate. We lament that our family's inherited martial spirit is the poisonous phosphorescent serpent. Its toxins can harm others and, in turn, inflict pain upon ourselves. Had I not achieved the rank of title Douluo and relied on that power to suppress the toxins, I could not have remained by your side all these years. Tears streamed down Douluo's face, overwhelmed by sorrow. Xiang Miao remarked from the side, wherever there is poison in this world, a remedy exists. The ancient texts also elucidate these solutions. If you can rid my grandson and me of the toxins afflicting us, I shall acquiesce to any stipulation you or the powerful figure behind you may propose. This was the conviction of Douluo. Although he never considered himself to be a virtuous man, he held promises in the highest regard, and no one had ever dared to so brazenly disregard his integrity. Xiang Miao's expression shifted. Hooray! Lord Dugong, have you so readily placed your trust in my words? Normally, one would expect you to question how a mere child could resolve the issues plaguing your esteemed family. I had prepared numerous strategies for this very occasion. Dugong paused, momentarily taken aback. His eccentric temperament left him uncertain of how to respond. With a playful grin, Xiang Miao chuckled, I was merely jesting, so please don't take offense. Since you have spoken, I must express my doubts. Douluo smirked wickedly. Had you not mentioned it, I might have hastily believed you, eager to cure my granddaughter's poison. Words alone carry no weight. How can you be certain that the remedy you claim to have found in ancient texts is genuine? Perhaps you are an enemy sent to eliminate both of us. Upon hearing this, Douluo regarded her grandfather's words with a measure of agreement. Casting a gaze laced with menace at Xiang Miao, I too was on the verge of believing you. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, as a formidable wave of soul power surged towards Xiang Miao, pressing down upon her. Douluo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. With his formidable prowess, he quickly discerned that Xiang Miao's soul power had reached the 32nd level, and its density was beyond that of an ordinary soul master, rendering her almost monstrous in nature. Consequently, he intensified the pressure, escalating it to the 40th level. Yet, Xiang Miao displayed no sign of distress, instead wearing a carefree smile. As Douluo increased the pressure further, his astonishment deepened. Was this truly a mere child before him? He observed her effortlessly resisting his escalating soul power, which had now reached the 50th level, without any discernible reaction. Where had this little monster come from? Douluo ceased his exertion. If she could withstand 50 levels so easily, there was no need to continue. Pray tell, how old are you? 12, Xiang Miao replied, adhering to her nominal age. Aware that only the spirit hall knew her true age. Are you truly only 12? Douluo expressed disbelief, stepping closer to grasp her arm and testing her physique. Finding it impossible to ascertain her age. Such formidable strength was incongruous for a girl of her supposed years. Very well, I shall take your word for it. With such physical prowess, it's no wonder you can face 50 levels of soul power pressure with such ease. Clearly, you are no foe. Now, tell me, what herbs are necessary to counteract the venom of the azure phosphor serpent? Celestial item, Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. A celestial item? Earth Dragon Golden Gourd? What is that? Douluo inquired, his expression revealing his unfamiliarity with the term Xiang Miao had mentioned. Xiang Miao explained that it resembled an edible crop capable of enhancing one's constitution, elevating innate talents, facilitating the evolution of martial spirits, and alleviating the perils associated with them. However, such celestial treasures typically flourish in auspicious locations, though their actual growth remains a matter of speculation. Do you possess any? Alas, I do not. Only by discovering an auspicious site can I procure it for you. Douluo was momentarily speechless, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. What nonsense is this? Where am I to find an auspicious site for you? Anger surged within him, suddenly recalling a medicinal garden located in the Sunset Forest, where an ice fire pool lay nearby. Surrounded by a plethora of herbs, was that not an auspicious land? How dare one toy with me? Douluo unleashed her martial spirit, poised to take action. But Douluo restrained her. Yin, do not. I happen to know of the auspicious site you mentioned. I can guide you to where the Earth Dragon Golden Melon resides. You do? That is truly splendid. Xiang Miao could not suppress a clap of joy. However, I must discuss something of utmost importance with you first. Please have your granddaughter return to her room. Yin Yin, please go back to your room. Without hesitation, Douluo instructed his granddaughter to retreat, and obediently, Douluo Yin complied. Once assured that Douluo Yin would not overhear, Xiang Miao lowered his voice to Douluo. It is highly improbable for more than one celestial treasure to exist simultaneously. You must prepare yourself for this eventuality. It would be prudent to plan ahead. Douluo, upon hearing this, glanced toward his granddaughter's room. Is there only one? That will suffice. As long as Yin Yin can escape the backlash from the biling snake's venom, I shall be untroubled. Xiang Miao reflected. What a touching bond between the grandfather and grandson. Moreover, might you spare it for me? What? To prevent any harm from befalling your granddaughter, kindly hand over the pearl of transformation from your phosphorescent serpent to me. This proposition surpasses even the most prudent considerations of mine, and I find myself questioning whether you are, in fact, merely a child. In the realm of trade, if you wish to avoid misfortune befalling your granddaughter, it is only natural to keep me close at hand. No need for that, during the entire process. It suffices for you to remain by my side. Who among the foolishly powerful families would exchange a gifted child for his granddaughter? He believes. So be it. She has no desire to consume the pearls he expels. She is now a young lady, unlike Tang San, for whom such matters were inconsequential. A hint of amusement flickered across Douluo's face. Little child, you are, in fact, the only one in recent decades brave enough to speak to me in such a manner. Even the emperor of the Dou Empire, upon encountering me, showed utmost respect. With a playful smile, Xiang Miao remarked, am I not enjoying a treatment akin to that of an emperor? Chapter 75, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon of grandfather and grandson having successfully completed the first step with regard to Douluo. Douluo led Xiang Miao to his medicinal garden in the Sunset Forest, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Is this truly the Eye of Ice and Fire? Upon witnessing the magnificent scene of the Eye of Ice and Fire, both Xiang Miao and Douluo Yin were left in awe. In the memory of Xiang Miao, there are but few striking landscapes she has encountered. Most have been glimpsed only through the lens of virtuality, far less impactful than witnessing them firsthand. The Eye of Ice and Fire reveals a peculiar lake adorned with dual hues, one side an icy blue, the other a fiery red, each color distinctly separated, neither encroaching upon the other, as though two exquisite and opulent jade stones were embedded within the waters. What a remarkable natural wonder, a sight of duality, where opposing forces coexist, a treasure that may take millennia to form. Alas, she lacks the visionary insight of a fantastical hero, and the grandeur of the scene before her only provides a momentary visual shock, leaving her slightly dazed. It is only individuals like Tang San who would feel excitement, perhaps even harboring covetous thoughts of claiming it for themselves. Douluo gazed at Xiang Miao, inquiring, the Eye of Ice and Fire? Is this place known as the Eye of Ice and Fire? Xiang Miao regained her composure and gazed upon the vast expanse adorned with an array of peculiar plants, each exhibiting unique forms. She remarked, I believe there must be a remedy for your grandfather and grandson here. What if there isn't? Douluo expressed his skepticism, unable to fathom that a single herb from the mountains could resolve the afflictions wrought by the venom of the Bailin snake, which had plagued their lineage for generations. I am certain there is, she replied confidently. If there is none, it must have been consumed during your alchemical endeavors. Rest assured, I have scarcely utilized the herbs that originally thrived here. Many were transplanted by me. Douluo felt uncertain. To counteract the venom's backlash, he had indeed employed a modicum of the mountain herbs, apprehensive that he might have inadvertently used the very elixir they sought. Let us search and hope that, by chance, you did not inadvertently refine it. Xiang Miao turned amidst the myriad celestial herbs flourishing around the Eye of Ice and Fire, in search of the exquisite earthly dragon golden melon. Were it not for her portable system, which possessed the scanning and identification function, she would have hesitated to confront the formidable Douluo directly, opting instead to seek refuge by clinging to the long legs of Bibi Dong. Xiang Miao ventured ahead in search, while Douluo and Douluo Yin followed closely behind, seeking as well. Interpreting the term Di Long Jingua literally, they speculated it referred to an edible crop, likely a yellow object. After a brief search, they stumbled upon what was claimed to be the Di Long Jingua, a golden gourd the size of 2 fists. Instantly, the air seemed to thicken with a profound essence, and an unusual fragrance began to waft around them, prompting the duo to swallow instinctively. Is this truly the Di Long Jingua? Though they were unfamiliar with it, an innate recognition stirred within them. Consuming this gourd would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Even if it did not, judging by their reactions, it appeared that ingesting this gourd would only confer advantages, devoid of any detriment. With a smile, Xiang Miao suggested, Yin Yin, you should take it first. No, Grandpa, you should eat it first. You are in a more dire state than I, Douluo Yin insisted, aware of the burdens her grandfather bore, wishing for his swift recovery. What a good granddaughter you are. This little pain is nothing for these old bones of mine. Besides, I can always find another treasure in this land, Douluo replied. Deep down, he understood that he could not consume this gourd. Should he do so without a second, his beloved granddaughter would forever be ensnared by the backlash of the Bailin snake venom. At an opportune moment, Xiang Miao remarked, Sister Douluo Yin, you should find a place to consume that. This precious land has another earth dragon golden gourd. Look, there happens to be one right over there. Following Xiang Miao's direction, Douluo walked over and picked up a small gourd that appeared to be distinct from the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. With the acquisition of the second Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Douluo Yin accepted the gourd from Xiang Miao's hand. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd possesses a certain lineage of Earth Dragon blood, making it most suitable for Dragon-type Soul Masters. Although your family's inherited martial spirit is of the serpent kind, serpents can evolve towards the true dragon. You are still young, dear sister, and will undoubtedly be able to evolve. However, it will hold little utility for Lord Douluo, serving primarily to alleviate the backlash from your biphosphorus serpent's poison. Can a serpent truly evolve towards a dragon? This was the first time Douluo Yin had encountered such knowledge, and an inexplicable yearning blossomed within her heart. Xiang Miao nodded and continued. In truth, all things can transform into dragons, but the most common transformation is that of the serpent into a dragon. The serpent evolves into a python, the python into an anaconda, the anaconda into a flood dragon, and ultimately, the flood dragon becomes a true dragon. This process consists of 4 distinct stages, and once one evolves into a dragon, they shall possess the most formidable and unparalleled martial spirit in this realm. The blue lightning tyrant dragon in her eyes is merely a group of false dragons. As for the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, there is no need for elaboration. Douluo Yin knows how to utilize it. She found a secluded spot, consumed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon entirely, and then closed her eyes to meditate and cultivate, absorbing and digesting the energy contained within the melon. Observing Douluo Yin as she officially ingested the divine object and commenced her cultivation, Douluo bit into the Earth Dragon Golden Melon he had just picked up, remarking, "Have you considered this as well?" Considering that Yin, upon discovering there was only one Earth Dragon Golden Melon, would certainly be unwilling to consume it. Xiang Miao admitted, "If we do not take this course of action, with Sister Douluo Yin's feelings for you, she will surely find a way to slip it into your mouth when you least expect it, or perhaps feign consumption. I sincerely hope your words hold truth, for should anything unfortunate befall Yin, I would not hesitate to feed you every poisonous herb found here." A sinister glint flickered in Douluo's eyes. Xiang Miao nonchalantly remarked, as an exceptionally gifted young soul master, "I am certainly not foolish enough to exchange my life for a young lady who, due to the repercussions of poison, may not have many years left to live. My ambition is to cultivate myself into a divine existence." To become divine? Does divinity truly exist in this world? Douluo scoffed, a hint of mockery lacing his words. Even if such gods were to exist, given your current disposition, it would be nothing short of fortunate if you do not meet an untimely demise along the way. What do you mean by my disposition? Isn't my character rather commendable? Xiang Miao felt no qualms about his nature. You may believe so, but allow me to enlighten you, Douluo chuckled, ready to expound on the flaws of Xiang Miao's character. You are undoubtedly intelligent, possessing an extensive reservoir of knowledge, and your strength far surpasses that of a typical soul master. In these aspects, none among your peers can rival you. However, your most glaring weakness at present is indeed your character. Your pride and excessive self-confidence, bolstered by your remarkable talent and striking visage, have led you to assume that you can navigate the world of soul masters unscathed. The panda chuckled sheepishly. It's not that serious, is it? Not that serious? You truly believe it's not that serious? Douluo sneered coldly. With your arrogant temperament, not everyone will be as lenient as I am. As lenient as you? The panda scoffed. If you weren't a child with strength surpassing a soul elder, capable of withstanding the pressure of a soul king's power, I would have slain you the moment you claimed you could counteract the backlash of the emerald phosphorus snake's venom. Chapter 76. Stealing the little monster's title. Xiang Miao felt a pang of embarrassment. It was hard to fathom that Douluo refrained from eliminating her. Perhaps due to her extraordinary constitution and youthful visage, she could scarcely imagine how those audacious time travelers managed to persuade Douluo with mere words, compelling him to kneel in submission. Douluo's silence left her oblivious to any flaws in her character. He seemed convinced that her strength, innate talent, and youthful innocence indicated she was destined to save his family, not merely engage in trivial exchanges. After all, how long had he truly known her? Douluo eventually remarked, "You should consider tempering your arrogance, for next time, there may be no one to spare you, and you could find yourself eliminated without hesitation." "I shall gradually amend my disposition," she replied. Transforming one's nature is not an overnight endeavor. It requires considerable time for rectification. Reflecting on her past encounters with the Spirit Hall, Xiang Miao hoped that they would not hold her childish antics against her. After all, isn't it rather typical for a child to be conceited? She chuckled awkwardly, realizing she could not simply abandon Lanba and head straight to the Spirit Hall Academy, for such an act would invite scorn. She still wished to witness Daimu by representing the Heaven Do Royal Academy in a clash against her own star Luo Royal Academy, to see whether he would be deemed a traitor in the eyes of the world. She hoped the Spirit Hall would come to understand her intentions in due time. In any case, she resolved to refrain from recklessly inviting calamity upon herself in the future. "Little monster," she mused, "your physique is quite monstrous. May I call you that?" Douluo unexpectedly bestowed upon her the nickname originally meant for Tang San, leaving her astonished. While Tang San was renowned for his blue-silver grass, she was recognized for her physical prowess. "Then I shall refer to you as Old Monster," Xiang Miao retorted playfully. "Oh, Little Monster and Old Monster. Does this mean I have gained another little granddaughter? After all, my Yin is in need of a sister," Douluo said, his expression betraying no hint of jest. Xiang Miao retorted directly, I have no intention of becoming your granddaughter. Why not have her give birth to another? Even without the use of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, we could resolve the issue of the Biling snake's venomous backlash. Upon hearing this, Douluo fixed his gaze intently on Xiang Miao. Are you suggesting there exists an alternative? By locating a suitable soul bone and channeling the toxins into it during the cultivation of poison techniques, we could avert any complications, she elaborated. Xiang Miao feigned a glance at Douluo. You, old monster, are no longer capable. After years of cultivating the Biling snake martial spirit, your body is fused with the toxins. A misstep could lead to an even more severe backlash, akin to self-destruction. It's futile to mention medicinal guidance, as you lack understanding in that regard. In essence, it implies that our Douluo family, upon the awakening of the martial spirit, should absorb an appropriate soul bone to ensure no harm befalls oneself. Douluo's eyes began to gleam with realization. What had he been doing all these years? Searching and concocting remedies to counter the Biling snake's venomous backlash, without ever considering this method. As for your own remedy, one could consume the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms beneath the ice and fire duality eye. The toxins within them could neutralize the lethal poison coursing through you. However, this would also mean the simultaneous dissolution of your poison techniques, leading to a significant decline in your cultivation. You would no longer be a titled Douluo. Would you be willing to accept that? Douluo paused, initially inclined to act, but hesitated upon hearing the latter part of Xiang Miao's words. Alternatively, once your granddaughter completes her absorption of the celestial grade item, we could draw a small amount of her blood daily, which would similarly resolve your predicament without diminishing your strength. Would you consent to that? When it came to the matter of his granddaughter, Douluo was unequivocal. Absolutely not. No matter the circumstances, I shall never resort to drawing my granddaughter's blood to alleviate my poison issue. With a dismissive gesture, Xiang Miao remarked that there was no solution to be found. All possible remedies had been exhausted, unless one were to discover a divine item infused with dragon blood. One would have to wait several hundred or even 1,000 years for the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to regrow in this place. Douluo, with a cold flick of his hand, retorted that there was no need for concern on that front. Throughout the entire Douluo Continent, he was capable of locating this precious land and could certainly find another, along with a second Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Then I wish you, old monster, success in your quest, came the reply. It is possible that such treasures may no longer exist on this continent. They might only be found on the Sun and Moon continent. What was it called again? Ah, yes, old monster. I recall that Sister Douluo Yin has her admirers. I hope you can address that matter. Douluo, perplexed, inquired. Why is that? That lad, Yu Tianhing, is quite impressive, being one of the Blue Tyrant twin stars. He is worthy of my granddaughter. Xiang Miao exerted herself to leap and lightly tapped Douluo's shoulder, saying, Old monster, your Douluo family now has but this one granddaughter remaining. If you wish for the legacy of your family's martial soul to endure, you must refrain from seeking individuals of excessive strength. Should Douluo Yin truly unite with Yu Tianhing, one must ponder what surname their descendants will bear. Will they be known as Douluo or Yu? Will their inherited martial soul be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon or the evolved Azure-Scaled Serpent? This is a matter you must contemplate carefully. Otherwise, with a concerted effort, you might merely need to find a suitable soul bone. Yet, you are well aware of the rarity of such soul bones. Only by consuming an immortal-grade item and alleviating the poison of the Azure-Scaled Serpent can Douluo Yin ensure her descendants are free from its afflictions. Unless, of course, the quality of Douluo Yin's evolved martial soul surpasses that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. After quenching her thirst with a refreshing gulp from a bottle of water, Xiang Miao felt revitalized. Meanwhile, Douluo, the contemplative thinker, pondered for a moment, as the little child had suggested. In order for the phosphorescent snake martial spirit to be passed down, it was imperative not to seek a partner with excessively powerful martial spirit attributes. Mere efforts to remain vigorous and resilient would prove futile, as the offspring would inevitably suffer from the backlash of the phosphorescent snake's poison. To ensure the continuation of his family's martial spirit lineage, it was essential to stifle the budding of this romantic inclination at its inception. You are indeed correct. As time gradually slipped away, in the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 hours had passed. With the effects of the celestial-grade Earth Dragon Golden Melon taking hold, Douluo Yin began to undergo various transformations. Her phosphorescent snake martial spirit coiled around her, enveloping her in a mist of phosphorescent poison, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Ultimately, the phosphorescent snake martial spirit evolved as anticipated, transforming into a Jiao. It sported a pair of claws and possessed diminutive horns atop its head. Xiang Miao observed closely. Hiss, I am but a hair's breadth away from becoming a true dragon. The Azure Poison Dragon. Nevertheless, evolving to this stage is quite commendable, not inferior to the so-called Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon. Douluo chuckled, little creature. It seems you hold the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family's martial spirits in low regard. I have stated before, their martial spirits are merely pseudo-dragons. Only the Golden Saint Dragon can be considered somewhat legitimate. A true dragon would never become a human martial spirit. The might of a dragon is beyond your imagination. Would a human possessing a dragon as their martial spirit be weak? Chapter 77. Ascending to Godhood at level 100, Omnipotence. Douluo comprehended Xiang Miao's perspective. Although the blue electric tyrant dragon martial spirit boasts the title of dragon, it does not qualify as a genuine dragon. In contrast, the azure poison dragon, which Yin Yin evolved into, is hardly inferior to the blue electric tyrant dragon martial spirit. However, as the foremost offensive beast martial spirit on the continent, it is not easily shaken, and they still possess aspects of dragon transformation. In conclusion, I must emphasize that while I may seem to belittle the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and elevate the phosphorescent serpent, I firmly believe that the phosphorescent serpent is not inferior to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The phosphorescent serpent king possesses an extraordinarily terrifying toxin, potent enough to corrode anything it touches and erode the host's soul. Upon evolving into a serpent, its venom only becomes more formidable. With no risk of backlash to the host, Douluo is unconcerned with strength. What matters is the ability to counteract the backlash of the phosphorescent serpent's venom affecting his granddaughter. He has cultivated the phosphorescent serpent to the level of a tidal Douluo. And with his granddaughter's martial soul evolving into the even more powerful phosphorescent serpent, achieving the rank of limit Douluo seems inevitable. Especially considering that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has only produced a single tidal Douluo. Grandfather. Douluo Yin once again leapt into Douluo's embrace, their bond evident. Grandfather, I feel exceptionally well. I have never felt so good. I sense my strength has increased significantly, and my soul power level has now reached 38. It won't be long before I break through to level 40. Douluo was equally delighted. Indeed, it is no wonder the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd is an extraordinary item. Not only does it not hinder your talent, but it also significantly enhances your levels. In just a few years, my Yin Yin will shatter the record for the youngest tidal Douluo. And what about you, grandfather? Douluo Yin inquired about Douluo's situation, but he was at a loss for how to reveal to her that the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd was a mere illusion. Xiang Miao stepped forward at the opportune moment to elucidate on behalf of Douluo. Your grandfather, having been tainted by excessive toxins, inadvertently ruined the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. What? Douluo Yan's eyes brimmed with tears. Douluo sighed in response. Yin Yin, this may be your grandfather's fate. However, if I can alleviate the backlash of the green phosphor snake venom in my lifetime, I shall be content. I do not want that. I wish for my grandfather to remain well. Douluo Yin turned to Xiang Miao and implored, do you have any means to resolve my grandfather's backlash? I am willing to accept any conditions, even joining your family. There is a way, an ultimate solution. Upon hearing this, Douluo Yin was filled with anticipation. What is it? Speak quickly. Little monster, Douluo assumed Xiang Miao would suggest a method involving blood treatment. To his surprise, Xiang Miao proclaimed, achieve the 100th level of divinity. As the words fell, both Douluo's grandfather and granddaughter were left astounded. God? Does true divinity exist in this world? Indeed, it does. You simply remain unaware. By surpassing the limits of level 99 and reaching the ultimate level 100, one can attain divinity. With divine power, all problems will be effortlessly resolved. Xiang Miao was painting a grand vision, yet this vision was undeniably tangible. Douluo Yan's eyes sparkled with yearning, reaching the divine at the 100th level. I shall surely attain it. However, do not rejoice too soon, Xiang Miao cautioned. Douluo Yan's gaze turned resolute, no matter how arduous the path. As long as my grandfather can recover, I am willing to pay any price. Achieving the status of a tidal Douluo is already immensely challenging. How much more so is it to cultivate to the 100th level of divinity? There are two prerequisites for ascending to the 100th level. One must either create a divine position or participate in the divine examination to inherit a divine title. It is up to you to make your choice. Might participating in the divine examination expedite the process of becoming divine? Douluo Yin suddenly grasped the essence of the matter. Theoretically, that is indeed the case, provided one can locate the remnants left by the deity. Once the remnants are found, one can partake in the divine examination. As long as the conditions of the 9 trials are met and completed, divinity can be attained. Of course, you can accompany your granddaughter in the divine examination. Perhaps solutions will arise therein. The excitement of Douluo Yin and her grandfather surged, but how can we find the remnants of the deity? Unfortunately, I cannot provide that information unless a map can be discovered. Otherwise, you may spend your entire life in vain. You may only tread the path of creating a divine position. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm of Douluo Yin and her grandfather was swiftly doused. Yet Douluo Yan's determination transformed into something almost palpable, igniting with fervent intensity. Grandfather, do not worry. I will diligently cultivate and strive to achieve divinity as soon as possible. It seems that without the intervention of Xiang Miao and Douluo Yin had severed the bond with Tianhing herself. Very well, grandfather believes that Yin Yin will undoubtedly cultivate to divinity and resolve the issues for him. The heavy burdens that had weighed upon Douluo throughout his life were momentarily lifted. The notion of reaching the 100th level of divinity had never crossed Douluo Yan's mind before. She had assumed that she would attain it by the time her grandfather became a tidal Douluo. But now, things were different. She had established an unwavering goal, one that she could not abandon. Her grandfather, her family. She would not allow herself to falter. As for those suitors, they could perish. Only her grandfather was the most important person in her life. In the following days, Douluo Yin resolved to cultivate in the ice and fire duality eye, aiming to break through to the 40th level within a month or two. Old monster, the matter has been resolved. So it is time for you to fulfill your promise to me. Xiang Miao exclaimed with excitement. Speak. Whatever you require of me, I shall comply. With numerous solutions provided. The issues surrounding Du Guyin were utterly resolved, and her martial soul had evolved into a far more formidable entity. What further demands could be considered excessive? Xiong Miao stated directly, I desire your entire ice and fire duality. Naturally, you may return at any time to suppress the toxins and preserve your life. Very well. This ice and fire duality is yours, replied Du Gubo with surprising alacrity. His unexpected straightforwardness caught Xiong Miao off guard. I have no use for such abundant treasures. At most, I would utilize this ice and fire duality to suppress my toxins. If you wish to take it, do so. It is a reward for the assistance you have provided to both me and Yin Yin. Should you require my aid in the future, feel free to seek me out. Du Gubo continued in a calm manner, producing a blue leather pouch from an unknown source and presenting it to Xiong Miao. This is for you. I do not need this. Keep it for your granddaughter, Xiong Miao replied. She has system space and can store living beings, rendering this wishful treasure pouch unnecessary. Otherwise, she would not be able to enjoy fresh spirit beast meat at any time. Du Gubo shook his head. No, this is not the same as your soul guiding device. My granddaughter does not have an affinity for such substances. Giving it to her would be a waste. This is called the wishful treasure pouch. While your soul guiding device is commendable, it pales in comparison. Yours contains only inanimate objects, whereas mine can hold living beings. Are you quite certain you do not want it? Xiong Miao reached out to take it, thinking it would be unwise to refuse something that could potentially slip into Tang San's hands in the future. Then I shall accept it without hesitation, she stated. Regarding the eyes of ice and fire, I must caution you against approaching those two hot springs. The searing heat and biting cold there are intolerable, even for me. Should you make contact, it would lead to certain demise. Upon reflection, considering Xiong Miao's extraordinary physique, Du Gubo reconsidered his warning. Perhaps, with your monstrous constitution, you would indeed be able to endure it. I remain perplexed as to the nature of your martial soul, which endows you with such an otherworldly body, especially in the form of a young girl like you. With those final words, Xiong Miao's martial soul manifested once more, enveloping her once again. Chapter 78. Little Bear Classmate. The peculiar transformation of the bear cat momentarily astonished Du Gubo. Little monster, could it be that this bear skin is your martial soul? Indeed. This bear skin is, in fact, my martial soul, the bear cat replied, a hint of embarrassment as it scratched the back of its head. It can only be retracted under special circumstances. I must wear it in my daily life. Du Gubo could not help but chuckle. Such an unusual martial soul truly warrants the title of Little Monster. I never wished for it to be this way. It is simply the nature of my martial soul. Fortunately, it can be concealed under specific conditions. You see, not wearing this bear skin to meet us signifies a special circumstance. One must first hide their identity, as my martial soul tends to attract too much attention in Heaven Do City. Now that your task is completed, this peculiar martial soul has emerged without warning, utterly unyielding. Xiong Miao found herself in a state of helplessness. Du Gubo remarked coolly, you should be grateful for the forces that stand behind you. With such ostentatious martial spirit and your arrogant demeanor, it would be utterly ridiculous if you had not been taken by the spirit hall. If I had no backing and merely possessed what meets the eye, it would indeed be a genuine miracle if anyone dared to act against me. In truth, who would not harbor doubts upon encountering a child with such an extraordinary martial spirit seemingly emerging from nowhere? If there were no power behind them, who would believe it? The Spirit Hall has thoroughly investigated Xiong Miao's origins, and they would never naively assume that Xiong Village is merely a humble settlement. They are certainly searching the nearby mountains for some reclusive sect. They perceive Xiong Miao's arrogant and thoughtless behavior as that of a child merely mimicking adults, particularly with the latest ranking assessment relayed from the Spirit Hall within Tiando City. They have further solidified their belief in the existence of a hidden sect behind Xiong Miao and her village. After all, what child would dare to act so brazenly? The previous two encounters were a mere jest with the Spirit Hall, but now in Tiando City. She boldly declared that she would use her performance in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master competition as a means to join the Spirit Hall. Had she not been a mere mischievous bear child, she would have long been apprehended and punished. Of course, the Spirit Hall harbors no fear of any hidden sects that align with the powers of the upper three sections. You carry on with your affairs. I trust you can manage these herbs, whether they are toxic or not. I shall attend to my own matters regarding Yin Yin. With that, Du Gubo soared away from the ice and fire Yin Yang, returning to his abode there. Bear Meow gazed at the myriad medicinal herbs before her, as the system meticulously scanned and identified the properties of each celestial herb. Among them, every essence that could potentially benefit her was disowned. Originally, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon presented itself as an exceptionally suitable choice, disregarding its connection to the Earth Dragon bloodline. Bear Meow sought the power to command the forces of the Earth. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon would enhance the fusioner's mastery over the earthly might. However, in order to contend with the formidable Du Gubo, she was compelled to part with it, for it was the only remedy that could seamlessly resolve her predicament. After all, who would willingly part with such a treasure for his granddaughter? Little Bear, could you assist me in discerning which celestial essence here would be most appropriate for me to consume, one that could further augment my strength? The System 3.0 had begun to exhibit true intelligence, and she firmly believed that once the system advanced to 10.0, Traversing time and space to return home would be within her grasp. The bearcat decisively bestowed a name upon the system, unlike those extraordinary auxiliary systems favored by traversers, which boast lofty titles, missions, and grand rewards. Our situation is different. We must create a name ourselves, drawing from our own identity. The name Little Bear was chosen in fond remembrance of former companions, such as Little AI, Little E, Little Boo, and Little Do. However, the current Little Bear has not yet acquired voice functionality. It can only execute operations based on vocal commands, eliminating the need for manual input. After a few rotations, Little Bear presented the optimal elixirs for consumption, the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Little Bear, surely you have not erred. What purpose do I have for these? I am not of the ice and fire attributes. Consuming them would merely grant me immunity to both elements. Little Bear then proceeded to display a message, prompting the bearcat to retract its earlier skepticism. The consumption of both the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom by the host, when fused, would enable the wielder to harness the powers of ice and fire, initially allowing the casting of the fireball and freeze bolt spells. It seemed to veer towards an overwhelming enhancement of combat capabilities. One could only ponder whether this bear-themed ensemble was a martial spirit or merely a game artifact. Nevertheless, I find it appealing. The fireball and freeze bolt inevitably evoke memories of the formidable and aerial forms of Digga, each showcasing distinct ultimate moves. On the surface, it appears that one can unleash these two minor spells. However, the true essence lies in mastering the interplay of ice and fire. The octagonal ice grass, a peculiar frost flower, brings about an overwhelming chill, freezing the heart and mind. Within a 10-meter radius, its cold aura is palpable. Prolonged exposure may lead to a chilling poison that is beyond remedy. Not only is consumption ill-advised, but even proximity to the plant is fraught with misfortune. To pluck it, one must wield an implement of metal or iron. Does the bearcat require metallic elements? The bear suit is straightforwardly disregarded, simply and brutally excavated along with mud and soil. The fiery apricot blossom, which serves an opposite purpose to the star anise ice grass, also cannot escape the crude removal accompanied by dirt. The star anise ice grass must be harvested with metallic tools, while the fiery apricot blossom requires jade implements. Otherwise, their efficacy will diminish. The bearcat possesses a blade, but where can she find jade now? As her soul force dispels the soil above, two celestial herbs, once characterized by extreme cold and heat, now harmoniously relinquish their contrasting essences. Without a moment's hesitation, the bearcat consumes the two potent poisonous herbs in one swift motion. They dissolve instantly, transforming into a nectar that glides down her throat, awakening her taste buds with an aromatic delight, devoid of their prior overwhelming intensity. The flavor is exquisite. It is time to leap into the chasm below. With unwavering resolve, she plunges into the eye of the ice and fire. In the very center. This time the bear suit does not retract of its own accord. It is the first instance of the bearcat independently shedding it, taking with it the garments she wore beneath. How unfortunate. Yet, she casts aside her concerns, closing her eyes to await her fate in the midst of the ice and fire. With her formidable constitution, the tremors of her body are not initially severe. Soon, the ice blue and fire red hues intertwine and undergo a peculiar transformation upon her form. During this simple yet dynamic interplay, the bearcat's spirit endures a tremendous onslaught, comparable to the soul disturbances experienced by an ordinary soul master absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Not only her spirit but her physical form soon begins to withstand excruciating agony. Xiang Miao had forgotten how the original author, Tang San, had approached the situation. One must wait for the effects of the medicine to take hold. Otherwise, if one were to jump in even a moment too soon, they would be left as nothing but bones. By leaping in before the medicine's efficacy manifested, she undoubtedly engaged in a perilous act. Chapter 79, The Collapse of the Overbearing Bear. Is everything written in the book necessarily accurate? According to Xiang Miao's actions, it was indeed a foolhardy choice. However, what transpired with Xiang Miao was quite distinct. The conflicting energies of ice and fire were neutralized, only to be entirely eradicated by the unique property of the eye of ice and fire, rendering her body subjected to a formidable baptism of these explosive energies. Externally, the dual forces of ice and fire bombarded the surface of her being. A profound chill and an intense heat coexisted within and without. Such agony might prove insufferable even for the most resolute of wills. If her body could not endure, it would swiftly dissolve into oblivion. Time became an abstract concept as Xiang Miao gradually lost consciousness. Whether she had triumphed or succumbed was of little consequence to her now. Exhausted, she allowed herself to drift into slumber beneath the water. She trusted that she would not perish easily. If death were to claim her, she would simply experience rebirth once more. The benchmark for awakening from a deep dream was the complete demise of the dreamer. When Xiang Miao awoke once more, it was at the hands of Douluo, fortunately clad in her bear suit, with the accompanying garments having returned as well. Little monster, what on earth have you done? Douluo nearly bellowed. At Douluo's thunderous exclamation, Xiang Miao rubbed her bleary eyes and yawned. Good morning, old monster. What time is it? Douluo was nearly driven to distraction by her words. He had intended to return and bring food for Xiang Miao, but upon finding no trace of her, He had scoured the entire ice and fire duality eye in vain, discovering only the absence of two rare celestial herbs of frigid and scorching nature, which pointed towards the depths of the ice and fire duality eye. It was not until over half a month later that he spotted the little creature rising from the bottom of the pool. I almost erected a tombstone for you, thinking you had absconded with my granddaughter. Must you shout so loudly? I merely took a nap in the pool. What tombstone and escape are you talking about? Xiong Miao, perplexed, was instead filled with a touch of morning grumpiness. A nap, you say? Do you have any idea how long you slept? Douluo retorted, seething with frustration. The bear cat, seemingly unconvinced, inquires, how long have you slept? You have slumbered for a month and a half, precisely 49 days. What? Xiong Miao suddenly sprang up from the ground, her face displaying an expression of disbelief at having slept for such an extended duration. Have I truly slumbered for 49 days? Right here in this pool? Hastily, she activated her scanning ability to assess her condition. Name, Xiong Miao. Gender, female. Age, 10 years. Martial spirit, bear. Ensemble soul power, level 32. Soul master. Soul skills, first soul skill, bear charge. Second soul skill, bear's might. Third soul skill, bear's emergence. The bear suit possesses the powers of strength enhancement, ice elemental force, and fire elemental force. Its physical attributes include indestructibility and flight. The summoned warrior is a Fu, affiliated with the Blue Dominance Academy. It appears that something has changed. What happened to the promised fireball and free spell? Where have they gone? Surely, the system cannot be malfunctioning. It must be deceiving me. I had thought that the 8-point Xianbing grass and the blazing apricot blossom would grant me the powers of both ice and fire. But I am not a earth dragon golden melon, capable of casting both fireball and free spell as minor skills. Soon, Bear Meow noticed the presence of both ice and fire elements, alongside the physical attributes of indestructibility and flight. How is it that I possess an indestructible body without having excavated the bones of the ice and fire dragon king? Little Bear then displayed a message upon the host's descent to the depths of the ice and fire duality eye. The skeletal remains of the ice and fire dragon king were consumed by the host, thereby transforming the host's corporeal form to attain indestructibility, while simultaneously bestowing the abilities of both ice and fire, as well as the gift of flight. Has the skeletal remains of the ice and fire dragon king truly vanished? The bear cat stood in bewilderment as her classmate, the little bear, remarked that she had been absorbed and engulfed, leading to her fainting. How could she have absorbed and devoured anything? Did the little bear possess any recollection of the event? No, there was no footage from that moment, which made it hard to believe that she had consumed the two skeletal remains of the ice-fire dragon king. How could this be possible? It seemed utterly implausible. A distortion of reality beyond explanation to the readers. Observing the bear cat's trance-like state, Douluo roused her from her reverie. You should rest in your room for a while. It's best if you don't linger here any longer, he suggested. No need, I know my limits. The bear cat replied. If my strength is indeed in disarray, it only solidifies my title as the proud bear, while it may appear to be a breakdown. The connection between her soul master abilities and the powers of the bear suit was entirely separate, both of which were under her command. I intend to delve deeper. Will you accompany me? The bear cat inquired, casting her gaze towards Douluo. You plan to descend further? Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Are you intentionally seeking danger? It's fine. I can handle it this time. If you join me, there may be a surprise waiting for you below, she replied. No, I'm not like you. Upon receiving the invitation from Xiong Miao, Douluo promptly declined, for he could not endure the depths for an extended duration. Descending further would lead only to a dead end. He mused that he could simply wait another 47 days to retrieve her once more. Very well, I shall descend myself. With a resounding splash, Xiong Miao plunged into the depths of the eye of ice and fire, navigating through its searing heat and frigid cold, which, at that moment, posed no threat to her. On the shore, Douluo waited silently for this peculiar creature. His doubts regarding the notion of ascending to divinity at level 100 had dissipated entirely, without a doubt. She was destined to become a deity. As the bear cat swiftly descended into the depths, it eventually arrived at the bottom of the eye of ice and fire. The deeper it ventured, the more expansive the surroundings became. One could distinctly perceive the purity of the energy at the bottom, which, in comparison to that on the surface, was merely a heavily diluted essence. However, that was not the main concern. The primary focus was to ascertain whether the skeletal remains of the two dragon kings still existed. After surveying the area several times, only traces of the bones' previous presence were found. The massive skeletons had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the little bear had not erred in its words, and indeed, I had consumed the colossal skeletons? Yet, how could I have possibly devoured such enormous bones? It seemed that during my loss of consciousness, significant events had transpired. The energy in this place might no longer be necessary for me. Clearly, the bear cat remained somewhat disoriented, still not fully awake. Its ability to move freely at the bottom of the deep pool indicated the truth. The skeletal remains of the two dragon kings had indeed been consumed by it. And the infusion of ice and fire elements, along with the ability to soar, served as compelling evidence. Could it be that what Yu Xiaojiang stated was not incorrect? Did I possess another martial spirit, the gluttonous beast? The bear cat fell into profound contemplation. The glutton was currently the most plausible explanation. One of the four malevolent beasts in mythology, endowed with the power of consumption. It was somewhat regrettable to have lost the two celestial herbs, the eight-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot, as the skeletal remains of the two dragon kings could have also provided the dual immunity of ice and fire. One must be cautious about placing too much faith in the system's words. Without further delay, the bear cat departed from the pool's depths and returned to the surface. Little creature. What lies at the bottom of the pool? Douluo understood that something precious must exist at the depths of the Eye of Ice and Fire. A place formed by rare treasures. Even if the little creature had not obtained anything, it surely must have witnessed something noteworthy during its prolonged descent. Xiang Miao shook his head, stating, aside from the more refined energies of ice and fire, there is nothing else. Chapter 80. The Tears of Douluo. Even with the existence of treasures, Douluo did not believe that they would belong to him. Possessing them also necessitated the capability to safeguard them. The outcome of being enticed by the Spirit Hall after achieving the title of Douluo serves as a clear example of this, revealing the dangers that would ensue if this place were to be discovered by the Spirit Hall. Indeed, what could one hope to see upon ascending so quickly? Douluo chuckled. Let us depart. I am certain you are hungry after spending 49 days submerged in water without sustenance. Xiang Miao inquired, are you ready? Not yet. Then why do you still speak? The corners of their mouths, which had previously been turned upwards, suddenly shifted in the opposite direction. Douluo replied with a hint of irritation, what I meant was to dine out, to go to Heaven Do City for a meal. Do you think I would cook? You can refine poisons and elixirs, yet you claim you cannot cook? Xiang Miao chuckled lightly. Douluo retorted. Who said that those who refine poisons and elixirs must also be adept at cooking? That's a valid point. But you must wait until I retrieve the celestial items from here. This is my territory, and there is a poison formation outside. Without the strength of a title Douluo, one cannot enter. What are you worried about? Better safe than sorry. You are not unaware of this principle. With a hint of irritation, Xiang Miao declared. And without further regard for Douluo, she commenced her excavation of the medicinal herbs within the ice and fire eyes. After a flurry of activity, she had successfully extracted nearly all the valuable celestial herbs and medicinal plants from the ice and fire eyes. However, their roots and seeds remained, ensuring that in several millennia, they would flourish anew. Some immature specimens, those not yet aged enough or lacking in value, were left to continue their growth within the ice and fire eyes. Once her system space evolved into a world of its own, she considered the possibility of transferring the entire ice and fire eyes into this inner realm. Contingent upon its feasibility, the transformation of space into a genuine world was indeed a reality. All right, Ancient One, I've finished gathering. Shall we dine? Once teeming with an array of extraordinary flora, the ice and fire eyes now appeared considerably barren. While not entirely desolate, it bore a striking resemblance to a stripped landscape, evoking a mixture of emotions in the original owner. By the way, Ancient One, I present this herb to you. While it may not resolve the backlash issue entirely, it can certainly mitigate the harmful effects of the biphosphor snake S venom, granting you several more decades to accompany your granddaughter on her journey to divinity. Upon receiving the herb from Xiang Miao, Douluo was pleasantly surprised to discover an additional specimen that could alleviate the suffering caused by the backlash poison. He set aside his title as a spirit Douluo and sincerely expressed, thank you. The bear cat responded with a normal smile, you're welcome. On that day, Douluo seemingly experienced a long-lost warmth from others. Everyone trembled in fear of his poison, and none dared to approach him. Although he appeared to be resplendent as a titled Douluo, his lineage of poison left him solitary and desolate, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Yet, unexpectedly, an overly confident little adult, charging forth alone, proclaimed a remedy for the backlash of Douluo's poison, boldly intruding into his world. Old monster. Who would dare to utter such words in his presence? Yea, old monster, why are you crying? The bear cat unexpectedly noticed, you, with your advanced age, shouldn't be so easily moved to tears. Who is crying? A grain of sand merely blew into this old man's eye. Douluo replied, his expression suddenly serious. Xiang Miao cast a sidelong glance at Douluo, scoffing. Such a plot only exists within this tale. There is no need to subject my eyes to it. I am not a child, so spare me your pretenses. Is this not merely sand? Douluo would never admit it, even if he were to conjure a few grains of sand for Xiang Miao to behold. Xiang Miao was left speechless, aware that the title Douluo was rather vain. It would be wise to offer him an escape. A title Douluo blinded by sand. It seemed he was the only one of his kind on this continent. Douluo retorted with irritation, what of it? Instances of powerful individuals being betrayed by insignificant characters are not unheard of. Yet, a titled Douluo blinded by sand indeed. You are the first. With a flick of his hand, Douluo declared, I have no intention of engaging in a war of words with you. Perhaps this was the essence of friendship, even though the other party was merely a child of 11 or 12 years. Douluo escorted Xiang Miao to a luxurious restaurant within the city of Tiando, a venue accessible only to the elite and aristocracy. For a titled Douluo, it was merely a slightly more opulent dining establishment, and the same could be said for Xiang Miao. The voracious appetite of the bear cat was well within the expectations of Douluo. After all, it did not require him to spend any money. He could allow the bear cat to feast to its heart's content. Ultimately, the bear cat's prodigious consumption even sparked thoughts in Douluo regarding the possibility of a dual martial soul. What child could possibly consume over 10 pounds of food? No matter how hungry, it was inconceivable for anyone to devour such a quantity all at once. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Douluo inquired. You don't think your family can no longer support you and have cast you out, do you? Xiang Miao wiped his mouth and remarked, Indeed. How impoverished must your family be to be unable to support you? Ever since awakening my martial soul, my appetite has significantly increased. This is the most I've ever eaten. Previously, about 5 pounds sufficed. However, when it comes to soul beast meat, a higher grade soul beast is more than sufficient to satisfy my hunger. If that is the case, we should hunt soul beasts for you to eat, rather than casting you out. Even for training, there's no need for you to venture out so young. Aren't you afraid your arrogant nature will lead you into trouble with those unafraid of conflict? Who knows what those old fogies are thinking? They probably wish to procreate more children. The thought of them having new offspring makes Xiang Miao's face sour. As long as the whole family is well fed, that's fine. But you might just be the one who eats the most. Douluo chuckled and then said, with so many celestial herbs in the ice and fire in Yang Ai. Is there not one that can satisfy your appetite? Actually, none at all, Xiang Miao replied. Moreover, being able to eat without gaining weight is not a problem for me. No matter how much I consume, I simply do not gain weight. This must be a coveted ability for all girls in the world, don't you think? Not just for girls, but boys desire it too. Speaking of which, where has your granddaughter gone? Xiang Miao inquired. Upon mentioning his granddaughter, Douluo's smile widened. Thanks to the Earth Dragon Golden Melon you gave her last time, her soul power has risen to level 38 in just over 10 days. She has broken through to level 39 and is now steadily working towards overcoming the bottleneck of level 40. I believe it won't be long before she breaks through to level 40 and acquires a soul ring, advancing in her soul sect. Congratulations! Xiang Miao expressed her joy. It seems calling Yin Yin your sister is rather inappropriate. Calling her aunt makes her seem a generation younger than me. Perhaps we should have Yin Yin call you grandmother. Suddenly, a fit of laughter caused the drink to be spewed onto the face of the one who proposed it. Stop joking. I'm still a child. ISNT that a curse on my lifespan? Really, it would be better to simply call each other by our names. It would sound odd for my Yin Yin to call a little girl grandmother. After all, it was you who suggested it. Just as they were enjoying their exchange, several uninvited guests arrived outside the door. Chapter 81. Qianren Shui is a reborn individual. The unexpected guest merely lingered outside, making no excessive movements. How disappointing. To have visitors at such a time. Douluo grumbled, suspecting that Xuexing had come again with some troublesome matter. Little monster, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. We shall converse another time. All right, do not forget to consume your celestial herbs, Xiang Miao reminded him. As Douluo exited the room, he addressed the group with indifference. What business does Prince Xuexing have with this old man? The leading soul master replied respectfully in response to your grace. The crown prince has sent us to invite Miss Xiang Miao. We apologize for disturbing your leisure. Looking for her? Douluo was taken aback. It was not him they sought after all, but rather the crown prince looking for the little monster. Looking for me? Xiang Miao pointed at herself, wearing a look of bewilderment. Has Qianren Shui learned of her circumstances so swiftly? It is understandable, as 49 days have already passed. Indeed, Miss Xiang Miao. His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence, the leading soul master said respectfully. Xiang Miao cast a glance at them, her eyes rolling thoughtfully before she replied, Now? Please. Miss Xiang Miao, accompany us. The spirit master gestured with his hand. As for that old monster, I shall first pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. You should hasten to take your medicine and tend to your ailment. Very well. Then, in a hushed tone meant solely for Xiang Miao, he warned. It appears that Xuexing seeks to win you over. Be cautious, for he is not easily dealt with. Xiang Miao gently tapped her fingers and followed the prince's subordinate, Xuexing, leaving the royal hotel and arriving at the prince's residence. Soon, she encountered Qianren Shui, who had disguised herself as the son of the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Xuexing, the esteemed prince. The room contained only the two of them, without a third presence. Before Xiang Miao could utter a word, Qianren Shui removed the facade of Xuexing, revealing her breathtaking beauty, and spoke first. Are you also someone who has crossed over from Blue Star? The voice of this stunning figure was calm. Yet the weight of her revelation struck Xiang Miao like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly bewildered. It turned out that Qianren Shui, too, was a traveler from another world. Just like herself, the plot was taking an unexpected turn. Instinctively, Xiang Miao took a few steps back. The encounter between two travelers did not necessarily evoke a sense of camaraderie. It could be fraught with unimaginable peril. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of harming you, Qianren Shui said in a composed manner. By the way, shouldn't a meeting between fellow travelers evoke tears of joy? How can I be sure you are who you claim to be and not merely the original host seeking to consume the soul of an interloper? Xiang Miao was acutely aware of this reality. With the passage of time, soul crossing was no longer a one-sided act of possession. Some souls could be devoured by the original host, along with their memories and enhancements. Qianren Shui continued. If I were to say that I am both a reincarnate and a traveler, would you comprehend my meaning? What do you mean? Xiang Miao does not comprehend. Is reincarnation not synonymous with time travel? Very well, allow me to rephrase. Qianren Shui meticulously reorganized her thoughts. In the original narrative, My fate was such that the essence of the angel was shattered, ultimately leading to my demise on the continent. After departing from the Douluo world, I was born in Blue Star. Following a series of experiences there, I returned to the Douluo realm to commence anew, with these memories recently awakening within me. The expression in Xiang Miao's eyes was exceedingly complex. She never anticipated that this parallel world Qian Rinxue would encounter such extraordinary adventures, traversing into her realm and then returning. Congratulations, then. You can pursue Tang San and bring him back as a child bride, she remarked with a cold snort. Qian Rinxue retorted, Pursue Tang San? Do you still believe I am the same infatuated person as before? Since I have been reincarnated, I shall not repeat the same mistakes. One can discern from the gaze of Qian Rinxue at this moment that the affection she once held for Tang San has vanished, replaced solely by an inscrutable intent to kill. Xiang Miao remarked, You could indeed venture to Nodding Academy now, eliminate Tang San, or at the very least, deal with that rabbit first. To slay Tang San? Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes narrowed as she scoffed. You, of all people, should know the principles governing the chosen of the plane, given your status as a transmigrator. Even if I were to bring a title Douluo from the spirit hall to confront him, with the fortune of the chosen, should I succeed in killing him, would he not merely be reborn? Once he returns, I would lose track of him, and the ultimate outcome would likely revert to the original narrative path. That is indeed a valid point, Xiang Miao conceded. Once the chosen is concealed in the shadows, you cannot escape the preordained narrative. The only path forward is to allow the chosen to navigate the ordinary trajectory, if we can ensure that he avoids any arduous challenges. His combat prowess would merely equate to that of an average spirit master, perhaps slightly superior, but still only a twin martial soul. Precisely. That is the sole method to curtail the growth of the chosen. It appears you are not as inept as I had presumed. The only way to stifle the chosen's development is to adhere to the original storyline, severing any significant growth trajectories while safeguarding a normal developmental path. Should the chosen be unable to flourish, we can lead him towards corruption, towards opposition against humanity, branding him as a traitor. No matter how he identifies as the chosen, he shall never prevail. Then what is it that you seek from me? Xiang Miao inquired. If Qian Rinxue were not the original soul reincarnated, her summons would be comprehensible. However, now that the other party is a reincarnated being, one cannot foresee the implications of this meeting. Surely you have acquired the medicinal herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire? Qian Rinxue asked. Xiang Miao nodded. I've obtained it. Do you wish for those celestial herbs? The next moment, she realized, you wouldn't be trying to seize my celestial herbs, would you? Qian Rinxue chuckled as she gazed at Xiang Miao. You are neither paving the way for Tang San and his companions, nor do you require much for yourself. You lack any backing forces. Yet you still call out to join the spirit hall. Why did you not present these matters to me beforehand? The bear cat is prepared for battle. Indeed. She was not mistaken. Encounters between traversers can sometimes lead to fierce confrontations rather than tearful exchanges. Moreover, the formidable Qian Rinxue before her is a native who has lived 3 lifetimes. Qian Rinxue scoffed at her disdainfully and remarked, If I truly intended to seize your celestial herbs, you would not be standing here conversing with me. Indeed, had she genuinely desired to take the herbs, she would have incapacitated her the moment she entered the prince's estate and seized all the celestial herbs without a word. Do you really believe I have no use for them, or that they are not intended to pave the way for Tang San? The bear cat gazed steadily at Qian Rinxue, her tone unruffled, tinged with jest. Qian Rinxue continued to smile. It's quite simple. During this period, I have scrutinized all information concerning you and investigated the little girl you brought into the Blue Tyrant Academy. She strikingly resembles the one abducted by Nodding Academy. Her martial spirit is quite extraordinary. Initially, it was merely a common blue silver grass with a mere first-level innate soul power. Yet now it has transformed into the blue silver emperor martial spirit with a soul power of level 20. If I am not mistaken, you must have fed her the life seed of Tang San's mother and subsequently led her to the blue silver forest to awaken as the blue silver emperor. Such reckless actions, are they truly intended to facilitate Tang San? Furthermore, with no affiliations and lacking alchemical skills, to whom can you offer all these celestial herbs? In essence, those who dabble in the art of manipulation and discernment often possess tainted hearts. Behind the enigmatic figure of Xiang Miao, does there lie a hidden power? Is there an understanding of the alchemical arts? Qian Rinxue, with a mere glance, discerned the truth, not to mention her status as a reincarnated being. Having traversed through Blue Star, the sophistication of her political acumen far surpasses that of Xiang Miao. Furthermore, in terms of strength, I harbor no doubts about the opponent's ability to overpower me. Nor can I dismiss the possibility of possessing a superior system, a system that is undeniably more advanced than my own. The Empress system? I must cling to this formidable ally. Might there be a portion left for me? Xiang Miao has softened her stance, yet it does not imply a relinquishment of her own interests. What do you think? Unable to resist, Xiang Miao obediently placed the majority of the precious herbs into the wishful treasure bag and handed it over to Qian Rinxue. All right, here you go. Upon receiving the wishful treasure bag, Qian Rinxue did not mind that Xiang Miao retained a few exquisite medicinal herbs. At least the majority of what she desired was indeed included. She then inquired, what is your system plugin? Xiang Miao has once again made an astute deduction. Indeed, Qian Rinxue possesses a system that far surpasses her own. In comparison, Xiang Miao can only humbly confess, My system is unlike others. It merely serves as a tool. Akin to a military-grade phone. It appears that among all protagonists endowed with systems, you stand as the least formidable, though perhaps not entirely inadequate. Most systems are designed for task completion or divine choice scenarios to acquire powerful enhancements, whereas yours serves solely as a supplementary instrument. Qian Rinxue's words carry no hint of disdain. Yet, Xiong Miao remains intensely curious. What about you, Qian Rinxue? What is your system? Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue divulges. My system is the villain's self-rescue system. Such a system exists? Xiong Miao muses, recognizing that she is no stranger to the peculiarities of various systems. Having encountered many oddities, including one that required its host to consume excrement. However, I can't help but think that your villain's self-rescue system seems to hail from the realm of feminine literature, while Douluo is decidedly a male-dominated world. Male-oriented stories often feature transformation narratives. It wouldn't be surprising if you happen to be a shapeshifter. As soon as Qian Rinxue's words fell, they struck Xiong Miao with the force of thunder, leaving her momentarily stunned. Observing the panda's reaction, Qian Rinxue's lovely visage broke into a smile. It seems I was not mistaken. You are indeed a transmigrated shapeshifter. In your previous life, you were a boy. And in this life, you have transformed into a girl. So, how does it feel? Have you grown accustomed to being without your former tools of mischief? Qian Rinxue gazes at Xiong Miao with great interest, knowing that this is a sensitive topic for any boy. Xiong Miao took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and remarked earnestly, of course, I have grown accustomed to it. After all, I have begun anew from a single cell. A decade has passed, and the life I once lived now feels like merely a fleeting dream. Time has the power to wash away all things. Over the years, I have long since adapted to the reality of being a girl, firmly believing that this life is that of a girl. However, this does not imply that I have lost my affection for girls. My inclinations still align with those of a boy attracted to beautiful females. P.S. Now, I must thoughtfully consider how to proceed with my plans. Chapter 82. Xiong Miao is teased. And what about you? With the support of the system, could there be such a phenomenon? I find it hard to believe. Even the angel's influence can disguise the soul bone, and it seems capable of concealing such things. As the mischievous grin spread across Xiong Miao's face, it was evident that Qian Rinxue remained unfazed by her words. Instead, she drew closer to Xiong Miao, teasingly suggesting, shall we give it a try? This nearly sent a shiver of fright through Xiong Miao. Was this truly the divine Qian Rinxue? She was vastly different from what one would expect. The level of her playful provocation surpassed all preconceived notions, leaving Xiong Miao feeling rather submissive. Ahaha, do you feel that? Xiong Miao quipped nervously, genuinely afraid of the formidable Qian Rinxue, whose overwhelming prowess rendered her an unmatched opponent. The formidable nature of a woman in her prime was indeed daunting. Fortunately, Qian Rinxue allowed Xiong Miao ample room to maneuver, sparing her from utter embarrassment. Perhaps Qian Rinxue believed that a robust partnership could be forged between them. Given her reincarnation and return, she might not be able to contend with the child of destiny, Tang-san. Alternatively, it could be due to her peculiar and unconventional aesthetic sensibilities regarding the opposite sex, which, during her past life on Blue Star, might have even included elements of the opposite gender. Initially, in confronting the child of destiny, Tang-san, Qian Rinxue was the sole reincarnated being engaged in a battle against the divine realm and destiny itself. However, the unexpected arrival of Xiong Miao, a traveler not originally part of the narrative, altered her perspective and disrupted numerous subsequent plans. It was conceivable that the emergence of new travelers was not limited to Xiong Miao and her alone. There could be others as well. Qian Rinxue surmised that at least 3 others existed. Among these unknown travelers, one was almost certainly aligned with Tang-san, compelling her to remain vigilant regarding his movements, particularly for any suspicious young girls who might fit the mold of a beloved character. With the introduction of new players into the same narrative, the dynamics of their engagement would undoubtedly grow more intricate. Xiong Miao wholeheartedly agrees with Qian Rinxue's assertion. Even the reincarnated Qian Rinxue has made her appearance, leaving Tang-san, the chosen one of that realm, with no reason not to have additional supporters at his beck and call. Initially, she harbored this notion herself, but now it is utterly impossible, as her mother has already been taken away and harmed by him. With her chin resting on her hand, she sighed. Alas, I had originally planned to return in 3 years to guide them and instill a proper set of values. So where have you been for these 3 years? Qian Rinxue pointedly remarked. During your time at Notting Academy, you could have stayed by Tang-san's side, subtly altering his misguided worldview. Instead, you chose to graduate and, after attending to some matters, vanished for 3 years. The bear and cat explained, isn't it my aim to grow stronger? Moreover, I cannot squander my remarkable talent by lingering beside Tang-san. Qian Rinxue inquired further, do you think you'll have enough time to return to Shrek in 3 years? It should be sufficient. However, regarding this matter, the bear and cat felt uncertain. If they were to return to Shrek Academy in 3 years to train Tang-san and his peers, the potential presence of a time traveler by Tang-san's side would complicate matters. We cannot interfere with the child of the plane, but I believe we can handle other time travelers. None of them are children of the plane. Each possesses their own system advantages, making them relatively easy to confront. Even if we do not deal with them immediately, we can still exert pressure and harassment periodically. Time travelers are not to be feared. under normal circumstances. We would show no mercy if we could eliminate them early. Qian Rinxue's assertion ensured that Tang San would not have any opportunities for extraordinary growth as a Soul Master. Of course, we would not strike now. It would be prudent to wait at least until after the Soul Master competition. Time travelers would certainly have an interest in the competition, and we can deal with them afterward. Furthermore, since they have traversed worlds with great difficulty, they deserve a chance to showcase their abilities. Naturally, the existence of other time travelers remains speculative, even if Tang San does not pose a threat. Potential dangers could arise from those time travelers who wish to establish harems. You don't mean to suggest that I would be eliminated as well? The Baron Cat said. Coming to a realization, she too was a time traveler. Who could guarantee that she would not become a target? Qian Rinxue reached out and affectionately ruffled the Baron Cat's head, saying, as long as you obey, dear sister will not lay a hand on you. Besides, you do not fancy Tang San, who prides himself on being just but is, in fact, a hypocritical villain. I believe we will remain good friends forever. Xiang Miao nodded emphatically, extending 3 fingers. For my sister's obsession, for my sister's fervor, for my sister's reckless abandon. Qian Rinxue chuckled softly twice, saying, there is no need to be so tense. Aside from your cooperation in certain matters, you are free to do as you wish. Without needing further explanation, she understood precisely what was required of her. She would obediently follow her sister's arrangements. How obedient. Having said that, Qian Rinxue playfully flicked Xiong Miao's little nose with her right index finger. This gesture nearly knocked the breath out of her, akin to being struck by lightning once more. Xiang Miao's heart raced wildly, a sensation more embarrassing than her first appearance in the bear costume before the public, her adorable face flushing a deep crimson. She was flustered, utterly unprepared for a girl to flirt with her in such an intimate manner reserved for couples. It was no exaggeration to say that even as someone who once identified as male, she, like the vast majority of ordinary men, would find it impossible to withstand such advances from a goddess. What are you doing? Xiang Miao quickly retreated a few meters away. At your age, still so bashful? Qian Rinxue teased, covering her mouth with a light laugh. It's not merely a matter of shyness. Anyone would struggle to endure it, Xiong Miao replied, distancing herself further. Moreover, this behavior doesn't align with your persona. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. With that, Qian Rinxue returned to her usual demeanor, stating, in any case, just focus on your responsibilities. You've done well in dragging Tang San and his companions into the Royal Academy of Tiando. I will manage that matter. However, whether you can keep Lu Erlong's infatuated mind in check is up to you. I trust you can handle a love-stricken sibling. As for dealing with a lovesick individual, Xiang Miao felt confident in her capabilities, and it was likely that she would manage to seize control of the Lamba Academy. With Lu Erlong pursuing Yu Xiaojiang into the Royal Academy of Tiando. Good. With Qian Rinxue's support, it is certain that Tang San and his group will enter Shrek Academy. Those who traverse alongside Tang San are bound tightly to the narrative of the story, securing their place within the Royal Academy of Tiando. As a representative of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, it is exhilarating to think of confronting one's own country. After all, a prince is no ordinary person. He represents the royal lineage. Moreover, given the customs of the Star Luo royal family, even if Dai Mubai were to emerge victorious, he could never ascend to the throne. At this moment, Xiong Miao was certain that Dai Mubai could at best continue to survive as he is. This is for you. With your intellect, I need not elaborate further. Qian Rinxue produced a simple yet elegant gold medallion from her bosom, which radiated a unique energy flow, its surface engraved with the character for heaven. The princess token. Xiong Miao tucked away the prince's order and remarked, you might as well present me with an angel's order. Qian Rinxue did not decline, responding, certainly. But you shall have to wait for a while. Xiong Miao readily agreed to the angel's request without a moment's hesitation. Harboring no doubts about whether Xiong Miao would retaliate against her, she did not even entertain the notion that such an act would occur. For Xiong Miao was well aware that should she act, Qian Rinxue possessed numerous means to subdue her. Xiong Miao let out a silent sigh within her heart. It seems that the protagonist is destined to be someone else, not her. She hopes to emerge victorious in the end without much effort. Shortly after Bearcat departed from the Crown Prince's residence, the 2 elders, Snake Spear and Spiny Porcupine, responsible for protecting Qian Rinxue, emerged upon her summons. Strangely enough, they hadn't overheard a single word of the conversation between their young mistress and the little girl, an unprecedented occurrence. Had it merely been their young mistress's formidable abilities, it would have been understandable, but what about that other child? Does the young mistress have any instructions for us? Qian Rinxue retrieved 2 immortal herbs suitable for Snake Spear and Spiny Porcupine from her Rui treasure pouch. Elders, these herbs will assist you in surpassing your current limits and reaching higher realms. Take them and absorb their essence. Without the slightest doubt, the 2 elders recognized the immense value of these herbs simply from the word immortal. For a soul master, such treasures were beyond measure. Title Douluo, 9 ranks, 9 realms. Each realm was a world apart, and breaking through was an arduous feat beyond the 95th rank. One's potential was nearly exhausted. Without extraordinary fortune, most would stagnate indefinitely. Frankly, given their innate talents, reaching the 95th rank had already been a challenge. The herbs in their young mistress's hands were their opportunity, a chance to push their limits far beyond what even the rewards of seizing the Heaven-Do Empire could offer. After a moment of stunned silence, Snake Spear and Spiny Porcupine suppressed their rising desire. Young mistress, these herbs are far too precious. You should use them yourself rather than waste them on two old men whose potential has long been exhausted. If not for yourself, then reserve them for the next generation of the Spirit Hall. I understand that true divine-grade herbs should be reserved for the future of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinqiwei replied. But while these are not of that caliber, they are the most suitable for aiding your progress. She knew bestowing divine-grade herbs upon them would be wasteful. These carefully selected ordinary immortal herbs were more than sufficient for their advancement. There is no need for further refusal, elders. In the end, Snake Spear and Spiny Porcupine accepted the invaluable herbs. To better protect their young mistress, they took turns absorbing the herbs, each breaking through a rank. Conservatively, within 6 or 7 years, they would advance yet again. Meanwhile, Bearcat's mood was far from cheerful after leaving the Crown Prince's residence. Most of the immortal and precious herbs had been taken by Qian Rinqiwei. In her eyes, Bearcat, the so-called Bear Haoyan, was nothing more than a little bear cub. The most humiliating part? She had been thoroughly teased by her. Heavens, why is my storyline so different from other protagonists? Can someone please explain this to me? Just then, a group of soul masters, around 13 or 14 years old, passed by. The leading youth scrutinized Bearcat with keen interest, his gaze lingering on her unusual attire. His grin was unmistakably that of a spoiled noble. Compared to those women auctioned off for their awakened martial soul traits, this little girl has a rather unique flavor. I like it. Chapter 83. The Perks of Being Young, Petite, and Powerful. This might have been the most frustrating day since Bearcat's transformation into a girl. First, she had been teased by the reincarnated Qian Rinqiwei. And now she was being cornered by Schwebbing. Fine, I can't take on Qian Rinqiwei yet, but who says I can't beat the crap out of you? Schwebbing? Hello there, adorable little sister, Schwebbing greeted with exaggerated warmth, his tone dripping with the unmistakable intent of luring a child. Bear Meow coldly remarked, Avalanche Prince. If you seek to instigate trouble, I will not hesitate to turn you into a pig's head. Normally, bullying respectable women and tormenting minor noble commoners suffices, but today, your misfortune has brought you before me at a time when my mood is less than amiable. I care not whether you feign ignorance or endure in order to survive. It appeared that Avalanche was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, innocently addressing Bear Meow. A mere child. I didn't realize my little sister was aware of my name and status. There's no need for such a temper. Which noble family in Heaven-Do City do you hail from? I have never encountered you before. Might you share your name with your elder brother? I shall reward you with a lollipop. His companions chimed in eagerly. Indeed, I happen to have a lollipop right here to share with you. Could you kindly tell your elder brother your name? Bear Meow, though exasperated by these noble descendants with a penchant for youthful charm, managed to maintain her composure, after all. Avalanche was a prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, and striking him in public would be ill-advised. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. I advise you not to provoke my displeasure, for I shall not concern myself with which royal lineage you belong. To her surprise, Avalanche and his entourage seemed to find amusement in her words. It appears our little sister is a spirit master. She must be a remarkably talented one at that. Would you consider attending the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? All noble children are welcome to study here from a young age, and every day. Delightful lollipops await you. Xiong Miao continued to endure. I do not wish to partake in lollipops. I merely long to return home. I implore you to make way. Why not allow the elder brothers to escort you home? They are all esteemed soul masters of the second ring and can ensure your safe passage, they suggested. Evidently, Xiong Miao found it challenging to extricate himself from the clutches of Avalanche and his companions. Otherwise, it would not align with the frivolous demeanor that Avalanche was currently portraying. It appeared that a confrontation was unavoidable, so he decided to take action. With a single-handed push, he sent Avalanche sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground in agony, starkly highlighting the disparity in their strengths. With this, you still dare to claim you can protect me? Perhaps you should practice for a few more years before attempting to escort me home. These noble scions, particularly Avalanche, who wielded the title of Fourth Prince, were accustomed to their unchecked dominance over others. Today, they had taken it upon themselves to harass a minor noble, which should have been a trivial matter. However, they were instead met with dismissal and disdain, inciting the ire of these pampered youths. How dare you injure Prince Avalanche? Do you comprehend the significance of his title compared to your own? You are but an inconspicuous minor noble, and yet you have the audacity to harm Prince Avalanche. It appears your family's noble standing is no longer of concern to you. Xiong Miao coldly snorted. What of the Avalanche Prince? It is he whom I have struck. You dare to offend the royal family? In the city of Tiando, there shall be no refuge for you. The group of young aristocrats could hardly believe the audacity of this little girl, so brazen as to utter words that insulted royalty. They immediately reprimanded her harshly. Yet, Xiong Miao remained unfazed, boldly retorting, do you believe I would not take you all down with me? The Avalanche Prince, having risen from the ground, felt the humiliation of being toppled by a mere child. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, what are you all hesitating for? Attack her at once. The companions surrounding the Avalanche Prince were nothing more than sycophants, lacking true skill, yet they excelled in overwhelming a single soul master with sheer numbers. 2 golden soul rings. Along with their martial spirits erupted forth from them, no longer viewing Xiong Miao as a mere child in their minds. The concept of the weak triumphing over the strong was non-existent. The bearcat moved with remarkable swiftness, seizing one of them and hurling him toward another, resulting in a collision that left them both incapacitated, foaming at the mouth. They never anticipated that this petite girl possessed such formidable prowess. Disregarding the martial code and denying them the opportunity to employ their soul skills, she swiftly turned, executing the same maneuver, yielding the same outcome. As yet another pair found themselves thrown together, similarly incapacitated. Those with a modicum of sense attempted to distance themselves but could not escape the fate of being struck. In their frantic attempts to unleash their soul skills, just as they prepared to direct their powers toward the bearcat, their eyes were met with a terrifying sight, a soul beast with blood-red eyes, causing their intended attack to fizzle out. They plopped onto the ground, thoroughly frightened by the scene before them. You incompetent fools, unable to best a mere girl. Avalanche seethed, exasperated that so many of them could not overcome a single child. After finally managing to release their soul skill, they were dismayed to find themselves paralyzed in fear before they could even strike. Now, let me show you how it's done. Avalanche unleashed his martial soul skill against the bearcat with all his might. What the bearcat could never have anticipated was that Avalanche's fist was aimed squarely at her face. What are you doing? The meager force of his strike hardly registered to the bearcat. Seeing this, Avalanche broke into a cold sweat. Realizing the caliber of the opponent he faced, a sentiment echoed by the others. They were not so much afraid of her evident strength as they were of the implications it carried. After all, she was but a child. Effortlessly dispatching them without the use of soul skills, and with her seemingly fragile visage, she had withstood Avalanche's punch without a hint of discomfort. This could only signify a profound backing. She was certainly no ordinary noble soul master. Trouble, 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 they muttered, sensing they had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. One embodying the fabled trope of the protagonist who plays the fool to ensnare the unsuspecting. The girl feigned innocence while they were destined to be the prey. You. Avalanche realized the gravity of his predicament. With no reinforcements in sight, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "Since I have struck you, let this matter be settled. I shall forgive you." Though his words attempted to convey a sense of noble authority, internally he was in a state of utter panic. Let us go. Having completed his charade, Avalanche turned to flee. Xiong Miao would not grant him such an opportunity. She delivered a forceful kick to the posterior of Avalanche. Offending the master and still thinking of fleeing, Avalanche, struck upon the rear, tumbled into the mud, experiencing a humiliation of unprecedented magnitude. He vowed fiercely, "You scoundrel! I shall surely kill you. To kill me without even discerning my identity? It seems your days as a reckless prince are numbered." Avalanche, sensing the gravity of the situation from the earnestness in her tone, hastily retreated a few steps. "You dare! Someone stop her!" In the blink of an eye, he noticed his companion sprawled on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. As she approached, Xiong Miao continued to retreat. "Please, do not come any closer. You asked me not to advance. Yet I shall do so all the more." This scene resembled that of a frail maiden cornered by a bully, poised to be tormented. Ha ha. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Boldness. With a booming command, a gunshot echoed, piercing the air. The bearcat cautiously retreated 3 steps, calculating precisely where the long spear would land, ensuring it would not harm her. Upon raising her eyes, she noticed a patrol of soldiers hastening towards her. Dozens of them quickly surrounded her, their spears aimed menacingly in her direction. The captain of the patrol exclaimed, "Bold rogue, how dare you attempt to harm Prince Avalanche?" Seeing the patrol finally arrive, Avalanche sprang to his feet, one hand resting behind him while the other pointed accusingly at the bearcat, regaining his flamboyant demeanor. "Impressive. Keep it up. Let us see how bold you really are. You dared to kick my royal backside. Seize her at once. I shall return the favor." Although the patrol captain was taken aback by the prince's remarkably foolish command, he complied, further diminishing the prince's stature with such a ludicrous order. He instructed his men. Apprehend her. Both the patrol captain and the bearcat were astonished. What on earth was Avalanche thinking? Such a damaging notion he dared to voice was somewhat admirable. For otherwise, he might not find himself laughing in the end, successfully inheriting the throne. Of course, the bearcat had no intention of cooperating. "Prince Avalanche, captain of the patrol, this matter is but a trivial scuffle. I do not wish for it to escalate. Surely, you understand my meaning." Avalanche scoffed. "Are you afraid?" The patrol captain promptly gestured for a halt, sensing the gravity of the situation. Such an air was not typical of a mere girl. It was evident that this matter would not be easily resolved, and having weathered many storms, he knew that a mishandling could elevate the situation to severe consequences. With himself being the first to suffer, Avalanche, too, reacted swiftly. He feigned madness to survive, yet he was not truly foolish. Should the matter escalate to serious repercussions, harming her would spell his doom, leaving him with no future prospects. Furthermore, to momentarily endure this situation would conveniently allow him to cultivate a new image as one who bullied the weak while shying away from the strong. Still, he proclaimed with arrogance, "Are you frightened? I, the prince, am magnanimous. Let us consider this matter resolved." The bearcat knew when to withdraw. Avalanche approached his group of companions and, in a fit of frustration, kicked each of them forcefully. "Stop pretending, you all. It is utterly humiliating to be knocked unconscious by a mere girl. It brings disgrace upon our noble lineage. The entourage ceased their charade, gradually rising from the ground while inwardly grumbling. Aren't you the one who was kicked like a dog? Let us go, they declared, turning away. Their eyes still reflecting intense animosity, a palpable thirst for vengeance lingering in the air. Occasionally, they would rub their sore backsides, revealing the severity of the kick delivered by the bear cat. Had it been a tad more forceful, it might have expelled even more than pride. Remarkably, Prince Avalanche refrained from pursuing the matter of his humiliation, allowing the patrol captain to assemble the troops and continue their watch. The situation concerning Avalanche would be addressed by others, leaving no need for their concern. Thus, this minor and unnecessary conflict came to an end. One cannot help but acknowledge that youthful vigor and strength command respect, as most believe one possesses formidable backing. Currently, the only exception to this perception was the new acquaintance, Qian Rinxue. The mere thought of Qian Rinxue conjured memories of being thoroughly suppressed by her presence, akin to the legendary concept of bloodline suppression. With a resigned shake of her head, Xiang Miao let out a deep sigh. It seemed that Qian Rinxue was indeed her one and only boss. The path to conquer her would be long and arduous. Chapter 84. Do you wish to play the lowly cultivation game? Upon returning to Lamba Academy, the first order of business was to seek out Hua Xiaoduo, for aside from her, there was hardly anything that could pique Xiang Miao's interest. Hua Xiaoduo was cultivating in the simulated environment within the forest behind the Academy's teaching building. Soul Masters possess a heightened sensitivity to energies that closely resemble their own attributes. As Hua Xiao was martial soul, the blue silver grass is a plant-based martial soul and the emperor among them, her sensitivity to the surrounding natural world would naturally increase. Moreover, with the guidance of a senior plant-type soul master by her side, her progress was remarkably swift. In just 50 days, her soul power had ascended by 1 level. The bear cat sat nearby, patiently waiting without disturbing her. The fresh air of the forest instilled a sense of tranquility, allowing the bear cat to forget the earlier displeasures. Time seemed to slip away, and before long, Hua Xiaoduo concluded her training in this simulated environment. After discussing some challenges faced during her practice with her one-on-one instructor, it was only then that the teacher noticed her presence. She had returned. Her pupils constricted almost instantaneously. Sister, ignoring the fact that the teacher was still present, she leaped into the bear cat's embrace. In this unfamiliar place, devoid of peers to play with, the bear cat had become her closest companion. Having been left alone for so long, the bear cat's return naturally called for its warm embrace. Sister, didn't you say you would be gone for half a year? How is it that you have returned so soon? Xiang Miao gently patted her little head and said, the task has been accomplished, so I returned ahead of schedule. Will you still leave? Hua Xiaoduo expressed her concern regarding this question. Xiang Miao consoled, even if you go out, it's merely for a few days. Rest assured. Hua Xiaoduo nodded solemnly, feeling much more at ease. With the matters concerning Douluo resolved, it was unlikely that she would encounter any pressing issues over the next 3 years. The most probable occurrences would involve minor grievances between Douluo and the Spirit Hall, for which she might be called upon to mediate. It would not be until 3 years later that plans concerning Tang San and his companions from Shrek Academy would be set in motion, at which point she would leave Blue Tyrant Academy. Has anyone been bothering you during this time? Xiang Miao inquired. Presently, Hua Xiaoduo's beauty radiated like that of a living angel, undoubtedly attracting many admirers within the academy. With such enchanting looks, one could only imagine how striking she would be as she matured. Adhering to the belief that a partner should be nurtured from a young age, it was certain that many suitors would be eager to approach Hua Xiaoduo. Now that she had returned, who would dare to make a move on her? The precious gem she had cultivated? Hua Xiaoduo sighed. There is an older brother who keeps giving me gifts. I wanted to refuse, but he insists on shoving them into my hands. Who? Although she had anticipated this, Xiang Miao was still irked. Who dares to approach my cherished little cabbage in my absence? Step forward, and I shall ensure your third leg is broken. I believe his name is Tai Long. Hua Xiaoduo replied. Tai Long? So it really is him. In the original story, he had an interest in Xiaowu, and in her narrative, he is drawn to her little cabbage, Hua Xiaoduo. Upon reflection, it seems that in the Douluo series, the protagonist partners are often cultivated from childhood. What a bold fellow. Even the supporting characters aspire to do the same, to lay a hand on my little cabbage. It appears the entire lineage of the Li family will be in for a beating. Do not worry, I shall deal with him swiftly. Even the strictest of teachers could not deter these individuals from their fervent adoration of nurturing relationships, igniting the flames of passion within their hearts. Xiaoduo, I have arrived. Just as the saying goes, where there is mention of the devil, there he appears. Tai Long approached Hua Xiaoduo, laden with countless snacks, accompanied by 3 companions who appeared to be around 19 or 20 years of age. It was perplexing how this foolish gorilla did not suspect that Hua Xiaoduo had powerful forces backing her, or perhaps she had naively revealed that she had no such influence, emboldening Tai Long to come forth and cultivate a favorable impression. Xiaoduo, is this your sister? She is just as beautiful as you, Tai Long said with a charming grin. Hua Xiaoduo nodded politely. Senior Tai Long, this is my sister. Greetings, Junior. I am Tai Long, the chief of Blue Tyrant Academy, he greeted enthusiastically. Delighted that the academy now had another potential goddess to choose from. In comparison to Hua Xiaoduo, Xiong Miao's looks were slightly lacking. Xiong Miao retorted, Tyrone, I hope you will maintain your distance from me from now on. We are not of the same world. After uttering these words, Xiong Miao felt an uncanny familiarity with the phrase, recalling how it often serves as a catalyst for the growth of a lackluster protagonist. Tyrone, bewildered, failed to grasp the meaning behind her words. Junior, what are you saying? How can we not be of the same world when we coexist in this very realm? The bear cat was amused by his response. No wonder he was so thoroughly overshadowed by his grandfather, Titan. She began to understand why Talon, a child of nobility, had come to study at Blue Baron Academy. Clearly, there was a string missing in his mind. It was impossible for Hua Xiaoduo to become his wife. If he fancied indulging in some sort of lowly nurturing fantasy, he might as well return home, wash up, and sleep, perhaps with an extra pillow. He might dream of it. This time, Talon grasped the situation. Hua Xiaoduo's sister recognized his intentions and forbade him from pursuing her any further. Naturally, he could not admit to such thoughts. How could I? I have no such intentions. I merely noticed that Hua Xiaoduo has few friends at the academy. And as the chief, it is only natural for me to show concern for her. But was that truly the case? The bear cat was skeptical, having experienced life. She knew well that love does not arise without reason. It often harbors ulterior motives. Of course, caring for my classmates is a responsibility that befits my position as chief. Talon declared earnestly, thumping his robust chest. Talon's underling chimed in, Indeed, our chief Talon is solely concerned for the well-being of classmate Hua Xiaoduo. Stepping out from behind the bear cat, Hua Xiaoduo interjected on her own behalf. Thank you, senior students, for your concern and care. But I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such behavior, as I do not favor it. With a soft puff, the bear cat exclaimed. Has he been given the friend card? Upon hearing this, a hint of sorrow crossed Tyrone's face. He had never been rejected in such a manner before. Feeling disheartened, he stepped forward and asked, Why, Xiaoduo? Have I not treated you well enough? In a flurry, Hua Xiaoduo hid behind the bear cat, exclaiming, No. It's just that your kindness overwhelms me, and it frightens me a little. Observing Tyrone's intent to approach further, the diminutive bear cat stood firmly, its small stature contrasting sharply with Tyrone and his companion's imposing physiques. Do you hear me? If you dare to disturb my sister again and instill fear in her, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson that will have you calling for your father. The bear cat is eager to witness the aftermath of a thorough beating inflicted upon Talon, pondering whether his father would intervene, and if so, whether his grandfather would also appear. Chapter 85, The Ink Jade Blue Silver Spear. Observing that Talon still wished to entangle matters, the bear cat opted for a more direct approach. With a resounding thud, Talon was struck by the bear cat's fist, his face contorting in a comical display of agony as he was propelled away, crashing into a tree several meters distant, leaves cascading around him. Lying on the ground, he foamed at the mouth, tears streaming down his face, utterly powerless. Witnessing Talon's pitiable state after such a blow, one could not help but marvel at the sister's formidable prowess, albeit with a tinge of concern for Talon's well-being. Xiong Miao calmly reassured, Do not worry. He shall be fine. A few days of rest will suffice. She had expertly controlled her strength, and the system indicated the precise amount of force required to render someone unconscious without compromising his foundation. Not knocking him out directly would allow for his tenacious spirit to rise again, thereby enabling her to continue her performance. Turning to the other three, she instructed, You three, carry him back to the Li clan. The trio exchanged few words, hoisting Tailong back to his kin. The encroaching menace posed by the Li clan was inevitable. They bore no qualms about acting now. There was an eager anticipation to see whether the Li clan would lower themselves to confront a mere girl. Should they indeed come forth, the ensuing events would be quite amusing. Will he truly be fine? Hua Xiaoduo remained somewhat anxious. He will be, rest assured. Despite recognizing that her concern stemmed from Hua Xiaoduo's kind nature, Xiong Miao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It was primarily related to martial spirits, which could profoundly influence an individual's character. The Blue-Silver Emperor, when manifested in a girl, often resulted in a disposition marked by gentleness and kindness. This, however, could be detrimental. Upon my return, I have also brought you a gift. What kind of gift? Xiong Miao retrieved the celestial artifact, the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo, from the system's space. Hua Xiaoduo gazed at the bamboo in her sister's hand, her expression one of confusion. Unable to comprehend why her sister would bestow upon her such an unusual gift, Xiong Miao introduced, This is no ordinary bamboo. It is known as the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo, perfectly aligned with you. By absorbing it, the strength of your Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul will be significantly enhanced, adding a robust aspect to its inherent flexibility. Every Blue-Silver Emperor can transform into the Ink Jade Blue-Silver Spear, wielding unparalleled power. This will greatly augment the combat prowess of your martial soul. Huh? Hua Xiaoduo's bewildered expression elicited a chuckle from Xiong Miao, who affectionately ruffled her hair. In essence, it means your martial soul will become even stronger. Moreover, it will instill a measure of fortitude in your character. Being excessively gentle and kind may not serve you well. Thank you, sister. Hua Xiaoduo accepted the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo, quickly finding herself in a quandary about how to absorb it, gazing at Xiong Miao in confusion. The Inkjade Divine Bamboo differs from other celestial artifacts. It cannot simply be ingested like the others. Such a method would be quite taxing. You are a plant-type soul master. And since the Inkjade Divine Bamboo is also a plant, you surely understand how to absorb it without my guidance. Plant-type soul masters possess a natural affinity for flora, making the absorption of celestial herbs an exceedingly straightforward task. In an instant, Duo comprehended her course of action. She settled onto the ground, placing the Inkjade Divine Bamboo before her, surrounded by flourishing blue-silver grass. Gradually, the medicinal essence of the bamboo was drawn towards her through the air, enveloped in a serene glow. Observing Duo engage in the absorption of the celestial artifact, Xiong Miao realized that she must not be disturbed. Summoning the long-hidden Afu to patrol the vicinity, she decreed that no one should approach. Those who dared would be subdued without mercy. Time passed, ticking away with each fleeting moment. Before long, night had fallen, and the pace at which a plant-type soul master absorbed celestial artifacts was exceptional. Within the forest, a blue-silver radiance enveloped by a verdant glow emerged. Soon, the light was drawn back into Duo's body, signaling the completion of her absorption of the Inkjade Divine Bamboo. As foretold, the inherent flexibility of the blue-silver emperor was now complemented by a newfound strength. Every blue-silver emperor could transform into the Inkjade blue-silver spear, wielding unmatched power and significantly enhancing the martial soul's combat capabilities. This signified that her martial soul had adopted an additional form. However, this form would not grant any soul skills, merely transforming into the Inkjade blue-silver spear based on the original blue-silver emperor. In essence, it represented a formidable attack-type martial soul master devoid of soul skills. Yet its impact on the control attributes of the original blue-silver emperor's soul skills would be profoundly different. Xiong Miao produced the soul guide lantern, and under the influence of her soul power, a radiant illumination enveloped a 10-meter radius, resembling broad daylight. She inquired, "How does it feel?" Duo, filled with joy, responded, "Sister, my martial soul has grown stronger. The blue-silver emperor has not only retained its original flexibility but has also acquired a newfound resilience, making it significantly more difficult to destroy." Xiong Miao nodded in agreement, saying, yes, I understand. There's no need to repeat it like a parrot. It's rather redundant and wordy." "Huh? What is a parrot?" Duo questioned, perplexed by the latter part of the statement. Xiong Miao paused for a moment and said, "It's nothing. You'll encounter this in the future. For now, it's still too profound for you. Well then, let me see your Inkjade blue-silver spear, which has transformed from the blue-silver emperor. I wonder if it truly possesses unparalleled power." Duo summoned her blue-silver emperor spirit, which, under her guidance, morphed into an Inkjade blue-silver spear. Were it not for her ability to also manifest the blue-silver grass spirit, Xiong Miao might have thought that the once splendid plant-type blue-silver grass had transformed into a genuine weapon spirit. The transition from a control type to a powerful attack type bore striking resemblance to the transformation of her own spirit from a beast type to a weapon spirit. "Can you wield it?" "No, I cannot." "That makes sense. After all, it's not the soul skill of the blue-silver overlord spear, but rather a direct transformation from the blue-silver emperor into the Inkjade blue-silver spear. Perhaps one could even develop a unique soul skill from it." Xiong Miao contemplated that Tang San's fifth soul skill, the blue-silver overlord spear, possesses formidable single-target attack power. One could certainly explore this aspect, while blue-silver emperor continues to serve as a means of control. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to practice diligently. Duo was exhilarated at the prospect of mastering the techniques of this Inkjade blue-silver spear. However, this would require you to invest additional time in honing your spear skills, Xiong Miao remarked. "It matters not. I firmly believe in my capabilities." Observing Duo's gradual confidence, it was evident that after absorbing the Inkjade Divine Bamboo, she had developed a more resilient facet to her character. "Very well, during this period, I shall accompany you in practicing spear techniques." "Sister, do you also possess spear skills?" "But your martial soul is that bear-themed outfit, is it not?" "I do not. But there are those who do." "Who might that be?" "I recall there seems to be no instructor with a spear martial soul at our school." "We do not require a soul master with a spear martial soul. We can still master the techniques ourselves." The gaze of Xiong Miao fell upon the direction of Fu, a martial arts master proficient in both fist and foot techniques. And it would not be an exaggeration to say he is equally adept in the 18 weapons. If one has mastered the art of hand-to-hand combat, it stands to reason that one would also excel in weaponry. What intriguing techniques might you unveil under your weapons guidance? I find myself rather eager to discover. Chapter 86. The self-invented soul technique manifested through external objects the following day, aside from her regular studies and daily cultivation. Duo added the practice of marksmanship to her regimen. Every moment of her day was meticulously arranged by Xiong Miao, and the academy instructors raised no objections, after all. The newly assigned timetable was evidently more sensible than their previous one. However, a question did arise concerning her marksmanship training. "Isn't your sister of the control type? Wouldn't sending her to learn marksmanship hinder her development?" Xiong Miao conveyed to them that her situation was unique. Her martial soul manifested in an extraordinary manner, transforming into a spear. Although it primarily focused on control, she aspired for a strong assault aspect to be her secondary attribute. A spear? Is it a twin martial soul? They inquired. No, fundamentally, the spear is still akin to blue silver grass. Mastering the spear is intended to amplify her combat prowess manifold. It was indeed a peculiar botanical martial soul, one they had never encountered before. But does learning to wield the spear truly not hinder her cultivation? They pressed. Not at all, she assured them. As I mentioned, the spear she wields is essentially an extension of blue silver grass, transformed from it. It will not impede her in any way. I have arranged the training schedule quite judiciously. What bears mentioning is that, even considering the current training methods of Duo, her soul power has shown no signs of stagnation, coupled with the enhancement provided by the Muyu Shinju. Her soul power is sufficiently elevated for the next 3 years of cultivation. This allows her to momentarily pause her specialized training in marksmanship. Once a soul master reaches a bottleneck in soul power, they can continue their development without the immediate need to hunt for soul rings. After honing her marksmanship, she can then engage in a dual cultivation mode of control and aggressive techniques. Afu interjected, stating that each individual's circumstances vary. Some prodigies may lack dual martial souls. Yet they are exceptionally suited to pursue 2 distinct paths as soul masters, much like Duo. This notion was new to me, and I noticed the teachers exchanging puzzled glances. There is no need for your concern. I shall handle the training in marksmanship while you continue to instruct her in control techniques. The essence of marksmanship is divided into 6 components, the internal 3 harmonies and the external 3 harmonies. The internal 3 harmonies encompass the heart, chi, and courage, while the external 3 harmonies pertain to hands, feet, and vision. The eyes and heart must align, chi must converge with strength, and techniques must synchronize with movement. Afu, living up to the expectations set by Xiang Miao, demonstrated exceptional prowess not only in hand-to-hand combat but also in wielding various weapons, including firearms. This is the Great Windmill. This is the Meteor Mooncut. This is the Blooming Pear Tree. This is the Autumn Wind sweeping the fallen leaves. This is the Electric Dragon Drill. This is the Strong Dragon suppressing the local serpent. This is the Gun startling like a dragon. This is the Flying Dragon soaring in the sky. After witnessing several formidable techniques, Duo was left dazzled. However, these were merely standard techniques. To truly excel, one must first master the fundamental skills of marksmanship. Afu elaborated that the foundation of gunplay comprises 6 essential techniques: collapse, draw, press, cover, lift, and thrust. It is worth noting that the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul is fundamentally a control-type soul, while the Muyu Blue-Silver gun represents a unique manifestation derived from it. Unlike those who possess innate spear martial souls and naturally excel in wielding them, Duo's talent in the spear is evident. After less than half an hour of practice, she exhibited commendable skill. Could it be that those whose martial souls have evolved can attain a degree of proficiency? In the original narrative, Oscar's 6th soul skill, Mirror Intestine, replicated Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor. While Tang San comprehended this phenomenon, it was remarkable that Oscar, who had never wielded a spear, could utilize the Blue-Silver Overlord spear. This might suggest that regardless of the martial soul, the soul skills that arise from it impart some foundational proficiency in its alternative forms. Xiang Miao inquired, by the way, Duo, can your ink jade blue-silver spear be utilized by a second person? Duo had no secrets from her, certainly. That's splendid. The soul abilities rely on one's own martial soul for manifestation, and self-created soul abilities are also derived from one's martial soul. However, a question arises, is it possible to utilize soul abilities that are not associated with one's own martial soul? According to Tang San, the soul power cultivated through the Xiantian skill corresponds to the soul power in this Douluo world, with the heart being akin to soul power, allowing for the development of soul abilities beyond one's own martial soul. It could even be said that most soul abilities can be developed, with the exception of certain unique soul abilities, such as those that summon spirit beasts to fight on one's behalf. I believe I can also create soul abilities from the external world, apart from my own martial soul. Sister, can soul abilities be executed with other weapons? Duo found it difficult to comprehend. Could a weapon enable the use of soul abilities not tied to one's martial soul? Xiong Miao responded. Didn't Tiafu just demonstrate that for you, and he possesses no martial soul? In the realm of martial arts, there are individuals who, having never learned the sword scriptures or internal skills, achieve unparalleled swordsmanship merely by playing with a white ape. Is teacher Afu truly that formidable? Duo gazed at Afu, her eyes filled with admiration. A person without a martial soul can be so powerful, if one were to insist. His martial soul is himself. This is no mere rhetoric, within the traditional cultivation systems of immortal heroes. Afu belongs to the category of those who achieve sanctity through their physical form. In the context of Douluo, asserting that his martial soul is himself is hardly an exaggeration. Can the martial soul also be oneself? Duo, filled with curiosity, pondered the notion of having martial souls that are parts of one's own body. Xiong Miao nodded and continued. This leads us to the classification of martial souls. You should be aware that martial souls are divided into 2 major categories, weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Duo raised her hand to add, those whose martial souls are based on tools are classified as weapon martial souls, while those whose martial souls are derived from animals are considered beast martial souls. Relatively speaking, the scope of weapon martial souls is broader. The majority of individuals possess weapon martial souls, and the proportion of weapon martial souls that cannot be cultivated is significantly greater than that of beast martial souls. Xiong Miao gently caressed her head and remarked, in addition to these two primary categories, there exist other types of martial souls, such as those manifesting from specific body parts, be it the hands, feet, eyes, or even the entirety of one's being. These individuals possess martial souls that originate from a particular part of their body, thus categorizing their martial souls as intrinsic martial souls. How astonishing it is that martial souls can be so remarkable. Hua Xiaoduo gazed at Xiong Miao with admiration in her eyes. With a serene expression, Xiong Miao continued to impart knowledge about soul beasts, beyond the intrinsic soul beasts. There exist elemental soul beasts, such as those embodying gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and ice. The divine soul beasts require no extensive introduction. Among them are the six-winged angel soul beast, a legacy passed down through generations within the Spirit Hall, and the Poseidon soul beast from the distant sea god island. Both are classified as divine soul beasts. After absorbing such wondrous knowledge about soul beasts, Hua Xiaoduo felt an even greater yearning for this enchanting and fantastical world. Yet, she pondered, why had she never encountered them? Having arrived at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, she inquired about intrinsic and elemental soul beasts. That's an excellent question. Hua Xiaoduo, Xiong Miao replied, sharing her insights. The reason they are seldom seen in advanced academies is that many intrinsic soul beast possessors are mistakenly believed to lack a soul beast, resulting in a scarcity of intrinsic soul masters across the continent. Elemental soul beasts, being exceedingly rare, are even harder to find. The ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall is a prime example. Alright, Xiaoduo, that concludes our lesson on soul beasts for now. Let's continue practicing your marksmanship with a fu. After today's class, I shall impart to you the remaining knowledge, some of which even the teacher is unaware. It is worth mentioning that there exists a particularly extraordinary type of soul beast, one that possesses an almost lifelike essence, the pig demon beast belonging to Yu Xiaojiang, which Hua Xiaoduo likely knows nothing about. Having made her decision, Xiong Miao immersed herself in the marksmanship practice. She was now capable of creating a unique soul skill based on her external weapon. Using the blue-silver tyrant spear as a template, she devised a corresponding soul skill. With a simple charge, she controlled the spear, locked onto a target, and unleashed it, causing it to pierce deeply into a large tree with a thunderous impact. This demonstrated the immense destructive power of even the simplest soul skill. Further exploration and research would reveal that the potency of self-created soul skills from external weapons could rival those derived from soul beast soul rings. Witnessing Xiong Miao swiftly create a soul skill with her spear, Hua Xiaoduo became increasingly convinced of her sister's assertions regarding self-created soul skills from external weapons and diligently practiced the techniques of the MOU blue-silver spear. Xiong Miao eagerly cast a glance at Hua Xiaoduo, confident that she would master her skills without concern. Once perfected, it would signify an additional career path for her. The combination of control and offensive abilities would undoubtedly astonish many, and the next continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition would surely showcase this phenomenon. How could a soul master, known for control, also be an offensive powerhouse? It seemed utterly preposterous. The mere thought was exhilarating, especially when considering the impact of her self-created soul skill, reliant on external objects, which would send shockwaves throughout the soul master community. The anticipated upheaval in the soul master realm was precisely the effect Xiong Miao desired. The ability to utilize external objects to manifest soul skills would, to some extent, alter the continent's landscape, providing a boon for support-type soul masters. Their greatest shortcoming was the lack of combat prowess. This method would merely offer an additional means of survival. After all, the most significant flaw of support-type soul masters lies in their inadequate self-defense capabilities. On the battlefield, no matter how potent their support abilities, if they fall, their efforts become futile. Should support-type soul masters possess a certain level of combat strength, the implications would be profound. For her first self-created soul skill, Xiong Miao had already decided on a name, Qian Kuan Yi, which signifies a concentrated strike. In her view, this skill was remarkably straightforward. Learning it was not challenging. Once taught to Hua Xiaoduo, she quickly grasped it, perhaps due to the unique traits derived from her martial soul. Hua Xiaoduo found it easier to master, even surpassing Xiong Miao, the original creator, in some aspects. However, in terms of destructive power, Hua Xiaoduo could not match her. Moreover, the Xiong set could be enhanced and imbued with ice and fire attributes. The training would continue. Chapter 87. The skillful performer from another world. Was this the ice and fire duality eye? Indeed, the experience of witnessing it firsthand was far more breathtaking than mere descriptions could convey. Within the ice and fire duality eye, a youthful boy, appearing around 12 or 13, emerged, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. He donned a streamlined blue outfit. His appearance was not exceptionally handsome, yet it certainly exceeded the average threshold. He removed a gas mask from his head, his body involuntarily shaken by the splendor of the ice and fire duality eye. Clapping his hands together, he chuckled. The system's items are splendid. Or is it that the power levels in this world, akin to Tang San's ranking, are merely at a lowly level? Ha ha ha, how amusing. This place shall belong to me from now on. After all, it is a treasure of another world, and I won't simply relinquish it to that fellow Tang San. Nevertheless, I must first deal with the troublesome Douluo. If I do not resolve this issue, I may not even know how I meet my demise. As he prepared to gather the celestial herbs within the ice and fire duality eye, a profound voice resounded from the gorge above. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my medicinal field? Soon after, the boy beheld Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, renowned for being the weakest among the titled Douluos. As he descended from the valley with an air of arrogance, with each step he took, a soul ring materialized beneath him. The fluctuations of his soul power intensified with each ring, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon the boy below. Though the boy's soul power was only in the 30s, he initially managed to endure. However, upon the arrival of the 5th soul ring, he could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground, immobilized. In a state of panic, the boy thought, this is not how the script should unfold, even if I am trespassing. Does Douluo need to exert such formidable pressure on a mere child? Ultimately, he found himself plummeting from the sky, landing before the boy, allowing this ignorant ant to learn what it meant to be beneath the title of Douluo. Upon witnessing the boy's ludicrous weakness, Douluo finally eased the nearly suffocating pressure, allowing the boy to escape the brink of death. Yet, he remained sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Your soul power is merely that of a soul master. And you managed to survive my poison? Intriguing. Is it thanks to this item? Douluo picked up the gas mask from the ground. Bewildered by how the boy managed to do so, he held unwavering confidence in his toxins, believing no one could evade them. The boy, struggling to lift his limp arm, could scarcely utter a word. Douluo eventually fed him a recovery pill, and after a considerable time, the boy barely regained his composure. Douluo directly inquired, Boy, tell me how you managed to navigate through my poisonous miasma with that item. The boy, unfazed, replied, This is a gas mask, capable of effectively isolating external toxins. Your poison is nothing to fear. Even your green phosphor poison mist is trivial beneath this mask. Douluo chuckled sinisterly. Boy, are you not afraid of death? How dare you question my poison? Do you not know that even other titled Douluos shudder at the mention of my toxins? You claim this item can shield you from my green phosphor serpent emperor poison mist? Do you take me for a child? The boy scoffed dismissively and began reenacting the scene between Tang San and Douluo. Your poison is nothing but trash. What did you say? Douluo's eyes gleamed with a fierce green light. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed an overwhelming force that sent the boy crashing against the wall. The intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. Boy, watch closely. Douluo demonstrated as the gas mask in his hand began to corrode under his poison. Is this all you have? Boy, daring to boast before me, you must not comprehend the potency of my poison. I could bring devastation to all within 1,000 meters in an instant. To kill you, I need not even lift a finger. I could simply allow you to succumb to my poison. No one in this world possesses greater strength in poison than I do. How dare you doubt my toxins? Seeing Douluo adhere to the storyline, the boy struggled to rise, enduring the searing pain to straighten his posture. I may have spoken boastfully. Yet your poison is indeed formidable, but it remains trash. Poison is meant to afflict enemies, yet you have already succumbed to your own toxins. Does that not render your poison trash? Douluo laughed. What a joke. My poison can never harm me. I have always poisoned others and never been poisoned myself. Is that truly the case? The boy retorted, mimicking Tang San's disdainful tone. Let me ask you this, before it rains. Do you not feel an itch in your sides that intensifies? Each occurrence aligns with noon and midnight, persisting for over an hour in your current condition. Additionally, during the dead of night, around the 3rd watch, do you not experience stabbing pains in your head and chest, with your entire body convulsing for at least half an hour? The torment is indescribable. Would such symptoms arise were you not poisoned? You are not only poisoned. The toxins have infiltrated your very marrow. I am merely curious as to why you have not yet perished. For the poison you bear cannot be suppressed by mere soul power. You, how do you know this? Douluo could no longer contain his astonishment and instinctively voiced his thoughts. Soon after, he realized that these words sounded familiar. They were uttered by a little girl named Xiong Miao. How could this young man know of them? The boy continued with Tang San's script. Your abominable poison skills are utterly worthless. Not only do you fail to transform yourself into something human or ghostly, but you also leave a legacy of misery for future generations. What else could you be, if not garbage? They say that living to 70 is exceptionally rare. Yet your granddaughter, the exquisite Douluo Yin, will likely not endure as long as you, nor possesses your fortitude to withstand the escalating torment. Her affliction will manifest with greater severity, for she has been steeped in this venom since her very conception. What did you say? Douluo's demeanor shifted dramatically, his emotions surging as he seized the boy by the throat. The boy, adhering to the script, gazed coldly at Douluo, though his breathing was labored. He managed to retort, Do you truly believe you will meet a favorable end? The symptoms afflicting you will only intensify. Although I do not yet comprehend how you suppress this deadly poison, it is evident that you have consumed some rare treasure. Yet, such treasures cannot serve you eternally. In a few short years, even if you do not succumb to the poison, you will be tormented by its backlash, suffering a fate far worse than mine. Do not forget, your granddaughter shares this same plight. At this juncture, The boy sensed that he was nearing the conclusion of this dramatic exchange, preparing to display his proud and captivating acting skills. Indeed, it was time to conclude. Unexpectedly, Douluo unleashed his biphosphorus snake king poison, injecting it from his arm and casually discarding it aside. In an instant, a dark mist surged rapidly from the injection site, spiraling upwards and filling the boy with dread. How could this be? The script did not dictate such an abrupt turn of events. He had not been prepared for this direct assault. Douluo, I possess the antidote that can relieve both you and your granddaughter from the backlash of the biphosphorus snake poison. Are you certain you do not wish to utilize it? In a desperate bid for survival, the boy struggled, simultaneously calling upon his system. System, how can I purify the toxins within my body? Are there antidote pills available in the shop? Surely, even ordinary medicines could alleviate the poison. However, the response from his system was disheartening. Virus invasion, system error, 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 error. Frustration and fear surged within the boy under these circumstances. Even if he had procured the antidote, he would be unable to consume it. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have exchanged for and ingested the antidote much earlier, preventing this dire situation. The ice fire tuinai. It could cleanse all toxins. Recalling this information, the boy attempted to crawl towards it. But the biphosphorus snake poison was no ordinary venom, and he found himself helplessly struggling in place, utterly disoriented. Perhaps I am the unluckiest of all transmigrators. I had thought I could rely on my eloquence to persuade Douluo to yield, yet his peculiar nature afforded me no chance of redemption. Did Tangsan's status as the son of destiny play a role in this? After all, I too am a transmigrator. Should I not possess the formidable fortune to seize opportunities meant for the protagonist? Why does Douluo afford me no chance whatsoever? Given another opportunity, I would either consume the antidote first, or develop my abilities, or secure Douluo's favor, or become a brother to Tangsan, effortlessly blending into the group. Minutes later, the boy perished. Is this it? Douluo cast a cold glance at the lifeless body, shrouded in dark mist on the ground. He had committed countless acts of murder throughout his life, and this was merely the second individual to uncover his secret. You cannot even resolve my poison. Yet you dared to dream of alleviating the backlash from the biphosphorus snake poison. If you truly possessed the antidote, your final words clearly indicated its use. Yet you failed to administer it. Is there truly such a fool in this world who seeks their own demise? Who do you think you are? A little monster, perhaps? The one who could unveil my second secret is likely connected to that little creature, perhaps even a family member. Of course, Douluo dismissed this notion. With the little monster's intellect, it was improbable that any being could surpass her arrogance, daring to intrude upon his ice-fire tuinai. Yet, perhaps there was some truth to it? Birds of a feather flocked together, and this unfortunate soul appeared even more conceited than the little monster. Very well. I shall deliver this unfortunate individual to the little monster. Should anyone inquire about the cause of death, simply state that they succumbed to the poisonous miasma. After all, there would be no witnesses to contradict the tale. Before proceeding, Douluo cleansed the biphosphorus snake poison from the boy's body. A simple task accomplished by submerging it in the ice-fire tuinai for a minute or two. Once assured there were no issues, he stored the body within his soul tool and made his way to the Blue Tyrant Academy to inform Xiong Miao of the situation. Arriving swiftly at the academy, he soon found Xiong Miao practicing her spear techniques against a burly man. Intriguingly, the man shouted the names of each move but did not employ any soul skills. Douluo's presence quickly brought the sparring session to a close. Xiaoduo, continue your practice with a fu for now. I have matters to attend to. After instructing Hua Xiaoduo, Xiong Miao approached Douluo, exclaiming, old monster. You seem to be in much better spirits after our 2-day absence. Having consumed the celestial herb Xiong Miao provided, the torment from the backlash of the biphosphorus snake poison had diminished significantly, thus enhancing both his vitality and strength. Haha. Indeed, I owe it all to the celestial herb you gifted me. Did something happen that brought you here? Xiong Miao speculated that Dong Gubo would not approach her lightly. It seemed he was encountering some trouble. Dong Gubo replied, Indeed, I have encountered some issues. And they pertain to you. Me? Xiong Miao's initial reaction was that Douluo had come to discuss the issue concerning Shui Lang and Shui Qinghe. And he couldn't help but wonder if it was about his confrontation with the Avalanche Prince. You confronted the Avalanche Prince? This revelation astonished Douluo. Indeed, the bear cat graciously nodded in acknowledgement, for it was clear that Douluo would inflict harm upon her. This matter was of little consequence, overshadowed by another of greater significance. Without further ado, Douluo unveiled the lifeless form of the young boy. Xiong Miao gazed at the lifeless body presented by Dong Gubo, filled with bewilderment. Old monster, what purpose do you have in bringing me a corpse? I am not a necrophiliac. Or could it be that you possess such a peculiar inclination? Dong Gubo appeared to have disregarded the latter part of the statement and inquired, Do you recognize this individual? Xiong Miao scrutinized the individual before him, finding no recollection of this person in his memory. I do not recognize him. Who is this? You don't recognize him? How peculiar. He is the second person, aside from you, to mention that I was harmed by the venom of the Bailin snake. I had assumed he was one of your associates. What? Xiong Miao cupped her ears, ensuring she had not misheard, while simultaneously prompting the system to scan for information regarding the youth. When the data emerged, it nearly sent Xiang Miao into a state of shock. Indeed, as Qian Rinxue had stated, if she had appeared, there must certainly be a third and fourth other transmigrators. To encounter the third so soon, and in such a manner, was utterly unexpected. Xiang Miao rose, a hint of sorrow in her voice as she inquired, how did he meet his demise? Douluo replied candidly. He claimed he could counteract the backlash of the biphosphor snake venom afflicting me, so I administered a dose of the biphosphor snake king's poison to him. Alas, the lad could scarcely endure a few minutes before succumbing. The corners of Xiang Miao's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he pondered the audacity of this bold time traveler, who arrived utterly unprepared and devoid of any formidable skills. Did he truly believe that a silver tongue could suffice when confronting the eccentric Douluo? It was solely due to my youthful age, petite stature, and robust physique that I earned Douluo's trust. Surely, one must be mentally unwell to think otherwise. Your male gender has already placed you in a precarious position, and at 12 years old with a height of 1.70 m, you are practically inviting disaster upon yourself. It is hardly surprising that your rapid growth has led to this predicament. Had you maintained a more typical height for a 12-year-old, you would not find yourself in such peril. Safe travels, my fellow countrymen. May the spirit of adventure endure eternally. P.S. Youth, at the very least. I am a time traveler. Why am I devoid of a name? Chapter 89. This is what we call professionalism. Xiang Miao stood up and mourned silently for 3 seconds. After all, we all come from the same world. It is merely that some individuals encounter misfortune. What is this, little monster? Douluo questioned Xiang Miao's peculiar behavior. Xiang Miao remarked with a hint of detachment, although we are strangers, the spirit of an adventurer deserves our utmost respect. The essence of recklessness is akin to that of an adventurer. There exists a more profound and noble connotation within this recklessness. On that fateful day, Douluo articulated such thoughts. When it came to the body of a fellow villager, Xiang Miao transported it to a desolate location for cremation. Remarkably, this was her inaugural experience as a cremator. Douluo could not refrain from interjecting, little creature, there is no need for such elaborate measures. I could simply eliminate him with poison, ensuring a thorough and pristine disposal without leaving a trace. Xiang Miao shook his head and said, this is different. It's not a matter of silencing someone or erasing evidence to avoid detection by those who cannot be offended. The expedient method you refer to, associated with ancient beings, is not what the situation calls for. After the body was incinerated for a considerable time, not even a trace of the skeleton remained, leaving only ashes upon the ground. As the wind blew, the ashes dispersed into the forest, nourishing the trees. Just as he was about to depart, Xiang Miao noticed something that could not be consumed by the flames lying at the site of the cremation. What could this be? Xiang Miao could hardly fathom that this peculiar mass was, in fact, data, an external manifestation of the system. This system did not vanish with the demise of its host, leaving behind only a fragment of its data. It remains uncertain whether it holds any utility for me. The law of the jungle prevails. The big fish devours the small fish, and systems consume systems. Little bear. With a determined shout, Bear Meow began to absorb the remnants of the data. Before long, she had cleansed the residual system entirely, without any side effects or the introduction of viruses. Little bear. Having absorbed foreign data, do you feel any different? The response was simply a negative. This left Bear Meow perplexed. It seemed implausible that something so foreign could yield no unique abilities. Could it be that the model was incompatible, leading to its complete annihilation? After much contemplation, she concluded that the disparity in models and systems was indeed the cause. Little Bear had devoured the foreign system data like clearing out garbage, leaving no room for the host to retain another system. Never mind, my own system is sufficient, and my innate strength is adequate. I need not clutter myself with extraneous tools. She resolved to return to her training, hoping to develop a powerful soul skill akin to the dragon's pressure. For a strength-type soul beast, mastering such a skill was not overly challenging. At this moment, Douluo finally took notice of the long spear Bear Meow was shouldering. It seemed rather odd for such a small child to wield a spear larger than herself. Just moments ago, she appeared to be practicing a technique against a muscular man. Isn't your martial spirit this bear hide? Why are you training with a spear? I have no second martial spirit. I'm learning spear techniques to acquire soul skills. What do you mean? Douluo queried, somewhat confused. It's quite simple. I'm studying the unique soul skills of others. Even if a skill does not directly relate to my martial spirit, as long as it's somewhat compatible, I can learn it. Oh, I see what you mean. Under normal circumstances, soul masters could only acquire soul skills by hunting soul beasts for new soul rings. However, some exceptionally gifted soul masters could create their own soul skills through ingenuity. This was known as professionalism. Yet, soul masters treasured their self-created skills and rarely shared them, let alone sold them. But if the martial spirits are incompatible, wouldn't that render the learning futile? Without further explanation, Bear Meow distanced herself from Douluo, realizing that elaborating would be cumbersome. Instead, she demonstrated a technique, showcasing her spear before Douluo. As the spear approached him, its destructive power was anything but ordinary. Douluo instantly grasped that even with incompatible martial spirits, one could still utilize external means to execute the unique soul skills of others. It became clear that the muscular man must have been her mentor. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated the spear's destructive force and remarked, To call you a little monster is no exaggeration. This power exceeds that of a typical soul master's second soul skill. However, it appears you have yet to master it fully. Once you do, it may very well possess the might of a fifth soul skill. If you reach the level of a title Douluo, judging by this power, you might even severely injure or kill an ordinary title Douluo. It is astonishing to see such potential in a girl. If only this little monster were a boy, a few years' age difference would be inconsequential. If necessary, we could always resort to underhanded methods. Alas, the little monster was indeed a girl. At the gates of Blue Tyrant Academy, Talon urged, "Grandfather, you should return. This is a matter for us students. Your presence here only embarrasses me." As he spoke, he recalled the pain from that devastating punch. Though it had an element of surprise, it was remarkable that without his martial spirit soul ring, he had been struck down to the point of needing 2 days to recover. This underscored the extent of her strength. "Dad, please talk some sense into Grandpa," Talon's father, Tenno, swiftly slapped him on the head. "Nonsense. You were nearly knocked senseless by a girl? We can tolerate that? You disgrace our family, unable to defeat a mere girl. Your grandfather and I are going to find out who possesses such strength. Couldn't he have come without Grandpa?" Talon pondered, confused. "There's a reason your grandfather is here. Do not question it," Tenno replied tersely. The reason Titan had come was straightforward. Hearing from his grandson that a 10-year-old girl nearly knocked him out without activating her martial spirit's soul ring was a blatant affront to his clan. The Strength Clan, an insult to their honor. He was determined to discover who was responsible. "Dad, Grandpa, I take full responsibility for this. Please do not involve yourselves. This will only make things more difficult for me moving forward in the academy," Talon implored with a wry smile. "How can you even think about mingling after nearly being defeated by a girl?" Talon continued to plead, but Tenno struck him again. "There is no need for further discussion. Leave this to your father and grandfather. We will restore your honor." Talon felt utterly despondent. It was absurd to be humiliated by a little girl. And now his father and grandfather were here to reclaim his lost pride. Surely they wouldn't make this spectacle known to everyone. Chapter 90. Do not assume I can be easily deceived because I am young at this moment. He wished fervently to find a place to hide, nearly wishing for the ground to swallow him whole. Moments later, Yin Shu, leading a group of academy instructors, approached the trio from the Strength Clan, astonished that Titan, such a prominent figure, had come to their academy. Taking a deep breath, Yin Shu respectfully introduced himself. "I am Yin Shu, a level 54 Assault System Soul Master. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please allow me to escort you to our academy reception for some tea." "No need for tea. I have come for one purpose, to find a child clad in bear hide." "Please summon her," Titan replied, his voice bearing the weight of age yet resonating with authority that made the air around them tremble. Yin Shu and the others were taken aback. This was indeed the legendary Hercules, a terrifying presence. "What business do you have with her?" he inquired. "I heard from my grandson that this girl possesses strength comparable to that of my clan. I have come to seek her out for guidance. I would appreciate your assistance in facilitating an introduction," Titan explained succinctly. The instructors were momentarily bewildered. When had a student of comparable strength to the Strength Clan joined their academy? Then it dawned on them. There was a girl named Beary who had returned just days ago. The thought that she could rival the Strength Clan was astonishing. Yet, the fact that Titan himself sought her out confirmed that he was not jesting. "Is the child you seek named Beary?" Upon hearing the surname, Titan understood. It made sense that she could deliver such a powerful punch. Her martial spirit must be that of a bear, known for its immense strength. "Indeed, I seek her." Yin Shu surmised. Perhaps Beary was related to Titan. "She typically trains in the forest behind the academy. If you wish to meet her, I can escort you." "Thank you, Master Ainshur." Leading Titan and the others, Ainshur made his way towards the forest behind the teaching building. After a brief 10-minute walk, the group heard the distant sounds of training. Simultaneously, the radar system of Bear Meow issued a warning. Upon observing the newly emerged figures on the screen, Bear Meow chuckled. "Ah, they have finally arrived. Just days ago, they had dealt with Talon, and now not only had his father, Tano, come seeking retribution, but also his grandfather, Titan." This turn of events was indeed astonishing. Ordinarily, after dealing with the son, the father would seek an explanation, and if the father were to face defeat, then surely the grandfather would intervene. But who could have anticipated that the mighty lineage of the Leaf family would come together to engage with her? They truly bestowed upon her a significant honor. Turning to Douluo, she said, "Old monster, kindly take a step back. I have some dear friends coming to play with me. I may require your assistance in intimidating them momentarily." Without inquiring further, Douluo turned and concealed himself within the forest. Xiang Miao halted Hua Xiaoduo, who was practicing her marksmanship. Confused by the interruption, Hua Xiaoduo inquired, "Sister, what is the matter?" Xiang Miao remarked, "An old friend is coming. Let us prepare a warm welcome." Hua Xiaoduo, perplexed, responded, "An old friend? It seems we have no acquaintances at the academy." Indeed, the students of the Blue Tyrant Academy are all above the age of 14. And possessing 2 soul rings by the age of 12 is a rare feat, marking one as a prodigy in a conventional institution. The bear and the cat exchanged a knowing smile, suggesting that perhaps they could forge more friendships. "In the academy, aside from myself, the youngest among us is merely 3 or 4 years your senior, which would undoubtedly be beneficial for your cultivation." "Oh, I see now." A messenger materialized before the bear, conveying, "Student Bear, a senior from the Titan lineage wishes to meet you. He is not far from here." Xiang Miao nodded with a smile and said, "Then Teacher Inshu, please attend to your matters. I will handle things here." Inshu then reminded, "Do take care. For your opponent is a senior from the Contra." The bear cat maintained a smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "I understand. Of course I will." After the sound of footsteps faded, the bear cat opened her eyes. Absolutely. Once the sound had departed, she found herself in the presence of Titan and his grandson, Tyran. Upon seeing the bear cat's charming appearance, Tyran could not help but sigh inwardly, praying that his grandfather would refrain from being too impulsive. The little sister before him appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old. Surely the old man wouldn't take her seriously. Was this the same little girl who nearly knocked the wind out of him with a single punch? Tyran slowly nodded, casting another glance at her. Utterly perplexed by how such a small figure could wield such formidable strength. "Your grandson is the one I struck. The reason being that he was overly attentive to my sister. I had already warned him upon my return, yet he still insisted on pursuing me. So I thought it best to teach him a lesson with a single blow." Xiang Miao, undaunted, proclaimed, "Well, it matters not. Let the battle commence." Talon was nearly taken aback by her audacity, astonished that she dared to speak so brazenly to his grandfather. It was a shocking display. Titan and Taineo were equally stunned. Particularly Titan, who realized that this young girl held no regard for the esteemed lineage of the Li family, exhibiting such arrogance at a tender age. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Titan's eyes, and an unparalleled sense of power surged within him. "Though you are but a girl, I must commend your boldness. My grandson was nearly felled by your punch, a consequence of his own inadequacies. I am not here to avenge him. Rather, I wish to assert that our family, the Li clan, is not to be trifled with." Understanding dawned upon Xiang Miao. She comprehended why Titan had come alongside Talon. Her strike had nearly humiliated Talon, provoking the Li clan's ire. Apologies would be futile. Resolution lay solely in demonstrating strength. "What do you propose?" she inquired. "Since you have struck my grandson, the condition is simple. If you can withstand 3 of my punches, I shall compel Talon to bow an apology. Should you fail, however, you will join our Li family." "What say you?" Titan stated nonchalantly. "How shameless of you, old man, to bully a girl so, and this is thoroughly unjust." Hua Xiaoduo exclaimed as she leapt from behind Xiang Miao in indignation. Titan regarded the smaller girl, unfazed by her words, astonished by her remarkable talent. His grandson had chosen wisely, but these two were not of the same caliber. "Do not mistake our youth for vulnerability. I shall endure your punches. Talon merely needs to bow in contrition. Though it may be embarrassing, it entails no real loss for him. However, if I fail and am forced to join your clan, shackled for life, your calculations are quite clever," she retorted. "This declaration of the Li clan's inviolability merely cloaks your true desire to recruit me into your fold," she asserted. Chapter 91. She is the future of our clan. Titan's gaze darkened. He indeed harbored such intentions. A child endowed with such potential must be drawn into his family. Clearly, this girl exceeded his expectations. She was not to be underestimated and hailed from a formidable lineage. Searching his mind, he found no other clan that could rival the Li family in strength. Her origin seemed to stem from an obscure sect that had fortuitously unearthed a prodigious disciple. Such a child must be integrated into the Li family. She could elevate their status, heralding the rise of a formidable title Douluo within their ranks. Suppressing his excitement, he calmly inquired, "What do you believe should be done?" With a serene smile, the bear cat remarked, "Even if we were to wager on equal terms, with the loser joining the other's family, I am not foolish enough to accept. You are a soul Douluo, while I am merely a soul master. Our strengths are fundamentally unequal. Even if I could barely withstand your first 2 strikes, your third blow would undoubtedly unleash your full power. Making this a wager, I am bound to lose." A soul master. Upon hearing this title, both Tainua and Talon were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe their ears. How could such a young girl have ascended to this level? It is no wonder the elder personally came. He recognized the extraordinary nature of this child. "Very well. I shall refrain from striking and will not unleash my martial spirit. If you can withstand the pressure I exert until this incense burns out, I shall consider you the victor." With a casual flick of his wrist, a stick of incense flew forth from his sleeve, soaring like an arrow for several meters before embedding itself in a nearby tree, its tip igniting simultaneously. This should suffice, I trust. He was determined not to relinquish this child. Under any circumstances, she must join his family, for otherwise, the legacy of the Li family would be in jeopardy years hence. He would not lose, nor could he afford to lose. The bearcat chuckled. "Very well. How much soul power pressure do you intend to exert? Will it be incrementally, level by level, or will you unleash your maximum strength all at once?" Titan replied nonchalantly, "Little girl, I shall not bully you. The pressure will increase gradually. As long as you can withstand 90% of my force, you shall be deemed the victor." In the shadows, Douluo couldn't help but smile. He was well aware of the little monster's formidable physique. To her, facing a pressure of 50 levels was akin to a mere stroll in the park. Even the duality of ice and fire appeared to her as nothing more than a shallow pool. What was this 90% pressure compared to her resilience? Even 100% would hardly faze her. The once mighty Strength Clan, one of the 4 affiliated sects of the Haotian sect, had truly fallen into decay. "Grandfather, are you not being unfair?" Is there any soul master capable of enduring 90% of your soul power? I would consider it a remarkable achievement if I could withstand 60%, she protested. Before she could finish, Talon playfully nudged her on the head. Titan finally remarked, "We are all power-type soul masters. This is not unreasonable. What do you think? But you are still being unfair, bullying a little girl. How can she possibly endure the immense soul power pressure from someone of your stature? If it is a matter of strength, let your son compete instead." Hua Xiaoduo retorted indignantly, her final statement striking a chord with precision. Once again, the bear-cat grasped her and said, "Hey, rest assured, nothing will happen." Naturally, Hua Xiaoduo trusted her sister. After all, if her sister said so, it must be true. "If I win, are you certain you will join my family?" The bear-cat smiled, unperturbed by Titan's potential failure to uphold his promise. Having a family as a support would indeed be a delightful prospect. Without hesitation, Titan nodded and replied, "All right, it is settled. If I lose, the Lee family will join your sect. If you cannot endure, simply retreat and call out, or fall. And I will concede." He did not believe that a mere soul master could withstand the pressure of his 9/10 soul power. His previous words were likely intended to intimidate him into backing down. "Xiaoduo, please step back." While Xiaoduo obediently moved away, and the bear-cat turned to Titan. "Then let us begin. Be cautious." After Titan's words, the few spectators could see the air between the bear-cat and Titan gradually distorting, rippling like waves of water. Titan commenced the release of his soul power pressure from 10%, but to secure a swift victory, he increased it by 10% every 2 seconds. After 10 seconds, approximately 60% of his pressure bore down upon his opponent. To him, she was merely a 30-something level soul master. This increment of pressure should be sufficient to secure his victory. However, the scene before him filled Titan's eyes with astonishment. As a pure power-type soul master, the pressure he emitted stemmed from his strength. Despite appearing not to utilize his martial soul or skills, he had granted her some time to acclimatize. Facing a pure attribute soul master, especially one of Titan's caliber, was an exceedingly daunting matter. Yet, his opponent displayed no signs of discomfort. She remained unchanged from the beginning. 60% of soul power pressure seemed to have little effect on her. Titan, refusing to accept this anomaly, brazenly raised his soul power pressure to 80%. Still, she showed minimal reaction, engaged in some gestures mid-air. His 80% soul power pressure, let alone a 30-something level soul master, would make even a 50-level counterpart of the same attribute falter. He thought to himself, "This child is simply not human. Is she truly just an ordinary soul master? Titan, you need not feign leniency. Increase it by a few more percent. I can endure." The bear-cat closed the system interface, her smile unwavering. "Little girl, do not underestimate me." Titan felt thoroughly provoked. He unleashed his full soul power pressure, which could rival that of a titled Douluo. It was nearly impossible to withstand without a soul power above 60. Finally, the bear-cat began to feel something, akin to donning a light garment. She was astounded by her own physical prowess, barely feeling the pressure comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Ultimately, it was due to absorbing the skeletal remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings during her unconscious state that her body had achieved an indestructible state. To inflict harm upon her, aside from her own growth, only a formidable soul skill attack could suffice. Soul power pressure alone would not suffice. "Titan, if this is the extent of your ability, the remainder of this incense stick holds no significance. Is it the bearskin you wear that is causing this?" Only then did Titan notice the bearskin adorning the bear-cat. With a snap of her fingers, Xiong Miao stored away the bear spirit set, standing before the Titan as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 92. What a loyal dog. The Titan maintained an expression of calmness, his garments fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an air of unassailable authority, while internally he was a tempest of anxiety. Was he confronting a human or a monster? No, she was no mere monster. She was a living embodiment of the grotesque. The oppressive aura she radiated rivaled that of a titled Douluo, and yet he found himself unfazed in her presence. What else could this be if not a perversion of nature? The outcome of this wager was evidently predetermined. The earlier bravado had not been mere child-esque play, for even the bravest words of a child can conceal treacherous traps. Suddenly, the pressure in the air dissipated, leaving those present feeling as though the weight of the world had been lifted. As he glanced up, he noticed that the incense stick was still half-burnt. Tano Tailong found it peculiar that the old man had halted. The elder's gaze sharpened, the air around him rippling with intensity. This child was extraordinarily gifted. If he could not secure her allegiance, then the only recourse would be to destroy her. Seemingly aware of his grandfather's intentions, Tailong shouted, "Grandpa, no." Through the perilous warning feature of the current system, Xiong Miao realized that Titan harbored murderous intentions against her. Her martial soul reemerged, prompting her to retreat swiftly. She mused inwardly, Douluo Bo was not mistaken. There truly exists someone who would seek to harm her without regard for her background. Simultaneously, a Fu acted with remarkable speed, and Douluo Bo materialized before Xiong Miao just in time. Uncharacteristically, a Fu refrained from announcing his technique and instead directed a powerful punch towards Titan. Confronted with this sudden onslaught from a formidable figure, Titan summoned his martial soul, yet lacked the time to unleash his soul skill. Hastily meeting the attack with his own fist, the might of the Power Clan had never feared anyone before. However, in the fleeting moment of their fist colliding, Titan recognized the sheer terror behind a Fu strike. This was a blow he could not withstand. Not even invoking his martial soul as true form or his 8th soul skill would suffice to endure such power. Damn it. I've kicked a steel plate this time. The overwhelming destructive force radiated from their fist clash, prompting Titan to evade, his right arm shattering under the immense pressure. He sacrificed one arm to save his life. After shattering Titan's arm with a single blow, Fu ceased his assault, fixating his gaze on Titan and his son, Douluo Continent. The unnamed technique was indeed his most formidable attack. Everything transpired in a blur. Upon regaining his senses, Douluo Continent cried out for his father and grandfather. Rushing to the elder's side to staunch the bleeding, Titan, filled with dread, gazed at Fu. The earlier devastation must have obliterated the trees in that direction. Yet he beheld an unscathed scene. This implied that the full force of that punch had been exerted solely upon his arm. Such absolute control over power was a feat even the title Douluo would struggle to achieve. A typical title Douluo would likely perish from a single blow. What sort of monstrous individual had he just faced? Not only Titan, but even Douluo was struck with profound fear. This level of destruction, aimed solely at a target, was unparalleled on the continent, achievable only by the imposing figure known as Fu. No wonder his true strength remained undetected. He was already invincible. The bear cat approached Titan, shaking its head with a sigh. What is the necessity of this? Waxiaduo, witnessing blood for the first time, trembled in fear. Hiding behind the bear cat, unable to bear to look, Tainoa suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Return my father's arm." A large hand from Fu pressed firmly on his head, a dull thud forcing him to kneel on the ground. "Father, grandfather." A long spear rested against Tailong's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. Observing this, Titan knelt down, pleading, "Please, miss, spare my son and grandson. I am willing to exchange my life for theirs. He may perish, but his son and grandson must not, despite the current decline of the Li family." "Fu," Xiang Miao called out, pushing aside Tainoa and releasing Talon. "Old monster, lend a hand." Understanding the implication of the little monster's words, Douluo produced a hemostatic pill, a remedy he still possessed. Titan took the pill and swallowed it in one swift motion, and the bleeding from the severed arm soon ceased. It was evident to any discerning observer that she was backed by an unfathomable force. As the leader of a clan, how could you remain oblivious to such a truth? Douluo was at a loss for words regarding Titan. Her power was unmistakable, yet she still dared to harbor murderous intentions. Did she truly believe she remained merely an auxiliary sect of Haotian religion? Even if Haotian religion had not abandoned you, they would not dare to protect you from the wrath of an unknown power. Glancing up at Douluo, surprise filled her gaze. This wandering cultivator had surprisingly aligned himself with another force. I was momentarily confused, thinking Miss Xiong Miao hailed from an obscure sect, and, without your involvement, it could only lead to your destruction. Xiong Miao chuckled. "Ha. You believe I hail from an obscure sect? If the entire Li family were to join my order, wouldn't that suffice? After all, your family's decline is of little consequence to you." Titan opened his mouth to speak, only to close it again in silence. Xiong Miao continued. "You wish to return to your master, Tang Hao, do you not?" Upon hearing Tang Hao's name, Titan became instantly exhilarated. "Do you know where my master is?" "I do not." Xiong Miao is aware but will not reveal to Titan that he is merely a dog, whose eyes reflect only loyalty. A dog devoted to Tang Hao throughout his life. Titan, upon realizing this, becomes enveloped in a sense of despondency. Xiong Miao continued. "I find it quite perplexing that a person who commits wrongdoing and bears no responsibility, attributing all blame to the spirit hall, is deemed worthy of your loyalty. Do not attempt to convince me that he is forever the pillar of the family. Nor should you insist that he embodies the essence of manhood or stands as the most formidable presence in this world. To us, he is merely a traitor to humanity. Having taken a soul beast as his wife and chosen to oppose humankind. Marrying a soul beast? My goodness!" Upon hearing this explosive revelation, Douluo could hardly believe his ears. The youngest titled Douluo, Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, is, astonishingly, a human traitor who is what a soul beast. It appears that the spirit hall concealed many truths back then, but why did this particular matter remain undisclosed? Not only Douluo, but even Tainoa Tailong struggled to comprehend that the master their family once served, Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, was indeed a human traitor who had married a soul beast. "Do not slander my master. He is not that." Titan struggled to rise, attempting to summon his martial spirit, the mighty gorilla, but was struck down by a Fu's club. "Father, grandfather, is what she said true?" Tainoa Tailong too sought the truth, for the elder's recent demeanor only served to affirm the authenticity of the matter. "Slander?" Xiong Miao chuckled coldly. "Are you truly unaware of the facts?" Titan was certainly aware. He could not possibly be ignorant of events from years past. Yet, having recognized Tang Hao as his master, he would never betray him easily. "If my master is dishonored, I would rather perish than betray him, regardless of his mistakes. He remains my master, and I, Titan, will not turn my back on him." Xiong Miao could not help but clap her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "What a truly loyal dog. It is profoundly moving, truly moving." Chapter 93, The Fall of the Titan. She held deep respect for Titan's loyalty to Tang Hao, yet felt it was undeserved. Tang Hao had caused the death of his own wife and brought calamity upon his sect, forcing him into seclusion to evade the spirit hall. His inability to shoulder the responsibilities towards the four great families was somewhat understandable. However, why did he not plant A Yin's life seed in the blue-silver forest? Choosing instead to dwell in a cave devoid of sunlight and disconnected from the blue-silver grass? What a splendid Haotian Douluo he was. Alas, he would never live to see the day when his master would come to reclaim him. Words were futile. It was impossible for Titan to acknowledge the wager. Even if he did, Xiong Miao would not seek assistance from this family, and Titan's character would not allow him to join the Li family. On the contrary, he would distance himself from them. Titan glanced at Xiong Miao and murmured, "Are you ready to make a move? Come then. My death is of no consequence." Talon hurriedly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly, pleading with Xiong Miao not to take the life of his grandfather. "Miss, I implore you, spare my grandfather. This is all my fault. I should not have provoked your sister, nor should I have thought to entangle myself with you after your warning. It is all my mistake. If anyone is to be punished, let it be me." Titan immediately rebuked, "You foolish boy, rise. This is not your concern. Pursuing someone you care for is not wrong. The fault lies with me, your grandfather, for harboring ill intentions towards her, which led to this outcome. She is justified in wanting to harm you, and bears no blame." He then turned to Xiong Miao and continued, "I hope that after my demise, you will treat my Li family with kindness." The scene unfolds with an emotionally stirring tableau, rendering me akin to a villain. She would never resort to such extremes. If she were to kill, it would not be in plain sight. If she were to encounter Tang San or Tang Hao, one can only speculate whether she would meet her demise. Perhaps the father and son duo would not target her merely for the sake of a dog. I may spare your life, yet I shall render your soul power null and shatter your martial spirit. Furthermore, the Li family must submit to my authority, and you shall be expelled from the Li clan. The obliteration of a soul master's soul power and the destruction of their martial spirit signifies the end of their life as they know it. Titan never anticipated that such a fate would befall him. One day, he would pay a grievous price for his actions. What? It is one thing to have my father's martial spirit and soul power rendered useless. Why must he also be cast out from his own family? Tano exclaimed in fury. "You ungrateful wretch, silence yourself." Titan rebuked, fully aware that the other party was striving to preserve his last vestige of dignity as the servant of the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, while also safeguarding the Li clan. It was this very reason that compelled him to withdraw from the Li family. Otherwise, not only would he face ruin, but the entire Li clan would be annihilated, their ancestral graves unearthed. Listen well, both of you. From this day forth, I, Titan, hereby resign from my position as the patriarch of the Li clan. Tano, you shall assume the mantle of the new patriarch, leading the Li clan as vassals to her family, pledging your loyalty unto death. Grandfather, I do not wish for you to leave. Talon cried, lamenting. It is all my fault. It is the grandson who has caused you harm. Xiong Miao could no longer bear it. If she was to embrace the role of a villain, so be it, for she had long since embarked on that path. Enough, she declared. I have no time to witness your grand performance of tragic familial bonds. The Titan slowly rose, his formidable form once again standing immovable as a mountain, exuding an air of fearless defiance in the face of death. The bearcat spoke calmly, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Take matters into your own hands. However, rather than laboring himself, it would be more dignified to let Titan act independently. Titan raised his hand and forcefully struck his own chest, causing most of his meridians to rupture and rendering his soul power null. Subsequently, he summoned his martial spirit, the mighty gorilla, only for it to shatter as well. Thus, the era of the formidable Soul Douluo Titan came to an end. After his self-infliction, Titan was instantly rendered weak and powerless. A typical soul master, when incapacitated, would require no less than 10 days to recover. Yet, as a power-type Soul Douluo, his physical resilience was not so feeble. He merely spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and nearly unable to stand. Father, grandfather, cried the tearful Tainor and Talon as they hurried to support their elder. With great effort, Titan managed to regain his footing. From this day forth, you two shall lead the Power Clan and pledge your loyalty to her, Titan declared at last. Xiong Miao retrieved a voluminous black robe from the system's space, accompanied by 100 golden soul coins, which he handed to Titan, stating, This is 100 golden soul coins, ample for your retirement. Do not let our paths cross again. Titan, momentarily bewildered, noted that not only had the other party refrained from exacting vengeance for his murderous intent, but she also spared his entire clan, the Li family. Instead, she merely demanded that he renounce his martial soul and soul power, thereby preserving his loyalty to the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. In the end, she bestowed upon him a black robe and 500 golden soul coins. He had never encountered such a person, under different circumstances. It would have been customary for others to annihilate his clan and erase their lineage upon harboring murderous thoughts. A complex expression crossed his face, and he could only bow with one hand, murmuring, Thank you, Miss Xiong Miao. With that, Titan donned the black robe and departed from the Blue Tyrant Academy, leaving the city of Tiando, his destination unknown. Observing Titan's retreating silhouette, Dugabo couldn't help but sigh. Had he, too, entertained thoughts of murder against the little monster, his fate would likely have mirrored Titan's. Meanwhile, Tainua and Tai Long, the father and son duo, were commanded by Titan to remain in place, awaiting their new master's instructions. Reluctantly, they complied with their patriarch's orders, standing still with wide, furious eyes fixed upon Xiong Miao. Xiong Miao scoffed. What? Unconvinced? It was your esteemed elder who first harbored murderous intentions towards me. I rendered him incapable of wielding his martial soul and soul power. Allowing him to depart from the Li family was a mercy. Otherwise, would you two still be standing here conversing with me? In this world, strength ultimately dictates the discourse. Moreover, it was the elder's final command that compelled me to deliver the last resounding slap, forcing both father and son to acquiesce. Talon deeply regretted his actions, lamenting his entanglement with the young lady, which had led to his grandfather's downfall. The two knelt, clasping their hands in reverence. We pay our respects, master. Xiang Miao remarked with a hint of disdain. Why does it seem that your words are laden with resentment towards me? I have no desire for subordinates who carry such animosity. Talon, feeling a surge of protectiveness, stepped in front of his son. What do you intend? You promised my esteemed elder that you would not lay a hand on us. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. But that does not imply I shall refrain from addressing other aspects of your existence, Xiang Miao retorted cryptically. What do you mean? Confusion enveloped the room as none could decipher Xiang Miao's intentions. Suddenly, he produced a pendant, a seemingly ordinary trinket. Chapter 94. The hypnotist indeed, Xiang Miao revealed a pendant. One that appeared quite unremarkable. Talon, father and son, were left bewildered, pondering the purpose of this mundane object in the hands of their new master. Seemingly devoid of any discernible significance, the enigmatic Bear Meow smiled mysteriously and said, You too, please take a seat. The father and son duo, Tyran and Talon, complied with Bear Meow's request and settled down, curious to see what she intended to play. The height was just right for the occasion. The bear cat nodded in satisfaction, noting the significant height difference between herself and the father-son duo before her. If they were to stand, how could she possibly engage with them? Subsequently, she took the pendant and dangled it before their eyes, beginning to sway it gently. The bear cat softly instructed them, Relax your bodies. Focus your gaze on the pendant in my hand, and keep your head still, allowing your eyes to follow its movement. Taino and Talon, the father and son duo, eased their bodies as they swayed with the pendant's oscillation. Gradually, they seemed to hear 3 ethereal metallic chimes, and their minds began to descend into confusion. Very well. The voice continued, You have misremembered. Everything that just transpired was an illusion. Your elder is neither maimed nor incapacitated. His health is intact. In a daze. The father and son murmured in unison, Indeed, the elder has not lost an arm, nor has he been rendered useless. He is perfectly well. The reason for your esteemed elder's departure was to pursue true freedom, for the world is vast and he, in his advanced years, yearned to explore it further. Before he left, he entrusted the entirety of the Li family to you and demanded your loyalty to me, severing all ties with the previously served Houghton sect. The two father and son, their eyes devoid of spirit, nodded in acknowledgement. The elder departed to seek genuine liberty, for the world is indeed immense. And in his twilight years, he wished to see more of it. Before his departure, he entrusted the entirely lineage to us, renouncing any lingering allegiance to the Houghton sect, pledging unwavering loyalty to you. Indeed, what you have just witnessed and experienced is as such. Once you succumb to slumber, your memories of this encounter will be meticulously reassembled and corrected. The voice of the bear cat was imbued with an enchanting quality, each word resonating with a magical allure that completely captivated the thoughts and memories of both father and son. Xiang Miao chuckled bitterly at herself, reflecting on the years that had passed, nearly forgetting that she possessed the skill to alter a person's thoughts and memories through hypnosis, only to find herself employing it once more in the extraordinary realm of Douluo, targeting a character of considerable significance. It seemed she might consider acquiring the title of a master hypnotist in this world. Perhaps her performance in the arena would leave the audience in awe. Well then, you are all quite weary now, so rest. In your dreams, you shall witness the true course of events. As the final word fell from Bear Meow's lips, it seemed as though 3 ethereal metallic clangs echoed in the air, before it collapsed onto the ground and succumbed to slumber. Diggybo observed the entire scene with keen eyes. Utterly perplexed by the creature's utterances, they had dismissed all that had just transpired as mere illusion, a notion that was truly beyond belief. Xiang Miao turned and tucked away the pendant. Hua Xiaoduo hurriedly approached, her face brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Sister, how did you do that? How did they fall asleep so suddenly? It's simply astonishing. Behind her, Diggybo also expressed curiosity, for it appeared far from mere pretense. Xiang Miao candidly remarked, Oh, it's quite simple, a method of hypnosis aimed at altering the perceptions of others. To reach my level, however, requires an extensive period of study. Naturally, the intricacies of this knowledge are profound. Even once mastered, it is seldom applicable in everyday life. Many dedicate their entire lives to it without ever grasping its essence. And at best, they can merely lull others into slumber. This revelation left Diggybo in a state of astonishment. What did it mean that such techniques were rarely utilized? This ability transcended the capabilities of a soul master's skills. The fact that she could hypnotize even a soul king implied that, upon achieving the rank of title Douluo, the entire continent would inevitably bow before her. It was terrifying, a method capable of rewriting the thoughts and memories of others. Sensing Diggybo's thoughts, she teasingly suggested, Old monster, why not give it a try? I have yet to experiment with hypnosis on a title Douluo. Absolutely not. Hypnotizing a title Douluo is not as simple as you might think. Should it backfire, my life would be worth 100 of its kind. Diggybo dismissively waved his hand. having already witnessed her extraordinary physique and felt no need to experience her hypnotic prowess firsthand. The bear cat sighed with a sense of indifference and remarked, "What a pity it is. We can only wait for another opportunity to discuss this." Douluo pondered, however, "Little monster, are you truly certain that their memories have been altered by your remarkable hypnotic techniques? If they remain unchanged, the revelation of this matter could potentially cause an uproar." A seemingly ordinary brawny man, with a single punch, obliterated a renowned powerhouse of the soul-fighting realm. Indeed, Huashaduo also felt a twinge of concern. She wondered if her sister had completely rewritten the memories of Tai Nua, and Tai Long Xiong Miao smiled and replied, "Rest assured, there will be no mistakes." She was well aware of her own capabilities. Had her martial soul not been the bear ensemble, she would undoubtedly have been a hypnosis control-type soul master. She snapped her fingers at Tai Nua and Tai Long, commanding, "Awaken." In an instant, the father and son duo sprang to consciousness, their first sight being their new master standing before them. Instinctively, they knelt in supplication, saying, "We beseech our master for forgiveness. We had inadvertently succumbed to slumber." Observing the loyalty in their words and the sincerity in their expressions, Douluo could not help but acknowledge the existence of such extraordinary techniques in this world. The power behind her must be formidable indeed. He considered himself fortunate to have allied with her. Being affiliated with such a sect was far more advantageous than succumbing to hypnosis and becoming a mere puppet of another. Xiang Miao stated, "What happens today must remain confidential. If anyone discovers that Titan is not present and causes a disturbance, they should seek me out. If I am unavailable, then approach Douluo, standing nearby." Appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering whether he had been relegated to the status of a subordinate. "Indeed, my lord," he replied. Tai Nua and Tai Long, the father and son duo, understood that the old gentleman had embarked on a journey of self-discovery after meeting the new master, and should this matter come to light, it would inevitably lead to unwarranted scrutiny. At this juncture, the protection of the new master would be essential. Thus, the narrative arc concerning the Li family concluded here. In the ensuing period, Xiong Miao was certain that there would be no significant plot lines that required her involvement, and she hoped that Qian Rinxue would not unexpectedly assign her a task, unlocking a divergent storyline. Throughout the 3 years, she had primarily engaged in passive leveling at the Blue Blaster Academy, concurrently exploring and developing her unique soul techniques. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue had left a doppelganger behind while returning to Soul City. Standing before the gates of Soul City, she gazed serenely in the direction of the Hall of the Pope. Chapter 95, The tasks of the Spirit Hall are beyond your grasp in the blink of an eye. 3 years had elapsed, during which numerous significant events transpired, leaving Xiong Miao somewhat astonished. Although Qian Rinxue had not assigned her any tasks, she had keenly observed many developments during this time, particularly the reforms and transformations initiated by the Spirit Hall. Xiong Miao was not at all surprised by the reforms and changes initiated by the Spirit Hall. With the astute and highly skilled Qian Rinxue returning from the Blue Star, she acquired numerous strategies that aligned perfectly with the developmental direction of the Spirit Hall. Her influence prompted the Spirit Hall to advance and overturn the entrenched class structures, leaving no room for astonishment. Xiong Miao was taken aback by how Qian Rinxue managed to mend the relationship with Bibi Dong without resolving matters with her mother. Even with her grandfather's consent and the approval of the entire Hall of Worship, such a reform would not proceed smoothly. She found herself unable to comprehend this situation. Bibi Dong had been shattered by the actions of the hidden rooms Douluo, Qian Xuanji, and subsequently fell into darkness, further manipulated by the Rakshasa god. This led to her deep-seated hatred for the Angel Clan and ultimately for the entire world, vowing to annihilate everything associated with the Angel Clan, the Spirit Hall, and even the entirety of Douluo Continent. Logically, a Bibi Dong so deeply entrenched in darkness would find it exceedingly difficult to emerge from her nightmares. Of course, this was merely Xiong Miao's speculation, as she had neither witnessed the events nor inquired of Qian Rinxue whether she had reconciled with her mother. Could love truly serve as a bridge? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. She decided to let nature take its course. Whether the mother and daughter had reconciled would reveal itself in due time. Unexpectedly, she received a copy of the reform proposal drafted by Qian Rinxue. The document outlined several key points. First, the establishment of a supervisory agency to oversee and penalize members within the Spirit Hall across various regions. Second, the implementation of a system of rotating officials, transitioning from fixed appointments to officials with set terms subject to reassignment upon completion. Third, the introduction of a new set of disciplinary regulations that every member of the Spirit Hall must diligently adhere to. Fourth, and so forth. Regardless of the bearcat's ineptitude in the art of manipulation, it is certainly capable of comprehending the meaning inscribed above, essentially mirroring the methods from its homeland. In a world where social hierarchies are firmly entrenched, this approach undoubtedly represents the most progressive ideology. Only the Spirit Hall possesses the audacity and capability to implement such reforms. The notion of establishing an entirely new faction to enact these changes is nothing short of absurd. Creating a new force is infeasible and arduous, requiring a considerable amount of time and entangled with conflicting interests. Therefore, the necessity for a new faction is rendered moot. One must strengthen oneself first. This entire strategy is impeccably tailored for the Spirit Hall and serves as a means of refinement. The spirit hall is inherently aligned with this path, making it most suitable for them to execute these measures. Under the guidance of Qian Rinqiwei, the spirit hall underwent a sweeping overhaul during that period, systematically dismantling adversaries, voicing critiques, administering punishments, and eliminating threats. Amidst grandiose reform slogans, this transformative endeavor unfolded with great fervor. Those who had committed egregious transgressions could not evade retribution, meeting grim fates, while all ill-gotten gains were returned to the long-suffering common folk, who erupted in applause for the justice they had long been denied. Though Xiong Miao did not partake in the proceedings and missed this grand occasion due to her delayed decision to join the spirit hall, she felt no discontent. On the contrary, she was grateful for her absence. Engaging in such troublesome affairs was not her desire. After taking over the Li family, she perceived it as a hot potato, a considerable hassle, and preferred to be an unconcerned bystander, enjoying her freedom. The internal reforms of the spirit hall, as a colossal entity on the continent, stirred the nerves of various factions with every move it made. Numerous powers supported the hall's evidently self-destructive actions, as its overwhelming strength had long entangled numerous interests. Now that the spirit hall was entering a period of vulnerability, it signified an opportunity for them to seize the benefits they had previously coveted but could not attain. However, for the emperors of the two great empires, the leaders of significant sects, and the enlightened individuals within the populace, the situation was far from simple. Externally, it appeared that the spirit hall was diminishing its own power, aligning itself with the interests of various parties. In reality, this maneuver was aimed at establishing a more positive and luminous image, ultimately leading to greater strength. They would soon be confronted with a more formidable spirit hall. Upon examining the reforms within the spirit hall, it became evident that they were heralding a new era, one that promised a distinctly different future. They quickly realized that they too required a reform initiative, one that would fortify their own power. Their own systems were not dissimilar to those of the spirit hall, rife with corruption and inefficiency. Attempting to replicate the hall's reforms was an absurd notion. The spirit hall's changes were tailored to its unique development, possessing an unmatched strength. Any self-inflicted weakness was not something they could easily contend with. When it came to their own circumstances, finding a development path that suited them proved challenging. The entrenched class divisions were not easily dismantled, and the nobility would hardly relinquish their privileges, nor would they wish to disrupt the existing order. To imitate the spirit hall without caution could very well lead to the collapse of their entire national framework. It could be posited that the spirit hall's recent strategy, seemingly detrimental to itself, was in fact a formidable trump card that instilled trepidation across the board. They could only watch as the spirit hall navigated its period of weakness and transition from decline to resurgence, powerless to intervene. The sole recourse was to maintain close relations with various factions to guard against the spirit hall's potential resurgence. As for Qian Rinqiwei's forthcoming decisions, they would not lead the spirit hall to repeat the self-destructive trajectory of its previous era, but rather entail a meticulously crafted strategic plan for its future. This included a 3-year construction policy, a 5-year economic plan, an efficient talent cultivation program for soul masters, urban-rural economic development strategies, the relationship between soul masters and public welfare, along with agriculture, aquaculture, handicrafts, and commerce. Every aspect, beneficial to the hall's progress, was systematically planned and executed without haste. Rather than plunging the continent into war, it was preferable to engage in a political battle devoid of gunpowder. After these maneuvers, not only were her mother and grandfather astounded, but Xiong Miao herself was taken aback, gasping at the realization that Qian Rinqiwei must have traversed through a historical period of modern nation-building on Blue Star. She soon recognized the terrifying reality of those in high positions, understanding that she was merely an ordinary individual, ill-equipped for such political stratagems and national development. She felt like a superfluous and ineffectual traveler, watching others fervently advance their grand endeavors while she remained stationary, idly upgrading within an academy, quietly awaiting the prestigious Continental Soul Master Academy competition. Taking a deep breath, she silently rose and gazed ahead. It was time to take action. Chapter 96. A visit home. 3 years had passed, and both Xiong Miao and Hua Xiaoduo had undergone significant changes. 3 years later, Xiong Miao stands at a modest height of merely 1.60 meters, embodying the quintessential stature of a lowly, while her appearance remains largely unchanged, retaining her delicate and easily toppled form. In stark contrast, Hua Xiaoduo possesses an ethereal beauty that transcends the mundane, her azure eyes glimmering like flawless blue crystals, and a subtle fragrance lingers in the air around her. Though not necessarily a beauty that could topple kingdoms, she boasts an exceptional visage, reminiscent of the archetypal first love one encounters during their school years, evoking memories of youthful infatuations. What is particularly vexing is that she towers over Xiong Miao by a head, reaching a height of 1.70 meters. This is quite normal. It is not an anomaly of the Douluo world to suggest that some girls might reach such heights by the age of 12. A mere glance at relevant data reveals numerous factors influencing height, rendering such observations less surprising. The notion that 12-year-olds in Douluo average 1.70 meters primarily applies to the main caste, while others exhibit more typical growth patterns. Regarding height, Xiong Miao remains unconcerned. At merely 13, she still has room to grow and feels no urgency. 3 years may seem neither long nor short, and had Xiang Miao not mentioned taking her home, she might have nearly forgotten about it. Throughout the journey home, Hua Xiaoduo's mind is awash with myriad thoughts. 3 years ago, she was abducted and subsequently rescued by Sister Xiang Miao. Fortuitously, this incident catalyzed the evolution of her martial spirit. Her innate talent and strength have markedly improved since her initial awakening, and she is now a 3-ring soul master. Yet, during her 3-year absence, she has failed to write a single letter, leaving her parents to bear the weight of their sorrow. The bear cat discerned the discomfort within her heart and spoke, "Do not indulge in such wild thoughts. It is also my fault. I have not considered bringing you home even once in the past 3 years. Do not say that, dear sister. I too bear some responsibility in this matter. Over these 3 years, I have contemplated returning home, yet in the end, I found myself at a loss for words." The bear cat gently patted her fragrant shoulder and reassured her, "It's all right. We still have time to return." However, she pondered, "Will my parents even recognize me in my current state?" She was acutely aware of her appearance, which had changed so drastically compared to 3 years ago. It was as if she were no longer cast from the same mold. Xiang Miao smiled calmly, assuring, "Rest assured, regardless of how you change, your parents will always recognize you." With Xiang Miao's words, Hua Xiaoduo felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She quickened her pace, racing towards the direction of Shahan village. Before long, she beheld the familiar sight of Shahan village once again. The village had not undergone significant changes, with her astonishing vision. Hua Xiaoduo could clearly see the uncles and elder men laboring in the fields, the aunts and grandmothers delivering meals along the road, and the children frolicking in joy. After observing from a distance for a while, Hua Xiaoduo hesitated to enter. It was not a den of dragons and tigers. As a proud soul master, why should she feel trepidation? Was it so difficult to recognize her own kin in her hometown? "You should return by yourself. I will come back to fetch you later. I too wish to visit my village." After the conversation with Bear Meow, she made her way back towards Bear Village. As it was time for her to return and take a glance, Flower Xiaoduo gazed at the village before her, and as Bear Meow had mentioned, it was not a den of dragons and tigers. As a dignified soul master, there was no need for her to be apprehensive, even to the point of not daring to acknowledge her own hometown acquaintances. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she took a step forward and entered Sacred Soul Village. Before long, she suddenly heard a familiar voice greeting her from the side. "Is that you, Flower Xiaoduo? The daughter of the Hua family? You've returned." Turning to look, she saw it was old Jack, the village chief. If Grandfather Jack could recognize her at a glance, then surely her parents would not fail to do so. With joy, she approached him. "Grandfather Jack, I'm back. It's been so long. How have you been?" The circumstances following the return of the little bear differ starkly from those of Hua Xiaoduo. One glance at her bear-themed spirit attire, and it becomes unmistakably recognizable, even in ashes. Upon encountering Papa Bear and Daddy Bear, their initial words were not of concern or greetings, but rather, "Little bear, why aren't you diligently studying at the academy and striving to cultivate your spirit? What brings you back to this quaint little village?" Upon hearing the words of Father Bear and Father Bear too, Xiang Miao was taken aback. Their expressions revealed not a trace of joy at her return, nor any disdain, but rather a palpable discontent regarding her actions. "Did you not promise that whenever time permitted, I could return and visit you?" she retorted. "Moreover, I have not neglected my training in the slightest. Observe." With that, for soul rings, 1 gold, 1 purple, and 2 black, descended upon her, showcasing the optimal configuration of soul rings that one would not conceal from family. Although she refrained from exuding any overwhelming aura, Xiang Miao was concerned that the energy of these soul rings might inadvertently harm her father's. However, the subsequent remark from Father Bear nearly caused her to lose her composure. "So what if you've reached the soul sect? What is there to boast about? If you can attain the legendary status of the soul sage from the neighboring Holy Soul Village, then that would indeed be remarkable. But is this truly all you have to show at the level of the soul sect?" Papa Xiong air mockingly remarked. "The soul sect is hardly impressive. Achieve the soul saint level first and then return. That would truly be remarkable. To us, the soul sect is simply insignificant." The final words of Bear 2's father resonated profoundly, causing Bear Meow to stagger back 2 steps. "The soul sect, in our perspective, holds no significance whatsoever. Truly, it is of no consequence at all. My goodness, you dare to disregard even the soul sect. Are you attempting to defy the heavens?" The bear cat, startled, hurriedly activated the system disc in Papa Bear and Papa Bear 2, seeking to uncover their true identities or determine whether they had been possessed. Much like the revelation of the true identity of old Jack, the village chief of Sacred Soul Village, to the vast community of readers. Soon enough, the system, represented by the little bear, provided an interface revealing that Papa Bear and Papa Bear 2 were merely ordinary individuals. Although they possessed the beast martial soul of a bear, they were inherently devoid of soul power, merely at the first and a half levels. Without a doubt, they were indeed ordinary men. Yet, their audacious remarks dismissing the soul sect clearly indicated that they were no ordinary folk. Could an average person ever utter such words? Xiang Miao was utterly incredulous. The protagonists of Bears on the Run had appeared right before her. Furthermore, during her encounter at the Eye of Ice and Fire, the system's little bear had suggested that consuming the fire apricot and the 8-star ice grass would grant her dual elemental attributes. However, the truth was far from that. It was only after unwittingly devouring the remains of the two dragon kings of ice and fire that she acquired such powers. Now, when she was informed that Papa Xiongda and Papa Xiong along with Mama Tsuehua and Uncle Guang Tuqiang, were merely ordinary humans, she was resolute in her disbelief. How could they possibly be just commonplace individuals? Uncle Guang Tuqiang stepped forward and confronted Papa Xiongda and Papa Xiong, admonishing, "Don't frighten the child. She has returned with great difficulty, and rather than showing concern for the hardship she faced, you choose to boast and terrify her. It would have been better if she had called me Papa instead." Upon hearing Uncle Guang Tuqiang's words, Xiong Miao became even more convinced of their true nature. Nevertheless, the system's little bear confirmed that they were, without a doubt, ordinary humans. Perhaps the disparity in cultivation systems rendered them undetectable. This was the only plausible explanation. Each world possesses its unique cultivation system, making it entirely normal for such discrepancies to arise. Especially considering they hailed from a familiar animated realm. In this light, their strength must be formidable. Dismissing a mere soul sect was only to be expected, as the soul sage level might not even serve as a proper starting point, merely a minimal entry ticket. As she observed Papa Xiongda and Papa Xiong continuing their quarrel with Uncle Guang Tuqiang, Mama Tsuehua, wielding a wooden mallet, struck each of their heads with considerable force. Seething with indignation, "You all are still arguing here while little Xiong Miao has returned after much hardship and achieved commendable results in the soul sect. Instead of focusing on her well-being and whether she encountered any dangers, you bicker like this. It truly infuriates me. You all need to reflect on your behavior." Following her reprimand, Papa Xiongda, Papa Xiong and Uncle Guang Tuqiang obediently squatted against the wall. Turning to face Xiong Miao, Mama Tsuehua adopted a gentle demeanor, saying, "Little Xiong Miao, come, let's have a meal first. Mama Tsuehua has prepared all your favorite dishes." Xiong Miao accompanied Mama Tsuehua to the dining table. Gazing at an array of steaming dishes that had already been prepared, it was clear that completing such a feast in the brief time since her return was an impossibility. She was certain her suspicions were correct. This family had mastered an entirely different system, one that the little bear could not perceive. Xiong Miao was too indolent to verify this matter or to confirm their claims, as they possessed countless methods for counter-verification. According to previous discussions, the Soul Saint realm appeared to be the minimum entry standard. With her current capabilities, it seemed feasible for her to reach the Soul Saint realm before the age of 20, and perhaps even attain a title before she turned 25. This was merely an estimation, devoid of divine intervention. Before long, Xiong Miao had tidied up the meal on the table. Given her constitution, it was typically challenging for her to feel satiated. However, the modest fare prepared at home was irresistibly fulfilling. It had been quite some time since she had savored such delectable dishes. Mother Chui cast a glance at her, remarking, "Indeed, look at you. You've never appeared more robust, yet you remain so slender." Robust? To use such a term to describe a girl in this village was utterly unremarkable. "Mother Chui, do not be deceived by my slenderness. I am indeed quite sturdy." Upon saying this, Xiong Miao extended one hand, which seemed delicate. Mother Chui squeezed it a few times, then nodded in satisfaction. "The firmness is acceptable. Who would have thought our little Xiong Miao, who appears easily bullied, could actually strike down a tiger with a single blow?" Haha. In that moment, Xiong Miao could be 100% certain that they were not ordinary individuals, perhaps even divine beings. It seemed that within the entire household, she was the weakest among them. Was the notion of striking down a tiger truly a measure of strength? Xiong Miao, however, displayed a modest demeanor. To claim that one could slay a tiger with a single punch seems utterly absurd. Such a feat would only be conceivable with the aid of soul techniques. Mother Tsuehua remarked, "After all, you are the most gifted soul master our village has seen in over a decade, having attained the rank of soul sect. Surely, you can accomplish this." Xiong Miao is undoubtedly capable, much like when she first encountered the initial beast that Ah Fu had slain. Now, she could effortlessly dispatch it with a single blow. With the passage of millennia, she would, barring unforeseen circumstances, achieve even greater feats. Reflecting on her past, it becomes evident how feeble she once was. It is quite apparent that if she cannot vanquish a millennia-level tiger with a single strike, what is the purpose of her return? Has Xiong Miao's imagination run amok? No. Xiong Miao firmly believes that her interpretations are not in error. Their every word insinuates her weakness. What significance does a mere soul sect hold? Truly, the effectiveness of strength is contingent upon the target. A feeble creature may be dispatched with ease, while a formidable opponent may require several blows. Xiong Miao remains humble, asserting that if one punch proves insufficient, then 2, 3, or even 7 or 8 strikes to the head will surely suffice. Are there truly such formidable tigers? Among the common folk, it is rare to encounter soul beasts of a millennium or more. After Xiong Miao has re-established their perspective, the discourse with ordinary villagers has transformed. The same words uttered by a commoner and a physician carry vastly different meanings. In Xiong Miao's eyes, if they wish to perform, she shall accompany them in their play. There are, beyond the 10-year and 100-year marks, also those of 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and even 100,000 years. In Mama Tsuehua's gaze, it appears as if she has glimpsed the gateway to a new world. Such powerful soul beasts exist, yet Mama Tsuehua remains utterly oblivious. Ultimately, I have absorbed a wealth of knowledge during my time at the academy. It seems our little Xiong Miao has not only maintained her cultivation but has also amassed considerable knowledge. Mama Tsuehua affectionately ruffled Xiong Miao's hair. May I linger at home for a few more days? I wish to weave the experiences of these 6 years into a narrative, Xiong Miao implored. Her hands clasped over her heart, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That will not do, Mama Tsuehua replied, her expression turning serious. You may return for half a day. But staying longer is unwarranted. Just look at how swiftly you have grown over these 6 years. Spending a few days here would be a misallocation of your time. We need not be privy to the events of your past 6 years. Merely witnessing your accomplishments upon your return assures us that you have fared well, eliminating any cause for our concern. Disappointment washed over Xiong Miao as she realized that it would not be long before she was once again driven from the village by the merciless quartet. As she contemplated sharing her experiences from the past 6 years with them, she found herself at a loss, for there was little of significance to recount. And the weighty matters were not to be divulged lightly. She could certainly narrate tales until the heavens fell, yet discretion prevailed. Chapter 97. Tang San at level 30. Not long after, Xiong Miao was once again expelled from Xiong village. A situation that validated her thoughts from 3 years prior when she had returned but had not ventured inside. The title of Soul Master was merely a name to them. What they truly sought was a simple and idyllic life. Perhaps it was her lack of strength that barred her return. With these musings in mind, she departed the territory of Xiong village, resolving that once she attained level 70 as a soul sage, she would understand what the minimum entry ticket truly entailed. Instead of seeking out Huashaoduo, she made her way to Nodding Academy. Since she had returned with some celestial herbs, this matter could be addressed. The children from the village were now in 6th grade, and given their innate talents, only a few had managed to break through to level 10, while others remained uncertain. She gathered a couple of suitable herbs, concocted a potion, and mixed it into their water bottles. Upon witnessing them drink, she was pleased to see them each elevate by a level soon after, and with that satisfaction, she took her leave. She harbored no fear of Tang San discovering her actions. Rather, she was curious to see if he would envy the existence of such celestial herbs in their world. Especially Yu Xiaojiang. Would they attempt to analyze the remnants of the potion in hopes of breaking through the long-standing barrier of level 29? Finding a concealed spot, Xiong Miao utilized the system's surveillance feature to monitor the two. As anticipated, upon returning from his blacksmithing work, Tang San noticed that his classmates, who had needed another year or two to reach level 10, had all achieved this milestone in a single day. This extraordinary occurrence caught the attention of his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang. Through his investigation, Tang San uncovered the secret behind his classmates' sudden increase in soul power. The water in their bottles had been infused with a potion made from crushed celestial herbs, which facilitated a direct enhancement of their soul power and potential. Although he was unaware of the source of this potion, it inspired Tang San to prepare for the eventuality of locating celestial herbs in this world for his mentor, who had been unable to surpass level 29 throughout his life. Tang San, aware of his classmates' ignorance regarding the potion, used the excuse that it had adverse effects on soul masters to convince them to surrender their water bottles. He combined their contents into a single vessel, noting that only half a bottle remained. Using potions to enhance strength might it have side effects? Yu Xiaojiang expressed some concern, recalling that others had attempted similar methods with unfortunate outcomes. Yet, he deemed it inconsequential for himself. Tang San, with unwavering confidence, replied, "Since the mysterious figure only provided the potion to my less talented classmates and not to me or Xiao Wu, it suggests there are no adverse effects. If that is the case, then you should drink the remaining half bottle," Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang urged. "You have been at level 29 for quite some time. Consuming this will allow you to reach level 30 as a soul master." Yu Xiaojiang longed for the potion himself, recognizing that even if he drank it, he would merely attain the rank of soul master, while his beloved disciple, Tang San, would benefit far more from it. The challenges of breaking through each bottleneck in cultivation were formidable, and in the mentor's eyes, the blue silvergrass, though slightly enhanced, could never compare to the Haotian hammer. The arrival of this miraculous potion, with no apparent side effects, provided the perfect opportunity to further unlock Tang San's latent potential. Aware that maintaining his current level had taken an unusually long time, Tang San recognized the potion as a fortuitous chance. Though he would still have eventually broken through to level 30 without it. "Perhaps it would be better if you drank it, Master," Tang San suggested. "I possess twin martial souls and innate full soul power. I can swiftly reach level 30 without this potion." Yu Xiaojiang regarded his disciple with pride and affection. Patting him on the shoulder, "Tang San, I have been trapped at level 29 for many years. My situation differs from that of the children. Consuming this potion may not guarantee a breakthrough for me, but for you, it is a different matter. This potion might expedite your progress." After a courteous exchange, Tang San eventually acquiesced to his mentor's wishes, ready to absorb the potion. He recognized this opportunity as a crucial moment. For the potion possessed the ability to consolidate and enhance his essence, not merely to hasten his growth unnaturally. Drinking the remaining potion, Tang San sat in meditation within the confines of his mentor's chamber, channeling the potion's power to shatter his bottleneck. Under the influence of the Xiantian skill, the potion's effects were rapidly absorbed, and within less than half an hour, he broke through to level 30, requiring only a millennium soul ring to become a true soul master. Witnessing his disciples' breakthrough filled Yu Xiaojiang with indescribable excitement. Tang San was merely 12 years old. Yet he had achieved the rank of Soul Master, a feat unprecedented in the annals of history, accomplished under Yu Xiaojiang's careful tutelage. He would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in the era to come. Yu Xiaojiang recalled his initial interest in Xiong Miao, who, with her own twin martial souls, was likely now a disciple of Bibi Dong at the Spirit Hall, with her prowess as the first to cultivate twin martial souls. The issue of their mutual rejection would likely be resolved. She had probably already reached the level of Soul Master, with both of his students possessing twin martial souls. It would be interesting to see whose tutelage yielded the superior disciple. Regarding the concerns over the rejection of twin martial souls, he hoped that, given their past connection, Xiong Miao would share insights to facilitate fair competition between the two children. As Xiong Miao observed the unfolding events through her surveillance, she pondered the unexpected consequences of Tang San consuming her potion. With him hastily advancing to level 30, would he still obtain the 8 Spider Lance? And could Oscar secure his third soul skill of flight? The trajectory of events had certainly deviated from the norm. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang began outlining Tang San's future training regimen. Tomorrow, you may approach the dean to request early graduation. I wish for you to enroll at the Shrek Academy in Soto City. Tang San, puzzled, inquired, Master, are we not to venture into the soul-hunting forest first to procure soul rings before attending other academies? The soul rings suitable for level 30 were of the Millennium variety, and such soul beasts were exceedingly rare in domesticated areas. Those with favorable attributes were even scarcer. Only in the wild soul beast habitats could one hope to discover suitable candidates. Completing his explanation, Yu Xiaojiang added, in truth, once a soul master meets the conditions for the next soul ring absorption, they can continue their training without necessarily hunting for a soul ring. The benefits of prior training will manifest upon acquiring the soul ring. In the vicinity of Soto City resides his good brother, Soul Sage Flinder. With the formidable prowess of the Shrek Academy's instructors, he is capable of assisting Tang San in acquiring a suitable soul ring. And he possesses great confidence in his own theories. Shrek Academy, you say? I understand. Esteemed teacher, I shall set forth tomorrow. Over the course of 6 years of guidance, Tang San has come to regard the master with a paternal reverence. Moreover, he comprehends that the teacher's directive is undoubtedly for his benefit. On one hand, the teacher is hindered by his own limitations and can no longer assist him in obtaining a soul ring. On the other hand, the instructors at Shrek can aid him in acquiring his third soul ring. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Xiong Miao realized it was time to head to Shrek Academy, coincidentally aiming to intercept Zhu Shiqing. P.S. Regrettably, I mistakenly wrote an incorrect passage, necessitating the complete rewriting of subsequent events, which is quite disheartening. As for my thoughts on the launch, I have little to convey. Admittedly, I possess a forgetful nature, having overlooked that today marks the official release. I can only mention 2 matters. The first is that the free operation may come as a surprise. On the website and app, it might still incur charges, for which I ask for your understanding. Of course, one may suspect I am deceiving you, as I had initially believed the free operation would persist post-launch. Nevertheless, it should remain free on the QQ browser, and I harbor no qualms if you choose to view it there instead. It merely means fewer subscriptions here, which I can accept. Given that I even forgot the launch date, I hardly worry about initial subscriptions. Regardless, I can still access data from there, even if it results in slightly reduced earnings. The second matter is that I will be taking a qualification exam tomorrow, and once completed, I shall enter the workforce. As for frequent updates, that is improbable. I am not a full-time writer, and my skills are rather lacking and lazy. Once I refine my writing technique, I may achieve that goal. Chapter 98. The Observer Panda having intercepted Zhu Shiqing, Xiong Miao's team for the competition is now complete. Had she acted sooner, she could have also brought Oscar and Ning Rongrong along. If given the choice between the two, Xiong Miao would select Oscar. Among the 7 monsters, Oscar possesses the most conventional worldview, exhibiting few qualities that would displease others. Most admirable is his ability as a food support system soul master to devise combat strategies independently, rendering him less reliant on Tang San's celestial herbs. Excluding Tang San, he is the one most likely to cultivate into a deity, provided he encounters a person willing to devote everything to him. Without such a person, the likelihood appears bleak. The following day, Tang San, adhering to Yu Xiaojiang's advice, applied for early graduation and departed, accompanied by his recognized sister, the 10,000-year rogue rabbit, Xiaowu. Xiong Miao anticipated that Xiaowu would remain steadfastly by Tang San's side as they journeyed together to Shrek Academy, having graduated and set out to explore the world. Though your father is no longer by your side, you should take a moment to return to the village and pay a visit to the venerable village chief Jack, for it may be a long time before you see him again. The purpose is to observe how Tang San would react upon appearing before Hua Xiaoduo. As one possessing the unawakened bloodline of the Blue Silver Emperor, encountering the current and awakened Blue Silver Emperor may evoke profound feelings in you. Will you perceive Hua Xiaoduo, who bears the aura of the former Blue Silver Emperor, as a maternal figure? At the entrance of Holy Spirit Village, a touching and heartwarming scene unfolds, depicting parents bestowing wings upon their children, enabling them to soar into the vast skies. Xiaoduo, you must take good care of yourself. No matter what happens, Always prioritize your safety, her father admonished, while her mother wiped away tears nearby. In the future, you will meet many other soul masters, both virtuous and vile. Treat the good ones sincerely, but remain cautious of the bad ones. The world outside is fraught with peril. Do not trust anyone indiscriminately, and if danger arises, do not hesitate to flee. A mother's worry knows no bounds after finally witnessing her daughter alive. The thought of her venturing out into the unknown weighs heavily on her heart. Mom and Dad, please do not worry. I will take good care of myself and strive to become a great soul master, even renaming the village, Hua Xiaoduo reassured them. You must take care of yourselves as well. After bidding farewell, Hua Xiaoduo wiped her tears intermittently as she walked, to which Xiong Miao comforted her, rest assured. We will return. In contrast to her own expulsion, Hua Xiaoduo had at least enjoyed the affection of her parents for several days, which left her feeling conflicted. Yes, sister. I will surely make my parents proud. Hua Xiaoduo resolutely gazed into the distance, silently affirming her determination, unlike the pace of Tang San and Xiaowu. Xiong Miao set off with the intent of arriving at their destination sooner. This time, Hua Xiaoduo chose not to accompany Xiong Miao but instead returned alone to Tiando City. Resuming her training at the Blue Tyrant Academy, the desire to meet her surrogate mother had to be set aside for the moment. She nearly forgot that Tang Hao, the former Blue-Silver Emperor and husband to Tang San, was following closely behind. She certainly did not want Tang Hao to catch sight of Hua Xiaoduo, who carried the essence of his late wife. Before long, Tang San and Xiaowu appeared in Soto City. Their camaraderie was even more intimate than one might have imagined. Xiaowu raised her hand to lightly brush the moisture from her forehead and complained, "We've finally arrived in Soto City. I truly do not understand what Master is thinking. There are several intermediate Soul Master academies, and even a few advanced ones willing to admit us unconditionally, yet he insists we come here to this obscure academy. Hoping it will help you obtain your third spirit ring?" Tang San smiled gently. If Master has entrusted this task to me, it must be for a valid reason. Besides, he did not ask you to accompany me. Thankfully, the Balik Kingdom borders the Fastno province. Otherwise, you would have far more to complain about. Xiaowu playfully pounded her small fist against Tang San's chest, which, while not particularly muscular, held a warmth that she cherished. I'm only doing this for you. Brother, you can't expect me to just sit idly by. You must spend a couple of days with me in Soto City to make up for the emotional scars of my childhood. Tang San continued to smile. Your childhood scars? I wonder how the others at Notting Academy would react if they knew their once dominant leader had such a fragile heart. Xiaowu pouted. I don't care. I want what I want. Tang San relented, unable to resist his sister's charms. All right, we'll do as you wish. But shouldn't we first find a place to stay? After such a long journey, aren't you tired? Seated in a pavilion, Xiong now activated her observer mode, witnessing the scene unfold before her eyes, which sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. This bond between the half-siblings was palpable, an experience that could only be felt in person. Tang San and Xiaowu soon found a place to eat before searching for accommodations. Xiaowu quickly stumbled upon a rather unique hotel. Adjusting her view, she confirmed it was indeed the infamous Rose Hotel. It was amusing that Xiaowu failed to recognize the hotel's opulence, yet given Tang San's experience, he should have been aware of the exorbitant costs associated with such luxury. What happened to frugality? Xiong Miao chuckled softly. Next, Daimu Bai made his entrance alongside the two twin sisters, leading to a scuffle over a lavish red ocean suite. Ultimately, Daimu Bai graciously yielded the room to Tang San. However, given the altered timeline, their meeting seemed increasingly unlikely. Yet, with Daimu Bai's notorious reputation as the evil-eye white tiger, he had a knack for manipulating time, effortlessly managing the temporal flow to suit his desires. Who could say when he might bring his companions along? Using the system's satellite feature, Xiong Miao swiftly located Daimu Bai's whereabouts. At that moment, he was emerging from a hotel with a beautiful companion after finishing a game of poker. Within minutes, he was flirting with another lady, strolling through the streets together. It appeared that this master of time management would not intersect with Tang San anytime soon. Returning to Tang San and Xiaowu, they had entered the infamous Rose Hotel. With the server's ambiguous smile, they were persuaded into booking just one room. Navi Xiaowu, unaware of the treachery of the human world, casually agreed to share a room with Tang San. However, upon hearing the room's price, their expressions changed dramatically. Tang San, true to his character, would first inquire why the cost was so high before deciding, as there were many hotels to choose from. Yet Xiaowu, with her reckless temperament, refused to spend such a fortune on a single night's stay. Are you robbing us? For one room, you charge this much? I could stay in Notting City for countless days with this amount. The server, perceiving her distress, quickly explained, Dear Miss, you must understand that such prices come with their own justifications. Soto City, one of the two major cities in the Balik Kingdom, is renowned as the granary city and far surpasses Notting City in worth. Our Rose Hotel is the most prestigious in Soto City, with each room's decor reflecting its intrinsic value. Would you still call our pricing extortionate? Tang San, recognizing the value in the hotel's opulence, nodded in agreement. You're correct. My sister simply lacks understanding. The server's smile grew even more enigmatic, realizing the bond between the siblings. It seemed this brother was quite the charmer, and he felt compelled to assist him. You both are soul masters, I presume? For soul masters like yourselves, Acquiring gold soul coins through the spirit hall as subsidies should not be a challenge. Tang San was taken aback. Surprised that a mere hotel staff member could discern his identity as a soul master, likely indicating the presence of skilled practitioners in the community. Indeed. I am a soul master, he affirmed, feeling a surge of pride. Once again, Xiao was provoked by the waiter, and in an instant, her martial spirit. The soft bones rabbit manifested. 2 radiant yellow soul rings descended around her. A formidable soul master materialized before their eyes, leaving the waiter utterly astonished. His eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed audibly. This girl was a soul master, and her companion was likely one as well, equally a great soul master. Tang San quickly grasped Xiao's arm, saying, Xiao, do not frighten him. With a pout, Xiao reluctantly retracted her martial spirit. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face as he addressed Tang San and Xiao with the respect due to soul masters. I beg your pardon for the delay, he said. I am manager Wang of this establishment. It is indeed our oversight that the esteemed soul masters have had to wait to check in. To make amends, I have decided to waive your accommodation fees for 3 days, should your stay not exceed that duration. He presented them with a gleaming silver key, engraved with their floor and room number, adorned with an apologetic smile. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The offer of free lodging made him feel somewhat embarrassed, as they had not waited long and incurred little loss. That is too generous. We should pay the full price. We are able to afford it, he insisted. Manager Wang quickly shook his head, smiling. Your patronage is the greatest assistance you could provide to our humble establishment. Reluctantly, Tang San accepted the manager's goodwill, expressing his gratitude. With their 3 days of complimentary lodging secured, Xiao Wu's demeanor brightened, and she eagerly pulled Tang San upstairs to inspect their room. As they ascended, Manager Wang sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. That was close, he muttered, turning to the waiter with a hint of anger. Do you not understand the nobility of soul masters? Did you not see that child adorned with 2 soul rings? A century-old ring at that. At such a young age. She is already a great soul master, perhaps even a descendant of a prominent family. We cannot afford to offend them, the waiter murmured. I had no idea they were soul masters, let alone great soul masters. As an observer from the shadows, Xiong Miao felt an inexplicable urge to investigate further. Having not encountered Daimubai, nor stayed in the luxurious top-floor Red Ocean suite, he pondered the charm of the room associated with the silver key. Just then, a voice interrupted him. Hello, beautiful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Daimubai. Chapter 99. A small fist to your heart. Daimubai stood at approximately 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and strikingly handsome, exuding an air of rugged determination. His long, golden hair cascaded down his back, reaching near his waist in a straight, smooth flow. What captivated attention most were his eyes, peculiar and mesmerizing. They were deep blue orbs that radiated a chilling intensity. The icy gaze seemed to cut through the air, and a mere glance from him felt like a blade's edge against one's skin. Such a remarkably handsome visage, combined with those haunting eyes, rendered him a focal point wherever he went, captivating the hearts of countless women who found themselves enchanted by his presence. Daimubai's confidence was palpable. Who could resist his charm? He had encountered numerous beauties, yet the girl before him, with her unique attire, was unlike any he had seen before. There was a distinct allure to her. Moreover, her beauty surpassed that of any he had previously encountered, if she were to mature further. What extraordinary allure might she possess then? Xiang Miao found it hard to believe how Daimubai had come to be here. It seemed that just moments ago, she had been oblivious to his proximity. Beside him stood a beautiful woman, her expression filled with hostility as she gazed at her. She chose not to speak, well aware that Daimubai had other women in his life aside from herself. After all, he was not only handsome but also a formidable soul master. The prospect of marrying such an exceptional soul master, even one with multiple wives, was hardly a deterrent. Is this your first visit to Soto City? I often assist girls in need. If there is anything I can do for you, I will certainly strive to meet your needs, Daimubai said, striking a rather charming gesture as he tousled his hair. Xiang Miao harbored a desire to cleanse her eyes. And it must be said that Daimubai indeed possessed a visage that could be deemed alluringly captivating, rendering it entirely natural for beautiful maidens to be enchanted by him. Observing the silence from the other party, Daimubai assumed he had successfully captivated her attention and thus pressed on with his advances. I am quite familiar with this place, and if you would allow me, I would be honored to serve as your guide, taking you on a tour of Soto City, with all expenses covered by me. Might I inquire if you would be inclined to accept this offer? Xiong Miao smiled gently. I am indeed willing, but can your strength truly protect me? Strength? Upon hearing this, Daimubai noticed the soul power fluctuating around the enchanting beauty before him. She was unmistakably a soul master. I never expected that you, a beautiful lady, are also a soul master. How fortuitous, for I too possess such abilities. I believe we shall have much to discuss. Perhaps I could even offer you some guidance. Offer me guidance? Xiang Miao's interest was piqued, and she feigned nonchalance, remarking, as a genius from a junior academy, do you truly think you can instruct me? Daimubai, unfazed, chuckled and suggested, why don't we engage in a soul duel? Let us see if I am indeed capable of guiding you. Xiang Miao rose to his feet and declared, very well, but this is not the place for a soul battle. Let us venture outside the city to engage in combat. After all, dueling within Soto City is strictly forbidden, If soul masters do not battle in the designated arenas, they must do so in the wilderness. Fortunately, the outskirts were not far from their location, and Dai Mubai consented to Xiong Miao's invitation for an outdoor duel. Upon exiting the city, the three of them paused in a spacious clearing, where, apart from the two soul masters, a beautiful ordinary girl accompanied Dai Mubai, serving as their sole spectator. Before the duel commenced, Dai Mubai inquired, "May I ask, how old are you this year?" 13, replied Xiong Miao. 13, you say? Dai Mubai smiled slightly and continued. I am 15, with the White Tiger Martial Soul, and a 37th level Battle Soul Master. To ensure fairness, I shall not overwhelm you. I will only employ my first two soul skills in our contest. By the way, what is your martial soul, fair maiden? Xiong Miao, unwavering, declared, my martial soul is precisely what you see before you, this bare ensemble I adorn. As for my soul power, I stand at a formidable 32. A strong attack-type weapon soul battle master. 3 resplendent rings arose in succession, silently cascading from my being 2 yellow and 1 purple. If I were to truly unveil my abilities to Dai Mubai, how could I possibly unleash my wrath upon him, this irresponsible scoundrel? He fled to the heavenly Dou Empire. Evading the fated conflict he should confront alongside his betrothed, Zhu Qing, leaving her to face the brutal struggles alone in the Starfall Empire. While he indulged in a life of extravagance and revelry, unaware of the peril that encircled Zhu Qing, who contended daily with the specter of death, a threat emanating from her own elder sister. It is a harrowing ordeal for a mere girl to confront such despair and terror. His flirtations with other women are one thing, but to pursue even a young girl, especially one with an eccentric appearance, how discerning can his tastes be? Dai Mubai, taken aback to discover that she too is a 3-ring soul master, pondered her age. A 13-year-old soul master is indeed a rarity, particularly among female practitioners. She epitomizes the extraordinary standards for admission to Shrek Academy, where candidates must be under 13 years of age and possess soul power of at least 20. When Dai Mubai enrolled at the age of 12, he had only reached level 25, not attaining the rank of soul master until nearly 14. This girl's innate soul power likely surpasses his own. It appears that this encounter may not conclude favorably. Yet, as a man, how could he possibly retreat? Especially in the presence of such beauty? He stretched his limbs and remarked, I did not anticipate that you two are a soul master. I believe our duel will be most intriguing. Though we are both soul masters with 3 soul rings, your 32 against my 37 leaves little room for your victory. Thus, I shall graciously concede. Xiong Miao chuckled softly, pondering who truly held the upper hand. No need for pleasantries. Since this is a battle of souls, we must give it our all. I fear that if you do not exert your full strength, you may find it overwhelming. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, his gaze ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Very well, since the fair lady has extended her gracious invitation, I shall not hold back. The essence of a battle spirit master lies in their fighting will, which bestows upon them a significant enhancement of power. With a surge of energy, the white tiger manifested. A brilliant pale light erupted from Dai Mubai as he extended his arms to the sides and puffed out his chest. His bones cracked audibly, muscles swelled instantaneously, stretching his garments, creating an atmosphere that felt almost frenzied. You may strike first, do not hesitate. Dai Mubai's spirit invigorated, his focus sharpened as he regarded Xiong Miao. An unknown adversary wielding an unknown martial soul, he could not afford to underestimate her. Is that so? Then you must tread carefully. Third soul skill, Bear emerges. Xiong Miao unreservedly unleashed her third soul skill. The bear suit detached, transforming into a towering 4-meter-tall, adorable iron-eating beast. What Dai Mubai witnessed was the clothing of the girl ascending into the air, subsequently enlarging, as a colossal hand descended upon him. Realizing the terrifying nature of the opponent's third soul skill, akin to the shattering of gold and stone, he acted without hesitation, instantly releasing the crystalline purple of his own third soul ring, unleashing the white tiger's diamond explosion. His physique, already magnified by the embodiment of the white tiger spirit, swelled once more, muscles grotesquely bulging as his upper garments were completely torn apart, revealing a terrifying muscular silhouette, with bizarre black stripes appearing on his skin. His tiger claws expanded further, the emerging blades transforming into a brilliant silver hue. His entire form was enveloped in a radiant golden light, as if gilded. His blood-red eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam, exuding the regal ferocity of the king of beasts. It was a clash of third soul skills. 2 tiger claws intercepted the shadow's attack, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a comically adorable black and white spirit beast. The audacity of summoning a spirit beast for combat. Are we not engaged in a soul duel? By deploying a spirit beast, you have gravely undermined the fairness of the competition. Dai Mubai immediately exclaimed in protest. Xiong Miao chuckled. I apologize. Perhaps you did not observe clearly earlier. This is my third soul skill. My martial spirit, the bear set, disengages and transforms into a ferocious iron-eating beast for battle. Thus, it is entirely equitable. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was astonished at the existence of such a soul skill, his first encounter with a martial spirit manifesting as an iron-eating beast in combat. He wondered what kind of soul beast one would have to hunt to acquire such a formidable ability. The strength displayed was extraordinary. It felt as though he were confronting a genuine soul beast, far more formidable than the millennium-old diamond tiger he had previously hunted. He dared not underestimate the seemingly simple-minded iron-eating beast. As it exerted its might, he quickly retreated. The force from its paw struck the ground, causing it to shatter and form a small crater with cracks radiating outward. Enduring such an assault unscathed would likely result in several broken ribs. Even while utilizing the White Tiger's diamond transformation, which significantly boosts strength, attack, and defense, there was no room for doubt. An attack propelled by pure force from a height would only grow in intensity. Greater height leads to a faster descent, resulting in increased impact. Xiang Miao generously elucidated some principles of physics to Dai Mubai, subtly indicating that she had indeed been lenient. If she were to unleash her third soul skill, Bear Rampage, to its full extent, Dai Mubai would not only be gravely injured, but possibly rendered incapacitated. One must admit, your third soul skill is exceedingly formidable. However, I perceive this may also be your Achilles heel. Once your martial spirit transforms into the iron-eating beast, can you still employ other soul skills? Dai Mubai boldly speculated that since the bear set is her martial spirit, its transformation into the iron-eating beast likely meant she could no longer utilize her other soul skills. Akin to a soul master stripped of their martial spirit and abilities. Xiang Miao chuckled, you may give it a try. But first you must break through my third soul skill, Bear's presence, and approach me to discover whether I can utilize other soul skills. Indeed. Once she employed her third soul skill, her martial soul would detach, rendering her incapable of accessing any other abilities. This particular third soul skill significantly weakened her, as all her soul skills transferred to the Iron Eater beast, akin to the scenarios in the Kingdom of Locke and the Saya ship, transforming her from a soul master into a trainer. It was due to her awareness of this grave issue that she focused on creating her own soul skills, ensuring she did not possess an extraordinary physique devoid of usable abilities. Was it truly feasible to engage in physical combat, using mere fists? Rather, it would be far more advantageous to develop additional unique soul skills to dazzle the audience. Dai Mubai lunged forward with a fierce determination, his attack style being close combat, his forte. Although his strength paled in comparison to the soul beasts conjured by her third soul skill, he possessed ample combat experience. Furthermore, the White Tiger transformation could sustain its form for half an hour, during which his attack power, defense, and strength would double. With these advantages, he could maneuver around the Iron Eater beast, searching for vulnerabilities to swiftly conclude the battle. In the next moment, he inevitably faced the seemingly foolish yet adorable Iron Eater beast once more. The beast roared menacingly, its massive paws creating gusts of wind powerful enough to shatter stone with each strike. Dai Mubai's tiger paw was equally fierce, accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air. Meanwhile, Xiang Miao casually deployed a set of beach furniture, donning sunglasses and reclining comfortably as if relishing life. Hey, you, come make some tea. Chapter 100, I desire your soul skills. Cough. How could this happen? Dai Mubai knelt, trembling slightly. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. His third soul skill, White Tiger transformation, had expired, leaving him incredulously staring at the soul beast birthed from her martial soul. Setting aside the fact that my soul power had reached level 37, which inherently outweighed level 32. It was inconceivable that even an independent combat entity born from a martial soul could possess such strength. It was already formidable enough. Yet I could not discern any flaws in its defense as my third soul skill's effect waned. Moreover, it seemed as if the beast was deliberately holding back. Seeing Dai Mubai's inactivity, Xiang Miao, sipping her tea from a distance, taunted, Hey, are you even capable? It's been half an hour, and your transformation has ended. Where's your prowess? Her words ignited a fire within Dai Mubai. Being mocked by a woman was a tremendous affront to him, especially since they both pursued the path of powerful assault-type soul masters. This was not merely a humiliation, it was a disgrace. No, I cannot lose. I must not lose. He could not tolerate such indignation, regardless of her gender. He would invoke his third soul skill, White Tiger transformation, once more. Surely, her third soul skill also had a time limit. A few more minutes could not exceed the duration of his transformation. In quick succession, his second soul ring illuminated. A colossal white light coalescing, accompanied by a thunderous tiger's roar as a milky white energy orb erupted from his mouth. The White Tiger's fierce light wave, a combination of the skills from both soul rings, unleashed a terror greater than before. Indeed, he had become utterly serious. The anger of a warrior was precisely what this tiger required. Xiang Miao observed with interest as Dai Mubai was trained by her third soul skill. Had he not allowed himself to languish, his soul power would likely be 1 or 2 levels higher. Not everyone could achieve level 25 by the age of 12. Comparatively, Ning Rongrong's level 25 was the result of her frequent laziness and cultivation, revealing how much time Dai Mubai had squandered. Were it not for his time at Shrek under the guidance of Flander and others, his current level 37 might not have been attained. Yet, to genuinely conquer her third soul skill, Bear's presence, would be far from simple. Time swiftly passed, and once again, the effects of Dai Mubai's third soul skill waned. Along with the enhancement from his martial soul, he still had not triumphed over the soul beast formed from her martial soul. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. His attire in tatters, his shirt had completely ripped apart, his trousers bore significant damage, and his golden hair was a chaotic mess, his face bruised and battered. Before he could finish his thought, the clumsy yet adorable Iron Eater beast knocked him to the ground, nearly landing on his face. While he understood this was not a true soul beast, who could remain composed with such an imposing presence looming so closely. I concede. I concede. I give up. Daimubai hastily admitted defeat, overwhelmed by the humiliation. Xiang Miao chuckled and said, there are no others here, just the three of us. What are you afraid of? Daimubai's face flushed crimson, rendered immobile beneath the weight of his companion. As a prince of the Douluo Empire, he had never endured such humiliation. Thus, he conceded with remarkable candor, I was wrong, sister. I should not have entertained such thoughts about you. Could you please ask your adorable iron-eating beast to move? His words elicited a splutter of tea from Xiang Miao, who could hardly contain her disgust. Wishing to create a distraction to cleanse her ears from the sheer repulsiveness of his statement, a cup was hurled in retaliation. Silence. Unprotected. Daimubai felt the impact as blood trickled from his forehead. How can you even utter such words? How utterly revolting. If the one striking him had been a man, he would never have tolerated such indignity. He vowed to avenge this slight. Yet, the assailant was a charming young girl, and his usual suave methods of courtship had turned into something distasteful in her presence, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of defeat. As the saying goes, Lola's possessed three virtues, delicate and soft, easily toppled. With her youthful skin, large eyes, and petite stature, she required little adornment to captivate. She was sweet and compliant, with an enchanting presence that was undeniably appealing. The absence of her martial spirit seemed to encapsulate all her alluring qualities. Strangely, he found himself wanting to endure this humiliation further. Prior to this, the weight of the iron-eating beast had nearly suffocated him, compelling him to plead, I can hardly breathe. Please, let it get off me. Xiang Miao waved his hand, and the iron-eating beast that had been sitting on Daimubai vanished, transforming back into a fiery form that enveloped him once again. It was only then that Daimubai could take deep breaths of fresh air, having nearly been crushed by the soul beast manifested from his attire. In contrast to his usual self-image as a monster, he realized today that there are always greater heights to aspire to, not to mention that she herself was of a monstrous caliber. Her third soul skill was nothing short of extraordinary. A sudden curiosity arose within him about the soul beast she had hunted to acquire such an astonishing ability. This soul skill was unparalleled within the same realm, and he surmised it could even allow her to challenge opponents of higher levels. If he could obtain this soul skill, perhaps he could defeat his own brother and seize the Douluo throne without question. With this thought, Daimubai's heart surged with fervor. Supported by one of his many girlfriends at his side, he slowly rose to his feet. Ignoring the severe injuries that marred his face, he earnestly inquired, May I ask what kind of soul beast you hunted to obtain your third soul skill? With a chuckle, Xiang Miao remarked, Oh? Do you also wish to acquire a third soul skill akin to mine? It was evident that Daimubai inquired with ulterior motives, his ambition being to vanquish his elder brother, seize the throne of the Douluo Empire, and indulge in the company of countless beauties. Hiki. All I ask is that you divulge the type of soul beast from which you obtained such a skill, and I shall reward you handsomely. I would even be willing to offer a complete set of soul bones. After all, once I defeat my brother and ascend to the throne, I shall have no shortage of desires. Daimubai began to envision himself as the sovereign of the Douluo Empire, adored by multitudes, wielding unparalleled power. What I seek, I fear, you cannot provide. Strangely, it seemed Xiang Miao had little need for anything. Was it soul bones? Daimubai was more than capable of providing those. Nothing surpassed the worth of soul bones. They were coveted treasures sought by every soul master. It is noteworthy that even a titled Douluo may not possess a single soul bone, even if I were to share this knowledge with you. There is no guarantee you could obtain it. Acquiring this soul skill does not stem from merely hunting a soul beast. Upon hearing this, Daimubai grew anxious, determined to acquire the skill at any cost. I would offer not just one soul bone, but an entire set. If only you could reveal the nature of the soul beast you hunted. An exchange of information for a complete set of soul bones is a rare opportunity, one you would surely hesitate to forfeit. A mere set of soul bones was hardly beyond his means. Within the treasury of the Douluo Empire, it was inconceivable that he could not amass a complete set. The bear cat leisurely remarked, It seems you are quite eager to know what type of soul beast my third soul skill is derived from. Daimubai, panting heavily, responded, As long as you can enlighten me, once I defeat an opponent, I shall bestow upon you an entire set of soul bones. Furthermore, he inquired, Why are you currently updating the 101st chapter regarding the position of the Bearcat Empress? Why? Daimubai found it hard to believe the Bearcat's words, questioning, If you can acquire such a soul skill, why can't I? The Bearcat retorted, Is it necessary to explain? I have already stated that my martial soul is a weapon martial soul, whereas yours is a genuine beast martial soul. Can the soul skills derived from the same kind of soul beast differ between a weapon martial soul and a beast martial soul? Xiang Miao proceeded to inform her about the nature of her martial soul. Interestingly, my martial soul was originally a beast type, much like yours. However, due to a mutation, it transformed into the weapon-type martial soul you see now. My third soul skill has taken on a tangible form, akin to that of a soul beast, which is quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Therefore, I advise you to immerse yourself in your studies. It is not sufficient to simply desire a particular soul skill. One must also consider the implications of the seventh soul skill. The true essence of a martial soul reveals whether it manifests as a transformation or as a corporeal entity. At last, Xiong Miao remarked, as for the reward of the soul bones, let us set that aside. Unless you can truly achieve it and find another individual with a martial soul akin to mine, even if beast martial souls undergo mutations, they remain bound by the principles of evolution. She stands as the very first of her kind in history. Searching for a second individual on the continent is akin to seeking grains of sand in a desert. Daimubai felt an immediate wave of disillusionment. No one could guarantee that his fourth soul skill, at level 40, would manifest the same martial soul and soul beast physicalization as hers. He understood that her martial soul had mutated into a weapon martial soul, a feat that was nearly impossible for beast martial souls to replicate. No. Can it be that I truly cannot defeat my brother and inherit the throne? No. I refuse to accept such a fate. Wait, do not leave just yet. Daimubai called out to Xiong Miao, who was preparing to depart. What is it that you wish to say? Xiong Miao patiently paused and turned to face him. I wonder if you truly are the first person in the history of the continent to possess such a soul skill. Are there truly no other methods aside from those two? As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall never surrender. This is the most direct and effective way I have encountered to conquer my brother, Davis. It cannot be that he alone knows. He must not be allowed to gain this knowledge. Consider this. Your martial soul was originally a beast martial soul that mutated into a weapon martial soul. The beast martial soul inherently possesses advantages and could potentially achieve results akin to your third soul skill. Surely, it cannot be inferior to a martial soul that has transformed into a garment. Reflect on this. My martial soul is a formidable beast martial soul. It should not fall short compared to one that has mutated into a clothing-like weapon. I may be the first to acquire such a soul skill. But that does not mean I possess all the answers. If you wish to uncover the precise details, allow your family to conduct the research, Xiong Miao stated. Asking me is futile. I do not possess that knowledge. The bear that inexplicably sacrificed itself for me in the past, even now. The fourth soul skill I hunt for involves a bear in a similar scenario. However, this fourth soul skill is not analogous to the third. It is a soul skill of immense destructive power and extensive range. Does she comprehend this? Not in the slightest. Different martial souls acquire different soul skills from the same soul beast. Similarities are rare, especially with regards to martial souls that are closely related. To achieve an effect identical to her third soul skill is utterly unattainable. Besides the seventh soul skill, the only possibility of obtaining a martial soul like hers would be through summoning-type soul masters or those who wield soul-capturing orbs. Or perhaps a martial soul akin to Yu Xiaojang's. Still, it depends on whether the soul skill is activated by the soul master or released autonomously by the martial soul. Allow my family to conduct research? Daimubai trembled slightly at the thought. Asking the Xingluo royal family to investigate was tantamount to courting disaster. Should his elder brother discover this, the chasm between them would only widen. This is something I cannot permit. And you, why concern yourself so much with this soul skill? It would be prudent to develop a conventional soul skill. The malevolent-eyed white tiger martial soul of the Xingluo imperial family is also a powerful beast martial soul. Why fixate on my third soul skill? Xiong Miao smiled. Daimubai's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively taking several steps back. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Xiong Miao chuckled lightly. Who I am is of little consequence. Although you claim your martial spirit is the white tiger, you have overlooked a crucial detail, your sinister gaze. Coupled with your ability to present an entire set of soul bones to me, I cannot fathom any other power, aside from the Douluo Empire's inherited martial spirits, that possesses such a configuration. Supporting Daimubai, the common girl stole a glance at her tall and handsome boyfriend. His demeanor unmistakably revealed his royal lineage. To think she had become involved with such a prominent figure. The opportunity before her was one she intended to seize. Marrying into royalty was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It was no longer merely about marrying an exceptional soul master. The thought of becoming an empress felt too distant, yet the position of a consort seemed within her grasp. Daimubai had to concede to his identity. Indeed, I am a prince of the Douluo Empire. Since you possess such knowledge and do not seek my demise, I hope you can assist me. If successful, I would gladly offer not just one set of soul bones, but two. Her third soul skill was so formidable that he need not seek a soul ring capable of granting him a similar ability. He simply needed to harness her power to defeat his brother and claim the throne of Douluo. Xiong Miao found the situation amusing. If we fail, your royal status will merely be stripped away. For us, it will be far more than a simple downfall. With your third soul skill at our disposal, I am confident we shall prevail. If her skill can dominate you, then facing your brother from the soul sect should be a fair contest. The common girl awaited Xiong Miao's agreement, anticipating her own ascent to empress. I must apologize. I have no desire to involve myself in your royal family's internal strife. After all, this is a matter of your household. Can it truly accommodate the intervention of an outsider? Xiong Miao articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity. The internal conflicts of the royal family are impervious to external interference. Daimubai discerned an additional layer of meaning. As long as the person in question was his woman, it sufficed. Ultimately, it became evident that she aspired to the position of empress, a matter not as simplistic as it may appear. Although his innate abilities paled in comparison to hers, and he could not best her in combat, he, as the emperor of Xingluo, possessed the authority. If she desired the title of empress, he would grant it to her without hesitation. Xiong Miao was somewhat unclear about what Daimubai had just said. Grant me the position of Empress? Chapter 102. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. As long as you are willing to assist me in seizing the throne, the position of Empress shall be yours. Daimubai nodded, expressing his confidence in his judgment. He chuckled. Ha 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 ha. Xiong Miao could not help but burst into laughter. The position of Empress? What were you thinking? Believing I would assist you in seizing the throne? You might as well wash up and sleep. Dreams can be a refuge for the fanciful. Setting aside whether a man in her body would consent, it is certain that he would not. Recalling tales from the female perspective. Those who aided their men in ascending to the throne invariably met grim fates, often conspired against by the emperor and treacherous rivals alike. One particularly memorable story featured a woman who had just given birth. A vile antagonist could not bear her existence and ensured her demise, resulting in the tragic loss of both mother and child. Though this is a world governed by men, who can guarantee that Daimubai would not turn against her? That wicked rival could very well be Zhu Zhuyun. With her caliber, even 10 Daimubais would be insufficient for her to contend with. A spouse who possesses overwhelming power is a source of dread for any emperor, akin to the fear of a minister whose achievements eclipse the sovereign's own, necessitating their removal. What you just implied was your desire for the position of Empress. Daimubai clung to his hope, believing that women are fickle beings. Perhaps she might change her mind in an instant. You have misunderstood. What value does the mere title of Empress hold? You might deceive some Na'vi and powerful young girls with such notions, but do not attempt to hoodwink me, Xiong Miao retorted with a cold smile. Even if it were not the title of Empress, I could grant you anything you desire, as long as you are willing to assist me. Daimubai persisted, undeterred. This made Xiong Miao question the brutality of the selection process for the Douluo Empire's throne. It was as if Daimubai remained relentless in believing she could help him defeat his brother, Davis. Daimubai was indeed correct. Xiong Miao possessed the strength to aid in claiming the throne. Yet she would never assist a prince who refused to shoulder responsibility and instead sought to obtain the throne through deceit. She aspired to the position of regent, a role that the circumstances of the Douluo Empire would not permit. You may as well indulge in dreams. I will not assist you. It is astonishing that a member of the Douluo royal family like Daimubai would resort to relying on outsiders to obtain the throne, rather than seeking my help. You would do better to strive diligently, lest you find yourself facing a humiliating defeat. Xiong Miao stated bluntly. You. Daimubai finally grasped that the other party would never assist him. The moniker of monster seemed to her nothing more than a jest, fortunately. He refrained from mentioning it in her presence. To the powerful, the title of monster merely signifies a talent surpassing that of the average genius, unable to rival his brother. He was merely a self-proclaimed monster in the small city of Soto, seeking validation for his existence. How could one born into royalty not see through the facade of Shrek Academy? It was little more than a fraudulent institution, its faculty only marginally respectable. He had come to Shrek out of desperation, for at least a few soul saints offered him protection. What of you? I see you are no better off than this. Xiong Miao was unafraid to engage in a farcical exchange with Daimubai, believing that if he could be roused by her scathing remarks, it would be all for the better. However, the transgressions he committed against Zhu Zhiqing warranted a reckoning that could not be easily absolved with mere apologies. Daimubai, in truth, was unworthy of her company. Their separation would serve as a beneficial choice for both parties involved. Do not belittle the youth and poverty. Suddenly, Daimubai uttered a poignant phrase that brought Xiong Miao to a halt. You seem to have mistaken your audience. I am younger than you. Is it fitting to utter such words before me? Furthermore, you are hardly impoverished. Hailing from royalty, your innate soul power must be around levels 8 or 9. How then can you claim to understand the plight of the truly destitute? Those with innate soul power at level 1 are the ones who possess the right to voice such sentiments. When you proclaim this phrase, it diminishes its meaning. It is merely a reflection of your own self-imposed downfall, masquerading as a victim while uttering feeble catchphrases. Do you truly deserve this? Daimubai found himself at a loss for words, having inadvertently dug his own grave. Could he truly declare himself a monster of Shrek? Despite his pride, he was now faced with a significant blow, a verbal assault to his spirit. We shall meet again. I hope you can surprise me next time. Just do not be as lackluster as today. The bear cat left with a final remark and entered the city. Watching the bear cat's departing figure, Daimubai tightened his grip on his tiger claws, his chest trembling violently, and his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and defeat her, to prove himself. However, her third soul skill, Bear Encounter, was exceedingly formidable. Overcoming her was not as simple as merely acquiring an additional soul ring. It was akin to needing to hunt soul beasts for their rings. And it required teamwork to face her third soul skill. Contemplating this, Daimubai felt somewhat disheartened. Seeking assistance against a girl was not in his nature. And even with an extra soul ring, he might still not prevail against her third soul skill, which left him in a state of mild depression. What sort of monster had he encountered? Her soul skill surpassed even the most grotesque of creatures. The woman beside him observed Daimubai, an ever-watchful bystander, and was keenly aware of his current discontent. It was the perfect moment for a woman to offer him comfort and concern. She tightly pressed against his arm and said, Dai Xiao, do not let your spirits dwindle. Let us venture into the city and find a healing soul master. You do not resemble the valiant Dai Xiao we know in such a state. I firmly believe you will find a soul master even more powerful than her to assist you. The woman was astute, knowing precisely what to say. especially considering his royal status in the Douluo Empire. Damubai nodded in agreement. After being thoroughly beaten, he needed to locate several healing soul masters to restore him, lest he tarnish his image in Soto while attempting to charm the ladies. Upon entering the city, they fortuitously encountered a healing soul master familiar to them, hailing from the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Under the full strength of the healing soul master's skill, Healing Light, he regained his originally handsome visage. Naturally, he cast aside the recent events as if they had never occurred. The bear cat, continuing her role as an observer, couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. Indeed, a rotten orange was a rotten orange. He had swiftly resumed his flirtations. Was it truly the case that one could not judge a youth by their poverty, and that 30 years could bring about a reversal of fortune? Must he wait for his fiancée, Zhuxing, to arrive before he would awaken to reality? This was hardly what one would call refraining from judging a youth by their poverty. It was purely amusing. The next chapter. Chapter 103, Zhuxing's Grilled Fish. Unbeknownst to the whims of fate, the following day, Tang San and Xiao Wu crossed paths with Daimubai. Inevitably, Tang San and Daimubai found themselves embroiled in a conflict. The reason was simple. Daimubai had mistakenly flirted with the wrong person, inadvertently targeting Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was Tang San's cherished sister, and how could Tang San, who had yet to obtain his third soul ring at level 30, tolerate such an affront to the sister he vowed to protect? He would rather endure humiliation himself than allow Xiao Wu to be insulted, even if the opponent was formidable. Beyond his capabilities, he would strive to drag them down with him, ensuring his sister Xiao Wu remained unharmed. Ultimately, the two faced a mutually destructive outcome. Yet they developed a profound camaraderie, realizing that without conflict, they would not have formed such a strong bond. After joining Shrek Academy, Daimubai regarded Tang San with the eyes of one admiring a stunning beauty. His interest piqued. The seemingly useless martial soul, blue silvergrass, had been cultivated to such an impressive degree. Perhaps this Tang San could assist him in claiming the throne. Convinced of his thoughts, Daimubai refrained from pursuing any romantic interest that day and instead took Tang San and Xiao Wu back to report to Shrek Academy. Flander, who was already at the academy before the enrollment period, was delighted to see them arrive early. Even before the semester began, the academy had welcomed two exceptional prodigies. Both merely 12 years of age, one just a soul ring away from becoming a soul sovereign, and the other just a level shy of 30. One had also dealt a significant blow to Daimubai, effectively completing the academy's 4 trials. Flander further confirmed that Tang San was a talented disciple of his good friend Yu Xiaojiang, and he was pleased to have Tang San at the academy, promising to assist him in hunting for a soul ring after the enrollment examinations. He firmly believed in his friend's theories about soul masters overcoming bottlenecks without hunting soul rings. Importantly, he was eager to see if he could recruit another prodigy this year, for part of the academy's annual funding relied on those useless individuals, which he was unwilling to forfeit. As Master's disciple, Tang San agreed to postpone his hunt for the third soul ring until after the academy's enrollment concluded, fully trusting in his Master's theories. Subsequently, he met 2 additional academy students, Oscar, the food system soul master known as Sausage Uncle, and Ma Hongjun, the assault system soul master known as Evil Fire Phoenix. Thus, Shrek's 7 monsters had gathered 5 members, with only 2 remaining: Ning Rongrong, the support system soul master, and Zhu Zhiqing, the agility system soul master. Flander, witnessing such an impressive collection of prodigious talents, felt optimistic that with just 2 more, they might be able to participate in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. If they could navigate the Soul Master Tournament and achieve a respectable ranking, even if they did not claim victory, they would undoubtedly establish a reputation for Shrek Academy as a breeding ground for monsters. A promising future seemed to beckon to him. Later, at Flander's behest, Tang San and Xiao Wu attended a practical experience class at the Soto City Great Soul Arena that evening, preparing ahead of the new semester at Shrek Academy. Despite being new students themselves, Tang San and Xiao Wu found themselves inevitably roped into assisting with the academy's enrollment efforts. On the previous day, the bear cat had sought out her target, Zhu Zhiqing. Zhu Zhiqing, confronted by a strangely dressed stranger, naturally harbored a sense of wariness, uncertain if this individual was an assassin sent by her sister. "Could you spare me a few grilled fish? I am rather hungry," the bear cat initiated the conversation. Seeking to bridge the gap between them, Zhu Zhiqing generously offered her a freshly grilled fish. The bear cat accepted the food, seated herself on the ground, and began to eat. However, the grilled fish, devoid of any seasoning, was far from commendable. After retrieving some spices from her spatial inventory and sprinkling them atop the fish, its flavor finally began to emerge. "Here you go." Zhu Zhiqing observed the offered spices with palpable wariness. Only after witnessing the bear cat consume the seasoned fish did she feel slightly reassured enough to accept the spices and sprinkle them on her own portion. Having fled for so long, she was merely concerned with replenishing her strength, indifferent to the taste. Now, with a stranger providing seasoning that awakened her long-dormant taste buds, she devoured the fish heartily. During her meal, the bear cat kept a watchful eye on the enigmatic girl, Zhu Zhiqing. Dressed in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, the girl's expression remained icy, emanating an intrinsic chill that was pure and devoid of any warmth. Her black eyes betrayed no hint of anger, a stark contrast to her otherwise strikingly beautiful face. regarding her bosom. The bear cat could only wonder what she had consumed to grow so voluptuous at such a young age. Looking at herself, she noticed her modest A-cup and pondered whether her lingering male consciousness was to blame. Zhu Shuqing sensed the continuous scrutiny directed her way, heightening her vigilance. She could not guarantee that this peculiarly dressed stranger had not come to lower her guard. Your grilled fish is truly exceptional. If you were to sell it at a market stall, it would surely become a sensation, the bear cat praised. Recalling how formidable Hui Yuhao's grilled fish was as well. With such a lineage tied to a martial spirit of a cat, how could it possibly be inferior? It must be due to the spices, Zhu Shuqing replied coldly. Xiang Miao smiled gently and remarked, the seasoning is important, but the person grilling the fish is equally essential. If the fish is not cooked properly, even the finest spices will be of no avail. Wouldn't you agree? Zhu Shuqing trembled slightly, casting a glance at Xiang Miao. Seemingly realizing something, her demeanor growing tense, she then rose and said, let us enjoy the delicious food and take our leave. Xiang Miao pointed at the uneaten grilled fish and said, you haven't finished this yet, and you're already leaving? If you wish to eat, feel free to take it with you. After speaking, Zhu Shuqing turned and departed, heading towards Soto City, indicating that she was indeed aware of Dai Mubai's whereabouts. Wait, are you going to the Barak Kingdom? Let me join you, Xiang Miao exclaimed as she grabbed the remaining grilled fish and hurried after her. Zhu Shuqing glanced back at the approaching Xiang Miao and, with resolute determination, activated her martial soul. Sprouting 2 cat ears atop her head and allowing a tail to extend from behind, thereby enhancing her speed. As Xiang Miao observed Zhu Shuqing enter her martial soul manifestation, she quickened her pace, chuckling softly to herself. Does she truly believe such a modest speed could elude me? I have undergone extreme training, and surpassing the velocity of those specializing in agility is but a mere formality. Zhu Shuqing soon detected the sound of footsteps behind her. Instinctively, she turned to glance back. Nearly startled by the sight that met her eyes, the girl had caught up to her, matching her own speed post-manifestation remarkably well. Has she also activated her martial soul? Is that peculiar outfit made of mink her martial soul? Surely, such attire cannot be conducive to swiftness. Zhu Shuqing found it hard to believe the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 104. Join me, who are you, truly? Zhu Shuqing halted her steps, poised for confrontation. Are you yet another assassin sent by my sister to eliminate me? Xiang Miao halted her steps and, feigning ignorance, inquired, Sister? To kill you? What do you mean by that? Zhu Shuqing did not let her guard down in response to Xiang Miao's words. If you are not sent by my sister, then why have you been following me persistently? Furthermore, how is it that your speed is so astonishingly swift? Xiang Miao furrowed her brows and said, It appears that you have encountered some extraordinary circumstances. Your sister seeks to take your life, and the strife among the women of your family is instigated by your martial soul. You possess the martial soul of the Zhu family, the ethereal spirit cat. Hailing from the Star Luo Empire, you are indeed one of the Zhu clan. Zhu Shuqing's body trembled slightly. This girl had discerned her martial soul and identity at a glance, seemingly proving she was not an envoy sent by her sister. Yet, she remained uncertain whether this was merely a tactic to lower her guard, or if her interlocutor was a different kind of assassin. Who are you, really? Zhu Shuqing inquired once more. Xiang Miao informed her, I am Xiang Miao, and I believe you are referred to as Zhu Shuqing. Am I correct? Upon hearing the accurate mention of her soul beast, the eerie spirit cat, as well as the identity of the Zhu family, she became increasingly apprehensive. The individual before her, named Xiang Miao, must surely have been sent by her sister. How could she possess such intimate knowledge of her identity? Moreover, the circumstances surrounding the fratricidal conflict within their family were undeniable. It was astonishing to realize that her sister would go to such lengths to eliminate her, sparing no effort in this pursuit. Xiang Miao remarked, You may have misunderstood. I am both astonished and appalled by the circumstances surrounding your family. Throughout history, the empresses of the Xingluo Empire have ascended to power over the corpses of their sisters, a practice rooted in the ancestral teachings of the Zhu family. Consider the sisterhood of others, who are bound by love and affection, while those born into the Zhu family are compelled, due to these ancestral decrees, to engage in a deadly struggle against one another. Zhu Shuqing could not help but shed tears as they coursed down her cheeks. With a bitter smile, she lamented, Ah, fate. This is the destiny of one born into the Zhu family of Xingluo. How cruel it is. How I loathe my birthright within the Zhu family. Xiang Miao inquired. Is there truly no alternative to extricate oneself from this predicament? The term predicament seemed to deepen Zhu Shuqing's distress. Since the awakening of her nether cat martial spirit, what other recourse existed besides vanquishing her elder sister? The Zhu clan had long since aligned themselves, and her sister had been born several years prior. Her cultivation level far surpassing Zhu Shuqing's, with innate talent that hard work alone could not compensate for. Moreover, both sisters possessed identical talents. Yet Zhu Shuqing had continuously faced assassination attempts. Quite simply, you could join my family's faction, and we shall provide you with protection, Xiang Miao declared straightforwardly, eschewing any circumlocution. Join your family as faction? Zhu Shuqing gazed at Xiang Miao in disbelief. Throughout history, there had been Zhu clan members who, unwilling to be manipulated by fate, chose defection. Yet ultimately, their fates were dire, often more brutal than succumbing to the fratricidal outcomes among sisters. To seek refuge within a formidable power, One could only turn to the three great sects or the Spirit Hall, all of which boasted titled Douluos among their ranks. Yet, would they be willing to accept a traitor from a defunct family? Indeed, join my family, and I assure your safety, Xiang Miao asserted confidently. With her presence, even in the absence of Qian Rinchue's backing, she could safeguard Zhu Zhuqing. It merely depends on your willingness. Upon hearing of a force willing to protect her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of temptation, but she countered, "Which family faction do you hail from?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Miao invoked the familiar, the mystical gate. The mystical gate? Zhu Zhuqing searched her mind, having never heard of such a familial power. Could it possibly belong to a hidden sect? Are you from a hidden sect? Xiang Miao nodded and said, "Indeed, I would be quite pleased to see an additional spectral spirit cat within our family. What do you think? Would you consider joining my clan?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated slightly and inquired, "Does your family possess a title Douluo?" Xiang Miao understood that a girl in need of sanctuary must be sheltered by a force possessing the title of Douluo, the pinnacle of combat prowess in the world. Mere words held no weight. She immediately unleashed her spirit rings, one yellow, one purple, and two black. The configuration of these spirit rings left Zhu Zhuqing astounded, shattering her preconceived notions and altering her worldview regarding spirit rings. She questioned whether Xiang Miao had employed some kind of spirit tool capable of changing the colors of spirit rings. Yet the overwhelming pressure emanating from the four rings attested to their authenticity. How could this be possible? It was indeed shocking, Xiang Miao remarked with a smile. Typically, a spirit master's first spirit ring is either white or yellow, with the second ring also being yellow. It is virtually inconceivable for one to progress from a second spirit ring to a third of a different hue, particularly to a purple one, let alone having the third and fourth rings be of the 10,000-year caliber. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, with your spirit ring configuration, even someone possessing peak talent would be unable to achieve such a feat. Do you still believe my family cannot protect you? Xiang Miao inquired again. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a considerable time, recognizing that the other party had demonstrated the capability to safeguard her, likely indicating the presence of a vast, unknown force. Joining her family and entrusting her life to their control was conceivable, yet it would amount to betraying her family and the Douluo Empire. Perhaps you still wish to wait for that scoundrel fiancé, Daimubai? Having arrived at this juncture, Xiang Miao had resigned herself to the situation. Zhu Zhuqing raised her gaze to Xiang Miao. Do you know him? Xiang Miao, grinning and pointing at herself, exclaimed, "Of course I am aware of that. Just a few days ago, he attempted to flirt with me, but I gave him a good thrashing. At that moment, I concealed the color of my soul rings as well as one of them. I thought that being bested by a girl would inspire him to improve himself, yet, to my dismay, after healing from his injuries, he returned to his debauched lifestyle, indulging in revelry and pursuing women to play cards. Upon hearing that her fiancé was so lost in vice and infidelity, she questioned the significance of her journey from the brink of death in the empire to seek him. Anger surged within Zhu Zhuqing. If given the chance, I would like to witness it with my own eyes. Xiang Miao expressed agreement, stating that it is indeed preferable for the fiancé, as the party directly involved, to witness the situation firsthand. Often, the words of outsiders are not sufficient to instill belief. For Zhu Zhuqing to relinquish her feelings for Daimubai, it is imperative that she witnesses his self-destructive behavior. If necessary, Xiang Miao may ultimately allow Zhu Zhuqing to confront the situation directly, considering that Daimubai has long forgotten the visage of his fiancée, and his connection with Zhu Zhuqing is merely one of mutual attraction through their martial spirits, making any flirtation entirely natural. Chapter 105. I like you. With Xiang Miao's assistance, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly arrived in Soto City and, under Xiang Miao's deliberate guidance, directly located Daimubai. Just in time, she witnessed a particularly striking scene. At that moment, Daimubai was in the company of a new girlfriend, whose beauty was quite remarkable. Together, they formed a captivating pair that undeniably drew attention. Look, there is your fiancé, Daimubai. I did not expect him to have found a new girlfriend so soon, Xiang Miao remarked. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Daimubai, a wave of disdain surging within her. Just as she contemplated confronting him, Xiang Miao intervened to stop her. Xiang Miao advised her, "There is no need to rush in. Observe him for several days. If you approach him so directly, you will not discern his true nature." Zhu Zhuqing found merit in Xiang Miao's words and decided to continue shadowing Daimubai to ascertain his activities throughout the day. After half a day's observation, Daimubai's behavior left her profoundly disillusioned. After a date with one girl, he meticulously timed his next rendezvous with another to play cards. Witnessing him enter the Seoul Arena in Soto City to engage in a match was somewhat redeeming, yet after the battle, he embraced a lovely waitress from the arena and ventured out for leisure, igniting her anger to the brink of eruption. Fortunately, Xiang Miao intervened once more. With a wry smile, she remarked, "Upon closer inspection, your fiancé is quite something." After winning a game of cards, he also triumphed in a soul battle, and afterward, he manages to charm a beautiful young lady to continue his card games. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, understanding the implication in Xiang Miao's words. Was he truly exerting himself since departing from the Douluo Empire? Engaging in a single soul battle could hardly be deemed diligent, especially when he subsequently pursued other women for amusement. Daimubai's actions deeply disappointed Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, At 15 years old and at level 37, he was not without potential. Xiang Miao continued to elucidate Dai Mubai's cultivation level, unafraid to reveal the truth to Zhu Zhuqing, as her intention was to assist her in embarking on this journey. A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. It appeared that Dai Mubai had not entirely squandered the years. Yet, what she had witnessed today was a man frivolously courting various girls, leaving her to ponder whether he still remembered the fiancée teetering on the brink of death. Had he devoted himself to rigorous training over the years, might he have already begun striving towards level 40? Zhu Zhuqing checked into a hotel. Collapsing onto the bed in despair, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, contemplating whether to seek out Dai Mubai. Today's revelations about him weighed heavily upon her. Not to mention the myriad of his past actions that required no further confirmation. The sight of Dai Mubai's demeanor left her heart heavy with despair. Zhu Zhuqing had never contemplated relinquishing her life. She had always fought tirelessly, balancing on the edge of existence. After narrowly escaping her sister's pursuit, she had arrived in the Tiando Empire and made her way to Soto City, yearning to join forces with her fiancé, Dai Mubai, to vanquish their rival heirs. However, Dai Mubai's behavior was profoundly disappointing. Ultimately, she could not suppress her tears, succumbing to quiet sobs. Perhaps she thought, my life may indeed reach its conclusion by the age of 25. Xiang Miao remarked, you are not obliged to bind yourself to him. He has wronged you so deeply that there is no need for you to accompany him to his demise. All you need to do is defeat your sister. It is evident that you have no interest in that so-called queen's position. You merely wish to survive. Zhu Zhuqing slowly rose and gazed at Xiang Miao, saying, I desire to live, but I lack the strength to surpass my sister. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot catch up to her. Xiang Miao remarked. How old are you? 11 years old, with a soul power of 27. Such a talent is not something everyone can possess. Before the age of 25, one can certainly cultivate to the level of a soul king. Even if I reach that level before I turn 25, my sister will likely have advanced to the realm of a soul emperor, considering she is 7 years my senior. Even if she hasn't attained the title of soul emperor by then, the disparity in our soul power would render me incapable of contending with her. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing's emotions were evidently stirred. Competing with my sister, I stand little chance. Upon arriving in the Heaven Do Empire to seek Dai Mubai, I found him ensnared in decadence, indulging in the company of women. With him like this, how am I to have any hope of survival? I see no glimmer of hope. To ensure the future heir of our family excels, once the candidates for competition are determined, they will be trained to regard one another as adversaries. The victor may inherit the family legacy, but the defeated face a dire fate. To prevent internal strife within the family, the unsuccessful competitors are to be eradicated without mercy. Zhu Zhuqing's rivalry with Dai Mubai transcends mere power. It encompasses their very lives. She does not covet power. She merely wishes to survive, yet the family's exceptionally stringent regulations leave her no avenue for escape. There is, of course, hope. Contingent upon your ability to seize it, Xiang Miao proclaimed, adopting a savior's demeanor. I have come to rescue you. Why would you help me? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Hitting upon the crux of the matter. There is no such thing as unconditional love. Zhu Zhuqing understands this well. She has never experienced such a thing. And when others seek to recruit her, it is merely to gain something from her. Does a girl need a reason to assist another girl? If a reason must be provided, I like you. I wonder if that suffices, Xiang Miao replied candidly. Eh? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by this admission. Do you realize what you're saying? Did you not ask me for a reason? After much contemplation, I found no reason more fitting than this. Just look at you. At such a tender age, you are almost developing into a dairy cow. I truly cannot fathom what you have been consuming to grow so, making me, your elder sister, envious. The bear cat gradually approached Zhu Zhuqing, leaving her momentarily flustered and speechless. Her usually cool complexion flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to retreat to the head of the bed, ultimately finding herself with no escape. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, the bear cat ceased her playful antics and spoke earnestly. I disapprove of the customs upheld in your realm. Yet you are the first girl I have encountered who seeks to break free from fate. As fellow women, I am willing to extend my assistance. In exchange, you must join my family. My clan values freedom. As long as you remain loyal, we shall provide you with protection. However, should you betray us, you are well aware of the consequences. If she wished to avoid a life of being stripped of her soul power and confined, subject to the whims of others, her only option was to align herself with a force capable of safeguarding her. The proposition of joining your family intrigued Zhu Zhuqing. Xiang Miao conveyed to her, do not concern yourself with the term defection, it is evidently inappropriate. In my perspective, this embodies the spirit of resistance. The fact that you were born into the Xinglua Zhu family is an immutable reality, yet you possess the choice to oppose both the Zhu family and the royal lineage. To overturn this cruel fate, remember this, where there is oppression, there exists resistance. Chapter 106, Another Sister Acquired. The Spirit of Resistance? Zhu Zhuqing, merely an 11-year-old child, was profoundly moved by Xiang Miao's words. Her action should not be labeled as defection, but rather as a manifestation of her resistance. I am willing to join your family. Can you assist me in enhancing my strength? Zhu Zhuqing contemplated the astonishing configuration of soul rings, one yellow, one purple, and two black, that Xiang Miao exhibited. Perhaps by joining her family, even if she could not attain the same soul ring configuration. She believed her own strength would only grow, even if it meant exhausting her future potential to gain power, as long as she could triumph over her sister. That would suffice. As for Dai Mubai, she held no illusions of his assistance. Let him descend into his own degradation. It seems you may still be fated to confront your sister, Xiong Miao remarked. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was resolute. Though this is my destiny, I wish to conquer my sister. Indeed, a fateful confrontation could not simply be resolved by aligning with a powerful faction for protection. Only the victor possesses the authority to determine their own fate. Very well. Xiong Miao presented the last remaining celestial herb he possessed, the water fairy jade bone. This is for you. What is this? Zhu Zhuqing observed that it was a pristine white flower, appearing as immaculate as a blue lotus bathed in purity. The bearcat smiled and said, "This flower is known as the Narcissus jade skin bone. Its effects nourish tendons and strengthen bones, facilitating the flow of energy through the 7 channels and 8 meridians. Not only can it enhance your innate talents, but it will also significantly bolster your strength." Upon hearing the remarkable properties of this herb, Zhu Zhuqing understood that its value was extraordinary. She gently shook her head in refusal, saying, "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Please take it back. Moreover, I have only just joined your family. I have no need for such a splendid herb." Typically, a newcomer to a family would have to make considerable sacrifices and contributions to obtain such treasures, given that she had only recently joined. Receiving such a rare medicinal herb felt highly inappropriate. Are you not intent on overcoming your sister? Do you not wish to break free from your destiny? Do you believe that with your current talents, mere effort will allow you to catch up to her? It is clear that conventional means will not suffice. You must seek alternative paths. The celestial herb is exceedingly precious. If left unused, it bears no difference from ordinary medicinal materials. The younger one is when consuming divine herbs. The more effectively they can absorb their benefits, conversely, the efficacy diminishes with age. Consider it an investment in you, based on your potential. It will reveal whether you are worth this Narcissus jade skin bone I bestow upon you today. After a few words from Xiong Miao, Zhu Zhuqing took hold of the exquisite water lily jade-like bone. Xiong Miao added, "One should consume only the petals and then gently suck on the stamens to absorb their efficacy, requiring the use of soul power to activate the process. It is essential to maintain a tranquil mind to fully absorb their essence." At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing realizes that she has irrevocably lost her way. Perhaps it was destined from the moment she beheld the configuration of her soul rings. "Xiong Miao, you may absorb it here. The soundproofing of the room is exceptional, and you shall not be disturbed." "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing found a spot and began to absorb the medicinal essence of the fairy grasses guided by Xiong Miao. Meow time passed, though its duration was uncertain. A gentle meow broke the silence as Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, reminiscent of one awakening from a profound slumber. Her beautiful gaze flickered, revealing a hint of bewilderment. "Ah, you're awake." The absorption was a tad slow, as it is already the following morning. "Your soul power should now be at level 30. Regaining her composure, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Just yesterday, she was a 27-level soul master. And now she had ascended to level 30. With the acquisition of a soul ring, she could elevate herself to a soul sovereign. "Indeed, I have now reached level 30. It feels as though I am dreaming." Xiong Miao boldly raised her hand and touched Zhu Zhuqing's chest, laughing, "Rest assured, this is not a dream." "Ah!" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, her delicate face instantly flushed with crimson. "What are you doing?" She recalled her earlier words, expressing her desire to marry her, and wondered if that meant she harbored such inclinations. Xiong Miao earnestly stated, "I am assisting you in perceiving the authenticity of all this. Furthermore, ascending 3 levels does not signify the limit of the medicinal potency. The remaining power will continue to manifest after you acquire your soul ring. I trust you have sensed it. Your martial soul's quality has significantly enhanced, along with your innate talent and future potential. With diligent cultivation over the next few years, I believe you can catch up to your sister." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, fully aware of the benefits conferred by the exquisite beauty of her physique. She felt confident that surpassing her sister within 5 years would pose no challenge. "Thank you for your gracious bestowal, Mississippi henceforth. Zhu Zhuqing is willing to fight and die for the Xuanji sect." Xiong Miao gently lifted Zhu Zhuqing and said, "You need not address me in such a formal manner. I am merely 2 years your senior. You may call me sister instead. I prefer the bond of sisterhood to that of a hierarchical relationship. Come, call me sister." Having already taken one as a younger sister, she was more than willing to welcome Zhu Zhuqing into her heart as well. "Sister?" Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Xiong Miao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For others, sisterhood is often characterized by love and affection. Yet, as a member of the Zhu family, she found herself in a relentless struggle against her own sister. Now, standing before this unfamiliar girl, she experienced a warmth and care that only true sisters share. "Sister." Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into Xiong Miao's embrace, weeping bitterly. Xiong Miao gently caressed Zhu Zhuqing's back, savoring the tactile sensation brought about by her voluptuous figure. Truly, she was a child in need of affection. Perhaps this could be considered an exceptional circumstance? Xiong Miao silently retracted her martial soul, the bear spirit ensemble. By now, she had gradually mastered the nuances of retracting her martial soul in unique situations, allowing her to assert herself with a boldness that brooked no argument whenever she so desired. She was uncertain whether the bear outfit could engage in word games. But as long as she could play now, it was of no consequence. How delightful. Don't cry, Shuqing. Your sister is here, she reassured. No one will dare bully you again. If the Xinglua Zhu family dares to come, I shall vanquish them for you. Zhu Zhiqing, yearning for sisterly affection over the years, vented all her emotions onto Bear Meow. Time passed, though she could not ascertain how long, before Zhu Zhiqing finally rose from Bear Meow's embrace and called out, Sister. All right, let us take a bath first. Afterwards, I will take you to hunt for your third spirit ring. Bear Meow playfully ruffled Zhu Zhiqing's hair, aware that a pair of mandarin ducks had been ruthlessly shattered by her. Moreover, this pair was never suited for each other. In truth, mandarin ducks are not known for their fidelity, particularly male mandarin ducks are notoriously amorous. A robust male might have several partners simultaneously. Should a partner pass away, the male will promptly seek another, indulging in a life of romantic pursuits. Look at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing. Their situation is quite similar, if not dispersed. When else would it be? Chapter 107. The butterfly-cloaked maiden departing the hotel, the two exited Soto City through the south gate, making their way toward Shrek Academy, which was currently holding enrollment for new students. Of course, they were not there to enroll. Bear Meow took Zhu Zhiqing along, if only to show her the true nature of Shrek Academy. It exclusively sought out geniuses, disregarding others, and shamefully seized their registration fees through sheer strength. Indeed, low-ranking soul masters receive monthly subsidies from the Spirit Hall, yet many come from humble beginnings, only driven by their confidence in their talents to apply to Shrek Academy. However, how could it be acceptable to forcibly withhold their registration fees and humiliate them? Any genius with a modicum of intelligence would opt for a more reputable institution with superior faculty and facilities. Just consider how many naive individuals have been misled. Although Shrek Academy capitalizes on this, and with Flinder's willingness to invest a bit for Spirit Hall's assistance and publicity, it manages to amass a considerable amount of gold soul coins each year. Attracting geniuses is naturally the ultimate goal. Building a brand requires significant financial investment. Only then can one fish for bigger catches in the long term. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Bear Meow felt little had changed since her last visit 6 years prior. The dilapidated Academy sign still bore the simple inscription, Shrek Academy. Before these 5 words was a green emblem resembling a humanoid creature's head, looking somewhat adorable. The only noticeable change was the throng of people gathered at the village entrance, predominantly youths of similar age, most accompanied by their parents. Zhu Zhiqing gazed up, unwilling to believe that Dai Mubai had spent years living in such a dismal institution. She never imagined he had deteriorated to this extent. At such a shabby soul master academy, even the greatest talent could be squandered. Although she had already lost faith in him the previous day, she had prepared herself for a final farewell. Yet, the first sight of this dismal environment, situated in a small village, was disheartening. Surely, he should have been studying at a proper academy in Soto City. After learning from Bear Meow the specifics about Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhiqing felt an impulse to dismantle this disreputable institution. No legitimate junior soul master academy would stoop to such outrageous deceit for money. Nevertheless, the academy's principal harbored lofty aspirations, as Bear Meow admired. Even so, they still have grand ambitions? Zhu Zhiqing questioned, perplexed. Indeed, they wish to establish a legitimate academy of their own. Unfortunately, lacking funds, they have aimed their sights on the pinnacle of genius in the soul master realm from the very beginning. Xiang Miao raised her head to gaze upon the long line ahead, endeavoring to forge a brand known as Shrek Monsters in the name of genius, with the aim of bolstering the development of the academy. Shameless! Zhu Zhiqing exclaimed indignantly. Xiang Miao wholeheartedly concurs with the term shameless. It is one thing for the applicants to be unaware of the situation. However, it is utterly disgraceful that Shrek Academy, as an institution, failed to adequately inform prospective students about its circumstances prior to collecting their registration fees. The audacity to refuse a refund to applicants on the grounds of non-fulfillment of criteria is indeed appalling. With such blatant disregard, it is no surprise that Zhu Zhiqing realizes that Dai Mubai has succumbed to the same unscrupulous nature as the academy itself, since they were not there to register. Xiang Miao led Zhu Zhiqing directly to the front. As they arrived, the earlier conversation unfolded before Zhu Zhiqing's eyes. A person was attempting to reclaim their registration fee, and the admissions officer, Li Yusong, merely glanced at them before casually saying, Mubai, someone wishes to retrieve their registration fee. Please handle it. A figure suddenly sprang into action. If you wish to reclaim your fee, then you must defeat me first, and I shall return it in full. Dai Mubai summoned his soul power, revealing all 3 of his soul rings, 2 of which were a century old and 1 a millennium. The appearance of these rings caused the faces of the father-son duo seeking a refund to pale significantly. They quickly muttered their misfortune and hastily departed. Dai Mubai then took a seat nearby, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining applicants and their guardians, a clear threat emanating from his demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Zhiqing felt an even deeper sense of disappointment in Dai Mubai. Then another father-son pair approached to register. While they met the age requirement, their soul power fell short. Li Yusong, exuding the presence of a soul emperor with 6 soul rings, addressed the crowd behind him, stating, Shrek is a realm of anomalies, an extraordinarily peculiar existence even among soul beasts. The essence of Shrek Academy is that we are a school for monsters. In other words, we only accept extraordinary beings, not ordinary individuals. Those over the age of 13 or without a soul power of at least level 21 need not waste their time here. The bear and cat could not help but clap their hands. Those who retreated in the face of difficulty have now allowed the registration fees of the previous participants to be entirely yours. The once lengthy queue of over 100 has swiftly dwindled to a mere dozen registrants. Clearly, those who remain possess confidence in their ability to surpass the trials set by Li Yusong. The subsequent group of youthful aspirants boast soul powers exceeding level 20, each adorned with 2 soul rings. After paying a registration fee of 10 gold coins, Li Yusong informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second phase of testing. Xiong Miao, feigning ignorance, inquired, "If you had not encountered me, would you still have chosen to enter Shrek Academy?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhiqing replied earnestly, "I believe I would have. An academy solely for monsters imparts an extraordinary aura, and my aspiration to grow stronger aligns perfectly with Dai Mubai's presence here. Thus, joining this institution seems a wise decision." During their conversation, Dai Mubai appeared to notice Xiong Miao's arrival, as well as Zhu Zhiqing beside her. Sensing a familiar resonance in their energies, Xiong Miao, catching his gaze, flashed a crooked smile that momentarily flickered fear across Dai Mubai's typically stoic visage. "Why is she here?" Zhu Zhiqing observed the look of trepidation on Dai Mubai's face and recalled her sister mentioning that she had once given her fiancé a beating. This thought alleviated her mood considerably. At that moment, Ning Rongrong also arrived for her bone age assessment, dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown, her short hair neatly framing her delicate, fair complexion. "May I pass the preliminary test?" Ning Rongrong's voice was melodious and soft, evoking a sense of tenderness. Following her remark about inclusivity, Li Yusong hesitated for a moment before gesturing to Dai Mubai, signaling him to escort her inside. As Xiong Miao observed Dai Mubai leading Ning Rongrong into the venue, she pondered what Dai Mubai's intentions towards her might be. It all hinged on his audacity. "Are you registering or not? If not, please do not block the way. Others wish to register as well," Li Yusong called out to Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhiqing, bewildered by their presence as there was no one behind them. "We are not here to register. We merely seek someone." Xiong Miao clarified their purpose. "Seeking someone? It's quite uncommon to encounter individuals here on registration day who are not registering," he remarked, inquiring further, "Who are you looking for?" "Tang-san." "Tang-san? Indeed. We are simply here to find Tang-san." Beyond seeking Tang-san, Xiong Miao needed to ascertain the presence of the fourth traveler, a matter of utmost significance to her. The third traveler had met a tragic end at the hands of Dugubo, and she firmly believed that the fourth would manifest here, the so-called protagonist of the group. "What is your connection to him? What do you seek him for?" "I am his sister. I heard he is attending Shrek Academy, and as his sister, it is only natural for me to pay him a visit." Li Yusong scrutinized Xiong Miao, an expression of familiarity crossing his face. "I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before." Xiong Miao reminded him, 6 years ago, I visited." 6 years? Li Yusong then recalled that she had indeed been to Shrek Academy 6 years prior. The little girl who devoured what seemed like 50 meals in one sitting left a lasting impression on everyone. "It's you. 6 years have passed. It has been so long since we last met, and you have grown so tall." Xiong Miao displayed a professional smile, saying, "Indeed, it's been a while. Shall we proceed inside?" "Please, go ahead. Tang-san is within," Li Yusong replied as he ushered Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhiqing inside. As Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhiqing took a few steps forward, a slightly breathless, clear female voice echoed from behind them. "Hello, I am here to register. Here are 10 gold soul coins." Xiong Miao turned around and beheld a girl clad in butterfly attire approaching Li Yusong. Li Yusong gently squeezed her hand, nodded, and said, "Your age is just right. Unleash your martial spirit and soul rings." The butterfly-clad girl summoned the soul power within her, and a hue of azure light ascended. As 200-year soul rings simultaneously spiraled upward, manifesting a pair of butterfly wings behind her. The wings shimmered and changed colors, at times deep blue, at times azure, and at times light blue, adorned with white veins resembling embedded jewels, radiating brilliance. Zhu Zhiqing also gazed upon the butterfly martial spirit of the girl, captivated by the unparalleled and impeccable beauty of the wing shape and color. Beside her, Xiong Miao introduced, that is the goddess of light, the butterfly. Renowned as the most exquisite butterfly in the world, a rare martial soul. It is unexpected to encounter it here. Truly, as a transmigrator, I never imagined you would awaken such a martial soul. Li Yusong felt himself nearly captivated by the beauty of this butterfly. Aside from his unfamiliarity with this particular martial soul, its appearance alone suggested it was far from ordinary. Regaining his composure, he joyfully remarked, "What a little marvel. I almost found myself entranced, old man that I am." "Mubai, lead her inside." "Yes," Dai Mubai responded, stepping forward. As he passed by Xiong Miao, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Zhu Zhiqing, who stood beside her. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, the butterfly-clad girl followed him into Shrek Academy. Noticing Xiong Miao, she felt a peculiar connection and exchanged glances with her, blinking her beautiful eyes in recognition of an inexplicable warmth. Reflecting on the original narrative, she thought, "It seems this person was not present, perhaps in the second or third exam." Dismissing the thought, She continued to follow Daimu by. Do you know each other? You both seem familiar, Zhu Zhiqing observed, clearly noticing the connection. The bear cat remarked, I suppose we are acquaintances, having known each other for so many years. Though I have long since forgotten. Please, go ahead. I shall find someone to reminisce with before I take my leave. It was unclear who she was, but it was evident that she stood in solidarity with Tang San. Upon arriving at the heart of Shrek Academy, I noticed the candidates who had successfully passed the preliminary examination preparing for the second round. I also heard the soft, endearing voice of Uncle Oscar, who was peddling his wares from a cart. Sausages for sale. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages, delectable and sweet, priced affordably and generously portioned. Just 5 copper coins each. Indulge in Oscar's sausages, and you are guaranteed an easier passage through the entrance examination. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and a considerable number of students queued up to make their purchases. Xiang Miao turned to Zhu Zhiqing beside her and inquired, shall we give it a try? It smells rather delightful, crafted from martial souls. Zhu Zhiqing, intrigued by the mention of martial souls, readily agreed. The two advanced together, accompanied by the butterfly-clad maiden. Upon noticing the approach of 3 enchanting ladies, Oscar felt his heart race, his charming peach blossom eyes unable to contain their allure. Suddenly, he remembered that he had neglected to shave, feeling unfit to face them. He hurriedly retreated to a corner, swiftly grooming himself to reveal his handsome visage. And after freshening up, returned to his cart with enthusiasm, exclaiming, care for a sausage? Oscar's sausages are guaranteed to be exquisite, with no deception involved. The butterfly maiden, initially intending to call out Uncle Sausage, felt a tinge of disappointment when she realized the name would not suffice. I'll have 2, please. She produced a silver coin for Oscar. He deftly picked 2 skewers from his cart, threading 2 sausages, each a substantial 10 centimeters in length, for her. And let us each have 2 as well. Absolutely, Oscar responded, preparing 2 more for Xiang Miao and Zhu Zhiqing, just as the trio was about to indulge. Daimu Bai appeared beside them, commanding, hold on. Do not eat just yet. He then cast a disapproving glance at Oscar, stating, how many times must I remind you, Oscar? Do not sell your sausages within the academy. Do you wish for everyone here to be repulsed? Oscar's expression grew awkward. Dalada, surely you jest. We've been classmates for years. Your words may sow discontent among the newly arrived juniors. Daimu Bai snorted. I am merely offering them a caution. If you wish to avoid their wrath, make haste and do not compel me to intervene. He had witnessed Xiong Miao's prowess. Should she consume the sausage and later learn the truth, he feared she might unleash her fury upon him as well. As a former victim, he felt it imperative to intervene. Clearly intimidated by Daimu Bai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand, his voice taking on an almost mischievous tone as he declared, behold, I possess a. Suddenly, a radiant yellow light coalesced in his palm, and 2 golden rings rose from beneath his feet, followed by a sausage identical to those in the hands of the 3 ladies materializing in his grasp. After completing his demonstration, Daimu Bai turned to the 3 ladies, saying, see? At that moment, Daimu Bai was struck with shock, his demeanor faltering as he stammered, why you all have eaten. Xiang Miao, Zhu Zhiqing, and the butterfly girl, while nonchalantly nibbling on grilled sausages, cast their gaze upon the visibly startled Daimu Bai. The contrasting reactions of Xiang Miao and the butterfly girl left Zhu Zhiqing momentarily frozen upon hearing the phrase I have. This statement was laden with ambiguity. Setting aside the questionable quality of the sausage, the mere utterance rendered her hesitant to partake. Yet, upon observing her sister and the other girl indulging without a care, she too decided to join in. To her surprise, the flavor was quite delightful. As it slid down her throat, a warm sensation coursed through her body, invigorating her spirit and filling her with newfound strength. What was the fuss about? Was it not merely a matter of a slightly ambiguous incantation? It was simply the minds of these boys that were far too impure. Indeed, those filthy-minded fellows saw depravity in everything. The term filthy only intensified Zhu Zhiqing's disdain for Daimu Bai. Xiong Miao addressed Oscar, saying, the effect of your first soul ring must pertain to restoration. This restoration appears to be comprehensive, encompassing not only satiety but also healing and replenishing stamina. At that moment, Oscar was so moved that he nearly shed tears. If his companion had been a man instead of a woman, he would have rushed forward to embrace them. Oh, I am so touched. You are the first to accept my sausage spirit and soul skills without disdain. He teased Daimu Bai. Look at you. You don't even measure up to them. For a moment, Daimu Bai found himself at a loss for words, standing there in stunned silence. The realization that he was inferior even to a girl left him bewildered. Oh dear, Oscar, our senior Dai seems to be in a daze. Quickly, transform a large sausage for him to eat and restore him. The butterfly-clad girl remarked with a hint of mischief. Daimu Bai snapped back to reality. No need. I'm fine. Hee, but Dai, you should still have one. I've already prepared it, Oscar said, placing the sausage before him. Under the intense gaze of the 3 girls, whose powerful aura bore down on him, Daimu Bai trembled and bravely consumed the roasted sausage. All right, you should proceed with your preparations for the second round, the butterfly-clad girl announced. Senior Dai, I've heard that if your soul power level exceeds 25, you can bypass the second and third rounds. Daimu Bai looked at the butterfly girl in astonishment. How do you know this? More importantly, has your soul power level indeed surpassed 25? She nodded gently. Yes, my soul power level has exceeded 25. If you don't believe me, test me with the crystal. Follow me, Daimubai said as he led her to the instructor for the second round. Retrieving the testing crystal for her. Upon receiving it, the crystal emitted a radiant light, indicating her nearing 30 levels. The instructor overseeing the test revealed a playful smile. It seems Shrek Academy will welcome another remarkable talent this year. The other students could scarcely believe their eyes at the same age of 12. Some had already reached Soul Master levels, while they remained at 1 or 2 levels behind. Then Ning Rongrong stepped forward, having overheard the previous conversation. If 25 allows for exemption from the second and third rounds, I believe I can achieve that too. She took the testing crystal, and once again, a brilliant white light shone forth, indicating approximately 26 levels. Instructor, do you think I qualify? The testing instructor could hardly conceal his astonishment. Exceptional talents appeared annually. Yet this year seemed particularly abundant. Very well, it appears we may soon see an increase in our salaries. Mubai, take these two with you to the fourth round. Understood. Daimubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at Zhu Xing beside Xiong Miao. He then approached Xiong Miao and inquired, would you like to join us? Xiong Miao raised her hand to stop. No, we did not come to apply to your academy. I am here to find Tang San. Tang San? Looking for Tang San? Compared to Daimubai, the reaction of the butterfly girl was more pronounced. This scene did not seem to exist in the original text. Who is she? This segment about testing soul power appears to require Tang San's presence. Why has someone else taken his place? Even if Tang San is absent, so is Xiao Wu. Leaving only Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing. What on earth is happening here? Daimubai replied, Tang San is currently at the fourth trial. He is responsible for being the examiner for this round. Upon hearing this, the butterfly girl reacted even more intensely. Wasn't it agreed that we would enter school together to deal with Zhao Wujin? Why has he arrived at Shrek ahead of time and taken on the role of examiner for the fourth trial? This storyline is inconsistent. She was merely a step late. Could the plot have changed so drastically? Take me to him. I want to speak with him before I leave. Chapter 108. In the future, you will thank me. Upon arriving at the fourth trial, Xiong Miao once again encountered Tang San, the child of this realm. At 12 years old, standing at 1.70 m. With an unremarkable appearance and a friendly demeanor. Alongside Tang San was his sister Xiao Wu and Zhao Wujin, who was dozing off in a chair. Teacher Zhao. I have brought people for the fourth trial assessment. There are actually participants for the fourth trial this year? And 4 of them, all young ladies. Zhao Wujin opened his bleary eyes, astonished as he gazed at the 4 girls before him, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Daimubai interjected, Teacher Zhao. You are mistaken. Only these 2 are here for the fourth trial assessment. The other 2 have come to find our academy's Tang San. Looking for our academy's Tang San? Zhao Wujin questioned, perplexed. Tang San, looking for me? Xiong Miao stepped forward and said, do not worry, I am not here to cause trouble. We merely wish to speak with Tang San and then depart. Tang San, my dear brother, it has been 6 years since we last met. I wonder if you still remember who assisted you in reassessing your martial soul, the blue silvergrass. Tang San immediately recalled the identity of the girl before him. It is you, Sister Xiong Miao. Although Xiao Wu and Xiong Miao had little prior interaction, she quickly recognized the distinctive bear-themed attire worn by Xiong Miao. Upon witnessing their familiarity, Zhao Wujie seemed to recall having seen Xiong Miao somewhere before. She had visited Shrek Academy 6 years ago, and after a lavish meal, she had been asked to leave due to financial constraints. One could only speculate how much her strength has developed over the past 6 years. Xiong Miao, let us converse privately, for this fourth examination. It would suffice to have Daimubai from your academy oversee the assessment. Tang San nodded in agreement. Very well. Then, Dai. You shall serve as the examiner for the fourth round. Daimubai's eyes sparkled with delight. Certainly, what a true brother you are. Thank you. Tang San advised. Just take it easy. Rest assured, I know my limits. Daimubai's expression conveyed an understanding, while the icy beauty, Zhu Xing, remained impassive. Beside them, Zhao Wujie appeared visibly displeased. He had anticipated the arrival of 4 little monsters to their academy, hoping to hone their skills. Only to find that merely 2 had come seeking someone, leading him to abandon that notion. Tang San followed Xiong Miao to a secluded spot and inquired, might I ask? Xiong Miao, what brings you to seek me? Xiong Miao inquired, do you place such unwavering trust in your teacher? Tang San, taken aback, was left in a state of confusion. Xiong Miao continued, I believe you have been at this academy for quite some time now. And you are quite familiar with the conditions at Shrek Academy. Do you truly believe it is a commendable place? Tang San understood her implication and replied, it is indeed quite commendable. This institution possesses a unique teaching style, adhering to the principle of better to have none than to have mediocre talents, only accepting the gifted and rejecting the inept. Moreover, the president of Shrek Academy has persistently dedicated himself to establishing this institution for 2 decades, despite facing exclusion from other academies. This is truly worthy of our admiration. It is indeed admirable, but have you ever contemplated a certain question? Xiong Miao gazed intently at Tang San. What will become of a young soul master who reaches the 21st level before the age of 13? Especially someone like you, who attained the 30th level at merely 12. Her words made Tang San ponder deeply, beginning to harbor doubts. Consider this. if you were to attend a more prestigious Soul Master Academy, equipped with superior resources and facilities? How would that differ from studying here at Shrek Academy? Gradually, Tang San began to comprehend, yet a thought overshadowed him. Being a prodigy, one must inevitably possess a prodigious method of cultivation. The bear cat retorted, "Dare you to engage in the life and death battles of the soul arena? That is the true test of combat. Those so-called sparring sessions, are they not feasible at any esteemed Soul Master Academy? If one wishes to cultivate a monster, why not do so thoroughly?" Merely the phrase life and death battle is enough to intimidate Tang San. I believe this reflects the principal's concern for our safety. There must be a process. Tang San pondered this notion. Xiang Miao continued to inquire, if Shrek Academy can cultivate soul masters of mediocre talent into exceptional beings, even into monsters, then I have no objections. However, the fact that any advanced Soul Master Academy can nurture gifted soul masters into proficient ones begs the question, what does this truly signify? Surely you are not so easily swayed by the Academy's claim of preferring monsters over ordinary individuals? Tang San seemed unable to find a counter-argument. Her reasoning was too compelling. Initially, he was indeed exhilarated by this statement, but upon reflection, it became apparent that what Shrek Academy could achieve, advanced Soul Master Academies could just as well accomplish. So why do you believe Shrek Academy only admits monsters and not ordinary folk? Tang San was keen to hear her perspective, seeking a suitable rationale. After all, Shrek Academy was merely a slightly subpar institution. As a true genius, he believed he could overcome such limitations. The absence of a library did not concern him. For in the realm of martial spirits, he had esteemed mentors who were theoretical masters within the Soul Master community. To his astonishment, Tang San found her assertion most profound. A slightly inadequate Soul Master Academy could indeed be surmounted by a genuine genius. This statement held merit. It could be interpreted as a reflection that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot compare to those that endure the trials of wind and rain, rendering it irrefutable. Thus, Shrek Academy has cleverly utilized this notion to draw in students like you, coupled with the allure of 2 soul saints and 3 soul emperors among their faculty, which is undeniably enticing. The reason Shrek only enrolls prodigies and not ordinary individuals is due to their lofty aspirations and desire for shortcuts, luring in students of less than brilliant intellect, thereby enhancing the Academy's reputation. Once you graduate and achieve success, Shrek's name will undoubtedly shine across the continent. If they could transform an ordinary individual into a monster, then that Academy would truly deserve its status. Tang San, do you find my argument valid? Tang San nodded in agreement with Xiang Miao, acknowledging the soundness of her reasoning. Although she had scolded them in the process, it was undeniable that her intentions were for their benefit. Much like how she had assisted him in re-evaluating his blue-silver grass martial spirit into the blue-silver king spirit. Despite the teacher's insistence that it was merely an ordinary blue-silver grass martial spirit, from your words, it seems the true motive behind Shrek Academy's focus on enrolling geniuses is for fame and fortune. You are correct. He recalled what his teacher had conveyed when encouraging him to enroll at Shrek Academy. What was the purpose behind this? While he might harbor doubts about Shrek Academy, he could not doubt his teacher's guidance. What did you mean when you asked if I trust my teacher? Tang San inquired of her. The bear cat began to delve into the subject at hand. Your teacher has mentioned one of the 10 core competencies in the realm of martial souls, which is the theory of martial soul mimicry. Regarding this theory, Tang San holds a firm belief and confidence. As it has already been manifested through his own experiences, a plant martial soul need not exclusively absorb soul rings from plant-type soul beasts, and similarly, a beast martial soul can indeed absorb soul rings from plant-type creatures. Under a variety of conditions, these two can mutually absorb each other. My teacher has informed me that one of the significant advantages of the blue-silver grass is its non-exclusivity. Due to its inherent frailty, it does not reject any attributes conferred by soul rings, but rather passively integrates them. Is there any issue with this? Then may I inquire, where can one find a hammer soul beast for a weapon martial soul like a hammer? The bear cat questioned. Is there even such a soul beast as a hammer? How could a hammer possess life? Tang San became acutely aware of the rigor required in addressing the question. With a swift motion, Xiang Miao remarked, indeed. If there exists no soul beast of this hammer-like entity, then how can the weapon soul hammer absorb the soul rings of animals? Tang San began to question his teacher's theory of mimicry. Why can plant weapon souls absorb animal soul rings? The essence of plant weapon souls inherently allows them to absorb animal soul rings. The reason you heard your teacher state that soul masters are reluctant to absorb soul rings of different types to enhance themselves is that much knowledge has been tightly controlled by the nobility, leaving ordinary soul masters in ignorance. Your teacher's misguided attempt to organize and disseminate soul master knowledge has rendered him a subject of ridicule. Thus, it became clear to Tang San that the nobility tightly guards knowledge, permitting no casual dissemination among the populace. If such information were to be widely shared, it would only affirm its authenticity, compelling the nobility to portray the teacher as a mere jest. However, it must be said, it is rather unreasonable for your teacher to claim sole authorship of the knowledge he disseminated, as many theories are fundamentally common knowledge, accumulated over millennia of continental development. Reflect on this. I believe my assertion holds merit. The adage, once a teacher, always a father, resonates deeply with Tang San, who harbors genuine respect for his mentor, Master Yu Shaojiang, and his scholarly contributions. Yet, Xiong Miao's words compelled him to reevaluate his perception of the master. He had merely organized and publicized the knowledge monopolized by the nobility, while fortuitously enhancing the systematic theoretical framework. I surmise this is precisely the narrative the nobility wishes you to perceive, to transform the teacher into a figure of mockery while simultaneously crafting an image of him as one who seeks fame and recognition. This has led to the widespread misconception of my teacher's character. Tang San's defense of Yu Xiaojiang stands unparalleled. Xiong Miao's earlier remarks have, in effect, vindicated Yu Xiaojiang, leaving Tang San wishing he could slap himself for not foreseeing the situation's evolution. Xiong Miao patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad. In fact, there is a lesson I wish to impart to you, but it seems it is no longer necessary." Tang San extended his hand and replied, "Please enlighten me." Xiong Miao remarked, "Originally, I intended to advise you to cultivate your own discernment rather than to heed your teacher's words blindly. For instance, in our discussion regarding the Shrek Academy, if your instructor merely requests your assistance in acquiring soul rings, I sincerely hope you will consider pursuing your studies at the Botanical Academy instead. Each discipline has its own expertise, and that place is better suited for you. There, you will find the right mentors who truly understand your potential, enabling you to fully develop your blue-silver grass martial spirit, with the possibility of evolving into the blue-silver emperor once more. Your current teacher is ultimately just a theoretical scholar. Following his theories to develop your blue-silver grass could lead to the unfortunate demise of your blue-silver king martial spirit. This is not a jest, but a sincere concern for your well-being. I worry about your ability to reclaim your blue-silver emperor lineage in the future, and I fear that as the chosen one of this realm, you might seek retribution against me. Even if you were to become incapacitated, you would still need to express gratitude towards me, regretting your disbelief and harboring resentment towards Yu Xiaojiang. What Bear Meow desires is precisely this. I am grateful to you. I shall ponder this matter thoroughly. Once my teacher arrives, I will engage him in earnest discourse." Tang San expressed his gratitude. The Plant Academy, as one might infer, is an institution dedicated to the rigorous development of plant martial spirits. She is correct. My teacher's theoretical knowledge remains confined to the implementation phase. Should he align himself with the Plant Academy, his blue-silver grass martial spirit could be cultivated to its fullest potential. In contrast, Shrek Academy appears to lack a definitive focus on martial spirit research. It is reassuring that you hold such thoughts, Bear Meow said, nodding at Tang San. She harbored doubts that Yu Xiaojiang would enroll Tang San in the Plant Academy while simultaneously severing ties with Shrek. Furthermore, whether or not the Plant Academy would admit Yu Xiaojiang is one matter. However, if Tang San were to enroll, it would be inevitable for Xiao Wu to follow suit. Would the Plant Academy accept non-plant martial spirit soul masters? Thus, Bear Meow would wager a packet of spicy strips that Tang San would not gain entry to the Plant Academy. He would remain steadfast at Shrek Academy. Very well. This concludes our discussion. It is time for me to take my leave. The next time we meet, we may very well be adversaries, Bear Meow remarked, casting one last glance at him. Tang San, perplexed, inquired, "Adversaries? What do you mean?" Xiong Miao remarked, "In 2 years, the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition will take place. Soul Masters under the age of 25 can participate, and you only need one more soul ring to become a soul master yourself. With some effort, you might even compete on behalf of the soul sect. The Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition? Is it akin to a martial arts tournament? How intriguing," Tang San responded, feeling a surge of excitement. In his previous life, as an outer disciple, he was unable to partake in such grand events. To discover that a similar occasion exists in Douluo Continent was unexpected. "I shall certainly participate. I will be waiting for you then. Do not let me down." As their conversation concluded and they returned to the examination grounds of the 4th round, the tests for the butterfly-clad girl and Ning Rongrong had just come to an end. The incense had barely burned out, and Dai Mubai lay on the ground, his attire slightly tattered. Seeing Tang San's return, Xiao Wu quickly bounded to his side. Observing Zhao Wujia's grim expression directed at Dai Mubai, he slapped Dai Mubai on the forehead, scolding him in frustration. "You fool. You couldn't even defeat 2 young soul masters. What a disgrace." Afterward, Dai Mubai addressed the butterfly-clad girl and Ning Rongrong. "Do not celebrate too early. Though you have jointly triumphed over me, there is little to take pride in. In a one-on-one confrontation, the outcome may be quite different." He continued, "Regardless, congratulations on passing all the assessments. From now on, you will be members of Shrek Academy." The butterfly-clad girl and Ning Rongrong embraced, the sight of 2 beautiful girls entwined exuding a unique aesthetic charm. Xiong Miao greeted Zhu Shiqing with a simple, "Let us go." Zhu Shiqing responded promptly and followed Xiong Miao. Just as they were about to depart, the butterfly-clad maiden obstructed Xiong Miao's path. "I too have a question for you. Are you?" Xiong Miao swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her aside, whispering, "Do not speak recklessly. I am aware of your inquiries, but you must understand the ramifications of voicing them." The butterfly-garbed maiden seemed to struggle with the implication of Xiong Miao's words. "What do you mean? If you have witnessed the events of the Brother Pit, we cannot guarantee that we will not be struck by lightning so easily," Xiong Miao cautioned. It was then that the butterfly-garbed maiden grasped the gravity of the situation, discerning what should and should not be said. "You must remember what is appropriate to discuss, and what is not. Do not inquire about my intentions, otherwise, I shall be unable to save you. Is it truly so terrifying? In the Douluo realm, isn't it sufficient to comprehend the narrative and follow its course? The butterfly-garbed maiden scoffed. Oh, if only it were that simple. Nevertheless, you must exercise caution. Tang Sen understands the importance of concealing his true identity. You too must bear this in mind. I will. She responded, daring not to probe further, recognizing from her companion's gaze that matters were far more intricate than she had initially perceived. That is good to hear. But what do you mean by taking Zhu Zhuqing away? Does that not disrupt the 7 monsters? She inquired curiously. Isn't it fortunate that you will be there to support them? Besides, would you willingly remain alongside that lecherous tiger? The butterfly-garbed maiden shook her head vehemently. Absolutely not. Then that settles it. Remember, while the allure of the Sea King's affection may seem enchanting, it is unforgivable. Refrain from indulging in toxic platitudes. A scoundrel remains a scoundrel. The butterfly-garbed maiden nodded, somewhat enlightened. I understand now. Very well, let us return. Xiong Miao has discerned that this child is likely a minor elementary school student who has traversed time and space. She hopes the child will conduct herself well and avoid any perilous misfortunes. Chapter 109. The Spectral Cat Demon. One would think that as a time traveler, one could navigate this world with ease, interpreting the original narrative at will. Who could have anticipated encountering other time travelers sharing the same realm? Are they compatriots or adversaries? This remains an enigma. While some may resent the notion of time travelers endlessly succeeding one another, the reality is far more intricate than such simplicity suggests. Xiong Miao has taken Zhu Zhuqing away, and the position of the 7 monsters has been filled by another agile attacker from another world. How their story unfolds will likely adhere to a conventional narrative trajectory. Awaiting them in the Heaven Do Empire, specifically in Heaven Do City, are numerous developments. Upon taking Zhu Zhuqing's place, the butterfly-clad girl Tang Di faces Tang San, whose original opponent was Zhu Zhuqing. During a duel battle, Xiao Wu, due to a minor injury, contemplates using her sleeve sword to eliminate her adversary, but fortunately, Tang San intervenes in time, leading the opponent to express gratitude for the timely rescue. With Zhu Zhuqing missing, the witch Ning Rongrong inevitably confronts Dai Mubai. Under the guidance of Tang San, Oscar, and the butterfly girl, she gradually finds her place within the Shrek group. Beginning with devouring Oscar's substantial sausage the next day, and eventually joining them on their 3rd day in the Star Do Forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. This endeavor is not solely for Tang San. Oscar has also surpassed level 30, while Tang Di has achieved the same milestone. Meanwhile, Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhuqing are still en route. Lacking Oscar's sausage spirit as sustenance, the 500-kilometer journey proves arduous. While this distance poses little challenge for Xiong Miao, it is considerably taxing for Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunately, their journey includes reasonable rest periods, and they are not in haste, allowing them to reach a small town nearly 100 kilometers from the Star Do Forest after 2 days. After resting for a night, they officially enter the Star Do Forest on the 3rd day. Upon entering the forest, the two remain vigilant. The wild soul beasts are extraordinarily aggressive and harbor a profound hatred for humans who seek to enhance their strength by slaughtering them. The most alarming aspect is that some wild soul beasts travel in packs, which means they may encounter groups of formidable beasts. In such circumstances, unless the soul master possesses extraordinary strength, it is exceedingly difficult to withstand an attack. Once one steps into the domain of wild soul beasts, utmost caution is paramount. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Coincidentally, Xiong Miao is indeed the one endowed with exceptional prowess. Even without her companion Ah Fu, she can navigate the Star Do Forest with ease. Whether they will encounter the 200,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python, and the titan giant ape, remains uncertain. The Star Do Forest is immensely dense, and to describe it as shrouded in shadows and obscured from sunlight is no exaggeration. Glimpses of sunlight are a rarity within its depths. After approximately 2 hours of travel, it is now midday. During this period, they have encountered several soul beasts, predominantly those of 10 and 100 years in age. Whenever they come across a soul beast, they generally choose to evade confrontation, only occasionally dealing with those that recklessly approach them. Xiong Miao refrains from killing these soul beasts, opting instead to drive them away or injure them. Zhu Zhuqing inquires, why do we merely chase them away instead of killing them, especially when they have attacked us? The bear cat smiled gently and remarked, they pose no threat to us. There is no need for lethal measures. If all soul masters were to kill upon sighting a soul beast, what would become of these woods in years to come? Within the wild soul beast forest, even encountering lower-tier soul beasts should not be taken lightly. For engaging in battle could attract powerful soul beasts drawn by the sin of blood and the clamor of combat. This would inevitably lead to further bloodshed and might provoke the 2 ancient soul beast overlords of 100,000 years that dwell within the forest, resulting in dire consequences. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in understanding. I see. I never imagined that there truly exist soul beasts of such profound cultivation within the Star Do Forest. Xiong Miao suggested, let us take a moment to rest. We are still on the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, where high-ranking spirit beasts are seldom encountered and the environment remains relatively secure. To hunt a millennium spirit beast suitable for you, we must venture deeper into the forest. The further we go, the more perilous it becomes, and our opportunities for rest will diminish. Thus, it is essential to find our optimal state in this relatively safe area. After their respite, the two continued their expedition into the depths of the Douluo forest. Typically, spirit masters adopt a cautious approach in their search for spirit beasts, rarely venturing deep into the forest, but rather scouring its periphery. Xiang Miao dares to confront danger, and Zhu Shuqing regards this as a form of training, albeit one fraught with peril. Previously, she managed to survive the assassination attempts of her sister, Zhu Zhuyun. The current endeavor merely presents a greater degree of risk. Although they encountered several Millennium Soul beasts along the way, those particular creatures were not suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. Xiang Miao had a clear intention to assist Zhu Zhuqing in hunting soul beasts, along with a well-defined time frame. Having consumed celestial-grade substances, Zhu Zhuqing found that the longevity of the third soul ring was generally unsuitable for her. Indeed, her third soul ring had absorbed years beyond several centuries, enabling her to absorb it regardless of the elapsed time. Zhu Zhuqing was not in a rush to acquire her third soul ring. For the quest for soul beasts was inherently a matter of chance, and urgency was of no consequence. She possessed the virtue of patience. Unlike other individuals who aimlessly sought soul beasts relying solely on fortune, Xiang Miao utilized the radar reconnaissance capabilities of her system companion, Little Bear, to locate the desired soul beast within a certain radius. The target was the spectral cat demon. Upon sensing the approach of humans, the spectral cat demon chose not to flee. Rather, it advanced towards Xiang Miao and Zhu Zhuqing. Here it comes. Upon hearing Xiang Miao's words, Zhu Zhuqing became alert. Her spirit entwined with the ethereal umbral spirit cat, as she attuned herself to the rapid movements and the rustling of leaves nearby. Be cautious ahead. At that moment, the sound of the umbral cat demon weaving through the forest ceased. Zhu Zhuqing focused her gaze forward, her eyes glowing a deep crimson, exuding an air of eerie madness. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted from the thicket, accompanied by a piercing feline shriek, lunging ferociously at Xiang Miao with astonishing speed. The umbral cat demon, though diminutive in stature, moved with a velocity that was nothing short of remarkable. This soul beast was indeed an excellent choice for those specializing in agile attacks. Yet capturing it posed a formidable challenge. The shadowy flash of its movement rendered its actions almost imperceptible, were Zhu Zhuqing to confront it. A moment's inattention could result in a bite, however slight, with consequences that could be dire. Alas, it had chosen the wrong target, setting its sights on Xiang Miao. Xiang Miao directly employed her third soul skill, summoning the somewhat foolish iron-eating beast. With the overwhelming pressure of her soul power, the spectral feline demon was unable to even touch Xiang Miao, as it was firmly pinned to the ground by the clumsy creature, rendering its struggles utterly futile. Zhuqing. This spectral cat demon possesses a cultivation of 2,000 years. I hope you can absorb it. 2,000 years. Chapter 110. The concept of disassembling the soul skill, Phantom Shadow / Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the immobilized spectral cat demon, astonished by the prospect of absorbing a third soul ring with a 2,000-year limit. Under normal circumstances, the absorption limit for a soul master's third soul ring hovers around 1,700 years. Therefore, it should be impossible for you to absorb this 2,000-year cultivation. The bear cat smiled softly and continued, however, after administering that daffodil essence to you, your body has undergone significant improvement, enhancing your physical constitution. Thus, you are now capable of surpassing the limits to absorb this third soul ring. Although there are inherent risks involved, you may also choose to forego this soul ring and seek one of a more suitable age. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at the spectral feline and promptly made her decision. Sister, I wish to absorb this soul ring. I believe I can accomplish it. She had faith in her sister, recognizing the innate competitiveness of human nature, of which she was no exception. If her sister could achieve an extraordinary soul ring configuration, so could she. From this, she discerned that to attain an exceptional soul ring configuration, one must first possess an exceptional physical constitution. Currently, her physique could only accommodate a 2,000-year soul ring. However, in her future cultivation, she aimed to strive for a 10,000-year soul ring as her fourth. The ability to absorb a soul ring beyond one's current level is undoubtedly of immense benefit to a soul master, and such an opportunity must not be missed. Zhu Zhuqing approached to free the spectral feline, initiating the absorption of the third soul ring, exceeding the normal age limit. Xiang Miao simultaneously took action to confine the spectral cat demon within the confines of the system space, diligently cleansing the bloodstains that marred the ground. After all, this location was not the periphery of the Douluo forest, but rather its depths. And Xiang Miao wished to avoid a massacre instigated by the scent of blood attracting soul beasts. The spectral cat demon represented a pinnacle among soul beasts, and Zhu Zhuqing surpassed not only the age of the soul ring, but also the hereditary rank of the soul beast. Fortunately, the spectral spirit cat and the spectral cat demon belonged to the same lineage, with the latter possessing a slightly superior bloodline. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing's absorption would encounter minimal complications. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's willpower was exceedingly formidable, making her the most resolute among the original 7 monsters. Despite the excruciating nature of transcending the age limit during the absorption process, she steadfastly endured the torment inflicted by the surging energy. By the conclusion of the ordeal, she appeared as though drenched, her entire form soaked through and mingled with traces of blood. Regardless of Zhu Zhuqing's suffering, Xiong Miao stood vigilantly beside her, unwavering in faith that Zhu Zhuqing would persevere. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing emerged unscathed, adorned by the cascading purple soul rings enveloping her. "Sister, I have succeeded," Zhu Zhuqing's voice, though frail, resonated with joy. The absorption of a soul ring exceeding its age limit was no trivial feat, and the intensity of the energy was beyond imagination. Xiong Miao Congratulations, Zhuqing, on successfully surpassing the limits of soul ring absorption. It is thanks to you, dear sister, that I have been able to exceed my own limits. I noticed a stream nearby. Why don't you go wash up? You look rather unkempt." Zhu Zhuqing, acutely aware of the sweat and impurities clinging to her, felt quite uncomfortable. She approached the stream, shedding her leather attire before immersing herself in the cool water. It must be said, her alluring figure was far beyond what one would expect from an 11-year-old girl, truly captivating. After a short while, she began to cleanse herself. For the time allotted for her guardian's protection was a day and a night. Her actions were not driven by mere desire. Once she had washed clean and donned fresh garments, Xiong Miao inquired, "Zhuqing, what is your third soul skill?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "My third soul skill is the Phantom Shadow Slash, which allows me to instantaneously appear beside my opponent within a certain range, and then unleash a powerful finishing blow." The finishing blow certainly sounds like a soul skill befitting a formidable assault-type soul master. Xiong Miao chuckled. The combination of teleportation and slashing is nothing short of a divine technique for agility-based soul masters. If the opponent is caught off guard, this soul skill can prove to be utterly lethal. Should you choose the path of an assassin, I am certain you would rank among the elite, unassailable in your prowess. Zhu Zhuqing added, "This soul skill possesses immense power, yet it exacts a significant toll on my soul energy. In a fully charged state, I can only employ it 3 times. Xiong Miao continued, "That is still commendable. Once your strength enhances, the frequency of your abilities will increase. Among soul skills, the most formidable sudden abilities are those that are extreme. The more intense the suddenness, the more they instill fear, often accompanied by life-threatening risks. Tell me, are you afraid?" It suddenly occurred to me, what if we separate the shadow of the abyss and the abyssal slash? How would the abyssal shadow and abyssal slash appear? It seems like a fusion of 2 soul skills. If Zhu Zhuqing can indeed separate and utilize them independently, her third soul skill would effectively become a division of 1 into 2, yielding 3 soul skills. Xiong Miao's audacious idea profoundly resonated with Zhu Zhuqing. She had never encountered the notion that soul skills could be utilized in a fragmented manner. Could this be possible? To deconstruct the third soul skill for separate application? I firmly believe it is feasible. Upon returning, I shall dedicate some time each day to experimentation, confident that success is within reach. After all, is it not akin to deriving new soul skills from existing ones? The creation of self-developed soul skills is no rarity. It stands to reason that evolving distinct new soul skills from the original ones is entirely achievable. It is akin to certain soul skills that necessitate the activation of others. For instance, Tang San's second soul skill, parasitism, requires the first soul skill, entanglement, to leave a seed on another before it can be triggered. Indeed, sister, as you have said, I will allocate time each day for cultivation upon my return, striving to separate the shadow of Netherworld into its components. Zhu Zhuqing declared with confidence. Xiong Miao cheerfully patted Zhu Zhuqing, proclaiming, "As expected of the sister I have chosen, let us return. Should we encounter any soul beasts along the way, feel free to test the might of your third soul skill." The duo commenced their journey away from the Douluo Forest, yet encountered no soul beasts suitable for Zhu Zhuqing's training. There were no 1,000-year level soul beasts in sight, and the 100-year level ones were beneath her notice. Unlike the Titan giant ape that could contend with ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, should they continue to find nothing, Xiong Miao would take her to the soul arena for a battle, yielding similar results. As they exited the Douluo Forest, they had not fully departed. Having ventured deep within, they were now at the forest's periphery. With twilight approaching, they prepared to set up camp when an unusual sound caught Xiong Miao's attention. The rustling noise resembled someone changing clothes, yet also echoed the sound of leaves brushing against one another. The system, Little Bear, displayed an image of a human-faced demon spider. With a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters and 8 spear-like legs stretching over 3 meters, the spider boasted a glossy black exoskeleton. Its slender legs pierced the ground silently with each step, showcasing their sharpness. "Zhuqing, your opponent has arrived, go." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the spider soul beast, her resolve unwavering as she activated her martial soul and charged forward. The human-faced demon spider's 8 legs moved with rapid precision, creating a flurry of afterimages. As Zhu Zhuqing approached, its 2 forelegs rose abruptly, aiming directly at her head. This maneuver allowed Zhu Zhuqing a glimpse of its abdomen. where white patterns contrasted starkly against its black body, forming a grotesque human face. 8 small eyes, shimmering with a faint purple light, were affixed to its lower abdomen. Yet, 2 of those eyes appeared to be shattered, blood and flesh mingling, with cracks marring the exoskeleton beneath. Being a nocturnal creature, the cat-like nature of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul granted her the ability to discern the details of the human-faced demon spider. Just as its legs were about to descend, Zhu Zhuqing deftly slid away. The bear cat reminded, it is the human-faced demon spider, possessing a formidable exoskeleton, astonishing speed, and 8 long legs endowed with exceptional penetrating power and lethal venom. Exercise caution. The most terrifying aspect of the human-faced demon spider is its web. Unlike ordinary spiders that spin silk, this creature expels its web directly. Not only is it exceedingly sticky, but it is also remarkably resilient, laced with a horrifying neurotoxin. Furthermore, the web is not only instantaneously released, but can envelop an area 10 times its own size, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Even formidable soul masters, once ensnared, require time to extricate themselves, a duration ample enough for the spider to execute various maneuvers. Xiong Miao had not anticipated encountering a face spider under such extraordinary circumstances. This formidable creature could expel its web up to 3 times a day. Typically, upon spotting its prey, its first instinct would be to unleash its web. However, in this instance, it opted for a direct assault using its long legs, indicating that its web-spinning capabilities had been exhausted for the day. The system, known as Little Bear, promptly retrieved the information regarding this face spider, revealing its 2,000 years of cultivation, making it an ideal sparring partner for Zhu Zhuqing, a swift and agile soul beast. As long as she avoided sustaining any injuries, Zhu Zhuqing keenly observed the spider's legs, already aware of where to direct her attacks. When the face spider lifted its leg, she noted the vulnerable area on its lower abdomen, which had been rendered a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. The face spider was acutely aware of its vital points and, having suffered significant damage to 2 of its eyes, could no longer afford to engage Zhu Zhuqing. It swiftly crawled along the ground, leaving shallow marks on its exoskeleton from the strikes of Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly 100 claws. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing detected a nauseating, acrid odor and hastily retreated. As she withdrew, the face spider sprang into action, propelling its 8 long legs towards her, each limb glistening with corrosive purple light, coupled with its inherent paralyzing venom. Even a mere brush against Zhu Zhuqing would prove fatal. As a malevolent predator, the face spider had undoubtedly consumed countless soul beasts and soul masters venturing deep into the Stardow forest. Zhu Zhuqing, wary of contamination, relied on her speed to evade the creature, contemplating a strategy to exhaust it. However, she recognized that a prolonged battle was not feasible, especially against such a formidable opponent. Seizing an opportunity, she unleashed her 3rd soul skill, the ghostly instant shadow slash. In an instant, she materialized beneath the face spider's abdomen, her fingers coalescing into a blade of ethereal darkness. With a swift motion, she struck from both sides, delivering a devastating blow. In a heartbeat, the massive face spider was sent sprawling, 2 horrific gashes appearing on its lower abdomen, deep enough to leave it gravely wounded. A piercing shriek erupted, reverberating through the night with haunting clarity. Despite its severe injuries, the creature's tenacity ensured it would not perish easily, even in death. It sought to take down an adversary with it. It released a burst of purple light and a blue liquid, instantly corroding the delicate plants nearby. The desperate counterattack of a dying soul beast is not to be underestimated. Its robust body relentlessly pursued Zhu Zhuqing, shattering even the thickest trees upon collision. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated a counterstrike, but the spider's body was now coated in venom, rendering any contact perilous. Thus, she opted to maintain her distance, a straightforward maneuver for a swift, attack-oriented soul master. At this moment, Xiong Miao knew it was time for her to take action. Go forth, Iron Eater. Rather than invoking a soul skill, she found this exclamation much more invigorating. As the 3rd soul skill, Bear's Awakening, was unleashed, the clumsy yet endearing Iron Eater descended from the heavens, crashing onto the human-faced demon spider. In a swift motion, its formidable claws struck down, and in an instant, the demon spider's head was severed. Such horror! With the demise of the demon spider, the martial spirit returned to her. Truly, it was a malevolent slayer among soul beasts. Fortunately, it had been wounded and had already expended its ability to weave webs 3 times in a day. Otherwise, vanquishing a millennium-old human-faced demon spider in its prime would have been quite a daunting task. Zhu Zhuqing approached, observing the fallen creature. Considering the entire ordeal, had the demon spider's lower abdomen remained unscathed and its web-spinning abilities intact, she would have found it impossible to defeat it in a direct confrontation. Perhaps only her sister could accomplish such a feat, however, if one were to exploit its moment of inattention. Utilizing the 3rd soul skill to strike down its head or targeting its eyes, I believe it would surely succeed. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing mentally simulated the suggestion made by the bear cat, deeming it feasible. While she would find herself at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation, The dynamics would shift entirely in the event of a surprise attack. Just then, as the soul rings of the human-faced demon spider began to coalesce slowly upon its lifeless form, 3 uninvited guests darted into the woods. Zhu Zhuqing promptly readied herself for battle. The newcomers consisted of 2 elders and a young girl. The elderly couple appeared to be in their 70s. Their white hair meticulously styled, yet their spirits remained remarkably vibrant. The elderly woman wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane, her 6 soul rings moving rhythmically. The elderly man brandished a dragon-headed cane that exceeded 4 meters in length, boasting 2 additional soul rings compared to the woman. Accompanying them was a striking young girl, her short hair brushing her ears, seemingly around 16 or 17 years old. Clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure, she also held a serpent-headed cane, albeit shorter at 2 meters, adorned with merely 2-century-old soul rings. The character information displayed identified them as the formidable Meng Shuqiao Tianxiang and their granddaughter, Meng Yiran. Could this human-faced demon spider possibly be the one that Tang San absorbed from the original timeline? Upon further reflection, it seemed plausible, but where was the Titan giant ape? According to the narrative, the Titan giant ape should have since Xiao Wu's return to the Star Doe forest, emerging from the depths to retrieve her, while Tang San, undeterred by danger, sought to bring her back. In the midst of this, he would encounter the human-faced demon spider, ultimately defeating it and absorbing its soul ring to obtain the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Yet now, there was no sign of the Titan giant ape, and he and Zhu Zhuqing had come across this human-faced demon spider instead. It appeared that events had deviated slightly. Upon their arrival, the Meng family immediately noticed the bear cat and Zhu Zhuqing, but their attention quickly shifted to the deceased human-faced demon spider, their expressions changing dramatically. Meng Yiran exclaimed in horror, "No? How could this happen? My demon spider. You are the ones who killed my human-faced demon spider." Her fury directed at the bear cat, and Zhu Zhuqing reached its zenith. Just 2 days prior, her phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake had been snatched away by someone named Tang San, and now her human-faced demon spider had been taken from her again. Enduring 2 such losses in succession left her seething with rage. Indeed, it was us who ended its life. Xiong Miao stepped forward, shielding Zhu Zhuqing from the pressure exerted by Long Gong Meng Shu's spirit rings. Even without releasing his spirit power, the mere presence of 8 spirit rings left Zhu Zhuqing feeling breathless. Unlike her previous encounter with Tang San, Shi Pezhao Tianxiang discerned that this uniquely dressed girl possessed strength far surpassing that of the 7 similarly aged children they had encountered 2 days prior. Long Gong Meng Shu, as a spirit Douluo, could clearly perceive Xiong Miao's capabilities. A spirit master at such a tender age? How could this be possible? Shi Pezhao Tianxiang was astounded. The influx of prodigies they had recently encountered was staggering. "Since you have slain my man-faced demon spider, you shall pay with your lives." With that, Meng Yiran prepared to strike. However, the formidable Long Shi timely restrained his granddaughter. Tears welled in Meng Yiran's eyes as she implored, "Grandfather, grandmother." Long Gong Meng Shu stepped forward, addressing the young friend. "For the purpose of hunting this man-faced demon spider, we have pursued it for an entire day. Had it not been for its infuriating web, it would have already become my granddaughter's spirit ring. The man-faced demon spider is exceedingly rare, as it is shunned by other spirit beasts, making it a seldom seen entity even within the Star Doe forest. Yet, you have hunted our target spirit beast. Could you provide an explanation?" The audacity of 2 children, seemingly younger than his granddaughter, to venture to the inner edge of the Star Doe forest indicated that there must be protectors nearby. With a faint smile, the bear cat politely replied, "Esteemed Elder Long, before we delve into whether this man-faced demon spider was initially hunted and tracked by your group, it is imperative to recognize that the man-faced demon spider is a nightmare for small soul beasts, a being that devours life, and an object of hatred for all soul beasts, a terrifying and malevolent slayer, even feared by soul masters. Tell me, once we encounter it, shall we engage in a fight to the death, or shall we spare it as we would other ordinary soul beasts?" Elder Long Mengshu furrowed his brow, pondering the implication. "Are you suggesting that you single-handedly vanquished this man-faced demon spider?" Xiong Miao gently shook her head. "Of course not. The moment this face spider emerged, I instructed my sister to test the potency of her 3rd spirit ability. Subsequently, the face spider coated itself entirely with its venom, leaving my sister helpless. I had no choice but to intervene personally to deal with it." Long Gong and the Serpent Lady exchanged a glance, both astonished by the revelation in each other's eyes. Although the face spider is not an exceedingly powerful spirit beast, its attack power ranks significantly among its millennial counterparts. Despite the absence of webs, its formidable offensive and defensive capabilities compelled her to let her sister practice against it. Wait a moment. Did she just mention a 3rd spirit ability? Isn't that indicative of a spirit master? Even Meng Yiran was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You appear younger than I am. How can you possibly be a spirit master?" "Younger?" Xiong Miao mused. "Indeed, you seem to be even older than Zhu Qing." Xiong Miao stepped aside and said, "Zhu Qing, show them your spirit rings." Zhu Zhuqing obediently released 3 spirit rings. The moment the rings emerged, they left Long Gong Mengshu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang utterly astonished. Which family could have nurtured a child of such tender years to attain the rank of spirit master? This was unfathomable. Meng Yiran was on the brink of tears. Encountering Tang San and his companions merely 2 days prior was one matter, but to face yet another prodigy today was beyond her comprehension. Mengshu, possessing a more composed demeanor, struggled to quell the tumult within himself. However, he thought, "Grandfather, you must stand up for me." After all, Meng Yiran was merely a 16-year-old girl. Witnessing the powerful spirit ring slip away from her grasp ignited an uncontainable fury within her. Mengshu gently patted his granddaughter's head, signaling her to remain calm, and turned to address Xiong Miao. Yet, Xiong Miao spoke first. The absorption limit for a 3rd spirit ring is approximately 1700 years. The human-faced demon spider is a rarity, and not everyone can accurately assess its true cultivation level. This particular spider's age exceeds 2,000 years. Are you certain you wish to pursue justice for your life? Or do you possess the physical prowess to absorb a spirit ring of such an age? Meng Yiran scoffed in disbelief. How can this be? How could you possibly know the cultivation level of this human-faced demon spider? You must be afraid of my grandfather to speak in such a manner. Long Gong Mengshu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang shared her sentiments. They could only estimate the spider's age to be over 1,000 years, but how could she ascertain it to be 2,000? Xiong Miao Yuhi, Senior Long, do you think it is necessary for me to deceive you? Indeed, it is not. Long Gong Mengshu nodded, then turned to his granddaughter Meng Yiran, saying, Yiran, you must express your gratitude to her. This human-faced demon spider is beyond your capacity to absorb. Seeing Meng Yiran firmly holding onto her beliefs, Xiong Miao elucidated the matter concerning the demon spider's rank and its physical transformation. Articulating each word with precision, the rank of a human-faced demon spider is measured by the length of its legs. This particular spider boasts legs exceeding 3 meters, a clear indication of its cultivation surpassing 2,000 years. Moreover, the human-faced demon spider is no ordinary soul beast. Its inherent ferocity and strength render its soul rings exceedingly formidable. Were it not for my intervention, your exquisite beauty would have met a dire fate. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran refrained from further defiance and gazed at the demon spider's legs, which indeed surpassed 3 meters. She realized that her assessment was accurate. This human-faced demon spider's cultivation had indeed exceeded 2,000 years. Thank you, young friend, for saving my granddaughter's life. The illustrious couple, the dragon and serpent, owe you a debt of gratitude, which we shall surely repay in the future. With her grandparents expressing their thanks, Meng Yiran followed suit. Though uncertain of how to address her benefactor, thank you for your life-saving grace. Rest assured, I shall repay your kindness in due time. Xiong Miao waved her hand, saying, No need for thanks, I merely happened to pass by. It was but a trifling effort. Although this human-faced demon spider may not be fated to bond with you, I believe you shall soon discover a suitable soul ring. Thank you, young friend, for your kind words. We shall part ways here. Farewell. With that, Long Gong and Shipur exchanged a knowing smile and took flight with their granddaughter, as they needed to seek out another fitting soul beast for her. Once they departed, Xiong Miao turned her attention to the human-faced demon spider and began her examination. Poison. She was unperturbed, preferring to avoid inconvenience. She promptly released her adorable iron-eating beast to assist. Zhu Zhuqing, puzzled by her sister Xiong Miao's actions, inquired, Sister, what are you searching for? Chapter 113. Oh, Tang San, your 8 spider lances are gone. Is there any soul bone to be found? Soul bone. Although the chances were slim, there was a possibility it might indeed materialize. The first century-old soul beast she encountered in her youth had yielded a piece of trunk bone, which she later used for broth and sold. This human-faced demon spider was different. It was the very one from the original timeline that Tang San had hunted to obtain the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. After absorbing the soul ring, it had directly manifested on Tang San's back. Now that she had intercepted and vanquished it, she could only hope to see if there were any remnants on its corpse. After some effort, she discovered that no soul bone was present. Did it mean that to acquire the 8 spider lances, one must absorb its soul ring and endure its resentment before the external soul bone could be born? But why had Zhu Zhuqing not obtained it? Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and said, Sister, do not be too disheartened. Soul bones are not simply given. After all, this is merely a 2,000-year-old soul beast. I understand. It seems that only soul beasts of 10,000 years or more can yield such treasures. Xiong Miao nodded in agreement. Internally, she mused, Little bear, please scan to see if there is a soul bone. The system's little bear conducted a scan of the human-faced demon spider's corpse, and the results revealed that the external soul bone was concealed within the very center of the spider's body, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It appeared that fortune was on her side. The luck of the original timeline's protagonist combined with her own was bound to yield the internal creation of the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Xiong Miao, utilizing her companion Little Bear, stored the external soul bone of the man-faced demon spider within the confines of her system space, deciding to ponder later whether to bestow it upon Hua Xiaoduo, who had no need for it. Since it was unnecessary, they would take their leave, as lingering here was ill-advised. Consuming the man-faced demon spider? That seemed rather unwise. One must have suitable meat to feast upon, and this creature appeared far from appetizing. Why indulge in such a meal? It would be more prudent to allow the denizens of the Douluo forest to devour it, thereby enhancing their cultivation. For convenience, Xiong Miao, for the first time, mounted the iron-eating beast, her third soul skill, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing. With a sigh, Xiong Miao reflected, if only my spirit were this iron-eating beast, yet it manifests in the form of soul skills. Perhaps this is the wondrous nature of martial souls. Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at her sister Xiong Miao, found herself perplexed, possessing little understanding of martial souls, particularly the unconventional one belonging to her sister. After traversing approximately 3,000 meters, they remained within the Douluo forest, still requiring some distance to find their way out. By an inexplicable twist of fate, Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhuqing encountered the Shrek team, who were setting up camp. The Shrek group, having only recently fallen asleep, was stirred by the vigilant Zhao Wujing, who, while resting his eyes, heard the approaching sounds of a soul beast. He let out a low growl, his resounding voice echoing within the tents. Everyone, out of the tents. Quickly, Tang San and the others, startled awake, rushed out, their first experience with a nocturnal soul beast attack igniting a sense of urgency. Previously, they had developed a modest camaraderie while assisting classmates in hunting soul beasts. Now, however, a hint of chaos ensued. Teacher Zhao, what is happening? Dai Mubai swiftly approached Zhao Wujing, his brow furrowed in confusion. Before Zhao Wujing could respond, an emerging figure provided the answer. First, they beheld a comically adorable black and white bear, followed closely by Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon encountering the group from Shrek, Xiong Miao came to a halt and greeted them. Ah, it is you. Have you also come to hunt soul beasts? She then remarked, oh, Tang San, without the Titan giant ape, your 8 spider lances are absent. If they could not recognize Xiong Miao at that moment, they would surely identify Zhu Zhuqing, for Dai Mubai had been struck by Xiong Miao's third spirit skill, leaving a lasting impression of the bear he had once plummeted upon. Zhu Zhuqing's mood soured upon seeing Dai Mubai among the group. Their unexpected encounter was far from pleasant. It's you, Sister Xiong Miao. Tang San immediately recognized her. The others, however, mistakenly believed that Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhuqing had tamed a soul beast as a mount. How impressive! Especially Ning Rongrong, who was captivated by the idea of having a similarly endearing soul beast as her steed. In contrast to the others, Tang Die, being a fellow villager of Xiong Miao, was well aware of the name of the soul beast beneath her. Panda, Bear Miao, Sister, your names are truly harmonious. However, the gaze that little dance cast upon Bear Miao was filled with the loathing of a soul beast towards humanity. It is one thing to hunt soul beasts for their soul rings, but to treat them as mere mounts is utterly intolerable. It is I. Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhuqing leaped down, with the iron-eating beast returning to her side, a sight that left the Shrek group in astonishment. Could martial souls manifest in such a manner? Upon recognizing familiar faces, the Shrek team relaxed their guard. Zhao Wujing retreated to the side to sit down, as the young ones had their own social circles, and he did not wish to intrude. I never expected to see you here hunting soul beasts for soul rings. Had we known we could have stayed at Shrek that day, we could have come together to hunt soul beasts, he remarked. Tang San smiled gently. It is not too late now. I wonder if you have acquired the soul beast you require. Perhaps tomorrow we could assist one another in hunting for the soul beasts we each need. Alas, it is regrettable. We have already hunted the soul beasts we sought. The words of Xiong Miao astonished Shrek's companions and also left Zhao Wujia, who stood nearby, in disbelief. You hunted the soul beasts and their corresponding soul rings that you required? Just the two of you? Oscar exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, Xiong Miao replied. Allow me to show you what a true monster is. But you both appear to be merely great soul masters. How could you possibly hunt the necessary soul beasts? Ning Rongrong questioned skeptically. Having been beaten previously, Dai Mubai spoke on Xiong Miao's behalf, stating, she is not a great soul master, but a soul sovereign. I fought against her before she and her companions sought Tang San at Shrek. Soul sovereign. Shrek's companions were taken aback. They had already considered Tang San and Tang Die remarkable for their age, but now another 12-year-old soul sovereign emerged. When did it become so effortless to achieve such a rank? Indeed, she even intended to harm me at one point. But I ultimately defeated her and left her looking like a pig. As soon as he finished speaking, Shrek's companions turned their gaze toward Dai Mubai. No wonder you appeared somewhat evasive around her. So that's the reason. Tang Die chuckled, and even Ning Rongrong, who had been bullied, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Feeling a sense of relief, Dai Mubai, exposed in front of his peers, became irate, his anger directed at Xiong Miao. It wasn't that he was careless. He simply didn't wish to lose face before his classmates. Once I break through to Soul Venerable, I shall certainly defeat you. Very well. You said the same thing last time. I eagerly await the day you can best me, but do bear in mind that everyone's strength is continually advancing. We are all quite young, with ample room for growth. The gap cannot be bridged in just a year or two. Not everyone possesses a grandfather with a ring. And you certainly do not. Chapter 114. Who do you think you are? As the saying goes, one must not engage in conflict to become acquainted. Friends are made through familiarity, so why maintain such distance? At this moment, Oscar took on the role of peacemaker. Daimubai, why must you contend with a girl? A step back can lead to a broader horizon. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Daimubai found some merit in them. As a man, why should he hold a grudge against a girl? Yet, the more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. May I inquire about the soul beast you rode earlier? 100,000-year soul beast taking on human form. At its core, it remains a soul beast. That soul beast that vanished earlier appeared almost like a soul beast, yet not quite. Xiao Wu's question echoed the curiosity of Shrek's companions. This is the soul beast form of my third soul skill, a unique ability that exists nowhere else. What of it, little rabbit? Upon hearing Xiong Miao's words, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Could it be that this human before her was also a soul beast in human form? Yet, she had never heard of a 100,000-year bear-type soul beast. And no, it's nothing. I merely thought it would be wonderful to possess a soul skill like yours. If all of us can take on soul beast forms, should I not be able to achieve that as well? Wouldn't that make it easier to conceal our soul beast identities? Those who have witnessed the third soul skill of the bear cat cannot help but yearn for it, envisioning themselves atop such a magnificent sight. If your martial soul were to manifest as a garment, akin to mine, it would indeed be feasible, considering that mine is a tool martial soul, distinct from your beast martial souls. Upon hearing this, Shrek's companions instantly comprehended the underlying reason behind the classification of martial souls. The attire she donned was precisely reminiscent of the soul beast they had just encountered. Could it be, then, that my martial soul resembles a sausage garment? And what it conjures forth is indeed sausage? Oscar inquired, his sausage incantation already laden with ambiguity, yet he showed no hesitation in posing such a question. As Oscar spoke, the group could not suppress their laughter. Little Ao, is it truly you who could pose such a question? Xiong Miao is distinct. She holds a profound admiration for Oscar, stating, in theory, it is indeed so. Clothing is merely a manifestation of what it is transformed into, akin to the principles governing your food system soul masters. Pondering this, one cannot genuinely believe such garments exist. As she spoke, the others began to envision Oscar clad in a sausage costume, leading to hilariously absurd images reminiscent of a fusion between Zhang Yida and a crayfish, which sent them into fits of laughter. Zhao Wuji, standing nearby, too found himself unable to resist the comical imagery. Though being a teacher, he soon quelled his laughter. Oscar, with a hint of annoyance, huffed and remarked, laugh all you want. Regardless, you will still have to consume my sausages. The laughter abruptly ceased. It must be acknowledged that Oscar's retort was exceptionally effective. Adapting to Oscar's exceedingly peculiar soul spell would not be a task they could master in mere days. Xiong Miao paused, retrieving pen and paper, ready to illustrate her thoughts. Very well, we shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. Tomorrow, you must hunt for the requisite spirit beasts. Sufficient slumber is essential for your activities on the morrow. Thus, we shall take our leave. With that, Xiong Miao intended to depart, bidding them farewell, regarding their encounter as a mere interlude. Camping in the wild vastly differs from cultivating within the academy. In the latter, one can easily spend the night in meditation. However, the primary drawback of meditative cultivation lies in its demand for unwavering concentration. While physical well-being may improve after a night of practice, it often results in a period of mental fatigue. Such a state is intolerable during the hunt for spirit beasts. Should one falter under the beast's assault due to a lack of focus, the consequences could be irrevocable. Hence, during the process of hunting spirit beasts, it is imperative that everyone relies on sleep to restore their state to its zenith. Ironically, this theory was proposed by the master, and it holds undeniable truth. Moreover, having dwelt in the perilous Star-Do forest for so many days, where danger lurks at every corner, one remains in a heightened state of alertness, making fatigue all the more palpable. It is crucial to maintain adequate sleep. Even the restorative sausages crafted from the Oscar martial spirit cannot substitute for rest. The notion that remaining in peak combat readiness supersedes the necessity of sleep is simply untenable. Sleep remains paramount. Wait, Sister Xiong Miao, the night has fallen, and the Star-Do forest is fraught with peril. Is it not too dangerous for you to travel at night? Tang San, timely, called out to Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhuqing, who were on the verge of departing. Xiong Miao paused, her first reaction to Tang San's actions being one of inquiry. What do you intend to do? The companions from Shrek noticed her concern and, out of camaraderie for a friend of their age, promptly interjected. Indeed, it is quite late now, and the Star-Do forest is fraught with peril, making it ill-suited for travel. If you lack a place to rest, we can offer our boys to relinquish their spots for you. The suggestion came from the girls, and the boys had no objections, for they dared not contest a sleeping arrangement with them. Yes, it is indeed not the right time to be on the road. In the next moment, Xiong Miao casually conjured a tent. We already have our own tents. The Shrek group was once again left in awe. How could she so effortlessly produce such a large tent? It was astonishingly convenient compared to the makeshift shelters they had erected, which appeared woefully inadequate by comparison. This was simply miraculous, with just a wave of her hand. Oscar exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. I surmise this must be your storage soul guide. Or perhaps your martial soul possesses a spatial attribute. Among her companions, Ning Rongrong, well versed in such matters, recognized the existence of storage devices with ample space, though she had never encountered one of such magnitude. Her grandfather's martial soul also bore a spatial attribute, which further intrigued her. Xiong Miao nodded, affirming. You are indeed correct. My martial soul possesses spatial attributes. The transformation into a soul beast, coupled with its space characteristics, left the Shrek group filled with envy. Even the hometown girl, Tang Die, couldn't help but admire such a martial soul, exclaiming that everything in the world could be a part of Douluo. All right, everyone, let us retire for the evening. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. Then, pausing momentarily, he added, wait a moment, how can it be acceptable for girls to stay with boys? Xiong Miao observed that the companions of Shrek were residing together in the same tent, and she promptly criticized this behavior, urging the girls to move into their own tent. Is it acceptable that in school there are separate dormitories for boys and girls, yet outside this institution, such distinctions cease to exist? Furthermore, Tang-san, you ought to be aware of the appropriate course of action. Xiong Miao presented a substantial bundle of thread along with several small bells to Tang-san. Upon seeing this, Tang-san understood their purpose and realized that Xiong Miao had been quite thoughtful, a detail he had surprisingly overlooked in recent days. Very well. I shall attend to this immediately. Dai Lauda, Fatty, accompany me. Oscar, you may rest comfortably. Undoubtedly. Oscar had been categorized by Tang-san and Dai Mubai as belonging to the female group, although he was unable to reside with them. In the tent of Bear Meow, she once again produced 3 sets of bedding, leaving her companion, Tang Die, questioning whether there was a pocket of Doraemon's magic at play. Bear Meow's earlier remark about boys and girls sharing a tent reminded them of the fundamental differences between genders. It was not merely the presence of a shared tent that permitted them to sleep together. Ning Rongrong concurred with Bear Meow's assertion. While she wished to integrate into the Shrek collective, that did not justify sleeping in the same space, especially with the notorious Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who frequently lingered around women. Ma Hongjun, in particular, was infamous for his lascivious nature, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire whenever he spotted a woman, often making unabashedly crude comments about their figures. Such indiscreet commentary was inherently distasteful, especially when he voiced it without reservation. Just a few days prior, upon arriving at the Stardow Forest and encountering Tsanghui Academy, she had experienced similar discomfort. Just moments ago, upon the arrival of Bear Meow and another voluptuous girl, she noted Ma Hongjun's heavy breathing, his eyes nearly bulging, a clear indication of his suppressed lustful intentions, which were only a breath away from manifesting in his lewd words. The prospect of sharing a tent with him that night filled her with dread. She could only hope that the next day would swiftly aid Tang-san in locating his soul ring, allowing them to return and ensuring that they would bring an extra tent on their next soul beast hunt. Meanwhile, Tang-san was swiftly employing his skills with hidden weapons to set up the task assigned by Bear Meow. The threads and bells he arranged were a precaution against the approach of soul beasts. If a single thread was touched, there would be no alarm. But if multiple threads were activated, the bells would ring out in warning. Ma Hongjun, still savoring the memory of the girl's alluring figure, could not contain his excitement as he enthusiastically remarked to Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, Tang-san, did you see that stunning girl? Absolutely perfect. At such a young age, she possesses such curves. Thankfully, he had refrained from voicing such thoughts earlier, or he would have had no one to protect him from the consequences. Honestly, the aura of that voluptuous girl draws me in. I believe we could form a powerful spirit fusion technique together. Ma Hongjun's demeanor shifted abruptly as he asked, why? Do you intend to make a move? Dai Mubai retorted. Even as the leader, you should leave some scraps for your brothers. Tang-sen interjected with a warning. Dai Gu speaks the truth. If you had openly expressed those thoughts earlier, none of us could have shielded you. Ma Hongjun scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? I see you all eyeing that woman as well. Dai Mubai replied. Not all of us are like you. Ma Hongjun crossed his arms defiantly. Is that so? You think I need to remind you of my capabilities? Tang-sen continued. We are not jesting. If you doubt us, feel free to test the waters yourself. Those girls are not the weaklings from Tsanghui Academy that we can toy with. If you're truly unafraid, go ahead and try. Dai Mubai issued a final caution, relishing the thought of Ma Hongjun receiving a well-deserved beating. Chapter 115. Awakening with a bad mood even in my fallen state. I am still a prince. How dare you provoke her, a commoner? Do you think Flinder and Zhao Wujie can protect you? Are you unaware of her connections with our teachers? Under the pressure from Tang-san and Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun fell silent. Soon, he felt an icy chill coursing through him, originating from his tailbone and spreading throughout his body, dissuading any impure thoughts he might have harbored towards the voluptuous girl. Tang San swiftly organized protective measures around the campsite with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun before retreating to rest. With the absence of the girls, the four of them reveled in the freedom of their simple tent, enjoying their camaraderie. Meanwhile, within the girls' tent, Bear Meow's emotions were tumultuous. Living in close quarters with the divine females of the seven monsters stirred a mixture of excitement and anxiety within her. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Wujie began fulfilling his duties as a teacher, rousing the boys with his boot. Fortunately, Tang San, having trained his purple extreme magic eyes, had developed a disciplined routine of early rising. Even if he had not awoken, Zhao Wujie would not dare disturb him, for he did not wish to incur the wrath of Tang San's father. As for the girls, Bear Meow rose early to prepare breakfast for herself and Zhu Zhuqing, and even for the Shrek group. A large pot of meat porridge tempted everyone, especially after days of subsisting on less desirable fare in the Douluo forest. For the cleanliness-conscious girls, the absence of bathing facilities had left them feeling uncomfortably grimy. Bear Meow's tent was well equipped, allowing them to enjoy a refreshing wash and change into clean clothes, rejuvenating their spirits. However, whether they would find the soul beast Tang San needed after Bear Meow's departure remained uncertain. As Bear Meow invited them to join her for porridge, the Shrek group hesitated. The girls, feeling unfamiliar with Bear Meow and embarrassed after using her bedding the previous night, were reluctant to partake. Dai Mubai, having suffered humiliation at Bear Meow's hands, was equally unwilling to accept her hospitality. Yet, Ma Hongjun, without a shred of shame, approached and eagerly filled a large bowl, slurping it down in a most unsightly manner, provoking thoughts of appending the entire pot upon his head. Aware that they would soon resume their discussions about him, he devoured the porridge voraciously, venting his frustrations. Xiong Miao chuckled and turned to the three ladies of Shrek, saying, "No need to be modest." She gave Tang Die, her fellow townsman, a gentle pat, urging her to take the lead. After Tang Die prepared a bowl for herself, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong followed suit, unabashedly serving themselves. Upon tasting, the flavor exceeded their expectations. The rich and fragrant meat porridge enveloped them in a warm embrace, spreading a delightful comfort throughout their bodies. It was exquisite. Truly exquisite. The taste is remarkable, they mused. If only we could savor such delicious porridge every day. Reflecting on their daily meals at the academy, which barely filled their stomachs, Xiao Wu, concerned for her brother Tang San, prepared a bowl for him as well. Unbeknownst to her, Tang San, perhaps still groggy, muttered in a disoriented manner as Xiao Wu tousled his hair, "You all eat. I can manage on my own." His reasoning was somewhat weak, intended to allow Xiao Wu to indulge in a few more bowls, as their meals had been lacking of late. Oscar, unlike the others, was still assigned to the girls' group. Enjoying the warmth of Xiong Miao's porridge, Zhao Wujie, self-sufficient as always, requested 2 sausages from Oscar, alleviating the fatigue of the night and the morning's hunger. In contrast, Dai Mubai stood awkwardly, feeling out of place. It was one thing for Oscar to be among the girls, but how could that rotund figure not stand by his side? Noticing Dai Mubai's piercing glare, which nearly caused him to spill his porridge, Oscar hurriedly prepared another bowl for him, exclaiming, "I almost forgot you, Dai Mubai. This is the delicious meat porridge cooked by that lovely girl, far superior to what we make in Shrek." At that moment, Dai Mubai appeared quite irritable, radiating a distinct morning grumpiness as he snapped, "How can you enjoy this free meal so heartily?" Though his voice was low, it was sharp enough for the soul masters to hear, instantly dampening the spirits of the Shrek trio and Oscar, who exchanged unfriendly glances with him. Even Tang San, usually self-sufficient, cast a disapproving look at Dai Mubai. "You need not partake, but what do you mean by that statement? Are you unaware that my sister Xiao Wu is still savoring her bowl?" Zhao Wujie was taken aback by Dai Mubai's unreasonable outburst. "What on earth has gotten into you this early in the morning? After all the camaraderie we've built over this time, you shatter it with a single remark about free food. Now I can't even enjoy my meal. Just wait until we get back. I'll deal with you then." Xiong Miao remarked, "Pay him no mind. He likely had a nightmare about me and her last night. For days, you have all been on high alert in the Douluo forest, and encountering me again last night would certainly provoke unsettling dreams. Awakening this morning, only to be rudely stirred by your teacher Zhao Wujie, it is no wonder he might be in a foul mood. Now, witnessing the carefree antics of your classmate Fatty, it is hardly surprising that his spirits are low. Do not allow him to tarnish your good mood for the day." The 3 girls chose to disregard Dai Mubai's earlier outburst, continuing to savor the delicious porridge. Just as Dai Mubai nearly toppled the bowl of porridge towards Ma Hongjun, Tang San, with lightning speed, managed to catch it, employing his skill to ensure that not a single drop was spilled. "Dai Gu, if you're not going to eat, don't waste the food," he said, handing the porridge to Ma Hongjun, and then retrieving a pouch of water from his soul guide for Dai Mubai. "Dai Gu, do wash your face and refresh yourself." At this moment, Dai Mubai indeed needed water to clear his mind. He had experienced a nightmare last night and been abruptly awakened. It was remarkable he could maintain any semblance of good temper as a tiger. "Thank you," Dai Mubai replied. taking the water jug and finding a spot to wash his face. Just then, a soul beast approached, the bells arranged around them ringing incessantly. Everyone rose, alert, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound. Soon after, they beheld the creature, a human-faced demon spider. The bear cat was astonished. The human-faced demon spider, originally belonging to Tang San, had been slain by Zhu Zhuqing and her companion. Now, another one had appeared for Tang San. This was not a realm of games where wild monsters could respawn. Her intention to stay for one night was solely to witness the soul beast Tang San would hunt for his third soul ring. To her surprise, it was yet again the human-faced demon spider. It seemed that fate had intertwined her life with that of the demon spider. One could only wonder if, upon defeating this creature, he would acquire the external soul bone known as the 8 spider lances. Upon sighting the human-faced demon spider, Tang San's eyes brightened. His mentor had once informed him that this creature was one of the most challenging targets for his third soul ring and had cautioned him against being overly eager. Even with a powerful soul master by his side, encountering a human-faced demon spider was fraught with peril. Chapter 116. Are you a hater of Tang San? Everyone make way, Tang San shouted, as the human-faced demon spider's first instinct upon spotting its prey was to expel its web, a swift reaction. He immediately activated his blue-silver grass binding skill, causing countless long grass blades to wrap around the body of the demon spider. However, given the spider's formidable strength, breaking free from the bindings was trivial. The paralyzing toxin on the blue-silver grass was ineffective against it, as the creature itself was highly venomous. His aim was to buy time for his companions. The human-faced demon spider was not only armed with neurotoxin but also with corrosive venom, which accounted for its ferocity. These were precisely the attributes Tang San hoped to manifest within his blue-silver grass. Thus, acquiring this soul ring was of utmost importance to him. The demon spider's movements were even swifter than Tang San had anticipated. The bindings of the blue-silver grass evidently angered it, as a layer of purple light radiated from its body, corroding the grass that clung to it. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Zhao Wujia knew he had to act promptly. He understood that the human-faced demon spider was not comparable to other lower-tier soul beasts. After all, these students were exceptional talents from Shrek Academy, with several hailing from distinguished backgrounds. Zhao Wujia could not afford to risk their safety. A single misstep could lead to a catastrophic outcome, and he would certainly face dire consequences. Zhao Wujia's third soul ring glowed brightly, activating the gravity enhancement ability. The human-faced demon spider's body momentarily stiffened. Following that, his fifth soul ring illuminated, and the gravity compression technique was unleashed. Under the overwhelming force of Zhao Wujia's soul skill, the human-faced demon spider found itself immobilized, unable to escape. Anyone wishing to harm the precious students of our academy should think twice, Zhao Wujia declared as he contained the threat posed by the demon spider. Seeing the creature subdued, Tang San immediately spoke up, Teacher Zhao, this soul beast is perfectly suited for me. I wish to use it as my third soul ring. You intend to absorb this soul beast's soul ring? Zhao Wujia, who had been prepared to kill the demon spider, paused. Yes, Teacher Zhao, Tang San affirmed with a nod. Very well, it is in your hands, Zhao Wujia replied, maintaining his pressure on the demon spider. Tang San stepped forward, producing a dagger and employing the Xian Yu hand technique to strike at its vital eye, ultimately slaying the human-faced demon spider. As the creature's life ebbed away, a shimmering purple light began to coalesce above its body, signaling the moment for soul ring absorption. 1,000-year soul beast, upon death, could maintain its soul ring for an hour, provided one absorbed it within that time frame. Just as Tang San was about to absorb the soul ring, Oscar shouted, Wait, Tang San, how many years has this human-faced demon spider lived? You must not act impulsively and absorb a soul ring beyond your capacity. Oscar's words served as a reminder to the others, warning them not to allow Tang San to recklessly absorb the soul ring from such a rare creature, as the human-faced demon spider's lifespan was difficult to ascertain. Tang San himself was unsure. The master had merely mentioned the human-faced demon spider as a potential target for his third soul ring, but had not instructed him on how to determine its age. Xiao Wu was aware, but could not disclose the information. If Tang San was uncertain, how could she possibly know? Tang San, if you are unaware of the demon spider's age, you must not take such a risk, Zhao Wujia urged. This was a matter that could not be trifled with. The companions from Shrek Academy echoed their concerns, urging caution. It is a human-faced demon spider of 1,321 years. Upon hearing this, everyone turned in astonishment towards the bear cat, their expressions filled with disbelief. Tang San asked, Sister Bear Cat, how do you know this? And you even know the exact age. How could you possess knowledge of a soul beast that even our master is unaware of? The bear cat resumed its role as an emotionless echo. The cultivation level of the humanoid spider can be gauged by the length of its legs. Behold, this particular humanoid spider boasts legs that exceed 2 meters, a clear indication of a cultivation age surpassing a millennium. The members of Shrek suddenly grasped that, aside from Tang San, he had an elder sister with a more comprehensive knowledge. The ability to pinpoint specific years, of course, derives from my martial soul's perception. The bear cat gestured toward the cap adorning its head, as if this were not the first instance. It seemed to have slipped its mind. Afterward, it continued, this humanoid spider is quite suitable for you. It depends on your willingness to absorb it. If you find its age unsatisfactory, you may forego this humanoid spider and seek a creature of greater age. The master's stipulation for Tang San was that as long as the cultivation years were appropriate, it could serve as his third spirit ring. Tang San, ever obedient to his teacher's words, replied, thank you, Sister Panda, for your guidance. I believe I shall stick with this humanoid spider's spirit ring. As a devoted fan of the original work, Tang Jie was well acquainted with Tang San's spirit ring configuration. His third spirit ring should possess the cultivation age of 2,000 years, not a mere 1,300. Surely, she thought, he cannot be a detractor of Tang San. Third brother, she interjected, I feel that a spirit ring of 1,300 years may be somewhat inadequate for you. Perhaps you could hunt for a spirit beast with a greater age, ideally around 1,700 years. Among Shrek, Tang Jie was the second to call Tang San brother. It was solely due to their shared surname, and given her youth, Tang San naturally acquired yet another younger sister. Though he favored Xiaowu more, Tang San responded, I understand that a higher age is preferable for spirit masters. Yet the uncertainty of locating another suitable spirit beast looms large. The humanoid spider is, after all, a rare find among spirit beasts, not inferior to those of greater age. Tang Jie grew anxious. She could not openly reveal to Tang San that he was a twin martial soul wielder, destined to possess a 2,000-year spirit ring, along with the potential to acquire an external soul bone, the 8 spider spears. She feared that a mere utterance might lead to unforeseen calamities. The narrative and the identity of the transmigrators must remain confidential, known only to their kind. Jie, I recognize that your intentions are for my brother's benefit. Spirit beasts are elusive. It's a stroke of luck to have one present itself so readily. Who knows how long it might take to find another suitable one? We may have to venture deeper into the perilous heart of the Stardow Forest, where danger lurks, and Mr. Zhao may not be able to protect us. As a spirit beast herself, Xiaowu would neither aid them in hunting spirit beasts nor prevent them. Now that third brother had decided to forsake this spirit beast in pursuit of another, how could she bear to witness the demise of another innocent creature? Xiaowu's words resonated with profound truth. The periphery of the Stardow Forest kept them on high alert, let alone the treacherous depths within. If they encountered danger, none could predict the outcome, as they were merely at the level of great spirit masters. How could they confront the multitude of spirit beasts within, some of which were thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of years old? This 1,300-year-old humanoid spider was more than sufficient. Please, everyone, grant me your protection. I am about to commence the absorption of this 1,300-year-old humanoid spider's spirit ring. With Tang San already beginning to absorb the spirit ring of the 1,300-year-old humanoid spider, Tang Jie could not intervene, her anger propelling her towards the bear cat. Xiong Miao discerned that she had come to confront him, so he pulled her closer and whispered in her ear, using a tone audible only to her. This is not the original timeline. You must comprehend that the circumstances in this realm may not align with those of the original. In certain parallel universes, Tang San is still a female. Just as we time travelers have arrived, our every action has inadvertently altered the original narrative, a phenomenon known as the butterfly effect. If you cannot grasp this concept, why have you even crossed over? Do not mention Tang San's third spirit ring lasting 2,000 years. Was there a faced demon spider attacking them before the Titan giant ape appeared in the original work? With that, Tang Jie's anger subsided by half. Yet she still struggled to accept this reality. She believed everything should unfold as per the original storyline, and the events transpiring before her, divergent from the original timeline, had to be silently accepted as she turned to leave. Did she harbor feelings for the one named Tang San? Zhu Zhuqing noticed this. It seemed so. Yet she might only assume the role of a secondary partner. Why? Observe the gaze of that girl in pink. Xiaowu. Chapter 117. The faced demon spider's gift to Tang San. About an hour passed, and a millennium of experience proved distinct from 2,000 years. Their resentments were uniquely their own. The process through which Tang San absorbed the spirit ring appeared excruciating, yet in truth, it was not that painful. Successfully elevating him to the rank of Soul Master, and subsequently Soul Sovereign. 2 yellow and 1 purple rings encircled Tang San, rhythmically pulsating around his form. His companions from Shrek Academy congratulated him, for he was the fourth among them to acquire a spirit ring and become a Soul Sovereign. If I am not mistaken, your third spirit ring's ability should be akin to the faced demon spider's instant web-spinning skill, Xiong Miao stated directly. Tang San held complete trust in Xiong Miao, not implying that she had employed deeper levels of hypnosis to alter his subconscious. Of course, her methods were not yet so sophisticated. You are correct, watch closely. With a low command from Tang San, a surge of blue light erupted from his palm, and a ball of bluish-green radiance shot forth, rapidly expanding to approximately 5 meters in diameter as it soared into the air. It was a massive web, intricately woven and tightly bound, entirely crafted from blue silver grass. These strands were finer than those he had previously released and displayed a crystalline azure hue. Upon unleashing this web, Tang San's complexion visibly paled, clearly due to the considerable exertion involved. This is my third spirit ability, web binding. Noticing Tang San's weakness, Xiao Wu rushed forward. Brother, are you alright? Tang San shook his head. The web itself is instantaneous. With my current soul power, activating this ability consumes a quarter of my total energy. Xiong Miao felt perplexed. A mere quarter of 1's soul power should not lead to such frailty. Could it be that Tang San has become weakened? I advised you to consume some porridge. Yet you chose to disregard my counsel. It is evident that your morning meal was insufficient, given that you are now weakened after utilizing just a fraction of your soul power. Xiong Miao scolded him. After uttering these words, Tang San suddenly experienced uncontrollable spasms in his right arm, causing him immense agony as he knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His companions from Shrek were utterly frightened. Tang San, what has happened to you? What is going on? They called out, everyone, stay back. It seems there is something trying to emerge from my arm. As Tang San shouted, all eyes turned towards his right arm, where something appeared to be writhing within, poised to break free at any moment. Xiong Miao gazed intently, pondering whether it might be an external spirit bone. Indeed, her speculation proved accurate. From the palm of Tang San's right hand emerged a sharp, black bone. Once the spirit bone manifested, Tang San seemed to relax, his expression becoming noticeably more serene. Observing Tang San, and then the corpse of the faceless demon spider nearby, the onlookers were astonished to find that the object sprouting from Tang San's palm bore an uncanny resemblance to the spider's legs, albeit more delicate, with a lustrous sheen and a faintly sweet fragrance emanating from it. The bizarre scene left everyone in bewilderment, including Xiong Miao, who was rendered speechless. Your 8 spider lances may be gone, but you've acquired a new external spirit bone, she mused, contemplating the curious connection between him and the faceless demon spider. Perhaps she ought to have eliminated the creature herself, preventing Tang San from benefiting from it. It must be said, however, that this spirit bone suited him remarkably well. Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim, Tang San, is your hand going to remain like that? Has it transformed into a monstrous appendage? Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare, asserting, this must be a result of a mutation caused by the soul ring he absorbed. With urgency, she inquired, how is it? Tang San pondered briefly before responding, there should be no issues. Soul rings do not mutate. My teacher once mentioned that only martial spirits can undergo changes. Different martial spirits absorbing the same soul ring yield varying effects. I have already acquired a skill from absorbing the faceless demon spider's soul ring. Everything appears normal, except for this peculiar bone spur. Intrigued, Ma Hongjun reached out to touch the odd bone spur, only to find himself collapsing to the ground, poisoned. His right hand clutched his left, a look of agony etched across his face. Observing his left hand, which had turned an alarming shade of purple, they noted that the skin seemed to have ruptured, with black liquid oozing forth, accompanied by a creeping darkness along his arm. This is bad. He has been poisoned. Zhao Wujie bellowed, rushing to Ma Hongjuan's side and placing his palm on his shoulder, channeling his substantial spirit energy to suppress the encroaching toxins. Oscar, quickly, he urged. The timely arrival of a small sausage, delivered into the gluttonous mouth of the hefty boy, offered a moment of respite for the group. As the sausage entered his belly, its detoxifying properties immediately took effect, halting the sinister black mist's advance along his arm and forcing it to retreat. However, this relief was fleeting. The black vapor paused momentarily at his elbow before resuming its ascent. Oscar's face paled, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This toxin is too potent. My small sausage cannot counteract it. How did you fall victim to such poison? Large beads of sweat cascaded down Ma Hongjuan's forehead, clearly indicating the immense agony he was enduring. Despite Zhao Wujie's assistance, their combined spirit power was insufficient to combat the toxin, as the black mist continued to spread, and the flesh of the hefty boy's hand began to decay. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, swiftly understood the situation. His left palm transformed into a jade hue as he grasped the already decayed hand of his friend. Everyone step back. Do not touch the bone spur of my palm. As Tang San's left hand enveloped Ma Hongjuan's, the dark liquid rapidly retreated back into his palm, dissipating into nothingness. In mere moments, Ma Hongjuan's arm returned to normal, the wounds on his palm weeping fresh red blood, and the look of torment faded from his face. What on earth was happening? This question echoed in the minds of everyone present, except for Tang San, while Xiong Miao and Tang Die, who had read the script, understood far more clearly than he did. They recognized that the bone spur was an external spirit bone Tang San acquired from absorbing the faceless demon spider, imbued with its toxic essence. Tang Die exchanged a knowing glance with Xiong Miao, now fully comprehending the implications of her earlier words. Xiong Miao remarked, Tang San, you should be able to retract it now. Tang San summoned his soul power, gradually drawing the bone spikes back into his arm. Observing Tang San's retraction of the bone spikes, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Tang Xin inquired, Sister Xiong Miao, do you know what my condition is? Chapter 118. Untitled Xiong Miao remarked, this is a special soul bone, and you will come to understand it more profoundly in the future. Soul bone. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. This is a soul bone. Tang San, you are exceptionally fortunate, Zhao Wujia exclaimed excitedly. The members of the Shrek 7 monsters gazed at the 1,000-year-old soul bone on Tang San's arm with fervent eyes. Soul bones, even those with merely a 1,000-year limit, hold immense value. Their production probability is exceedingly low. Even a titled Douluo may not possess a single soul bone. The fact that Tang San absorbed a perfectly suitable soul ring, resulting in the emergence of a soul bone from his arm, is simply unheard of. Yet, Tang San sensed that this 1,000-year soul bone was not ordinary. Sister Xiong Miao had only briefly informed him that it was a soul bone, clearly concealing further details that were not convenient to disclose at the moment. It seemed he would have to wait until their return to inquire with his teacher. If his teacher was unaware, then he would seek answers from her later. Had he not become a disciple of Master Yu Shaojing, she might have been his mentor. Indeed, Tang San would not judge a teacher by age. With the unfolding of events, it was difficult to predict how the future would develop. His situation was quite unique. Having acquired the soul bone through the absorption of a soul ring, he needed to consult his teacher upon returning. Yes, your circumstances are indeed special. All right, let us not dwell on it for now. We shall discuss everything upon our return, Zhao Wujia said, smiling at the children before him, feeling considerably relaxed. Despite the numerous troubles and dangers they had faced, they had ultimately persevered. Oscar, Tang San, and Tang Jie successfully obtained their soul rings and advanced to the Soul Zun realm, a commendable achievement. It was time to head back to Shrek Academy. They set forth. Yes, the crowd cheered in unison. After organizing their belongings, the two teams hastened towards a small town located 100 kilometers from the Stardow Forest. They planned to rest for 2 days in the town, allowing for the recovery of their soul power, physical strength, and, most importantly, a much-needed relaxation of their tense spirits. Although they had slept on the night they encountered Xiong Miao, they dared not fully relax. Dai Mubai, with great enthusiasm, suggested that they allow Xiong Miao and Zhu Zhuqing to enjoy a couple of days of leisure together. However, Xiong Miao declined, and Zhu Zhuqing was also reluctant to linger in Dai Mubai's company. After all this time, he had failed to recognize her, indicating that he had not held her in his thoughts, forgetting the fateful bond they were meant to share in the Star Luo Empire. Tang Xin had hoped to consult Xiong Miao about his soul bone that very night, but she did not linger, leaving him no choice but to seek answers from his teacher instead. That day, after a night of revelry, the group awoke to find Xiao Wu missing, sending Tang San into a frenzied state, nearly overturning the entire town in his distress. He suspected the presence of human traffickers or that the people from Tsanghui Academy might be involved, given the conflict that had occurred at the hotel. After some investigation, they discovered that Tsanghui Academy had departed for the Stardow Forest that morning to hunt the soul beasts required by their students. This strongly indicated their potential involvement in Xiao Wu's disappearance, prompting Tang San to rush off without a second thought, with Zhao Wujia reluctantly leading the Shrek team in pursuit. Not long after they exited the town, Xiao Wu appeared before them, looking somewhat disheveled and dazed. Her clothing was tattered, and the once neat braids atop her head had become disarrayed, yet her complexion was flushed, giving her an air of maturity. She appeared as if she had been wronged. The moment Tang San saw Xiao Wu return, he could no longer restrain himself and enveloped her in his embrace. Xiao Wu, where have you been? I was so worried. Brother, it's my fault for causing you concern, Xiao Wu replied, her voice choked with emotion. What on earth happened? Was it those Tsanghui Academy rascals? I will not let them off easily. Tang San hurriedly inquired, echoing the concerns of everyone present. In just one night, their classmate had been abducted. Xiao Wu had already prepared her explanation. Brother, do you remember the incident 3 years ago at Notting Academy when a female student was abducted? Tang San recalled the day he had heard about the abduction of a girl from his village who had never been found. Now, it seemed Xiao Wu had suffered a similar fate. Was it him who took you? Tang San seethed, regretting not having sought out that individual back then. For had he done so, Xiao Wu would not have fallen into the hands of another. Yes, where are they now? To dare abduct a student from our academy. It appears they seek their own demise, Zhao Wujia declared angrily, noting the state Xiao Wu had returned in. The others from Shrek echoed their indignation, particularly Tang Jie, who was most incensed. Regardless of the plotline's differences, she could not abide witnessing such events unfold. Xiao Wu recounted, when I awoke, he had taken me to the Stardow Forest, where I encountered a group of soul beasts. I had no choice but to engage with them, and in that moment, I seized the opportunity to escape. I was terrified along the way and stumbled upon a severely injured 1,000-year soul beast. Whether to consider myself fortunate or unfortunate, I suddenly realized my soul power had also reached the 30th level, allowing me to hunt it down and acquire my third soul ring. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun fixed Xiao Wu with a disbelieving stare, expressing the sentiment of a blind cat accidentally stumbling upon a dead rat. Is this even possible? What luck? Zhao Wujia seized upon a crucial point. What? You have also reached the 30th level? Xiao Wu nodded, her expression betraying lingering fear. I suppose it's just my good fortune. I thought I was done for. To evade him, I found a safe place to absorb my third soul ring, regain my strength, and only then did I return to find you all, with the assistance of a flying soul master. Although there were many doubts surrounding Xiao Wu's narrative, her return and acquisition of the third soul ring led everyone to instinctively choose to believe her, despite the uncomfortable circumstances. Zhao Wujia nodded, stating, as long as you're safe, it's all well. Your disappearance had little San in a tizzy, nearly flipping the whole town in his search. Suspecting that those from Tsanghui Academy had abducted you to the Stardow Forest, he even demanded mushroom sausages from Oscar before setting off after you. Listening to Zhao Wujia's words, Xiao Wu's eyes grew misty. Brother, I'm truly sorry for causing you such worry. Tang Xin gently reassured her, it is not your fault. It is that person's wrongdoing. Should I encounter him again, I will not let him escape. Meanwhile, on a separate path, Xiong Miao was inexplicably sneezing thrice in a row. Given her current physical condition, such a reaction seemed unusual. Who is speaking ill of me? Chapter 119. Little San, you must trust your teacher. After Zhao Wujia brought the new Shrek 7 monsters back to Shrek Academy, Master Yu Xiaojing arrived just in time. Upon learning that Tang San had absorbed a soul ring with merely 1,300 years of age, a look of disappointment flickered in the master's eyes. To him, although the age was appropriate, a soul ring of such a low limit was inadequate for Tang San, who possessed dual martial souls. However, when he further learned that the soul ring was sourced from a man-faced demon spider and that Tang San had acquired a special soul bone, his demeanor shifted to one of understanding. The master widened his eyes and said to Tang San, Little San, show me the soul bone you obtained. Tang San revealed the bone spur from his right arm. Having not received an answer from Bear Cat, he quickly found clarity with his teacher. After Master Yu Xiaojing solemnly imparted knowledge about soul bones, he began to elucidate the specifics of the bone spur in Tang San's possession. The external soul bone is an extraordinary entity, a rare exception beyond the 6 primary categories of soul bones. If the probability of an ordinary soul bone emerging from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, the chance of an external soul bone materializing is even less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the prerequisite for absorbing an external soul bone is to first absorb the soul ring from the soul beast that the bone spur fell from. Generally, when we reference arm-type soul bones, we are referring to the bones of the forearms. However, the soul bone you have absorbed is from the right arm. Based on my previous observations, I am certain that this is indeed an external soul bone. Little San, do you know that in the realm of soul masters, there exists a hierarchy of precious items known as the Soul Master Dream List? Among them, external soul bones consistently occupy the second position, second only to the nearly mythical 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Xin replied earnestly, no wonder when I encountered the man-faced demon spider, especially after slaying it, I felt that failing to absorb this soul ring would mean losing something invaluable. The master patted Tang San's shoulder and said, Little San, while your talent is commendable, do not overly rely on your instincts. Although the man-faced demon spider's soul ring is exceptional, you must remember that with your twin martial souls, each soul ring should approach the absorption limit of its kind, rather than following mere feelings. The blue-silver grass martial soul is ultimately a fragile existence, and you should focus on absorbing rings that are close to their maximum age limit. Fortunately, you have obtained an external soul bone this time. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to your dual martial soul talent. Yes, I understand, Master, Tang Xin nodded. His third soul skill was commendable, and he had acquired an external soul bone. Admittedly, the age of the soul bone was somewhat low, but he held no regrets, confident that his fourth soul ring could compensate for it. In order for your fourth soul ring to approach 5,000 years or even exceed that limit, I have decided to implement specialized training to enhance your physical capabilities. The reappearance of Xiong Miao ignited Yu Xiaojing's desire for Tang San to become a formidable warrior. With Xiong Miao's exceptional physical attributes, he estimated that her third spirit ring was at least nearing the 10,000-year mark. The strength of a martial soul is directly proportional to the age of the spirit rings it can absorb, a fact already evident in Xiong Miao's first spirit ring. The correlation between the first and second rings, as well as the second and third, is a pattern that continues. Given the inherent weakness of Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, merely a marginal improvement over the ordinary variety, Yu Xiaojing was hesitant to allow him to absorb spirit rings of excessive age for the first 2. He could only adhere to the limits of what was feasible. Now, with the age of the third spirit ring being insufficient, he felt compelled to encourage Tang San to exert himself further, even if it meant acquiring an external spirit bone. Indeed, Master, Tang San replied. And remember, the existence of this external spirit bone is to remain a secret, although it cannot be absorbed like a conventional spirit bone, as the saying goes. A tree that stands out invites the wind. The fewer people who know about your external spirit bone, the better, to avoid any jealousy that might lead to ill intentions. Yu Xiaojing added, hoping Xiong Miao would keep this matter confidential. Tang San continued to inquire, Master, what exactly is the function of this external spirit bone? The master responded. I cannot definitively state its uses at this moment. It will require a period of study to clarify. Starting today, you will undertake an additional training task to quickly master the application of the external spirit bone. This external spirit bone possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Not only can it pierce, but it is also laced with potent venom. If my conjecture is correct, the toxin in the spider legs should be controllable, allowing you to release it at will. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang imparted extensive knowledge about spirit bones to Tang San. Meanwhile, Xiong Miao was also educating Zhu Zhuqing about the intricacies of spirit bones. While she had a basic understanding of ordinary spirit bones, external spirit bones were a realm she had yet to explore. Ordinary spirit bones typically consist of 6 parts: the limbs, torso, and skull. External spirit bones, however, are distinct, including wings, tails, claws, teeth, and horns. These are all classified as external spirit bones. The forward-extending bone spikes on Tang San's body are one such example. In contrast to Yu Xiaojiang's detailed explanations about external spirit bones to Tang San, Xiong Miao elaborated further to Zhu Zhuqing regarding the specifics of these external spirit bones. Shouldn't the horns be considered part of the skull? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Generally, the head is only associated with one conventional spirit bone, and while the notion of accommodating a toothed spirit bone is somewhat acceptable, can horns truly be classified as an external spirit bone? Xiong Miao chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case. Moreover, I was referring to horns. Just contemplate where on the head one might find bull horns or rhino horns. Zhu Zhuqing quickly conjured an image in her mind. A person sprouting a pair of bull horns atop their head, with a rhino horn protruding from the forehead, and the nasal bone also transformed into a rhino horn. It was a rather unimaginable sight. It was somewhat regrettable that despite pushing the limits, one could not attain an external spirit bone. Instead, it was a low-level individual who absorbed the spirit ring from the soul-devouring spider. If that person wasn't extraordinarily lucky, they must have exhausted their lifetime of fortune. Xiong Miao expressed her dissatisfaction, remarking that the conditions for absorbing an external spirit bone ultimately hinge on acquiring the spirit ring dropped by the soul beast. It was perplexing to understand how the 8 spider lances had been obtained. The external spirit bones that could be directly manifested were only attainable through luck or the fortune of a time traveler. Akin to the protagonist Tang San from the original timeline, the cumulative conditions were barely acceptable, yet the existence of this anomaly, which disrupted established norms, was akin to a bug in the system. Zhu Zhuqing, however, took it all in stride, acknowledging that obtaining a spirit bone was inherently difficult, let alone the more elusive external spirit bones. Returning to Tang San, Xiong Miao had previously suggested he explore the planned academy to develop his blue-silver grass martial spirit, which he mentioned to his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang deemed it entirely unnecessary, saying, Tang San, do you not trust your teacher? Once a teacher, forever a father. How could Tang San doubt his own mentor, the foremost authority in the realm of spirit master theory? Tang San chose to place his faith in Yu Xiaojiang, responding, Teacher, I believe in you. Yu Xiaojiang received the affirmation he sought. Trust in your teacher, and under no circumstances should you question me or be swayed by external influences. The blue-silver grass is ultimately a worthless martial spirit. Do not let a single remark lead you to enroll in the plant academy. No matter how adept they are at developing plants, they cannot enhance a martial spirit as feeble as the blue-silver grass. Only by employing my innovative theories can your blue-silver grass martial spirit rival theirs. Understood, teacher, Tang San replied. Upholding respect for his mentor was a principle he adhered to. While Xiong Miao may have had a valid point, he prioritized his allegiance to his teacher, quickly dismissing any doubts he had about him. Chapter 120. The 3 prominent families of Yumin arrive upon returning to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Xiong Miao sought out Hua Xiaoduo, who was engrossed in her training. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing behind Xiong Miao, she inquired, Who is she? There was an unmistakable hint of jealousy in her tone. Xiong Miao remarked, Her name is Zhu Zhuqing. She is my newly recognized younger sister whom I met before my return. She is a year younger than you, and from now on, she shall also be your sister. Zhu Zhuqing, understanding her place, respectfully addressed, I have met my second sister. Hua Xiaoduo lifted her gaze to the strikingly beautiful girl before her, then glanced at herself. Clearly realizing that a comparison was futile, she was curious about what Zhu Zhuqing had consumed to grow so splendidly. Hua Xiaoduo took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, saying, Hello, third sister. I am delighted you have joined our family. From this day forth, we shall be good sisters. In the time that followed, preparations for the Soul Master competition would commence. It goes without saying that Zhu Zhuqing would participate, and it was likely she would face her sister, Zhu Zhiyun, who had already ascended to the ranks of a level 40 Soul Master. After consuming a mystical herb, Zhu Zhuqing had directly advanced to a level 30 Soul Sovereign. With the passage of time and the absorption of her third soul ring, her soul power had now reached level 35, nearing a breakthrough to level 36. She was confident that before the Soul Master competition, she would surpass level 40 and engage in her first battle with her sister, Zhu Zhiyun. Second sister. I will strive diligently to grow stronger, Zhu Zhuqing declared resolutely. Hua Xiaoduo nodded, her expression brightening. Yes, let us work hard together. With Xiong Miao's guidance, accompanied by the 4 substitute members of Shrek from the original timeline, they were confident that overcoming the competition would not pose a challenge, with the crucial factor being whether they would confront Zhu Zhiyun's team. After giving Zhu Zhuqing a brief introduction to the academy, the following day marked the commencement of her journey toward strength. Meanwhile, the Li family, upon learning of Xiong Miao's return, hastily arrived at Lambo Academy, as if something monumental had transpired. What is it? Speak slowly, they urged. Xiong Miao gazed at Talon, who was breathless and seemed at a loss for words. Just then, the healing soul master, Jiang Zhu, was nearby. She summoned her martial spirit, the healing staff, and with her 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, she bestowed a wave of healing upon Talon. Once he had recovered, he hastily conveyed the urgent matter that required his attention. The 3 major families have come. My father is currently negotiating with them. Fortunately, you have returned, master. Please hurry and address this situation. 3 major families? Xiong Miao inquired, her expression puzzled. What are the 3 major families? Talon was taken aback. He couldn't believe the master was unaware of the 3 major families. He quickly clarified. The 3 major families are the Yu family, the Min family, and the Pa family. Together with our Li family, we constitute the 4 great families. Why didn't you mention this sooner? What do you mean by 3 major families? Xiong Miao retorted with irritation. Now, please explain what has transpired. Talon hurriedly recounted the unclear circumstances. I don't know how they acquired the information, but with my grandfather gone and having pledged loyalty to an outsider, they have all come to our Li family's estate today, intending to meet you. Xiong Miao understood. In the past, before the Haotian sect sealed itself, it was the foremost sect in the world, boasting numerous affiliated soul master factions, among which our 4 major single attribute sects were the most prominent. These included the Strength Clan, the Control Clan, the Agility Clan, and the Destruction Clan. However, following the incident involving the Haotian sect and its subsequent announcement of closure, the 4 families gradually withdrew from the sect. Yet, these 4 single attribute sects have always supported one another, convening every 2 years. 3 years ago, the patriarch of the Strength Clan, Titan, came to the academy seeking his grandson, Talon. Subsequently, due to an attempt on her life, she incapacitated Titan and expelled him from the Strength Clan, thereafter assuming leadership herself and altering the memories of his son and grandson, while Titan sought his freedom. Now, the leaders of the other 3 clans have sensed something amiss and have come to inquire about the situation, wanting to ascertain whether Titan truly sought his freedom or if he had met a more sinister fate. How could a patriarch, once the most loyal dog of Tang Hao from the Haotian sect, abandon his Strength Clan for the sake of so-called freedom? There must be some hidden agenda. I see. It seems I must expedite the collection of the remaining 3 families, and I could entrust this troublesome burden to Yang Wudi of the Destruction Clan, allowing him to take the helm of this new power, while she could operate as the unseen leader. You all should remain at the academy to continue your training. I will handle this matter. After instructing Hua Xiaoduo, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others to stay at the academy, Xiong Miao returned to the Strength Clan with a Fu. In the southern part of the city, the estate of the Strength Clan was established here. It was Xiong Miao's first visit, as she had not been involved in any matters over the past 3 years, and only resorted to force when absolutely necessary, sending a Fu to handle it. I must say, the estate of the Strength Clan is indeed imposing and substantial, with walls 4 meters thick and doors 6 meters high. Amusingly, 2 stone sculptures resembling gorillas stood guard at the entrance. The 2 imposing and muscular gatekeepers, upon noticing the return of the young master, turned and pushed open the 2-foot-thick door. Upon entering, before even reaching the hall, they could hear voices emanating from within. Talon, do you not know your father's temperament? What pursuit of freedom, what dreams? Do you think we would believe such nonsense? Your father's only aspiration was that irresponsible fellow, Tang Hao. He would never engage in such outrageous acts. Uncles, but my father did just that. He entrusted the Strength Clan to a reliable power and then departed. Nonsense. Clearly, something is amiss here. Talon, I too believe your father would not act so irrationally. There must be some truth to this situation. You must reveal the facts to us. Uncle Bai, I have recounted this matter to you numerous times. It is as I say. I cannot fathom why my father acted as he did. Yet the facts remain. Could it be the Spirit Hall's doing? I do not believe so. If the Spirit Hall were targeting our 4 clans, they would not resort to such absurd methods. Then what could possibly compel the old gorilla to forsake the Strength Clan in pursuit of some ludicrous freedom? I refuse to believe it was a mere wager with a child that led him to relinquish the entirety of the Strength Clan. The very notion seems illogical. Who, apart from the Spirit Hall, could orchestrate such events? The patriarchs of the 3 clans were unable to comprehend the rationale behind a soul master in prime condition, losing to a mere child and subsequently vanishing from the Strength Clan. My apologies. If it is not the Spirit Hall, then I am responsible. Chapter 121. Collecting you all together, the leaders of the Control Clan, Niu Gao, the Agility Clan, Bai He, and the Destruction Clan, Yang Wudi, turned their gaze towards a strangely dressed girl entering the hall, accompanied by a burly man and, of course, Talon. The attire of the charming bearcat commands an extraordinary level of attention. The esteemed leader of the Yuminpa clan finds it quite effortless to fixate on her. It is truly perplexing how such a young child has managed to seize control of the Li Ji clan. Tai Nua respectfully addressed, "My lord." He then turned to the three clan leaders of Yuminpa and said, "Esteemed uncles, this is our newly appointed master from the Li Ji clan." The three leaders momentarily stood in astonishment, casting bewildered glances at the bearcat. "Is she truly your new master?" they questioned incredulously. "Such a mere child, still reeking of infancy? Are you jesting with us?" The bearcat remarked, "He is not jesting. Since the three clan leaders of the Yumin have arrived, it is an opportune moment to resolve matters concerning your three clans." Hearing such audacious words from a peculiar girl who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old evoked a strange sensation. "This is no place for children. Summon your elders," retorted Niu Gao of the Yu clan, his annoyance palpable. They found it hard to believe her words. Suspecting that the current predicament of the Li clan was somehow tied to this young girl, hinting at the involvement of another. Bai He from the Min clan, possessing a comparatively gentle temperament, suggested, "Dear girl, it would be prudent for your elders to speak on your behalf, for this is not a venue suitable for your discourse." The bearcat disregarded him and spoke to herself. "Surely, Titanos has informed you of how the clan of strength pledged allegiance to me. This is the undeniable truth. Unlike the two of you, who are rather sensitive, Yang Wudi from the clan of destruction is far more rational. What of the Titan? Even if he was defeated by you, it is inconceivable that he would simply vanish without a trace, leaving no tidings behind. Based on their understanding of the old gorilla Titan, even if he were to join any faction, he would not depart alone without his close companions being aware. It would be absurd if they only learned of his potential disappearance 2 years after their regular gatherings. Hence, the three brothers have come today to inquire about the situation. The young girl before them may appear diminutive, yet there is an undeniable aura of someone who stands on equal footing with them. Particularly, the burly man behind her, who may seem like an ordinary individual, exudes a palpable sense of danger. Xiong Miao responded, as his close brothers. "You are undoubtedly aware that he is solely loyal to Tang Hao and will not pledge allegiance to a new master. He will not align himself with any faction, and I respect his decision to voluntarily withdraw from the Li family, preserving his dignity as a loyal follower of Tang Hao. It is as simple as that." Mentioning Tang Hao, he comprehended the actions of his brother, the old gorilla Titan. The Titan's character is such that once he commits to a master, he remains steadfast. Having acknowledged Tang Hao as his master, he would never betray him. But what of others? Where has he truly gone? You must know at least where he has ventured, right? Niu Gao inquired. Xiong Miao shook his head and remarked, "I am uncertain. Perhaps he has gone in search of Tang Hao." The three accepted Xiong Miao's words, embracing this explanation. Aside from seeking his master Tang Hao, what other endeavors would the Titan of the Li Ji clan willingly undertake? The only mystery that lingered was how such a significant event had eluded their awareness for 3 years, how the Li Ji clan had changed allegiance to a young girl. Niu Gao addressed Bai He and Yang Wudi, stating, "Indeed, the old gorilla possesses such a temperament. While the Li Ji clan may serve a new master, the Titan himself shall not serve a second." Bai He sighed deeply. It appears that henceforth, only the Yu, Min, and Pa families remain among the 4 major monoattribute clans, as the Li Ji clan has effectively ceased to exist. Since the internal reforms of the Spirit Hall 3 years ago, which resulted in considerable losses, various factions had thrived during the Hall's period of weakness. However, they had not anticipated that as the Spirit Hall rejuvenated its vitality, the subsequent strategies would impact nearly all factions. Take, for example, a seemingly ordinary newspaper. The concealed power within its pages is beyond imagination. Their individual clan had already struggled for survival, and now that the Li Ji clan had fallen into another's grasp, it was unfathomable to consider whether their turn would come next. If the 3 clan leaders do not mind, the 4 great families could unite to form a sect. The words of the bearcat were quite candid, catching them off guard as they abruptly rose to their feet. Yang Wudi sneered, "Little girl, you possess quite the audacity. Acquiring a single clan of strength is not enough. You wish to set your sights upon us as well. We are far more than merely a clan of strength." Xiong Miao smiled faintly, stating, "As I mentioned earlier, it is fortuitous that you all have arrived. The matters concerning the 4 great clans require my attention." Bai He interjected, "We do not resent you for having taken our brother's family. Yet, you audaciously aspire to absorb us as well. Your appetite is quite insatiable. I am curious to know what kind of family could cultivate such a remarkable child as yourself." Initially, they thought of the Spirit Hall, for apart from it, they could conceive of no other formidable force. Perhaps she is a member of the royal family. It is not unusual for a young royal to effortlessly confront the current circumstances. Regarding trivial matters, Xiong Miao chose not to respond, but rather cautioned, "As you can see, The spirit hall grows ever more powerful, surpassing its former strength. You, who have been abandoned by the Haotian sect and left to vent your frustrations upon the spirit hall, must unite. Otherwise, your continued existence in this weakened state will leave you with few options for survival. The three of them furrowed their brows. Being forsaken by the Haotian sect was a lingering wound. Their current plight, while not dire, was far from optimistic, particularly for the Min family, during their most challenging times. The Pa family had provided assistance. However, now they found themselves in a similarly precarious situation without the aid of the Pa family. So, you wish for us to submit to you and your family's influence? Yang Wudi inquired nonchalantly. To claim that the four great clans are forming a sect is, in truth, to submit to another sect. In the past, you bowed to the Haotian sect, which abandoned you. What is the harm in serving a different master? You are not like the Titans, who adhere to a singular loyalty. Xiong Miao regarded them thoughtfully. Your reasoning is sound. Unlike the Titans, who see only Tang Hao, your focus is primarily on your own families. In any realm, it is customary for the weak to seek refuge under the strong, thereby becoming their vassals. This was precisely why the four single-attribute clans chose to submit to the Haotian sect. Conversely, should the strong fail to offer protection, the weak may choose to sever ties. They could seek refuge within another sect. However, the individual with whom they conversed was merely a child. How could they place their trust in the words of a mere youth? Chapter 122. A small fist to your chest. The Haotian sect has forsaken us. We can pursue other avenues and are not obliged to choose you. Yang Wudi's intent was unmistakable. If you wish for our allegiance, you must first demonstrate the strength of your sect. Xiong Miao comprehended his intent and remarked, the allegiance of your four esteemed families holds little significance to me. I am willing to return the Li family to you, allowing you to establish your own sect. Instantly, Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi were displeased. How could he regard their four singularly attributed families in such a manner? Although Titan was no longer present, the trio was certainly not to be trifled with. Young one, have you become a tad too arrogant? Faced with the furious gazes of the three, Xiong Miao remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no semblance of panic. With a formidable guardian, Ah Fu, standing behind her, she had no reason to feel alarmed. Perhaps a bit. Were it not for my protector by my side, I believe I would be far more discreet. Xiong Miao smiled. The trio, nearly provoked to violence against the young girl before them, found her beauty and smile disarming, causing an inexplicable softness within their hearts that made it difficult for them to act. Furthermore, they sensed the latent danger emanating from the figure behind her, and given their temperaments, they were not inclined to engage in idle chatter with her. In the world of Douluo, as in others, physical allure combined with strength invariably conveys a multitude of messages. Xiong Miao directly unleashed the soul power fluctuations of the soul sect. Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi, confronted by these resonances, felt an unmistakable intensity that far surpassed what an ordinary soul sect could achieve. They gazed at Xiong Miao in astonishment, instinctively exclaiming, "No wonder the old orangutan was defeated by you. How old are you this year?" The young girl, with a serene smile, revealed her age, 13. 13. Who would dare believe a soul master at such a tender age? Throughout the annals of Douluo's history, there has never been a precedent. Even the youngest title Douluo, Tang Hao of the Haotian sect, did not achieve this feat at the age of 13. It seems this young lady is destined to shatter Tang Hao's record for becoming a title Douluo. At this moment, their expressions grew solemn, wary of underestimating her. A 13-year-old soul master indeed possesses the audacity to boast, especially considering the formidable forces backing her. The presence of her bodyguards speaks volumes. Can it truly be that you are only 13, yet possess the strength to vanquish a titan? Bai found it hard to believe, for his family's rain swallow martial soul is unique, advancing swiftly in the early stages but lacking the ability to augment any attacking soul skills with soul rings. The bearcat nodded and, maintaining her smile, stated, "There is no need for me to deceive you. If you doubt my words, feel free to test my strength with a punch. Nothing surpasses personal experience and accuracy. If anyone questions her prowess, she must demonstrate her true abilities for them to witness. I am eager to see how you, a mere girl, managed to overcome that titan, that formidable gorilla. Logically, with her strength attribute, it seems improbable that she could defeat you." Niu Gao stepped forward, keen to experience the bearcat's punch. The Yu family prides itself on the concept of control, making him an ideal contender. The level of soul power does not signify much. If this young girl's punch meets their expectations, aligning with her sect would not pose an issue. However, something seems amiss in the unfolding events, though it is difficult to pinpoint exactly what. The crowd gathered in the open area outside the hall, with the two standing a respectful distance apart. "Please prepare yourself, Senior Niu Gao, and do not underestimate my punch," the bearcat warned. "You may unleash your full strength," Niu Gao replied confidently. As a single attribute clan, all their efforts were devoted to the study of defense, rendering their defensive capabilities unparalleled among soul masters of the same level. Even the renowned Xiangjia clan, famed for its defense, would hesitate to claim superiority over the Yu family in pure defensive prowess. Very well, I shall strike with all my might. Xiong Miao retracted his martial spirit, adopting a poised stance, crouching slightly in a horse stance. His left hand feigned an advance, while his right hand pressed firmly against his waist. Niu Gao stood steadfast like a mountain, unyielding. By refraining from employing soul techniques and avoiding evasion, he braced himself to withstand his opponent's onslaught, thus maximizing the defensive prowess of the Yu clan. Bai Hiang Wudi observed intently, eager to discern the potency of the impending strike. A cursory glance at the burly guard revealed that he, too, seemed to have perceived the inevitable outcome. In an instant, the figure of Xiong Miao appeared before Niu Gao, delivering a powerful punch. As a being whose sole attribute was defense, Niu Gao was not particularly adept at quick reactions. Although he was prepared, the speed at which his opponent closed the distance took him by surprise. Suddenly feeling a chill in his chest, he realized that Xiong Miao's small, delicate fist had already made contact with his torso. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Niu Gao felt a tremendous force surge through him, utterly astonished that such a seemingly fragile fist, resembling a delicate flower, could harbor such terrifying power. The sole power emanating from her punch was astonishing, penetrating his defenses in a way that defied logic. Ordinarily, with his formidable defense, he would have repelled any force at the skin's surface, yet now, it had unmistakably entered his body. Niu Gao's expression shifted from bewilderment to something peculiar, and he stumbled backward for steps before finally regaining his balance. Smoke wafted from the imprint left by her fist on his chest, while Xiong Miao's own hand was also enveloped in smoke. Bai He and Yang Wudi were left dumbfounded. They were well aware of the old rhinoceros's defensive prowess. Even without utilizing his martial soul, the resilience of his skin rivaled that of a true rhinoceros. A typical soul master's attack felt like striking a tough piece of beef tendon, exhibiting both remarkable hardness and an unusual elasticity, resulting in painful rebounds with every strike. How could a mere 13-year-old girl emerge unscathed? It was utterly absurd. If she was so formidable, one could only imagine the power of the sect leader backing her. The thought was almost unfathomable. After a brief moment of astonishment, Bai He and Yang Wudi erupted into laughter, their joy uncontainable, for it had been ages since they had witnessed their dear friend in such an embarrassing predicament. Niu Gao's complexion turned a deep shade of purple. Being pushed back 3 steps by a 13-year-old girl was nothing short of a profound humiliation for someone of his defensive mastery. Xiong Miao offered Niu Gao a semblance of respect, feigning a casual flick of her wrist before her martial soul returned to her. What do you think? Titan would not unjustly lose to you. Perhaps he recognized your strength and sought to recruit you into his clan, unexpectedly, rather than gaining you. He ended up jeopardizing his own family and withdrew from the clan altogether. Niu Gao rubbed his chest, compelled to acknowledge the immense power she possessed. I remain curious about your martial soul. It cannot possibly be anything less than that of a Titan giant ape. Apologies, but you are mistaken. My martial soul, as you can see, is simply the attire I wear, Xiong Miao replied. Chapter 123. The new sect of the Four Phases Gate. When Xiong Miao mentioned her martial soul was her clothing, she chose not to elaborate further. Repeated explanations had grown tiresome. Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi were astonished upon discovering that the young girl's martial soul was indeed her garments. Setting aside the fact that her physical prowess was sufficient to repel their defensive master with a mere punch, it was evident how formidable she truly was. They began to speculate. Perhaps the sect behind her was led by a master at the pinnacle of power, and it was entirely plausible that it housed several titled Douluo. Such a formidable force would warrant their allegiance and service. The Spirit Hall would likely think twice before acting against such an entity. With the successful reforms of the Spirit Hall, they sensed an impending upheaval within the realm of spirit masters, compelling them to consider the longevity of their clan. The most unfavorable option would be to align with the Spirit Hall. However, with a superior choice now available, they were inclined to pursue it. We neither intend to capitulate to the Spirit Hall nor return to the Haotian sect. Given her abilities, the strength behind her is more than adequate to protect us, one of them asserted. I find this proposition viable. As she stated, the Haotian sect has forsaken us, so we must not be blamed for seeking alternate paths. Even should the Haotian sect emerge again, it would struggle to contend with such a powerful sect. Since both of you have no objections, I too shall remain silent. Our refusal to submit will surely lead her to return the power of our clan to us, allowing us to establish our own sect. She has earned our trust. In comparison, the Haotian sect pales significantly. Tang Hao the Haotian Douluo, a man who committed an act that incited universal outrage and chose to evade responsibility, is unworthy of our loyalty. To reach the Soul Master realm at merely 13 years of age is unprecedented. She is likely the most formidable contender for the position of successor within her sect. It is indeed surprising for someone of such tender years to possess such maturity. Are the heirs of hidden sects this precocious nowadays? Perhaps, within the most powerful sects. Competition among successors is fierce, making early maturation a norm. After much speculation, the trio envisioned Xiong Miao as a fierce contender for succession within a hidden sect. possessing both wisdom and strength beyond her years. Upon clarifying her identity, they resolved to accept her invitation. It seemed they had unwittingly approached her, yet they harbored no regrets. However, they would miss a worthy ally who walked a different path. After deliberation among the three clans, Yang Wudi stepped forward to Xiong Miao, stating, "We accept your invitation and shall consolidate our 4 clans into a single sect." Such a swift decision. Do you not wish to take a moment to ponder? I am not pressed for time, Xiong Miao replied. The other 3 clans, possessing distinct single attributes, would undoubtedly require time to deliberate, or perhaps choose not to join. The pace seemed too hasty. They ought to ascertain her true nature before making such a commitment. No need for that. Your strength has already moved us. You are deserving of our service. We shall grant you 10 years to at least catch up to us. Achieving title Douluo is not beyond possibility, Xiong Miao advised. I urge you to consider this matter more thoroughly. In the evolving era, encounters with the Spirit Hall are inevitable, and establishing economic ties is essential. There are certain issues that you seem unable to comprehend or accept. Take, for instance, the leader of the White Crane clan, who has consistently forbidden clan members from receiving aid from the Spirit Hall, resulting in a level of poverty within the clan that is among the most pronounced in the realm of spirit masters. The expression on by his face soured. Xiong Miao spoke the truth. She had indeed prohibited her clan members from seeking assistance from the Spirit Hall, leading to the impoverished state of the Min clan, which was notably severe within the community of spirit masters. I do not wish to witness this situation persist. In the future, we will inevitably have dealings with the Spirit Hall, whether in the past or in this new era. If we fail to adapt to the progression of time, we will simply await our own demise. He fell silent for a moment, ultimately choosing to submit and serve. It is understandable that a clan cannot avoid engaging with others. Acceptance is vital. The leaders of the 3 upper sects and the Pope are esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall. With such a visionary new leader, what objections could they possibly raise? Viewed in this light, it would not be an exaggeration to declare her a competent leader of the clan. Henceforth, you shall be the new leader of our 4 clans. Xiong Miao observed as the 3 individuals before her clasped their fists and bowed in greeting, silently accepting their homage. In this manner, she effortlessly consolidated the 4 prominent single attribute families that originally belonged to Tang San's Tang sect under her command. It seems that being a girl has its advantages. Unlike boys who, fueled by youthful fervor, often resort to physical confrontations, girls can rely on their beauty, age, and prowess to command respect. Since you all place your trust in me, I shall honor your faith and, in this moment, establish a new sect in the name of your 4 families. It shall be called the 4 Elements sect. The name, derived from the identities of your clans, is most fitting. With the new sect founded, the location will be determined by the strength of the first family. They expressed no objections regarding the choice of site. Even if the operations of the first family were based in the Xinghua Empire, they could always relocate to Tiando City and start anew. Even the Bearcat understands that the establishment of a formidable power inevitably requires financial backing and various resource support. As for money, she possesses an abundance. Should she find herself in need, she can always request assistance from Qianren Xue, encompassing resources and even the transfer of personnel to aid her in managing a sect. Some matters are beyond the capability of these old gentlemen to handle proficiently. Indeed, sect master, from now on, the 3 of you shall serve as elders of our 4 Directions sect. Due to my youth, there are many matters I find inconvenient to address directly. Old Yang, your strength surpasses that of your peers. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of executive vice sect master. Yang Wudi, Old Yang. Xiong Miao nodded with a smile and said, "Is there any problem?" Calling Old Yang feels so affectionate. Yang Wudi laughed heartily, none at all. He was certainly aware of the implications surrounding the position of the executive vice sect master, which essentially meant acting as the sect leader. In this light, it was akin to uniting the 4 major single attribute families to establish a sect of their own, the only distinction being her presence. If there are no objections, let us commence our first task. The specific structure and operations of the sect will be arranged once the sect is firmly established. The first task assigned by Xiong Miao was to return home for organization and to migrate with the clansmen and resources to the city of Tiando in the Tiando Empire. After Niu Gao, Bai He, and Yang Wudi departed, Xiong Miao instructed Tainua to acquire the surrounding residences to accommodate the 3 major clans. After all, with over 200 members of the Li clan, the addition of the other 3 clans would result in more than 1,000 individuals, making the space feel exceedingly cramped. Furthermore, areas for cultivation, forging, and alchemy needed to be established. The entire Li clan required a comprehensive replanning and reconstruction. Fortunately, with the assistance of the proficient builders from the Yu clan, the task would become significantly easier. Thus, the 4 major single attribute families, originally affiliated with Tang San's Tang sect, seamlessly fell under her command, feeling almost like a dream. There were also the Blue Silver Emperor, the Eyes of Ice and Fire, and the 8 Spider Lances. Chapter 124. Life endures. Battle continues. Once matters were arranged, Xiong Miao returned to the academy. Initially, She had no intention of participating in the newly established Force-Yang sect, but considering that Tang San would eventually reclaim his original forces, it was more prudent for her to utilize them herself. Appointing Yang Wudi as the executive vice sect master was a strategic move to conceal her identity, allowing her to operate as a behind-the-scenes figure. Upon returning to the academy, she began focusing on enhancing Zhu Zhuqing's strength, while the other 14 members, Talon, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Jiang Zhu, came to meet the new recruits, including their 3 mainstays who were not mentioned in the original timeline. Given that a collaboration among Soul Masters requires at least 7 participants to be effective, and that a minimum of 7 individuals must be dispatched from each academy for every competition, it was imperative to maintain a certain level of personnel rotation. The Senior Soul Master Academy competition was not merely a contest between academies. It was a significant event within the entire Soul Master realm, spanning 3 months. The competition included preliminary rounds, advancement matches, and ultimately the grand finals. Who could guarantee that none among them would be injured and unable to continue participating? These students had been rigorously trained by Xiong Miao and Afu for 3 years, and now, all of them boasted levels above 33, making it feasible to gain 1 or 2 more ranks before the Soul Master tournament. Xiong Miao can assure that she will remain unscathed, but the same cannot be said for others. As for the newly joined Zhu Zhuqing, who is even younger and possesses a remarkably alluring figure, she has garnered considerable admiration from the male peers. Xiong Miao possesses a profound understanding of these impetuous young men. It is only natural for them to exhibit impulsiveness when confronted with a girl who possesses the allure of eternity. However, with her presence, I am confident that their subsequent training will be diligent and earnest. As Zhu Zhuqing is a recent addition to the team, she must keep pace with the intensity of their training regimen. In her quest for strength, she is prepared to endure even the most rigorous challenges. That evening, Xiong Miao led this group to the Grand Soul Arena in Heavendoe City. Upon her inaugural visit, Zhu Zhuqing displayed a look of bewilderment. Xiong Miao simply introduced, "This is the Fighting Soul Arena, a place where soul masters engage in battles. It's not surprising that you might be unaware of it amidst your daily rush. The level of one's martial soul signifies a soul master's strength, and the soul rings are the most profound expression of this. However, these do not truly represent a soul master's abilities. Only through battling various opponents here and experiencing more combat can you become stronger than other soul masters. Remember this, life is an unending battle." The phrase ignited a passionate spirit within the young men and women, filling them with an inexhaustible fighting spirit. Compared to Shrek's motivation, Xiong Miao's words had a more immediate effect. Yes, Sister Xiong Miao. Though her age was a few years younger than the students of the Blue Tyrant Academy, they all respected her as their leader. After the pre-battle mobilization, the group of youthful souls entered the Grand Fighting Soul Arena of Tiandoe City to begin their essential combat training. In fact, all mid to advanced Soul Master Academies require their students to participate in battles, and even if the academy does not mandate it, students will naturally come to engage in combat. Shrek's Frank had Tang San and others participate in the Fighting Soul Arena without any apparent special emphasis. Everyone was merely following a practical teaching routine. However, Xiong Miao's approach seemed more akin to a monstrous training method, leaving one to ponder how it differed from other academies. The distinction was hardly noticeable, let alone the physical training and targeted guidance from teachers. Any advanced Soul Master could engage in such activities. Once inside the arena, the students from Blue Tyrant signed up for their respective battles, whether 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or team competitions, freely combining as they wished. Due to Xiong Miao's overwhelming strength, she could hardly participate in 2-on-2 or team matches, as she would only step in after her teammates completed their battles, effortlessly overpowering 7 opponents at once. After 3 years of combat, their results were satisfactory, having progressed from frequent losses to a steadily improving win rate. "This is your first battle. I forbid you from using your third soul skill," Xiong Miao instructed Zhu Zhuqing. In this form of sparring, to grow stronger quickly, one must impose limitations on oneself, whether by omitting a soul skill, using only one soul skill, or even foregoing the martial soul altogether. Achieving victory without utilizing the martial soul would be truly remarkable. "Can you do it?" "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing replied resolutely. She could easily comply with using only one soul skill if required. Once the levels and opponents were determined, Zhu Zhuqing stepped down from the fighting platform. Her opponent was an experienced agile attack soul master, wielding a different type of orange cat martial soul and possessing slightly lower soul power than Zhu Zhuqing, yet boasting considerable practical experience. Both wielded 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, presenting a challenge for Zhu Zhuqing, who had recently entered the ranks of a 30-level soul master and was restricted to using only her first 2 soul skills, serving as a sparring partner. Zhu Zhuqing could gain valuable combat experience and learn significantly. Though the arena was small, both agile soul masters showcased remarkable speed, their movements intertwining and colliding continuously. The sparse audience was captivated as they reveled in watching the 2 stunning women engage in battle. It was a spectacle they relished and deemed worth the ticket price. In the end, The outcome was evident. Zhu Zhuqing exhausted her efforts, resulting in a loss in her first battle. The opponent, perplexed, could not comprehend why Zhu Zhuqing refrained from using her third soul skill, for had she done so, victory would undoubtedly have been hers. Xiong Miao administered treatment to Zhu Zhuqing, and with the infusion of Xiong Miao's soul power and the enhancement capabilities of the Xiong set, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly returned to her former state. I want to have another match, Zhu Zhuqing stated, gazing at Xiong Miao after her recovery. Another one? You can only engage in one match per day for each type of soul battle. You have already completed your one-on-one duel today. Perhaps you should consider a 2-on-2 match and team up with Sister Jiangju, came the response. After returning home, Niugao Baihe Yongwudi rapidly assimilated his family's local enterprises. With the most impoverished faction, the Min family, being the quickest to adapt, followed by the Yu family and the Pa family. They arrived in Tiando City to initiate the establishment of the Four Directions Gate in collaboration with the Li family. Jiangju expressed some concern, as she was merely a healing-type soul master, not one for augmenting powers. Therefore, she had not formed a 2-on-2 team with other teammates, only appearing in larger team competitions. As Xiong Miao articulated, the purpose was to train her mobility, observational skills, and judgment, enhancing her reaction time in complex scenarios, not simply to heal indiscriminately, but to provide targeted support to her allies when necessary. For a healing-type support character, key moments of intervention are crucial. Precise timing can evoke desperation in opponents. In a 2-on-2 scenario, if faced with someone like Talon, there would be less to worry about. However, Zhu Zhuqing was different. It was concerning to think of her facing 2 opponents alone, especially since she was merely 11 years old. I worry for you. You won't even need your third soul skill. One-on-one is already challenging enough. Even if we team up, and I can continuously heal you while you utilize your third soul skill, you will still face 2 adversaries. No problem, Sister Jiangju. I want to give it a try. Consider today my first lesson, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her eyes sparkling with determination. Life is eternal, battle is ceaseless. I truly resonate with this sentiment. This phrase, in its essence, mirrored her existence. As long as she lived, the torment from her family would persist. Each day, every moment, she was compelled to continue fighting against her fate. This was Zhu Zhuqing, a figure of unwavering resolve, with an insatiable thirst for strength. Sister Jiangju, let her go, Xiong Miao encouraged, confident that this endeavor would pave the way for future encounters. She had already secured a partnership with a food-type soul master akin to Oscar, establishing a long-term collaboration, and occasionally serving as a temporary source of soul power replenishment. Very well, Jiangju conceded, saying little more as she accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to register their duo for the 2-on-2 soul battle. As for the team name, Jiangju was indifferent, merely assisting Zhu Zhuqing in forming the duo. You may use your third soul skill. Once you eliminate one opponent, it will be akin to a one-on-one match, albeit with diminished soul power, Xiong Miao advised. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. In the 2-on-2 match, if she wished to engage one-on-one, she would need to utilize her third soul skill to dispatch one opponent, leaving her with 2/3 of her soul power to face the remaining adversary. Should she encounter failure, she would face 2 soul masters simultaneously. But what of it? A 2-on-2 battle could enhance her strength even further. To truly become a formidable warrior, one must possess the confidence to confront multiple foes alone. Just don't lose. I can't afford to fund your battles every day, Xiong Miao jested. The registration fees for 3 matches per person daily would accumulate to a significant sum over 3 years, not to mention the long-term partnership with a certain food-type soul master. While money was no concern for her, whether through betting on soul battle teams or dabbling in gambling, winning enough golden soul coins to cover the children's daily expenses was an achievable goal. In this bout, Zhu Zhuqing's opponents consisted of a control-type soul master and a power-type soul master, a combination rarely defeated in the arena. Zhu Zhuqing quickly assessed the situation, determining which adversary to eliminate first. Control counters agility, so she resolved to dispatch the control master first. As the match commenced, Zhu Zhuqing activated her martial soul, her eyes shimmering with vibrant hues, her hands adorned with claw-like spikes, and her 3 soul rings pulsating with the strength of a soul master. Given that she was already at a disadvantage against the control-type soul master, she could not afford to wait for her opponent to strike first, otherwise, she would fall victim to a barrage of control and be rendered powerless. Thus, she had to take the initiative and utilize her third soul skill to strike first. The control-type soul master remained composed as Zhu Zhuqing charged towards him. With a flourish, he summoned a surge of green energy from his first soul ring, causing a mass of blue-silver grass to erupt from the ground like vines, ensnaring Zhu Zhuqing in its grasp, accompanied by the advancing power-type soul master. Having absorbed her third soul ring beyond the usual limits, Zhu Zhuqing, as a speed-type soul master, experienced a significant enhancement in speed. Although the grass vines were swift, she deftly evaded them. As long as her speed exceeded that of the control master, he could not ensnare her. As the power-type soul master approached, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her third soul skill, appearing before the control-type soul master like a bolt of lightning. The Control Master was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and was swiftly swept off the arena, losing consciousness. The Power-type Soul Master, taken aback by the rapidity of Zhu Zhuqing's actions, did not anticipate such a swift attack that dispatched his ally. However, as a Power-type Soul Master, he was not easily subdued, with a martial soul resembling a raging lion. He pondered the comparability of a lion versus a cat. Clearly, there was no comparison. With your healing-type companion here, you still won't stand a chance against my fierce lion, he declared as he activated his third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Rampage, entering a bloodlust state that enhanced his attack and speed by 60%, significantly dulling his sense of pain. Next, he unleashed his second soul skill, Lion's Roar, which would stagger and disorient any who fell under its influence. Zhu Zhuqing adapted her stance, evading the lion's roar and leveraging her agility to launch herself at the lion, her speed further amplified by her first soul skill, Phantom Thrust. The lion, unfazed, activated his first soul skill, Lion's Claw, augmenting his attack strength with a lingering destructive effect. With the advantage of her third soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing's speed rivaled that of many agility-based soul masters, yet in terms of power and destructive capability, he had the upper hand. You wish to take on 2 opponents. Little sister, do you overestimate your capabilities? If you were a power type like me, perhaps you could manage, but as an agility type, you stand no chance against me. The wild lion chuckled with amusement. Zhu Zhuqing, an icy beauty, was sparing with words, never indulging in unnecessary chatter during the battle. She only proclaimed the names of her soul skills. As A, she would not engage in prolonged combat with A. With her claws poised, she enhanced her speed, darting around the wild lion with agility, executing her soul skills, and creating distance at every encounter. The wild lion was swift, yet Zhu Zhuqing's speed surpassed his, even with the enhancement from his soul skills. However, he possessed a unique pain-nullifying effect from his third soul skill. It would be challenging for Zhu Zhuqing to defeat him using only her first 2 soul skills. Chapter 126, a special training method. Jiang Zhu began to worry. As a healing soul master, she lacked the abilities of an amplification-type soul master and had not formed a duo with her teammates. She only appeared in team competitions. In the words of Bear Cat, her training focused on mobility, observation, judgment, and reaction speed in complex scenarios, not merely spreading healing throughout the arena, but providing targeted support to her teammates. A healing soul master must deliver their power precisely at crucial moments, their well-timed assistance capable of driving opponents to despair. In a 2-on-2 match, it would be manageable if her partner were resilient like Talon. However, Zhu Zhuqing was different. The mere thought of her facing opponents alone was concerning, especially considering she was only 11. I'm a bit worried for you. Without your third soul skill, a 1-on-1 match would already be quite difficult. If we teamed up, although I could continuously heal you and you could utilize your third soul skill, you would still face 2 opponents. There's no problem, Sister Jiangzhu. I want to give it a try. Consider today my first lesson, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her gaze directed at Bear Cat. Life is eternal, and so is the battle. I truly cherish this saying. This phrase, taken literally, could very well describe her. As long as she lived, the persecution from her family would not cease. Every day, every moment, she would have to continue fighting and resisting. This was Zhu Zhuqing, steadfast in her resolve, with an unwavering desire to grow stronger. Sister Jiangzhu, let her go. Bearcat believed that this would not be the last time. She had already found a food-type soul master akin to Oscar to serve as a resource for their team, establishing a long-term partnership. Sometimes, he could even act as a temporary energy replenisher. Very well, Jiangzhu said, not elaborating further, and accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to register their duo for the 2-on-2 arena. As for their team name, Jiangzhu was indifferent. She merely helped Zhu Zhuqing find a partner. You may use your third soul skill. Once you take one opponent down, it will be no different from a 1-on-1 match, though you will have less soul power. Bearcat remarked. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. In a 2-on-2 setting, if she wished for a 1-on-1 encounter, she would first need to eliminate one opponent using her third soul skill, leaving her with 2/3 of her soul power to engage the remaining opponent with her first 2 skills. However, if she failed, she would face 2 soul masters at once. But what of it? A 1-on-2 scenario could better enhance her strength. To truly become a formidable warrior, she must cultivate the confidence to confront multiple adversaries alone. Just don't lose. I can't afford to pay for your matches every day, Bearcat joked. The registration fee for 3 matches each day for each person would add up to a considerable sum over 3 years, not to mention the long-term partnership with a certain food-type soul master. She was unconcerned about the money, whether betting on soul master battles or visiting a casino. The winnings would sufficiently cover the children's daily expenses. In this match, Zhu Zhuqing faced a control-type soul master and a strong attack-type soul master, a combination rarely seen defeated in the arena. Understanding the dynamics at play, Zhu Zhuqing knew she had to eliminate the control master first. Control counters, so she aimed to dispatch the control master quickly. As the match commenced, Zhu Zhuqing manifested her martial soul, her eyes shimmering with various hues, her hands adorned with sharp cat claws. and 3 soul rings pulsating with the power of her soul respect. Since she was inherently at a disadvantage against the control-type soul master, she could not afford to wait for them to strike first, otherwise she would fall victim to their relentless control. Thus, she had to seize the initiative and use her 3rd soul skill to send them off the field. The control-type soul master observed Zhu Zhuqing rushing towards him with an unfazed demeanor. His hands glowed with a verdant light as his 1st soul ring sparkled. He slammed his hands onto the ground, causing an eruption of blue-silver grass to surge forth like vines towards Zhu Zhuqing, accompanied by the strong attack-type soul master. Having absorbed her 3rd soul ring beyond the usual age limit, Zhu Zhuqing, as a soul master, experienced a significant boost in speed. Although the grass vines were swift, she adeptly evaded them. With sufficient speed, the control master could not restrain a soul master, nor could they predict her evasive maneuvers. As the strong attack-type soul master approached, Zhu Zhuqing activated her 3rd soul skill, appearing before the control master like a flash of lightning. The control master barely had time to use his soul skill before Zhu Zhuqing swept him off the field, rendering him unconscious. The strong attack-type soul master, taken aback by her swiftness and the instant activation of her soul skill, found his ally dispatched so quickly. However, as a strong attack-type soul master, he would not be as easily dealt with. His martial soul was a wild lion. Could a lion be compared to a cat? There was no comparison. Even with that healing-type soul master's assistance, he would not be a match for the wild lion. Activating his 3rd soul skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, he entered a state of bloodlust for 20 minutes, enhancing his attack and speed by 60% while significantly dulling his sense of pain. Following this, he unleashed his 2nd soul skill, Wild Lioness Roar, which would cause opponents to be repelled and disoriented, leaving them in a state of confusion. Zhu Zhuqing adjusted her stance, dodging the Wild Lioness Roar, leveraging the momentum to lunge at the wild lion. Her speed surging once more as she employed her 1st soul skill. The wild lion remained composed, activating his 1st soul skill, Wild Lioness Claw, to bolster his own attack power, dealing continuous damage. With the enhancement from his 3rd soul skill, his speed rivaled that of some soul masters. When their speeds collided, he fell short, yet his strength and destructive power were formidable. Do you really think you can take on 2 opponents, little sister? You might be overestimating yourself. If you were like me, a strong attack-type soul master, you might stand a chance, but you are no match for me. The wild lion chuckled with amusement. Zhu Zhuqing, an ice-cold beauty, was sparing with her words, never engaging in superfluous dialogue during battles. She could only utter the names of her soul skills. As an agility-type soul master, she would not entangle herself with a strength-type soul master. With a swift separation of her cat's claws and lion's claws, she enhanced her speed, darting around the wild lion in quick succession. Employing her phantom stab and phantom 100 claws, she created distance with every contact. The wild lion was indeed fast, but Zhu Zhuqing matched his speed, even surpassing it. Despite possessing a speed-enhancing soul skill, he was still outpaced significantly by Zhu Zhuqing, the agility master. Though he benefited from the painless effect of his 3rd soul skill, it would prove challenging for Zhu Zhuqing to defeat him using only her first 2 soul skills. Chapter 127. You seem like an assassin. Jiangzhu, supporting the weakened Zhu Zhuqing, departed from the battle arena. Xiong Miao approached Zhu Zhuqing, temporarily assuming the role of a soul power recharger, supplying her with the energy she needed to alleviate her fatigue. You fought admirably, but do not overexert yourself, Xiong Miao advised, observing Zhu Zhuqing's gradual recovery. Intense combat takes a significant toll on a soul master. I understand, but I simply wish to grow stronger, Zhu Zhuqing responded, meeting her gaze. Desiring to enhance your strength does not necessitate such self-detriment. There are myriad strategies available for agility-type soul masters. I can conceive several methods to conclude a battle within 3 minutes, akin to your earlier approach. Xiong Miao is not merely boasting. She is truly capable of achieving this. The effectiveness of certain sensitive attack strategies depends on whether Zhu Zhuqing dares to embrace them. What should I do? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Your soul power consumption today has already reached its limit. Although I have replenished some of it for you, it would be best for you to rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I will formally instruct you, Xiong Miao concluded. Jiangzhu, you should go ahead and join them for the team competition. Zhuqing and I will head back first. All right. Jiangzhu nodded, merely wanting to add a cautionary note about safety. Be cautious on the road. One must consider who would dare to cause trouble along the way. They would end up as mere remnants, their very essence turned into hot dogs. Without waiting for others, they departed. The rest would return to the academy after their match. Having already mastered the art of self-reflection, there is no need for her to worry about many matters. If they cannot even compose a self-assessment after 3 years, what purpose do they serve? After Xiong Miao escorted Zhu Zhuqing back, the team returned from their final match, their laughter and chatter revealing the triumph of yet another victory. Given their current proficiency and the constant rotation of team members, their win rate hovered above 80%. Within the Spirit Master team, this success rate was remarkably high. Should they face Shrek Academy, victory would elude the latter. The moment Hu Xiaodiyu took the stage and unleashed her blue-silver emperor martial soul, Tang San's blue-silver grass would be rendered nearly ineffective. The Haoyan hammer would remain beyond his reach, and even if he were to wield his original 8 spider lances, it would be uncertain whether he could secure a win against them. At dawn, they rose early, partook in breakfast, and proceeded to their training. Having surpassed the 30th level, they had fulfilled the requirements for graduation and completed all necessary studies at the academy. Their focus now lay on the upcoming Spirit Master Tournament, striving to reach the Spirit Ancestor level within the year. Otherwise, they would be indistinguishable from mere spectators. Observing their early rising and training, Zhu Zhuqing was reminded by Xiong Miao, "You have your own curriculum to attend to." Thus, Zhu Zhuqing accompanied Xiong Miao to a designated spot in the Blue Tyrant Academy forest for specialized instruction. Xiong Miao inquired directly, "What is your understanding of the agility-based attack system?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing replied, "Leveraging speed as an advantage, it is tasked with disrupting and restraining opponents, and when necessary, eliminating their support or injured members." Xiong Miao nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Your response is commendable. Generally speaking, the positioning of agility-based soul masters indeed aligns with your statement. Yet do you not perceive that, in comparison to other soul master classifications, agility-based ones seem somewhat inferior?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly perked up, as she held a differing perspective regarding agility-based soul masters. Xiong Miao continued, "Every developmental trajectory of a soul master possesses its own advantages. For instance, the strength-based classification boasts a definitive edge in power output, albeit at the expense of speed. The control-based classification excels in restraining foes, but lacks offensive capability. While agility-based soul masters inherently enjoy advantages in speed and ambush tactics, their damage output is comparatively lower. As for support-type soul masters, they possess a natural advantage in enhancing others, but lack any combat prowess, necessitating protection from allies. In fact, agility-based soul masters represent a relatively balanced type compared to other classifications, possessing both speed and attack capabilities. However, their primary drawback lies in their lack of explosive power. Unlike strength-based soul masters, whose formidable attack capabilities unleash terrifying force, in terms of team contribution, they tend to offer less. Control-type soul masters can dictate the course of the battle, strength-based ones create an offensive advantage, and support-type ones play vital roles in assistance. Agility-based soul masters seem to play a less significant role, possessing some output and the ability to disrupt and hinder opponents. Yet they pale in comparison to the more potent methods employed by strength-based masters. Whether facing strength-based, control-based, or defense-based soul masters, agility-based ones often find themselves at a disadvantage. Their attack output cannot rival that of strength-based masters, and in situations lacking absolute speed advantages, they risk being controlled. Furthermore, against defense-type soul masters, breaching their defenses proves exceedingly challenging. You experienced this firsthand in yesterday's 2-on-2 soul battle, in a 1-on-1 scenario of equal ranks. Agility-based soul masters are left reliant solely on speed. With sufficient speed, they can entangle their opponents. However, should their speed falter, they become mere lambs to the slaughter. Reflecting on the original timeline's 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing found herself lacking standout moments in the team's combat records, existing at a rather average level. In contrast, Tang San and his companions, with their control and support classifications, emerged as essential components of the team, rendering agility-based roles somewhat expendable. Aside from forming a martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mubai, what significant contributions could Zhu Zhuqing offer? Her alluring physique merely serves to draw attention from adversaries. Having articulated all this, Xiong Miao felt a dryness in her throat. Thus, from the ramblings I just shared, what new insights do you hold regarding agility-based soul masters? Zhu Zhuqing. She was momentarily flummoxed. If control, strength, and support classifications are the mainstream, how then should agility-based ones evolve? Zhu Zhuqing began to recognize the shortcomings of agility-based soul masters, possessing remarkable speed yet lacking in damage output. Regardless of facing strength, control, or defense soul masters, agility-based ones frequently find themselves at a disadvantage. With regards to your observations, your third soul skill has sparked a promising idea in my mind. My suggestion is that you could embrace the role of an assassin, striking with lethal precision at an ephemeral speed. However, this approach seems to diverge from the legacy of the god of speed inherited from the original timeline. The bear cat remains indifferent. Why must one necessarily inherit the original divine position? Being merely a second-tier deity, who does it truly belittle? If anyone deserves it, it should be Bai Qinxiang, for she is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this divine role, despite her soul skills lacking any offensive capability. Assassin. In Chapter 128, Douluo, the Bear Douluo. Since you are an agility-type soul master, my first task is to train your speed. Stand firm. Zhu Zhuqing obediently takes her stance, and the bear cat promptly taps both sides of her legs. Confused, Zhu Zhuqing inquires, and the bear cat instructs, "Now, take a few steps." As Zhu Zhuqing raises her foot, She realizes it feels as if it has been weighed down with lead, rendering movement nearly impossible. Jiangzhu assists the weakened Zhu Zhuqing in departing from the soul fighting platform, while the bear cat approaches her side, temporarily acting as a source of soul power, channeling energy to Zhu Zhuqing, alleviating her burdens somewhat. You performed admirably, but do not overexert yourself, the bear cat remarks, observing Zhu Zhuqing's recovery. Intense combat can have a significant impact on a soul master. I understand, but I simply wish to grow stronger, Zhu Zhuqing responds, gazing back at her. Aspiring for strength does not necessitate such self-detriment. There are numerous strategies for an agility-type soul master to employ in battle, just as you demonstrated earlier. I can easily conceive several methods to conclude a fight within 3 minutes. Xiong Miao is not boasting. She is indeed capable of achieving this. The effectiveness of certain agile offensive strategies hinges on whether Zhu Zhuqing dares to embrace them. What should I do? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Your soul power expenditure today has already reached its limit. Although I have replenished some of it, you should take a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, I will formally instruct you. Xiong Miao replied at last. Sister Jiangzhu, you should go ahead and join them for the team competition. I will accompany Zhu Qing back. All right, Jiangzhu nodded, almost adding a reminder to stay safe, paying attention to safety on the way. It depends on whether anyone foolish enough dares to ambush us. Their remains would serve as mere hot dogs for my 5th leg. Without waiting for the others, they decided to leave. The others would return to the academy after their match and had already learned to reflect on their experiences. Many matters no longer required her concern. If they could not produce a single self-reflection after 3 years, what purpose would they serve? After Xiong Miao escorted Zhu Zhuqing back, the team members returned after their final match, brimming with laughter and camaraderie. Their buoyant demeanor revealed that they had once again triumphed in today's team competition. Given their current prowess, coupled with the regular changes in personnel, their win rate consistently exceeds 80%, which is remarkably high among the Soul Master teams. Should they face Shrek Academy, victory would elude the latter. Once Hushi enters the fray and unleashes her blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, Tang San's blue-silver grass Martial Soul would be rendered nearly useless. He would be unable to wield the Haotian hammer. And even if he were to employ his original 8 spider lances, it would not guarantee their success against this formidable team. At dawn, they arose early and after breakfast, set off for their morning training. Having already surpassed the 30th level, they had met the graduation requirements. And all the necessary knowledge imparted by the academy had been thoroughly absorbed. Now, they diligently prepared for the Soul Master competition slated for a year hence, striving to attain the Soul Ancestor level before the tournament. Otherwise, their efforts would be akin to mere participation without significance. Observing her companions rise early and head to practice, Zhu Zhuqing was gently reminded by Xiong Miao, you have your own curriculum to attend to. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing followed Xiong Miao to a specific location within the Blue Tyrant Academy forest for targeted instruction. Xiong Miao inquired immediately, what is your understanding of the agility-based attack system? Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment and then replied, leveraging speed as an advantage. It is tasked with disrupting and restraining opponents, and when necessary, eliminating their support units or those who are already injured. Xiong Miao nodded slightly, acknowledging the response. Your answer is commendable. Generally speaking, the agility-based combatants indeed possess such a positioning. Yet do you not feel that, in comparison to other soul masters, the agility class appears somewhat lacking? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly became animated, as the agility-type soul master held a distinct perspective in the presence of this sister. Xiong Miao continued, every developmental pathway for a soul master possesses certain advantages. For instance, the strength-based combatants excel in power output, yet they lack in speed. Control-type masters hold an advantage in restraining foes, but fall short in offensive capabilities. Agility-type masters inherently possess advantages in speed and surprise attacks, albeit with lower damage output. Conversely, support-type masters excel in augmenting others, yet possess no combat strength and require protection. Thus, agility-type soul masters are relatively balanced compared to other types, having both speed and attack. Though they lack explosive power, unlike strength-type masters, whose attack potency is formidable and terrifying. In terms of team contribution, they tend to offer less. Control-type masters can dictate the flow of the match, strength-type masters enhance damage output, while support-type masters play a significant role in assistance. Agility-type masters seemingly lack substantial impact. Although they can output some damage and disrupt opponents, they inevitably fall short compared to the methods employed by strength-type combatants. Regardless of facing strength, control, or defense-type soul masters, agility-type masters find themselves at a disadvantage. Their attack output does not rival that of strength-type masters, and in the absence of absolute speed, they risk being controlled. Against defense-type masters, breaching their defenses proves to be a daunting task. You experienced this in yesterday's 2-on-2 battle, in a 1-on-1 scenario of equal level. Agility-type masters rely solely on speed. If their speed is sufficient, they can entangle their opponents. If not, they become mere prey. Reflecting on Zhu Zhuqing from the original timeline, she found little distinction in her team's combat record, remaining rather mediocre, while Tang San and his companions in the control and support classes emerged as the mainstream, indispensable to the team, rendering the agility class somewhat superfluous. Beyond forming a martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mubai, what significant contributions could Zhu Zhuqing offer? Was her captivating figure merely a means to draw the opponent's attention? After articulating so much, Xiong Miao's throat felt parched. So, having heard my musings, what fresh insights do you now hold regarding agility-type masters? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily at a loss. If control, strength, and support types are the mainstream, how should agility-type masters evolve? Zhu Zhuqing began to realize the issues faced by agility-type masters, possessing remarkable speed yet lacking in damage output. In confrontations against strength, control, or defense-type soul masters, agility-type masters are prone to disadvantage. Concerning your words, your third soul skill has provided me with an intriguing notion. Perhaps you could embrace the role of an assassin, striking with lethal precision at an elusive speed. Chapter 129. Most begin as free combatants. The four major single-attribute families have maximized their respective attributes, and their secondary industries stand as the pinnacle across the continent. The development of the Tang sect significantly relies on the foundational support of these four families. Currently, as Xiong Miao consolidates these four single-attribute families, Tang Sen faces considerable challenges in furthering the Tang sect's growth. Qian Rinxue rejoiced at this scene. Had she approached them as a representative of the Spirit Hall, their inclusion would have been impossible, given the family's grievances against the Hall. The only family with a potential inclination to join would be the Pa family. The others are resolute, particularly the Li family. The Li family had already been dealt with by Xiong Miao, and now the remaining three families are being united into a single sect, relieving Qian Rinxue of concerns regarding their consolidation. She was exceedingly pleased. Our new sect shall be named the Four Directions Sect. Established on the grounds of the former Li family. Once formally established, be sure to initiate a cooperative relationship at your convenience. The new sect's formation, located in the capital of the Tiando Empire, also serves to honor Emperor Shuya. With over 1,000 members in the new sect, including a titled Douluo presiding, as well as 3 sole Douluo vice-sect leaders, interactions with the empire will be relatively seamless, as will dealings with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the wealthiest sect. This will facilitate the swift establishment of a broader operational network, ensuring that any attempts by antiquated capital to suppress or exclude will require considerable audacity. That is agreeable. I will communicate with Shuya at the appropriate time. A titled Douluo is revered wherever they may go, and having one preside over a sect in the capital of the Tiando Empire necessitates that Emperor Shuya cultivate a favorable relationship, particularly given the evolving dynamics of the Spirit Hall, which now seeks stronger forces for protection as their ambitions become more pronounced. Even without a titled Douluo, Emperor Shuya must weigh the significance of the 4 single-attribute families. The Li family specializes in blacksmithing, capable of forging high-quality weaponry for the empire. The Yu family excels in architecture, constructing fortifications and key structures essential for future warfare. The Min family is proficient in reconnaissance and scouting abilities, representing rare talents. The Pa family excels in pharmacology, adept in both beneficial and harmful concoctions. The strengths of these 4 families are welcomed by Emperor Shuya with open arms. This is for you. Qian Rinxue presented Xiong Miao with a fragrant celestial flower, the Chiluo Yuxiang. This flower is indispensable for winning over Yang Wudi, as its absence could lead to the discovery of another Chiluo Yuxiang through some corrective force, potentially prompting Yang Wudi to betray them. Yang Wudi is someone who could become unhinged over this flower, capable of any reckless actions, particularly in matters concerning his own interests. Xiong Miao accepted the fragrant and exquisite celestial artifact, fully aware of the purpose behind Qian Rinxue's gesture. I am almost becoming your free henchman, Qian Rinxue remarked. Even if I had not been reborn, you would still be serving as my enforcer for the Spirit Hall. How can you utter such words? Defeating the antagonist Tang San is imperative for the triumph of the Spirit Hall. Most protagonists in fanfiction begin as free henchmen, though their roles may not be overtly apparent. All right, you are right, she conceded. In terms of the power of narrative correction, it is temporarily defined as coincidence. True confirmation will have to await their arrival in Tiando City 6 months hence. Regardless of the circumstances, they must be prepared to counteract. For while the power of narrative correction may seem minor, it should not be underestimated. Qian Rinxue is resolute in not allowing Tang San to grow stronger step by step and ultimately become a dual deity, leading to the downfall of the Spirit Hall. The key lies in orchestrating events around him, guiding him towards corruption. A fallen being, no matter how promising, will ultimately be forsaken by the gods. The divine regard not only talent in their heirs, but also their character, which is equally pivotal. Once he falls, everything will become manageable. However, their adversary is not solely Tang San. He merely represents the most formidable threat from the mortal realm. Their true enemies are the hypocritical deities, particularly the Sea God and the Shura God. Mentioning the Sea God ignited resentment within Qian Rinxue. How dare he employ underhanded tactics during the Angel God's trials and against his own exceptional heir? The notion of falling in love with Tang San is utterly laughable. Can it be that her chosen successor is so remarkable that even his foes would foolishly fall for him? Disgusting. She empathized with the feeling of public humiliation. She too would be incensed. Dare to touch our sister Qian? Once we ascend to the divine realm, I shall strip him bare and hang him up for punishment. Xiong Miao shared her indignation over the matter, feeling that the fallen angel god was merely taking advantage of them. They would not rest until justice was served. Such a deity is unprecedented in their repulsiveness. After their light-hearted conversation, Xiong Miao took her leave. A month later, Niu Gao Baihe and Yang Wudi swiftly processed their family's local holdings and relocated to Tiando City in the Tiando Empire. The first to arrive were the impoverished Min family, followed by the Yu family and the Pa family. During this period, the Li family acquired surrounding residential properties, and the inhabitants of Douluo world were surprisingly straightforward, with no stubborn holdouts. Those selling their homes were sole masters, revered in the eyes of the common folk, and the compensation for their relocation was generous. They had never encountered such magnanimity from a soul master. On the day of their departure, they left without taking a single cloud with them. It was also at this juncture that Niu Gao, the master architect, brought forth the design plans from his sect. Upon witnessing this, Xiong Miao could not help but tremble. It was not merely the construction of a residence, but rather the establishment of a fortress. Naturally, the expenses involved were considerable. After Xiong Miao indicated a willingness to provide unwavering financial support, Niu Gao undertook a comprehensive series of modifications to the design plan, resulting in a significant transformation of the required building materials. The bear cat felt a sense of trepidation when confronted with such a monumental undertaking. To put it succinctly, even the doors of each room were to be crafted from solid wood encased in iron. As for the walls of the estate, they were to rise to an impressive height of 5 zhang, rivaling that of the imperial palace. Upon learning of movements in the southern part of Heavendo City, the Snow Knight Emperor dispatched envoys to investigate. Upon discovering that the activity stemmed from a sect composed of the 4 elemental factions abandoned by the Haotian sect, he expressed his dissatisfaction. After all, this was not merely a noble residence, but a force on par with the lower 4 sects, a formidable sect in its own right. As the leader of an empire, he would not allow such a powerful organization to establish itself within Heavendo City without due consideration. Chapter 130, Diplomatic Relations. As always, updates first, revisions later. I have been quite busy lately. Here is the initial portion. As the head of this organization, the bear cat had no choice but to present herself before the emperor of the Heavendo Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. It would be inappropriate for anyone else to attend on her behalf. She had to go in person, even with Qian Rinshua's presence. It would be challenging to broker any understanding with the Snow Knight Emperor. The matter at hand was quite simple, merely a face-to-face meeting. Naturally, she would not present herself as the bear cat, but instead adopt the identity she had used during her initial encounter with Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Yi Fan. Yet, she also felt somewhat ill-suited for the occasion. Given various considerations, she ultimately decided to send Ah Fu to meet the Snow Knight Emperor alone. He was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate for this task. Xiong Miao deeply lamented that perhaps due to the differing circumstances on the mainland, Tang San was able to avoid official troubles through the connections of his aunt, Tang Yuehua. Meanwhile, she was required to meet with the Snow Knight Emperor, merely to establish familiarity. With the formidable strength of a titled Douluo, Ah Fu commanded respect from the Snow Knight Emperor. Upon their first encounter, the atmosphere was charged with tension. In the realm of politics, clarity is often elusive. Through introductions, the Snow Knight Emperor learned the name of his counterpart, Fu Hongfa. The Snow Knight Emperor inquired, "Sect leader Fu, is it not somewhat excessive to establish a sect of over 1,000 members in my capital without so much as a greeting?" To which Fu Hongfa replied, "Is this not a greeting in itself, Your Majesty?" Naturally, Ah Fu refrained from addressing him as Your Majesty, as in his view, only his master warranted such reverence. Referring to the Snow Knight Emperor was merely a customary acknowledgement. The Snow Knight Emperor noted Fu's candid demeanor and recognized that the imposing figure establishing a sect within his Tiando city was a person of considerable strength. To have dealt with the 4 major single attribute families under the Haotian sect indicated that he was no ordinary individual. His solitary presence, devoid of any detectable fluctuations in soul power, exuded a distinctly perilous aura. The Snow Knight Emperor was convinced that Fu was a powerful titled Douluo, his strength surpassing her expectations. She could not help but ponder whether he was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. After some exchanges, Ah Fu earned the trust of the Snow Knight Emperor through his prowess, establishing a cordial relationship akin to the Tiando Empire opening its economic interests to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in exchange for their support. The Snow Knight Emperor sought a similar, yet distinct approach to secure the backing of the 4 Elements sect. The first agreement was the demarcation of boundaries. The 4 single attribute families excelled in their respective domains, while also maintaining leading positions in their secondary industries. Tang San's Tang sect heavily relied on the foundation established by these 4 families. Now that Xiong Miao sought to unite these 4 families, Tang San faced considerable challenges in developing the Tang sect. Qian Rinxue was pleased to witness this scenario. If she were to invite them to join under the banner of the Spirit Hall, it would be an impossible task. For the four families bore grievances against the Spirit Hall. The only potential ally among them was the Pa family. The others were steadfast, particularly the Li family. The Li family had already been subdued by Xiong Miao, and now the remaining three families were being consolidated into a single sect, alleviating any further need for Qian Rinxue to contemplate how to win them over. Qian Rinxue expressed her satisfaction. Our new sect shall be named the Four Elements Sect. Expanded at the site of the former Li family. Once officially established, please find a suitable moment to forge a cooperative relationship. The formation of this new sect in the capital of the Tiando Empire was also a gesture of respect towards the Snow Knight Emperor. A sect of over 1,000 members, bolstered by a titled Douluo and 3 sole Douluo vice-sect leaders, would facilitate communication with the Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the wealthiest sect. This arrangement would expedite the establishment of a broader operational network, and any outdated capital that sought to suppress or exclude would need to reconsider. No problem, I will discuss this with the Snow Knight Emperor at the appropriate time. A titled Douluo is always regarded as a figure of utmost esteem, and to have such a presence in the capital of the Tiando Empire necessitated the cultivation of a good relationship. Given the Spirit Hall's evolving ambitions, they required greater strength to fortify their ranks, thus, securing additional power in anticipation of their future endeavors was paramount. Even without a titled Douluo, the Snow Knight Emperor had to weigh the significance of the 4 single attribute families. The Li family specialized in blacksmithing, capable of crafting high-quality weapons for the Empire. The Yu family excelled in architecture, essential for constructing fortifications and defensive structures in future conflicts. The Min family possessed exceptional reconnaissance and scouting abilities, while the Pa family was adept in both medicinal and toxic concoctions. The strength of these 4 families was something the Snow Knight Emperor welcomed with open arms. This is for you. Qian Rinxue presented the fragrant celestial flower to Xiong Miao. To better entice Yang Wudi, this flower was indispensable. It was crucial to prevent any future alterations in power from leading to the discovery of another celestial flower, which could incite Yang Wudi to betrayal at any moment. Yang Wudi was known to be capable of madness over this flower, and one could only imagine the lengths he might go to for it, particularly on a personal level. Xiong Miao accepted the fragrant and exquisite celestial artifact, fully aware of what Qian Rinxue had intended for her. I am on the verge of becoming your free henchman. Qian Rinxue replied, even if I had not been reborn, have you not already served as a subordinate for my Spirit Hall? How can you utter such words? Defeating the antagonist Tang San is paramount. The Spirit Hall shall prevail. Most protagonists in fanfiction often commence as free henchmen, albeit their roles are not always overt. Alright. You make a valid point. As for the power of narrative correction, let us temporarily define it as a coincidence. True confirmation must await our arrival in Tiando City 6 months hence. Regardless of the circumstances, they must remain prepared to confront whatever may arise. While the power of narrative correction may seem trivial, it should not be underestimated. Qian Rinxue is resolute in preventing Tang San from gradually evolving into a dual deity, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Spirit Hall. It is crucial to instigate events that will guide him towards corruption. A fallen individual, no matter their potential, will ultimately be forsaken by the gods. The divine regard not only talent in their successors, but also their character, which serves as a critical factor. Once he succumbs to corruption, everything will become manageable. However, our adversary is not solely Tang San. He merely represents the greatest threat in the mortal realm. Our true enemies are those hypocritical deities. Chapter 131. I am quite satisfied. The assembly convened in the hall of the sect leader, with Xiong Miao unequivocally taking the seat of honor, while the other 3 occupied a side. It is no small feat for someone of such tender age to hold a prestigious position. Historically, for a new force to rise, it must first establish its authority. However, we have merely united 4 clans to form a new sect, the Four Symbols Sect, and our location within Tiando City renders any claim to authority moot. Frankly, there seems to be no one to establish authority over. Even without asserting dominance, the Spirit Hall will leverage their extensive communication network to disseminate this development widely. We shall observe whether the other 4 sects dare to join us for tea. The Four Symbols Sect shall graciously host them. Thus, our new sect, the Four Symbols Sect, has been established. Xiong Miao stated succinctly, prompting scattered applause from the assembly. A few scattered claps echoed in the hall. Sect leader, what shall we do next? Yang Wudi inquired. Xiong Miao remarked, in the initial stages of sect construction, nothing is more pragmatic than diligently developing the economy. After all, establishing such a grand sect fortress requires substantial financial investment. The 3 understood that the expenditures incurred over the past 2 months were considerable, far exceeding what the 4 prominent families could bear. Fortunately, they had the support of resources and funding from the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Without economic development, they would be left in dire straits. The Four Symbols Sect had just been established and possessed numerous inherent advantages. First and foremost was its location. Nestled within the heart of Tiando City, followed closely by the backing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and even the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. Moreover, In a nation where large companies thrived, failure to develop would lead to inevitable collapse. Regarding the singular clans of the four symbols, I intend to make some adjustments. With the sect now established, the continued use of clan titles seems inappropriate. I propose a simple rebranding, based on each group's expertise: the Strength Hall, the Imperial Hall, the Agility Hall, and the Medicine Hall. The Strength Hall will oversee the steel manufacturing industry, the Imperial Hall will handle construction, the Agility Hall will manage the information department, and the Medicine Hall will focus on the pharmaceutical sector. Currently, Xiong Miao is adhering to the original structural framework of the Four Symbols sect, feeling no inclination to devise a new one. The remaining task is to engage in discussions, with the understanding that any superior ideas that arise later will be incorporated. The ensuing discussions will center on economic development, vigorously enhancing productivity, including the immediate planning of how to cultivate clients, which will invariably involve the expertise of the Agility Hall for effective communication. The inaugural high-level meeting of the Four Symbols sect concluded successfully, devoid of any discordant voices. The overall framework and division of responsibilities within the sect have been clearly defined, and this newly established sect has swiftly commenced its operations. They marveled at the remarkable capabilities of the children emerging from the reclusive sect, as all arrangements were meticulously executed. They observed that there was ample autonomy, and Xiong Miao showed no intent to monopolize power. She merely required periodic work reports, particularly concerning finer details. After delegating the work, Xiong Miao retained Yang Wudi for an additional matter. Yang Wudi inquired, "Sect Master, is there anything else you require?" Xiong Miao remarked, "I know, Lao Yang, that your life has been devoted to the study of pharmaceuticals, inevitably involving encounters with poisons. Recently, I came upon a remarkable celestial item through a friend, and I hope it may be of assistance to you." Celestial item? Yang Wudi's mind conjured several illustrious medicinal treasures. Yet he failed to consider the celestial item he had pursued throughout his life. Indeed, a celestial item, a flower of celestial quality materialized, floating delicately in the palm of her hand, buoyed by her soul force. At the moment this celestial flower appeared, Yang Wudi's gaze was irrevocably drawn to it. His eyes fixated on the exquisite bloom in Xiong Miao's grasp, his breath heavy, unable to tear himself away for even an instant. This celestial item was none other than the fragrant Qilua flower. "Master, are you truly willing to bestow it upon me?" Yang Wudi's voice trembled, a quiver born of excitement and joy, sensing undeniably the essence of the fragrant Qilua flower. "I possess no knowledge of pharmaceuticals, but I believe that with you, it shall manifest even greater potential." Xiong Miao transferred the fragrant Qilua flower to Yang Wudi with her soul force. With utmost care, Yang Wudi accepted the flower. Fearing even the slightest damage, he leaned closer, inhaling its fragrance deeply, and in an ecstatic frenzy, he began to dance wildly, disregarding his dignity, rolling on the ground, exclaiming, "Ha! The fragrant Qilua flower. I have searched for you my entire life. Never did I imagine to receive you in this manner. With you, what poison shall I ever fear to create? No more tragedy shall befall us. Ha ha ha, how splendid." In comparison to his previous existence as a subordinate sect under Haotian sect, where he received only relative protection, he had never encountered a celestial medicinal treasure of such immeasurable worth, given freely, a testament to the trust placed in him. With this flower, he would no longer fear contamination from the very substances he sought to concoct. Many potions he had previously dared not attempt to refine could now be pursued. Moreover, its fragrance could induce mutations in various potions, enhancing their efficacy. For their clan, this treasure was priceless, a supreme holy artifact for which he would gladly trade his life. Perhaps they once sought merely a sanctuary, but now his perspective had shifted. The clan vowed eternal loyalty to the Forsyang sect. Carefully, Yang Wudi stored the fragrant Qilua flower in his soul-conducting storage device, then knelt reverently, declaring, "Thank you, Master, for this celestial item. It is nothing. This celestial flower is wasted in my possession. Take it boldly and create." Xiong Miao patted Yang Wudi's shoulder. Yang Wudi assured her earnestly, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, Master." As he exited the council chamber, he could no longer contain his joy, grinning like a fool. The exhilaration of acquiring the fragrant Qilua flower surging within him once more. The bear and cat were at a loss for words regarding him. A character possessed by an almost fanatical passion for concocting various elixirs. Niu Gao and Bai He were baffled, unable to comprehend how their old comrade could suddenly appear so foolish. Surely, he could not have transformed into this ridiculous state. "Hey, old goat, what has happened to you? Why do you seem so dim-witted? What has the sect leader given you?" In an instant, Yang Wudi adopted a serious demeanor, for he would not casually speak of the ethereal fragrance of the enchanting celestial product. "It's nothing." Upon hearing this, Niu Gao and Bai He were visibly displeased. "Don't be so stingy, brother. Surely we know you well enough. Whatever has turned you into a fool must be something remarkable. Come on, show us. It won't cost you anything." Chapter 132, White Agarwood, Douluo's Bear Douluo. Xiong Miao shook her head and turned away from the Four Directions gate. Just as she was about to exit, a figure rushed towards her. clearly attempting to stop but unable to do so, colliding directly with her before rebounding to the ground. Fortunately, Xiang Miao managed to catch her in time. Otherwise, the impact would have surely caused a painful bump on the back of her head. Name, Bai Qinxiang. Gender, female. Age, 10 years. Martial spirit, sharp-tailed swallow. Soul rings, 2 rings, both yellow. Identity, granddaughter of the sensational crane. Bai had moved in 3 months ago, yet she hadn't seen Bai Qinxiang. Nor had she inquired about her. She had nearly forgotten her existence. Who are you? Why are you standing in the middle of the road, causing me to nearly fall? Bai Qinxiang exclaimed, forcefully breaking free from Xiang Miao's grasp, her voice filled with indignation. Xiang Miao chuckled. Who am I? You don't even know who I am? Did your grandfather, Bai He, not mention me? Hearing the girl before her, dressed in an unusually conspicuous manner, call out her grandfather's name so casually. Bai Qinxiang's anger flared. How dare you address my grandfather so disrespectfully? It seems you truly are unaware. Indeed. Given that she had scarcely visited this place over the past 3 months, having been preoccupied with training Zhu Shiqing, Hua Xiaoduo, and other young men, it was quite reasonable that Bai Qinxiang had never encountered her before. Why should I be obliged to know who you are? Bai Qinxiang gazed at her haughtily, her expression one of disdain. Do you even know whose domain this is? Xiang Miao inquired. Of course, I know whose domain this is. This was originally the residence of one of the 4 great clans, the Force clan. Now, with the unification of our 4 clans, we have established a new sect called the 4 Virtues sect. Bai Qinxiang continued to exude an air of arrogance. But you, who exactly are you? I have never seen you among the younger generation of the 4 clans. The bear cat became quite intrigued. I seldom come to this place. You might not know this, which is perfectly understandable. However, you should refrain from recklessly wandering within the sect. What if you bump into someone else? It would be quite unfortunate to trample over some flowers and plants as well. It is not your place to comment on how I conduct myself here. Judging by your demeanor, you appear to be an ordinary descendant of the Power family. How dare you address me in such a manner? Bai Qinxiang maintained her haughty demeanor. What should I do then? The bear cat chuckled, contemplating whether her actions might resemble a wolf in sheep's clothing, especially in the presence of someone who held her martial spirit, the rain swallow, in such high regard. Bai Qinxiang insisted with pride, I am the granddaughter of the patriarch of one of the 4 clans, by virtue of my status. You ought to refer to me as Miss Bai. Oh, then may I inquire, my Miss Bai, who holds the highest position among the 4 families? Bai Qinxiang huffed and continued with her air of superiority. Naturally, it is the sect leader who holds the utmost authority. How could you be so foolish not to know this? Of course I know that. What I am asking is, who is our sect leader? The bear cat feigned ignorance. I am well aware that the sect leader is a formidable title Douluo, although he seldom makes an appearance and I have never met him. I believe he must be an extraordinary individual, Bai Qinxiang asserted. Oh, is that so? The bear cat chuckled again, realizing that her grandfather, Bai He, had not divulged much information to her. Ah, it's all your fault. Bai Qinxiang suddenly recalled something. The sect leader is supposed to arrive today. I wonder if she is still here. It's all your fault for delaying me for so long. I shan't converse with you any longer. I must hurry over to see. With a quick flick of her toes, Bai Qinxiang dashed toward the sect's assembly hall. Xiang Miao harbored considerable skepticism towards the flight-type martial souls in the Douluo world. It was indeed amusing that, despite being flight-type, they required soul rings to obtain flight abilities. It seemed absurd that such martial souls lacked inherent flight capabilities, necessitating the expenditure of a soul ring, while one could accept Feng Xiaodian wielding a terrestrial beast martial soul. It was perplexing that flight-type martial souls did not possess the same innate function. Beyond this point, the narrative meanders with a casual tone. A stream emerged from the mountainside, cascading into a delicate waterfall over Tianzhong High, winding its way into the distance. Though surrounded by numerous trees, they grew sparsely and haphazardly, indicating that this was a place seldom visited by mankind. Under the sunlight, the sound of the waterfall resonated, and the surface of the water shimmered with glistening reflections. At this moment, a young maiden appeared, her feet breaking the surface of the water. The slightly chilly lake brought her a long-lost sense of coolness, causing her to shiver lightly. Gazing into the lake's reflection, she encountered an unforgettable visage, not one that took one's breath away, but one that lingered in memory. However, this face was not her own. To clarify, even this body did not belong to her. She had borrowed it for her resurrection. Her name was Lin Yan, a formidable being from the celestial realm. Due to possessing a rare treasure, she was besieged and ultimately annihilated by several sect elders, leaving behind only a remnant spirit that fell into countless small worlds. This fragment of spirit was incapable of seizing a new body or even reincarnating. Initially resigned to slowly fading away, in the moment before her spirit was about to extinguish, she heard someone willing to offer their body and soul as a sacrifice to aid her in vengeance. Such promises had been made to her countless times before, with little success. At first, she felt no connection to it, but in the next instant, an inexplicable force forcibly drew her into this body, evidently employing some sacrificial method that made her privy to this opportunity for rebirth. Upon her resurrection, she conversed with the original owner, Yi Yunqi, and learned of her willingness to relinquish her body to assist in revenge. The motive was a royal engagement left by her deceased mother, which incited jealousy among her half-sisters, who dared not offend the future princess consort. The designated prince, however, held no affection for her. The prospect of marrying a seemingly worthless individual, regardless of her fate potentially aiding his ascension to the throne, was unappealing. Learning of this, he promptly rejected the engagement, obtaining the emperor's consent to annul the betrothal. As a daughter of lower status, she faced scorn and ridicule, especially after losing her mother. Her sisters poured years of resentment onto her, and her father tacitly accepted this disgrace, essentially abandoning the daughter who brought shame to the family. This situation persisted until she was framed for an illicit affair, nearly leading to her downfall. Despite her explanations, the evidence seemed irrefutable, and even her father humiliated her mother, asserting she had no right to tarnish the prince's name. Ultimately, unable to endure the humiliation, she succumbed to despair and chose to end her own life, sacrificing her soul and body solely for the purpose of exacting revenge on her family and the prince. Chapter 133. My granddaughter holds a title of distinction. Seeing her grandfather's stern demeanor, Bai Qinxiang could not help but believe that the sister standing before her, only a few years her senior, was indeed the sect leader of the Four Elements Gate. Xiang Miao gently nodded with a warm smile. In her original timeline, she was also a tragic supporting character, merely paired with Ma Hongjun, the mischievous fire attribute chicken, to complement Tang San's cousin, a person deemed unworthy by the fans. Despite Tang San acquiring numerous celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, not a single plant was bestowed upon his cousin, not even a common one. It is worth noting that the crystal blood dragon ginseng given to her by Bai he enabled his wife to resurrect partially, regaining her human form. To offer her a celestial herb would not have been excessive. As for the conclusion, it is needless to elaborate. Those who understand, understand. Xiang Miao wished to present a rare celestial herb to her, yet regrettably, all the divine flora had been claimed by Qian Richue, leaving her with none to offer. Master, this is my subordinate's granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang, Xiang Miao introduced. Bai Qinxiang felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having spoken to the master with such haughty airs moments ago. Xiang Miao gently nodded, remarking, it must be nearly 11 o'clock. Upon reaching the age of 10, one attains the esteemed rank of Great Soul Master at level 20 or higher, with a promising future for title advancement. Old Bai, you are blessed with an exceptional granddaughter. The sect leader chuckled, responding humbly, in comparison to yours, my granddaughter falls quite short. Bai he modestly acknowledged this. The bearcat chuckled, you need not flatter me. Everyone's path of development is distinct. Compared to your swift and agile kind, I fall considerably short. The sect leader laughed in response. Bai vividly recalled the speed at which the bearcat had charged towards the old rhinoceros with a single punch. It was not inferior to that of their own swift clan. I believe in her. She will succeed. She is capable. The bearcat cast a glance at her. Bai's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that the sect leader intended to mentor his granddaughter? Xiang Miao wished to bring her along, but there were conditions to be met. The issues concerning the Min family were not something she could resolve. Should she consume her grandfather's crystal blood dragon ginseng? While it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, perhaps the most suitable herb for her was indeed the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Firstly, her body must be capable of withstanding the potent effects of the ginseng. Otherwise, taking it would surely lead to her untimely demise, a tragic loss. Such a fate was not something Xiang Miao could bear to witness. Old Bai, I intend to assist your granddaughter for a while. What do you think? The sect leader remarked. To endure the powerful effects of the crystal blood dragon ginseng, she must first elevate her constitution. Once her body was strengthened, she would be able to withstand the ginseng's formidable potency. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Bai he felt a surge of joy in his heart. While Bai Qinxiang's expression darkened instantly, this leader held a grudge. Bai Qinxiang tugged at her grandfather's sleeve. Grandpa, Bai he replied, if the sect leader is willing, I shall not interfere. Seeing the unfriendly smile on the sect leader's face, Bai Qinxiang was immediately alarmed, uncertain of what tasks awaited her under the leader's guidance. Serving tea, washing clothes, or cooking were merely the lighter possibilities. Very well, Bai Qinxiang, you shall accompany me, Xiang Miao commanded. Bai Qinxiang discerned an underlying implication in her words. I will cherish you dearly. She glanced at her grandfather, who gave her a gentle pat. The sect leader is not an ordinary person. You must learn diligently by her side. But Grandpa, Bai Qinxiang hesitated, unable to confess that she had presented herself with an air of arrogance before the sect leader earlier. What is there to discuss? Hurry and follow her. Reluctantly, Bai Qinxiang complied, for she dared not defy her grandfather's wishes. Xiang Miao walked ahead, while Bai Qinxiang followed silently, uncertain of their destination. Her grandfather had instructed her to accompany him, and so she did. They arrived at the prestigious Lamba Academy, a place that left Bai Qinxiang utterly mesmerized. She had never visited such a grand establishment before. Her lack of funds had always barred her from entry. Could it be that this leader, only slightly older than herself, intended to enroll her here? She recalled that Talon from the Li Ji clan had also studied at Lamba Academy. Would she now be following in his footsteps? Yet, could this academy truly offer her anything? Surely no institution could understand speed better than her own family. What could they teach her? Speed was ingrained in the very essence of every member of the Min Ji clan. Even without the aid of a martial soul, their velocity was unparalleled. Was this something the academy could impart? Or was it merely going to instruct her on how to enhance her offensive capabilities? Bai Qinxiang hesitated to entertain such thoughts. For her family's martial soul was defined by certain limitations. Due to its singular nature, while she possessed speed, she lagged in other areas. Speed could allow her to evade attacks rather than rely on defense, but what of her offensive power? Although speed was proportional to strength, its contribution to her attack was ultimately constrained. If the Minji clan could harness speed for offensive maneuvers, their overall prowess would undoubtedly soar. But was that even feasible? As they continued their leisurely stroll, Bai Qinxiang began to sense something amiss. The leader did not guide her toward the teaching building. Instead, they ventured into the forest behind it. She dared not inquire further. Eventually, they came to a halt in a clearing, where Bai Qinxiang stood frozen in astonishment, her expression betraying her shock. There was a striking girl of a similar age, engaging in combat with a burly man who seemed to possess numerous soul skills, shouting incessantly. What truly captivated Bai Qinxiang was the sight of the girl wielding a dark jade blue-silver spear while simultaneously employing control techniques associated with the blue-silver grass. More astonishingly, she had already manifested 3 soul rings. How could this be? Leader, how could that girl possess such abilities? Does she wield 2 martial souls? Bai Qinxiang's disbelief was palpable. For a dual martial soul was a rarity. She's not a dual martial soul, Xiang Miao stated nonchalantly. Bai Qinxiang's confusion deepened as she rubbed her eyes. The girl continued to showcase a spear attack soul skill and a control soul skill from the blue-silver grass. She could not have been mistaken, leader. If she is not a dual martial soul, then what is she? Surely my eyes do not deceive me. Xiang Miao remarked, indeed, your eyes have not deceived you. You have correctly perceived 2 martial souls. However, in reality, she possesses only 1. How can 2 martial souls be considered as 1? Bai Qinxiang pondered, utterly bewildered by the intricacies of this reasoning. Given your intellect, this is to be expected. Your comprehension is rather limited, Xiang Miao replied with a faint smile. What? You dare to claim my understanding is lacking? Bai Qinxiang exclaimed, only to hastily cover her mouth, reminding herself that the individual before her was none other than the sect leader. I attained the rank of Great Soul Master at the tender age of 10, making me one of the most exceptional among my peers. Xiang Miao chuckled, a 10-year-old Great Soul Master? Is that all? Bai Qinxiang immediately felt indignant. What do you mean? Is that all? How many can become a Great Soul Master at the age of 10? My grandfather has also mentioned that I could one day become a titled Douluo. Chapter 134, Professionally Raising Children. Indeed, achieving the Great Soul Master rank at the tender age of 10 is remarkable, Xiang Miao remarked, gesturing towards the girl engaged in a fierce duel with her spear. She is 12 this year, and as you can see, she has already reached the Soul Elder level. Can you attain the Soul Elder rank before turning 12? If this were a new setting in a comic, Xiang Miao would undoubtedly believe it. However, in this reality, it is not the same as the original one. While your early training may have been swift, the progression will inevitably become slower, even more sluggish than that of an ordinary soul master. She must possess extraordinary talent, perhaps even innate full soul power, Bai Qinxiang asserted confidently. Yet Xiang Miao countered. But her martial soul is blue-silver grass. Have you ever encountered someone with innate full soul power who possesses blue-silver grass? Blue-silver grass, regarded as a useless martial soul, is acknowledged universally as such. Awakening 1 or 2 levels of innate soul power would be commendable, let alone possessing full innate soul power. Bai Qinxiang found herself at a loss for words, her intellect seemingly insufficient to comprehend how blue-silver grass could cultivate to the Soul Elder rank. Surely, innate full soul power alone would not suffice. Xiang Miao would not divulge the truth about the nature of Hua Xiao's original talent. You are a genius. So what does that make her? Xiang Miao gazed intently at her. Bai Qinxiang dared not meet Xiang Miao's eyes, feeling somewhat disoriented. Aside from her martial soul, the blue-silver grass, which served as a control type, she also possessed a proficient marksmanship as a strong offense. And what are your capabilities? Indeed, breaking through to the Great Soul Master realm at the age of 10 is quite remarkable, Xiang Miao remarked, gesturing towards the girl currently wielding a spear in combat. She is 12 years old, and as you can see, she has already attained the Soul Sovereign level. Can you achieve the same before turning 12? In a new setting as depicted in comics, Xiang Miao would undoubtedly believe it. However, in this reality, it was not the case, just as in the original timeline. While your early training progressed rapidly, it would only slow down in the later stages, lagging behind even ordinary soul masters. She must possess exceptional talent, perhaps an innate full soul power, Bai Qinxiang asserted confidently. Yet Xiang Miao countered, but her martial soul is the blue-silver grass. Have you ever seen a blue-silver grass with innate full soul power? The blue-silver grass is widely regarded as a useless martial soul. With the ability to awaken 1 or 2 levels of innate soul power being considered fortunate, the notion of innate full soul power is quite far-fetched. Bai Qinxiang found herself at a loss for words, as if her intellect was insufficient to comprehend how the blue-silver grass could possibly cultivate to the level of Soul Sovereign. Surely, innate full soul power alone would not suffice. Xiang Miao would not disclose the truth about Hua Xiao's original talents. You are a genius. What does that make her? Xiang Miao gazed at her. Bai Qinxiang, unable to meet Xiang Miao's eyes, felt a sense of bewilderment. Besides her own martial soul, blue-silver grass, which served as a means of control, she also managed to master a set of marksmanship for powerful attacks. And what do you possess? Certainly. Breaking through to the Great Soul Master at the age of 10 is impressive. Xiang Miao pointed to the girl currently wielding a spear in combat. She is 12 this year, and as you can see, she has already reached the Soul Sovereign realm. Can you achieve the Soul Sovereign before the age of 12? In a newly established narrative, Xiang Miao would undoubtedly believe it, but in this timeline, it is not the case. It is not the same as the original timeline. You may have progressed rapidly in the early stages, yet it will only slow down as you advance further, even slower than an ordinary Soul Master. She must possess exceptional talent, perhaps innate full soul power. Bai Chunxiang asserted confidently, to which Xiang Miao replied, but her martial soul is blue silvergrass. Have you ever seen blue silvergrass with innate full soul power? Blue silvergrass is deemed a wasteful martial soul, universally recognized as such. Awakening a level or two of innate soul power is already commendable. Claiming innate full soul power is absurd. Bai Chunxiang found herself at a loss for words. Her intellect seemingly insufficient to fathom how blue silvergrass could possibly cultivate to the soul sovereign level. Innate full soul power alone does not suffice. Xiang Miao would not reveal the truth about Waxiadua's original talent. You are a genius. What does that make her? Xiang Miao gazed at her. Bai Chunxiang dared not meet Xiang Miao's eyes, feeling somewhat lost. Besides her own martial soul, the blue silvergrass, which served as a control type, she also possessed a set of marksmanship skills for strong offense. And what do you possess? Xiang Miao continued. Certainly. Breaking through to the Great Soul Master realm at the age of 10 is remarkable. She gestured towards the girl dancing with her spear. She is 12 this year. And as you can see, she has already reached the Soul Sovereign realm. Can you achieve the same before turning 12? In a new narrative setting, Xiang Miao would undoubtedly believe so, but in this timeline, it is not the case. Unlike the original timeline, although your early cultivation progressed swiftly, it will only slow down in the later stages, lagging behind even the average Soul Master. She must possess exceptional talent, perhaps innate full soul power, Bai Chunxiang asserted confidently. Xiang Miao countered, but her martial soul is the blue silvergrass. Have you ever encountered a blue silvergrass with innate full soul power? The blue silvergrass is widely regarded as a useless martial soul. Awakening 1 or 2 levels of innate soul power is already commendable, let alone having innate full soul power. Bai Chunxiang found herself at a loss for words, as if her intellect had reached its limits. With her level of understanding, it was difficult to fathom how the blue silvergrass could cultivate to the Soul Sovereign realm. Innate full soul power seemed insufficient. Xiang Miao would not divulge the truth to her regarding the nature of Hua Xiaodua's original talent. You are a genius. What does that make her? Xiang Miao gazed at her. Bai Chunxiang, unable to meet Xiang Miao's eyes, felt a sense of bewilderment. Beyond her martial soul, the blue silvergrass, which served as a means of control, she also possessed a proficient marksmanship as a form of offense. But what skills do you possess? Chapter 135. Stirring things up regardless of the circumstances, the outcome of the battle remains uncertain. However, it is likely that Shrek will emerge victorious. The mere fact that Tang San and Tang Die, 2 time travelers, are intertwined speaks volumes, not to mention the greatest variable, Tang San. In the Soul Duel arena, there are no restrictions on tactics, as evidenced by the events surrounding the Frenzy team, where 7 Zhuge Divine crossbows transformed the team into a veritable beehive. Within the realm of soul duels, should Xiaowu sustain an injury, Tang San would instantly unleash his full potential, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. His Tang Sec's ultimate techniques, the myriad of hidden weapons, would all be unleashed upon the Royal Battle Team. Could the Royal Battle Team withstand such a barrage of concealed weaponry? A fully unleashed Tang San would be more than capable of taking on a member of the Royal Battle Team, especially in a tournament devoid of regulations. Shrek's victory is all but assured. Perhaps I shall venture forth to observe, to introduce a modicum of challenge for Shrek. I do not wish for their triumph to come too easily, Xiang Miao resolved. After making the necessary arrangements, she set off once more towards Soto City, arriving there ahead of her companions who followed closely behind. In the Soul Duel arena of Tiando City, the Blue Tyrant Academy had faced off against them numerous times, with both teams experiencing victories and defeats. Without her presence, they would encounter a certain level of difficulty in dealing with a formidable opponent. Their victories had relied on her strategic planning and the team's extensive practical experience. Xiang Miao arrived early, motivated by the desire to place a bet on Shrek and secure a lucrative win, as his supply of golden soul coins was insufficient. While the sum may be one that ordinary individuals could scarcely amass over several lifetimes, who would ever disdain an abundance of wealth? As night descended, the Soto Grand Soul Arena, situated in the bustling heart of Soto City, illuminated the surroundings with its vibrant lights. Spectators flocked from every direction to witness the soul battles, and one could frequently observe luxurious carriages, escorted by guards, entering through the VIP entrance of the arena. These carriages belonged to nobles or prominent families, and only the most remarkable soul battles, held in the center arena of the Soto Grand Soul Arena, would capture their discerning attention. Xiang Miao, exploiting a loophole in the rules, once again concealed his identity and entered the Great Soul Arena. According to the current progress, Shrek Academy was still competing in the Outer Soul Arena, and they had yet to obtain the Silver Soul Badge. However, it would not be long before they did, as they were invited to the stage ahead of the arrival of the Imperial Soul Team. Thus, Xiang Miao utilized the system's Little Bear to envelop the entire Soul Arena, allowing constant surveillance of Shrek's approach. Soon after, Yu Xiaojiang, Flander, and Zhao Wujing were present. And Xiang Miao observed that the members of Shrek Academy entered the Soto Great Soul Arena in a completely dispersed manner. Xiang Miao understands that they are attempting to conceal their identities. Yu Xiaojiang does not wish for these children to attract excessive attention once their ages are uncovered. The ensuing scrutiny from various quarters would be overwhelming. Over the course of the past month of soul battles, the Shrek 7 monsters have achieved a remarkable undefeated record. The audience at the Outer Soul Fighting Arena has become exceedingly familiar with them, to avert unnecessary complications and entanglements. The Shrek Academy group enters the arena in their true forms, subsequently changing into different attire at a designated location, donning masks to register for the soul battles. Consequently, speculating about which sub-arena the Shrek 7 monsters will compete in has become a favored pastime for the spectators at the Outer Soul Fighting Arena. If one can deceive others, how could one possibly deceive me? Alas, the current technological advancement in Douluo is woefully inadequate, still far from entering the technological era. Not even having progressed to the first industrial revolution, the arrival of the technological age remains a distant prospect. Xiang Miao swiftly made her way to Yu Xiaojiang upon learning the location of their soul battle today. One by one, the Shrek 7 monsters arrived as well. To avoid encountering each other in the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, Yu Xiaojiang registered for the team competition first. Once the Shrek 7 monsters discovered the designated area for their team battle, they promptly dispersed to different divisions to participate in the initial 2 contests, thereby preventing any confrontation that might jeopardize their winning streak. A winning streak? It is inevitable that someone will face defeat today. The challenges will be heightened over these 2 days. As for Tang San, Xiang Miao decided against approaching him. The protagonist's aura makes it nearly impossible for him to lose. Instead, her attention would be diverted towards others, such as Dai Mubai or Ma Hongqun. Upon arriving at the 1-on-1 combat arena, Xiang Miao learned the identity of Dai Mubai's opponent. Without hesitation, Xiang Miao approached him and gave him a gentle tap before he ascended the stage. The opponent turned around, unable to discern who had touched him, and without further thought, hastened to the competition platform. As he unleashed his martial soul and summoned his soul power, he was astonished to discover a significant enhancement in his strength, as if he had been bolstered by a support-type soul master. The instigator, Xiang Miao, wore a mischievous grin on the stage. It was merely out of boredom that he engaged in such antics. But what did it matter? Dai Mubai was destined to lose this bout, thoroughly dominated throughout the encounter, regardless of whether this battle was destined for defeat. The sight of the sinister-eyed tiger being struck brought her immense joy. Subsequently, she swiftly moved to another soul-fighting area, enhancing the abilities of each opponent she faced before promptly advancing to the next. By the end of her circuit, only Tang San and Tang Die emerged victorious in their 1-on-1 matches. In the ensuing 2-on-2 rounds, the combination of Tang San and Xiao Wu triumphed, while the duo of Dai Mubai and Oscar, known as the twin-winged white tiger, faced defeat. Similarly, the partnership of Tang Die and Ning Rongrong, the 7 treasure goddess combination, also succumbed to loss. After a series of consecutive victories, a sudden defeat inevitably impacted their competitive spirit. This effect would be felt by anyone in their position. Both Dai Mubai and Tang Die had lost 2 matches, resulting in a significant deduction of points. Tang Die maintained her composure, but Dai Mubai's temperament was less forgiving. After all, a tiger's disposition is not easily tamed. Standing before Dai Mubai, Tang San offered words of encouragement. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Mubai, do not despair. It is merely 2 losses. We shall reclaim our glory next time. Remember, we have a team match ahead, and maintaining a stable mindset is crucial. If you cannot uphold your composure, it will adversely affect our team's performance. You must remember that you are a tiger. How could you allow a momentary setback to disturb your resolve? Everyone possesses a competitive spirit, and perhaps this momentary setback is a blessing in disguise, preventing arrogance that may lead to underestimating our opponents. Take heed, for no one is invincible. This sentiment is not solely directed at you, Mubai, but applies to all of you. Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke earnestly to the 7 monsters. Tang San recognized that the teacher's words were particularly meant for him. Dai Mubai quickly regained his composure, replying, "Yes, master." Team battles differ significantly from 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 matches. They encompass a diverse array of soul masters, and the synergy among teammates is far more critical than individual prowess. Should Dai Mubai allow his emotions to dictate his actions, it could prove disastrous for the team. Chapter 136, Consuming the Title, Douluo, the Bear Douluo. Xiang Miao chuckled not far away. The Grand Soul Arena typically commences with 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 duels, while the team battles, although distinct from the former, begin at a considerably later time and are deemed the most captivating contests for the audience. The staggered timings are a deliberate strategy to maximize ticket sales. Due to her influence, the Shrek 7 monsters experienced varying degrees of fatigue, which would inevitably impact their forthcoming soul battles. Yu Xiaojiang mandated that they participate in 1 team battle each day, leaving the second match open for their discretion. They were welcome to engage in a 3rd match, provided they maintained a careful balance of their soul power. As for the final team battle, they were compelled to participate, regardless of the outcome. Losing? That was simply out of the question. Xiang Miao firmly believed that Tang San could emerge victorious at this moment. He had never tasted defeat in the soul arena, And in team battles, Xiao was more susceptible to injury. The moment she was harmed, he would unleash his full potential, disregarding the safety of others. Thus, he was destined not to falter. Ultimately, it was evidence that the Shrek team, with their limited recovery, still triumphed over their opponents, maintaining an unbroken streak of victories in team competitions. Xiang Miao has garnered a substantial amount of gold soul coins from his victories. Thus one must believe in the protagonist of the original timeline. Your joy brings me even greater joy, and together, we revel in happiness. Over the next 2 days, Xiang Miao persistently created trouble for Dai Mubai and Tang San, engaging their opponents in both team and individual matches, resulting in losses for everyone except Tang San. This brought immense satisfaction to Tang San, as among the entire Shrek 7 monsters, he stood as the most formidable and extraordinary. Who among them could rival his prowess? With his dual martial souls and external soul bones, who else could possess such gifts? In the younger generation, if he is not ranked first, who else could possibly claim that title? In the distance, Xiang Miao chuckled softly. The Great Soul Arena typically commences with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 duels, while the team battles, although distinct from the former, tend to start later, making them the most captivating spectacles for the audience. This staggered timing is strategically devised to maximize ticket revenue from eager spectators. Due to her influence, the Shrek 7 monsters have experienced varying degrees of exhaustion, which may affect their subsequent soul fights. Yu Xiaojiang has mandated that they must participate in at least one team battle each day, while the second can be chosen freely. He does not oppose their involvement in 3 matches, provided they manage their soul power judiciously. As for the final team match, they have no choice but to engage in it, even if it means facing defeat. Defeat? That is simply out of the question. Xiang Miao firmly believed that Tang San could emerge victorious at this moment. He had never tasted defeat in the arena of soul battles. In team competitions, Xiao was more susceptible to injury. Once she was harmed, he would unleash his full potential, disregarding the safety of others. Therefore, defeat was not an option for him. Ultimately, it was proven that the Shrek team, despite not being fully restored, triumphed over their opponents, maintaining their winning streak in team matches. Xiang Miao has amassed a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Thus one must believe in the protagonist of the original timeline. Your joy brings me greater joy, and together we shall revel in happiness. Over the course of the next 2 days, Xiang Miao relentlessly troubled Dai Mubai and Tang San, challenging their opponents in both 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, leading to defeats for all except Tang San. This brought a sense of satisfaction to Tang San. For among the Shrek 7 monsters, he was the most formidable and extraordinary of them all. Who could rival him? With his twin martial souls and external soul bones, who else could possess such prowess? If not he, then who else could claim the title of the foremost among the younger generation? Xiang Miao chuckled from a distance. Typically, the Great Soul Arena commences with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches. Although team battles are separate, they commence later and are the most captivating for the audience. Strategically timed to maximize ticket revenues. Due to her influence, the Shrek 7 monsters experienced varying degrees of exhaustion, which would inevitably affect their subsequent soul battles. Yu Xiaojiang mandated that they participate in one team battle daily, while the second could be chosen freely. He would not object if they opted for 3 matches, provided they maintained awareness of their soul power. As for the final team battle, they had no choice but to engage, even if defeat awaited them. Defeat? Such a notion was simply inconceivable. Xiang Miao firmly believed that Tang San was destined for victory at this moment. He had never known defeat in the soul arena. In team battles, Xiao was more susceptible to injury, and if she were to be harmed, Tang San would unleash his full potential, disregarding the safety of others. Thus, he could not fathom the possibility of losing. Ultimately, the truth was revealed. Even with their limited recovery, the Shrek team triumphed over their opponents, maintaining an unbroken winning streak in team competitions. Xiang Miao has amassed a considerable number of gold soul coins. Thus one must trust the protagonist of the original timeline. Your joy brings me joy, and together, we shall revel in happiness. Over the subsequent 2 days, Xiang Miao relentlessly troubled Dai Mubai and Tang San, not only in team matches but also in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 encounters, where their opponents were subjected to a rigorous challenge. Except for Tang San, the others continued to face defeat. This brought great satisfaction to Tang San, for among the Shrek 7 monsters, he stood as the most formidable and extraordinary. Who could rival him? With his twin martial souls and external spirit bones, who else could possess such gifts? If not him at the pinnacle of the younger generation, then who could it be? Xiang Miao chuckled from a short distance away. Typically, the Great Soul Arena commences with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, while team battles, though separate from the former two, commence at a later time, making them the most captivating spectacles for the audience. This staggered timing is designed to maximize ticket sales. Due to her influence, the Shrek 7 monsters experienced varying degrees of fatigue, which could potentially impact their forthcoming battles. Yu Xiaojiang mandated that they participate in at least one team battle daily, with the option to choose another match freely. And he would not oppose those who wish to engage in 3, provided they manage their soul power effectively. In this final team match, they must continue to fight, whether they desire to or not. Defeat? That is simply inconceivable. Xiang Miao firmly believed that Tang San could emerge victorious at this moment. He had never tasted defeat in the soul arena, and in team battles, Xiao was more susceptible to injury. The moment she was hurt, He would unleash his full potential, disregarding the safety of others. Therefore, he was certain of his triumph. Ultimately, it was proven that the Shrek team, despite their limited recovery, still triumphed over their opponents, maintaining an unbroken winning streak in team competitions. Xiang Miao has garnered a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Thus, it is essential to place trust in the original protagonists of this timeline. Your joy brings me greater joy, and together we find happiness. In the subsequent 2 days, Xiang Miao relentlessly troubled Daimu Bai, Tang San, and their companions. Apart from the team competitions, in one-on-one and two-on-two matches, he caused considerable distress to their adversaries, resulting in losses for all but Tang San. Chapter 137, Tang San's extraordinary external soul bone. As the battle in the soul arena commenced, everything appeared to unfold normally at first. However, as injuries began to afflict the members of the team, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, fueled by the grievous injury of their captain. Yu Tianheng, the members of the royal fighting team were consumed by a surge of anger and launched ferocious assaults. The Shijiao brothers unleashed their third soul skill, creating a devastating meat grinder technique known as the tortoiseshell dance. Despite Tang Day's warning to maintain distance from the Shijiao brothers due to her inability to divulge information, she inadvertently highlighted the terrifying potential of their combined third soul skill and the immense damage it could inflict. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu, in her arrogance, charged towards the Shijiao brothers. After the brothers executed their third soul skill, Xiao Wu, relying on her alluring and teleportation abilities, managed to evade the brunt of the tortoiseshell assault. Yet, she could not entirely escape its onslaught. As her delicate form twisted mid-air, crimson blossoms scattered around her. She let out a pained cry as the force from the tortoiseshell propelled her, causing her to spin helplessly before plummeting to the ground. Xiao Wu's grievous injury ignited the fury of the Shrek 7 devils, prompting them to engage in a fierce clash with the royal fighting team, disregarding their soul power consumption. In the luxurious guest room, Xiang Miao relied on the analysis provided by the system's little bear to assess Xiao Wu's injuries. Her right arm, right side of her waist, and thigh were severely mangled. More critically, the soul power of the Xuanwu turtle soul master had penetrated her body, causing internal trauma to her organs. Although with Tang San's authentic Taoist internal energy, the foreign force that had invaded her body was expelled. Her meridians and internal organs suffered significant shock, with 3 external wounds deep enough to reveal bone. Had it not been for Tang San's timely sealing of the blood vessels at her wounds, the loss of blood alone could have claimed her life. This injury was indeed life-threatening. As Tang San prepared to unleash his full potential, I was curious to see how the 8 spider lances would transform into bone spikes, and what marvels he could conjure. Gently, Tang San laid Xiao Wu on the soul-fighting platform, his face concealed beneath the Shrek mask revealing no emotion, yet his eyes, which could be seen, glimmered with a faint red light. As he extended the bone spike in his hand, Xiang Miao was taken aback to see that, in addition to the right arm, even the left arm sprouted another bone spike. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. What was the meaning of this additional bone spike on the other arm? Bear Miao could hardly fathom that Tang San could possess yet another external spirit bone. This effectively meant that each arm bore 1 external spirit bone, which was quite extraordinary indeed. Even more astonishing was what followed. The bone spurs adorning Tang San's hands radiated a brilliant purple hue, shimmering under the illumination of the lights. With the emergence of these 2 spurs, a peculiar fluctuation in his soul power manifested, causing his entire aura to become significantly more chilling. The temperature surrounding him dropped noticeably, and a faint layer of purple mist enveloped the bone spurs. Soon, they began to extend, rapidly transforming into nearly 10-meter-long bone chains, reminiscent of his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Upon witnessing this scene, Bear Miao could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Is there any logic to this? 2 bone spurs would have sufficed, but now you can morph them into bone chains as well. What kind of absurdity is this? The favoritism shown to this child of destiny is utterly excessive. This ability to alter reality is beyond my comprehension. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Both Xiong and Miao have ample reason to suspect that upon arriving at Tindo City, Tang San might unearth yet another celestial herb. A mutated martial spirit? Graphite. Stone mill. Be cautious. Yu Tianheng, observing the bone chains emerging from Tang San's arm, immediately sensed an ominous turn of events. Even Yu Xiaojiang, stationed far away on the viewing platform, struggled to comprehend the situation. Tang San's external soul bone on his left arm had only been discovered later, strikingly resembling the blue-silver grass, now appearing as though it had fused with it. Not just Yu Xiaojiang, but even the other instructors and the 7 monsters were perplexed. How could Tang San's soul bone have transformed in such a manner? Xiaojiang, how could his soul bone have altered like this? Flanders could not restrain his curiosity, and Zhao Wujie too was eager to understand. Was there still potential for transformation in Tang San's soul bone? This is my first encounter as well. I shall ascertain the details upon my return, Yu Xiaojiang replied, meticulously searching his mind for any records concerning external soul bones, whether from the Spirit Hall or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but found no documentation regarding the metamorphosis of external soul bones. Regardless, strength is paramount, Tang San thought as he swiftly commenced his performance. The Emperor fighting team did not dare to underestimate Tang San's display. The second soul rings of the Shijiao brothers ignited simultaneously, and their turtle shells transformed once more into dual shields, poised to coordinate with their third soul skill, crushing armor. Tang San realized that neither the ghost shadow phantom nor the external soul bone would allow him to approach the Shijiao brothers, leaving him with no choice but to act. Tang Dai seemed to discern Tang San's intentions. With fierce determination, she seized Yufeng, who could soar alongside her, and hurled him in front of the Shijiao brothers, effectively turning him into a human shield for Tang San. The Shijiao brothers, witnessing Yufeng being flung before them, hesitated to utilize their third soul skill, which fortuitously granted Tang San the opportunity he sought. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to the Shijiao brothers, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. The purple bone chains writhed through the air like venomous serpents, their tips piercing toward the bodies of the Shijiao brothers like 8 chilling stars. Under Tang San's precise control, they seamlessly navigated through the opponent's soul power, embedding themselves into the shoulders and forearms of the Shijiao brothers. As the purple energy surged from their arms, both brothers collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing violently. Amidst the flickering purple light, Tang San did not linger. Utilizing the momentum in midair, he spun towards Yu Tianheng, his bone spikes arriving before him, penetrating Yu Tianheng's body, followed closely by another bone chain aimed at the body of the control-type Soul Master. The battle of souls has come to an end, leaving only 2 standing, Yi Lingling and Oscar, both unable to overcome Tang San in his current state. Fear flickered in Yi Lingling's eyes as she hastily employed her 9 heart seed petal to heal her wounded comrades, yet she found herself powerless to restore their soul power. More terrifyingly, she could not dispel the horrific venom entwined with the bone chains. "We concede," she declared, assuming the mantle of leadership in this grim moment. Tang San paused his actions, gazing at Yi Lingling, as the spider spear bone chain swirled ominously before her, its sharp energy pressing threateningly. "Heal our comrades," he commanded. "First, relieve their poison." Yu Xiaojiang understood that the spider spear bone chain would imbue Tang San with ferocious rage, intensifying his attacks and clouding his judgment. At the opportune moment, his voice reached Tang San's ears, momentarily startling him and calming his fury. Blue-silver grass dispersed, bringing the Shijiao brothers before him, as the spider spear bone chain pierced their bodies once more. In the 138th chapter, as Tang San absorbed the poison from the 8 spider spears, he was secretly astonished. The toxin had already infiltrated the heart meridians of the 3. In mere moments, even he would be unable to save them. Seeing that his nephew was unharmed, Yu Xiaojiang felt an immense relief. He was acutely aware of the potency of the poison on the spider spear bone spikes. And during such a tense battle, it was evident that Tang San could not afford to hold back, especially after the soul bone had transformed. Had it been any later, the 3 poisoned individuals might have withered away, akin to the great tree that fell before the trial spear. Fortunately, all was well. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine how to face his family or his exceptional disciple. The bear cat observed their every move, a sinister thought emerging. If I were to act ruthlessly and enhance Tang San's poison, both Yu Tianheng and the Shijiao brothers would undoubtedly meet their demise. This would inevitably fracture the bond between Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, leading Tang San to become adversaries with the blue lightning tyrant dragon. How could the ancient dragon, Yu Yuanjin, tolerate such a betrayal? Yet, for the Haotian Douluo, who wielded the might of the sun and the hammer, a mere blue lightning tyrant dragon posed little challenge in protecting Tang San. However, I am not so malevolent as to harm the innocent simply because I harbor disdain for Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Furthermore, the enhancement of skills requires direct contact with the object. Remote enhancement would yield no effect. Should Tang San fervently insist that Yi Lingling first heal Xiao Wu, she would have no choice but to comply. Perhaps Jian Rinxue could provide Yu Lingling with a suitable celestial herb. After all, if she could not even perform detoxification, what use was that pitiful flower? Amidst her trepidation, Yi Lingling mustered her soul power, and the 9 heart sea butterflies emerged, gracefully enveloping Xiao Wu's body in a healing embrace. The team competition reached its conclusion, the curtain falling. Douluo, in the battle of team spirit, the Shrek 7 monsters emerged victorious. "I am sorry, Teacher Qin, we have lost," Yu Tianheng stated, halting his team before Qin Ming, bowing his once proud head. "No, we have not lost," Yu Feng retorted defiantly. "The Shrek 7 monsters resorted to trickery. That flying girl, like me, must have employed some method to blind me, using me as a human shield, leading to Shimo's interruption and my poisoning. What skill is that?" Qin Ming frowned and replied, "Do not seek excuses in failure. Had this been a real battle, you would have perished long ago, especially in the Grand Soul Arena where any means is permissible." Yu Tianheng added, "Yu Feng, Teacher Qin is right. Cunning is also a form of strength. Losing signifies our shortcomings. Despite our overwhelming soul power and soul rings, we faltered, proving we made numerous mistakes. If we choose to find excuses, how will others perceive us?" The teammates fell silent. Observing their introspection, Qin Ming smiled and said, "Though this may seem a defeat, it is, in truth, a blessing." Yu Tianheng suddenly grasped the underlying wisdom. Meanwhile, when Tang San reabsorbed the poison of the 8 spider lances, he too was secretly astonished. For the toxins had already infiltrated the heart meridians of the 3 afflicted. In mere moments, even Tang San would be unable to save them. Seeing his nephew unharmed brought a sigh of relief to Yu Xiaojiang. He was acutely aware of the potency of Tang San's spider lance poison. And in the heat of battle, it was clear that Tang San had held nothing back, even after the soul bone had altered its form. Had the delay been any longer, the 3 poison would have withered away, reminiscent of that great tree that once faced the spear. Fortunately, all was well. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to confront his family and face his remarkable disciple. The bear cat observed their every move. A malevolent idea creeping into its mind. If I were to be ruthless and enhance Tang San's poison, both Yu Tianheng and the Shijia brothers would undoubtedly meet their demise. Consequently, this would lead to the disintegration of Tang San's relationship with Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San would become embroiled in animosity with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, turning them into bitter enemies. But how could the old dragon, Yu Yuanjin, tolerate this? However, for the Haoyan Douluo and the formidable Tang Dachui, a mere Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon safeguarding Tang San would be a trivial matter. Of course, I am not so wicked as to harm the innocent merely due to my disdain for Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Moreover, the enhancement of skills necessitates direct contact with the object. Amplifying effects from a distance would yield no results. If Tang San fervently insisted that Yu Lingling treat his Xiaowu first, she would have no choice but to comply. Perhaps Qian Rinxue could provide Yu Lingling with suitable celestial herbs, but if she was unable to perform even basic detoxification, what good was that wretched flower? Amidst her trepidation, Yu Lingling strained to muster her soul power, and the 9 Heart Sea Tang's light emerged, gracefully enveloping Xiaowu's body to commence the healing. The team competition reached its conclusion, the curtain falling. Dodo announced, Team Battle Spirit, the Shrek 7 monsters are victorious. I apologize, Teacher Qin, we have lost. Yu Tianheng halted before Qin Ming, bowing his typically proud head. No, we have not lost at all, Yu Feng retorted indignantly. The Shrek 7 monsters resorted to trickery. That girl who could fly like me used some deceptive tactic to blind me, throwing me in as a human shield, which caused Shimo to halt and be poisoned because of me. What skill is that? Qin Ming frowned and stated, if you have lost, do not make excuses for yourselves. Had this been outside, you would have perished long ago, let alone in the grand battle arena where any means can be employed. Yu Tianheng added, Yu Feng. Teacher Qin is right. Cunning is also a part of strength. A loss is a loss. Even with our soul power and soul rings vastly surpassing our opponents, we still lost, which only proves that we made an abundance of mistakes in this battle. If we choose to seek excuses, what will others think of us? The teammates fell silent. Seeing their self-reflection, Qin Ming smiled and said, though this may seem a defeat for you, it is in fact a blessing. Yu Tianheng suddenly grasped the deeper meaning. It is said that if Tauga speaks, a divine king is born. I wonder if her awakening will result in a useless martial soul. Regardless of what martial soul it may be, as long as it is uttered by Taugu, the position of divine king is assured. Indeed, she is but a minuscule figure among the countless traversers, muddled and lost, taking a day off for special reasons. Chapter 139. Who arranged the script for whom? Xiong Miao sent the video over. You take a look. Qian Rinxue reached out to open the video that Xiong Miao had transmitted. After watching Tang San utilize the external spirit bone, Qian Rinxue remained silent for a long time. Although she had lost the 8 spider lances, she had acquired an equally formidable spider lance bone chain, one for each hand. How should one articulate this? While the Azure God facilitated Tang San's passage, he also bestowed upon him a significant portion of Douluo Continent's fortune, enabling his rapid rise in this era. Consequently, although one formidable, timeless creature, the man-faced demon spider, was lost, another of lesser age appeared, providing an alternative external spirit bone enhancement. What a stroke of luck. However, this did not imply that Qian Rinxue would be intimidated. Even if Tang San lacked the Azure God-given ice and fire duality eye, he could leap off a cliff to acquire superior divine skills, or perhaps, consume a sweet potato yielding extraordinary effects, or evolve the blue-silver grass into a variant with attributes rivaling that of the blue-silver emperor without any surprise. Did it matter? Not in the slightest. She merely needed to steadily complete her new divine trial. If she was unafraid of the Azure God, why would she fear Tang San's potential growth? Furthermore, the other time traveler by his side. Even if she were to eliminate Tang San, it was uncertain whether the duplicitous Azure God would resurrect him, allowing him to thrive in unseen corners. Even with Xiong Miao's satellite system, its capabilities advanced to locate anyone on the continent. She could attempt to eliminate Tang San once more. Should such an event transpire, the duplicitous Azure God would undoubtedly act to eliminate Xiong Miao, the variable, and then allow Tang San to resurrect and develop in secrecy. Therefore, restricting Tang San's growth was futile. One could never predict from where the Azure God might procure another enhancement for him. It would be wiser to rewrite his narrative, guiding him along a script of her own design, ensuring he remained firmly under her control. As for whether the Azure God would take notice, there was no need for concern. Could a deity of such lowly caliber in the Douluo realm truly foresee the future? At most, they would focus on her, subsequently intervening in her divine trial, yet they would be unaware that her trial had already transformed. Her mother, once the inheritor of the Rakshasa God, had long been targeted by the Azure God due to the latter's interference with her original inheritor, Tangshan, resulting in her being possessed by the 9-headed bat, thus becoming a stepping stone for Tang San's divine path. And she, once the inheritor of the angel god, faced a similar fate. Albeit she had become inconsequential after the significant changes in the Tiando Imperial Palace during the latter stages of her original timeline. Even if she were to be noticed now, it mattered little. The protagonist's journey of growth invariably required the assistance of various deities, and every action served as a profound trial for the protagonist. Times have changed. Now aware of who their true enemies are, they need not fixate on Tang San. They serve as stepping stones on Tang San's path to divinity, conversely. Tang San is merely a smokescreen for them to contend with the Azure God. She simply needed to progress steadily in her new divine trial. If she feared not the Azure God, would she truly fear Tang San's potential development? After a brief moment, Qian Rinxue responded, "For now, let him be. We shall make arrangements once we arrive in Tiando City." Xiang Miao found herself somewhat bewildered, taken aback by the unexpectedly calm demeanor of Qian Rinxue. She continued, "Sister Qian, are you perhaps a bit muddled? It's astonishing that Tang San has acquired these two external soul bones, yet you seem utterly unfazed, displaying a demeanor that starkly contrasts with my expectations." Qian Rinxue responded with assured composure, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am articulating. Are you truly allowing him to develop unchecked?" Xiang Miao could hardly believe that Qian Rinxue would choose such a course of action. With a confident air, Qian Rinxue replied, "Worry not, Tang San's fortune is not absolute, at least not in terms of the overarching narrative. Once he arrives in Heaven Do City in 2 months, I will have everything arranged. At that juncture, I shall enlist Douluo's assistance." Xiang Miao nodded. 3 years ago, upon arriving at Shrek Academy and acquiring the crystal, Tang San did not obtain the Dragonbeard Needle. His early enrollment spared him from being beaten by Zhao Wujin, and consequently, Zhao Wujin also avoided a thrashing from his father, Tang Dazue, no matter how fortuitous the circumstances. One cannot escape the narrative direction dictated by the newly established character arcs of the protagonist. Now, should I devise a plan to acquire the Blue Tyrant Academy, thereby preventing the dim-witted Lu Erlong from handing it over to that cunning merchant, Flinder? Both Xiang Miao and Qian Rinxue are well aware of Flinder's temperament. Having entered the Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students, they understand that Lu Erlong has established a prestigious Soul Master Academy. It is conceivable that she might concoct a scheme to leave the Tiando Royal Academy and turn her allegiance to the Blue Tyrant Academy. In such a scenario, they could bind Yu Xiaojiang and deliver him to Lu Erlong's quarters, transforming the Blue Tyrant Academy into their own Shrek Academy. With Shrek achieving notable success in the competitions, he would finally fulfill his long-held aspiration, free from the burden of graduating under the Tiando Royal Academy's name. "I thought you had forgotten about this matter," Qian Rinxue remarked with a smirk. Xiang Miao chuckled and said, "How could that be? I didn't think of it that way before." Now, it's not about fearing the worst. It's about being prepared for any eventuality. At that moment, she truly had not considered the gravity of the issue, but now that she was aware, it was time to take action. She could not allow Shrek and their group to establish a presence at the Blue Tyrant Academy. After the Bearcat began contemplating the acquisition of Blue Bada Academy, it pondered what name to bestow upon the institution. Unable to conjure a suitable title at that moment, it decided to defer the matter until after the acquisition was finalized. Following the conclusion of the video call, the Bearcat prepared for rest. Securing Blue Bada Academy from Lu Erlong was no trivial task. However, with the information provided by Yu Xiaojiang serving as a pivotal breakthrough and bolstered by her hypnotic abilities, success was assured. 2 months would prove ample time. On the Shrek side, Qin Ming remained unfazed by the mysterious individual's words as he met with his former professors. Upon learning the ages of the younger students at his alma mater, he marveled at their prodigious talents, reminiscent of the original storyline. He aspired to bring the Shrek 7 to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do for an exchange program. However, Flanders was reluctant to relinquish his cherished students. Yet, in light of the potential for better development for the Shrek 7, he ultimately relented, encouraged by Ma Hongjiwen's metaphor about borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. The era of Shrek would inevitably conclude, but the legacy it had forged could never be altered. It was time to draw a fitting conclusion to Shrek's story. Now that they had aged, it was prudent to seek a more suitable haven for everyone, where they could enjoy their later years in peace. Following discussions between the Master and Qin Ming, it was decided that the Shrek Academy members would travel to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do as exchange students in 2 months' time. Qin Ming returned to Heaven Do City with Yu Tianheng. Rather than continue their training, it was more advantageous to finalize arrangements with the higher-ups at the Royal Academy. Considering his prestigious background and the exceptional talents of his juniors, who would undoubtedly welcome him, concluding their training was driven by 2 factors: the humiliation of being bested by juniors younger than themselves, which spurred a renewed commitment to rigorous trainings, and the fact that Yu Tianheng had only just managed to reach level 40 after the conclusion of the soul battle, necessitating his return to the Sunset Forest in Heaven Do City to hunt for his 4th soul ring. This caused considerable disappointment for the Bearcat, as it felt disheartened that even a last-minute breakthrough eluded Yu Tianheng, who still harbored aspirations for Dong Guyen. On the following day, after hastening back, the Bearcat commenced its plans to secure Blue Bada Academy. When they eventually arrived at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena in 2 months, the enticing odds of dozens to 1 would surely tempt the Bearcat to place a bet, yet for now, the priority lay in resolving the matter with Lu Erlong. Xiang Miao approached her tasks with resolute determination, confident that winning over the love-struck Lu Erlong would prove to be a relatively simple endeavor. In her quest to locate Yu Xiaojiang, this woman was capable of anything. Such was the nature of their original timeline. Upon learning of Shrek's tribulations at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, she promptly transferred the institution to Flandre. Motivated by the deep camaraderie of the Golden Iron Triangle and the fact that he had returned her beloved Xiaojiang to her side. With the academy now entrusted to Flandre, could Xiaojiang truly escape? Even if Xiaojiang fled, Tang San remained behind. His presence was undeniable. Especially since all 7 of their companions were set to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. This realization compelled Xiong Miao to burst into song. Who brought you to my side? I was that Charliva. Xiong Miao had long since deciphered Lu Erlong's character. To deal with someone so impulsive, she decided to pay a visit in disguise. Naturally, she first concealed her true identity, transforming herself into the guise of a cunning merchant. Upon arriving at Lu Erlong's modest dwelling, she found Lu Erlong singing daily the song Xiaojiang had composed for her, repeating the refrain, "This song was still written for me." "Xiaojiang, do you know? My heart is in turmoil. Where on earth are you?" Xiong Miao shook her head once more, feeling that this woman was not worth the trouble. Yet what could she do? While Qian Rinxue could deal with her mother, she was unable to handle this love-stricken fool. Undeterred by the potential ire of Bibi Dong, she facilitated a connection between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang. "Do I know where Master Yu Xiaojiang is?" Xiong Miao called out. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than Lu Erlong's entire body stiffened, his grip slackening as the kettle clattered to the ground with a thud. In the next moment, his figure vanished beyond the fence. Where is Xiaojiang? Where is he? Lu Erlong's pale visage betrayed an overwhelming excitement as he grasped Xiong Miao by her arms. Xiong Miao struck her arm and, in a peculiar tone, exclaimed, "Oh, this beautiful lady, I am indeed aware of Master Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts. To ensure that I am not speaking falsely, I have taken the liberty of leaving you an image of her for your perusal." Xiong Miao produced a soul-guiding device intended for capturing memories. A relic acquired from Flandre 6 years prior, which now unexpectedly proved its worth. Lu Erlong took the device in hand, and as the image materialized, tears streamed uncontrollably down the pale visage of Yu Xiaojiang, his voice trembling with emotion. "Xiaojiang, is that truly you? Am I not dreaming?" Despite the passage of 2 decades, an epoch during which a man's appearance may undergo profound transformation, Lu Erlong immediately recognized the middle-aged figure before her as Yu Xiaojiang. The very person she had sought. "Oh, beautiful lady, you are certainly not dreaming. It is merely that he is not present here," Xiong Miao continued, speaking in a peculiar tone. To Lu Erlong, this strange manner of speech resonated like a haunting melody. "Where is Xiaojiang? Can you tell me? If you do, Lu Erlong will surely offer you a generous reward. Is that so? I can indeed reveal you Xiaojiang's whereabouts, but I require the transfer of this academy to me. Once the academy is relinquished into my hands, I shall naturally disclose what you seek. A promise from a Tianshou person is not to be broken," Xiong Miao stated candidly. "Very well, as long as you inform me of Yu Xiaojiang's location, I shall relinquish this Blue Tyrant Academy to you. I no longer desire it." Lu Erlong appeared remarkably straightforward and resolute regarding Yu Xiaojiang's fate, so much so that she was willing to part with the academy with such ease. Aside from her, perhaps no one else on the Douluo Continent would have acted similarly. After all, she had long felt inadequate as the academy's principal. And now she saw an opportunity for liberation while also seeking to reunite with her beloved. Xiong Miao maintained an expression and demeanor befitting a merchant, exclaiming, "Oh, esteemed lady, you have made an exceedingly astute choice. However, I must insist that you first entrust the academy to me." Lu Erlong promptly responded, "Very well. I shall convene a meeting of all faculty and students at once to announce this decision." In pursuit of locating Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong took immediate action, gathering the entire school community to declare, "From this moment forth, I am no longer the principal of Blue Tyrant Academy. The position shall henceforth be held by this gentleman." Upon hearing these words, the faculty and students doubted their own perceptions. Could it truly be that their revered principal Erlong was relinquishing the academy so readily? This disbelief was particularly palpable among the female spirit masters who idolized him. Yet, the reality of the situation was indisputable. "Greetings, dear friends. Henceforth, I, Sneak, shall be the new principal of Blue Tyrant Academy. I assure you, there shall be no alterations to the academy structure. Everything will remain as it has always been within our beloved Blue Tyrant Academy." Observing the lack of immediate reaction, Xiong Miao understood the gravity of the moment. Lu Erlong then inquired, "Now that you are the principal of Blue Tyrant Academy, I implore you to inform me of my Xiaojiang's whereabouts." Xiong Miao whispered softly in her ear, having learned the precise location of Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed off, clutching a package of mysterious medicine, the implications of which were understood by those in the know. The Blue Tyrant Academy witnessed their dean leaving with a smile, which to the unobservant appeared to be a liberating expression. They had never seen their dean exhibit such joy and eagerness, a stark contrast to their preconceived notions of her. In an instant, the faculty and students of the academy found their impressions of Lu Erlong in a state of turmoil. Standing on stage, Xiong Miao smiled and shook her head at the crowd below, knowing they could never fathom that their idol, Dean Lu Erlong, had forsaken them for the sake of a man. What transpired next was even more unfathomable. The following day, their new dean sold the Blue Tyrant Academy. Under the orchestrations of Xiong Miao and Qian Rinxue, numerous buyers emerged, including Ming Fingxi from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the involvement of the Tiando Empire, and the Four Symbols sect founded by Xiong Miao's associates. Ultimately, the academy was transferred to the Four Symbols sect through a series of astute maneuvers. Chapter 141. The Three's Journey with the Presence of a Title Douluo in the Four Symbols sect. Both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall sought to court their favor, while the Tiando royal family desired the support of the Four Symbols sect. Who would dare contend with the Blue Tyrant Academy? Naturally, the academy fell into the hands of Xiong Miao. The succession of events left the entire faculty and student body in a state of confusion. Was the Blue Tyrant Academy still the cradle of commoner soul masters? At that moment, the Blue Tyrant Academy boasted over 200 students, well regarded in the soul master community of the Tiando Empire. Even noble-born soul masters had to acknowledge the contributions of the Blue Tyrant Academy to the soul master realm. It could indeed be considered a haven for commoner soul masters. Although it had only been established for 10 years, it had already produced many formidable commoner soul masters, all thanks to their former dean, Lu Erlong. However, the faculty and students of the Blue Tyrant Academy soon came to accept this reality with surprising willingness. Xiong Miao merely allowed Fu to showcase his prowess. With the Shiva Temple bracelet and an imposing gaze, he stood as a bona fide title Douluo. With such a formidable presence, who could possibly voice discontent? Their former dean Lu Erlong had merely been a soul sage at level 70. How could they even compare? Thus, the greatest source of instability gradually dissipated. Despite lingering nostalgia for the former Blue Tyrant Academy and Dean Lu Erlong, who could refuse the allure of a title Douluo? Even the teachers found themselves revering Fu more than they had their previous dean. An academy with a title Douluo, such institutions were rare elsewhere. Perhaps only found in the Spirit Hall. Conversely, had the Four Symbols sect not intervened, had Fu not been present, the fate of the academy could have been dire. They had encountered the best possible outcome, one that could hardly be surpassed. The arrival of a title Douluo would undoubtedly attract more commoner soul masters, whether as students or instructors. Of course, the primary admission requirement would be that candidates be commoners. Nobles wishing to enroll would have to pass an entrance examinations, with a limited number of spots available each year. Thus, the Blue Tyrant Academy was renamed the Mystical Academy. Lu Erlong held little concern for this development. Her only desire was for her beloved Yu Xiaojiang. No one else mattered as much as he did. The Blue Tyrant Academy was insignificant in comparison. As long as she had Yu Xiaojiang, that was enough. The speed of a soul sage was remarkable, and fueled by her love for Yu Xiaojiang. She sprinted tirelessly towards Soto City. It was unimaginable that she could traverse the 2,000 kilometers from Tiando City to Soto City in just one day. After inquiring about the location of Shrek Academy, she hurried over with even greater speed. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Lu Erlong's heart ached at the sight of the dilapidated village. She felt immense sorrow knowing how difficult life had been for her beloved Yu Xiaojiang over the years. Xiaojiang, do not worry, you can no longer escape. I will take good care of you from now on. At that moment, Shrek Academy was in a phase of quiet cultivation. After completing the second stage of training, Yu Xiaojiang instructed the Shrek 7 to focus on resolving their personal issues during the next 2 months, while also thoroughly absorbing the practical experience gained from the soul battles of the previous month. This period was also designated for soul power training, except for essential matters. Each individual was required to concentrate solely on enhancing their soul power. Lu Erlong entered the academy, searching for Yu Xiaojiang, and soon spotted a familiar figure. Xiaojiang. Is that really you? Am I dreaming? You truly are here. Her melodious voice trembled with emotion, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her pale cheeks as she succumbed to overwhelming excitement. Yu Xiaojiang seemed to hear Lu Erlong's voice and turned around, exclaiming in disbelief. It really is Lu Erlong. How did she know I was here? His eyes reddened as he gazed at the woman he had longed for yet hesitated to meet. His lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. The painful memories of the past flooded back, his inability to break through in his training. His attempts to seduce the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, which had ended in failure. After leaving the Spirit Hall, he had encountered another woman worthy of his affection, forming a powerful martial soul fusion technique with his friend, Flinder, and managed to win her heart. However, on the day of his wedding, his uncle, Yu Luomian, had crashed the ceremony, revealing that Lu Erlong was his illegitimate daughter. This news struck him like a thunderbolt. Lu Erlong was his cousin. He could not accept this reality, yet it was undeniably true. Fate's cruel twist forced him to flee the wedding. Unwilling to endure the scorn of the world or be judged for daring to engage with his own cousin, and he did not wish for this to tarnish his reputation. Thus, he ran away, hoping never to see her again, yet he never anticipated the day would come when they would meet once more. Lu Erlong had truly come. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang turned sharply, intending to escape again. Xiaojiang, are you going to run away once more? With a thunderous roar, Lu Erlong's voice reverberated throughout the Shrek Academy, prompting all who heard it to rush out. The first to emerge was Flinder, who, upon recognizing a familiar silhouette, dashed toward Yu Xiaojiang and embraced him tightly. He stood still, confronted by the very person who had once haunted his dreams. The unexpected reunion, coupled with the emotional scene before him, brought forth tears he could not suppress. The once-renowned love triangle of the continent had rekindled. As the saying goes, in a trio, there is always one who remains single. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, instinctively believing that the master still had unresolved romantic entanglements, which was rather unexpected. No one was more exhilarated than Daimu Bai, who understood the nuances of the situation. Tang San discreetly sheathed his Juga crossbow. This was a matter of his teacher's emotional affairs. Tang Dai was left in a state of astonishment, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of Lu Erlong, a character who was supposed to make his entrance in 2 months. What had transpired to bring this about? Could it be that her earlier assertions were correct, that the arrival of these time travelers had precipitated a butterfly effect, leading to a divergence from the narrative she had envisioned? After exchanging news about Yu Xiaojiang for ownership of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiang Miao sensed an impending misfortune and contacted Qian Rinxue. Have you resolved matters with your mother? Chapter 142, Preemptively Acquiring the Domain of the God of Death? After contemplating the implications of the connection between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, she initially believed the consequences were not so grave. However, now, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt untroubled. She feared that Qian Rinxue had not fully settled matters with her mother. Thus, she inquired, "So, Sister Qian, have you managed to handle your mother?" Qian Rinxue smiled enigmatically. "What do you think?" Xiang Miao's heart raced as she exclaimed, "Oh no, please don't. I only acted this way because I was inclined to listen to you. Please do not bring me harm." Qian Rinxue responded, "I have indeed managed to handle my mother. But whether she will come all the way from Spirit City to give you a good thrashing after finding out, I cannot say. If she were to give me a beating, it would not be so bad. After all, my skin is tough, and my flesh resilient. I can withstand it." Xiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that reckless actions were best avoided. Had it not been for Qian Rinxue's reincarnation, she would have been wholly incapable of orchestrating this matchmaking endeavor alone. Given Bibi Dong's temperament at that time, she would undoubtedly have skinned her alive. Fortunately, in this world, many matters were facilitated by the assistance of others. Without such aid, considering her disguise, it was unlikely Bibi Dong could trace anything back to her. If she could, it would merely suggest a significant suspicion of wrongdoing on her part. Reflecting on this, she felt reassured. Qian Rinxue added, "Indeed. You have managed to obtain the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Perhaps you have even absorbed the dragon bones from the dual pot, which could elevate your physique to the pinnacle of this world." Qian Rinxue's conjecture was astute, or perhaps she had already investigated. The remains of the ice and fire dragon kings had vanished. Linking it to her own situation seemed only natural. "You should bestow upon me the soul ring of the Titan giant ape. You know it is perfectly suited for me, yet you have only provided me with a corpse." Xiang Miao sighed with mild complaint. "Humph." Qian Rinxue let out a soft snort, choosing not to elaborate further. Xiang Miao pondered the utility of idle chatter. To which Qian Rinxue remarked, "Why not venture to the city of slaughter?" The mention of the city of slaughter left Xiang Miao both perplexed and contemplative. Qian Rinxue continued, "With over a year remaining until the Soul Master competition, given your prowess, engaging in 1 or 2 battles daily for 3 to 4 months should suffice for you to conquer the city of slaughter and attain the domain of the God of Killing. It is possible that the Azura God, recognizing your potential, may deem you more worthy than his chosen successor and grant you the divine position." Xiang Miao considered this and realized that, indeed, with his current strength, he could navigate the city of slaughter with relative ease. Arriving early to claim the domain of the God of Killing seemed advantageous. He stroked his chin, contemplating the feasibility of the plan. "Then it is settled. I shall have my mother escort you there, to guard against any treachery from the 9-headed bat. The Slaughter King, having possessed Tangshan, would not wish to witness another God of Killing emerge to claim the domain, as the stability of the city of slaughter depended on the presence of such power. The Slaughter King was determined to prevent the city's destruction, having annihilated anyone who, apart from the God of Killing, achieved 100 consecutive victories. To evade the Slaughter King's malice, one could only be escorted by the God of Killing himself. Success would ultimately depend on individual merit. Is it possible that the domain of killing might serve as a monitoring device for the Azure God? Xiang Miao suddenly pondered. This was not akin to the sea god, who transformed his own spirit into Poseidon's martial soul. Now that was a true surveillance mechanism. The domain bestowed by the Azure God was likely merely a locator, revealing who had attained the domain of killing. After contemplating the consequences of the situation involving Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, she initially thought it was not severe. Yet now she acknowledged her apprehension. What she feared most was that Qian Rinxue had not entirely resolved matters with her mother. "So, Qian, have you managed to settle things with your mother?" Qian Rinxue smiled and replied, "What do you think?" Xiang Miao's heart raced as she exclaimed, "Oh no, please don't. I only acted this way because I could hear you. Don't put me in jeopardy." Qian Rinxue replied, "I have indeed managed to convince my mother. But whether she will come all the way from Spirit City to give you a good beating remains uncertain. If she were to strike me, it wouldn't be the end of the world. After all, my skin is rather tough, and I can take a hit." Xiang Miao sighed in relief. One must avoid reckless behavior. Had it not been for Qian Rinxue's return from rebirth, I would have had no chance to orchestrate this matchmaking affair alone. Given Bibidong's temperament back then, she would have undoubtedly flayed me alive. Thankfully, in this world, many matters have others to assist her. Otherwise, considering her disguise at that time, whether Bibidong could trace it back to her would merely indicate that she was under significant suspicion. Contemplating this, she felt assured that nothing untoward would occur. Qian Rinqiwei continued. Indeed, you have tampered with the Eye of Ice and Fire, perhaps even the dragon bones beneath that dual pod have been absorbed by you, which could elevate your constitution to the pinnacle of this world. Qian Rinqiwei's deductions were astute. Perhaps she had ventured down to inspect, as the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had vanished, making it reasonable to connect the dots to herself. You ought to provide me with the soul ring of the Titan Giant Ape. You know well that it is perfectly suited for me. Yet all you offer is a mere corpse, Xiang Miao lamented. Humph. Qian Rinqiwei huffed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Xiang Miao pondered the significance of idle chatter. Qian Rinqiwei remarked, why not venture to the city of slaughter and see for yourself? The mention of the city of slaughter left Xiang Miao perplexed yet contemplative. Qian Rinqiwei continued, with over a year until the Soul Master tournament, your strength allows you to conquer the city of slaughter in just a few months. Perhaps even earning the title of God of Slaughter. The Azura God may recognize your potential and deem you more worthy than his own successor, granting you his divine position. Indeed, Xiang Miao mused, with his current prowess, he could traverse the city of slaughter with ease. Attaining the God of Slaughter title in advance seemed advantageous. He stroked his chin, finding the idea plausible. Then let us proceed. I will have my mother escort you to ensure you remain unharmed from the nine-headed bat schemes. The nine-headed bat, having possessed Tang Xin to become the King of Slaughter, would not welcome any new God of Slaughter who could potentially disrupt the balance of the city. The King of Slaughter feared the city's destruction, having eliminated every contender who achieved 100 consecutive victories, fearing the weakening of his dominion. To avoid his wrath, only the God of Slaughter could ensure safe passage, with success relying solely on individual merit. Could the God of Slaughter's domain serve as a surveillance device for the Azura God? Xiang Miao suddenly pondered. Chapter 143, Are you aware of missing person notices? Erlong, how did you know I was here? Upon learning the circumstances, everyone was moved by the bond between the Master and Lu Erlong, particularly Tang San, who found parallels between his situation with Xiaowu and that of the Master and Erlong. How would he, as a middle-aged man, navigate such complexities? If he could help resolve the matter, allowing the Master and Lu Erlong to unite, it would yield the best outcome for both parties. Yu Xiaojiang was eager to ascertain how Lu Erlong discovered his whereabouts. Could it be that Flander had informed her? It seemed plausible, considering Flander and Lu Erlong might have kept in touch after his escape. Flander too was curious about Lu Erlong's source of information. Perplexed that she had learned of Yu Xiaojiang's presence despite not disclosing anything, Lu Erlong explained, a young man came to inform me. In exchange for my Soul Master Academy, I learned you were here. Who was that person, and how did they know our situation? Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of anger, though he masked it outwardly. I suspect someone saw the missing person notice in the Soul Hall's newspaper. They might have known the Master was here and informed, and Erlong Tang San had considered using the notice to locate his father, but was dissuaded by the Master, who insisted that his father did not wish to be found. Yu Xiaojiang, too, sought to keep Tang San's existence hidden from the Soul Hall. If they discovered Tang San was Tang Hao's son, it would spell disaster. Missing person notice? Newspaper? What are those? Lu Erlong had remained secluded in her academy's forest cabin, oblivious to the happenings of the Soul Hall. The others regarded her in astonishment. How could she be unaware of the newspaper's existence? After thorough explanations, Lu Erlong grasped the concept of the newspaper, yet even if she had known, she would not have registered to find Yu Xiaojiang, as that woman was within the Soul Hall. Regardless, Tang San sincerely wished for his teacher's happiness. From now on, you cannot evade my grasp, Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong declared, clinging tightly to Yu Xiaojiang's arm, refusing to let go. In terms of strength, Lu Erlong far surpassed him, with a significant disparity in soul power making escape unlikely. Erlong, release me, he pleaded. I shall not. I will not let go even if it costs me my life. Erlong, I will not leave easily now. I have my aspirations and an exceptional disciple in Tang San. How could I bear to depart? Lu Erlong finally loosened her grip, though her heart felt heavy. Flander inwardly scolded, is he even a man to utter such words? Has his mind been fed to dogs? Flander chuckled, fear not, Erlong. Even if he wishes to flee, he cannot. You have ample time to win him over. Lu Erlong smiled knowingly. Rest assured, Flander, I shall never release him. Once more, she seized Yu Xiaojiang's arm, almost merging with him entirely. Yu Xiaojiang, exasperated, shot an angry glare at Flander, who merely whistled nonchalantly. Lu Erlong, well acquainted with Tang San and his companions, 7 in total, asked, Flander, do you intend for these children to participate in the upcoming Soul Master tournament? Indeed. These little prodigies are on the verge of breaking through to the 30th level. Within a year, they will all achieve the rank of Soul Ancestor, Flander replied, pleased. However, you do not appear to be an official Soul Master Academy. They may not be recognized for the competition, Lu Erlong pointed out. Precisely why I have arranged for these children to temporarily join the Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students. They possess 2 competition slots, and Flander had previously arranged one for us, the Master explained. Lu Erlong gasped in surprise, Xiaojiang. Are you suggesting these children represent the Tiando Royal Academy at such a grand event? But if they do, the Academy will undoubtedly claim them as their own. What other options do we have? I am unqualified to participate, Flander lamented, recalling that the first batch of students, including Qin Ming, participated precisely because their academy was not an official Soul Master Academy. You could attend my academy. Lamba Academy has an available slot. And there are 2 other geniuses like you. The eldest should be around 15 and already a soul zone. He completely overlooked that he had exchanged the rights to his academy for Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts, and that the academy had already been sold. Everyone agreed that this was an excellent plan. The Tiando Royal Academy traditionally only admitted nobles. If Qin Ming could not assist them, they would turn to Lamba Academy. But Aunt Erlong, it seems you have forgotten that you sacrificed Lamba Academy for the master's location, Ning Rongrong interjected. Her reminder prompted the group to recall Lu Erlong's earlier admission of trading her academy for the master's information. It is all my fault for causing you to lose your academy, Yu Xiaojiang expressed remorsefully. It matters not. It was merely an academy. As long as you are here, everything is well. In Lu Erlong's eyes, Yu Xiaojiang was the sole focus. Everything else was utterly inconsequential. Having lost the Blue Tyrant Academy, Shrek could only adhere to its original plan, embarking on a journey to the Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students for 2 months, thereafter utilizing the academy's resources for cultivation. During the tournament, they would fight as representatives of the Tiando Royal Academy. Being renowned figures in the Spirit Master realm, their student body comprised exceptional talents. Having defeated the Royal Combat Team, albeit lacking one mainstay member, their combat prowess remained formidable. The Tiando Royal Academy would undoubtedly welcome them and offer the most generous rewards. Flander felt a tinge of melancholy. Had Erlong not exchanged information with Yu Xiaojiang, perhaps Shrek Academy could have continued its legacy. Ultimately, Shrek Academy would conclude this chapter with a sense of completion. Wait, Erlong. Did you just mention that your academy has a 15-year-old spirit master who has already reached the 40th rank? Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's remark, all members of Shrek became acutely aware of the matter. A 15-year-old spirit master, akin in age to Daimubai, who had only achieved the 38th rank. Such a disparity was extraordinary. Indeed, she had broken through a year ago, and her sister had reached the spirit elder level by the tender age of 12. Chapter 144. The Shrek 7 monsters were astounded. The Shrek 7 monsters and their teachers were left in astonishment. Each had believed themselves to be a genius, only to discover the existence of someone even more extraordinary. The 12-year-old spirit elder was already impressive, with many of them, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, having reached that level at 12. But a 15-year-old spirit master who had achieved it a year prior implied a breakthrough at just 14. This was indeed a rarity beyond their comprehension. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San exclaimed in disbelief. Such a cultivation speed was unattainable unless one possessed twin martial souls, both of which would need to be of exceptional quality. Xiao Wu, equally incredulous, questioned, "Is that even possible? Erlong, have you seen her bone age?" "I haven't seen it, but when she arrived, she eagerly showed me her bone age, and I believed her immediately. How could one doubt such an honest and forthright child?" The crowd was compelled to accept the reality that there existed beings surpassing even their own exceptional talents. Tang Di felt increasingly alienated in this familiar yet strange world. The effects of a butterfly flapping its wings were profoundly significant. One 14-year-old spirit master and another 12-year-old spirit elder, these accomplishments had completely eclipsed those nurtured by Shrek. If the Shrek 7 monsters were considered anomalies, then she was surely the anomaly among anomalies. It was surprising to realize that Erlong, much like Shrek, could cultivate such prodigious talents. Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, offered flattery. Lu Erlong shook her head, stating, "I did not cultivate them. They merely sought 2 slots to participate in the upcoming Spirit Master competition." The crowd was once again taken aback. Attaining the Spirit Master level through their own efforts was indeed a prodigious gift. "Does Erlong know where they come from?" Tang San inquired, eager to discover the origins of this individual who surpassed even the Shrek 7 monsters. Lu Erlong replied, "They did not say, nor did I ask, upon witnessing their prowess. I accepted them. I believe their strength could potentially lead the team to the finals." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed a possibility. Having reached the Spirit Master level a year ago, now at 15, and with the trajectory of their spirit power, they would likely approach the Spirit King level soon. With proper guidance, they could very well attain the Spirit King rank before the mid-stage of the competition. Should a Spirit King appear in the tournament, they could dominate all other academies. Moreover, with only 15 years of age, by the next competition, how far would her strength progress? Could she even reach the Spirit Emperor level? Yu Xiaojiang dared not speculate, nor could Flander fathom such a reality. "Erlong, since you are not returning to the academy, could you bring those 2 to be with our children?" Yu Xiaojiang vowed that his intentions were not driven by selfish desires to take on another formidable disciple for self-validation. The Shrek 7 monsters were once again left speechless. Flander, too, felt a surge of anticipation. If those 2 could be recruited, it would certainly elevate the reputation of Shrek Academy once more. Although Shrek Academy had ceased to exist, a Shrek Monsters class could be established at the Tiando Royal Academy. Lu Erlong shook her head. "That may not be feasible. I have not communicated with them for the past 3 years. That poses quite a challenge," Flander remarked. "Since they are also anomalies, we too are anomalies. Anomalies tend to resonate with one another and ultimately converge. If we approach them and demonstrate that we are the same ilk, I believe they will not refuse to join us," Tang San asserted confidently. If a classmate who surpassed them in talent were to be by his side, he would use that individual as motivation for his own growth. Boundary line, to be continued. Chapter 145. The issue of innate physique. I do not expect you all to surpass her. After all, each person's physique varies. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from disclosing her status as a twin martial soul to Tang San, believing it sufficient for him to be aware. Master, if we continuously enhance our physiques, could we not surpass the age limit for absorbing spirit rings? Tang Di raised her hand to speak. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Indeed. So do you think the grueling training over the past 3 months was for naught? While you may not reach her level of abnormality, it will certainly facilitate your absorption of extreme spirit rings. But Master, we are all anomalies. Why can't we, like her, exceed the age limit in absorbing spirit rings? Ma Hongjun protested, and Dai Mubai echoed his discontent, pondering how much easier it would be to defeat his brother if he could surpass the age limit for spirit ring absorption. I have already stated that each person's physique is different. Some individuals are born with extraordinary physiques. For instance, most individuals possess innate spirit power not exceeding level 5, while others are endowed with full innate spirit power. The same applies to physique. Some are innately qualified to be great spirit masters. Yu Xiaojiang was aware that allowing these children to exceed the age limit for spirit ring absorption was impractical. They were not true monsters, merely gifted individuals. Thus, he fabricated the notion of innate physique, and upon articulating it, he found himself convinced by his own explanation. As for his beloved disciple Tang San, he refrained from being overly radical, lacking the courage to do so. After all, Tang San nearly lost his life when absorbing his first spirit ring from the Mandevra serpent, a prime example. One could argue that no matter how superior the quality of blue silver grass, it could not alter its status as a waste martial soul. The Shrek 7 monsters believed in their master's words. If innate spirit power had quantifiable limits, then surely innate physique must also possess its own constraints. Master, you truly are a master. Your knowledge encompasses even such obscure information, showcasing your unparalleled erudition. Master, please continue to subject us to your grueling training. Dai Mubai requested earnestly. Indeed, Master, while our innate physiques may not match hers, we believe that through your rigorous training, we can enhance our physiques. Regardless of how extreme the training may be, we shall endure. Please commence the 3rd phase of training. Each member of the Shrek 7 Devils team is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies, a monster among monsters. How could they possibly resign themselves to being beneath the foot of a great beast? The Shrek 7 Devils, fueled by an indomitable spirit, understand that monstrosity is not solely defined by age, soul power, or strength. It also encompasses the configuration of their soul rings. They must surpass the ordinary in every aspect to truly embody what it means to be a monster. A soul ring configuration that transcends conventional standards allows them to boldly look down upon others, asserting their superiority as true monsters, incomparable to mere mortals. The Master, with his profound expertise, possesses the ability to guide them towards achieving their monstrous potential and surpassing the formidable beast of the bear. Exceptional innate qualities are indeed remarkable. The Master is regarded as the foremost authority in the realm of soul master theory, his knowledge unparalleled. Under his tutelage, they have achieved an invincible status at their level within just 2 training phases. Surpassing her is merely a matter of time. The teachers and students of Shrek gaze upon the Shrek 7 Devils with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of their own youthful vigor and ambition. With a target to surpass, it is only natural that they aspire to exceed her. Through this experience, Yu Xiaojiang realizes that the beast of the bear has not sought out the spirit hall to apprentice under Bibidong. Rather, she has forged her own path over the past 6 years. Such prodigious talent makes it improbable for his disciple Tang San to surpass her. He can only hope she does not become an adversary. Having heard of her guidance towards Tang San and her deep affection for him, he believes it unlikely she would turn against him. Confident in this assessment, Yu Xiaojiang considers the possibility that if the beast of the bear had truly apprenticed under Bibidong, she would not seek 2 competition slots at the Blue Tyrant Academy. He realizes he may have overthought the matter. 2 months swiftly passed, and Shrek completed their soul power training period, embarking on a delightful journey towards the Heavendo City Royal Academy, covering a distance of 2,000 kilometers. During these 2 months, under the subtle matchmaking of their peers, the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong deepened significantly, making it only a matter of time before they crossed that threshold. Passing through Sylvia, the Shrek 7 Devils faced their first trial of taking a life at the Sylvia Grand Soul Arena, gradually overcoming their psychological shadows under the guidance of Flandra. A few days later,